The man slowly opened his eyes, and before him were wandering zombies. At that moment, he instinctively screamed, but the sound turned into a hoarse and piercing hiss. He was stunned. He looked at his zombie arm and completely understood that he had died before, died in the apocalypse, swept by the zombie virus. On the day the zombie virus broke out, the man took his girlfriend and her family back to his villa. There was also a man named Lu Hao, who claimed to be his girlfriend's cousin. Until that night, all of humanity had awakened superpowers, varying in level and nature. Only men had not. His girlfriend Su Wanwan gained water-related abilities and could control the flow of water. Lu Hao awakened a talent that could multiply his strength. Even Su Wanwan's parents had some general abilities. The next day, when the Su family confirmed that he really had no special abilities, Lu Hao immediately kicked him out. Ji Chuan pleaded desperately. "I was the one who saved you. Wanwan, please persuade your parents." Ji Chuan looked at Su Wanwan in despair. "Ji Chuan, I can survive without you. Besides, I've been with Lu Hao for a long time. He's much better than you." After hearing this, Lu Hao threw him out from the high wall of the villa. Ji Chuan fell heavily to the ground, and his vision went black. The zombies around him immediately approached him. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes gradually blurred, and his consciousness gradually fell into darkness. He opened his eyes again. Zombies were still everywhere, but these monsters showed no interest in him. He looked down and saw, "Which son of a bitch chewed my leg?" Only half of his left leg remained, but fortunately, he was still conscious. As long as he was conscious, he still had a chance to seek revenge. Just as he was smiling bitterly, he noticed that a zombie's head was glowing faintly not far away, standing out in the dark crowd. Ji Chuan endured his broken body and approached with difficulty. It was a crystal-clear crystal, emitting green light, as if it was born to call him. Ji Chuan's heartbeat quickened, and a strong desire arose. He squatted down, reached out, and dug out the crystal core. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The crystal core transformed into energy flowing through his body, and he felt an unprecedented power injected into his body. At that moment, he realized that he was not without supernatural powers. He would only appear in zombie form. At this moment, a line of text appeared in his mind. Zombie King can see the crystal cores in the body and devour them for his own use. Chapter 2. The crystal core he just swallowed is a healing element called regeneration, which can greatly enhance his body's recovery ability. His broken leg is slowly growing back. However, he knew that he was no match for Su Wanwan and Lu Hao. Exploring along the way, he discovered that there were very few zombies with crystal cores. He went around to a backyard to drive in and look for the crystal core, and he easily opened the garage door. Usually this place was not locked. But as soon as he entered, a young girl was about to get on the bus. When she saw him, her face turned pale instantly, and her legs trembled. Only then did Ji Chuan notice that there was a faint light emanating from her head, and there was even a crystal core. But he didn't want to kill a living person for no reason. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." But a strange hissing sound could only come out of his throat. This was her first time to come into such close contact with a zombie. "Don't come over here." The girl's legs went weak and her voice trembled. Ji Chuan then resorted to using gestures. He pointed at the girl, then at his own mouth, and finally shook his hand, meaning, "I won't eat you." The girl tried to interpret it. "You mean, let me come into your mouth and don't resist?" She was so scared that she burst into tears. He limped up to her and stretched out his hand. The girl's eyes went dark and she fainted from fright. Ji Chuan sighed, took the car keys and the gate remote from her hand, dragged her back to the room, and closed the door. Then, he got in the pink car and drove towards the city. When Gu Yunxi woke up slowly, she suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Looking around, "She is still at home, I'm not dead." She quickly looked out the window, but her keys were gone, and her car was gone too. The zombie didn't eat her, it just stole her car. Zombies can drive. She froze in her tracks, then remembered that the figure looked like a neighbor in the neighborhood. It was just that he was covered in blood, so she couldn't be sure. She curled up in the corner and couldn't help crying. Thinking of this, she completely collapsed. The car is gone. The food is gone. How can I get out? Meanwhile, Ji Chuan drove all the way to the city center and finally found a densely populated area of zombies. A faint light flickered above the head of one of the zombies. This time he did not hesitate, picked up the stone, ended its life cleanly and efficiently, and skillfully took out the crystal core. After swallowing it, he felt the energy in his body expand again. This crystal core was the primary speed. It was a pity that his legs hadn't fully recovered yet, otherwise he would have immediately experienced the thrill of increased speed. He then thought of them all. That kind of place should have been more likely to have zombies with crystal cores. Ji Chuan pushed open the door of the mall, and a dazzling array of goods lay before him. However, due to the large number of zombies, no one dared to enter. He suddenly remembered his neighbor, so he picked up a suitcase and filled it with food and water. This was a small way to make up for her. Unfortunately, he never encountered any zombies with crystal cores again during his subsequent search. He wondered, how exactly are crystal cores formed? Why are they so rare? But this was the beginning of the end of the world. Most people had food stored at home and would not go out casually, and there were almost no living people on the streets. If he really broke into a residential building, if there was a powerful person with superpowers inside, he could die again at any time. Oh right, Ji Chuan suddenly thought. I can go see Su Wan Wan and the others. He was familiar with the structure of his villa. There were 4 people in that room, and they were the group of samples he knew best. With this in mind, he drove back. Gu Yunqi heard a noise in the yard and quickly looked over. I saw my pink car driving back. The zombie that appeared during the day got out of the car and dragged a suitcase out of the trunk. What's going on? Zombies have suitcases. What made her even more devastated was that Ji Chuan had noticed that she had half of her head stuck out, so he pointed at the door. Are you asking me to open the door? Gu Yunqi covered her mouth, her whole body frozen. But then she thought, I'll die sooner or later without food anyway, so why not see what he's up to? After hesitating for a moment, she opened the door. Unexpectedly, Ji Chuan did not come in. Instead, he pushed the suitcase to the door and pointed at it. You want me to open it? Ji Chuan nodded. She then cautiously opened the box. It was filled with food and water. Ji Chuan pointed at the food, then at her. These are for you. Gu Yunqi was stunned, but the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Food for me? You want to fatten me up first, then eat me? Tears streamed down her face, and she felt terrified. Chapter 3. Ji Chuan slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Gu Yunqi looked at Ji Chuan in the room, a little dazed. Is this zombie angry? Was he there specifically to get me food? He chased the other zombies away, and clearly had no ill will towards me. Was he really a good zombie? Her stomach growled, and Gu Yunqi grabbed some food and stuffed it quickly into her mouth. This was the only full meal she had had in a few days, and she couldn't help but want to cry again. Ji Chuan walked towards his villa. If he drove there, he would be discovered soon, which would be even more dangerous. He was still no match for the 4 of them. He didn't know how to use Su Wanwan's water ability other than releasing water columns. Lu Hao's strength was doubled, making him an even better fighter. As for Su Wanwan's parents, their abilities were rather useless. One had the ability to start a fire like a match, and the other had the ability to create a breeze that would slightly cool people down. Ji Chuan climbed onto the roof of the empty house next door. No one turned on the lights at night, which provided him with the best cover. He paid attention to the movements inside the house. 1 blue crystal core and 1 green crystal core. This was the first time Ji Chuan saw a blue crystal core. This should be Su Wanwan's. Perhaps her water-based ability was not elementary. But why didn't Su Wanwan's parents have crystal cores? Ji Chuan speculated that perhaps only powerful superpowers could produce crystal cores, and perhaps the zombies with crystal cores were all powerful humans in their previous lives. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan understood. The virus had broken out so suddenly that many people had become zombies before the Red Moon could awaken. We are still in the early stages of the disaster, and people are staying at home. Even if they do go out, those with special powers are strong and will not die easily and turn into zombies. He really wanted to gather the zombies together at this moment, but his door was very strong. Even if he set fire, Su Wanwan, who had water-based abilities, could easily put it out. He wanted to take revenge with his own hands. He wanted to send them to hell himself. Thinking of their faces, Ji Chuan clenched his fists, and his knuckles trembled slightly. Gu Yunqi was eating dessert when she heard the gate of the courtyard ring again. Ji Chuan walked straight into the courtyard, opened the car door, and drove away, even locking the gate for her after leaving. What a strange zombie, Gu Yunqi muttered to herself. She had originally driven out to find food, and since her neighbor had already found it for her, it didn't matter if she drove away. The city was very quiet at night, and Ji Chuan wandered aimlessly. Why is this guy driving and no zombies paying attention to him? Someone filmed a video from the window, showing a pink car driving down the street, but the zombies didn't react at all. There were many speculations below the video. Don't zombies like pink? Aren't your intestines pink? Zombies have eaten them a lot. Ji Chuan didn't know that there was a heated discussion about his driving on the internet. He was just searching the city for the light of the crystal core. Finally, he saw 2 slowly moving crystal cores in the distance. The crystal cores flickered among the green trees, and Ji Chuan stopped the car and planned to walk over to check. But when he got closer, he realized that the 2 crystal cores came from living people, not zombies. As a mutated Ji Chuan, His hearing and sense of smell were extremely sensitive. Brother Nan, I'm scared. There seem to be zombies over there. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. And you have fire abilities, so you don't have to be afraid of zombies. Just burn them. Brother Nan, what is your special ability? I've never heard you mention it before. I can create an air wall to protect you. It's not as strong as yours, so I didn't mention it before. Ji-chuan originally wanted to turn around and leave. On the one hand, he didn't want to kill innocent people. On the other hand, listening to the conversation between the two, it seemed that the two men had very strong superpowers, and if he rushed up rashly, he might be killed. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a girl scream. Brother Nan is a zombie. Don't scream. The zombies at the corner were only a few meters away from the girl, and their terrifying faces made her scream unconsciously. A large number of zombies were already rushing towards them. Without time to think, the boys quickly ran back the way they had come. They chose to take a detour through the green belt, which indeed avoided many zombies. Returning the same way was the safest. Zombies were indeed faster at night than during the day, as the shouts of the two had attracted the surrounding zombies. They might not have encountered any zombies on the way here, but now in the woods, zombies had already entered. Damn it! The man cursed under his breath as his retreat was blocked by zombies, while trying to think of other solutions. Burn them! The man shouted viciously at the girl. I originally brought her out because she had fire abilities. Otherwise, who would be willing to share the supplies with an extra person? I didn't expect her to be so useless, a mere burden. Brother Nan, save me. I can't do it. The girl was extremely desperate. Looking at Brother Nan, who was running faster than her, she knew that if she was caught up, she would surely die. Seeing that the zombies were about to surround them, the man suddenly stopped and looked back at the girl. I'm sorry, Brother Nan. Without waiting for the girl to respond, the man raised his hand and flashed his light, causing the girl to be temporarily blinded. He didn't have any air wall abilities, it was just a useless glare. Zombies relied on smell and hearing to track their targets, so his glare was almost useless. The man ran away without looking back. With food in front of him, which zombie would chase him? Chapter 4. A group of zombies saw the wailing woman and rushed over. Not long after, the scream stopped. Ji-chuan witnessed the entire process. He picked up a stone, his face hardened, and activated his speed ability, chasing after the man. The man ran quickly towards a place where there were no zombies, but he felt as if something was chasing him from behind. The zombie's footsteps were heavy, and the sound didn't sound like a zombie's. He turned his head curiously and met Ji-chuan's pale face. Ji-chuan threw the rock at the man, just like he would a zombie. The man's head was broken and bleeding. This was Ji-chuan's first time killing someone, but he remained calm. Ji-chuan expressionlessly dug out the green crystal and swallowed it. After briefly feeling the crystal absorb, Ji-chuan returned to search for the crystal core of the fire element. As for the corpses on the ground, Ji-chuan had no interest in them. He returned to the zombie group he had found earlier, dragged a zombie out of the group, and found the blue crystal core that had been devoured before. Ji-chuan swallowed the crystal core, and his body emitted a golden light. A comfortable force swept through his body, and he even saw changes in his body. He felt as if he had grown taller and more muscular, and now he could see that his arms had developed distinct muscle lines. He seemed to have upgraded after swallowing the crystal core, and it felt like all his abilities had been greatly improved. Ji-chuan was pleasantly surprised to find that his voice seemed to be no longer so hoarse. Perhaps if he swallowed some more crystal cores, he would be able to speak again. Then, Ji-chuan used the fire ability of the first blue crystal core. As he thought, the flame on his fingertips could change size according to his thoughts. He waved lightly, and a fireball flew out. As expected of a blue crystal core, it was indeed very useful. Ji-chuan finally had an offensive ability. He walked back to the car and turned around a few times. He stopped by the mall, where he had bought something for free during the day, and packed 2 more suitcases with food to feed the fool. The fool was the only golden crystal core he had ever seen, and Ji-chuan wanted to learn about her abilities. Gu Yunxi, who was asleep, suddenly heard a knock on the door and broke out in a cold sweat. She tiptoed to the window and saw that her little Pinky had stopped in the backyard. She also saw Ji-chuan standing at the door and looking up at her, as if he was looking at a fool. Why does he seem different, more like a human being, and seems stronger too? Gu Yunxi saw Ji-chuan dragging 2 suitcases in his hands. Gu Yunxi went downstairs and opened the door for Ji-chuan. She felt that Ji-chuan had no ill will towards her. This time, Ji-chuan did not hesitate and went straight into the room. What are you doing? Gu Yunxi seemed startled by Ji-chuan's actions and subconsciously took a few steps back. She was wearing pajamas, and Ji-chuan lowered his head and avoided her gaze. Now he no longer blushes. Ji-chuan pointed to the 2 suitcases. Gu Yunxi knew that he was asking her to open it, and sure enough, there were 2 more boxes of food. She also noticed that Ji Chuan's voice seemed more human. What are you? A zombie? Ji Chuan nodded, then shook his head. What he wanted to say was that although he was a zombie, he still had human consciousness. You are a zombie, but your neck hurts now. Gu Yunxi looked at Ji Chuan seriously, and Ji Chuan couldn't help but want to scold her. Then, Ji Chuan made a pen-holding gesture with his right hand and shook it left and right, as if to ask her if she had a pen. You want to drink red wine, but I only have tap water at home. Gu Yunxi mistakenly thought that Ji Chuan was making a gesture to pick up a wine glass. No. Can the golden crystal core be eaten? Will it make you stupid? Ignoring Gu Yunxi's questions, Ji Chuan searched around her house. Finally, he found the eyebrow pencil on the cabinet in the entrance hall. You need to write. Gu Yunxi finally realized Ji Chuan's intention and turned to go upstairs to get a pen and notebook. What's your name? Gu Yunxi took the notebook and was surprised to see that Ji Chuan had actually written something. She took the paper and pen and wrote on the notebook, Gu Yunxi. Ji Chuan was speechless and wrote down forcefully. You can just say it directly. I can understand. Oh, yes, I forgot. I'm a zombie now, but I have human consciousness. Oh my god, so you don't eat humans? Not yet. Ji Chuan answered truthfully, although he himself was not sure whether he would want to eat living people in the future. By the way, thank you so much for the food. I have been eating a bag of biscuits for 3 days. If I don't eat anything more, I will starve to death. What are your special powers? I don't have any special powers. Gu Yunxi had also read the news, but she didn't feel any special powers. Ji Chuan was a little confused. Was she on guard against him? But Gu Yunxi's behavior didn't seem fake, and she seemed sincere. Everyone has superpowers. Maybe you haven't discovered them yet. Ji Chuan thought of himself. His superpowers only awakened after he became a zombie. Other strange superpowers should also exist. Suddenly, he thought of something and walked to the mirror on the first floor. In addition to taking a closer look at what he looked like now, Ji Chuan also wanted to take a look at his crystal core. The man in the mirror had a pale face and dark red pupils in his eyes. He was indeed stronger than his living self, but he still looked like a zombie. Surprised Ji Chuan even more was that he actually emitted a circle of black light, as if a ball of black energy was surrounding him. His crystal core was actually black. Chapter 5, Ji Chuan wrote down his name and pointed at himself. Your name is Ji Chuan. Actually, I've seen you in the neighborhood. Gu Yunxi said. He nodded and pointed upstairs. You go to sleep. I don't need to sleep. I can help you keep watch. He said lightly. Gu Yunxi's expression froze. The sudden appearance of a zombie in the house was enough to make people nervous. Ji Chuan walked to the center of the living room, raised his hand, and a huge fireball condensed out of thin air, almost burning the crystal chandelier on the second floor. He himself seemed unprepared for the sheer force of the fireball, and quickly dissipated it. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it long ago. Hearing this, Gu Yunxi nodded slightly. If it weren't for the food Ji Chuan brought, she might have died on the way out to look for food. She walked upstairs silently. It was still some time before dawn, and although she woke up halfway, she still felt sleepy. Ji Chuan stood downstairs, thinking back to the fireball he had just unleashed. It was clearly not the intensity he had intended. Was his strength enhanced, or was his control still lacking? He chose to come to Gu Yunxi's house for another reason. The terrain here was higher, and he could see his own villa. Standing by the window, Ji Chuan stared at the villa in the distance, faintly lit. It was the light from Su Wanwan's crystal core. He wished he could turn around and tear those people to pieces. The food originally stored at home was enough for one person to eat for 2 months, but now there are 4 people in the group, so at most they can only eat for half a month. More importantly, he is not strong enough now and cannot appear in front of everyone openly. Daybreak arrived. Gu Yunxi rubbed her sleepy eyes and went downstairs. Seeing Ji Chuan still standing quietly by the window, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. I'll make breakfast for you. Ji Chuan didn't even look at her and slammed the door and left. Yeah, he doesn't need to eat, so I have to eat he. Gu Yunxi happily rummaged through the suitcase, taking out food as if caressing a treasure. She was pleasantly surprised to find that Ji Chuan had picked out snacks that girls would like. Ji Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, changing the direction of the car at will. He had already seen some people cautiously exploring the street in groups, but none of them had the light of a crystal core. Soon after, a video of a pink car recklessly driving through the streets sparked heated discussion online. People were extremely curious about the owner of the car. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan looked at the license plate number and immediately logged into the insurance company's backend. As an insurance claims adjuster, he could look up the car owner's information through the system. Gu Yunxi, number 16 Lanshan Villa, Hashi District. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, She was less than 3 kilometers away from him, so robbing her supplies would be a good option. Even controlling her and letting her continuously activate her special powers would provide her with an endless supply of supplies. If she were a beauty herself. Kai Kuan licked his lips at this thought. He decided to make his move tonight. The villa must be extremely secure. If he could imprison her, control her, and take possession of the villa, it would be a sure win. He fantasized about using his special powers to establish a new dynasty, a lewd smile playing on his lips. He picked out a black long-sleeved shirt from the closet for nighttime travel, adjusted his overalls, and narcissistically thought of himself in the mirror as flawless. At this moment, Ji Chuan arrived at a gas station. He was thinking about how to refuel his car. Is this the button? I never noticed it every time I came here. Ji Chuan stood in front of the gas pump and studied it, and finally successfully filled up a tank of 98-grade gasoline through the 0 yuan purchase method. At this moment, a low voice came from behind. Hey, how can you drive without being bitten by zombies? The voice was cautious, for fear of attracting the attention of zombies. Lin Lulu also happened to be at the gas station, looking for supplies in the convenience store, but unexpectedly ran into the owner of the popular pink car. She didn't expect that the other person was actually a man. Ji Chuan didn't want to turn around, afraid of scaring her, so he pretended not to hear. Hey, Lin Lulu raised her voice in dissatisfaction. There's a lot of supplies at this convenience store. Aren't you going to get some? However, Ji Chuan had already started the car and ignored her. Lin Lulu was puzzled. He didn't seem to be short of supplies, so why did he go out? Suddenly, a zombie jumped out from the corner and rushed towards Ji Chuan's car. Lin Lulu mistakenly thought that the zombie was coming towards Ji Chuan and immediately shot a beam of light from behind. The light arrow pierced the zombie, causing it to fall to the ground seriously injured, but it still crawled towards Lin Lulu. She fired another arrow, piercing the zombie and blowing out a tire of Ji Chuan's car. Damn it! This damn woman! I just filled up the 98 gasoline. Ji Chuan was so angry that he jumped out of the car and yelled at Lin Lulu. Unfortunately, all he could say was a series of roars. Chapter 6. Lin Lulu's heart was instantly engulfed by fear. The existence in front of her was definitely not a human being. She instinctively raised her hand to attack, but was startled to see Ji Chuan's figure flash by like a ghost, closing in on her in an instant. At this distance, the advantage of the light arrow was completely unattainable. Ji Chuan suddenly raised his hand, and a massive fireball exploded near Lin Lulu's ear. Her pupils constricted. This zombie could actually use fire powers? She was almost certain she would die here today. But the imagined burning sensation never came. Ji Chuan's gaze didn't linger on her, but locked onto a certain direction behind her. She turned around and saw the zombie behind her lying in a pool of blood. Lin Lulu stared at Ji Chuan in disbelief and asked, "Why did you save me?" He didn't answer. Lin Lulu recalled her brief encounter with Ji Chuan earlier, sharing supplies and helping him fight a zombie. Although the zombie didn't directly threaten Ji Chuan, her actions were ultimately kind. When Ji Chuan turned around, he noticed that this girl was the holder of the golden crystal core, and the skill she had just unleashed was indeed powerful. He said nothing at this moment, simply walking straight towards Xiaofan to check the condition of the tire. I'm sorry, Lin Lulu apologized softly. She knew that with Ji Chuan's strength, the zombie was just an easy target to deal with, and her move almost ruined the situation. I know a car dealership nearby that should have some repair tools, she added immediately. Ji Chuan stood up, looked at her, and raised his chin slightly, motioning for her to lead the way. What on earth are you? Lin Lulu was filled with confusion as they walked along the road. Although Ji Chuan's appearance was different from that of an ordinary zombie, he still had obvious characteristics of a corpse. You can't talk, Lin Lulu suddenly realized. She looked around vigilantly, but Ji Chuan was as calm as if he was taking a stroll. In the distance, the car dealership sign finally came into view. But what was more worrying was that the entire pedestrian street was swarming with zombies. Just as Lin Lulu was hesitating, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, there are so many zombies over there. We'll be discovered if we go straight over there. Go this way. She turned and saw a red-haired woman popping her head around the corner and waving at them. Lin Lulu immediately smiled gratefully and walked towards her, with Ji Chuan following silently. Red-haired woman noticed that Ji Chuan's skin was a little pale. She did not suspect anything because they were still far away and saw him walking with Lin Lulu. The three of them walked into an underground passage. The floor tiles hadn't been laid yet, and the pipes on the roof were exposed. Thank you, sister. Otherwise, I really don't know how to get through, Lin Lulu said gratefully. You're welcome. We should help each other at times like these. The red-haired woman replied with a smile, but in the dim light, she revealed a strange smile that was barely noticeable. Sister, Is this passage heading in the right direction? I feel like we're getting further and further away. Lin Lulu was a little doubtful. We're almost there. I'm familiar with this place, so I'm sure the direction is right. However, when they reached the end of the passage, there was no exit at all, and the stairs leading to the ground were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yan, you did a good job. An unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out, and Lin Lulu screamed in surprise. Only then did she notice that there were several people hiding in the darkness. That girl is really pretty, and she's carrying a backpack full of supplies. The man's voice was lascivious. I saw it, and you're definitely going to get some benefits, another voice echoed. Ji Chuan had already noticed that there was more than one person at the end of the passage. In the dim light, the light of 3 crystal cores was particularly obvious, 1 blue and 2 green. I'll leave Brother Wang to you. There's another kid for you to deal with. Lin Lulu finally realized that she was trapped. She hurriedly tried to condense a light arrow, but found that her hands seemed to be filled with lead and were too heavy to lift. Hey, beautiful, what's your special ability? Can you still use it? The darkness around her was oppressive and heavy, and Lin Lulu was unable to resist. Who are you and what do you want to do? Don't struggle, brothers, have a good time. Be obedient in the future, and I'll make sure you have delicious food and drinks. The burly man drew his dagger, smiled obscenely, and slowly approached Ji Chuan. Before you do anything, take care of this guy first. Ji Chuan had originally intended to explore the Blue Power's capabilities, but he didn't expect the other party to proactively reveal the 3 people's abilities: night vision, gravity, and healing. He decided to stop hiding his abilities. The next second, a strong light exploded in the darkness, like a doomsday nuclear flash, and the whole place fell into blinding chaos. What happened? My eyes! Ji Chuan's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. The burly man rolled on the ground, his body ablaze with flames. Save me! The other man squatted on the ground and groped for the direction of the sound, but was pierced through the throat by a dagger. Blood spurted out of his throat, and he fell to the ground silently before the green light flashed. The third person tried to flee backwards, continuously releasing gravity, but he couldn't feel the force on his enemy. He couldn't lock onto Ji Chuan, a being he didn't know if he could still be considered a living being. Finally, his head was pierced by the dagger, and his screams ceased. Lin Lulu and Zhang Yan slowly opened their eyes. Although they had been mentally prepared, the bloody sight before them still shocked their senses. The air was filled with the stench of burning fat and blood, and the firelight revealed 3 twisted corpses. But Ji Chuan didn't stop. He squatted down, calmly cut open the corpse's skull, took out the crystal core, and swallowed it directly. Lin Lulu immediately vomited. Zhang Yan's face was filled with horror. Only then did she see clearly that Ji Chuan's face did not resemble that of a normal human being. After swallowing the 3 crystal cores, Ji Chuan felt a qualitative change in his body. His healing ability was significantly enhanced. Not only did he possess a stronger regenerative power, he even mastered the healing ability. He walked up to Zhang Yan and slashed her arm with the knife. Don't kill me. I was forced to do it. Zhang Yan trembled, nearly collapsing. Ji Chuan unexpectedly used his healing power on her wounds. It was the same power that the healer among the 3 thugs had used earlier. The wound on Zhang Yan's arm slowly healed, but Ji Chuan didn't stop. He continued to deepen the wound, observing the healing speed, until Zhang Yan cried out in pain and begged for death. Eventually, he determined the limits of his healing abilities. While all wounds could be healed, deep wounds healed slowly, severed limbs could not regenerate, and fatal injuries were irreversible. Lin Lulu watched all this, a chill running down her spine. However, thinking that if Ji Chuan hadn't been there, she would have been brutally tortured, she finally closed her eyes and forced herself to ignore Zhang Yan's heartbreaking cries. In Chapter 7, Ji Chuan felt the changes in his body again. The feeling of strengthening was more obvious than before. It was obvious that the effect of the advanced crystal core was indeed stronger. In comparison, he felt almost nothing when he swallowed the green crystal core, but swallowing the blue crystal core twice caused the energy in his body to fluctuate. He watched Lin Lulu's every move vigilantly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his heart. If she suddenly attacked, he would never show mercy. The other party had previously damaged Xiaofan, which already left a bad impression on him. If he repaid kindness with enmity, it would only remind him of Su Wanwan, who betrayed him. However, Lin Lulu did not show any hostility. She just stood quietly by and watched Ji Chuan complete the experiment in his hand. When he stood up, she whispered, "Thank you for saving me twice." Ji Chuan glanced at her. Lin Lulu lowered her head a little embarrassedly. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his vision was unusually clear. What's even more amazing is that he can share this vision with others. Lin Lulu looked around and said in surprise, "Huh? How come I can see so clearly all of a sudden? Did you do this?" Ji Chuan was about to respond, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the voice came out. Although it was hoarse and slow, he did speak. He himself was stunned. He didn't expect that he would actually speak, even though his pronunciation was not standard. Lin Lulu was startled and quickly covered her mouth. You spoke? She found that Ji Chuan looked more like a human than before, and even his tone had emotion. Ji Chuan nodded, his voice stuttering but powerful. It's just a little slow. Lin Lulu became more and more curious, and finally couldn't help asking the question in her heart. What are you? Are you a human or a zombie? Ji Chuan said slowly. When he was alive, he was a human being. After his death, he still had consciousness. Lin Lulu suddenly understood. No wonder he behaved so differently from ordinary people. He looked like a zombie, but he thought and acted like a living person. My name is Lin Lulu, what's yours? Ji Chuan. After leaving the underground space, the two returned to the ground. Ji Chuan gestured for her to wait there while he walked towards the car not far away. He simply broke the glass door of the garage and walked in. The zombies around him were all indifferent, as if they didn't see him at all. Lin Lulu stared at the scene in a daze, thinking, there might really be a way to survive if I follow this person. After all, there are probably not many people in this world who can ignore the zombies and plunder resources. Not to mention that he was quite handsome and had saved her twice, so she couldn't help but be slightly dazed. After a while, an off-road vehicle drove out of the car dealership, and Ji Chuan also brought out some car repair tools. He found that almost all the keys to the car dealership were there, so he picked out the best off-road vehicle and no longer had to endure Xiaofan's simple living conditions. Get in the car. Ji Chuan spoke slowly, and Lin Lulu sat in the passenger seat. She was overwhelmed with emotions for a moment. It was indeed a bit outrageous that a zombie would drive her to and fro. After this enhancement, Ji Chuan found that he seemed to have established a subtle connection with other zombies. The car had just driven a short distance when some zombies were attracted by Lin Lulu's scent and rushed towards the car. However, as soon as Ji Chuan thought about it, all the approaching zombies retreated, as if they had received a silent command. It seems that his King of Zombies ability is evolving, and he is already able to command other zombies on a small scale. Ji Chuan asked her, "Can you drive?" "Yes, I took the driving test during my freshman year, but I haven't driven much, so my driving skills are pretty bad. Later, just follow me. There are no other vehicles in the apocalypse now, and there are no traffic rules to follow, so it is difficult for even novice drivers to get into accidents." Back at the gas station, Ji Chuan took the opportunity to replace Xiaofan's tire, while Lin Lulu rushed into the convenience store and ransacked it. Her backpack was quickly filled up, but luckily she now had 2 cars, which made carrying things back and forth much easier, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She was like a hamster that had found a big granary. She was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling as she held the supplies. She had no worries at all for the next few days. After both cars were loaded, Ji Chuan took the lead and Lin Lulu followed closely behind. Even with poor driving skills, she could still drive easily. At dusk, 2 cars drove into Gu Yunxi's villa yard one after the other, and the headlights illuminated the quiet courtyard. Gu Yunxi heard the familiar engine sound, looked out the window, and saw the familiar little pink car, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But what about the SUV in front? She was puzzled and kept observing from the second floor. Soon, she saw that in addition to Ji Chuan, there was also a young girl jumping out from the passenger seat. She looked to be about 20 years old. Could this girl be Ji Chuan's girlfriend? He goes out every day just to find her? When he thought of this, Gu Yunxi felt an inexplicable sense of depression in his heart, and even his breathing became a little difficult. Ji Chuan knocked on the door, and she hurried downstairs to open it. As soon as the door opened, Lin Lulu saw Gu Yunxi's appearance. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she swallowed reflexively. This is the legendary mature and royal sister style, beautiful and elegant, simply eye-catching. She blurted out, "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Lulu originally wanted to get closer to them, but the atmosphere became awkward as soon as she opened her mouth. Ji Chuan tilted his head and looked at her, completely unable to understand why she suddenly started shouting. Gu Yunxi's face had already turned red. You spoke." Only then did she realize that Ji Chuan could really speak. "Isn't this my sister-in-law? I thought you two were a couple," Lin Lulu said sincerely. "No, absolutely not." Gu Yunxi hastily denied it, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Lin Lulu hurriedly introduced herself. "My name is Lin Lulu. Brother Ji Chuan saved me twice today. What's your name, sister?" As she spoke, she took Gu Yunxi's hand affectionately and looked at her with sparkling eyes. My name is Gu Yunxi, and I'm Ji Chuan's neighbor. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death long ago. Neighbor? Why doesn't he just go back to his own home and live with you? Gu Yunxi was stunned. She had never thought about this question. Ji Chuan's house was deep in the community and was safer than her place. Could it be that he didn't leave because of her? This thought was like a seed buried in her heart, making her face even hotter. Sister Yunxi, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's okay. Maybe it's a little hot in the room. At this time, Ji Chuan sighed lightly and slowly told the story of him and Su Wanwan to the two of them. After hearing this, Lin Lulu stamped her feet in anger. That's too much. How could there be such a person? Gu Yunxi also fell silent, her eyes involuntarily looking towards Ji Chuan's former home in the distance, with mixed feelings in her heart. Brother Ji Chuan, let me help you get revenge. I'm not weak. When Gu Yunxi heard that Lin Lulu's special ability was Light Arrow, she felt a little lonely. She had no ability at all and could only watch others help. Ji Chuan shook his head. This is my business. He wanted to take revenge with his own hands and make Su Wanwan's family pay the price for their betrayal. Now that his abilities have greatly increased, it's time to settle things. He waited until late at night, ready to take advantage of his night vision and zombie enhancements, plus the ability to control the surrounding zombies to cooperate, and the timing was perfect for action. However, just as he was about to leave, the door in the yard was unlocked. Chapter 8. As the sky gradually darkened, Kai Kun quietly approached Gu Yunxi's villa, and in his mind he had already begun to imagine the scene of his plan succeeding. He knew that Gu Yunxi had most likely returned home, and that her guard would be at its lowest after a day of hard work, which would be a good opportunity to take action. This guy has awakened the ability to manipulate metal. Not only can he remotely control the knife and fork, but he can also attack and defend at the same time. In his opinion, he is simply invincible. He had a smooth journey, and even if he encountered a zombie, he could just wave his hand and pierce the zombie's head with a fruit knife, which made him even more confident. At this moment, the scene of holding a knife against Gu Yunxi's neck and seeing her humiliated expression appeared in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his steps became more and more hurried. Number 16. Here we are. He muttered to himself, confirming the location of the villa. Seeing the little pink girl in the yard, Kai Kun was delighted. Gu Yunxi was indeed at home. He used his ability to easily unlock the gate, thinking that such a subtle sound would not be noticed by anyone. Then he used the same method to prepare to open the door of the villa, thinking that Gu Yunxi was already trapped. However, he never expected that Ji Chuan's hearing had already detected the abnormality, and he quietly signaled Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu to keep quiet. Lin Lulu got into an attacking stance, while Gu Yunxi nervously hid aside, filled with worry but unable to help. The door lock clicked softly and was slowly pushed open. Kai Kun had a lewd smile on his face, and bloody steel knives and forks were floating all over his body, which was disgusting. But what he saw was not Gu Yunxi, who was alone as expected, but 3 pairs of calm eyes staring at him. Before he could react, a blinding light suddenly hit him, blinding him. Lin Lulu took action. This time the light arrow was no longer as light as a thread, but exploded like a rocket, hitting Kai Kun directly in the chest. With a loud bang, a large charred hole exploded in his chest, and he collapsed to the ground like a torn sack, dying a horrible death. Lin Lulu was stunned. She couldn't believe that her light arrow could be so powerful, and her hands were shaking for a moment. I really killed someone? She whispered to herself, her face blank. Ji Chuan warned, if you don't kill him, he will kill us. He pointed to the blood-stained knife on the ground, and Lin Lulu nodded, gradually accepting the fact in her heart. But she was still confused. What happened to that light arrow just now? I've never fired one so powerful before. Ji Chuan remembered that there was a similar change when he used the fireball, and he had a vague guess in his mind. He dragged Kai Kun's body to the yard and tried to release a small fireball to verify his idea. As a result, the flame devoured the corpse in an instant like a beast, leaving nothing behind but a mysterious purple crystal core. He became more and more certain of his speculation, but before revealing it, he had to swallow the crystal core first, because this was the first time he had seen a purple crystal core. The crystal core entered his mouth. Ji Chuan slowly rose into the air, wrapped in black energy, as if he was woven into an energy cocoon. He felt that his body was recovering rapidly, and even showed signs of transformation, as if he had entered a deep and long dream. In his dream, he stood on top of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless zombie hordes obeying his orders at his feet, and a team of humans with shining superpowers facing him. The power of these humans was as brilliant as the aurora, but they were all filled with murderous intent, vowing to kill him. In reality, Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were also stunned, because in their eyes, Ji Chuan was completely wrapped in black energy, wriggling like a cocoon. Sister, what is this? Gu Yunxi was completely confused, and her voice was trembling. Lin Lulu shook her head. I don't know. How about we drag him in? We can't leave him out in the sun. The two of them decided to work together to drag Ji Chuan into the living room. Although his body was wrapped like black satin, it was still touchable. Gu Yunxi asked breathlessly. Lulu, you guys have been out looking for supplies all day, right? Go upstairs and rest for a while. I'll keep watch. Lin Lulu shook her head. I'm not sleepy. Let me guard it. He saved me twice, so I should protect him once. As she spoke, she recounted her experiences of the day, which Gu Yunxi listened with great interest. The two were like best friends who had met after a long separation, chatting about their experiences in the zombie world and sharing their views on superpowers. I wish I had superpowers too, Gu Yunxi said softly, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Lin Lulu comforted her. You definitely have it. You just may not have discovered it yet. Just like Ji Chuan, who would have thought that zombies could still retain consciousness. In fact, Ji Chuan did not tell them that he was the king of zombies. He only said that he was an exception among the people with superpowers. As the night deepened, the two girls leaned against each other, enjoying the brief tranquility in the dilapidated world. In the early morning, Ji Chuan finally woke up. He quietly stood up and walked to the mirror to see if there was any change in himself. The tall man in the mirror was even more burly than before, with pale, bloodless skin and scarlet eyes, looking both enchanting and cold. Are you Ji Chuan? Gu Yunxi woke up and was shocked to see him. Lin Lulu also sat up, rubbing her eyes, with a sleepwalking expression on her face. I thought I was dreaming. How did you become so handsome? She actually walked up and touched Ji Chuan's arm. Have you practiced? Ji Chuan said reflexively. What are you doing? Suddenly, he found that he could speak fluently and no longer stuttered. Lin Lulu suddenly came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she lowered her head and sat back on the sofa. I thought I was still dreaming. It's unreal that brother Ji Chuan has become so handsome. In Chapter 9, Ji Chuan's appearance has changed significantly. Not only has he gotten rid of the lifeless look of a zombie, he even looks quite heroic. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu found it difficult to adapt to his transformation for a while, as if their neighbor suddenly became the male lead in an idol drama. What's wrong? I'm quiet now that I've become handsome, Ji Chuan said half-jokingly, his tone much more natural than before. He himself admitted that his current state was almost close to that of a human, except that his physique was much stronger than when he was alive. I have to say that Ji Chuan is indeed confident, and this confidence is not groundless. His facial features are more robust, and his eyes are more lively. Gu Yunxi wanted to say that his voice had become more attractive, but before she could open her mouth, she was attracted by Ji Chuan's sudden new action. He seemed to want to verify a guess, so he said, Gu Yunxi, I suspect your ability is related to us. Lin Lulu, go to the yard. Lin Lulu followed the order, and although she was a little confused, she did it anyway and gently sent out a beam of light arrow, using the minimum amount of energy. But this time, she was surprised to see that the light arrow actually penetrated the distant target like a laser. It was incredibly powerful. As she recalled the explosive arrow that killed Kai Kun, she exclaimed, could it be Sister Yunxi's ability that caused this? Gu Yunxi was confused. I have superpowers? My ability is to make arrows thicker. Ji Chuan couldn't help but hold his forehead after hearing this. He walked into the yard and did another experiment to further confirm his idea. He raised his hand and released the flames, using very little energy, but the flames shot up into the sky and the heat waves rolled. I suspect your ability is enhancement, which amplifies the effects of others' abilities. Gu Yunxi covered her mouth in disbelief. It turned out that she was not incompetent, but a supporting genius. Ji Chuan asked her to try to cut off the energy connection between the two of them to test whether she could control the triggering of enhancement. Gu Yunxi closed her eyes and concentrated on disconnecting the ability sharing. The flame in Ji Chuan's hand suddenly shrank to the size of a lighter. Lin Lulu attacked with the light arrow again, but found that the arrow was as weak as an embroidery needle and obviously no longer had any effect. Gu Yunxi opened her eyes, her heartbeat quickening. She could sense that her thoughts could actually control the strength of others' abilities. Ji Chuan continued testing, actively releasing a larger flame, and then instructed Gu Yunxi, try to make it smaller. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and concentrated on reversing the flow of energy. Sure enough, the flames began to slowly weaken. Ji Chuan watched in shock as the flame in his hand was half extinguished. He walked over excitedly and grabbed Gu Yunqi's shoulders with both hands. It's not enhancement, it's regulation. You can control the power of other people's superpowers. Wow. Sister Yunqi, you are so awesome, Lin Lulu said with admiration. Gu Yunqi was so moved that tears streamed down her face. It turns out I'm not a drag. I'm really useful. Ji Chuan pondered the changes brought about by the golden crystal core. If this adjustment ability was used properly, it could almost determine the outcome of a battle. Your ability level is the same as Lin Lulu's. I can sense it. Hearing this, Lin Lulu's eyes lit up. Really? I'm as strong as Sister Yunqi. Although she is good at long-range attacks, compared with Yunqi's adjustment ability, she is indeed not as versatile. You can keep trying. Maybe there are hidden effects, but you just haven't fully grasped them yet. Lin Lulu nodded. Her confidence increased greatly, and her heart was full of anticipation for the future. It's time for revenge. Ji Chuan's voice was low, his face became cold, and his eyes were murderous. He had been waiting for this moment for too long, and now he finally had enough strength to take revenge one by one. I'll go with you, Gu Yunqi said eagerly. I'll go too. My light arrow might be able to play a new role. Lin Lulu was also eager to try. Ji Chuan shook his head, his eyes firm. I must handle this matter myself. Gu Yunqi nodded in understanding, her eyes filled with worry. Then you must be careful. Ji Chuan pushed open the door and walked towards his old villa step by step, with anger surging in his heart. He summoned all the zombies around and surrounded the entire villa, with the flames of hatred burning fiercely. On the other side, Su Wanwan was curled up on the sofa when she suddenly heard a low zombie roar in her ears, and her nerves immediately tensed up. Brother Hao, did you hear that? It seems like there are a lot of zombies screaming outside. While comforting her, Lu Hao frowned as he walked to the window and opened the curtains. Through the gap in the villa's gate, he saw dense swarms of zombies surrounding their house, with almost no space left. We are surrounded, he screamed, and Su Wanwan also ran over to see. The scene in front of her made her face pale with fear. Her parents also rushed over after hearing the noise. They had just gone to bed after keeping vigil last night, but now they didn't dare to slack off at all. What's going on? Why are the zombies surrounding our house and won't leave? They looked around from different angles and found that there were no zombies in any other houses in the villa area. Only their house was crowded with zombies. The door is open. Who opened it? Lu Hao turned around and yelled in horror. At this moment, his hair stood on end and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Mom and Dad, did you touch the remote control? Su Wanwan anxiously searched for the remote control on the coffee table and pressed it desperately, but the door was still open. She had no idea that the door was opened not by accident, but was opened by Ji Chuan using his metal manipulation ability. The zombies swarmed in, like a group of elderly people seeing a bargain, and instantly surrounded the villa. Close the door quickly. Press the remote control quickly. Su Wanwan was about to cry. It wasn't us. We didn't touch it at all. Her parents hurriedly explained, completely confused as to why the door opened automatically. Outside the window, the group of zombies has begun to bang on the window, as if they are about to break through the glass and rush into the house in the next second. Su Wanwan screamed and ran up to the second floor, her whole body in extreme fear. In Chapter 10, before Su Wanwan's parents could figure out what was going on, the door of the villa opened with a click, as if something was approaching step by step. Lu Hao reacted extremely quickly. He grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and rushed forward to chop the zombie. His strength was terrifying. With one stroke of the knife, the zombie was directly split into two pieces. The zombies at the door kept pouring in like a tide. Their number far exceeded imagination, and they could not be killed at all. The Su couple also fought back with spatulas and mops, but unfortunately their special abilities were almost useless, and they were just two burdens with no fighting power. The glass shattered and zombies swarmed in through the window. Soon the three of them were surrounded and in danger. Uncle, please save us. Wanwan is counting on us. Su's parents were panicked. They were still in their pajamas, walking barefoot on the cold floor tiles. Lu Hao smiled crazily, and suddenly an idea came to his mind that might help him escape. You two losers are just a waste of resources by being alive. He growled and pushed the old couple of the Su family down without warning. The two old men screamed and resisted, but they were no match for Lu Hao's extraordinary strength, and they watched helplessly as he carried them towards the door. He actually planned to use them as human shields and force his way out of the zombie horde. You heartless beast. I won't allow you to get close to my daughter again. Su's mother cried and struggled, her face full of despair. But Lu Hao ignored her. What he was thinking about was not women, but how to survive. He even felt that Su Wanwan was no longer interesting to him. At this moment, As if by miracle, the zombies actually made way, as if they were frightened by his aura. He was delighted, thinking that this was God's blessing, giving him a way to survive, and his pace immediately quickened. But when he rushed out of the door, he was greeted by a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Ji Chuan. The man's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Zombies were clustered around him, like the Lord of Hell sitting on a throne made of bones. Ji Chuan. Sue's mother was the first to recognize him. Although he had changed a lot, she would never forget his facial features. The three of them instantly understood the situation in front of them. This was not a rescue, but a devil's den. Chuan, uncle and aunt were forced. Lu Hao wants to use us as a shield. Father Su spoke quickly, trying to find a way out. Chuan, we have always liked you, but Lu Hao forced us. Do you still remember when we? Sue's mother's voice trembled. Shut up. I didn't allow you to talk while standing. Ji Chuan's voice was as cold as ice chips. With a wave of his hand, the three people were pressed to their knees by the gravity power. Their knees hit the ground hard, and the pain on the faces of the Su couple was clearly visible. This kneeling almost crushed half of their lives. Lu Hao's forehead was covered with sweat. Although he had supernatural powers, he couldn't even stand up under such oppression, and his heart was weak. Brother Ji Chuan, it's all that bitch Su Wanwan's fault. She instigated me to betray you. Lu Hao hurriedly shifted the blame, arguing at the top of his lungs. Nonsense. It was you who bewitched our Wanwan. You are the worst. Mother Su was so angry that tears came out of her eyes. You beast. We took you in, and you used us as a shield. Father Su's voice trembled, full of disappointment. Wanwan upstairs was curled up under the bed, listening to the shouting downstairs, her mind blank. She clearly remembered that Ji Chuan should have died outside the wall. How could that guy still be alive? What's even more terrifying is that she can hear the footsteps of zombies, those rotten feet, dry nails, and exposed bones wandering around the house. Zombie with only half of its body left was climbing up the stairs, with a hideous smile on its face and one of its eyeballs dangling from its cheek. When it reached the second floor, its eyes seemed to lock onto her, and then it suddenly crawled towards her, letting out a low growl. No, don't kill me, she cried in fear, her fingers clawing at the floor, trying to nail herself under the bed. But two zombies grabbed her legs, one on the left and one on the right, and pulled her out from under the bed roughly, tearing her clothes. She was dragged all the way downstairs and thrown in front of Ji Chuan, and then the zombies quietly retreated back to the team, as if they had completed their mission. Su Wanwan was stunned. When she saw Ji Chuan's face, she forced a gentle smile, as if she suddenly recalled their old love. Brother Chuan, you are here to save me, right? I'm so scared. I can't stop thinking about you. But before she could finish her words, Ji Chuan kicked her out and her body fell heavily to the ground. Don't touch me, it's dirty. Ji Chuan just threw down these two cold words without any emotion. Su Wanwan burst into tears on the spot. In the past, whenever she cried, Ji Chuan would agree to everything she asked, but this time he had no reaction at all. Brother Chuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to that bastard Lu Hao. Can we go back to the way we were before? As she spoke, she moved her body closer and deliberately twisted her waist, trying to please the man in front of her with her weakness. Lu Hao was also anxious at this time. He knelt down and crawled over to hold Ji Chuan's feet, trying his best to please him. Brother Chuan, I am yours now. I am your dog. As the top star in the nightclub, he is good at pleasing people. At this moment, he just wants to survive and has thrown his dignity aside. Ji Chuan didn't move, just looked at him, with no emotion in his eyes, which made Lu Hao sweat coldly. I know you won't betray me. From now on, you will be mine. When Ji Chuan said this, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. But before he could express his loyalty, his voice stopped abruptly. Ji Chuan's hand had already pierced his neck. The action was so fast that no one around him could react. The next second, Lu Hao fell in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. Su Wanwan screamed in horror, fell to the ground and backed away, her legs trembling and her face ashen. What was even more shocking was that Lu Hao actually stood up again and knelt down to Ji Chuan with an expressionless face. He walked into the zombie group with empty eyes, just like the other monsters, as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 11. Facing Lu Hao lying on the ground and having turned into a zombie, Su Wanwan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave and was completely stunned. Her parents had already knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged Ji Chuan to spare them. Chuan, it's not easy for our family. From the day you and Wanwan got together, we have treated you as our own son. Chuan, we have been together for so many years, please spare our lives. Su Wanwan finally came back to her senses from the shock and realized that if she didn't try to survive, she would die here today. She hurriedly took off her stained coat, trying to show off her figure. Even though it was the end of the world, she still wanted to impress Ji Chuan with her beauty. Brother Chuan, I know I was wrong. I promise to listen to you from now on. I'll do anything you ask me to do, just don't abandon me. Ji Chuan sneered, as if he had already anticipated her expression. You really want to do anything? Seeing the opportunity, Su Wanwan immediately nodded like pounding garlic, and even came over with a shy smile. Ji Chuan showed no mercy. He threw down a dagger and said coldly, Then you get rid of these two first. As soon as the words fell, Su Wanwan's parents' faces turned pale instantly, and cries of begging exploded from all directions. Chuan, think about how good we are to you. I treat you like half a son. Chuan, you can't be so heartless. Wanwan is still young. From now on, we will all recognize you as our son-in-law. Ji Chuan felt only a burst of ridicule in his heart. He had seen through their true faces in the past. Exploitation, calculation, and pickiness. How could they still have the nerve to pretend to be kind now? Are you worthy enough to be my parents? Su Wanwan, if you don't take action now, the three of you will die together. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, picked up the dagger on the ground, and walked towards her parents step by step. Wanwan, are you crazy? You killed your parents with your own hands. Doesn't your conscience hurt? You're not a water-based mutant. Can't you resist a little? The parents begged for mercy, trying to buy a glimmer of hope with their last words, but they were unable to stop their daughter from approaching. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. Supplies are tight right now. You're old, and your abilities are useless. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to leave the resources to me? Before she could finish her words, she suddenly thrust the dagger into her father's chest, once, twice, until he fell to the ground and died. The mother opened her eyes wide in horror. Her hands and feet went limp, and she tried to crawl backwards, but she was no longer able to escape. You're crazy. Are you really going to kill Mom? Screamed heartbreakingly, while her daughter had a distorted expression and no mercy. Don't worry, Mom. I will burn paper for you every year. As the last few knives fell, the screams stopped abruptly, and there was still disbelief and hatred in Su's mother's wide eyes. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Su Wanwan showed a strange smile and walked in front of Ji Chuan. Brother Chuan, no one will oppose us now. We can start over. Ji Chuan looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly, as if he was watching a play that had been rehearsed countless times. He finally directed this revenge with his own hands. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from Lanshan Villa, a man named Song Hui was staring at his mobile phone anxiously. Could something have happened to Ji Chuan? There's been no news for days. As Ji Chuan's childhood friend, Song Hui knew his situation better than anyone else. He usually stockpiled food and drinks, but this time he actually went to pick up Su Wanwan's family. I was really blinded by my emotions. Song Hui has long disliked Su Wanwan. She has been pestering him since Ji Chuan's parents passed away. She appears gentle and considerate on the surface, but secretly flirts with other men and has a chaotic private life. But he couldn't point it out, for fear that Ji Chuan would misunderstand him as trying to sow discord. That the world has changed after the blood moon, he dared not delay any longer and decided to set out to find Ji Chuan. He came to the Superpower base in Jianghua City, hoping to launch a rescue through this newly established official organization. However, the strength of superpowers must be tested to enter the base, and useless superpowers will not be accepted. People are in panic right now, and many people choose to wait and see. No one is willing to take the risk to stand up for others. Li Jingru, the head of the base, stared at Song Hui with an unhappy tone. You asked us to dispatch an entire team just by yourself? Is it worth it? Song Hui replied calmly. If you don't help, I won't join this base. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just stating my terms. No one can force me. Looking at Song Hui's determined eyes, Li Jingru was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Wu Qian, the second team will be responsible for the escort. If the target dies, withdraw immediately. Clear. Wu Qian led the team, and although he followed orders along the way, his face looked very unhappy. However, Cui Zixuan, a female psychic in the team, was particularly excited and kept looking at Song Hui, trying to find some fun. Brother, you seem to have a rather cold demeanor. Do you have a hidden identity? Do you have powerful supernatural powers? Song Hui ignored her, but she continued to talk to herself, even taking out a lollipop and teasing. Do you want to try it? It's very sweet. Sun Tao, the driver, couldn't stand it any longer. Why are you flirting with me again? I risked my life to get that candy from you. You are too clingy. I like the cold type, like Brother Song. Cui Zixuan said while trying to touch Song Hui's face, but he dodged her. TSK, the more you do this, the more interested I am. Song Hui rolled his eyes helplessly, complaining in his heart why this team looked like they had escaped from a mental hospital. When the car arrived at the gate of Lanshan Villa community, the driver's son, Tao, suddenly frowned. Strange, why isn't there a single zombie here? It's too clean. Everyone looked out the window. Indeed, they had crushed many zombies along the way, but it was eerily quiet here. Wait, what's that? Following their sight, they were surprised to find that inside the entire community, hundreds of zombies were standing densely around a villa. Chapter 12. Although Su Wanwan had killed her parents with her own hands, Ji Chuan did not let her go. In his opinion, letting her die would be too easy. He would rather she live and endure the regret and pain. Using his supernatural powers to torture her and then heal her was like replicating the despair he had endured, torturing her over and over again. But just as he was about to take action, a low engine sound came from the distance. It was not the sound of an ordinary vehicle. Ji Chuan frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the sound, as if he felt something unusual approaching. Sister Yunxi, is that an armored vehicle? Lin Lulu stood in front of the window and saw the huge vehicle driving into the community at a glance. The two of them had been observing Ji Chuan's movements, but unfortunately they were blocked by the dense swarm of zombies and could not see the core of the battlefield clearly. Gu Yunxi's expression became more and more solemn, and he had an uneasy premonition in his heart. The only ones who could use armored vehicles were either the military or a doomsday organization. And Ji Chuan, as a zombie who can think and control the tide of corpses, he is undoubtedly a target that needs to be eliminated for them. Lulu, I have to go check on Ji Chuan's situation. Gu Yunxi hesitated for a moment, but decided to leave. Sister, are you crazy? He told us not to move because it's too dangerous outside. Lin Lulu hurriedly grabbed her. But Gu Yunxi still insisted on walking out the door. Lin Lulu sighed, and then secretly followed him, but chose to hide in a high place. At this time, the armored vehicle was getting closer and closer, and the roar of its engine was as deafening as a war drum. There is a fluctuation of water-based supernatural power. An old man in the car suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. In the end times, water-related abilities are almost a guarantee of survival. They can provide drinking water for the base and are one of the most precious resources. Everyone in the team showed excitement. It seemed that this mission was not only to rescue survivors, but also to find a treasure. One among the group of zombies. She was trapped in the center of the zombie tide and looked very miserable, but still recognizable. She was most likely a water-based mutant. But right in front of her, a white-skinned, red-eyed man sitting on a pile of corpses was watching them quietly. The oppressive feeling was like ice water poured into bones, and Wu Qian instantly became alert. This guy is not an ordinary zombie. Water-type mutant, hold on. We are here to save you. Wu Qian shouted, and at the same time summoned an energy gun out of thin air with both hands. He fired continuously at the zombies, and the zombies fell to the ground one after another, causing even greater commotion around them. Su Wanwan was delighted, but dared not show it on her face. She realized her opportunity had come. As long as she could see the strength of the situation, she would know which side to side with. She didn't plan to escape rashly. If the reinforcements were no match for Ji Chuan, she would be torn to pieces even if she escaped. Song Hui was still sitting in the car, stamping his feet anxiously, but he couldn't see the battle situation outside. He could only pray in his heart that Ji Chuan must be alive. Sun Tao leaned against the car with a calm expression. He felt that this operation would not be too difficult. It was just a rescue mission. The water-based mutant is at 1 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, an unknown entity. Wu Qian reported quickly. Cui Zixuan frowned. Unknown entity? Could it be a mutant? It's different from what I've seen before. It feels a little off. Wu Qian's voice dropped noticeably. Before she finished speaking, Cui Zixuan's figure disappeared. She activated her special ability and sneaked closer to the target. The old man, Wang Lao, closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them again. A new superpower is approaching. Very powerful. It seems to be control. What? Sun Tao was stunned when he heard it. How could there be a legendary psychic hiding in this place? If the controller really comes, then this battle is over. Someone said softly. But just when everyone thought they were about to suppress the enemy, Ji Chuan slowly stood up and raised his hand slightly, and all the zombies immediately stopped attacking. Wu Qian was stunned and almost dropped the gun in his hand. Zombies, follow his orders. This is my personal grudge, please don't interfere. Ji Chuan's voice was not loud, but it made everyone feel a strong sense of oppression. Mr. Wang, please confirm, at the 11 o'clock direction, is there a living person? Wu Qian still held on to the last glimmer of hope. There are no signs of life. It's a zombie. Mr. Wang's answer plunged the scene into silence. Su Wanwan stared at Wu Qian quietly, hoping they could take her away from this hell. But she suddenly felt someone touch her. There was no one around her, and she was horrified. The next second, pressure came like a tide, and a figure appeared beside her. Chui Zixuan was forcibly revealed. Zixuan. Wu Qian was shocked. The zombie in front of him could not only command the zombies, but also sense the invisible people. In fact, Ji Chuan didn't see her at all, but he sensed a strange smell nearby with his extraordinary sense of smell. He had already noticed a candy smell emanating from the other person's body, which was an energy supplement commonly used by stealth-type mutants. After hearing the situation, Sun Tao could no longer sit still. He climbed out of the car roof and looked at Ji Chuan with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding. We acted impulsively just now. Don't take it to heart. We'll leave immediately." Su Wanwan almost cried when she heard this. These people didn't even dare to say a harsh word. Weren't they quite arrogant just now? Ji Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. With a wave of his hand, Chui Zixuan broke free from the suppression and stood up, gasping for breath. She cast a look at Sun Tao, who nodded slightly, but the smile on his face suddenly became strange. Lightning flashed, and Sun Tao launched an attack. Several lightning bolts suddenly struck Ji Chuan with such momentum that it seemed to tear the space apart. "Ji Chuan, be careful." Gu Yunxi suddenly appeared, waved his backhand, and controlled the flow of energy. Sun Tao suddenly discovered that his originally blazing lightning gradually weakened in midair and finally disappeared silently. However, he did not expect that this attack would kill Ji Chuan. He just wanted to seize a chance to escape. Chapter 13. Just as Ji Chuan was restrained by Sun Tao's attack, Chui Zixuan quietly pulled Su Wanwan's hand and instantly jumped onto the roof of the armored vehicle. At the same time, Mr. Wang was already standing at the exit with Song Huai, waiting to evacuate. Chui Zixuan quickly touched the others, ready to transfer them all, but before she activated her ability again, a sharp white light suddenly flashed by, and blood suddenly spurted out of Su Wanwan's chest. She gasped and almost fainted. It turned out that she was hit by a light arrow in the abdomen, and before everyone could react, they were forcibly transferred back to the base. The whole process took only a few seconds. When Song Huai reacted and was about to rush forward, he was stopped by Old Wang. He clearly heard someone calling Ji Chuan's name, but he couldn't see Ji Chuan's shadow. When he opened his eyes full of hope, he only saw Su Wanwan, whose face was pale and covered in blood. "Emily, help!" Wu Qian shouted, and a woman in white rushed over and pressed her palms on Su Wanwan's abdomen. A gentle healing energy quickly flowed into her body, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Su Wanwan gradually recovering, everyone felt relieved. Although we lost an armored vehicle this time, it was worth it because we were able to rescue a water-based mutant. "You really don't see anyone else outside? Is there a handsome boy around 1.75 meters tall?" Song Huai pressed on, but Wu Qian shook his head. "It doesn't quite fit the description. He's quite handsome, but he has cold edges and is taller." After hearing this, Song Huai's heart sank instantly. He didn't dare to accept that terrible guess and rushed to Su Wanwan. He grabbed her shoulders tightly, his voice trembling. "Where's Ji Chuan? What did you do to him?" Someone immediately pulled Song Huai away. "Are you crazy? She was just seriously injured. Do you want to kill her?" At this time, Su Wanwan was only wearing underwear. She had taken off her coat to save her life. Her pitiful appearance made the men in the base eager to make a move. "Ji Chuan is still there. I heard someone calling his name." Song Huai roared. "Chui Zixuan, take me back." Chui Zixuan's face was pale. "You want to kill me? I just used up all my energy trying to move the 5 of you. I almost died." She panted and teased. "Are you his wife? If you are gay, remember to tell me in advance. We can be best friends." Sun Tao couldn't help but pull Song Huai away. "Are you crazy?" Zixuan almost lost her life. Another time? Dream on. The people in the base were all confused when they heard about this farce. They only knew that the second team came back in a mess and lost an armored vehicle. You have to know that this is the second team, one of the strongest in combat, 2 offensive-type psychics, 1 exploration type, and 1 teleportation type, yet they still managed to cause such a tragic situation. "What kind of monster did we encounter?" Li Jingru called Wu Qian to his office and asked, "You said you encountered a talking zombie?" "Yes, and the other zombies seemed to follow his orders." Li Jingru's eyes became sharp, and he felt a huge threat just by listening to the description. It can break the invisible rotation, weaken the lightning strike, and even launch mysterious light arrow attacks. "Is that guy aggressive?" Wu Qian thought for a moment and said, "He didn't do anything himself. He just said it was a personal grudge. But whether he was the one who released the light arrow, I'm not sure. This doesn't look like an ordinary mutant. Li Jingru has already classified him as a super dangerous target in his mind. The abilities displayed by that zombie far exceeded the current understanding of those with special abilities. If it got out of control, it would be a disaster. Let me in. Outside the door, Song Hui was being stopped. Let him in. Li Jingru ordered softly, then lit a cigarette. Song Hui stood in front of him anxiously. I heard someone calling Ji Chuan on the battlefield. He must still be there. We must go back and save him. Li Jingru looked at Wu Qian, who shook his head to indicate that he was concentrating on the battle at the time and didn't hear anything. But when Sun Tao released the thunder and lightning, it seemed that a woman did shout, "Be careful." Mr. Wang, is there any other aura at the scene? Elder Wang nodded. I seem to have sensed the existence of the control ability, but the range is too far to confirm it. Li Jingru's expression was complicated. If the controller was there, it would indeed weaken Sun Tao's lightning strike. But the problem was, why would the controller stand on the side of the zombies? It's too dangerous to act rashly now. We can't let more people take risks. Li Jingru exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone calm. If you don't save him now, you won't have another chance later. If Ji Chuan is the control you mentioned, aren't you going to miss out on a top-tier combat force? That's an even bigger problem. Li Jingru looked up at him. If the controller stands on the side of the zombies, then your friend will become the enemy. Wu Qian was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. As expected, if he controlled and assisted the zombie, that would be collaborating with the enemy. Song Hui's face turned pale. How could Ji Chuan be in cahoots with the zombies? That timid guy who is afraid of ghosts in the dark, and who would cry for his mother when he sees a cockroach. How could he possibly help zombies? He didn't believe it. He had to go find him in person. Song Hui suddenly turned around and prepared to rush out the door, but Li Jingru gave an order. Stop him. The two psychics immediately controlled Song Hui. Let me go. I want to find Ji Chuan. He's still waiting for me. Li Jingru remained calm. We have completed the transaction. According to the agreement, you must join the base. I don't agree to this damn deal. He's still alive. He needs me. Didn't you say you were an honest person? Why don't you keep your word? Li Jingru shook his head. Lorna. A cold and beautiful woman walked in. Her purple-black lipstick was intimidating. She walked up to Song Hui, slowly raised her hand, and lightly touched his forehead. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Let me go. Song Hui's voice gradually became lower, and his eyes became dull. The next second, he bowed and said calmly, Dear leader, I am willing to contribute to the base. Thank you for accepting me. Li Jingru flicked the ash from his cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of white mist. Very good, take him down. Luna nodded, turned around, and left the room with the unconscious Song Hui. Chapter 14. Gu Yunxi hurried to Ji Chuan, her face full of worry. Are you okay? Ji Chuan shook his head and said calmly, I'm fine. You controlled that move very well just now. You've improved again. After listening to this, Gu Yunxi lowered her head, her face flushed slightly. She caught a glimpse of two corpses not far away from the corner of her eye and couldn't help but look away. Ji Chuan suddenly asked, Do you think I'm too cruel? Gu Yunxi shook her head firmly. What they did to you has long since crossed the line. This is a matter between you two. I am not qualified to judge. Lin Lulu's voice suddenly came from a distance. Brother Ji Chuan, Sister Yunxi, you two actually whispered behind my back. She jumped down from the top of the slope like a jumping animal. Although the supernatural power she released remotely was not fatal, she felt that she had helped a little. Ji Chuan looked at her and smiled. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, that scumbag Su Wanwan wouldn't have learned a lesson at all. But he still felt a little regretful because the armored vehicle that suddenly rushed and disrupted his plan. Ji Chuan did not act rashly, mainly because he could see that the other party should be official troops. He didn't want to fall out with the authorities for the time being, especially when he discovered 4 purple crystal cores and an unfamiliar red crystal core in the car. He became more cautious. He didn't know what level the red crystal core represented, nor could he guarantee that he could defeat those people. He is not strong enough now. He waved his hand to disperse the group of corpses, leaving only Lu Hao kneeling on the ground, preparing to extract the crystal core from his body. It's going to be a bit bloody later. Do you want to see it? Ji Chuan reminded. Gu Yunxi immediately turned around and didn't look, while Lin Lulu just turned sideways. She was actually used to this kind of scene and was even a little curious. Ji Chuan raised his hand and inserted it into Lu Hao's head, taking out a green crystal core from it. Lin Lulu was surprised and asked, Is this how you become stronger? Well, my physique can absorb crystal cores to increase my strength. Ji Chuan explained calmly. I'm also curious if this would have any effect on humans. As he spoke, he suddenly stuffed the crystal core into Lin Lulu's mouth. His movements were quick and decisive, leaving her no chance to react. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Chuan, you are so bad. Lin Lulu punched him twice in shame and anger while coughing. Ji Chuan smiled but said nothing. Do you feel anything? Lin Lulu shook her head, but she began to feel uneasy. She even worried that she would die miserably because she couldn't digest the food. Sure enough, I'm the only one who can absorb it directly. Ji Chuan spread his hands. Don't worry if you can't pull it out. I have healing abilities. That night, Lin Lulu indeed released explosively in the toilet, and her screams echoed throughout the building. The other survivors were trembling with fear, thinking that some unlucky person was being skinned alive. Ji Chuan looked at the newly acquired crystal core with some hesitation. He could indeed swallow a bloody crystal core, but this one came from the sewer. He stood in front of the sink and washed again and again. It was the 13th time, but he still couldn't eat it. You're asking for trouble. Who told me to do the experiment? He cursed, then gritted his teeth and swallowed the crystal core. Lin Lulu was lying on the sofa, as weak as a puddle of mud. Why didn't you eat earlier? It hurts so much that it's killing me. Gu Yunxi helped her wipe the sweat off her face while looking at her with concern, constantly adjusting the temperature of the towel. Ji Chuan walked gently to Lin Lulu, and while she was not paying attention, he placed his hand above her waist and quietly released healing energy. Lin Lulu's whole body trembled. Her face immediately turned red, and she buried her head under the pillow, not daring to look at Ji Chuan. You two are very tired. Get some rest tonight. I'll keep watch. Gu Yunxi nodded in agreement. As someone who didn't need to sleep, Ji Chuan was indeed more suitable for this task. She gently helped Lin Lulu up the stairs, and the room soon became quiet. Ji Chuan sat on the sofa, thinking about what happened during the day, with a heavy heart. Will those people appreciate it, or will they come back to cause trouble? He didn't dare to gamble. Once humans are afraid, they will always choose destruction. Now that I've been exposed, I can't stay in this community anymore and must move as soon as possible. He ordered a few zombies to guard the door and quietly went to his original home, the villa left by his parents. The interior of the villa had been turned into a mess, with corpses scattered all over the floor and broken furniture. He searched everywhere for just one thing, a cell phone. He knew that Su Wanwan would not throw it away. The thing meant nothing to her, but she might have just stuffed it somewhere. Finally, he found the familiar device deep in a drawer and took it back to Gu Yunxi's house to charge it. The moment the phone lit up, a series of unread messages popped up on the screen. All come from a familiar name, Songhua. Ji Chuan, have you awakened your superpowers? Are you still alive? Don't scare me. Did Su Wanwan and the others do something to you? You must reply to me. Reply as soon as you see it. I'm going to the official psychic base to find someone to rescue you. My psychic abilities should pass the test without any problems. Ji Chuan, wait for me. I will definitely come back. Ji Chuan stared at the screen blankly, feeling mixed emotions. He has been through so much that he almost forgot these days that there are people who are working hard for him and caring about him. When he saw the words superpower base, a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. The appearance of that armored vehicle today, could it be the reinforcements that Songhua contacted? He still remembered that there were several high-level psychics in the car who had not shown up. Was Songhua among them? Songhua, I'm back. He whispered softly, but his eyes were full of worry. He tried to call Songhua, but no one answered. Over and over again, good signal, but no response. Ji Chuan's fingers tightly grasped the phone, and uneasy thoughts arose in his heart. If Songhua really went to the superpower base, he should be safe. But if something unexpected happened on the way, Ji Chuan's eyes gradually became cold. He must know the answer and must find out where Songhua is now. Chapter 15 Private Investigation. Good morning, Brother Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu came down from upstairs yawning and saw Ji Chuan watching videos. Zombie, don't damage your eyes by playing with your phone. How did you manage to avoid being scanned? You're an internet celebrity car owner. Ji Chuan saw it, and the videos were mostly about exchanging information about the apocalypse. Other people's cars were surrounded by swarms of zombies, so Xiaofan's unimpeded travel had always been a hot topic. Unless they could just run over them like the armored vehicle did yesterday, the slightest mistake would result in them being surrounded and left for dead. We have to move to another place today. It's not safe here. Those officials might cause trouble for me. If you two have a better way out, you can separate from me. It's more dangerous to stay with me. Lin Lulu didn't stop what she was doing. She took a glass of water, took a sip, and then looked at Ji Chuan. Where is safer than with you now? You can even drive away the zombies in the apocalypse. With you by my side, what am I afraid of? I'm not leaving. I'm coming with you. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gu Yunxi also let her hair down. Her unadorned face had the natural, gentle beauty of a woman. The scariest thing in the apocalypse isn't zombies, it's people. I think of Brother Nan who backstabbed his companion in the woods, the three thugs in the underground passage, Su Wanwan's family, and the guy in overalls with a middle part controlling the flying knife. Compared to these people, zombies are nothing. If you're not even afraid of zombies, why should you be afraid of humans? Brother Chuan, if you're scared, I can shoot arrows to protect you. After saying that, Lin Lulu made a playful gesture of shooting with both hands towards Ji Chuan. Okay, now that you two have decided, pack up your important things today and prepare to find a new place to live. Don't drive the pink car, it's too conspicuous. Take the SUV. Gu Yunxi had no objection. In the apocalypse, staying alive was the most important thing. Houses and cars didn't matter anymore. After finishing breakfast, the two began to pack their luggage. Luckily, Ji Chuan had brought back 3 suitcases filled with snacks, which could hold quite a lot of things. Just take the important ones. I can go directly to the mall to get the daily necessities. After hearing Ji Chuan's reminder, Gu Yunxi thought about it and decided to bring some more underwear. The clothes bought in the mall might not be as comfortable as the ones she bought herself. Lin Lulu took away most of the food supplies. This was the after effect of being hungry in the rental house for nearly a week. Any ideas on where we should go? Let's go to Xinguang Villa or Ziyu Bay. These 2 buildings have better locations and good accommodations. It's the end of the world, so stay somewhere nice. You can open the door at will. Ji Chuan nodded. He hadn't expected Gu Yunxi to be so knowledgeable about luxury real estate. By the way, what did you do before the apocalypse? Ji Chuan asked curiously. Private equity fund manager. This surprised Ji Chuan. Gu Yunxi acted more like a model or internet celebrity. So professional? Are you studying finance? No, not really. I was originally just an administrator, but when the uncles and aunts saw me, they all wanted to attribute the performance to me. So the boss made me take a professional qualification exam and directly transferred me to another position. The clients who bought private equity were much more professional than me, and they probably just liked chatting with me. Who says good looks can't make a living? Gu Yunxi's beauty has earned her a villa. Brother Ji Chuan, why don't you ask me? Need I ask? You can tell from the noise that you're a college student. It's unbelievable that he shot the tire right away. Lin Lulu glanced angrily toward the car window. The 3 of them seemed like close friends, and the atmosphere was cheerful along the way. You're awake. Su Wanwan opened her eyes and found herself in a ward. A woman in white was staring at her. Where am I? The superpower base. You are saved. Su Wanwan thought of what had happened before and clenched her fists in anger. Ji Chuan was determined to make him pay the price. Wanwan saw this familiar face. She burst into tears softly, as if she had experienced something sad. Thank you, otherwise I would have died there. You're welcome. The psychic base is for rescuing survivors. Do you understand what that zombie you faced that day was? Su Wanwan seemed to recall something horrible. My parents, my boyfriend, and I lived there. We had enough supplies at home, and we lived a peaceful life. That day we heard the growls of zombies around us, and all the zombies around us actually gathered around us. That monster dragged us out of the villa, brutally murdered my boyfriend first, and then killed my parents. You showed up just as they were about to kill me. Thank you. After saying this, Su Wanwan burst into tears again. After listening to Su Wanwan's description, Wu Qian felt a little scared. According to her description, this was simply a murderous monster that would definitely pose a huge threat to human survival. Why did he say that it was a personal grudge? Did you know each other before? Su Wanwan shook her head with tears in her eyes. Who would know that kind of monster? He's just a madman who kills people at will. I want revenge for my parents and boyfriend. Seeing Su Wanwan's excitement, Wu Qian comforted her, then chatted briefly about something else and left. He felt something was wrong. If the zombies killed her parents and boyfriend as Su Wanwan described, there shouldn't be 2 corpses at the scene. Humans killed by zombies would quickly turn into zombies, and he saw 2 corpses in the center of the circle on the roof, which should be Su Wanwan's parents. What about his boyfriend? Didn't he die there? Why didn't his parents turn into zombies? And if it was really like Su Wanwan said, that he was a madman who enjoyed killing, how could he let the zombies retreat and tell her that it was a personal grudge and he didn't want to be disturbed? Su Wanwan was in a very bad condition, and he didn't want Su Wanwan to think that he was doubting her because of his speculation. Wu Qian didn't rush to report to his superiors. There was no doubt that Ji Chuan was a terrifying presence, and fighting him would inevitably result in casualties. The best outcome would be if the other party could truly communicate and avoid fighting. So Wu Qian went to the data center and retrieved Su Wanwan's file through the database system. Su Wanwan, 25 years old, unemployed, her parents are ordinary workers, and she lives on Huanghe Street in Nanling District. Wu Qian frowned as he looked at Su Wanwan's message. How could a working-class family and an unemployed person like her live in Lanshan Villa? Could it be her boyfriend's house? He then pulled up Su Wanwan's bank statements. The person who transferred the most money to her was a man named Ji Chuan. This should be her boyfriend. But why does Su Wanwan have transfer records with so many people? Looking at the names, they are all men. Wu Qian frowned and had a rough guess about Su Wanwan. Wu Qian searched Ji Chuan's file for some unknown reason. Ji Chuan, 24 years old, unemployed, his parents were well-known domestic investors, died in a traffic accident, lived in number 8 Lanshan Villa. Lanshan Villa number 8, the villa surrounded by zombies that day? Wu Qian clicked on Ji Chuan's ID card photo in the system. This is... Although Ji Chuan looked very young in the photo in the system, one could tell from his facial features that he was the monster he faced that day. Chapter 16. Wandering Golden Crystal Core Zombies. Wu Qian had a general guess. Since Ji Chuan was a monster, Su Wanwan pretended not to know him when he asked her just now, and his family lived in Ji Chuan's house. Ji Chuan must have a personal grudge against Su Wanwan, so perhaps he won't attack other people. Wanwan's condition is unstable now. He plans to go to Su Wanwan again tomorrow to ask for some details. Otherwise, if he attacks Ji Chuan based solely on Su Wanwan's description, it is very likely that innocent lives will be lost. Brother Ji Chuan, this large flat is great, and you can even see the sea. Lin Lulu happily ran to the floor-to-ceiling window. Thanks to Ji Chuan, they could choose any unoccupied house. Lin Lulu couldn't even afford to rent such a large flat for a day. You can rest here if you like. Pack up. I'm going out to look for crystal cores. Gu Yunxi nodded. Ji Chuan would not be in any danger in the doomsday. The house in front of him looked dusty and needed a simple cleanup, so he agreed. Ji Chuan, put this on. Gu Yunxi opened the suitcase and took out a pair of sunglasses. She chose a neutral style. You'll look more human with sunglasses on. It'll be safer. Ji Chuan responded, put on his sunglasses, and set off. Even in dim light, he could still see clearly with his night vision. Through that team, Ji Chuan discovered that there were still many humans with powerful superpowers, and he couldn't be careless. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu cleaned the room and moved to a large flat by the sea with a very wide view, which made them feel much better. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door startled Gu Yunxi. Lin Lulu carefully walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Outside the door was a panicked woman who was looking around, fearing that zombies would appear in the corridor. Please give me something to eat. My children at home can't hold on any longer. My husband went out to look for supplies 2 days ago and never came back. I'm at the east end of this floor. I heard the door close and I know you're there. Please. The woman's voice was a little tearful. Lin Lulu turned around and looked at Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi sighed and nodded at Lin Lulu. Lin Lulu opened the door, pulled the woman in, and quickly closed the door, fearing that it would attract the attention of zombies when Ji Chuan was away. I'll get you some. We don't have much supplies left. There won't be a next time. Thank you, girls. Gu Yunxi deliberately took out a suitcase that was almost packed, which contained only some canned food, biscuits, and a few bottles of water. She took 2 cans, a bottle of water, and a bag of biscuits and gave them to the woman. Although the woman was still staring at the other things in the suitcase, she didn't say much. She took the supplies and ran back to her room while there were no zombies in the corridor. Sister Yunxi told me that we shouldn't help. There's no way we can help. She said she had another child, and I softened my heart. I remembered how my mother took care of me when I was a child, and how she suffered a lot for me. Lin Lulu stepped forward and patted Gu Yunxi. It's okay, Sister Yunxi. You are just too kind. The woman anxiously fed the girl on the bed some water, so that the girl's lips were less dry. Mom, I'm not thirsty anymore. You drink it. Mom isn't thirsty either, so I'll leave these for Xiaoxian to drink at night. The woman opened the biscuit again, carefully caught the fallen crumbs, and brought the biscuit to the girl's mouth. Mom, will Dad come back? The woman nodded, but turned away and burst into tears. The cell phone rang, and the woman rushed over to check, hoping it was a reply from her husband, who was looking for supplies. Sister Zhang, be careful. The 705 gang is going door to door and stealing supplies. The woman shuddered when she saw the news from her neighbor. Now she was the only one who could protect Xiaoxian, so she had to do something. More and more people began to go out to look for supplies. While driving, Ji Chuan discovered that there were many moving crystal cores on the road, but most of them were humans. The zombies nowadays were relatively easy to deal with. To encounter zombies with crystal cores now, I could control them to come in front of me and easily extract their crystal cores. But why didn't this zombie obey my command? Ji Chuan stopped the car to check. Not far away, a zombie was carrying a bag and slowly moving forward. Inside its head was a golden crystal core. Ji Chuan tried to feel the connection between himself and the zombie, but the zombie didn't respond to his commands at all. Strange, this is the first time I've encountered this. Could it be that I can't control a zombie at the Golden Crystal Core level? I've certainly never encountered a zombie at that level before. Ji Chuan was about to study the situation further when a figure appeared behind him. Are you crazy? Being so close to a zombie. A man with tattoos on his arms was holding a homemade weapon, a sharp knife tied to a wooden stick, reminding him from behind. But looking at the zombies in front of Ji Chuan, the man understood. The backpack of the zombie in front of him is likely to be filled with a lot of supplies, and food packaging bags can be seen from the gaps in the backpack. The man immediately perked up, took 2 steps forward, raised his weapon, and stabbed it at the zombie's head. But as soon as he got closer, the backpack zombie noticed the man who launched the attack. A stone wall quickly rose in front of the man, and the unprepared man bumped into it painfully. What's going on? This zombie actually has superpowers. Touching the wound on his forehead, the man quickly changed direction and continued to try to attack the zombies. Advancing zombies seemed to be enraged this time, and several rock spikes shot out from the ground. Seeing this, the man quickly used his supernatural powers, and when the rock spikes approached him, they inexplicably bounced back, as if they had hit something hard. Go to hell. Seeing that he was about to attack the zombie, the man swung the weapon in his hand vigorously and threw the sharp end of the knife at the zombie's head with all his strength. The expected killing move did not materialize. Several rock walls actually wrapped up the man and his weapon, like a rock flower blooming in an instant, and then the rock walls continued to squeeze and shrink inward. Oh, the man in the rock wall couldn't believe what he saw. He tried to resist with his special powers, but he was still turned into a pool of meat paste under the violent squeezing. Seeing that the man was dead, the zombies continued to move in the same direction as before, as if they had a destination they had to reach. Ji Chuan frowned. Is this the power of the Golden Crystal Core? Seeing the zombie attack, he was not sure if he could get rid of it, as its attack methods were very violent. Although the zombie ignored his existence, it was indeed not under his control. He was not sure whether the zombie would fight back after his attack. Ji Chuan first picked up the dead man's crystal core, which was a blue crystal core. He swallowed it into his stomach and felt the growth of strength. It was a defensive ability that hardened his body. After preparing himself mentally, Ji Chuan planned to try to attack. With the hardened body, at least he is not afraid of the attacks of rock spikes. He just needs to use his speed advantage to avoid being wrapped and squeezed by the rock wall. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan launched a huge fireball at the zombies. The fireball flew towards the zombie's head, but the flames disappeared after the explosion. The rock wall in front of the zombie collapsed, and the zombie was looking at Ji Chuan angrily. Chapter 17: Obtaining the Golden Crystal Core. Feeling the rock spikes forming beneath his feet, Ji Chuan quickly moved to the side, dodging the zombie's attack. He controlled the man's weapon and swung the knife towards the zombie's head, but as he got close, a rock wall rose up and blocked the knife. This large-scale move was launched so quickly, which further aroused Ji Chuan's desire to obtain this crystal core. It's a pity that the metal that Ji Chuan can control on the current streets is very limited, and the advantages of metal manipulation cannot be brought into play. The ground beneath his feet was shaking slightly. Ji Chuan quickly changed his position. Several rock walls had already risen from the ground behind him. This zombie's attacks are quite ruthless. Ji Chuan moved while thinking about how to defeat the zombie in front of him. He quickly approached the zombie. If his current strongest attack method was to wrap the target with a rock wall, then he would not be able to use this move if he was close to it. Otherwise, he would be wrapped in it as well. However, the zombies seemed to understand Ji Chuan's intention. Several rock walls rose up in front of Ji Chuan. Although he avoided the interception of the first few rock walls, the last rock wall pushed Ji Chuan into the air. Then the rock spikes flew towards Ji Chuan's body. After a few pop sounds, they were hardened by his body and bounced back, shattering on the ground. The zombie roared, as if it was extremely angry at Ji Chuan's difficulty. It tried to distance itself from Ji Chuan so that it could launch its own killing move. But Ji Chuan, who possessed the ability of speed, did not give it this chance. He kept getting closer to the zombie like a plaster, and controlled the sharp knife to attack from behind. The zombie kept resisting the attacks from 2 angles and looked a little embarrassed. Fireballs kept exploding in front of the zombies' eyes, and the sharp knife pierced their necks, but the zombies had no sense of pain, and as long as their heads were fine, they could still move quickly. It changed its attack method. The rock wall no longer simply collided and resisted, but swatted towards Ji Chuan as quickly as a fly swatter, directly breaking the street lights and trees behind him in half. Under the huge impact, all the objects hit by the rock wall shattered in an instant. The flying walls and rocks became more and more numerous. Although Ji Chuan was very fast, He was still injured under the intensive attack. What's going on over there? Du Ling watched the fight from a distance. He couldn't believe that zombies could use such superpowers. This was even more terrifying than the mutants he had encountered before. These varied moves were extremely lethal. But this young man wearing sunglasses was also incredibly powerful. He had exceptional speed, reflexes, and resilience, and could even use fire powers. How did he do that? I'd never heard of anyone mastering multiple powers, and it was impossible for him to achieve the young man's effects based solely on his physical fitness. Du Ling felt that this person was very powerful and should be introduced to the superpower base, so he took out his mobile phone and started filming the battle in front of him. He wanted to negotiate with his captain in advance to let Ji Chuan join his team, and he found that although they were fighting very fiercely, the surrounding zombies were not attracted by Ji Chuan. Could he be the owner of that pink car? And has the ability to avoid zombies? Du Ling became even more excited. The base had been looking for the car owner for a long time. With him, they could find a lot of supplies without getting hurt. Du Ling put down his phone. He had to go help Ji Chuan and not let Ji Chuan die here. The dense rocks all hit Ji Chuan's right arm. Although his body was hardened, it was not at the same level as the golden crystal core. His right arm was exposed with white bones. Fortunately, Ji Chuan did not feel any pain. Ji Chuan rolled to the left and shot out a fireball, then controlled the flying knife to stab at the zombie's head, but it was still blocked by the zombie's earth wall. Ji Chuan smelled the scent of a strange human being and immediately looked in the direction of the smell vigilantly, but the other party just stared at the zombie and pointed 2 fingers upwards in front of him. 2 vines suddenly rose from the zombie's feet, gradually wrapping around the zombie's legs and crawling towards the zombie's body at a speed visible to the naked eye until covering the zombie's face. Seizing the right opportunity, Ji Chuan launched a fireball at the zombie, and the vines covering its body turned into fuel for the raging fire. The zombie fell down with a roar. Thanks. Ji Chuan glanced at the man beside him and brushed off the dust on his body. The wound on his arm was slowly healing, and flesh and blood were gathering on the white bones again. Du Ling stared blankly at the changes in Ji Chuan's body. Hello? Come to the base for psychics. You're strong and will definitely pass. There's no shortage of resources for a strong person like you at the base. The person in front of him was too powerful, with speed and strength far beyond that of ordinary people. From the observation just now, he had several superpowers such as fire, metal manipulation, and self-healing. This made Du Ling unable to understand. The other party's superpowers must be able to be learned and developed, and it was very likely a mythical superpower that had not appeared yet. Ji Chuan didn't answer, but walked forward and picked up the crystal core. The backpack seemed to be intentionally protected by the zombies and was not damaged. Ji Chuan handed the unburned backpack to Du Ling as a thank you gift. Du Ling did not accept it. He hoped that Ji Chuan could join the base and his team. His plant ability and fire ability were very compatible, which could better improve his combat ability. Since Du Ling did not accept it, Ji Chuan turned around and went back to the car, ready to take the backpack back. He wanted to absorb the golden crystal core urgently, but because he had experienced a deep sleep before, he did not dare to absorb it on the spot. Du Ling was very excited when he saw Ji Chuan starting the car and leaving. It turned out to be the owner of the car. No other zombies came forward while driving on the road. He hoped that his sincerity could impress him. Oh, I forgot to tell him my name. I didn't even tell him which team I was in. Will he be able to find me if he really joins? Du Ling was angry at his own carelessness, but he felt that he would meet Ji Chuan again, so next time he must tell him this information in advance. Ji Chuan drove straight to Ziyu Bay and couldn't wait to absorb the crystal core. Whether from the perspective of offense or defense, this rock-type ability was very powerful, much better than his current attack and defense methods. With this ability, he would have the capital to defeat those superpowers with purple crystal cores again. This time, thanks to Gu Yunxi's sunglasses, he looked like a human being and unexpectedly received help from the people in the superpower base. But when I returned to Ziyu Bay and went upstairs, I heard a fierce quarrel. The quarrel actually came from the same floor of the new base. A burly bald man was pounding on the door of the east-facing house with a sledgehammer. Open the door, bitch. If you let us in, there will be no room for negotiation. The woman helplessly searched for a hiding place in the house and finally chose to hide the child in the closet of the guest bedroom and stuffed water and cans into the child's hands. Seeing that the hammer had already broken a hole in the door, the woman calmed herself down and tried to open the door. I'm sorry, I'm not in good health and I'm late opening the door. The woman did not lie. She had not eaten for several days and had a fever due to the high pressure. She did not drink much water and looked visibly haggard. Unlucky thing, take out all the food quickly. The woman tremblingly handed over the half bag of cookies in her hand. This is the only food left in my house. How dare you fool your sixth master? Search him. The bald man slapped the woman, and she saw stars and fell to the ground. Ji Chuan frowned and followed. Gu Yunxi and the others should take some time to clean up, and he didn't want someone to break into the house he had just cleaned up. Chapter 18, Absorbing the First Golden Crystal Core. Lu Yi and his gang knocked down all the zombies in the stairwell and closed the door. They wanted to rob the supplies of the residents on each floor. Zayuan is a new high-end community with a low occupancy rate and few surrounding facilities. It is too risky to go far away to look for supplies. Robbing the residents would be the most efficient option. They are just decoration workers for 705. Holding construction tools already makes them the top fighters in the building. Compared with these highly qualified owners, they are simply a group of evil spirits. For ordinary people, killing someone requires a lot of psychological preparation. But for people like Lu Yi, there is no such burden at all. I really have no food at home, and the door is broken. Please be kind. Shut up. The bald man kicked the woman in the chest. The woman felt that everything in front of her eyes was going dark, but she had to protect Xiaoxian and forced herself not to faint. Master Lu's refrigerator and kitchen are empty. There's no food in the bedroom. Neither does the study. Guest room. Oh, there's a little girl. Xiaoxian. The girl's cries rang out, and the woman looked anxious. Sir, I will cooperate with anything. Just let Xiaoxian go. The bald man's eyes lit up as he looked at the child captured by his men. The little girl is quite pretty, very young. Take her away. After saying that, he licked his lips obscenely. No, Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian. Just when the bald man was about to kill the sickly woman with a hammer, he found that the hammer could not fall, as if it was stuck in midair. The same thing happened to the hacksaws, wrenches, and electric drills in the hands of his men. They were all fixed in the air. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hold on to these tools. They actually flew up by themselves. What's going on? Just as the bald man was looking curiously at the tool hovering in the air in front of him, the tool had already quickly attacked them. The hammer smashed the bald man's head directly, and before he could scream, his whole body fell down. The others were about to run when the tools behind them pierced their bodies and cut their limbs. The whole room was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. Under the woman's shocked gaze, Ji Chuan walked in and simply treated the woman, allowing her to recover. Thank you. The woman's pupils suddenly shrank when she saw the burnt backpack in Ji Chuan's hand. The pendant on the backpack was a cartoon doll that Xiaoxian liked very much. Xiaoxian hung it there before her husband went out. Where did you get this backpack? Have you seen the owner of the backpack? Looking at the woman's anxious expression, Ji Chuan understood. It turned out that the zombie's final obsession was to see his wife and daughter. He's dead. Let me give you this package of supplies. Ji Chuan made up a lie as a thank you for killing the woman's zombie-like husband and providing him with the golden crystal core. The woman burst into tears, her only remaining hope shattered. Ji Chuan just hoped that the woman would not be so miserable, and they did not need this bag of supplies. This house is dirty. I can help you find another one. The rest is up to you. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room. The woman didn't dare to delay. She took the hand of her frightened daughter and hurriedly followed Ji Chuan out. Ji Chuan casually opened a door for the woman, then put his backpack inside. He ignored the woman's thanks behind him and went straight back to his room. Seeing that it was Ji Chuan who opened the door, Lin Lulu breathed a sigh of relief and put down her hand that was ready to shoot the light arrow at any time. Ji Chuan, are you okay? Your clothes. Gu Yunxi saw that Ji Chuan's clothes were very dirty. One sleeve was full of holes, and there seemed to be a wound on his arm, but it had almost healed. It's okay. Next, I will absorb a golden crystal core. I'm not sure if I will fall into a deep sleep. Please take a look at me. Gu Yunxi nodded, but Lin Lulu reminded her. Just take it on the bed in the master bedroom. You're quite heavy, and it's hard for us to drag you. Ji Chuan's body is now full of tendon muscles. He looks thin, but is actually very heavy. It took two people a lot of effort to drag him into the living room last time. Ji Chuan went to the bedroom and took the golden crystal core. The black energy enveloped him again. His body became burning hot, and crystal core-shaped lines appeared on his skin, emitting a blue luster in the black energy, like a koi with blue glowing scales. The energy of the golden crystal core was constantly merging into Ji Chuan's body. If the previous crystal core was like injecting a cup of water into Ji Chuan's body, this crystal core was like a waterfall pouring energy down, flowing into every corner of Ji Chuan's body. Ji Chuan's body began to twitch. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu anxiously watched Ji Chuan's condition. In the past, the absorption process was always calm, so what was going on this time? Ji Chuan looked in pain. Gu Yunxi wanted to go forward to check on Ji Chuan's condition, but as soon as he approached, he felt his energy being absorbed by the black energy around Ji Chuan. At this time, Ji Chuan was like an energy black hole. Sister Yunxi, are you okay? Lin Lulu saw that Gu Yunxi was not in good condition and quickly pulled her over. Gu Yunxi panted and shook her head. I'm fine, but Ji Chuan. Seeing Ji Chuan's painful expression on the bed, Gu Yunxi became very anxious. Ji Chuan had a nightmare. He dreamed of an all-out war with humanity. Su Wanwan looked at him with disdain. Countless human beings with special abilities were attacking him, including Song Huai. Huai! Ji Chuan shouted loudly, but Song Huai's eyes were dull, as if he hadn't heard him at all. The zombies were defeated under the attack of powerful human psychics. Ji Chuan actually didn't want to hurt these humans, let alone Song Huai on the opposite side. It was just that no matter how he communicated, the other party seemed unable to hear him. The humans' eyes were filled with hatred, and Su Wanwan looked even more smug. Ji Chuan watched as the psychic was about to kill him. Gu Yunxi stepped in front of him and was pierced through by the sharp blade. Lin Lulu tiredly fired light arrows, but the flying weapons severed both her arms. The two men fell down like kites with broken strings. Song Huai stood in front of him coldly. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into his chest, but he was also beheaded by the human behind him. No, don't. Ji Chuan woke up shouting, his chest heaving violently. In front of him was the bedroom again. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were looking at him with surprise, as well as the woman and her daughter he had saved. Ji Chuan, you finally woke up. Gu Yunxi hurried forward to check on Ji Chuan's condition. Everything was normal, and he looked even more handsome. Gu Yunxi had become accustomed to his every change. However, Ji Chuan felt as if some power was about to burst out, and he had a premonition that this power would be unlocked the next time he absorbed the golden crystal core. Brother Chuan, thanks to Sister Zhang Yun, you were in such a bad state before, you scared us to death. Zhang Yun smiled embarrassedly. I didn't expect that my special ability could still be useful. She wanted to thank Ji Chuan further and return half of the supplies, but after opening the door, she found Ji Chuan lying on the bed with a painful look on his face. His special ability is Calm, which can calm the other person. It can only be used when Xiaoxian is scared. Unexpectedly, after using it this time, Ji Chuan on the bed seemed to be in much better condition. Big brother, thank you. Thank you for saving me and my mom. Xiaoxian was scared at the time, but later she felt sorry when she thought about how she had never expressed her gratitude. Xiaoxian timidly placed a small cartoon pendant in Ji Chuan's hand. Brother, this is my good friend Bang Bang. It will protect you. Ji Chuan touched Xiaoxian's head and nodded, confiscated Zhang Yun's supplies, and sent them back. Chapter 19 Heading to the new base. Empty inside when he recalled his previous dream, and a huge sadness swept over him. He originally thought that he was already a monster and would not be sad, but the dream just now still made him feel desperate. After asking Gu Yunxi, it turned out that a day and a night had passed, but Ji Chuan's changes were more obvious this time. He can even sense the living beings and the location of zombies in an area the size of a small community through his mind, and can directly control the zombies in the entire area. Now it became very convenient and quick to find the crystal cores in the area. After absorbing some more crystal cores, he planned to go to the base of the Superpowers to take a look. He thought Song Huai was there and was in danger. Song Huai was in a very bad state in the dream. He wanted to find out what had happened, but there was still no reply from Song Huai on his phone. Ji Chuan came to the first floor and controlled the zombies with crystal cores to move towards him. Now the number of zombies with crystal cores has increased significantly, and more people with special abilities have died at the mouths of zombies. All the crystal cores in this area were swallowed by Ji Chuan. Through the performance of his own dormancy after swallowing the crystal cores, Ji Chuan knew that he needed teammates. Every time he absorbed high-level crystal cores and went into dormancy, he would be the most vulnerable. And he also needs a safe base so that he can make the best use of resources and help his teammates survive. While waiting to devour the crystal core, Ji Chuan thought of several target strongholds, including high-end hotels, boarding schools, hospitals, and prisons. In addition to accommodation conditions, these places have relatively complete supporting facilities and can be quickly built into ideal fortresses. So Ji Chuan discussed it with a few people, and he also called Zhang Yun and her daughter. I want to build an ideal stronghold. Are you willing to go? This kind of residential area is still quite dangerous, and the resources are not easy to collect. Zhang Yun agreed without thinking. She had seen how powerful Ji Chuan was, and she felt safe with Ji Chuan protecting her. Besides, neither of their mother and daughter's special abilities were combat-oriented, and they would face death if they used up the bag of supplies. I do. If we stay here, we will die sooner or later. Our abilities won't allow us to join the base of superpowers. Living in your base is the best option for us. Ji Chuan took off his glasses and said, "Are you willing to do this? I'm actually a zombie." The scarlet pupils undoubtedly exposed Ji Chuan's identity as not being human. In fact, Zhang Yun noticed Ji Chuan's appearance when he woke up. His eyes and skin color were actually not like those of humans. Xiao Xian is not afraid of Big Brother. Big Brother is a good person. Zhang Yun touched Xiao Xian's head, looked at Ji Chuan, and nodded. "You saved my life. I am willing." So Ji Chuan shared his ideas about several potential bases with a few people. Gu Yunxi suggested a high-end hotel, which had more supporting facilities and better accommodation than the other options. Lin Lulu naturally preferred the hotel, as staying in a hospital or prison was simply a torture. Zhang Yun suddenly thought of something. My neighbor's brother works as a manager at the Ariga Hotel. Maybe I can ask her about the hotel situation. The neighbor Zhang Yun mentioned was Su Qi, who was usually very kind and helped take care of Xiao Xian when she was busy. It was she who reminded her this time that the 705 construction workers were looting every house. "Xiaoqi, is your brother at the Ariga Hotel? How's the situation there?" "Sister Zhang, I'm so glad you're okay. There are a lot of zombies over there, and my brother is trapped. The situation is not optimistic. Are the facilities complete? How would it be used as a base?" "The facilities are quite complete, but there are zombies roaming around there now. If there weren't any zombies, it would be a good base. The walls are high, the facilities are complete, and it has an independent water purification system and power generation system. But no one will clean out the zombies there. Would you like to come with us? We've met a great guy who can do it." "Really?" "I do. Save my brother. Come downstairs. There are no zombies in the building anymore." Su Qi was a little dazed when she saw the message sent by Zhang Yun. How could there be no zombies? "Xiaoqi, look downstairs." Su Qi walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked downstairs. Zhang Yun and Xiao Xian were waving at her downstairs, with 3 strangers beside them. There were zombies not far away, but they showed no signs of aggression towards them. Su Qi covered her mouth, unable to believe what she saw. The zombies seemed to have received some instructions and stood still. The others were putting the luggage on the SUV. "Okay, Sister Zhang, I'll be down right away." Su Qi thought of the owner of the pink car on the internet who drove without any zombies approaching. Maybe among those 3 people, there is someone who has the ability to not attract zombies. Maybe she can really go to the Awakens hotel smoothly and rescue her brother. He simply packed up the few remaining supplies and then quickly went downstairs. Just as Zhang Yun said, the corridors of the entire building seemed empty, and there was not a single zombie in sight. "Sister Zhang." Su Qi hugged Zhang Yun excitedly. She hadn't seen a familiar face face-to-face for a long time. Zhang Yun briefly introduced Ji Chuan and his group, and then they headed towards the Ariga Hotel. "Brother, we're going to rescue you right now. Which room are you in?" "Chi-Chi, don't come, it's too dangerous. The whole hotel is full of zombies." "Brother, hold on. I met someone with great superpowers who can save you." Seeing the message from Su Qi, Su Shan felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He leaned against the door of the guest room. He had not eaten for several days and had only relied on a few bottles of water and instant coffee in the guest room to survive until now. He couldn't believe that he still seemed to have a chance of survival. Thinking of his sister's face, Su Shan bit his lip and replied on the phone. "Okay, I'll wait for you. I'm at 1702. Seeing her brother's reply, Su Qi took a deep breath, hoping that today's luck could continue. There were no zombies blocking their way along the way, and Su Qi believed in Ji Chuan's strength. "Su Qi, what special abilities do you have?" Lin Lulu broke the awkward atmosphere in the car. "Cleaning. Objects can be cleaned without using water." Su Qi said this without any confidence. Her special ability was totally useless. But Lin Lulu grabbed her hand, her eyes shining. "Great. You're amazing. I don't like doing laundry, and cleaning the room takes a lot of time. Water resources are becoming scarce these days. Your skills are so practical." Su Qi was a little happy to hear Lin Lulu say that. It was good that she didn't enjoy their protection in vain. "By the way, Suki, does the cleaning include people? I haven't tried it, but you can give it a try." Su Qi tried to use her special ability on Lin Lulu, and a cool feeling swept over Lin Lulu's body. Lin Lulu found that not only did she feel refreshed, but her unwashed hair became smooth instantly. "Sister Yinchi, try it too. You won't have to wash your hair anymore. Little Chi-Chi is so amazing, ha ha ha." Next, several people took turns experiencing an instant shower in the car. Ji Chuan also felt that it would be great to have such a member in the base. Chapter 20 Rescue Su Shun. Seeing that Su Wanwan was in good condition and chatting and laughing with others, Wu Qian decided to find out the question he wanted to know. "Su Wanwan, let's talk some more." "Captain Wu, this is not very kind of you. Sister Wanwan just promised to have lunch with me. The man next to him was a little angry. He had finally made Su Wanwan happy and had some time alone with her, but Wu Qian was here to steal the show. Cui Zhan, stop making trouble. This is official business. Looking at Wu Qian's expression, Cui Zhan put away his smile. Then Wanwan, let's have dinner together tonight. Su Wanwan smiled and nodded at Cui Zhan. She looked at Wu Qian curiously and asked, Captain Wu, what's the matter? Do you know Ji Chuan? Su Wanwan was a little nervous, but she calmed herself down. She had created a miserable character in which her whole family was killed by a monster, and she had never mentioned to the organization that the monster was Ji Chuan. If the organization knew that Ji Chuan just hated her, would they still help to fight him? I don't know him. Oh, I don't know why you accepted Ji Chuan's 2-year transfer, and the transfer amount covered all your daily expenses. Wu Qian felt even more that there was something going on. This Su Wanwan was not telling the truth at all. Su Wanwan just shook her head with tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Wu Qian frowned. Is that monster you're facing Ji Chuan? Did he really kill your parents? Wanwan's heart was beating very fast when facing Wu Qian's questioning, but she didn't know how to explain it at all. She was very panicked, but she used tears to excuse herself. Captain Wu, things are not what you think. Let's go out and talk tonight. I need to calm down. My parents' death has still dealt a heavy blow to me. Felt a little guilty as he looked at Su Wanwan, whose face was covered in tears. He wondered if his interrogation was too harsh. She was just a girl who had just lost her parents and was not a criminal. Although he was hesitant and doubtful, he nodded. Looking at Wu Qian's back, Su Wanwan's expression was no longer as weak as before, but instead had a hint of resentment. Why does he know about Ji Chuan and can even see the transfer records? Can I export my own files and bank statements here? Su Wanwan sighed, realizing that this was an official base and it should be easy to retrieve archival information. She had to use the limited time to think of a response. She would not allow the officials and Ji Chuan to coexist peacefully. She had to portray Ji Chuan as an evil person and have them eliminate him as soon as possible. She had to preserve her own weak and pitiful image, otherwise she would have no place to stay in this doomsday. Su Wanwan thought of a way to solve the current dilemma. You all praise Sister Qi, but not Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian's abilities are also very powerful. The atmosphere in the car was relaxed, all of them feeling refreshed by Su Qi's cleaning ability. Hearing Xiaoxian's words, Gu Yunqi looked at her with a smile on his face. Oh? What's Xiaoxian's ability? Xiaoxian was very serious. She closed her eyes and placed her hands in front of her chest. A ball of light appeared in her hands, and a figure slowly emerged in the center of the ball of light. A flash of light appeared, and a cute cartoon doll appeared. Sister Yunqi, this is for you. Wow, so cute. Xiaoxian, you're so amazing. You even have the ability to create dolls. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi were pleasantly surprised, but Zhang Yun felt a little embarrassed. Both she and her daughter's special abilities were somewhat useless, and they would be protected in vain in the new base. She knew that she had to work harder to make up for this debt. But Ji Chuan was a little surprised. Xiaoxian's abilities must be more than that, because he could see that Xiaoxian's crystal core was purple. It might be that the child was too young and had not developed her abilities well. The group arrived at the entrance to the Aeligia Hotel. Various zombies roamed the courtyard and the entrance. Ji Chuan kept the ones with crystal cores and directed the rest of the zombies out of the gate, where they stood guard as the hotel's security forces. Su Qi still couldn't believe her eyes. She thought Ji Chuan was just trying not to attract the zombies' attention, but the zombies in front of her were like a well-trained army, lining up to walk out of the building and heading straight to the surroundings of the hotel. What kind of supernatural power is this? Is it as if Ji Chuan is the master of these zombies? Seeing the empty courtyard, Su Qi was very excited. This way, her brother would be saved. My brother is at 1702. He has the authority to activate the hotel's facilities and security systems. Let's go find him now. Ji Chuan nodded and asked them to go up first while he checked the safety downstairs. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi knew that Ji Chuan was going to absorb the crystal core, and they didn't want others to see the bloody scene, so they pulled Xiaoxian and the others upstairs. Brother, it's me. Open the door. It's safe. When Su Shun heard the sound outside the door, he felt a sense of joy as if he had survived a disaster. He quickly opened the door and found that his sister, whom he had been worried about day and night, was actually standing in front of him. Su Shun hugged Su Qi and cried, Brother, it's okay. There are no zombies in the building. Lin Lulu handed over food and water, and Su Shun wolfed them down. He was starving, and if Su Qi hadn't told him they were on their way to save him, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay conscious and hold on. There should be other survivors in the hotel. Let's go and save them. Su Shun came to his senses and realized that the others were probably in a very dangerous condition. Ji Chuan slowly walked out of the elevator. I know where all the survivors are. After all the zombies were cleared out, Ji Chuan had already sensed the location of the remaining life forms in the area, so he led everyone to gather the survivors in the hall. The survivors in the hall all looked at each other in a state of apocalyptic terror, only daring to speak once they saw that everyone around them was indeed human. After sensing the absence of other life forms, 35 people gathered in the hall. Most had been killed while searching for supplies after running out of food in their rooms. Since it wasn't tourist season, the expensive Ariga Hotel was also low in occupancy. Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. There are no zombies in the hotel now. I have special abilities that can keep them away temporarily. Ji Chuan's deep voice was very intimidating. Even if Ji Chuan did not show his abilities, people knew that he was a strong man. I plan to use this hotel as my base for survival. The hotel has complete facilities, and I will go out regularly to look for supplies. I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety. But correspondingly, I hope that everyone can tell the truth about their special abilities and refrain from betraying the base. Those who accept can stay, and those who don't can ensure your safe departure from the hotel. After hearing Ji Chuan stop talking, someone spoke up. Really? Can you really guarantee that I can leave safely? Yes, we can ensure that everyone can leave safely, but we cannot guarantee that everyone can still enter safely. Ji Chuan clapped his hands and pointed at the hotel gate. The gate was surrounded by zombies just now, but now the zombies retreated to both sides, making way for a wide road. Chapter 21, Becoming a Stronghold Leader. Seeing the zombies' reaction, a man rushed over without looking back. This hotel was like a nightmare that had tortured him for so many days. He didn't want to stay there for a moment longer. After seeing that the zombies really didn't attack the first person who went out, the others also set out one after another. Some were not sure what the outside world looked like. Some did not want to stay in the place where they had been trapped for so long, and some were worried about their relatives and friends outside. Strange behavior and wearing sunglasses, so they followed the main group out. Only 11 people remained out of the 35. Have you thought it through? It won't be that easy to get out again. After hearing Ji Chuan's words, the 11 people in the hall nodded. Some of them were aware of the situation outside, and their abilities were weak and they could not guarantee their survival if they went out. There were also some who were originally employees of the hotel, and when they saw Su Shun staying, they also wanted to stay. Su Shun was usually nice to his employees. Ji Chuan took off his sunglasses, revealing his scarlet eyes. Only then did everyone realize that Ji Chuan did not seem like a human. I will not hurt you, and I will do my best to protect you. I hope we can trust each other, and I will not show mercy if betrayal occurs. Some of them were frightened by Ji Chuan's appearance and asked hurriedly, "Can we still leave now?" "Yes, but I will temporarily clear your memory of this period to prevent the base from being put in danger." Clearing memory is one of the superpowers that Ji Chuan absorbed the crystal cores twice. After absorbing the crystal cores of zombies in 2 areas, Ji Chuan's superpower types have been significantly improved. Swallowing the same type of crystal cores will strengthen the corresponding superpowers. Ji Chuan reached out to the man's head and activated a memory eraser, which could make people forget the memory of Ji Chuan taking off his sunglasses. Then the man ran out according to his instinct, and Ji Chuan did nothing to stop him. Gradually, only 6 people were left. Seeing that no one wanted to leave, Ji Chuan nodded to everyone. He checked his current abilities. Green Crystal Core, Speed Boost, Intermediate, Strength Doubled, Intermediate, Strong Light, Gravity, Intermediate, Healing, Intermediate, Wind Blade, Poison Mist, Fragrance, Memory Clear. Blue Crystal Core, Regeneration, Advanced, Range Night Vision, Body Hardening, Intermediate, Metal Generation, Malice Perception. Purple Crystal Core, Metal Control, Firepower. Golden Crystal Core, Mystery of Rock. Ji Chuan was a little puzzled. The fireball should have been in the blue crystal core, but the blue crystal core did not have a fireball as its ability. Instead, the related ability had the fire power of a purple crystal core. Could it be because he had absorbed several fire crystal cores in recent times? He didn't think about it too much and planned to look at it later. Yunxi, you register the newcomer's abilities. Su Shun, you get to know this place and arrange everyone's accommodation and division of labor. I'll go out and look for supplies. Brother Chuan, let's go out together to find supplies. Lin Lulu said to Ji Chuan. You have an offensive ability, so stay and protect everyone. Lin Lulu pouted when she heard Ji Chuan's arrangement. Chief, I'll go with you. My special ability is a sack, which allows me to store items in my mouth. But it's very clean, like there's some extra space in my mouth, so it won't get stained with saliva. A chubby girl said that it was because of this special ability that she found a closed room in the restaurant and survived after the blood moon. Ji-chuan nodded. This was considered a basic spatial ability. He really wanted to find the crystal core of the spatial ability, but he hadn't found it yet. What's your name, and why did you decide to stay? Ji-chuan chatted casually with the fat girl in the car. My name is Yu. I'm timid and don't dare to live outside on my own. My special abilities are useless. Even if I go out, I don't know who to look for. I also have a big appetite, and the food at home is not enough for me for a few days. Ji-chuan understood that although this girl was timid, she was still relatively rational. She knew how to survive and seized the opportunity to show her value. In fact, another reason why Juju stayed was that she thought Ji-chuan was so handsome. She liked watching idol dramas very much. When Ji-chuan took off his sunglasses, Juju thought Ji-chuan looked like a handsome vampire. In the past, it was easy for Ji-chuan to manage supplies for 2 people, but now there are 12 people in the base who need to eat, and the amount of supplies to be found will be relatively large. It will be troublesome to rely on only an off-road vehicle. Having a space-based psychic can save a lot of time, so that he can have more energy to absorb crystal cores. Whenever they passed a supermarket or convenience store, Ji-chuan would get out of the car to check. He saw many survivors looting the place, and many convenience stores showed signs of having been ransacked. Finding a convenience store with an intact door, Ji-chuan and Juju got out and easily opened it using the metal handle. Juju was not too surprised by the zombies that automatically dodged away. She had seen them in the hotel. Her eyes lit up in the convenience store. She was very surprised by the large number of supplies. Juju was like a hamster, putting the entire container of supplies into her mouth. The magical thing was that her cheeks didn't bulge much, as if the supplies disappeared into thin air after entering her mouth. Ji-chuan packed the useful things into the suitcase, much slower than Juju. How much can you pack into this superpower? I haven't tested it to its limits, but I feel like the supplies in this small convenience store are enough to do it. Hearing Juju's words, Ji-chuan stopped what he was doing and instead lifted up another shelf. With the blessing of his power, he poured the items on the shelf directly into Juju's mouth. As the items approached Juju's mouth, she activated her power to collect them. I feel like the right side is full, so I'm storing it on the left side. Looking at the number of empty shelves, Ji-chuan roughly estimated that Juju's storage space was about 20 cubic meters. The primary space ability was still too small, but it was still very useful for collecting supplies. This was the fastest and most supplies Ji-chuan had collected. Will supplies deteriorate in space? I think so. It's the same as in normal storage. I collected a lot of food in the kitchen before, but some of the bread I took out in the last few days had already gone bad. Ji-chuan understood that the primary space was too limited. Fortunately, the hotel had many freezers and complete facilities, so the collected supplies could be used for a long time. Su-shun briefly introduced the situation and layout of the hotel to everyone, and then made suggestions on division of labor, showing a very high-level management awareness. Chi-Chi, you have cleaning abilities, so clean out the presidential suite on the top floor first. That's where the leader will live. Next, clean the executive suite downstairs. We can stay there first. Cleaning the entire building is a lot of work, so don't tire yourself out. Brother Zhao, it's a good thing you stayed. The food you cook tastes especially good. You can be responsible for everyone's meals. Combined with your special ability, the food also has a restorative effect, which is a perfect match. Sister Zhang, can you help Brother Zhao prepare the food? Zhang Yun was very satisfied with Su Shin's arrangement. She was afraid that her special ability would not be able to help everyone. No problem, I like cooking too. The other 3 boys were assigned to the monitoring room to take turns monitoring the hotel security. The 2 girls followed Su Shun to understand the distribution of each area, enter fingerprint passwords, and serve as the base's clerks. By the way, Su Shin, what is your special ability? After Gu Yunxi finished recording the new members' abilities, he finally asked Su Shun. Su Shin leaned close to Gu Yunxi's ear and whispered an introduction, and Gu Yunxi opened her eyes wide. Chapter 22, Cruel Su Wanwan. Some people think this is poisonous. Just tell everyone in advance that Wu Qian is not dead. I wonder if that will make everyone feel better. Wu Qian looked at the time and walked out of the base. Su Wanwan asked him to meet in the woods outside the base. Although it was a bit strange, I just thought that Su Wanwan had some unspeakable secrets and didn't want others to know. It was understandable that the little girl was sensitive about her reputation. So they arrived at the woods according to the time. At this time, Su Wanwan had not arrived yet, so Wu Qianyuan lit a cigarette. Captain Wu. It was Su Wanwan's voice. Wu Qian threw down the cigarette in his hand and stepped on it. Wu Qian was about to ask Su Wanwan, I wonder what Captain Wu wants me to come here for. Wu Qian felt a little strange, but he just thought that Su Wanwan asked him to repeat the question she wanted to ask. Why do you say you don't know Ji Chuan? Captain Wu, please respect yourself. Su Wanwan's voice was trembling a little, and she turned on the recording function on her phone. Wu Qian felt a little confused. What did you say? Captain Wu, please respect yourself. I have no interest in you. No, let me go. Su Wanwan raised her voice, as if she was suffering from a great injustice. Su Wanwan raised her hand. A sinister light flashed in her eyes. She controlled the water to enter Wu Qian's nasal cavity and trachea. A feeling of suffocation came over him, and Wu Qian realized something was wrong. You do. But Wu Qian could no longer make a sound. He reacted quickly and immediately grabbed Su Wanwan's hand to prevent her from continuing to use her supernatural powers. With his other hand, he summoned a knife. Captain Wu, what are you doing? No. Su Wanwan started screaming. Wanwan. Cui Zhan saw Wu Qian rushing out from behind, as if he was going to attack Su Wanwan. When I met Su Wanwan in the afternoon, I reminded her to have dinner together in the evening. But Su Wanwan looked embarrassed and said that Captain Wu asked her to meet outside the base, and she didn't know what to do. Thinking that he was disturbed by Wu Qian at noon, and now he was disturbed at night too, Cui Zhan felt a little angry and strange. From the first day Su Wanwan came to the base, Cui Zhan felt that she was fragile and pretty, which aroused his desire to protect her. What's more, Su Wanwan had a good figure, and there were not many pretty girls in the base. So in the evening, he decided to follow Su Wanwan to see what Wu Qian was going to do. We can't let others get there first. Wu Qian is also an old bachelor, but he is quite manly, and he is the captain of the second team. Su Wanwan must not be snatched away by him. Wanwan's screams could be heard from afar. What is Wu Qian going to do? Cui Zhan couldn't believe his eyes. Wu Qian not only grabbed Su Wanwan, but also held a knife in his other hand. Looking at Su Wanwan's terrified expression, Wu Qian, the son of a bitch, actually resorted to force. Cui Zhan rushed forward without saying a word, and a knife went straight through Wu Qian's waist. Wu Qian opened his eyes wide, unable to believe that Cui Zhan would actually attack him, but he couldn't say a word. The blood and Su Wanwan's water control directly blocked his entire mouth. Wu Qian opened his eyes wide and slowly lost consciousness. Su Wanwan's eyes flashed with cunning, but she threw herself into Cui Zhan's arms like a frightened bird. Brother Cui Zhan, it's a good thing you're here. Captain Wu, I didn't expect Captain Wu to do such a thing. 2 lines of tears flowed down Su Wanwan's cheeks, making Cui Zhan feel very distressed. It's okay, Wanwan is not afraid. Seeing that Wu Qian was dead, Su Wanwan withdrew her supernatural power, and blood slowly flowed out of Wu Qian's mouth, as if he had just died under Cui Zhan's knife. Su Wanwan smiled behind Cui Zhan. Wanwan had inquired about it from the side in the afternoon, and Wu Qian did not mention the content of his investigation to others. I'm sorry, Wu Qian, why do you have to make things difficult for me? In the evening, the news of Wu Qian's death spread throughout the base. Under the review of the investigation team, Su Wanwan played the recording to the members of the investigation team, and Su Wanwan's performance was very real. She also said that Wu Qian had been talking to her alone since the day he rescued her, and showed signs of pursuing her. Wu Qian met Su Wanwan alone. He was indeed noticed by some people, but since it was a private conversation, no one knew what was said. Moreover, he was caught by Cui Zhan when he was about to do something indecent. With Cui Zhan's testimony, everything seemed clear. Impossible. The captain would never do such a thing. Sun Tao shouted loudly from the side, staring at Su Wanwan with burning eyes. You two bastards. You must be the ones who killed the captain. Sun Tao's fingertips turned white, as if he was about to unleash his lightning ability. Sun Tao? Stop messing around. Speak with evidence. The leader of the investigation team threatened, and Sun Tao stopped and stared at Su Wanwan unwillingly. He would not believe that Wu Qian liked Su Wanwan, because Captain Wu had a wife who had passed away many years ago, and he had always loved her deeply. Even in the zombie apocalypse, the captain still risked his life to visit his wife's grave to pay homage. Even resorting to violence for a person he had only met once? Sun Tao didn't believe it. However, not many people know Wu Qian well, as he is a quiet person. In addition, the organization was established very recently, and the various departments and teams did not have a deep understanding of him. People only believe in so-called evidence and only believe what they see. This matter ends here. I will report the results of the investigation truthfully. Everyone must abide by the rules of the base. Let's all go home tonight. The onlookers were whispering to each other, and what happened tonight would become the topic of conversation for everyone. The captain of the second team actually tried to rape a newcomer. Luckily, the newcomer was rescued. Captain of the second team? Wu Qian? You only know a person's appearance, but not his heart. What newcomer? So good looking? It makes people want to commit a crime. She's really beautiful. She was barely wearing any clothes when she passed out on her first day. Her figure is hot. Sun Tao clenched his fists. This couldn't be the case. Brother Chuan, you're back so soon? Lin Lulu saw the SUV coming in and hurried to greet it. Gu Yunqi knew that the supplies had been collected and went forward to help, but when she opened the trunk, why was it empty? Ji Chuan, what happened? Didn't you find the supplies? Found it. Su Shun, take us to the warehouse. Where's the freezer? Su Shun led the way in front, and Lin Lulu circled Ji Chuan several times. Where are the supplies? Do you need any help? Zhu Zhu pointed to her mouth embarrassedly, and then spat out a plate of yogurt in front of everyone. This one won't last long, so everyone gets one can. Wow, you are a hamster. Lin Lulu was shocked. Everyone came to the hotel warehouse, and Zhu Zhu opened her mouth wide. The supplies in the entire convenience store were piled up like a small mountain in front of everyone. Although there were only about 20 cubic meters of supplies, it was still shocking. Zhu Zhu scratched her head embarrassedly. She had a low sense of presence in her daily life and was bullied during her school days. After joining the company, she was also a marginal figure and was asked to do odd jobs and buy coffee. But in this new group, everyone seems to be very kind, and her special abilities are also valued. She likes it here. Chapter 23, Combined Abilities. Cha Ziren ran forward quickly and told him to stay in that hotel and stop joking. The wall is so high that if zombies break out, there will only be one main exit, which is courting death. That pale young man wearing sunglasses, what was he trying to do as a big brother? He wasn't in the mood to play house with him. It's not dangerous outside. The zombies didn't attack me when they saw me. Has the zombie virus weakened? How could that idiotic young man in sunglasses have done this? Is he the savior? The more Cha Ziren thought about it, the more he felt that it was right to leave now. It was just that the high tension and lack of rest in the past few days had left him with insufficient physical strength. He had not been running for long when he began to rest on the street, panting heavily. The zombies in the distance noticed him and began to move towards him. What's going on? The zombie was standing still just now. Why is it walking towards him now? His special ability can make plants grow quickly. He is heading to the special ability base. This special ability can be used for crop planting and become an important guarantee for logistics. In this way, you don't have to go out to do tasks. It's definitely a hot commodity. He didn't want to stay in that small base any longer, as the stronghold might be captured one day. But what should I do now? Cha Ziren didn't bother to think and continued running forward. But the more he ran, the more zombies he attracted. Seeing that his physical strength could not keep up, he hurried into a warehouse in front of him, paying no attention to what was happening inside. Cha Ziren was gasping for breath against the door behind him, but he found that the warehouse in front of him was filled with a strong smell of blood and the ground was littered with zombie corpses. A group of people were staring at him fiercely. They were holding knives and sticks, and some were pulling knives out of the heads of fallen zombies. Seeing a group of zombies being led in from outside, a man spat. Damn it. These 2 cups, the boss asked me to kill him. I just finished cleaning up and was going to make a base, and another group surrounded them. The others also looked at Cha Ziren with displeasure. They had been searching for a long time to find an ideal base. The warehouse's location and surrounding resources are ideal, and it seems to have a lot of supplies stored there. What's the point of cleaning it up only to find out that the warehouse is actually a cable warehouse? Everyone was already angry and had no place to vent, so Cha Ziren appeared. Don't kill me. Looking at the ferocious people in front of him, they looked scarier than zombies. If I don't kill you, what value do you have? You look fat and lean. I think you'd be good if you roasted and eaten. I know where the supplies are. I know a better and ideal base. Cha Ziren heard the key information that this group of people were looking for a base, so he came up with an idea to survive. After everyone sorted out the supplies, Ji Chuan went out to collect crystal cores. The supplies in front of him should be enough for everyone to use for a while. He must quickly find useful crystal cores to improve his strength and help himself sneak into the psychic base to find Song Huai's whereabouts. He was not sure what Song Huai's current situation was, but he felt it was very dangerous. After the last negotiation, the psychic base definitely treated Ji Chuan as a dangerous target and would not welcome him in a friendly manner. In order to ensure the safety near the base, Ji Chuan came to the area adjacent to the hotel. Thanks to the growth of his abilities, Ji Chuan sensed the zombies with crystal cores around him and let them gather towards him from all directions. I just chose a secluded place to hide myself and avoid being discovered. After eating 3 speed ability crystal cores, Ji Chuan discovered that the speed ability had transformed from intermediate to advanced, and it no longer belonged to the green category, but advanced to blue. However, Some abilities seemed unable to be upgraded, and no matter how much they were absorbed, they could not be absorbed. For example, the skill of releasing fragrance was useless, and Ji Chuan did not pay attention to it. Ji Chuan was still unclear about the absorption and advancement of crystal cores. He just let the zombies go when he encountered crystal cores that could not be absorbed. It was also a good idea to leave behind some subordinates with special abilities. Alas, it's still mainly some green crystal cores. A group of zombies lined up under the command of Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan was like opening melon seeds in front of them, opening the zombies' brains one by one and eating the crystal cores. I also mastered some basic skills. The only blue crystal core I got was ice formation, which can turn water into ice, so it is quite useful. Ji Chuan saw a zombie in the distance slowly moving towards here, with a purple crystal core in its brain. Brother, please hurry up. We are waiting for you. Now, Ji Chuan did not see any obvious improvement after swallowing the purple crystal core. He felt that the new superpower, diffusion and increased range of superpower use, was a definite help. No wonder the purple crystal core also turned into a zombie. It is no different from an ordinary person when alone. But it's different when this skill is given to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan, who possesses many supernatural powers, has expanded the range of all his skills. The effect achieved by this purple crystal core is comparable to that of gold. What's this? Ji Chuan felt that the diffusion could actually merge with other abilities. When it merged with the poison mist, it would become the purple ability, Poison Rain, and when it merged with the power of fire, it would become the purple skill, Firewall. Ji Chuan did not make a decision in a hurry, but used this ability alone to feel the impact on other abilities. Attacks like Rock Spikes, Wind Blades, and Fireball now have a wider range, and Poison Mist can be released over a wider area. It seems more beneficial for me at this point if I don't fuse them. What about the impact on my Zombie King's abilities? Ji Chuan tried to feel it. Life in zombies over a larger area, and Ji Chuan can issue commands to zombies farther away. Wait, are the zombies in the stronghold dying in large numbers? There's a group of living creatures at the entrance to the stronghold. Ji Chuan didn't dare to delay and drove quickly to the stronghold. This is it, boss. There are no zombies in here anymore. The accommodations are great. There are lots of facilities. There are even some beautiful women here. Cha Ziren brought the group of people in the warehouse to the front of the Aeligia Hotel. The other party was looking for a base. Isn't this hotel the best base nearby? And the young man said he wanted to protect everyone, which was ridiculous. It was a good opportunity for these people to test the depth of the man in sunglasses. If I didn't take it down, I was forced to do so, so it's a good opportunity to surrender. If I take it down, I will be the hero who helped these people find their ideal stronghold. From now on, I will live here under their protection. It's really dangerous outside. Let's try to go to the psychic base again when we have the chance. Cha Ziren's idea was quite ideal. Brother, this is definitely better than a warehouse. I don't see any zombies in there. And a hotel warehouse like this is sure to have plenty of supplies. You did a good job. How many people are there? There are less than 20 of us, and most of us have already left. There's a young man who wants to be the boss. Who else is suitable? You are my boss, and no one else can. The man in the lead smiled, feeling very comfortable being licked by Cha Ziren. He joined forces with his men to deal with the zombies at the hotel entrance. Chapter 24, Stealing Home. There are 12 people in this team, and when Xian Hu gathered the team members, he chose those with attacking abilities. This is the only way to kill zombies, or humans. He doesn't consider other superpowers. It turned out that he was right, while others were still struggling with whether to go downstairs. He has led his team to sweep the streets in search of a stronghold, but the zombies at the moment are no match for them. I didn't even encounter the mutant zombies mentioned on the internet. The members of the team used their special abilities to throw weapons, release electric shocks, air cannons, and firewalls. A large amount of special abilities smashed into the group of zombies, causing them to fall down in large numbers. Cha Ziren was surprised at the team's combat effectiveness. He didn't expect that everyone's combat effectiveness was so strong. It seemed that he had really found a good support. Pei Wendong used to be the captain of the security team of Aeligier. He worked alone in Zhonghua City. Su Shen took good care of him on weekdays. Seeing Su Shen staying, he stayed without hesitation and took 2 other newcomers to the monitoring room to observe the hotel's security situation. The huge noise at the door caught his attention, and he quickly checked the surveillance footage at the door. A team of more than a dozen people were struggling to kill zombies, and they felt that they were coming with ill intentions. Boss Su, there's a team of more than a dozen people in front of the hotel, and they seem to be trying to enter the hotel. Hearing Pei Wendong's voice on the intercom, everyone who was sorting supplies in the warehouse looked solemn. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi hurried to the lobby with members with combat-oriented abilities and could see the situation outside the door from a distance. What are you doing? No one else is allowed to enter this stronghold. Pei Wendong had already arrived at the door from the monitoring room, and all he saw were zombie corpses. Qianhu and his group were already staring inside with unfriendly expressions. What do you mean your stronghold? This is our stronghold. Open the door honestly. I don't want the gate of our stronghold to be broken. Qianhu looked at Pei Wendong with contempt, but his eyes were always on the people who rushed out of the hotel. Wow, there are some pretty girls in there. They're dressed very neatly, so the living conditions in there must be pretty good. The younger brothers also smiled obscenely when looking at Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi. In the end times, let alone pretty girls, there are very few girls who dress neatly. The women they meet on the street are basically covered in blood and have disheveled hair, which ruins their mood. As for the two girls in front of them, one has a mature and charming figure, and the other is as young and pretty as the girl next door. They have already started thinking about how to enjoy them in a while. I'm warning you, if you come any closer, I'll attack. Although Lin Lulu spoke very harshly, the people outside didn't care at all and even laughed. This chick is pretty hot. We haven't had Sichuan food in ages, so this is a great change for us. Before the younger brothers could finish laughing, Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot an arrow of light through the crack in the door. Qianhu simply turned around and dodged the light arrow, but the arm of his younger brother behind him was injured. You're looking for death. Qianhu roared angrily, and the machete in his hand instantly grew larger, like a small fishing boat, and chopped down from the sky, splitting the gate in half. All the younger brothers rushed in and launched an attack on Lin Lulu and the others. Lin Lulu shot light arrows quickly, and Pei Wendong protected Lin Lulu in front of her. His special ability was protection, and he could condense a special shield to provide range protection. Gu Yunqi strengthened Lin Lulu's attack. There were too many targets on the other side, and she couldn't concentrate on weakening all of their abilities. Moreover, it seemed that their abilities were very average. Gu Yunqi, who had little combat experience, could not determine the target to weaken, so strengthening Lin Lulu was the best choice. Flying weapons kept coming, but fortunately they were all blocked by Pei Wendong's shield. Lin Lulu's arrows became thicker, but also looked easier to dodge. She shot 4 arrows in a row but only scratched the skin of a few people. Although they knew how powerful their special abilities were, Lin Lulu and the others had too little combat experience, but the enemy had been fighting zombies all the way. Originally the team had more than 20 people, but they were directly executed after being scratched by zombies. The remaining 12 people were considered to have rich combat experience. A wall of fire rose under Lin Lulu's feet. Scatter! Lin Lulu shouted, and the others quickly left the attack range of the wall of fire. Pei Wendong's shield had a limited range. Just as he was about to block the wall of fire, a dart instantly flew over his head. Blood flowed from the wound, and his left eye could hardly be opened due to the flow of blood. Step back and protect yourself. Lin Lulu was very anxious when she saw the injured Pei Wendong. I'm fine. Be careful. Pei Wendong continued to resist the flying hidden weapons and supernatural attacks. He knew that Lin Lulu was the only means of attack. If he didn't protect her, everyone would die. Although the other 2 boys had means of attack, they were only 2 basic abilities. Compared with the person in front of them, they were like tickling and could only serve to distract attention. Girl, you have a great body. Gu Yunqi, who was retreating, didn't pay any attention to the danger behind her. It seemed that she wanted to tease him deliberately. A little brother grabbed Gu Yunqi from behind and hugged her waist, but did not attack. Gu Yunqi had no means of fighting back. Even if his superpowers were completely blocked, he would not be able to break free by sheer force. Sister Yunqi, Xiaoxian screamed, and in the room far away, Zhang Yun hurriedly hugged Xiaoxian and signaled her not to scream. But light emanated from the center of Xiaoxuan's hands. Bao Bao, go help Sister Yunqi and the others. A doll appeared, bigger than any doll ever made. It was a little bear carrying a bomb on its back, and it was walking towards the battlefield step by step under the gaze of everyone. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Zhang Yun was a little confused about the situation. Xiaoxian had never made a doll that could move before. I want to help Sister Yunqi and the others. They are in danger. Zhang Yun also knew that they were in danger, but in such a world of swords and sabers, what could these humans with living superpowers do? Lin Lulu aimed at the person behind Gu Yunqi and shot 2 arrows, but because she was afraid of hurting Gu Yunqi, the 2 arrows missed the target. A boy rushed to Gu Yunqi with all his strength and used his elementary leaf blade skills to attack the gangster. The gangster behind him let go of Gu Yunqi, but returned an electric shock and made the boy faint. The gangster laughed even more arrogantly but was forced to keep his distance under Lin Lulu's attack. A transparent air cannon attacked from behind, causing Pei Wendong to fall to the ground. The clothes on his back were all shattered. Pei Wendong had blood at the corner of his mouth, and it was difficult for him to get up. Pei Wendong. Lin Lulu wanted to check Pei Wendong's injuries, but she had no energy at all. If she stopped the attack, they would all be dealt with in a moment. Little sister, don't interfere with my brother's attempts to pick up girls, or don't resist. Choose one brother to do it first. The others can wait. Seeing that there were only 3 people standing on the field, the gangster smiled contemptuously and slowed down his attack. The reason why Qian, who did not take action and just watched from the side, was because if he took action, the other party would definitely not be a complete corpse, and the 2 living beautiful girls were more valuable. What is this? Qian, who narrowed his eyes. A teddy bear doll was walking into the crowd step by step. The doll looked very cute with a smile on its face. Chapter 25 Mass Destruction. Qian, who stared at the bear in front of him. Why did he smell gunpowder? The fuse of the bomb on the bear was actually lit. A bad premonition arose. Get out of the way. The younger brothers were confused after hearing Qian, whose reminder. What should they get out of the way of? Before they could react, the little bear's cute smile turned extremely ferocious. His whole body grew bigger, and his mouth was full of fangs. As the little bear shouted boom, the bomb behind him exploded. The thugs around him didn't understand what was happening at all, and they sent 5 people away directly. 3 people who were farther away were also injured. Zhang Yun couldn't believe what she saw. Her daughter's powers were so destructive. She had assumed her daughter loved dolls and had awakened the ability to make them, but she hadn't expected those dolls to move and even explode. Xiaoxian, can you still do it? Zhang Yun looked at Xiaoxian expectantly, not noticing that there was sweat on her daughter's forehead. Xiaoxian nodded. Little Elsa, go help. Another flash of light passed by, and a doll with blonde hair and a blue dress appeared. It was only the size of a water cup and skipped towards the battlefield. The reason why it was able to slip away was that the puppet had condensed an ice road under its feet. Although it was very small, it could move very quickly with the help of the ice road. The crowd who had just recovered saw another puppet coming. This time they no longer stared blankly, but attacked directly. Several darts were thrown at the doll, but it seemed as if there was only ordinary cotton inside the doll, and the darts only made a few holes in the doll. Little Elsa waved her fairy wand, and several ice spikes flew towards the people around her. Damn, what is this? Seeing the ice spikes coming towards him, the gangster stopped attacking Lin Lulu and started dodging. This type of large-scale attack must be addressed as a priority. He released a large wall of fire, and this time the puppet caught fire in the fire, looking extremely painful. It soon turned into ashes. Little Aisha, jump go. Xiaoxian's hands glowed again, but the light was very small and then went out. Xiaoxian also fell down, with sweat all over her forehead. Xiaoxian. Zhang Yun anxiously held Xiaoxian, only to feel that she was very weak. The others in the room were also very anxious, but their special abilities were of no help. Su Shun turned around and picked up the hotel's fire axe, but was stopped by Su Qi. Brother, you are no match for him. Don't go. Are we just going to watch them die? Su Shin was extremely anxious. As a man, he had to do something. Wait, listen, Brother Chuan is back. The sound of the off-road vehicle was very abrupt on the street. No one dared to drive out in the apocalypse, except Ji Chuan. Under the gaze of everyone, Ji Chuan slowly got out of the car. Boy, this place is ours. If you go any further, don't blame us for hitting you hard. A gangster looked at Ji Chuan and shouted. But before he could react, a rock spike rose from his anus and shot out of his mouth, and the gangster died instantly. Others didn't even realize what was happening. You fucking horse. An air cannon hit Ji Chuan with a bang sound, as if it hit a piece of iron. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and a huge rock wall was like a fly swatter, beating the man into a pulp. While the others were stunned, the rock spikes had already pierced their anus, causing them to die miserably. With a snap of his fingers, the rock spikes disappeared. The thugs who had collapsed on the ground slowly stood up. Qian, who looked at the situation in front of him with a look of horror. It's a trick, right? I knew my team members wouldn't die. You're still alive, right? But the former team member, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and lifeless eyes, was walking straight towards him, his movements no different from those of a zombie. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. As if he finally understood the situation, Qian, who raised the knife in his hand, which became huge again. He wanted to use the giant knife to directly chop off the bodies of the surrounding brothers to stop their advancement. But the knife just stayed in midair, and no matter how hard he tried, it didn't move at all. Qian Hu's gaze. The knife actually broke away from his hands and flew towards Ji Chuan. In his shocked eyes, Ji Chuan made the giant knife smaller again and broke it lightly. During the whole process, Ji Chuan didn't touch the knife at all. Qian, who sat down on the ground. Without superpowers and weapons, how could an ordinary person deal with a group of zombies? No. His former younger brothers surrounded him and divided the food among them. Cha Ziren in the corner had his legs shaking. He didn't expect that the man in sunglasses was not just talking, he actually had such ability. He mustered up his willpower and tried to slip away through the ruined gate. But when he reached the door, he bumped into Ji Chuan. When did he get here? How could he teleport? Why was his body so cold? But Cha Ziren didn't know that Ji Chuan was just very fast, and his advanced speed ability made him look like he had teleported. You look familiar. Ji Chuan was looking at him with a smile on his face, which made Cha Ziren feel uneasy. Although his expression was the same as when he invited everyone to stay, Cha Ziren only felt that he was extremely dangerous at this time. Chief, I've thought it over carefully, and I think our base is the best. I came this time just to join our base. Cha Ziren indeed thought so. If Qian Hu lost, it would mean that this base was quite strong, and it would be worthwhile for him to join this base. Oh, I remember I said I could guarantee your safe departure. But I can't guarantee that you can still enter safely. Ji Chuan smiled brightly. He took off his sunglasses, and his pair of scarlet eyes revealed a dangerous aura on his handsome face. Cha Ziren knew why he always wore sunglasses, because he was not a human being at all. Under Cha Ziren's astonished gaze, Ji Chuan grabbed his neck with one hand, and the huge grip made him unable to do anything but try to pry Ji Chuan's hands open with both hands. And Ji Chuan's other hand was reaching towards his brain. A chill ran through Cha Ziren's body. He struggled hard, slapped himself, and wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Crack was the sound of a skull shattering. Cha Ziren's hands and feet went limp like a puppet with its strings cut. Ji Chuan tasted a blue crystal core, plant growth. It turned out that fresh crystal cores were so delicious. Ji Chuan decided that he would not be lenient towards such humans in the future, as fresh ones are the most delicious. Ji Chuan first checked the injuries of the people on the battlefield and treated the team members. Fortunately, they were not fatal injuries. Ji Chuan. Gu Yunxi threw herself into Ji Chuan's arms and burst into tears. Don't be afraid. It's okay, I'm back. Ji Chuan patted Gu Yunxi on the back. Gu Yunxi was extremely scared just now. When she thought about the gangster hugging her, she even wanted to die together with the gangster, but she couldn't do it. Lin Lulu saw the two people hugging each other and didn't say anything, just lowered her head. Ji Chuan smiled at Lin Lulu and said, Lulu, thank you for protecting everyone this time. Lin Lulu turned her head away proudly and said, I can't help much. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. She helped Pei Wendong, who had regained consciousness, and walked towards the hall. Chapter 26, Terrible Loyalty. As if realizing her own mistake, Gu Yunxi let go of Ji Chuan. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Gu Yunxi was also supporting Gung Mao, who had just risked his life to use the leaf blade to rescue her. Gung Mao, who was just a freshman in college, had never seen such a beautiful sister. His face turned red instantly, and he shook his head to indicate that it was nothing. He was so nervous that he couldn't speak. Seeing that there was no danger on the battlefield, Zhang Yun quickly carried Xiaoxian to ask Ji Chuan for help. Su Shun, who was stronger, helped Zhang Yun pick up Xiaoxian and trotted over. Xiaoxian, what's going on? Ji Chuan was a little confused. These people seemed to have not yet entered the hotel, and Xiaoxian did not feel any wounds on her body, so why did she faint? Zhang Yun told Ji Chuan what had just happened, and Ji Chuan understood. He knew from the beginning that Xiaoxian's ability could not be as simple as making a doll, and such an ability could not be purple. She must have overused her powers. She's still too young. Ji Chuan raised his hand to treat Xiaoxian, and soon Xiaoxian's complexion became visibly rosy. Zhang Yun thanked her repeatedly. By the way, Su Xin, what is your special ability? This was also a purple ability, and Ji Chuan was a little curious. But Su Xin hadn't participated in the battle just now, so it probably wasn't a combat ability. Su Xin lowered his voice. Chief, my ability is loyalty. I can designate a target and check the loyalty of others towards it. If the other party is not opposed to it, I can use my ability to change their status, that is, manually make them loyal. Ji Chuan looked at Su Xin in surprise. He didn't expect that he had such special ability. Su Xin was definitely a butler and could prevent the emergence of traitors. So how is the loyalty of everyone in our stronghold? At the beginning, the loyalty of newcomers was generally around 20, except for Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu, who had a higher loyalty of around 75. But after the battle just now, everyone's loyalty is generally around 70, with Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu having the higher loyalty. Wow, deterrence by force is much more effective. Seeing that I am so powerful, It can be regarded as a reassurance to the members of the stronghold, letting them know that there is no danger in following me. Jichuan nodded, but Su Shun pulled one of Jichuan's hands. Su Shun closed his eyes, and a purple light moved from Su Shun's hand into Jichuan's hand. Chief, this is my loyalty effect. I can choose a target of my choice as the object of my allegiance. My loyalty will be 100% to you, and you can see the loyalty of others in the territory to you. In fact, Su Shun didn't want to do this at first, and he didn't introduce his special abilities to Gu Yunxi in detail. I am just very grateful to Jichuan for saving my sister and myself. But through Jichuan's performance, Su Shun knew that he was very powerful, and what he said about doing his best to protect the members of the stronghold was not just talk. He would really do it. Another reason why I didn't want to use my supernatural powers directly at the beginning was that if I chose an object of loyalty, I would obey any instructions from the other party, which was no different from gambling. Su Shun let go of Jichuan's hand. He didn't feel that Jichuan's hand was cold at all. He even felt a little reluctant. Loyalty was really scary. 100% loyalty would make him feel that touching the Lord was a blessing. But Su Shun was powerless and could not turn back. Jichuan looked around and actually saw everyone's loyalty index. Gu Yunxi is 87, Lin Lulu is 80, that damn girl. Zhang Yun is 75, Zhu Zhu is 86, why is she so tall? Su Qi is 74, Pei Wendong is 72, Geng Mao is 71. Jichuan found this index quite interesting. It can directly observe the degree of trust people have in him. Some people trust him very much even if they have only known him for a short time, while others may appear to trust him but not actually. With the help of this index, it will be very intuitive to employ people. The higher the loyalty, the harder it is to improve. 100% loyalty can make the other party do anything. Anything. Jichuan was a little surprised, because Su Shun in front of him was 100% loyal. Stick your butt up. Straight men are most resistant to being killed for 1,000 years. He and Song Huai always play together, and he will subconsciously protect his anus when going up the stairs. Yes, Chief. Su Shun's face flushed. He turned around and raised his hips. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with you. Okay, I believe it. Jichuan made Su Shun feel a little shy, and even though he was a cold-blooded creature, he felt his cheeks burning. Okay, Chief. You are also my master, so you can give Su Shun whatever you want. No, loyalty is too terrible. When it reaches 100% with the blessing of Su Shun's supernatural power, it is just like a human puppet. Su Shun's supernatural power is too powerful. But at the same time, Jichuan was also relieved, because he knew that his partner would not stab him in the back, and that was enough. Brother? Su Qi felt like the sky was falling when she saw Su Shun with flushed cheeks. Is her brother in love with the leader? His previous relationship with his sister-in-law was just a casual fling? Huh, what's going on? Is this why her brother has been single for so long? What should I do? As his brother's most loyal wingman, should he take action this time? How should I choose between ethics and family affection? It's not what you think. Jichuan hurriedly helped Su Shun explain. It's okay, brother Jichuan. You're very handsome and outstanding. My brother always mentions you to me as the best boy he's ever met. Please give me a chance, okay? Brother, I chose family. I can only help you up to this point. Su Qi made a decision after struggling. She is a young woman of the new century and can accept all new things. And I wondered why I felt a little excited when the two of us were together. What a tribute seemed to be awakening. Su Shun was also stunned. What was his sister talking about? Did he say such a thing? But as long as it could bring him closer to Jichuan, he would accept anything. Loyalty was at work, and Su Shun had no idea that choosing a target of loyalty would have such an effect. Fortunately, everyone took the wounded back, and few people paid attention to this side. Jichuan sighed. Su Shun and Su Qi, you two can go back. I can fix the gate. Yes, master. Don't call me master. Just call me by my name. Brother, you are still AI Mu, right? Su Qi's world collapsed. In her impression, Su Shun, who was 186 centimeters tall, had many girls confessing their love to him, and the girls he dated were all more beautiful than the other. Even if she likes boys, she should be the male partner. Why would she call Jichuan master? Su Shun knew exactly what he was saying, but he was in a state of complete loyalty, which gave him a strange illusion that getting Jichuan's recognition was the best reward for himself. Jichuan's head was swollen, and he waved his hand to let the two go back. Like an old scavenger, he mechanically took out the crystal cores of the gangsters one by one, with an ugly expression as if he was swallowing shit. Do I need to grind loyalty? That's enough. Brushing it to 100 is too scary. Let it be. Chapter 27: The Iron Fortress That Attracts Attention. Jichuan ate the crystal cores of the gang, and they were all attack-type abilities, and the lowest level was blue. Among them, the firewall is a skill that can only be obtained by combining fireball and diffusion. I didn't expect to get it directly now. Hey, these two useless skills can actually be combined. The blue crystal core air cannon and the green crystal core fragrance can actually transform into the purple crystal core range sleep. The color of the crystal core improved significantly. It turned out that the combination of two crystal cores could produce a high-level crystal core. Jichuan was very surprised and directly chose to combine them. After the combination, the two crystal cores disappeared, and instead a new purple crystal core, range sleep, was mastered. This skill is a good skill for infiltrating the psychic base. Although there are other crystal core combination prompts, they don't seem to be very useful. Since the original crystal core will disappear after the combination, Jichuan plans to only combine combinations that can increase the crystal core level. The results of combining at the same level are not very meaningful. Using metal creation and metal manipulation, Jichuan is repairing the gate, and the gate that was cut off by Qianhu has been restored to its original state. Qianhu's crystal core is purple, metal zoom, which allows the user to ignore the quality of the metal while enlarging or shrinking the metal. It is considered a magical skill for ordinary people. But Jichuan is very strong and has the ability to manipulate metal, so this skill can be used to repair buildings. On the stronghold made Jichuan feel scared, so he further strengthened the gate and walls, and wrapped and raised the walls of the entire hotel with metal, making it like a steel city. Moreover, the combat capabilities of the members are still too weak. Although Lin Lulu has a golden attack ability, she lacks combat experience. The other two have green abilities, and one is a protective ability, and they can basically not influence the battlefield. Gu Yunxi has powerful supernatural powers, but he easily panics on the battlefield and finds it difficult to use them to the fullest extent. Xiaoxian is very capable, but seems too young to fight a long-term battle. Jichuan had a headache. He needed to find stronger members to protect this place when he was out, or train them to improve their combat effectiveness. Otherwise, this place would be in danger when he was not at the base. After strengthening the last wall, the Oligar Hotel looked like a steel fortress. It would be difficult to break through the hotel's defense without effective means of attack. Jichuan walked into the room to check on everyone's condition and wanted to hold a brief meeting to share his ideas and ask everyone to provide some suggestions. Survivors on nearby high-rise buildings observed the changes in the Origa Hotel. The high metal walls made the hotel look like a work of art in the apocalypse. Has the Origa Hotel also been taken over by the authorities? There doesn't seem to be a single zombie inside. Great. The psychic base is too far away from me. It's too dangerous to rush over. This hotel is much closer. Is there anyone going with me as a team? I'm a little scared. Are you sure? What are the requirements for recruiting people to this base? They won't test for special abilities, will they? It would be a waste if you go there with ordinary special abilities. Yeah, it's too dangerous. Online about the changes in Awakens. People don't want to give up hope of life and are more inclined to rely on the collective. Du Ling himself was on an exploration mission to inspect abnormal situations, and when he saw the news, he wanted to go and check it out. He himself is an official, but the Origa Hotel is not an official undertaking. Although many small organizations have emerged, they are just companions in the end times. Being able to clear the entire Awakens and successfully reinforce the periphery has already demonstrated its impressive strength. He needs to meet with the person in charge of this stronghold to see what the situation is before reporting it to the authorities. Is everyone okay? Jichuan observed the injuries of the wounded man. Fortunately, he was almost recovered after his treatment. Everything is basically fine now. I've reinforced the outer walls of the base, making it difficult for ordinary psychics to enter. But I'll still be out looking for supplies and crystal cores. The base will still be quite dangerous while I'm away. So, should we look for more powerful Esperians or train your combat skills? What are your thoughts? I can't be at the base all the time. Everyone was silent, knowing that their weakness would be a burden to Jichuan. They enjoyed the supplies and shelter that Jichuan found, but could not help much. I want to do combat training. Lin Lulu stepped forward first, and when she fought face-to-face with that group of people, she found herself at a loss. She needed to grow up. Me too. Gu Yunxi also made up her mind. Actually, we can do both at the same time, you see. Zhu Zhu took out her cell phone. The transformation of Awakens on the internet had aroused everyone's speculation, and some people wanted to join. The stronghold has attracted a lot of attention. There may be powerful psychics coming here. Jichuan nodded. The strength of the stronghold would be greater if more psychics were gathered, and the status of the members could be observed through Su Shun's loyalty ability. The survivors who were able to come here safely have some strength, and there are too few people in the stronghold, So many basic tasks, such as monitoring room, inspection, sorting supplies, maintenance, cleaning, etc., need people to complete. Even if your abilities are weak, you can still do these basic tasks when you arrive at the base. Moreover, most people will just wait and see, and only a few will take actual action. Ji Chuan planned to train everyone first, and he had already thought of the training method. Several people with combat abilities came to the courtyard, and Ji Chuan let the zombies in to serve as sparring partners for them. Gung Mao has the ability of Green Leaf Blade, and Jiang Yi has the ability of Greenstone Bullet. These two people are facing the attack of two zombies at the same time. Pei Wendong has a blue protective ability. Ji Chuan lets 4 zombies attack him at the same time, allowing him to provide all-round protection. Lin Lulu faces 8 zombies at the same time, and they will continue to replenish. Ji Chuan's requirement for Gu Yunxi is to ensure a smooth enhancement of the abilities of the 4 people. He didn't have time to continue training with them. Everything is practical combat. If you get hit by zombies, you will die. But even if you die, you can still serve as a zombie base. Although he said this, he actually did not give any bloody orders to the zombies. His purpose was just to make them grow quickly. After hearing Ji Chuan's words, everyone felt more psychological pressure, but these ordinary zombies were nothing compared to the psychics. The zombies have already taken action, roaring and rushing towards their target. Lin Lulu launched an attack quickly. Facing multiple enemies before was very difficult for her, and this time she could continue to accumulate experience in facing multiple targets. The arrow of light quickly gathered in his hand and shot towards the target closest to him. The other zombies almost pounced on him at the same time, and Lin Lulu kept retreating. Several thugs before, she found that if she shot arrows from a standing position, she would only become a target, and she could not stop. He dodged backwards quickly, dodging the zombies' attacks. Sure, Ji Chuan is serious. Lin Lulu cursed inwardly. It was still too slow. The speed of condensing the arrows was not enough to support her continuous firing, which really affected the frequency of attack. Couldn't it be faster? Lin Lulu felt the light arrow condense, but even though she had increased her willpower, it still condensed at the same speed as before. If the speed cannot be changed, what about the quantity? Thinking of this, Lin Lulu began to imagine, taking the 2 nearest zombies as imaginary targets, and began to gather light arrows. The second arrow's light and shadow were a little blurry. Lin Lulu discovered that it was indeed possible. It turned out that she could shoot more than just one light arrow. Ji Chuan curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. It was indeed a golden crystal core, and there was still a lot of room for improvement and supernatural powers. Move. Be serious. Otherwise you will die. In order to further stimulate everyone's potential, Ji Chuan turned around and rested nearby while speaking, giving them the illusion that no one was protecting them. Everyone was startled and had to be more careful. Chapter 28, Improving the Use of Superpowers. Su Wanwan has always been Wu Qian's #1 project, but Wu Qian has not reported on the project's progress. So based on your understanding, how much do you know about #1? Su Wanwan looked at Li Jingru with a guilty conscience, always feeling that this middle-aged man's eyes had the magical power to see through people's hearts. #1 is the nickname for Ji Chuan, the only zombie discovered so far that can communicate, an extremely special case. Captain, that's a murderous devil. He killed my boyfriend, killed my parents. Just when he was about to kill me, the base rescued me, but he still attacked me and seriously injured me. Captain Wu didn't know much about #1's situation and basically just looked for opportunities to chat with me. Su Wanwan pretended to be aggrieved again and insisted that Wu Qian had always coveted her. According to the on-site members, this zombie can communicate. Didn't he say anything to you? He also mentioned a personal grudge. Was he referring to the matter between you and him? Tapped the table with his fingers again and again, his emotion undetectable. Su Wanwan had already thought of her excuse that afternoon. Even if her plan failed, she could still say it according to her plan. That zombie was roaming around my house. It acted normal at first, but my boyfriend threw it out when he found out he had broken into our house. I never thought he would become like that. Maybe he blames my family for throwing him out of the house because of a personal grudge. But we were also trying to protect ourselves. He slaughtered my family for such a thing. He's a bloodthirsty monster. This is very similar to the actual situation. A useless person with no special abilities actually became so terrifying. Su Wanwan really doesn't know how Ji Chuan did it. The finger tapping the desktop stopped, and Li Jingru seemed to be thinking about something. Are you saying that he was just an ordinary zombie at the beginning, and when he met him that day, he was able to control other zombies, break the invisibility of Cui Zixuan, and make her kneel and speak? Was he the one who injured you too? Yes, that's him. He suddenly has a lot more tricks up his sleeve. He's too dangerous. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Li Jingru felt a little scared. If what Su Wanwan said was true, this zombie was growing at an alarming rate. If he really had complete malice towards humans, the consequences would be unimaginable when he grew up. I understand. You can go down and work in the logistics department to provide water resources for the base. After Su Wanwan left, Li Jingru's expression became serious. How is it? The person behind him bowed and said, killing her boyfriend is true. Killing her parents is false. Wu Qian chatting with her is false. Number one's initial performance was ordinary, but her growth later on is true. Li Jingru frowned. He didn't care about the cause of death of Su Wanwan's family. Wu Qian was already dead. It didn't matter whether he liked Su Wanwan or not. What's more, Su Wanwan's water-based ability was what the base needed. He didn't want to pursue these meaningless things. What he is most worried about is whether number one can grow up. Let Mr. Wong be the captain of Team 2. Team 2 knows number 1 best. Let Teams 2, 6, and 7 investigate number 1's whereabouts. If they find anything, report it immediately. The man nodded and walked out the door. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Wu Qian is going to be cremated today. Brother, light a cigarette. Our captain had a last wish. He wanted to be buried with his wife after his death. Zishuan and I would like to help him with this and make an exception. Sun Tao handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the man. This kind of supply is very scarce nowadays, and each pack of cigarettes means 1 less. The man thought that with Cui Zishuan's help in the transfer, the base would not find anything. They could deal with the body as they pleased, and he could also save his superpowers. It would be very tiring to use the primary fire superpowers to burn a person. Then you better leave quickly. If you're discovered later, don't tell me what I gave you. Okay, let's go now. Cui Zishuan activated her special ability, and the 2 of them and the corpse came to the grave of Wu Qian's wife. Sun Tao carefully examined Wu Qian's body. He always felt that there was something strange about Wu Qian's death. Wu Qian is neither someone who can like Su Wanwan, nor someone who can be killed by Cui Zhan. The wound on the waist was very deep, and it seemed to be fatal. A lot of blood must have flowed when the knife was pulled out. Why is there a knife wound on the neck? Sun Tao frowned. Sun Tao, have you ever worked as a forensic pathologist? Cui Zishuan found Sun Tao's actions a little strange, and thought he was helping Wu Qian fulfill his wish. I always feel that the captain's death is not so simple. There is a deep knife wound on the waist. Look at the neck. How can a knife that can cut such a big gash on the waist leave such a small wound on the neck? Cui Zishuan also stepped forward to observe. Maybe the wound on the neck was caused by the captain dodging it. Cui Zhan and Su Wanwan smashed it. They must have killed the captain. What's the point of knowing? The base won't treat a dead person any differently. Cui Zishuan looked lonely. It must be said that Wu Qian was a good captain who took good care of the only girl in the team. Hurry up, if it's too late and the zombies find the captain's body, then he'll be gone. Hearing Cui Zishuan's reminder, Sun Tao quickly started digging. Captain, we'll reunite you with your wife now. Thinking of Wu Qian's past memories, Sun Tao felt very sad. Gu Yunxi was in a panic on the battlefield. Everyone was fighting nervously, but Ji Chuan did not arrange for the zombies to attack him. His goal was to enhance everyone's superpowers. But she found that she could only choose one target. No, the enhancement effect would disappear before she chose another person. Why am I so useless? Everyone else is making visible progress, but why am I not making any progress at all? Gu Yunxi tried hard to feel the activation of her superpowers. In her mind, there was a green ball of light, representing the enhancement of her superpowers. She could control who the ball of light would fall on. She really wanted to use the light ball on multiple people at the same time, and tried hard to control it. Under her anxious consciousness, the green light ball seemed to be pulled and turned into an ellipse, which hurriedly peeled off from the previous target and headed for the next target. Is this my illusion? At that moment, Gu Yunxi felt that the ball of light was flattened. If there can only be one light ball, but its shape can change. Gu Yunxi no longer focused on moving the light ball, but squeezed the light ball, trying to change its shape. The round ball of light turned into a pancake and touched Lin Lulu and Gung Mao in front of it. The light arrow became visibly thicker, and the leaf blade pierced through the zombie's brain like a steel knife. Is this a success? Gu Yunxi was extremely happy. Harder. She frowned and used her mind to continue squeezing the ball of light. The green disc continued to expand until it covered the entire venue. Everyone felt the enhancement of their superpowers. The board Ji Chuan is activating his life perception. With the help of diffusion, he is feeling whether there are any new targets in the territory so that he can take away the crystal core after the training. Suddenly, the range of perception in his brain was greatly enhanced. Ji Chuan looked back at Gu Yunxi and nodded after understanding the situation. He was growing quite fast. Huh? 3 purple crystal cores suddenly appeared? Was this my illusion? And two suddenly disappeared. Ji Chuan discovered a strange phenomenon in his expanded perception. Crystal cores suddenly appeared and then disappeared, just like the invisible person he met that day. This person must have the ability to teleport. But why is there a purple crystal core left there, and it's not a zombie? Official spy? Temporary resting place? Ji Chuan wanted to find out. So they walked to the venue and stopped the training. Everyone was breathing heavily, because actual combat was the most tiring. I'm going out for a while, you guys take a rest. Ji Chuan turned around and got on the off-road vehicle, moving towards the location of the purple crystal core. Chapter 29, Saving Wu Qian. What's going on? Are they burying people alive? When Ji Chuan arrived at the location of the crystal core, there was only a grave in front of him. His life perception can distinguish between humans and zombies, and this life form with a purple crystal core is obviously not a zombie. Ji Chuan simply raised his hand, and the pile of earth instantly dispersed, and the rock slab rose up, dragging a person. Is this the man who pulled out the gun that day? Ji Chuan was a little surprised. Wu Qian in front of him looked pale, as if he was dead, but Ji Chuan knew that he was not dead. Seeing the wounds on his body, Ji Chuan realized that he was just in shock due to excessive blood loss. The paleness of a dead person is also caused by excessive blood loss. Is the psychic base so sloppy? Ji Chuan didn't hesitate any longer and started healing. After the wound was healed, he secured him in the back seat and transported him back to the base. This situation was mainly caused by the suddenness of the incident and the chaos that night. The people responsible for transporting Wu Qian's corpse saw the amount of bleeding and Wu Qian's pale face and thought he was dead. And he also listened to Wu Qian's heartbeat and breathing. But he didn't know that after a heavy hemorrhage, a person's pulse would be very weak, and their hands and feet would become cold, their face would turn pale, and they would be unconscious. So naturally, everyone thought Wu Qian was dead. But the purple crystal core seemed to have made him no longer an ordinary person, and his physical fitness had surpassed the vast majority of people. He was still hanging on for the past 2 days, and was finally discovered by Ji Chuan. If Sun Tao had not wanted to help him complete the burial with his wife, if Gu Yunxi had not had a sudden realization during training, and if Ji Chuan had not had an idle perception of life, Wu Qian would definitely have died. Seeing that Ji Chuan brought back a person who seemed seriously injured, everyone did not ask any questions. After bringing Wu Qian back to the room, Ji Chuan continued to treat him. Ji Chuan was worried that Wu Qian's body temperature would be too low after being treated in the wild for a long time, but he didn't know that Wu Qian had been kept in the morgue of the Superpower base overnight. The healing technique slowly repaired Wu Qian's body, and Wu Qian's complexion also improved visibly. However, Ji Chuan's healing ability is still in the green range, with limited effects and slow performance. When Ji Chuan's hand moved to Wu Qian's chest, ahem, Wu Qian suddenly woke up and breathed heavily. Where was this? Wasn't he killed by Cui Zhan? Su Wanwan blocked her trachea with water. Wu Qian used his supernatural power to materialize a knife, and used it to cut open his own trachea to prevent suffocation. But he didn't expect Cui Zhan to attack him by surprise. You're awake. It's him. Seeing Ji Chuan's face, Wu Qian felt like he had arrived in hell. Sister Yun, you come and take care of him. Okay. He just left like that? The woman next to him was human? He saved me? Wu Qian's mind was in a mess. He was now in a luxurious room, which seemed to be a hotel. He just didn't know what was happening. Are you hungry? Drink some water first. Zhang Yun gently supported Wu Qian and carefully fed a bowl of honey water to Wu Qian's mouth. Although Wu Qian was full of doubts, he felt that the woman in front of him really had no ill intentions. He was also very thirsty. His trachea seemed to be burning, and his whole body was extremely weak. Where is this? This is our base. Our leader rescued you here. The leader, is it Ji Chuan? When Wu Qian was looking up information before, he found that number 1 was very similar to Ji Chuan, and he wanted to verify this guess. Yes, do you know our leader? Wu Qian shook his head, not knowing how to explain. He's a zombie. Why would you choose a zombie as your leader? Zhang Yun was stunned when she heard Wu Qian's words, as if she didn't expect Wu Qian to ask such a question. He rescued me and my daughter, as well as my neighbor and her brother. Zhang Yun pointed out the window. He rescued all the survivors in the hotel and reinforced the hotel's gate and walls. He let the survivors choose to stay or go. Even though our abilities were weaker, he agreed to let us stay. Zhang Yun talked about her acquaintance with Ji Chuan and described in detail how he saved herself and her daughter. Is what you said true? Wu Qian couldn't believe what he heard. Ji Chuan's actions were more humane than the base. Due to limited resources, the psychic base does not accept the weak, but only accepts psychics who are useful to the base. It's true, uncle. Without Brother Jichuan's help, Xiaoxian and Mom would have died. Brother Jichuan is a good man. Xiaoxian looked at Wu Qian curiously from the side. Eat something, you're still very weak. Zhang Yun brought another bowl of porridge and started feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Wu Qian felt a little embarrassed. I can do it myself. Seeing that Wu Qian was a little uncomfortable but still able to move, Zhang Yun put the porridge in his hand. I'll get you some more food so you can eat it when you're hungry. Call me if you need anything. Xiaoxian and I will stay in the room across from you. You should get some rest. Seeing Zhang Yun leave, Wu Qian stared out the window in a daze. There was a courtyard without zombies and a solid wall. Several people were chatting happily below, as if they had returned to the time before the end of the world. The people in this stronghold seemed to be living a comfortable life. Is it possible that Ji Chuan is not a threat to humans? He really wanted to ask Ji Chuan right now, and he also wanted to go back to the base to report the results of his investigation to the leader, but he had no strength in his body, and just holding the bowl to eat made him feel tired. He tried to use his supernatural powers to retrieve his phone, but failed. His vision turned white, and he almost fainted. Wu Qian sighed and lay down. Dong dong dong. I'm here to bring you food. It was Zhang Yun's voice. She carefully carried a food tray with a lot of food on it and placed the tray next to Wu Qian's bed. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yun looked at Wu Qian's pale face and even beads of sweat on his forehead. This was caused by excessive weakness and the activation of supernatural powers. But Zhang Yun thought that Wu Qian's condition had worsened and hurriedly reached out to touch Wu Qian's forehead. Fortunately, it was not hot, and he did not have a fever. I thought you had a fever. I hope you're okay. Are you feeling unwell somewhere else? In addition to feeling weak, Wu Qian also felt an indescribable uneasiness. I was facing strangers in an unfamiliar environment. I was on a mission, and I had to investigate some inside stories. There were many things waiting for me to do, but I could do nothing. Wu Qian shook his head, unable to express his uneasiness. Zhang Yun used her soothing power on Wu Qian. Wu Qian instantly felt much more comfortable and relaxed completely. Was it the woman in front of him who did this? What should I call you? My name is Zhang Yun. You can call me if you need anything. What about you? Wu Qian. Zhang Yun nodded. Eat this. I asked Chef Zhao to make it fresh. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Chef Zhao is a real hotel chef and his cooking skills are excellent. Let me help you up. Looking at Zhang Yun's gentle face, Wu Qian hesitated and then sat up. Eat more to restore your strength. Chapter 30: The Rise of Zombies. When Du Ling arrived at Ji Chuan's base, the outer wall in front of him was beyond his imagination. It is even taller than what you see on the internet. This was achieved after Ji Chuan obtained the metal scale, which made the reinforcement work much easier. Du Ling's supernatural power was more auxiliary, so he did not engage in combat. Instead, he chose a place with fewer zombies and activated his supernatural power. A thick vine slowly rose from under his feet, carrying Du Ling upwards, and climbed up after touching the outer wall. In this way, Du Ling successfully arrived at the stronghold. Jiang Yi also discovered this. His injuries were relatively minor, and he had basically recovered through Ji Chuan's treatment. He was responsible for monitoring and observing during this period. A strange human entered from the southeast, climbing over the wall. He's a plant-based mutant. Jiang Yi informed everyone through the intercom. Lin Lulu frowned, and several people hurried out to check. Who are you? I'll attack you if you come any closer. Lin Lulu took an attacking posture, having just sent Qian Hu and his gang away. In the apocalypse, humans posed a much greater threat than zombies. Du Ling raised his hands. I mean no harm. I'm a member of the psychic base. I came here to take a look at the situation here and see if this newly built base needs our help. No need for that. Since you have other organizations, please leave quickly. I won't be polite next time you enter without permission. Lin Lulu didn't completely trust the other party and would not believe him just because he said he was an official. And last time, the official people rescued that bad woman Su Wanwan. Who knows what they were thinking? Can I meet your person in charge? We can cooperate. After entering the stronghold, Du Ling discovered that the base had a high security index and could completely resist most zombies. If it was just a small organization, he could even directly apply to his superiors for incorporation. Lin Lulu paused for a moment. She knew that Ji Chuan had good hearing and could hear the conversation on the scene. If he was willing, he would show up on his own initiative. But Ji Chuan didn't. After understanding Ji Chuan's attitude, Lin Lulu became even more tough. The leader is not here. Please leave. Ji Chuan recognized Du Ling, who helped him get the golden crystal core, but he didn't want to get entangled with the authorities too early, so he didn't want to show up. Then I can wait for him to come back. An arrow of light shot towards Du Ling's feet. Please get out. The next blow will hit you. Okay, I'll go out right away. Don't be impulsive. The door actually opened, and Du Ling walked out. He was ready to fight the zombies, but the zombies around him didn't seem to have the intention to attack him. What's going on? Normally, this distance would definitely attract the attention of the zombies. The door is closed. Recalling that there was an SUV parked in the courtyard. Is it him? Du Ling thought of that strong man, and considering that the surrounding zombies did not actively attack, he had a vague guess. Captain, the leader of the Origar Hotel seems to be the powerful man I mentioned last time. Team leader. After waiting for a while, Du Ling did not receive a reply from the captain. What is this thing? It's stronger than any existing mutant. Chi Feng, the captain of Team 7, was hiding behind a building. When he received the task of finding the whereabouts of number 1, he began to explore the place where the zombies gathered. Although Team 7 is not very strong, their superpowers are basically enough to protect themselves. So in order to improve efficiency, Team 7 basically acts alone and shares the collected information with each other. Chi Feng noticed the abnormality of this area at a high point. The density of zombies was very high, so he suspected that they might have been gathered by number 1. He entered this area by passing through the wall. Even if he was discovered by ordinary zombies, they were slower than him, and he could quickly avoid their attacks by passing through the wall. The closer we got to the periphery, the more we realized that the zombies were abnormally dense, but we couldn't see the center clearly from the periphery. So Chi Feng chose to climb up and go to the roof of a nearby building to observe. But in the center of the zombies, there was a special zombie of huge size that Chi Feng had never seen before. Even standing on the roof, you can clearly see the zombie's broad back with disgusting bone spurs attached to it. Just as Chi Feng was preparing to film the report, the huge zombie seemed to notice him and actually raised its head to look here. As he looked on in astonishment, the zombie jumped easily onto the wall of the building like a nimble gorilla and quickly leaped towards him. Each leap could shatter the windows of the building. Chi Feng didn't dare to delay and immediately used his special ability to pass through the floors and came downstairs. He ran quickly into the distance, constantly crossing walls and using buildings as cover. The giant zombie's footsteps were so loud that Chi Feng could hear them following him. However, he had begun to pant due to frequent use of his supernatural powers, and the footsteps stopped. Chi Feng secretly observed the zombie in the distance. It was raising its head, as if smelling something. Oops, it tracks by scent. After realizing this, Chi Feng didn't dare to delay and quickly ran in the opposite direction. It attracted the attention of several zombies, but after Chi Feng entered the wall, they could only slap the wall in confusion. Chi Feng thought of the nearby garbage station. He didn't dare to delay for a moment because he had a hunch. Once caught by that huge zombie, he would undoubtedly die. His heart was beating fast, but fortunately his special ability allowed him to avoid many detours. Not caring whether it was clean or not, he quickly crossed into the garbage dump. The strong smell almost made him vomit. But he was already sweating profusely, and it was difficult for him to activate his supernatural powers. The ground was shaking, and he knew that the terrifying zombie was nearby. The footsteps disappeared, as if the other party was trying to determine the direction. As the sound gradually faded away, Chi Feng slowly crawled out of the garbage dump. I almost died. Don't come to the area near the garbage dump. I found a zombie that is far more dangerous than a mutant. Chi Feng quickly conveyed the news to his teammates. He didn't care who the leader of the stronghold Du Ling was talking about was. The escape just now made him realize how dangerous the current situation of mankind was. Chi Feng hurried back to the base. He had to report today's discovery to the organization in a timely manner. Wow, Captain Chi, you fell into the cesspool. The base guard pinched his nose in disgust. Chi Feng pursed his lips, did not answer, and quickly prepared to report what he had seen and heard. What? Are you saying that zombies far beyond the mutants were also found near the east suburbs garbage dump? Bigger than brown bears? Li Jingru couldn't believe his ears. Team 6 had just reported that there was a zombie at the foot of South Mountain, armed with a steel whip. It also showed extremely strong aggressiveness, several times stronger than ordinary mutants. The situation is becoming more and more serious. The zombies seem to be constantly mutating, and zombies with powerful superpowers are constantly rising. Humans haven't even figured out the conditions for zombie evolution. Jichuan opened walnuts in a new area. This time, a good harvest was a blue, still crystal core, which could temporarily pause the target. It was the first time he obtained a time-related ability. He also discovered that stillness could be combined with the ice crystal core to form a time freeze, purple crystal core, which could stop time in a small area, but any living organisms that entered this area would also be affected. But it is very useful for preserving supplies, so Jichuan combined them without hesitation, so there is no need to worry about some supplies deteriorating. What's going on? Jichuan, who was controlling the zombies with crystal cores to line up and come to him, discovered that a zombie that he had not allowed to come was walking towards him on its own initiative. Ji-chuan was a little curious because he didn't feel the presence of a crystal core in that zombie. He wanted to see what kind of zombie was coming forward on its own initiative. Chapter 31: The First Wave of Defectors. After opening the 8th zombie's head and eating the crystal core, the target who came forward on his own initiative finally came into Ji-chuan's sight. This zombie looks like a female, with a female curve, but its skin is bluish-gray, and its limbs and chest are covered with black bones that appear to be hard, like close-fitting armor. Holding a steel whip, his expression looks extremely ferocious. Ji-chuan was not afraid of zombies, and the zombie in front of him did not show any aggressiveness. Ji-chuan wanted to see what she was going to do. The steel whip zombie came to Ji-chuan and slowly knelt down. Ji-chuan was a little confused. What was she doing? See, the zombie king. It was a bit like the sound he made when he first turned into a zombie, hoarse and slow. Who are you? I was born, from your will, and exist, to serve you. Born of will, how was it born? Ji-chuan recalled, not knowing if he had done anything special. The zombies in front of me can actually communicate and have intelligence. They don't have crystal cores, so they don't look like they were transformed from humans. What would happen if I didn't have the crystal core to strengthen myself? Ji-chuan thought, and stopped what he was doing. There was still a zombie in front of him that had not eaten the blue body-strengthening crystal core. You're called Xiaomei now. Let's see how strong you are. Take down this zombie. Ji-chuan gave orders to the 2 zombies. The blue crystal core zombie's body glowed with a metallic luster, and it roared and rushed towards Xiaomei. Xiaomei swung the steel whip and wrapped it directly around the zombie's neck. She swung her arm hard, and the zombie was pulled to the ground by Xiaomei, leaving a hole. Without giving the zombie a chance to stand up, Xiaomei's steel whip wrapped around the zombie's neck like a python. She stepped on the zombie's shoulder with one foot like a queen. As she continued to exert force with her hands, she actually tore the head of the body, enhanced zombie off. Hiss! Ji-chuan took a deep breath. He had thought that the physically enhanced zombies would be the nemesis of this kind of cold weapon, but he hadn't expected Xiaomei to be so powerful. Her strength far exceeded that of the blue-powered ones. Well done. How were you born here? If she was born because of me, why didn't I know about it, and why is she in this place? When I was conscious, I was here. When you approached, I could feel your presence. You are our king. After hearing Xiaomei's words, Ji-chuan felt that his ability seemed to have some passive effect. He created such a subordinate without knowing it. After all, he had never seen anyone else possess his black crystal core. It seemed that there was still a lot of room for development of this ability. Come back to the base with me. You will be its guard from now on. Yes. The stronghold is short of combat power, and Xiaomei can protect the stronghold when I am out. But are there other people like Xiaomei? Ji-chuan decided that he still needed to go out more often to look for crystal cores to eat. He didn't know where his subordinates might be scattered around waiting for him to pick them up and take them home. Is anyone there? Let's go in. Qiao Xinshi banged hard on the towering metal gate. They saw that a new stronghold had been built here, and since it was relatively close, they wanted to come and take refuge. He and his roommate had originally rented a house nearby to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam, but they didn't expect to encounter a zombie outbreak. If they stayed any longer, they would either be eaten by zombies or starve to death. You can't be deaf. How can I get in with such a high door and wall? Fan Jiahao also began to knock on the door loudly in the hope of attracting the attention of the people inside. Although the zombies around them did not attack them for some reason, they had already seen the zombies in the distance approaching them. Just as they were considering whether to retreat, the door opened and the 2 men rushed in quickly. Who are you? Jiang Yi checked the situation at the door through the surveillance camera and notified everyone immediately. Lin Lulu quickly came to the door. We saw a new stronghold here and we want to join. We're willing to do all the dirty work. What special abilities do you have? Qiao Xinshi looked embarrassed because both of their abilities were useless. Let us show you. The 2 looked at Lin Lulu and her group and locked their eyes on Jiang Yi. It would be better to use this on boys. Jiang Yi suddenly turned around and started doing plank exercises. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Lin Lulu looked at Jiang Yi with a puzzled expression. I don't know. My body suddenly lost control. My ability is to make the target turn around. My special ability is to make the target with their back facing me do a plank. Oh. Lin Lulu opened her mouth wide. There was actually such a superpower. The superpowers of 2 people were useless, but they could actually be combined and used together. When we encountered zombies, if we couldn't avoid them, we would make them do a plank on the spot. That's how we got here, but it only lasted a short time. It was enough for us to escape. Qiao Xinshi touched his head embarrassedly. Just as they were chatting, The door opened again, and an off-road vehicle drove in. Since they had returned to the base, Ji Chuan got out of the car without wearing sunglasses, and Xiaomei followed him out. Zombies. Qiu Xinshi saw Xiaomei's ferocious appearance, which was very terrifying. She looked much more dangerous than an ordinary zombie. He subconsciously used his supernatural power on Xiaomei. Xiaomei turned her head, but her eyes suddenly became fierce, and she turned directly to look at Qiu Xinshi. How could it be? Qiu Xinshi discovered that his special ability had lost its effect. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A steel whip was swung over, but it stayed fixed in the air. Xiaomei, these are the members of the stronghold, the ones you need to protect. Yes, King. The people in the stronghold looked at Xiaomei in surprise. She exuded a strong sense of oppression, but such a zombie seemed to obey Ji Chuan's orders. And it can talk. This is the first time they have encountered a zombie that can talk. In their eyes, Ji Chuan is no different from an ordinary person. This is Xiaomei. She'll be in the hotel courtyard from now on, helping to look after it. It'll be safer when I'm gone. Everyone nodded blankly, but still didn't dare to move forward. Who are these two people? Ji Chuan saw two unfamiliar faces, Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao. These are the survivors who came to us. They have special abilities, quite interesting. This is our leader, Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu signaled the two to give Ji Chuan a demonstration. Jiang Yi did a plank on the ground again. Ji Chuan was a little curious about the two people's combined skills. He had never come across similar superpowers before, so he wanted to give it a try. Try it on me. Ji Chuan's deep voice made Qiu Xinshi a little scared, and seeing his scarlet eyes, he felt that Ji Chuan was not an ordinary human being. Since he was the leader, he had to obey the leader's orders, so he tried to use his ability to turn around on Ji Chuan. You used it? In response to Ji Chuan's question, Qiu Xinshi swallowed and nodded. This doesn't work on me. The green crystal core's control ability. Could it be that I'm immune to it? Ji Chuan didn't feel anything strange about his body at all. Try using your powers on me too. Ji Chuan turned around on his own initiative, and Fan Jiahao used his supernatural powers, but Ji Chuan still did not react. How come? Solid ball. Our abilities are ineffective. Maybe the leader is too powerful. Qiu Xinshi only felt a huge sense of oppression from Ji Chuan and Xiaomei in front of him, and he had to muster up the courage even to get close to them. It seems that I can indeed ignore the green control ability. It's unreasonable for me to be affected by the green control ability after eating so many crystal cores. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan turned back and asked Su Shun to impose a state of loyalty on the two of them. Under the influence of loyalty, the two were no longer afraid of Ji Chuan approaching. Chapter 32 Discovering Xiaomei. Are you sure you saw the steel whip zombie here? In order to explore the strength of the steel whip zombies, Li Jingru sent several masters with targeted special abilities to work with Team 6. But when we arrived at the destination, there was only a group of ordinary zombies. Although there were many of them, there was indeed nothing unusual. The captain of Team 6 looked around for a few seconds and then led everyone around a few more times, but there was indeed nothing. How could this happen? Did that zombie leave on its own? Why Li Jingru targeted the steel whip zombie first was because there was a powerful magnetic mutant in the base who could directly snatch its weapons. The giant zombies reported by Qi Feng had great destructive power, and he didn't see any obvious weaknesses, so he didn't expect such a good way to target them. The captain of Team 6 saw a bank nearby. There were cameras at multiple angles at the door of the bank, so he signaled everyone to go into the bank to check. After easily clearing out the zombies in the bank, Team 6 Captain Han Yang entered the monitoring room to review the surveillance footage of the past few days. It's this zombie. See, it attacked us the moment we approached it. We almost died here. Everyone was a little surprised to see the ferocious performance of the zombie in the picture. This zombie was agile and ruthless in its attacks, and its combat power was not comparable to that of ordinary zombies. After everyone escaped, it was the only one left on the screen, like an NPC returning to its previous position and standing still. Manually fast-forward the monitoring. Wait, where is it going? The steel whip zombie suddenly moved away. There seemed to be an off-road vehicle parked in the distance, but no one could see it clearly. There was no fierce fighting. After reaching a distance, the steel whip zombie seemed very calm and did not swing its steel whip. And soon after, the SUV started and drove out of the picture. The steel whip zombie was apparently taken away by an off-road vehicle. Han Yang copied the footage and sent it to the base. Was he subdued by a powerful psychic? Or was he simply killed? When everyone arrived at the place where the off-road vehicle appeared, the ground was full of zombie corpses with their heads dug out and lined up in a row. But there was no body of the steel whip zombie among them. Who did this? The members of the base sighed as they looked at the piles of corpses at the scene. Although they also had the ability to kill zombies on a large scale, the corpses before them only had severe injuries to the head, and there seemed to be no wounds on the body. It was as if these zombies were chopped open by their opponents in an instant. The strength of this psychic was unfathomable. The relevant information was sent to the mobile phones of the frontline team and the reconnaissance team. It's possible that the steel whip zombies were taken away by the off-road vehicle, but the off-road vehicle wasn't intercepted by the zombies. A powerful psychic has the power to knock down a large number of zombies. Du Ling looked at the message on his phone and thought, "Isn't this the guy in sunglasses? Captain, I know where the person the base is looking for is." "What did you say?" "The man who drove away the SUV was the powerful man I told you about. He was the one who built the oligarch stronghold." "Are you sure?" "Sure. I saw that SUV in the Aligier yard." Ji Chuan chose a warehouse and put the materials with a short shelf life into it, and then imposed a time freeze on the warehouse so that these materials would not have to worry about the shelf life issue. However, only he could take these supplies, and anyone else who entered this space would also be frozen. After giving instructions to everyone, Ji Chuan prepared to continue collecting supplies and crystal cores. Ji Chuan has now accumulated a lot of crystal cores. Through the fusion of crystal cores, he has acquired many superpowers. Many low-level superpowers have also been upgraded after devouring multiple similar crystal cores. Green crystal core, strong light, healing, intermediate, wind blade, intermediate, poison mist, intermediate, water gun, fighting, cooling, decomposition, water walking, blood sucking, defense boost, intermediate. Blue crystal core, regeneration, advanced, speed boost, advanced, strength boost, advanced, gravity, advanced, range night vision, metal generation, memory clearance, advanced, boomerang, malice sense, rapid growth, plant barrier, killing intent release, lightning strike, mental power enhancement, advanced, vision interference, sonic attack. Purple crystal core, metal manipulation, fire power, firewall, metal scaling, body hardening, advanced, diffusion, range sleep, time freeze. Golden crystal core, mystery of rock. Ji Chuan now has a lot of attack and interference methods, but still lacks advanced superpowers. Although he really wanted to find out about Song Huai, he didn't dare to rashly enter the psychic base because he already knew that they had a red crystal core psychic. There was no telling how many psychics of that level there were, and Ji Chuan was not sure he could escape unscathed. Ji Chuan felt that a large number of life forms were approaching the stronghold, and many of them were high-level crystal cores. What's going on? Ji Chuan frowned. So many experts are also going to join the base. Ji Chuan felt that things would not be so simple. It's right here. Brought the combat team of the superpower base to the vicinity of Oligar. Because the video showed that the steel whip zombie might be taken away by the off-road vehicle, they needed to be prepared to fight. Of course, if the steel whip zombie has been dealt with by the strong man mentioned by Du Ling, the base will naturally want to recruit Ji Chuan and make the Origar Hotel the new base. So in addition to the combat forces, senior members of the base were also sent to negotiate, because Du Ling said that Ji Chuan was not easy to persuade. Seeing the steel walls surrounding Oligar, everyone exclaimed, "The metal users in this stronghold are incredibly powerful, able to complete reinforcements of this scale." Yes, it takes a lot of talent to build such a steel fortress in the apocalypse. Maybe they will become our comrades. Several people easily eliminated the zombies in front of the door. Xiaomei stared at the direction of the door and moved towards it. "I'll go up and see what's going on inside." One of them slowly rose into the air. This gate and the wall are so high. As he grew taller than the wall, he had a panoramic view of the entire courtyard of Oligar. His eyes changed from surprise to horror. Steel whip zombie. He saw Xiaomei holding a steel whip behind the door, looking at him with a gloomy expression. His entire body was dangling in the air, and he nearly fell. The steel whip zombie is behind the door. Only then did everyone react and prepare to fight. Du Ling was surprised. How could this happen? He had been here some time ago, and there were only humans inside. But he still stepped back because his special abilities had little combat effectiveness. Xiaomei suddenly exerted her strength, and although the gate was very high, she easily came in front of the flyer by jumping and simple climbing movements. Oh shit! The flyer hadn't expected the zombie to move so quickly, and facing it at such close range was a nightmare. The steel whip was swung towards him, and although he tried to fly backwards, his ankles were still entangled by the steel whip. As Xiaomei fell, even though he tried his best, he still fell down with her. Chapter 33, The Elite Team's Test. Seeing that the members were in danger, the leader brother, Yin, no longer waited, but directly used his supernatural powers to attack the gate. He drew a circle with his hands in front of him, and the metal door appeared as if it had been cut by a laser, creating a passage. Everyone saw the steel whip zombie staring at the person on the ground. He only had the ability to fly and was trembling all over. He was unable to move because of the steel whip entangled in him. Without hesitation, Yin Guang launched an attack on Xiaomei. Several lasers flew out, but Xiaomei dodged them with a simple backflip. Due to the rapid whipping of the steel whip, the man on the ground felt a little dizzy after spinning around a few times, but his reason made him quickly activate his supernatural powers and fly towards the crowd. The psychics seized this opportunity to enter the courtyard, and Xiaomei raised her steel whip by itself and pointed it straight at one of them. This is none other than the base's strong magnetizer, who has joined the operation to target the steel whip zombies, using powerful magnetism to deprive Xiaomei of her weapons. But Xiaomei unexpectedly used the pulling force from the whip to rush towards the magnetizer and prepare to attack him. In order to cover the strong magnetizer, Brother Yin seized the opportunity when Xiaomei was affected by the magnetism and fixed her direction of movement, predicted her movement trajectory, and quickly launched an attack. The strong laser directly penetrated Xiaomei's right arm, and her right hand along with the steel whip was directly taken away by the strong magnet. Wait a moment. A deep voice sounded, and Ji Chuan had appeared in front of everyone without anyone noticing. Xiaomei retreated behind Ji Chuan and stopped attacking. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Only Cui Zixuan was shivering in the back, even though the man in front of her was wearing sunglasses and was taller and stronger than before. But she wouldn't make a mistake. This was number one. The powerful feeling of oppression left a deep impression on her. For the safety of the mission, she was specially asked to join this time so that she could evacuate everyone in case of danger. What are you doing here? Seeing that Xiaomei actually retreated to the back and stopped moving, Yin Guang was a little confused about the current situation. The man before him was undoubtedly the leader of the stronghold, but why would such a powerful zombie obey his orders? Should he eliminate the steel whip zombies first or recruit the powerful man before him? Seeing that the steel whip zombie really didn't take any action, Yin Guang prepared to ask about the situation of the man in front of him first. I'm Yin Guang from the psychic base, the person in charge of this operation. May I ask? Everyone stand back. He's number one. He's a zombie. Cui Zixuan had already suppressed her immense fear and shouted out, ready to escape at any moment. But the team in front of her had a full 10 people, and the 6 people she had last time was already her limit. It took her a long time to recover after returning. When everyone heard Cui Zixuan's reminder, they all felt like they were facing a great enemy. They had heard about number one's deeds a long time ago, and Cui Zixuan was the person closest to number one that day, so she would not make a mistake. What? Yin Guang couldn't believe that zombies could actually have such a form, so now there was only one choice left, which was to destroy the zombies. Cui Zixuan, are you sure? He killed a very tough mutant before. We fought together, and he even gave me supplies as a thank you. Du Ling looked incredulous, thinking that Cui Zixuan was scared silly by the steel whip zombie. Yin Guang became a little shaken after hearing Du Ling's words. He kept his eyes on Ji Chuan, fearing that he would take action. It is said that number one has many means of attack and can command zombies. Command zombies. So the steel whip zombies obey his orders, so he is definitely number one. But why didn't he just launch an attack? He's still communicating. Yin Guang broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. His decision might have directly affected the life and death of several people at the scene. I almost died in front of him. I can admit my mistake. Everyone step back. Before Cui Zixuan could finish her words, she found herself kneeling on the ground, just like that day. My lady, I was just kneeling on the ground like this for a short time that day. I didn't mean to kill you. Ji Chuan's low voice made Cui Zixuan feel great fear. Now she couldn't even raise her head to look at that pale face. Besides, you took away my enemy. So, I should really give you some trouble. Cui Zixuan's eyes were shaking violently. She wanted to use the ability of transfer directly, but she couldn't do it at all. She was afraid that a long-range attack would take her offline at any time, or even turn her into a corpse that obeyed orders. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We'll leave now, and you let her go. Seeing that Ji Chuan could communicate, Yin Guang tried to test whether he could retreat. The steel whip zombie and number one in front of him were far more powerful than mutants, and this elite team of 10 could not be lost here. You took away my enemy, destroyed the gate of my stronghold, and injured my men. Now you want to leave? Ji Chuan took off his sunglasses, and his pair of scarlet eyes made everyone shudder. After hearing Ji Chuan's words, Yin Guang was about to use his supernatural power to attack, but he found that his hands were very heavy and he fell to the ground, unable to move. It's still too slow. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. I can let you go, but... How shameless. Let go of Brother Yen. But before Ji Chuan could finish his words, a passionate young man launched an attack. In the base, he was a very powerful offensive psychic and the main fighting force of the team. Brother Yen is a very good superior. Seeing Brother Yen being controlled, he was very anxious. He thought it was just a zombie. How could it be his opponent with such powerful superpowers? Xiao Guang, don't. Brother Yen sensed his subordinates' intentions and wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Several shadow thorns have flown towards Ji Chuan. This large-scale attack method has allowed him to kill countless zombies. Now he can accurately control the angle of each shadow thorn and quickly hit the opponent's vital points. Moreover, the moves are very concealed, and even if you encounter a person with superpowers, the other party is likely to die before they can react. Just as the shadow thorns gathered, the roaring little light turned into blood on several rock walls. Xiao Guang. Everyone couldn't believe the scene before them. Such a powerful psychic died in front of them. Du Ling was so surprised that he couldn't even utter a word. Wasn't this the same move used by the mutant with the backpack that day? Why could Ji Chuan use it now? I just said I could let you go, but I didn't expect you didn't want to leave. No, don't move. Yin Guang on the ground had already felt everything that happened to Xiao Guang, and he didn't want to let anyone else be sacrificed. Cui Zixuan was shaking like a sieve. She felt that death was getting closer and closer to her. We were abrupt. We will retreat. You state your terms. Yin Guang was trying his best to stop everyone from attacking again. If the other party could negotiate and let them go, there would be room for recovery. I won't hurt humans on my own initiative, and I don't like being disturbed. Even those who attacked me just now won't let me go. Do you understand? I understand. I'll tell the leader when I get back. I won't bother you again. A woman wearing black lipstick had some excitement in her eyes. She was a powerful mind control user in the base, and she always felt that her abilities were much stronger than her sister Luna. But he has always lived in the shadow of his sister since he was a child. Even his supernatural powers after the end of the world are the same. But Ji Chuan in front of him is an opportunity for him. Controlling him can not only solve the current crisis and make contributions, but also establish his new position through the powerful Ji Chuan. Her sister is just a tool to control some bases. Monsters like Ji Chuan are the top combat forces who have the final say. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Luna's control required a very close touch. But she is different. Chapter 34 Wu Qian joins the base. Roy was extremely excited when she saw Ji Chuan's evil face and strong body. She had liked some dark elements since she was a child, and her hobbies and dressing were completely different from those of girls of the same age. A powerful and dark creature like Ji Chuan is completely in her aesthetic point. She can't wait to control Ji Chuan and become his queen. Lorna needs to place her hand on the target's forehead to exert mental control, while Roy only needs to look into their eyes. She slowly raised her neck, attracting Ji Chuan's attention through subtle movements, and her eyes actually glowed blue. Sister, my ability is the most powerful. Just when Roy thought Ji Chuan was already in her pocket, the rock spikes pierced her eyes. Ah! With a scream, Roy fell down and died without much struggle. Knew Roy's special abilities could guess that Roy had used his special abilities on Ji Chuan by seeing the location of Ji Chuan's attack. However, this elite team was formed temporarily, and many members were not familiar with each other's ability activation movements, and just thought that Ji Chuan was simply killing people. I said I won't let go of anyone who attacks me. However, those who had not been controlled could no longer remain calm after seeing Roy's miserable condition and launched an attack on Ji Chuan. Don't. Yin Guang was extremely anxious lying on the ground. He tried hard to stand up and stop these impulsive young people, but he was powerless. The huge influence of gravity made it difficult for him to breathe. Few people can remain absolutely rational in the face of death threats. When the members responsible for the attack saw that the other side had the intention to attack, they decided to cooperate. Zombies are the enemy of mankind. No matter what he says, destroying them is the best option. And 2 members have already died here, so revenge for companions is the most worthy thing to be praised in the Doomsday. It seemed as if they had reached a rare tacit understanding with each other, and various means of attack broke out at the same time. Yin Guang was extremely desperate on the ground. If he had known that this group of people were so stupid, he would never have taken charge of this mission. As each attacking member prepared to launch his or her special move, several rock walls quickly rose from the ground. They are like rock flowers, wrapping every rebel in an orderly manner, with bright red nectar flowing out from the center of the flower. Yin Guang shed tears as he listened to the sound of flesh and blood breaking around him. He felt sad about the death of his teammates and was afraid of death itself. He felt extremely regretful for wanting to resist, even though the other party was clearly communicating with them and wanted to let them go. They are arrogant and think they have the possibility of resisting successfully. Ji Chuan don't. The sound of fighting in the courtyard attracted Wu Qian's attention. He dragged his weak body to the battlefield. Zhang Yun also followed him here, fearing that something might happen to him due to his weakness. Chief, I didn't stop Angkor Wu, Zhang Yun said apologetically. After hearing Zhang Yun's words, the flyer knew that Zhang Yun was Ji Chuan's subordinate. It was Wu Qian's voice. Cui Zixuan tried to look up into the distance and actually saw Wu Qian's figure. How could this happen? Wu Qian buried him together with Sun Tao with his own hands. Captain, you're not dead. Cui Zixuan burst into tears. She didn't expect that she would have another chance to see Wu Qian. Ji Chuan looked back at Wu Qian and said, I wanted to let them go, but they kept attacking us. Don't blame me. The flyer seized the opportunity when Ji Chuan turned around, flew towards Zhang Yun at high speed, and grabbed her neck. Let us go, or I'll kill her. Xiao Yun. Wu Qian was very conflicted. Zhang Yun had taken very meticulous care of him these past few days, making him feel the warmth of family. In front of me are the members of the base again. Ji Chuan chuckled, and before the flyer could react, the rock spike had already emerged from his mouth. The flyer instantly lost his life and fell to the ground like a pile of rags. Only Yin Guang, Cui Zixuan, and Du Ling were left on the field. Ji Chuan, don't let them go. Wu Qian begged Ji Chuan sincerely, saying that Cui Zixuan was his former teammate and he must save her no matter what. She rescued my enemy. Do you think I should let her go? Wu Qian knew that the enemy was Su Wanwan. He had already experienced how terrifying Su Wanwan was and also understood Ji Chuan's hatred for Su Wanwan. Perhaps they really had done something wrong. Ji Chuan never attacked them proactively from the beginning. He was just settling his own grudges. If you can let Zixuan go, I am willing to join the stronghold. Team leader. Cui Zixuan cried even more sadly on the ground, feeling that Wu Qian had sacrificed himself for her. Zixuan, it was Ji Chuan who saved me. He also saved many people. Wu Qian thought of the experience Zhang Yun had told him. The other people in the stronghold also trusted Ji Chuan very much. Their feelings could not be faked. If Cui Zixuan could be saved, he would accept this choice, and his reputation must have been ruined in the base. Cui Zixuan's eyes widened when she heard Wu Qian's words. Zombies are saving people? But the captain was standing right in front of her. Ji Chuan thought about it for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Cui Zixuan suddenly felt the gravity on her body disappear, and she stood up. Without paying any attention to Ji Chuan in front of him, he ran straight towards Wu Qian and hugged him. Captain, I didn't expect to see you again. She wants to take this opportunity to activate her supernatural powers and take Wu Qian back with her. But Wu Qian resisted Cui Zixuan's superpowers. Cui Zixuan couldn't believe Wu Qian's choice, and Wu Qian just shook his head. Zixuan, go back. Life is good here. Cui Zixuan nodded. She still had a chance. Stop bothering me and go away. Listening to Ji Chuan's words, Cui Zixuan looked at Wu Qian reluctantly. By the way, take him with you. Ji Chuan pointed at Du Ling. Du Ling had not attacked Ji Chuan before and had also helped him. Then we're even. Du Ling looked at Ji Chuan in a daze. He didn't expect that zombies could have human emotions. Watch your words and actions, or you'll die. Ji Chuan placed his hand on Yin Guang's head and released the memory eraser at maximum intensity. Yin Guang stood up, but looked blank. Who am I? Where am I? Cui Zixuan and Du Ling were shocked. They didn't expect Ji Chuan could do this, but he didn't use it on them. The person who destroyed my gate was the first to attack me. He should stay and atone for his sin. Cui Zixuan didn't hesitate any longer, grabbed Du Ling, and activated her supernatural power to transfer back to a place not far from the base. There were only 2 of them left in the team of 10, so they had to think about what to say and how to hide Ji Chuan's information. They had no doubt that if they said the wrong thing, they might really die or become a walking corpse without memory. You should go upstairs and rest. Sister Yun asked Su Shun to meet Wu Qian to arrange for the members to join. Zhang Yun nodded and helped Wu Qian upstairs. When it came to the part where Ji Chuan was most happy to open the walnut, he said, Don't blame me. You guys attacked first. I was defending myself. The ground is full of high-level crystal cores, almost like takeout. Yin Guang watched in horror as Ji Chuan cut open the brain of the corpse on the ground, then found something and swallowed it directly into his mouth. He is just an ordinary person now and has never seen such a horrifying scene. This golden crystal core of Xiaowang is actually the secret of darkness. How well does he use such a high-level ability? But after eating all the crystal cores on the ground, Ji Chuan found that his consciousness was about to fall asleep again. The black energy was constantly enveloping him. Seeing Ji Chuan's changes, Gu Yunxi and Lin Lilu, who already had experience, quickly called on everyone to bring Ji Chuan into the room. Chapter 35, The Third Transformation. What on earth just happened? Li Jingru smoked a cigarette with a serious expression. Only 2 people were left in a 10-man elite team, including the main combat force and the top brass of the base. Cui Zixuan just lowered her head, looking embarrassed. After our group discovered that the steel whip zombie was not at the previous location, we checked the surrounding surveillance cameras. We followed the direction the steel whip zombie left, but we encountered a powerful zombie that could kill them in a split second. I used my supernatural powers to bring Du Ling back. I had no chance to save the others. Li Jingru glanced at the person next to him, who nodded slightly, without making any expression. Cui Zixuan knew that there was an interrogator next to the leader, and it was said that his special ability could sense whether the other party was lying. So when she communicated with Du Ling, she only told him some unimportant real information so as not to arouse suspicion. Du Ling, you told your captain that you knew who took the steel whip zombie away, and that you took the initiative to lead them to find him this time, right? Li Jingru's eyes were terrifying, as if he was looking at a traitor. Yes. Although I'm not 100% sure, I think I've seen the SUV on the surveillance camera, so I'll lead everyone in the direction of the SUV. I just didn't expect to encounter such a powerful zombie. The team members launched an attack on the zombies, but they were defeated in an instant. My ability itself doesn't have much lethality, so I've always been standing relatively far back. Zixuan brought me back. Du Ling carefully considered the matter to ensure that the information he said was true. What are the characteristics of a powerful zombie? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. How could a powerful zombie appear again? Recent events had given him a headache. It can release rock-type abilities, quickly causing several rock slabs to wrap and squeeze a person, and the rock spikes can accurately pierce a person's vital points. Where did you meet him? Du Ling looked at Cui Zixuan for help. If he revealed Ji Chuan's specific location, it would undoubtedly make him unhappy. That's the direction the SUV drove off in the surveillance footage. That should be the Xinghe district. Du Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed the interrogator nodded slightly, as if he approved of the 2 people's answers. Li Jingru waved his hand and asked them to leave. He needed a new plan to quickly solve the problem at hand. Ji Chuan's head felt heavy. This was the most uncomfortable he had ever felt. The transformations he had experienced in the past were nothing more than nightmares, but now he felt like he was living in reality. He was still that otaku, but in front of him was a zombie with a horrible face. Ji Chuan stared blankly at the corrupt face and didn't dare to go forward. Who are you? Ji Chuan was slowly retreating. The hideous zombies made him feel extremely uneasy. You use my power, and I use your body. Are you the king of zombies? That's right. What is your purpose? Create a zombie nation and destroy all of humanity. The strange zombie had no skin on its face. Ji Chuan could see that it was smiling. After saying this, it walked towards Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan ran in the opposite direction. Don't come over here. It's human instinct to face terror. But after running for a long time, when he turned around, the zombies were still very close to him. Ji Chuan was breathing heavily. It's no use, you can't get away. After the strange voice finished speaking, zombies suddenly appeared in front of Ji Chuan, blocking his way. I am inside you. Do not reject me. You and I are one. I'm not a monster like you. Ji Chuan tried to launch a supernatural attack, but there was no response. At this time, he was just an ordinary person, facing the same despair as when Lu Hao threw him out of the villa. The eyeballs on the bloody face were twitching wildly, as if excited when facing prey. You're afraid of me. The rotten muscle fibers formed a strange arc, and the 3 rows of teeth in the huge mouth were extremely sharp. It lowered its head and observed Ji Chuan carefully, showing great interest. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as Ji Chuan stepped back, trying to escape from the monster in front of him. There was a cold touch behind him, accompanied by a low roar, like that of a wild beast. He didn't know when the surroundings were filled with zombies, completely blocking Ji Chuan's way. You can't escape. We'll meet again. Ji Chuan felt the stench emanating from the giant mouth, and it stretched out its withered and sharp claws towards his brain. This was the fear of facing death. Ji Chuan had no doubt that this claw could tear him to pieces. No, don't. Ji Chuan dodged backwards frantically, but the zombies behind him grabbed his arms, torso, and legs. The whole person couldn't move. The claws touched Ji Chuan's head. Oh. Ji Chuan woke up suddenly, breathing in big gulps of air. In front of him was Gu Yunxi, who looked worried, and Zhang Yun, whose forehead was covered in sweat. You finally woke up, and this time it took a long time. How long has it been? 3 days. Ji Chuan couldn't believe that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Seeing the 2 tired people, Ji Chuan felt very warm. Is this what it feels like to have a companion? It seemed like he had a long nightmare. There was a very important thing in the dream, but when Ji Chuan woke up, he remembered nothing. Ji Chuan, your forehead. Gu Yunxi looked at Ji Chuan's forehead and saw a deep crack, like a closed eye. Ji Chuan raised his hand and touched his face. He also felt something unusual on his forehead. I just don't feel anything, and I don't feel any connection to it, just like a scar on my body. But Ji Chuan felt that it would not be that simple. This time he swallowed a total of 7 high-level crystal cores. He felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes and could even directly feel the life forms in the entire administrative area. If you want, you can even share the vision of the zombies in each area. He knew that Xiaomei was kneeling on one knee in the yard facing him. The zombies can observe the surrounding humans through their vision. He tried to further strengthen his connection with the zombies in the area. While sharing vision, start controlling the body of the corresponding zombie. He succeeded. Ji Chuan was filled with excitement. He could now control the zombies in the area to act from a first-person perspective. He tried to activate his superpowers, but failed. He remembered that it was the crystal core that exerted the superpowers, and the zombies outside without the crystal core naturally could not activate the corresponding superpowers. Ji Chuan was thinking about whether he should leave some zombies with crystal cores for possession so that they could not all be used to open walnuts and eat them. I'm fine now. You guys go and rest. You've worked hard. Ji Chuan smiled at Gu Yunxi and Zhang Yun. Gu Yunxi nodded. She and Lin Lulu each stayed up all day, and Sister Yin stayed here for 3 days and slept very little. She always felt that her special abilities were useless and hoped to minimize Ji Chuan's pain while he was in a coma. Ji Chuan went downstairs and called Zhu Zhu, saying it was time to go outside to replenish supplies. With his current abilities, Ji Chuan can easily find a supermarket that has not been looted. In order not to attract other people's attention, Ji Chuan did not drive this time. Zhu Zhu to the destination directly at night saved a lot of time. Zhu Zhu was extremely excited and looked very happy along the way, and poured it into Zhu Zhu's mouth. He found that this transformation had greatly enhanced his abilities. I even want to go to the superpower base right now. Chapter 36. First entering the psychic base. Zhu back. He found that Xiaomei could speak normally and her speech speed was much faster than before. Even its strength became stronger, and a purple crystal core appeared in its body. Could it be that Xiaomei's birth is related to my transformation? After this transformation, I could indeed feel that Xiaomei had been significantly strengthened. It is very likely that the stronger I am, the stronger Xiaomei will be. Chief, while you were asleep, I didn't know what to do with him, so I took the initiative to impose a loyalty status on Yin Guang. Please forgive me. Su Shun said respectfully, but Ji Chuan felt a hint of eagerness in Su Shun's eyes. You did a good job. He has lost his memory, so let him contribute to the stronghold. Thank you, Chief. After getting Ji Chuan's affirmation, Su Shun showed a satisfied expression, which made Ji Chuan feel a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly a few times and went downstairs. He sensed the types of zombies with crystal cores in the area. Area protection, visual shielding. These two are good. Come and keep them for cracking walnuts. Asking people over 50 to call me dad. What's the point? Just let them fend for themselves. Condensing shit into stone. Even without solidifying, the damage is already very great. Okay. I don't even want to possess someone. Mimicry. Transform into the selected target for 3 hours. That's it. Ji Chuan finally found the superpower he wanted. Rather than entering the place himself and taking the risk, he decided to possess a zombie and go in to see what happens. And there is a very good mimicry target, Yin Guang. Du Ling and Cui Zixuan knew that Yin Guang had his memory erased by himself, so it was most appropriate for them to infiltrate using his identity. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan directly controlled the mimic zombies to move towards the psychic base. When he turned into Yin Guang, he deliberately made his face and clothes dirty to make it look like he was running away. It's Captain Yin. The guard couldn't believe his eyes. It was said that Yin Guang had died in the mission. Although the person in front of him looked a little disheveled, it was indeed Yin Guang. Go report. Captain Yin is back. Li Jingru was shocked when he received the news. He confirmed it with Du Ling and Cui Zixuan. After they said that the zombies did cause Yin Guang to lose his memory, but did not kill him on the spot, Li Jingru breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Yin Guang was already a dead zombie. After getting confirmation, they just thought that Yin Guang had good skills and had escaped by luck. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling looked at each other. They didn't understand Ji Chuan's thoughts. Maybe it was possible to release him after erasing his memory. Old Yin, what happened? I'm Lao Yin. I don't remember anything. I just vaguely felt that I was going to return here, but I don't remember anything else. Ji Chuan poorly acted out a headache and a madness, wondering if all the crazy people with amnesia and TV dramas were like this. How did you escape? I just ran all the way. There were so many zombies. It was so scary. They were all chasing me. Ah, don't come over here. Ji Chuan, don't ask anymore. If you keep pretending, you'll end up laughing. Li Jingru sighed as he watched Yin Guang go crazy and asked Mo Li to take him to the infirmary to rest. Ji Chuan tried hard to check the structure of the base, but unfortunately, he couldn't use his superpowers when he was possessed, so he had no idea how many people were in the base or what their superpowers were. I just looked at the psychics passing by and wanted to see Song Huai's face. I'm fine. Don't touch me. Seeing that Mo Li was about to draw his blood for testing, Ji Chuan struggled desperately. He was not sure whether mimicry could simulate the entirety of a living organism. He has limited time and doesn't want to waste it. Mo Li only thought that he was suffering from the intense stress after being injured. After all, he was a senior executive, so he did not conduct a mandatory examination. Instead, he prescribed some tranquilizers to soothe him and prepared to let him leave. Captain Yin, don't be nervous. The base is safe and no one will hurt you. Haven't eaten in a long time. I'll take you to eat something. Mo Li tried to speak as gently as possible and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yin Guang nodded. Ji Chuan needed to walk around more and understand the structure of the psychic base and didn't want to waste time staying in the treatment room. I don't remember anything. What areas the base included, how many members there were. This is the largest survivor base in the city. Formerly an air raid shelter, it has very comprehensive facilities. It consists of 11 underground floors, mainly including security and defense areas, office areas, living areas, leisure areas, material storage areas, energy supply areas, medical and isolation areas, planting areas, breeding areas, and scientific research areas. This is basically a small city. But the virus outbreak was so sudden, the base's reserve supplies can't accommodate all the citizens. In the early stages, we can only screen capable people with special abilities, continuously collect supplies, and eliminate the surrounding zombies. Once the supplies are sufficient, we can accommodate a large number of survivors. There are currently about 2,000 people at the base. Every day, there are survivors joining, and some are sacrificed. The number is uncertain. Ji Chuan felt a little emotional when he heard Mo Li's words. In a city with a population of tens of millions, only 2,000 people were protected by the organization. In the end times, most people would become wandering zombies. Nowadays, many people go out to explore after using up their supplies every day, but through life perception, it is clear that there are more and more zombies with crystal cores. As the elevator went down, it stopped at the 3rd floor below ground level. Captain Yin has arrived at the cafeteria. This floor is mainly the cafeteria, logistics, leisure, and sports areas. Please see if you are familiar with it, and if you can remember anything. Following Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan visited every room. He didn't expect that the base for superpowers was so large. Why did the authorities build such a large air raid shelter? And no relevant news has ever been released. It seems that this superpower base has been operating since the beginning of the Doomsday. This is the logistics department. Many survivors with life-related abilities will be working here. They are an important guarantee for the base's daily necessities. Ji Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted because he saw the person he hated so much, Su Wanwan. She was happily chatting and laughing with the people around her, but when she saw Yin Guang's gaze at the door, she felt a little strange. That terrifying look seemed to hate her to the core. As the man followed Mo Li away, Su Wanwan curiously asked the people around her, "Who is that person? You don't know this?" Captain Yan, a while ago, out of a 10-man elite team on a mission, only 3 returned. He ran back, but lost his memory. Captain Yin is quite capable to survive such a powerful zombie attack. Su Wanwan felt a chill down her spine as she recalled the man's gaze. Encountering a powerful zombie? Could it be Ji Chuan? Is the base safe from zombies infiltrating? Su Wanwan felt uneasy. She always felt that the look in that eye was very similar to Ji Chuan's. Why would a stranger look at her with such hatred? Ha ha ha, Wanwan, you really know how to joke. How could zombies get in when they're so obvious? Even if they did sneak in, Elder Wang would be able to sense it if he were at the base. Su Wanwan forced a smile and nodded, thinking that she must have been worrying too much. Chapter 37. What a pity for mimicry. Captain Yin, why don't you eat? Ji Chuan looked at the food in front of him without any appetite, as he was only interested in the crystal core. And when possessed by a zombie, it is only interested in flesh and blood. I'm not hungry. I just thought of something and need to walk around a bit. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll be fine. Seeing that Captain Yan's tone became calmer, Mo Li also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he could remember it after thinking about it for a while. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, Captain Yan, if you get lost or encounter any trouble, remember to call me. Good. Ji Chuan stood up straight and prepared to go to other floors to check. His first goal was to find Song Hui, a mimic zombie to kill Su Wanwan without any other superpowers. The base must have healing superpowers, and Su Wanwan's water control ability can easily deal with herself now. Ji Chuan came to the 4th floor below ground and saw the densely packed rooms. He thought this must be the living area. He began to look for it excitedly. If Song Hui lived here, he must have his own room. However, the room in front of him only had a house number. How could he find it? Wang Laogang in the room was resting after finishing a mission with Team 7. Although he was the temporary captain of Team 2, due to the small number of people, most of the team members were disbanded and borrowed by other teams. The superiors also agreed. Without Wu Qian's main force, it would be very dangerous for the second team to act on their own. Mr. Wang had felt the breath of zombies not long ago, but since he was in the base, he thought it was not possible. Of lingering feelings of zombies that he had felt during the mission. But as he rested and recovered his strength, the smell of zombies became stronger and stronger. This is not my illusion. How is this possible? How could zombies enter the base without any warning? Old Wang swallowed, sat up, and used his supernatural powers with all his strength. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw that the zombie was moving on this floor. Without any hesitation, Mr. Wang pressed the alarm button in the room. I feel the zombie invasion. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the base, and everyone was very surprised. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Is this a drill? Several people from the logistics department looked around blankly. You haven't informed me yet? Su Wanwan felt very flustered. Thinking back to Yin Guang's eyes just now, she always felt uneasy in her heart. There are zombies invading the base. Everyone, please take shelter quickly and close the doors of your rooms. As the broadcast sounded, the surroundings began to become noisy. In a place like the logistics department, most people with special abilities don't have the ability to protect themselves. How could they finally escape to the base and still encounter zombies? The people around him quickly locked the door and looked around several times to see if there was anything suspicious in the room before they breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies should be eliminated soon. The combat troops received the message and were told to quickly reach the 4th floor below ground and guard the entrances and exits there. Ji Chuan was very surprised when he heard the content of the broadcast. He was discovered right away? How did the other party do it? In a blink of an eye, I found that a large number of armed troops were guarding all the exits. Ji Chuan originally wanted to blend into the crowd and leave, but an old man pointed at him. It's him. I don't sense any human presence from him. He's a mutant zombie. The troops were a little skeptical because the person in front of them was their former leader Yin Guang. What are you talking about? I just lost my memory. Why do you say I'm a zombie? Ji Chuan still wanted to act out a bit, but the information he learned from this infiltration was still too limited. He wanted to collect some more information before logging off. Besides, the ability of mimicry was very useful, so it would be a pity to stay here. It's definitely a zombie. Attack. Mr. Wang was very sure of his special ability, and he would not be wrong at such a close distance. Moreover, the threat level of this zombie is not high, and I don't feel it has very strong abilities. Are you sure, Mr. Wang? He's Captain Yen. The troops didn't dare to take action. If they hurt Captain Yen, who would take the responsibility? And Captain Yen could still speak. Zombies can speak? What a joke. Maybe Mr. Wang had too many tasks and felt wrong. Who can help him take the responsibility for accidentally injuring Captain Yen? This made Old Wang very angry. He was just an exploration-type mutant with no combat ability, but no one believed him. There was such a big zombie right in front of everyone. But why does this zombie look like Captain Yen and can talk? Could it be number 1? So far, he had only seen one talking zombie, and that was number 1. It seemed to have many different ways of attacking, so if it could transform, it wasn't impossible. Hurry, he could very well be number 1. Hearing Old Wang's trembling voice, the others did not dare to delay. Number 1 had heard relevant news that extremely powerful beings possessed human wisdom and could communicate. So if Captain Yen, who was able to speak in front of them, was number 1, then this was also possible. The control-type psychic attacked first, and Ji Chuan instantly felt like he was tied up by a light rope and couldn't move. He didn't care about this kind of trick. It's a pity that my current body can't do anything except mimicry. Faint. After a loud shout, Ji Chuan lost consciousness and fell down. When I came to my senses, I found myself in the courtyard, and Xiaomei was guarding me. Is this the end? I only took a quick look at the 1st floor, the 3rd floor below ground, and the 4th floor below ground, and I have no idea about other places. Su Wanwan is on the 3rd floor below ground. The guy called Old Wang can sense the zombies. If he is not dealt with, he will definitely be discovered when he sneaks in next time. Because of the possession of ordinary zombies, they cannot judge whether other people are a threat to them. There was no news about Songhua, but in general, we have a preliminary understanding of the psychic base. The interior is very large, and because it is built underground, the concealment and safety index are much higher than that of Oligar. It's like a base specially built for the end of the world. Ji Chuan vaguely felt that there must be some secret hidden in it, otherwise which city would build such a luxurious air raid shelter? Next time he needs to go in and explore on his own. Although possession is safe, the information he can obtain is too limited. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the fallen Yin Guang turned into a zombie. This time no one hesitated and launched an attack directly. The mimic zombie's head was broken in an instant. Several people wearing protective clothing disinfected the corpse, and the isolation-type psychic moved the processed corpse to the ground. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. The team leader lowered his head in embarrassment. If it weren't for Mr. Wang's insistence, the consequences would have been disastrous. Be more efficient next time. I won't be wrong. Old Wang was a little angry about the performance of the combat troops just now, which almost caused a disaster. Then he returned to his room to continue resting. Mr. Wang had a very high status and was invited by many teams due to the uniqueness of his abilities. However, after today, Li Jingru planned to set up a separate room for Mr. Wang on the underground floor. Make sure that the zombies can be discovered as soon as possible when they invade. Otherwise, the safest fortress in the city will directly become a canteen for zombies. Chapter 38 Red Crystal Core Carrier. After consuming the carefully selected crystal cores nearby, Ji Chuan used area protection and visual shielding on the stronghold. From above, one could no longer see what was happening inside Oligar. All that was visible was darkness. After this exploration is exposed, the superpower base will definitely be alert and may even launch an attack here. But Ji Chuan was still unsatisfied with the last elite team. He had never collected high-level crystal cores so quickly. Even if he came again, they would become his takeaway. Ji Chuan felt that it was impossible for the psychic base to use all its combat power on himself. The number of zombies with crystal cores was increasing, and it was very dangerous to dispatch the combat base on a large scale. What's more, by leaving Du Ling and Cui Zixuan alive, he had already told them his intention not to actively attack humans. This is also the reason why their memories were not erased. With further protection, Ji Chuan decided to explore other areas. Thanks to the flyers in the base, he was able to travel quickly. Ji Chuan's supernatural energy seems to be endless. After absorbing the corresponding supernatural power, he can exert the maximum power of that supernatural power, and he will not feel exhausted after using supernatural powers frequently like humans. This time, Ji Chuan decided to head to the Haichang district in the east. He had never explored that place before, so he must have accumulated a lot of crystal cores. At this time, the city already had a doomsday scene. People without supplies went out to explore, even though they knew that zombies would surround them. But some people still tried to drive away from the swarm of zombies. Driving still gave them a better chance of survival than running away. There were flames and thick smoke in many places on the ground. The city roads became extremely congested, and stranded vehicles were running rampant. No one was sure which road would be open to traffic, and everyone was facing the fear of death. Except Tang Yu. At this time, Tang Yu was eating hot pot comfortably in a safe house in the eastern suburbs. Mom, bring out some more vegetables. Don't waste those that don't last long. She took a selfie with the table full of food and sent the photo to her father. Yeah, why aren't you and your mom at home? Why is the house empty? Yeah, where are you? Yang and your Aunt Yin are starving. Can you let Dad take them there? Yeah, your birthday is coming soon. Dad always remembers it. Can you let Dad spend your birthday with you this year? Yeah, you and your mother are in too much danger. Let Dad go over and protect you. Tang Yu did not reply to the message, but looked at the surveillance footage on her phone. Sun Yin was cursing Tang Hongqiang for being useless, while Tang Yang was crying and shouting that he was hungry. Tang Yu just smiled and watched the chaos on the screen, as if she was watching a TV drama to watch while eating. In his previous life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Tang Hongqiang also found his home in the city center using similar reasons. Although she brought her remarried mistress Sun Yin and their child Tang Yang with her, the kind-hearted mother still accepted it. After all, they had been together for more than 20 years. But unexpectedly, in order to save food, Sun Yin and Tang Hongqiang threw her mother off the building and killed her. When he was surprised and heartbroken, Tang Yang actually stabbed himself with a knife. Mom, isn't Yang really that powerful? Yang killed that bastard. Yang did a great job. Yang is the best. Sun Yin praised Tang Yang with a look of satisfaction, as if Tang Yang had done something great. Tang Hongqiang didn't care about his own pain at all. Afraid that his blood would dirty the house, he threw himself off the building as well. When she opened her eyes again, Tang Yu returned to the time before the end of the world. I'm reborn. Tang Yu looked at the street downstairs with surprise, where there were no zombies. Seeing her mother busy in the kitchen, she hugged her mother and cried. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Tang Yu cried and told her mother everything, thinking that her mother would not believe her. But I didn't expect that my mother was also crying and touching her head. It's all Mom's fault. It was Mom who hurt Yaya. It must be very painful to be stabbed by a knife. Her own Yaya best. She has been very sensible since she was a child and would never tell such a lie. So Tang Yu sold the house directly at a low price and installed cameras in the house. She knew that Tang Hongqiang had the ability to unlock locks, and even if he sold the house, he would definitely find this place. If new residents move in, they will definitely take action against Tang Hongqiang's family. If they don't move in, they will use surveillance to observe Tang Hongqiang's family. We rented a villa with a basement in the eastern suburbs, reinforced the villa, bought a lot of freezers and a large amount of supplies, and installed solar power generation facilities. She had made sufficient preparations before the end of the world. Her mother had water-related abilities, so there was no shortage of water resources. Zombies appeared as expected overnight, and Tang Yu's mother felt scared when she saw the news. I am also very fortunate that I still have the opportunity to change my destiny in this life. Tang Yu watched Tang Hongqiang and his family enter the house without a grain of rice and sneered, "You will be trapped there for the rest of your life." Just as she was enjoying the hot pot, Tang Yu felt the house shaking. What's going on? It was like a minor earthquake, but there had never been an earthquake at this time in my previous life. The huge zombie is now nearly 4 meters tall, even bigger than when Chi Feng discovered it. Bone spurs spread from its back to its shoulders, making it look extremely terrifying. With his sensitive sense of smell, he discovered the strong smell of human food in the distance. Driven by nature, he followed the smell and found this suburban villa. Most of the humans around him died at his hands. After being strengthened some time ago, he could even smell scents from farther away. He smelled new prey in his territory. Ignoring the high walls of the villa, the huge zombie easily leaped towards the door from a distance. The whole villa shook violently. Tang Yu had seen a green monster outside the window, but because it was so huge, her upper body was completely invisible. How could this happen? I've never seen zombies like this in my previous life. Tang's mother protected Tang Yu, her legs trembling. The huge zombie had already smashed a wall with one punch. Oh. The zombie actually placed its head on the broken part and looked into the room. It was a cloudy eyeball covered with bloodshot. The huge zombie was like a beast seeing its prey, with madness and excitement in its eyes. Tang Yu felt desperate. Why did she have to die before Tang Hongqiang, even though she had made sufficient preparations in this life? She had not even seen her scumbag father die with her own eyes. Watching the zombie's huge hands reaching out, I was powerless to do anything in the face of such horror. Tang's mother tried hard to hit the zombies with water, but to the zombies it was just like a child splashing water. Just when the mother and daughter were feeling desperate, the huge zombie suddenly ran away quickly, as if it had discovered something. Tang Yu's heart was beating fast, and she was so frightened that she couldn't move when she saw the broken villa. Ji Chuan was flying straight towards this side because he felt a red crystal core in the eastern suburbs. This was the first time he had the opportunity to come into contact with a red crystal core. Although he was a human, he couldn't help but be curious and wanted to come and take a look. What's this? From a distance, Ji Chuan discovered that a huge monster was attacking him, like a gorilla using its hands and feet. Although he was high in the air, he could still clearly see its movement trajectory. I saw this nearly 4-meter-tall zombie stop at my feet, and then jump towards me with all its strength. Chapter 39: 3 Newcomers at the Avengers Base. Ji Chuan was about to counterattack directly, but found that the jumping zombie did not emit any malice. Master, I finally waited for you. He jumped towards Ji Chuan's legs like a dog. Ji Chuan figured out that this was a scattered subordinate like Xiaomei. Maybe every time I transform and become stronger, a zombie will gain the corresponding wisdom and evolve. This zombie looks simple-minded. The power unleashed from this huge body is monstrous. It is undoubtedly a powerful fighting force. Ji Chuan nodded. Do you have a name? I don't have a name. Please give me a name, master. Just call me Dazhuang. Okay, I'm Dazhuang. Ji Chuan flew towards the red crystal core, and Dazhuang followed closely behind. Tang Yu just felt happy about surviving the disaster, but she found that the ground started to shake again. It was obvious that the monster was coming back. Even if a monster like that hides underground, it will be turned into a meat patty with one punch. I don't know how many times I can be reborn. Tang Yu accepted her fate and decided to avoid the eastern suburbs in her next life. She hugged her mother, feeling the warm embrace with tears in her eyes. Hello. The huge footsteps had stopped in front of the villa, and Tang Yu knew that the monster was right in front of the door. But why did the hello sound so abruptly? Tang Yu opened her eyes and saw a handsome face staring at her. The person in front of me was floating in the air, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, just like a handsome vampire in an American TV series. Tang Yu looked at Ji Chuan in horror, her eyes full of confusion. When she looked towards the door, the monster was standing there motionless. Oh, I still screamed in fear when I saw the monster. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you. Da Zhuang, sit down. Okay, turn around. Okay, lie down. In the shocked eyes of the mother and daughter, the monster just now was lying on the ground motionless like an obedient dog. Finding that the monster really had no intention of attacking, Tang Yu finally mustered up the courage. Who are you? I am Ji Chuan, the leader of the Avengers base in the Galaxy District. This was a name Ji Chuan came up with temporarily because he felt that Avenger was very suitable for him. The base that was converted from the Ariga Hotel. Tang Yu had seen it online a long time ago, but she didn't pay attention to it in her previous life. She saw it in this life. Ji Chuan nodded. I'm sorry that my subordinate destroyed your house. He escaped earlier, and I just found him. This won't happen again in the future. Your villa isn't very safe right now. To apologize, could you please come live in our base? Our base is very safe and has plenty of supplies. Confused when she heard Ji Chuan's words. She thought it was going to reopen again, but she didn't expect there would be such an opportunity. Avengers Base, she actually liked the name very much. Having not yet witnessed Tang Hongxiang's tragic death, she didn't want to go through it again. He looked back at his mother and nodded. Hold on to me then. Ji Chuan held Tang Yu in one hand and her mother in the other. Don't be afraid. I'll try to fly as slowly as possible. Although Ji Chuan's body was very cold, after touching him, I felt that Ji Chuan gave me a sense of security. Da Zhuang was following on the ground, carrying 2 freezers. Can you tell me what your special ability is? Ji Chuan was a little curious, but since Da Zhuang didn't resist at all, it probably wasn't a combat-related ability. Then what kind of ability could be read? Tang Yu took a deep breath and thought that it was okay to tell him. If she really encountered danger, she could just start over. My ability is rebirth. Ji Chuan's body swayed, and he almost fell down. You're so powerful? You have this kind of supernatural power. Hearing Ji Chuan's praise, Tang Yu nodded. I told him about my previous life, but I didn't expect to encounter this unexpected situation with Da Zhuang in this life. Ji Chuan felt that his decision was right. The person who could be reborn was a very terrifying existence and could infinitely influence the direction of the future. His friendly negotiations were wise. Even if he wanted to snatch the crystal core, the future might change the moment he broke open her brain and died. We're here. This is it. And your abilities are very valuable, so keep them secret from the others. Tang Yu nodded. Although there seemed to be a black fog under his feet, as Ji Chuan's body fell, Tang Yu discovered that it was a luxury hotel. The entire courtyard was very clean, without any trace of the mess of the apocalypse. In the courtyard, there was a zombie holding a steel whip and kneeling on one knee. It seemed that he, like Da Zhuang, was obeying Ji Chuan's orders. The door opened, and Da Zhuang walked in carrying 2 freezers. Xiaomei stared at him fiercely. It's enough for the king to have me by his side. Where did this stink bug come from? A steel whip was swung towards Da Zhuang, hitting his body with a crackling sound. Master, save me. This gossip is so vicious. Da Zhuang felt as aggrieved as a 1,200-pound child and ran to Ji Chuan to ask for his comfort. What's going on? Do they know each other? Why are they so hostile? Ji Chuan couldn't understand the situation. Xiaomei, this is Da Zhuang. We will both be the guardians of the courtyard from now on. Let's get along well. Yes, king. Despite a fierce look on her face, Xiaomei still knelt on one knee to express her agreement. Su Shun, these are new members of our base. Please arrange rooms for them. Zhu Zhu, come with me to get some more supplies. Good chief. Zhu Zhu likes to go on the mission of searching for supplies with Ji Chuan the most. Last time, Ji Chuan held her in his arms all the way and was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Xiao Yu, this is Su Shun. You can ask him if you have any questions. Zhu Zhu and I will go to your house to get your remaining supplies. You can use them as you wish. The base is well stocked with supplies, so you can take whatever you want. Tang Yu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ji Chuan's base to be so free. It was undoubtedly better than the psychic base. Even if she could be reborn, she would not be able to pass the inspection of the psychic base because she was no different from an ordinary person. This floor houses the base's gym and swimming pool. Above is the restaurant, and the warehouse is underground. Su Shun took Tang Yu and her daughter to visit the Aeligia Hotel. He didn't expect that the people in this hotel lived the same life as ordinary people in the end times. All 3 meals are prepared by the hotel chef. His special ability is that the food can restore the body's condition, and it tastes very good. My sister Suki has the ability to clean. If you don't want to waste time taking a bath, you can ask her. Here is your room. Take a look and see if you are satisfied. Tang Yu was very moved when she listened to Su Shen's patient introduction. This was a base with a humane atmosphere. She didn't expect that she could spend time with so many people in the end times. This way she would not feel so lonely. Looking at the luxurious suite, Tang Yu nodded. The accommodation conditions were very good, comparable to being on vacation. Then Miss Tang, are you and your mother willing to officially become members of the Stronghold? If you agree, I will grant you both a status of loyalty, and the Stronghold will protect your safety. Okay, we do. Tang Yu knew that although her abilities were powerful, it was very difficult to achieve the desired results. Relying on more powerful psychics would be a better choice. Without Ji Chuan in this life, he might die at the hands of De Zhuang. Even if he moves to a new place in the next life, he might encounter unknown dangers. I don't know if I can regenerate infinitely, and whether I will go crazy after regenerating too many times. The stronghold in front of me seems to allow me to relax for a while. As the two rays of light merged into their minds, Tang Yu didn't feel any difference. I just have a stronger trust, respect, and dependence on Ji Chuan. Chapter 40 Tang Hongqiang's Decision. What's this? Superpower Base is processing the corpse of a zombie that broke in. It is said that this zombie disguised himself as Yin Guang and sneaked in. This was also the first time that zombies broke into the base. To prevent the spread of the virus, the isolated psychics sent the corpses directly to the incinerator. Using fire powers to incinerate the body, the staff members discovered a blue crystal core left behind by the corpse. They reported the discovery and quickly sent the crystal core to the Scientific Research Center. Researchers have discovered that this crystal core can generate enormous energy and can even become a battery for people with special abilities to use their special abilities. Many powerful superpowers consume a lot of energy from the user, but this crystal core can actually replenish the energy. This discovery was quite surprising. The base had studied zombie corpses in the early days of the apocalypse, and nothing similar existed. Why does this zombie corpse have this kind of crystal core? Chief, I suspect that only mutant zombies can produce crystal cores. I hope to obtain more mutant zombie corpses for research. Li Jingru nodded after hearing Dr. Zhao's suggestion. If a large number of such zombies could be obtained, the combat capability of the psychics would be greatly improved, and they could continuously unleash powerful psychics. And whether the energy of the crystal core has other uses remains to be studied. The plan to quickly deal with number 1 was temporarily shelved because preparing more such crystal cores would increase humanity's chances of winning. Li Jingru issued an order to the frontline combat team to defeat the mutant zombies and mark the location of their corpses. The base will send isolation-type mutants to recover the corpses for research. A power outage in Haichang District, and some areas had no water supply. Without human maintenance, many devices began to malfunction, giving humans a stronger sense of crisis and urgency in the end times. Without water resources, humans cannot survive for a few days. A large number of people, regardless of strength, have joined the team to search for supplies. At the same time, a large number of zombies were also produced. Tang Yu felt very lucky because the base where she was located did not have any difficulties in this regard. Apart from chatting with the base members and watching them train, he spent the rest of his time observing Tang Hongqiang's family. They looked very weak. It was not so dangerous to go out in the early days of the apocalypse, but now the number of zombies on the streets was very dense. Without powerful superpowers, the chances of surviving by going out to look for supplies are slim. After realizing that there was no chance to go out and look for Tang Yu, Tang Hongqiang stopped pretending, changing from hypocritical concern every day to constant cursing. You made me come to this damn place on purpose, didn't you? You're as cheap as your mother. Don't let me find you, you bastard. After being thrown off the building by her father in her previous life, Tang Yu thought she would not be heartbroken anymore, but when she saw the curses from her father on the screen, her whole body trembled. Do you need me to help you catch them? I can hand them over to you after I catch them. Ji Chuan appeared beside her without her knowing when, and Tang Yu was a little dazed looking at Ji Chuan's handsome figure. Tang Yu didn't know how to start. Would her ugly face, which she hated, make Ji Chuan think that she was a cruel person? Tang Yu recounted the story of her previous life in detail. I can understand. You experienced betrayal in your last life, and I also experienced betrayal in this life. But my enemy has been protected by the psychic base. There are many experts there. I am not sure I can get away with my revenge. But I have the power to bring your enemies before you. Looking at Ji Chuan's red eyes, Tang Yu felt herself sinking into them. Since my rebirth, I have dreamed of the scene before my mother and I died every day. Every time I wake up in tears and convulsions, and the huge hatred seems to be devouring me. She didn't understand why her understanding would cause Tang Yang to take away all of her father's love, and she didn't understand why her kind mother would be rewarded with her father's departure and betrayal. I originally thought that watching Tang Hongxiang step by step towards death would be the greatest comfort to myself in this life, but I did not feel any happiness or satisfaction during the whole process. She always wanted an answer. For some unknown reason, Tang Yu nodded. Ji Chuan just smiled and flew into the air. On the way, Ji Chuan discovered something unusual on the ground. It seemed that the teams from the psychic base were going out more often. There were even teams carrying zombie corpses into armored vehicles. Ji Chuan stopped in the air and observed their behavior with squinted eyes. There are zombie corpses everywhere. What are they going to do with these corpses? Hurry up, this is the Galaxy District. It is said that number 1 is active in this area. Quick enough. I have to follow the procedures to isolate all the bodies before moving them. Otherwise you guys want to get infected. Okay, what do you think the base needs so many mutant zombie corpses for? For research. I don't know what the research is about. I'm just a porter. Ji Chuan understood after listening to the conversation between the few people. At first, he thought that choosing the zombie with the crystal core was a coincidence. After all, there are zombies with crystal cores everywhere now. It is now certain that the psychic base is indeed looking for crystal cores. Ji Chuan has experimented and found that humans cannot devour crystal cores like him. So what do they want the crystal cores for? Ji Chuan had a bad feeling, but continued to fly towards Tang Yu's former home in the city center. Sun Yin was holding Tang Yang with a weak look on her face. Tang Hongxiang, marrying you really made my mother and I suffer. You are not a man at all. Can you go and find something to eat? Tang Hongxiang also looked haggard. He only had the ability to unlock doors, so if he went out and encountered zombies, he would die. I also tried to break into other people's homes these days, but either the room was empty or the other party was very vigilant. I would immediately back down when I saw them pointing a knife at me. I didn't dare to try other floors for fear of encountering zombies. Tang Yu and her daughter, these two bitches, really left nothing behind. Tang Hongxiang is also approaching his limit. Looking at Sun Yin, who was still cursing him, Tang Hongxiang swallowed. Without any weapons or powerful superpowers, hunger is constantly destroying his will. The only food I can find is. Thinking of this, Tang Hongxiang walked straight to Sun Yin. The world is broken and disorderly. There is no need to care about many things. There is no need to continue acting after such a long time. Seeing Tang Hongxiang's eyes, Sun Yin was furious. Why are you staring at me? Will our son stop being hungry if you stare at me? Not a single day goes smoothly when I'm married to you. Tang Hongxiang didn't have much family background or special abilities, but he was still a good-looking man. He and Qin Yuru were living a good life, and Qin Yuru was from a well-off family. But she met Sun Yin at work. Sun Yin liked this middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament very much. Sun Yan's father was the director of her unit. Chose Sun Yin without any hesitation, and his career also flourished. But whether it is Qin Yuru or Sun Yin, do I love them? Tang Hongxiang didn't have this feeling. As someone who had crawled out of the mud, he didn't need love. The weak Sun Yin was not mentally prepared at all, and Tang Hongxiang grabbed her neck. Ever since Ji Chuan flew out, Tang Yu has been staring at the surveillance camera, but saw the scene in front of her. I never thought Tang Hongxiang would actually kill Sun Yin. I originally thought his father had fallen in love with someone else, but I never thought his father could be so cruel. Sun Yin was already so hungry that she was seeing stars. Now she was too weak to struggle. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at Tang Hongxiang. Tang Yang was so scared that he hid in the corner and cried. Sun Yin only felt that the world in front of her eyes was gradually getting darker. Although she tried her best to grab Tang Hongxiang's hand, her strength was simply not on the same level as that of the man. Desperate Sun Yin shed tears. She never expected that the man she chose would want to kill her. Chapter 41, Qin Yuru's Bravery. When Ji Chuan entered through the window, he saw the scene in front of him. Tang Yu's father was strangling his second married wife on the bed. As Ji Chuan's footsteps sounded, the three of them looked at this uninvited guest at the same time. Thanks to the elite team of the psychic base, Ji Chuan used Roy's mental control on the three of them after eye contact. Sun Yan's purple face gradually began to turn white. The three of them stayed there stupidly. Ji Chuan asked Tang Hongxiang to hold Tang Yang, and then carried the two adults to fly to the stronghold. I really want to avenge myself, but I don't have the conditions to do so at the moment. But Tang Yu's revenge is right in front of him, and it only takes a little effort for him to do it. It is such a good deal to use such a simple thing to increase the favorability of those with reborn superpowers. Tang Yu, who had been staring at the surveillance camera, couldn't recover for a long time. She had agreed to Ji Chuan's request before, but now she had no idea what her father was thinking. She told her mother what had just happened. Chen had a complicated expression on her face and stood there in a daze. I met Tang Hongqiang, but after such a long time, I found that I didn't understand this person at all. Even though he was penniless, he showed deep love for me when he was with me. I could ride my bike through 10 blocks in the snow just to buy her a hot roasted sweet potato. When you have abdominal pain, you can hold your own hand and rub your stomach over and over again with heartache until you fall asleep. When her parents passed away and she was sad, she could hug herself and say that she was still by her side and would always help her parents take care of their daughter. So when Tang Hongqiang filed for divorce without any warning, Chen Yuru just felt that she was not good enough and that she was rejected by him. It could also be that he really is in love with another woman. Even though I feel extremely sad, if I truly love someone, shouldn't I wish him happiness? Chen Yuru has always been a cowardly person. She thinks all the suffering she encounters are caused by herself and has a very soft heart. So when he heard his daughter say that in her previous life she still felt sorry for Tang Hongqiang's situation and invited their family in, he felt that it was indeed something he could do. But it eventually led to the tragic death of himself and his daughter. But when she heard her daughter tell her that Tang Hongqiang wanted to strangle Sun Yin just now, why? I originally thought that Tang Hongqiang left me because of his love for Sun Yin. In the previous life, he was an accomplice in order to help his current wife and children live longer. So why did he want to kill Sun Yin now? That considerate man with a warm smile only live in my memory? Not long after, Ji Chuan brought the 3 people to the mother and daughter. They are brought here, and you can do whatever you want with them. They are under control now, and you can make them do anything. Will you also answer any questions honestly? Hearing Chen Yuru's question, Ji Chuan nodded. You won't lie when you're under mind control. Why did you come to my mother and me? I know Yuru has a habit of hoarding food, and she's soft-hearted and won't refuse me. When she heard Tang Hongqiang's words, is this the person she has lived with for more than 20 years? Will you kill me and my mother if we don't have enough supplies? Meeting. Hearing the decisive answer, Tang Yu still shed tears. She didn't expect that her father could give up on her and her mother so easily. Hongqiang, have you ever loved me? No. Then why marry me? Because you are simple-minded and have a good family background. You are my best choice. Chen Yuru's hands began to tremble. She felt so stupid. So do you love Sun Yin? No. Her father is the director and will give me a better position. Then who is the most important person in your life? Do you still care about Yeya? Do you care about your son? Chen Yuru was already crying. She had dedicated her youth to such a person. Countless warm memories became extremely ironic at this moment. In my life, I am the most important person, and I only care about myself. Tang Yu and Chen Yuru finally got the answers they wanted to know. Tang Yu raised a dagger, tremblingly. She had found it herself after Ji Chuan told her to bring the 3 people to him. After her rebirth, she fell asleep with hatred every day. But Chen Yuru snatched the dagger from Tang Yu's hand. Mom. Tang Yu thought that her kind mother was still going to stop her, and she felt a little angry and sad. Yeah, it was Mom who harmed you in your last life. Mom has been a coward all her life. Let me do it. I can't let scum dirty my daughter's hands. Chen Yuru shouted, as if to cheer herself up. She raised her dagger and stabbed the 3 men in the vital points, but tears kept falling. The 3 people who had suffered severe pain regained consciousness and looked at the bloody holes on their chests in disbelief. Sun Yin and Tang Yang were already very weak and fell down soon after. Tang Hongqiang's physical condition was better, and he covered the painful wound. Although he was under mind control, he still remembered his previous answer. Tang Hongqiang looked into Chen Yuru's eyes and said, Yuru, I'm sorry. A pool of blood from his mouth. He also fell backwards. Chen Yuru didn't know whether this apology was true or false, and with Tang Hongqiang's death, there was no way to verify it. Chen Yuru collapsed on the ground with a grief-stricken face. Tears and bloodstains made her look extremely miserable. Tang Yu hugged her mother and also burst into tears. Mom, it's all over. Chen Yuru nodded in Tang Yu's arms, not knowing whether her sadness was due to Tang Hongqiang's death or because of their past youth. Ji Chuan wanted to give the mother and daughter some peace and quiet, so he turned around and left. Tang Yu, with tears in her eyes, mouthed thank you to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan nodded and left. The scene before him reminded him of some sad things. His parents had doted on him so much. Although he graduated from a prestigious university, he did not like the intrigues among his colleagues after joining the company, so he resigned and became a stay-at-home. His parents were not angry about him leaving the well-known company, but were concerned about the injustice he had suffered. The two are usually very busy, but they have attended every important moment in their lives since childhood and happily recorded those moments into videos. They were taken away by a car accident. A high concentration of alcohol was found in the father's body. His father was not a drinker, and it was impossible for him to drink and drive his mother. But that was the reality. Ji-chuan could only cry while watching his parents record videos of him for several nights, with the background of the videos filled with his parents' happy and proud conversations. Wanwan were there to accompany me during the most painful times, which is why I am very tolerant of Su Wanwan. Oh, why? Ji-chuan suddenly thought of something. Song Hui clearly told him that he had awakened a very powerful superpower, which would definitely attract the attention of the superpower base. But why was there no news after entering? Combined with the mind control skills he obtained from Roy, he had a guess. Mentally controlled or imprisoned by the psychic base. Chapter 42: Low-Level Superpower Survivors. The power system and water circulation system are gradually collapsing. The superpower base is completely eliminating zombies. Survivors can follow the superpower base team to the base. Look, the official base is now carrying out large-scale rescue operations. Zhu pointed at the screen and spoke to everyone. She had her phone volume turned up very high so that everyone could hear it. The sun has risen from the west. They used to only accept those with useful abilities, but now that so many people have died, they've started recruiting indiscriminately. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes nonchalantly, picked up a small strawberry cake on the table, and put it into her mouth. Either the current psychic base is not short of supplies, or they are in need of a large labor force. Brother Shin's words make sense, but why is it that no one has come to our base to join us? Only the Plank duo has come. We both came here purely by chance. There's no definite information about this stronghold online. It's just speculation. If they knew it was so good, I'm sure a lot of people would have come here. Qiu Xinsher felt lucky about his decision. He had spent several days happily in this base. The only work he did was to check the surveillance in the monitoring room, and he did it in shifts. It was so comfortable. Shouldn't we release the enrollment brochure while the internet is still online? Otherwise, no one would dare to come. No. This was Wu Qian's first time going downstairs. Because he was seriously injured before, simple healing magic could only save his life. With Zhang Yun's care for so many days, and by eating the food that Chef Zhao prepared for him to recover his condition for many days, he finally recovered his strength. If we release relevant information online, it will definitely attract the attention of the authorities. There are many powerful psychics in the psychic base, and the public speculation about Ligier will not be checked by the officials. But if we release accurate information, that will be a different story. There are many experts in the psychic base, but we only have one expert here, the leader. That will be very troublesome. And now that they are recruiting new members on a large scale, there will definitely be more experts emerging. There are too many people traveling together in the end times, and the authorities do not have the energy to investigate each of the spontaneously organized civil organizations one by one. But if they spread the word that there is a new stronghold here that is recruiting members, the authorities will definitely come. Brother Wu, no matter how skilled the experts in the psychic base are, can they be as skilled as our leader? Our leader is simply too powerful. I'm just the team leader of a frontline reconnaissance team. The members of the real combat team all have very powerful combat abilities. A lot of advanced ability information is confidential, so I don't know it either. Wu Qian thought of the young man who went on a mission with him to Lanshan Villa. It seemed that he was a confidential level supernatural being. And he went to Lanshan Villa to see a friend that day. Could his friend be Ji Chuan? 175 centimeters handsome face. Wu Qian recalled Song Hui's description of his friend and shook his head. This description had nothing to do with Ji Chuan. The superpower base. What superpower? I know the exact time every time I wake up. Are there any friends or family at the base? No, there are only my daughter and I left in my family. The staff looked at the little girl next to the man. What kind of power does she have? You can blow bubbles without soapy water. The base staff frowned openly. Hand over your cell phones and all electronic devices. Electronic signals can affect the base's equipment. Without any hesitation, the man took out a worn-out cell phone and placed it on the table. Negative 9th floor. The guide nodded, then said to the father and daughter with a smile, "Follow me." The girl seemed a little nervous as she held the man's hand. "Don't be afraid, Nan. We are safe. There is food and water in the psychic base." The little girl nodded timidly and walked into the high-tech elevator. She couldn't believe that there was such a luxurious base in the dilapidated apocalypse. A team of zombie-killing psychics nearby. They followed them to the base without hesitation, full of joy of surviving. The elevator door opened, and what appeared before my eyes was a huge laboratory. Through the windows of the room, I could see many sophisticated equipment and many scientific researchers in white coats hurrying around. It seemed that they were all staff members. They were dressed in uniform and neatly. No survivors like them were seen walking in the corridor. The guide arranged them into a large room, but there were already many people inside. The door of the room was very solid, and there were no windows. The father and daughter entered the room and walked to the corner of the room under everyone's gaze. There was an old man next to them who was resting with his eyes closed. Old man. Old man. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. The man just felt that it was just a wait before being assigned a room. He wanted to ask the people around him what was going on. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the man, but one of his eyes was extremely cloudy, as if he had lost his sight. Do you know when we'll be assigned a room? The man asked carefully. The old man chuckled. We are all test subjects. We don't need accommodation. What did you say? The man couldn't believe his ears. Old man, stop talking nonsense. This is an official base. We are rescued survivors, not guinea pigs. A yellow-haired man heard the shouting nearby, but he was not sure because he had been waiting in this room for 10 hours. Every time we knocked on the door and asked loudly, the guards would warn us, so we didn't dare to do it anymore. The old man did not answer, but continued to close his eyes. His special ability is hearing. After the introduction, the registration staff at the base looked disdainful and asked what was the point of having better hearing if you were blind in one eye. But his hearing can ignore obstructions and can lock onto all sounds within a range of 50 meters. He heard the staff's conversation and their report on experimental data, and the screams of the test subjects. The only destination for the survivors assigned to this level is to be used for experiments. He didn't want to argue or explain any further. He wanted the people in this room to keep hope, otherwise they would just have to wait for death and despair. Seeing the old man close his eyes, the man felt that he had some mental problems. How could the authorities use the people for experiments so openly? Don't be afraid, Nan. We will have our own room soon. Nan, you can have a good sleep again. The man touched his daughter's head lovingly, and the girl nodded and leaned on the man's chest. She was obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss, but just looked at the strangers in the room a little uneasy. The terrified voice of the experimental subject came from the laboratory. Don't come over. Don't come over. Let me go. Let me go. The sound stopped abruptly after a moment. The old man with his eyes closed looked the same, but his hands were covered in fine sweat. Chapter 43 Advanced Teaching Materials. Ji Chuan, who is out looking for crystal cores, is now having a headache as the team from the psychic base is continuously moving deeper into the city. It is now difficult to openly control the zombies in an area to open walnuts without being discovered. Therefore, Ji Chuan could only choose an area with relatively few psychics, and only control zombies with high-level crystal cores to come, so as to attract as little attention as possible. Hey, how did that guy in green clothes pass the test if his shots were so off target? Oh my goodness, we are here to collect mutants. How can we collect them if you crack the mutants into the ground? Sorry, Captain Xia. That mutant is about to raise his hand and use his superpowers. I'm scared. Use your brains. I don't want useless people in my team. If you make another mistake, get back to the frontline reconnaissance team. Yes. Move your feet. You are courting death. Xia Yiqing was so angry when he saw the newcomer in front of him. Song Si had stuffed the newcomer into his hands again. He had helped Song Si bring in newcomers several times, but every time it was Song Si's turn, he would cheat. She would even pull him over and act coquettishly. Why would a grown man be so good at acting coquettishly? Xia Yiqing, however, really liked this. Guanling was troubled by the task of collecting mutant corpses. Her special ability was to create a crack in the ground, comparable to a strong earthquake in a fixed area. The killing power was quite strong, but the ground would close up again after the corpses fell into the crack. Where can we collect corpses? Now she only dared to use her supernatural powers slightly to make those mutant zombies lose their balance. What are you doing? I don't know when Xia Yiqing came to my side, and with a raise of his hand, a zombie next to him was torn into pieces. Guanling didn't even notice how Xia Yiqing attacked. Captain Xia, I'm afraid the zombies will fall in after the ground cracks. So you're just standing here shaking, using a fascia gun on zombies? And you're not observing the battlefield around you. Every time Xia Yiqing brought someone new in, he felt like he was going to die from anger. Then what should I do? Guanling was about to cry. Everyone, listen up. Be imaginative about your abilities. Your abilities are all very powerful. To maximize your abilities in actual combat, you must imagine the most appropriate means for the situation. Xia Yiqing shouted loudly, not worried at all about attracting a large number of zombies from the surrounding area. If you find that your ability can't be used for attack, then use it for defense, for assistance, for control. Now imagine trapping those mutant zombies. Instead of releasing the ground fissures directly under their feet, use the ground fissures to surround them. Your teammate's ability is very lethal, but not accurate enough. If you surround the target, aren't you helping your teammate fix the target? Guanling woke up as if from a dream after hearing Xia Yiqing's words. A square crack in the ground allowed the mutant to stand in the middle, forming an isolated island. Mutant zombies will not fall into the cracks in the ground like ordinary zombies without thinking, but will only attack on the current ground. Seeing that the zombies had lost their activity area, the man in green clothes aimed at that area and shot out a ball of green gas. The gas was like a monster's head. When the green gas came into contact with the mutant, it directly corroded the mutant's flesh. The mutants gradually turned into a pile of bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. The transport team members were pleasantly surprised. I still like going on missions with your team. There's no need for isolation here. We just need to pick up the crystal cores. The man in green looked happy and turned around to make eye contact with Guanling. Look at that. Keep moving. Do you think there's only one zombie? The others are still fighting. Why are you two flirting with them? After hearing Xia Yiqing's reminder, the two of them quickly continued the battle in front of them. Captain Xia was famous for his strictness, but it was true that the newcomers had significantly improved in strength under him. Captain Xia, I sense a high-level mutant zombie approaching. Should we retreat with these newcomers? Xia Yiqing's team members reminded him from behind that in order to train the newcomers, the old members only brought out the members of the exploration department. Old Yuan, isn't this even better? It's definitely an advanced textbook. It can improve the newcomer's abilities. Captain, I feel like this mutant has several superpowers. I've never encountered this before. It doesn't seem right. Or maybe I'm just mistaking it for the distance. It's not moving. It seems to be in an abandoned factory about 3 kilometers from here. Xia Yiqing's eyes lit up. If it doesn't look for us, we'll look for it. If it really has multiple superpowers, isn't it possible that it's full of crystal cores? If we find it, our team's KPI for this month will be completed. Speed up the action in front of you. We have a big job coming up. After hearing Captain Xia's reminder, everyone worked harder to deal with the zombies in front of them. Captain Xia's teaching ability made them make obvious progress, and their self-confidence was also increasing rapidly. Everyone is looking forward to the big job that Captain Xia mentioned. With Captain Xia around, the other party can only become their own experience package for actual combat. No one can find out here, right? Ji Chuan discovered that there were many zombies with high-level crystal cores in this area, so he chose an abandoned factory nearby to wait for the walnuts to be opened. Abandoned factories have neither good hidden spaces nor corresponding supplies, and humans rarely enter. Although he could sense that there were several powerful teams in this area, he didn't think they would come here. Dismissed all the zombies near the factory. Brothers, hurry up. I'm still waiting to collect items from the next area. Ji Chuan felt the movement of the high-level crystal core zombies nearby, but a human team was also walking towards him in the distance. What's going on? Could they be looking for me? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes and locked onto the target. 1 red crystal core and 6 gold crystal cores. This is the most luxurious team configuration he has ever felt. He randomly possessed a zombie around the group of people, and a man wearing goggles in the group suddenly turned his head in his direction and stared at him. Are you looking at me? Ji Chuan was just possessing an ordinary zombie, and he didn't have any special abilities of his own, so he didn't think he would be discovered. Seeing Yuan Sen's eyes, Xia Yiqing directly attacked the zombie, and the zombie was shattered into pieces. Strange. It's clearly an ordinary zombie, but why do I sense the energy of a powerful being from it? Xia Yiqing had no doubts and continued to move forward. He had complete trust in his teammates' judgment. Ji Chuan was suspicious of the corpse in the abandoned factory. How did he find it? What did he rely on? Is the golden crystal core's detection ability so exaggerated? It can even detect possession? The red crystal core holder who was in the lead was not very clear about the attack method, but there was no doubt that it was very lethal. There are indeed many experts in the human base. Fortunately, I did not act rashly. What would happen if he fought against a person with a red crystal core ability with his own strength? I felt that they were indeed moving towards me. Their target was indeed himself, and Ji Chuan smiled. I also have several special abilities, such as flying, time freezing, range sleeping, and advanced speed enhancement. If you can't win, just run away. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan walked out of the factory, flew to the eaves of the factory, and looked in the direction of the group of people, waiting for their arrival. Chapter 44 Failed Teaching. Yuan Sen's perception became stronger and stronger. The other party moved slightly, but remained in the same place. This was the first time he encountered the other party's supernatural energy. He originally thought that he couldn't feel it clearly because the distance was too far. Other superpowers, whether zombies or humans, are very intuitive. In Yuan Sen's mind, they are just stars of different colors. But when I felt Ji Chuan, it was like a black fog, but many colors of light were shining through the fog. This is also the reason why Yuan Sun judged that the other party possessed multiple superpowers. But as they got closer, the black fog did not become clearer. It was like an abyss, and they could not see anything underwater. Captain Xiao, I have a bad feeling. It's almost here, but I still can't quite feel it. Oh, Lao Yuan, we are lucky. It's a pity that other team members can't accumulate such good experience. The calmness that Xia Yiqing talked about was the composure that comes from a strong person. From a distance, the group saw an unexpected figure. He sat on the eaves of the factory and watched them. Even though they were far away, their ruby eyes were still dazzling. Under the afternoon sun, his pale skin makes people feel that Ji Chuan is just a quiet and fragile boy, basking in the sun under the eaves, possessing a unique beauty in the end times. You're here. It was a deep voice that was different from his boyish appearance. Hey, it's dangerous up there, don't move. Do you need me to rescue you? Xia Yiqing shouted enthusiastically to Ji Chuan. Captain, he's a zombie. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Yiqing's eyes, and he looked at Yuan Sen suspiciously. This was the first time he doubted Yuan Sen's judgment. Such a beautiful boy is actually a zombie? He felt like he was looking at a work of art. Brother, are you a zombie? Xia Yiqing still shouted to Ji Chuan enthusiastically. Yes, I am a zombie. Everyone was facing a formidable enemy, a zombie that could talk. That was the legendary number one. Except Xia Yiqing. He has absolute confidence in his own strength, and no zombies in the apocalypse have appeared yet to threaten him. If you don't attack me, I won't hurt you. Ji Chuan smiled at Xia Yiqing and also appeared very relaxed. This made Xia Yiqing feel very interested and excited. Oh, you're so strong, little brother. It seems like it's just your wish to hurt us without asking for our opinion. Xia Yiqing waved his hand, and the newcomers reacted quickly and dispersed, forming a battle formation. They had a hunch that this would be the most valuable practical exercise they had ever conducted in conjunction with the teaching content. Looks like you have to hurt me, right? Ji Chuan looked into Xia Yiqing's eyes and asked. Xia Yiqing was not mentally controlled, which surprised Ji Chuan a little. It seemed that the control skills needed further exploration. So he tried to attack a girl next to him. Isn't this normal? This captain is quite interesting. It's a pity, little brother, you're a zombie. There's nothing we can do. Let these kids see how the strong fight. As Xia Yiqing finished speaking, the eaves of the abandoned factory suddenly shattered. Ji Chuan flew into the air and looked at the eaves behind him. How did you do it so quickly? What kind of supernatural power is this? Even though he already had the advanced speed enhancement ability, he still didn't notice Xia Yiqing's offensive movements. The newcomers around him were also launching attacks quickly. A ball of green mist came towards him with its mouth wide open, like a monster, but the mist was too slow and could not attack Ji Chuan at all. The murderous intent quickly gathered around him, and Ji Chuan dodged based on his instinct. There was a sound of air exploding beside my ears. There's clearly nothing. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. What kind of special ability is this red crystal core? If he didn't have malicious perception and couldn't sense the murderous intent nearby, it would be difficult to dodge this skill where the trajectory cannot be seen. Continuous murderous intent emerged, and sharp blades quickly condensed around Ji Chuan, cutting and exploding towards him. But the whole process was very fast, just like a sudden explosion. Are you a wind-type power user? How can wind-type power be so powerful and so fast? Xia Yiqing was stunned, but then a smile appeared on his face. Brother, you are indeed an expert. Many high-level psychics can't see it. Several rock spikes rose from the ground. Yuan's son grabbed the two people beside him and quickly dodged. Energy perception allowed him to sense the energy trends in the entire area. Xia Yiqing suddenly created a gust of wind that blew the other three people into the air, avoiding the attack of the rock spikes. This allowed people to see the true nature of his supernatural powers. It was difficult to guess the type of his supernatural powers based on his usual attack methods. But when they were in the air, Guanling launched a large-scale ground fissure around them, and after landing, they felt like they were on an isolated island. Guanling, what are you doing? Is this how you put your knowledge into practice? Xia Yiqing was so angry that he wanted to curse. Captain, Guanling is under mind control. Xia Yiqing bit his back teeth. Ji Chuan didn't want them to fall into the crack in the ground, because that would make it impossible to crack the walnuts. He stared at Xia Yiqing with interest. Although Xia Yiqing's moves were varied and fast, as long as he could detect his attack trajectory and avoid it, he would not pose a threat to him. With the continuous explosions, Ji Chuan clearly felt that the opponent's moves were getting faster and the intensive attacks were difficult to avoid. Although there were several wounds on his body, they were slowly healing due to the regeneration effect. After discovering that Ji Chuan's attack method, which he was proud of, could not pose a fatal threat, Xia Yiqing changed his attack strategy. Instead of a targeted attack, a hurricane was launched. Ji Chuan, who was flying, felt the violent airflow gathering rapidly. Without wasting any time, Jichuan quickly used the special ability of the Mystery of Darkness that he had obtained some time ago. Compared with Xiaoguang, who only used a little Shadow Thorn attack at that time, Jichuan brought out the full power of the Mystery of Darkness. The sunny afternoon just now was plunged into darkness in an instant, and the area seemed to be wrapped in a black ball of light. Oh, newcomers were in a panic, having lost their vision, and were all plunged into fear. The hurricane was still brewing, but Xia Yiqing had no idea where Jichuan was. Jichuan stood between them jokingly. The captain is right next to us. Oh. Although Yuan's son felt it, he could no longer make a sound as the shadow thorn had already pierced his body. He was still able to find his position in the dark, and Yuan's son was his primary target. This was the first time Xia Yiqing felt the threat of death. With such strength, he never lets his opponents survive for more than 3 seconds, and all his opponents are killed by him almost instantly. Although he has extremely rich practical experience, that is only experience of crushing others with strength. He also didn't believe that he could encounter a zombie with the same strength as himself, but today he found that his past self was very arrogant. Chapter 45: The Price of Arrogance. You're funny. Jichuan's voice actually rang in his ears, and in just a moment Xia Yiqing launched a wind blade at the location where the voice sounded. Oh! The screams came from his own team members. Xia Yiqing's attack actually killed the newcomer he brought with him. In an instant, a feeling of terror rose from the soles of his feet. It was difficult to hit Jichuan even with an attack with vision, let alone now that he had no vision. His ruthless moves may now become the death warrant for his teammates. Captain, save me. The screams of the team members rang out one after another. It was the first time that a newcomer died while he was teaching. Xia Yiqing attacked randomly in confusion and helplessness, but he did not dare to act rashly. They were on an isolated island formed by a ground fissure, surrounded by their teammates, and it was easy for them to be injured by mistake. Do I need to ask for your opinion when I say I'm hurting you? Jichuan's ghostly whisper in the darkness broke down Xia Yiqing's psychological defenses. He remembered that when they first met, he naively thought that this was just an advanced teaching material. Hearing Jichuan mocking him with his own words, Xia Yiqing didn't dare to answer a word. If he made a sound, it would help Jichuan lock on his position. But he didn't know that even without range night vision, Jichuan could still see everything in his dark domain. He just leisurely dealt with the people around him and opened the crystals and put them away. So many golden crystal cores might make him fall into a deep sleep, so he didn't dare to swallow them rashly. It was the sound of flesh being torn apart. Xia Yiqing still mustered up the courage to launch a wind blade in that direction. The crystal core and the brain were blown away, and Jichuan quickly flew up and caught it in his hands. You re not good. Xia Yiqing felt a huge pressure coming from his body. He struggled to resist, and veins bulged in his legs. He felt that if he did not resist with all his strength, he would be crushed by this force. In the darkness, he heard footsteps. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in front of him. A huge fear engulfed him in an instant, and his body was still resisting gravity. It's just that my consciousness is slowly fading away. Don't resist. Jichuan's eyes were like the entrance to hell, dragging in Xia Yiqing's soul. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing knelt on one knee, like a puppet without a soul. That's a success. It seems that we need to weaken high-level psychics before we can initiate mental control. Jichuan was thinking about how to use mind control. Just as he was about to take away today's red crystal core, he felt malice in the distance. He dodged subconsciously, but the 4 cards ignored his dodge and flew straight towards him. What is this? For tens. For playing cards were surrounding him. 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, and 10 of spades, all 4 suits. The 4 cards emitted a blue light as they rotated, which made Jichuan feel a little dazzling. The 4 cards actually formed a light cage, trapping Jichuan inside. A thin figure ran over from a distance, jumped lightly in front of Jichuan, and carried away the dazed Xia Yiqing. Jichuan saw that the other party was also a red crystal core mutant. Jichuan tried to break through the light shield in front of him, but there was no response. The light shield cut off all his connections with the outside world, as if he was in another dimension. The figure carrying Xia Yiqing disappeared from Jichuan's sight easily, like a jumping hare. Soon, wrinkles appeared on the playing cards around him, and cracks appeared on the light shield. Jichuan exerted force again and easily broke the light shield. For tens fell to the ground, like ordinary playing cards. Song Ci slapped Xia Yiqing's face again and again. Unlike his thin body, each slap unleashed considerable force. After a few seconds, Xia Yiqing's face began to swell up. His eyes gradually focused, from blankness to immense fear. Ah! I don't want to die. Xia Yiqing came back to her senses and found herself facing Song Xi's pretty face. He was lying in the infirmary of the base. Big silly Qing, you're awake. Song Xi opened his mouth, but saw 2 lines of tears flowing from Xia Yiqing's eyes. He placed Xia Yiqing's head on his shoulder with heartache, hugged him, and patted his back. It's okay. Xia Yiqing was in endless sorrow, feeling guilty about his decision, afraid of facing Ji Chuan, and blaming himself for the death of his teammates. A huge amount of negative emotions swept through his heart. As strong as he was, he could only cry silently at this moment and didn't want to say anything. Song Xi didn't say anything, just let him lean on him. Did you hear that Captain Xia, with his newcomers, was completely annihilated against number 1 this time? What? Captain Xia can't beat number 1. Yeah, I heard that Captain Xia was rescued by Captain Song who happened to be passing by, and he even destroyed 4 of Captain Song's cards. Huh? I don't know what Captain Song's special ability is. What card is it? It said that Captain Song's special ability is like a deck of playing cards. Once you use them up, they're gone. Oh my god, 4 cards. Does that eliminate number 1? It seems not. We just trapped number 1, which gave him a chance to escape. Oh my god, I'm not going to the Galaxy District anymore. I can't take any missions there. I have to tell my captain. Hey, you know it yourself, don't say I told you. No. The story of Xia Yiqing's encounter with number 1 has spread throughout the base. As one of the main forces of the combat team, his powerful attack methods and unexpected bursts of superpowers are well known far and wide. Even many people who have fought with Xia Yiqing don't know what type of superpowers Xia Yiqing has. Many people thought that Xia Yiqing had explosive abilities. Moreover, Xia Yiqing has never failed in his mission and has brought out many new people. He is truly the king of the battlefield. But unexpectedly, Xia Yiqing failed even when facing number 1, and all the teams that knew the inside story were in panic. They refused to go to the Galaxy District to complete the mission for various reasons. With their strength, they would be dead if they met number 1. No one thinks they can be as lucky as Xia Yiqing, who can be saved by Song Xi, who has wasted his 4 playing cards. Li Jingru felt helpless when he saw the depressed Xia Yiqing. You mean number 1 has communicated with you? As long as you don't hurt him, he won't hurt you. Xia Yiqing nodded with lifeless eyes. This is all my fault, Chief. I was too arrogant and made a bad judgment. Number 1 hid for a while after I launched the attack before launching a counterattack. He certainly didn't initiate the attack, and we were the ones who proactively sought out number 1. Thinking of Ji Chuan's reminder and Yuan Sin's dissuasion at that time, Xia Yiqing wanted to slap himself. Yuan Sun is a very rare exploration-type mutant. His energy perception can capture very subtle energy changes. Whether it is against psychics, zombies, or psychic moves, there will be energy fluctuations. He can avoid this risk through energy perception. It was just that the teammate who had fought with him for so long died because of his own stupidity and decision. Thinking of this, Xia Yiqing burst into tears again. Thinking of every little detail of Yuan Sin's past was like a huge bell hammer, hitting her heart again and again. Li Jingru sighed. He originally thought that with the crystal core and some experts he could kill number 1 directly, but he didn't expect number 1 to be so powerful. How many people should we send? If we send 1 less, the whole base might be wiped out. If we send more, will the base still have room for other tasks? Since number 1 said that he wouldn't harm humans unless they hurt him, and Cui Zixuan and Du Ling also said so before, should we really just leave him alone? Li Jingru waved his hand and asked Xia Yiqing to leave. He felt that a few more of his hair had turned gray. Chapter 46, A Rich Harvest. Ji Chuan was holding 6 golden crystal cores and humming a little tune as he flew towards the base. Today was a really fruitful day, and he was in such a good mood that he let go of those low-quality walnuts. It's really not his fault. He has been very restrained towards them. It's just that the other party is too strong and forced him to take action. If I were still a human being, I would still admire Xia Yiqing's character, which has the confidence of a strong man. But now we are destined to be in 2 camps, and next time we meet, I may not show mercy. Although the red crystal core's attack methods are very powerful, it has too many special abilities to make up for its shortcomings. He had been too worried before the war, and this time he knew that he had gained a very powerful reconnaissance ability. He could even sense that he was possessing an ordinary zombie, which was an extremely powerful performance. When he returned to the base, he told Lin Lulu that Gu Yunxi might fall into a deep sleep again this time. The 2 nodded, already used to it, and planned to call Zhang Yun over later. Every time Ji Chuan showed pain during his coma, Zhang Yun's soothing ability had a good effect. After eating 6 golden crystal cores, Ji Chuan was still fine. Although he felt that his body energy was strong again, There was indeed no sign of transformation. It seems I won't fall into a coma this time, Ji Chuan said embarrassedly while looking at the two people beside the bed. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes and said, "Let's go, Sister Yunxi. Let's play landlord. I lost a lipstick." Gu Yunxi looked at Ji Chuan worriedly and was pulled away by Lin Lulu after making sure that he was really okay. "A lipstick is too big. How about a bottle of nail polish?" "Zhu Zhu doesn't paint her nails. She doesn't have nail polish." The two people's voices became farther and farther away. "This damn girl is becoming more and more disrespectful," Ji Chuan complained. Ji Chuan discovered that after absorbing a large number of high-level crystal cores these times, it suggested that many supernatural powers could be combined. Among them, the speed enhancement, advanced, strength enhancement, advanced, mental strength enhancement, advanced, and defense enhancement, advanced, can be combined into a golden crystal core. The perfect body greatly improves various physical qualities while being immune to all abnormal conditions. Metal manipulation, metal scaling, metal generation, and strong magnetic combination become a golden crystal core, the secret of gold. Cooling, fire power, firewall, and fire control are combined into a golden crystal core, the secret of fire. Ji Chuan did not proceed with the other abilities that could be combined because they did not have advanced levels. Then he checked his current abilities. Green crystal core, strong light, healing, intermediate, wind blade, intermediate, poison mist, intermediate, water gun, combat, material decomposition, water walking, blood sucking, defense boost, intermediate, bad odor, taste elimination. Blue crystal core, regeneration, advanced, gravity, advanced, range night vision, memory clearance, advanced, boomerang, malice sense, rapid growth, plant barrier, killing intent release, vision interference, sonic attack, tornado, vortex. Purple crystal core, body hardening, advanced, diffusion, range sleep, time freeze, mind control, flight, area protection, vision shielding, light power, blizzard. Golden crystal core, mystery of rock, mystery of darkness, perfect body, mystery of gold, mystery of fire, corrupted and toxic spirits, earth crack, energy perception, heavenly thunder, falling stars, illusionary realm. With his rich skill pool, he seems to be confident that he can defeat the red crystal core mutants again. Ji Chuan can explore the limits of all superpowers, which is something humans cannot do. Although the newcomers today all have powerful golden crystal cores, their performance in using their superpowers is not as good as that of the mutant zombies with purple crystal cores. When facing a powerful opponent, he is so scared that he freezes in place, and he relies too much on the strong people around him. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan began to train everyone again. Lin Lulu, who had just caught a good hand of cards, shouted that she would go downstairs after she finished playing. Zhu Zhu quickly pulled Gu Yunxi away, saying that the leader's words were the most important. Lin Lulu pouted angrily. "Today, an elite team attacked me. They had a very powerful captain, but because they relied too much on the captain, they were of little help in the battle. So I defeated them easily, and you also need to have the courage to remain calm in the face of strong opponents. Even though some abilities aren't that powerful, relying too much on others will never allow you to make progress." Lin Lulu rolled her eyes in the audience. She found that Ji Chuan was becoming more and more like an old cadre. "Lin Lulu, your opponent is Xiaomei, and the opponents of other attack-type psychics are Dazhuang." "What? I hit Xiaomei. Ji Chuan, are you crazy?" Lin Lulu suspected that Ji Chuan was deliberately punishing her for rolling her eyes, and Xiaomei looked like she could be torn to pieces with just a whip. "As a long-range attacker, what are you afraid of? Is Xiaomei's whip longer than your arrow? If you hit Xiaomei's body with 3 arrows, you win." Lin Lulu looked at Xiaomei in the courtyard, who was covered in muscles and looked like a European and American bikini champion. Her face was full of excitement, and the whip made crackling sounds as it hit the ground. Lin Lulu swallowed and decided not to show her dissatisfaction with Ji Chuan too obviously in the future. The others also looked helpless. Even if they used all their strength, they felt they couldn't cut off a single piece of skin from Dazhuang's feet. With such a huge body, its strength is already very terrifying, and it also has extraordinary speed. One punch would send anyone flying. Dazhuang was jumping happily on the spot, seeming very excited. Everyone felt a slight earthquake in the hotel courtyard. The members who did not have offensive abilities were very grateful at this time, and all lay on the windowsill and looked at them with interest. With Wu Qian's joining, the stronghold had an additional main combat force. His special ability is object duplication, which allows him to temporarily duplicate lightweight objects he touches. So he was allowed to touch almost all the weapons in the base. The courtyard was divided into 2 areas. one for Lin Lulu and one for Xiaomei. Wu Qian, Gu Yunxi, Pei Wendong, Jiang Yi, Xiaoxian, Geng Mao and Da Zhuang are in the same match. Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao were placed in the audience by Ji Chuan, as Ji Chuan felt that their special abilities only made them suitable as mascots. Zhang Yan looked at Xiaoxian with some worry, but Xiaoxian showed an expression that made her feel at ease. Xiaomei, Da Zhuang, please don't hit anyone's vital parts. Be gentle. Yes, master. Lin Lulu's goal is to shoot Xiaomei with 3 arrows. The other's goal is to get a hair of Da Zhuang. Are there any problems? Chief, my powers can also be used for fighting, so I can join in. Ji Chuan looked at the timid Chen Yuru and asked, Aunt Shen, are you sure? Chen Yuru nodded. Seeing that Xiaoxian had the courage to train, but she, an adult, was standing behind her, she felt that she should be stronger to protect Yaya. Mom, can you do this? Tang Yu looked at Chen Yuru with a worried look on her face. Chen Yuru just nodded and became very alert. Chapter 47, Avengers Base Members Competition. In order to avoid physical pain, Lin Lulu moved towards the opposite direction of Xiaomei early, but Xiaomei didn't care. She just played with the steel whip in her hand and didn't seem to take Lin Lulu seriously. On Da Zhuang's side, a group of people were surrounding this huge monster and swallowing their saliva nervously, especially Chen Yuru. The horrifying scene when Da Zhuang broke into her villa was still vivid in her mind. When Da Zhuang stared at the mother and daughter through the crack in the wall, her breathing almost stopped at that moment. Our target is his hair. With his speed and agility, I don't think it will be easy for him to reach his head and grab it. Let's try to use our supernatural powers to knock his hair off. No, don't hit Da Zhuang on the head. When Da Zhuang heard Wu Qian tell everyone his plan, he quickly covered his head with his hands, like a fat kid who had been wronged. Da Zhuang's grievances did not arouse any sympathy from the crowd. He was like a wall standing in front of everyone, leaving only a sense of oppression. Then let's get started. Ji Chuan's cold voice rang out, and the battlefield instantly became lively. Before Lin Lulu could concentrate the first arrow, Xiaomei suddenly kicked the ground hard from a distance, and her whole body shot towards Lin Lulu like a bullet, leaving only a hole in the ground. Lin Lulu was so frightened by the scene that she almost ran away. But he looked for opportunities to launch light arrows, trying to use attacks to slow down Xiaomei's approach. Had been feeling aggrieved just now, became extremely excited when he heard Ji Chuan's order and swung his strong arms towards Wu Qian. He heard that this person had just provided a plan to everyone and thought that he should be considered the captain of this temporary team. With rich combat experience, he immediately dodged Da Zhuang's attack. In order to knock down Da Zhuang's hair, he quickly copied the throwing knife into his hand. There were 5 flying knives instead of just 1. He almost dropped them. Gu Yunxi nodded at Wu Qian, who exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that she is control? Without much hesitation, the moment Da Zhuang turned around and pulled his hand away, he threw a flying knife towards Da Zhuang's hair. Seeing this, Geng Mao also released leaf blades not far away, but the leaves deviated from their trajectory after flying for a distance and did not have strong enough power to support long-range attacks. Gu Yunxi was a little busy and had not had time to apply the enhanced state to Geng Mao just now. This time she tried to continue to increase the release range. The green light ball in her mind was continuously flattened and enlarged. She wanted to cover the entire venue with the enhanced range. Da Zhuang dodged Wu Qian's flying knife nimbly with a happy smile on his face. I've been working as a courtyard guard at the base for a long time, but I haven't encountered any enemies, and it's very boring. Whenever Xiaomei, another guard, approached him, she would whip him, making him feel that the other party was very scary and he dared not get close. The battle ahead is very interesting. But when he was about to leap forward and hit Wu Qian, he found that his movements were like an illusion and Wu Qian had no time to react. If Wu Qian were hit by this attack without any defense, he might die on the spot. Both Da Zhuang and Wu Qian were very surprised, but they couldn't stop at all. Inertia had turned Da Zhuang's body into a high-speed meat bomb, rushing towards Wu Qian's face. Boom! Da Zhuang bumped into a rock wall and covered his head in pain. It was Ji Chuan who protected Wu Qian in time. Gu Yunxi, while you're strengthening your teammates, you also don't forget to strengthen your opponents. After hearing Ji Chuan's scolding, Gu Yunxi realized that although the light balls he released covered the entire venue, Da Zhuang and Xiaomei were also among them and became the objects of enhancement. Sister Yunxi, it's you. Lin Lulu was on the other side, feeling helpless. Dodging Xiaomei's pursuit was already incredibly difficult. Even though her light arrows had expanded in range, Xiaomei's explosive power was like Superman. Not to mention hitting Xiaomei, she couldn't even aim. She even felt that Xiaomei's movements were faster than the direction of her hands. whipped by Xiaomei. Although she knew that Xiaomei didn't use her full strength, the pain still made her grimace. Gu Yunqi quickly stopped enhancing his abilities and instead focused on weakening Dezhuang. But Dezhuang's strength and speed are already very high, not due to his supernatural powers. Weakening Dezhuang's supernatural powers has no effect. Gu Yunqi fell into deep thought. If he could only help his teammates gain strength and avoid his opponents, he couldn't cover a large area in a circular pattern. She began to try to change the shape of the green light ball, trying to pinch it into a crescent shape. Avoiding Dezhuang in the middle, the rest of the crescent can cover everyone on the field. Jiang Es stone bullets from beginning to end, just like sand hitting him. But suddenly the stone bullet turned into the size of a football. Dezhuang, who was unprepared, felt some pain and quickly raised his arms to block it in the direction of Jiang Yi. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Qian copied a grappling hook and threw it towards Dezhuang's back. Climbing quickly towards Dezhuang's back, "Cover me." Feeling Wu Qian's movements, Dezhuang quickly shook his body, trying to shake Wu Qian off, and used his hands to hook Wu Qian from behind. But his arms were too thick and his back was too thick, and he could not hook Wu Qian, who was in the middle of his back. The others quickly intensified their attacks, making it difficult for Dezhuang to open his eyes. Chen Yuru's water flow, with her enhanced superpowers, was like a high-pressure water gun, shooting towards Dezhuang's head, trying to affect his vision. Dezhuang was too strong, and when he found that he couldn't hook Wu Qian, he began to shake and jump violently. Wu Qian felt like he was on the back of a wild horse, being jolted down and down continuously, feeling as if all his internal organs were about to be shaken out. Lin Lulu was covered with bruises after being whipped 5 times, but Xiaomei showed a contemptuous smile, as if she was just teaching an insect a lesson. Lin Lulu has made significant progress compared to last time, increasing the number of light arrows to 3. But no matter how many there are, it's useless if you can't hit them in the face of absolute speed and agility. Quantity is useless to her. Lin Lulu dragged her injured body around, like a frightened little deer, just like her name. I need to shoot a high-quality arrow and hit the target. But how can I hit her when she's dodging so quickly? In order to save energy, Lin Lulu gave up the idea of shooting multiple arrows at once, which would only make her more tired. She was trying to deepen her perception of the light arrows. Sister Yunqi's ability could actually change her state according to her thoughts. Ji Chuan once said that his ability is at the same level as Sister Yunqi. Will my light arrow change according to my thoughts? A whip entangled Lin Lulu's left leg, and Lin Lulu lost her balance and fell to the ground. She turned around hurriedly and saw Xiaomei approaching her step by step with a queen-like smile. She quickly shot an arrow, but Xiaomei turned her head without any hesitation and avoided the arrow. Just as she raised her hand to strike Lin Lulu unconscious, a light arrow shot straight through her abdomen from behind. Xiaomei felt a little bit unbelievable after feeling the pain. She turned her head back and didn't see anything unusual. Lin Lulu discovered that she could actually change the direction of the light arrow. Chapter 48: Lin Lulu's Awakening. Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot another arrow. This time, Xiaomei dodged the arrow and hurriedly turned back to pay attention to its direction. The light arrow that was flying straight just now started to turn back after missing its target, and Xiaomei could only continue to dodge. Lin Lulu seized the opportunity to stand up and ran backwards, dragging her bleeding left leg. Shooting another arrow at Xiaomei, Lin Lulu found that controlling the 2 light arrows to change direction was already her maximum ability. The 2 light arrows had already made her somewhat confused, but she knew that as long as she persisted and hit the target, she would win. If Ji Chuan really wants to kill me, he won't even help me. Looking at the wounds all over her body, Lin Lulu was a little worried about leaving scars, but when she thought of Ji Chuan's healing ability, she sighed. Xiaomei's body is very flexible. Although she was hit by an arrow, zombies have a very low perception of pain, and her speed is basically the same as when she was not injured. She was like a gymnastics champion, dodging the 2 arrows with various difficult postures, but sweat was already oozing from Lin Lulu's forehead, and she felt her consciousness was becoming chaotic. If he hadn't hit the target yet, he would have fallen down first due to the high-intensity use of his supernatural powers. The light arrow was slowing down. Xiaomei also noticed this, and a smile appeared on her face again. She dodged the light arrows in an orderly manner, waiting for Lin Lulu to run out of energy. Xiaoxian was afraid of the tall Dezhuang, who was standing outside. Everyone was also very protective of the child and did not let her go forward. Pei Wendong tried his best to protect Xiaoxian. If Dezhuang's thick arms just hit her, Xiaoxian's life would be in danger. Xiaoxian hesitated for a long time. Her target was Dezhuang's hair. She searched for the shape of the doll in her mind. What kind of doll could take Dezhuang's hair? Seeing Wu Qian being thrown down by Dezhuang, Chen Yuru used the impact force of the water to help Wu Qian cushion the impact so that he would not be injured. De Zhuang turned around angrily and continued to chase Wu Qian, punching the ground again and again, leaving deep pits. Wu Qian could only roll on the ground in embarrassment. Xiao Xian's hand, and the doll, which was supposed to be petite, slowly stood up with the help of Gu Yunxi's special ability, and turned out to be the size of a human. The doll looked exactly like Xiaomei, but its facial features were crude, its eyes were buttons, and its mouth was sewn with cross lines. Xiao Xian recalled that Da Zhuang seemed to be very afraid of Xiaomei in the courtyard these days, so she created a doll in the image of Xiaomei, and it actually worked. The Xiaomei doll made a sound thinner and sharper than Xiaomei's. "You stinky bug, don't behave yourself." When he heard this voice, a trace of fear flashed in the angry Da Zhuang's eyes. He found that the second Xiaomei was standing in front of him. Xiaomei in the distance was clearly still dodging the light arrows, but the Xiaomei in front of him made Da Zhuang doubtful. But while he was staring at the doll in a daze, the doll had already swung the steel whip towards his neck. Da Zhuang had no choice but to hold the steel whip with both hands to prevent his neck from being broken by the whip. The power of the doll in front of him was almost the same as Xiaomei's. Ji Chuan observed the changes in the situation on the field with great interest. Everyone grew very quickly in actual combat. Seeing the right opportunity, Wu Qian used the grappling hook to climb onto Da Zhuang's body again. However, this time, when Da Zhuang wanted to jump and turn, he was held tightly by Xiaomei's doll and could not move. The others also tried their best to use their special powers to attack Da Zhuang's body to help Wu Qian provide cover. Wu Qian stood on Da Zhuang's shoulders and pulled hard at Da Zhuang's head and got the hair. On the other side, Lin Lulu fell down due to exhaustion. Xiaomei was about to give her another hit with a steel whip when Ji Chuan stopped her. "It's over, everyone did well." Ji Chuan treated everyone, and Lin Lulu gradually regained consciousness. "Everyone has made great progress in this exercise, but we need to summarize the experience. Xiaomei wins, Da Zhuang loses." Da Zhuang and Lin Lulu both lowered their heads and didn't look very happy. "Da Zhuang, why did you only attack Wu Qian?" Ji Chuan wanted to see how wise Da Zhuang was. "Because he gave the order before the battle began. He's the captain. I need to defeat the core of the team first." "Your idea is good, but if you find that the other party is difficult to deal with, you should prioritize dealing with the others in front of you. The others are also important and can help the core members gain a chance of victory." Every member of Da Zhuang's team played to their strengths. This is teamwork. Also, next time you face an enemy, don't tell them your plan. Ji Chuan turned to Wu Qian and said. Wu Qian nodded. "Lin Lulu, why did you lose?" "I was alone, so I lost." Lin Lulu turned her head away and said angrily that Ji Chuan was bullying her for personal revenge. "You lose because you are too lazy." Ji Chuan flicked her head lightly. "You only train when you're told to. Your abilities are so powerful, yet they're still in the development stage. If there's real danger, can you protect everyone? Your ability is the only one here that's best suited for attacking. All you do is eat snacks and play landlord. You don't have any sense of urgency." After hearing Ji Chuan's words, Lin Lulu lowered her head without any rebuttal. "Well, you've made great progress today. Everyone can train with Da Zhuang and Xiaomei in the future, otherwise you'll always be inexperienced newbies. I don't want what happened to the psychic-based team to happen to you. You clearly have the strength to fight, but due to lack of experience and courage, you become a target for others to slaughter. Everyone, look at Jiangyi. He's already doing a plank right after training. What a great attitude. Everyone, cheer up." Dismissed. The audience was also excited when they heard Ji Chuan's words. Xiao Xinshi and Fan Jiahao also wanted to do their part and unconsciously used their special powers on Jiangyi. "Hardball, wait till I stand up. You two will be in trouble." Jiang Yi did not refute Ji Chuan's praise, but roared in his heart with a frown on his face. Every time, these two mascots would only use their superpowers on him. Gu Yunxi pulled Lin Lulu up and walked towards the hall. "Lulu, you were really impressive just now. I saw that your light arrow can actually track the target." Lin Lulu's face didn't show a happy expression. "I think Ji Chuan is right. I have always relied on his protection. In fact, every time danger comes, I can't help much. No, the previous times were all thanks to you, Lulu. You are our main force." Lin Lulu's face was filled with dejection. "But my abilities are indeed stronger than those of the other members. I was clearly capable of doing this before, but only today did I discover that I can use my abilities in this way." Lin Lulu felt very guilty. She knew that Ji Chuan had always been nice to everyone and had never disciplined them harshly, but she couldn't keep being so careless. Ji Chuan's experience today made him realize that blindly waiting to be protected will only put himself in danger. Learning to protect yourself is the safest thing, but I have been living too easily. Everyone must be tired. The meal is ready. You'll feel better after eating. Master Zhao warmly invited everyone to the restaurant. Making food with restorative properties was the only way he could help, and he cherished this base very much. Every member played their role for the collective. Lin Lulu sighed and decided to have special training with Xiaomei during the day. Chapter 49 Unfinished Experiment. Huang Mao had been waiting in the waiting room on the -9th floor for 12 hours, but this time the staff who opened the door came to pick him up. Finally, it's my turn. Your work efficiency is so low. I'm getting sleepy waiting. The yellow-haired man complained that unlike the beautiful woman who led him to the waiting room, this time there were 2 armed guards. They didn't react at all when they heard Huang Mao's words, but just moved towards the destination with Huang Mao in front and behind. I'm sleepy. Where's my room? I want to sleep right now. Why does this floor seem to be full of labs? Where is the living area? Huang Mao began to feel uneasy as he watched the scene in front of him. He remembered the blind old man saying that they were all experimental subjects and did not need accommodation. He thought the old man was talking nonsense. As he walked along, he discovered that this floor was full of laboratories. Obviously, no one in that room has ever come out, so it's impossible for that old man to see these laboratories, right? Huang Mao stopped talking and felt a little nervous. Although he thought the old man's words were ridiculous, the scene before him did not look like a place to provide accommodation. This floor looks like a scientific research center and also like a hospital. In a state of trepidation, he came to a room with a bed in the center. Rather than a bed, it is more like a multifunctional chair used at the dentist, with some equipment connected around it. It would be more accurate to say that the whole room is like an operating room. Several people in white coats were already standing there, looking at him. Did we go the wrong way? Huang Mao broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the scene. He was about to open the door behind him, but found that the guard blocked his action. Come and lie down. We'll do a physical examination. The man in the white coat spoke in a kind tone, as if he was talking to a child who was afraid of the dentist. It seems normal to come to the base for a physical examination. After all, there has been an outbreak of zombie virus outside the base, and it is impossible for people to live here directly. Huang Mao encouraged himself by thinking this, and felt that those terrible thoughts were just his own imagination. What's more, these 2 guards didn't seem to allow him to go out. Huang Mao had no choice but to lie on the bed. But after lying down, his hands and feet were fixed by the steel locks on the bed. What are you going to do? Huang Mao then became panicked. What kind of physical examination would restrict his personal freedom like this? The man in the white coat picked up a mask and put it on the struggling yellow-haired man's face without explaining anything. In just a moment, Huang Mao fell asleep like a child. Blue Crystal Core Implantation Experiment. Subject number 53, 23-year-old male. Embedded Crystal Core, Electrical. Subject's ability type, Enhancement. Target implantation location, Heart. Experiment begins. After a simple disinfection, the scalpel cut open Huang Mao's chest. Just now, when Huang Mao left, he shouted that it was finally his turn and he was the most powerful one in the room. Shomi didn't care. As long as he and his daughter were safe, he would just wait. He knew that the base had received many survivors, and it was normal to arrange rooms for them one by one. I am already very grateful for being able to save them, so it won't matter if I wait a little longer. Besides, people in this room are constantly being called out, and people are constantly entering, so just wait. The door opened again, Zhuo Jianping. Next to Zhomi trembled, but he was not as impatient as the others. He slowly stood up and sighed as he looked at his daughter in Zhomi's arms. The old man leaned close to his ear and said, "There's a freight elevator 30 meters southeast. The password should be 1218. Take the child and escape if you can." Zhomi was a little confused. Why did he run away? What was this old man talking about? How did he know the elevator location and password? Thinking about what the old man said before, Zhomi frowned and recalled the whole process. It is normal to ask about special abilities, but after the other party knew about his and his daughter's special abilities, the staff member did show a look of disgust, and they handed over their cell phones. But on the way back to the base with the frontline team, didn't those team members use cell phones to communicate? Do I have to go out to take on a mission before I can get my phone? Why does this waiting room not even have a door or windows? Compared to a lounge, it looks more like a detention room, with thick metal doors. Zhomi felt a little panicked, and he was very worried looking at his daughter's sleeping face. If he went out, he would carefully observe the surrounding environment. If there was anything wrong, he would save his daughter even at the risk of his life. The door opened again. Zhou Yuan. The man was not as happy as when he first entered the base. He picked up his daughter and walked out with a heavy heart. 2 guards led the way, one in front and one behind, while Zhomi carefully looked around the surrounding environment. It was indeed full of laboratories and equipment. He felt more and more uneasy and began to recall what the old man had said. There was a freight elevator in the southeast. You too. I need to go to the bathroom. I've been waiting for too long, and I can't hold it anymore. The two guards exchanged glances and said, Hurry up, then. They changed their direction and led the man towards the toilet. Sure enough, I saw the elevator in the southeast, but the toilet was at the very back, and I almost missed the elevator. Jomi had no chance of entering the elevator, and even if he did, he would be subdued by the two guards. He walked with heavy steps while holding his daughter. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The guards were already alert to Jomi's behavior. Jomi had no choice but to pick up the trash can in the corridor and smash it at the guard with all his strength, and then rush to the freight elevator with his daughter in his arms as fast as he could. In just a moment, he was easily subdued by the guards. That's quite clever. Jomi, who was already holding his daughter, threw a trash can, but it had no effect. The guard with the confinement ability had already tied his hands, and his daughter was snatched away by another guard. Nan. The sudden movement made Zhou Yuan cry, but the guards did not give them any chance to breathe and took him directly to the operating room. Let me go and give my daughter back to me. Jomi had no power to resist, and the guard took Zhou Yuan to another room. Jomi had already seen the operating table in front of him. How did you find out? The white coat in the room looked at Jomi's registration information, waking up and knowing the current time. It's a useless ability, but it's also a rare time-related ability. This example is not bad. Jomi now completely believed the old man's words, but it was too late. Jomi did not answer the man in the white coat, but struggled violently. Everything in front of him meant that his daughter was also experiencing it. My daughter will also be used for their experiments. Thinking of this, Jomi's eyes were red. He had fought desperately to protect his family in the apocalypse, and only his daughter was left. Now, he was the one who put his daughter in danger with his own hands. The strength of an ordinary person is not worth mentioning at all. The guards easily controlled Jomi on the operating table. The man in the white coat put a mask on Jomi's face, and Jomi fell asleep. The reason why Jomi thought that his special ability was to know the time when he woke up was because whenever he fell asleep, there was a time panel in front of his eyes that kept moving. It was as if the screen of a digital watch kept repeating in my dreams. No matter what scene I dreamed of, the screen with the time was always there. I woke up and checked several times, and it was the same as normal time. The painful Jomi cried in his dream. He knew that he and his daughter would become experimental subjects and would most likely die. I wish I could go back to where I was before I got on the bus. If he were given another chance, he would never put his hope on going to the psychic base. No matter how difficult it is, he will try his best to keep his daughter alive. The time panel in the dream began to tremble violently, and Jomi actually saw the time on the screen constantly moving backwards. Time froze at noon today, when he and his daughter met the Superpower base team. A strong light flashed in the dream, and Jomi slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 50, A Perfect Day. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. After dealing with the nearby zombies, the members of the psychic team stared at the man in front of them with a bit of surprise. Just a second ago, he was grateful to them and told his daughter that she was finally saved, but now he just stood there in a daze. What are you doing? Are you going to leave or not? Jomi looked at the surrounding scene for a long time without recovering from his shock. Feeling the warmth from his daughter's hand, Jomi found that he had really returned to the time before he got on the car. He burst into tears instantly, ignored the urging of the team members, picked up his daughter, and ran away quickly. Captain, what's wrong with that guy? He actually ran away without getting in the car. Should we chase him? Let him go. There are still many survivors waiting for us to rescue him. If you don't want to go, then don't go. After hearing the car door behind him close and drive away, Jomi's tense nerves finally relaxed. He escaped from that man-eating den. But where should I take my daughter now? Ji-chuan felt a little dazed just now. What's going on? What should I do? Oh, right, we're out looking for crystal cores. There are too many psychic teams out now, so we have to avoid them. Ji-chuan was flying in the sky, sensing the crystal cores in the entire area. There are a lot of high-level crystal cores around here, but where should I go to open the walnuts? Ji-chuan set his sights on an abandoned factory and sent away all the zombies nearby, so as to basically avoid attracting the attention of the psychic team. Ji-chuan was waiting boredly for the walnuts to move towards him, and at the same time he noticed that a luxuriously equipped team was walking towards him. He had a premonition that this team was coming for him. He didn't know why he was so sure, but he just flew directly to the roof of the factory and waited for them quietly. Should I possess it and observe? The red crystal core has never fought before. But when this idea came up, Ji-chuan directly denied it. Today is really strange. Ji-chuan felt that his mind was in a mess. and he felt that he was confident that he could make the right decision based on everything that happened before him. A team of people has stood under their feet. Hey, it's dangerous up there, don't move. Do you need me to rescue you? We meet again. Ji Chuan's low voice sounded, but he was suddenly startled. Why did he say again? The leading man was also a little surprised. Have they seen him before? Captain, he's a zombie. Hearing Yuan Sen's reminder, Xia Yiqing frowned. The handsome young man in front of him looked like a work of art in the apocalypse, but he was actually a zombie? This time, you still have a chance to escape. Before you make a move, I won't hurt you. Will you cherish it? Ji Chuan's voice is more lazy and confident than Xia Yiqing's. Brother, it seems you are very strong. Are you so sure you can defeat us? Xia Yiqing waved his hand, and everyone formed up for battle. Ji Chuan flew up easily, and the eaves behind him exploded. Xia Yiqing launched a series of intensive attacks, but found that Ji Chuan dodged them all, as if he had the ability to predict the future and completely mastered the trajectory of his attacks. Is this possible? Xia Yiqing felt a little uneasy, but he didn't dare to stop what he was doing. The newcomers around him had also heard of the existence of number 1, and they all froze in place. Even if the newcomer attacks, it will be just a remote attack. If he can't deal with Ji Chuan, everyone will die. But before his hurricane started, Ji Chuan had already taken action. The whole sky darkened, and in an instant, it was pitch dark. Captain Xia, Before Yuan Sun could finish his words, he fell to the ground. Hearing Yuan Sen's screams, the newcomers started screaming and attacking indiscriminately, almost injuring Xia Yiqing by mistake. Everyone calmed down. Feel each other's position. Xia Yiqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His whole body was tense and veins in his legs were bulging. He heard his teammates wailing and the sound of flesh and blood breaking. It was as if Ji Chuan was cutting open their stomachs, and the fear continued to erode Xia Yiqing's heart. He had never experienced such a disparate battle. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in front of him, and Xia Yiqing almost screamed. Kneel down. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing knelt down, like a soulless puppet. Ji Chuan did not take the next step. He quickly rushed out of the barrier and shot a spot of light in a direction in his subconscious. The light spot was like a flying bullet, and after reaching its destination, the area was continuously swallowed by gray. Time stands still in this area, just like an art space made of plaster. In the space, a young man with a handsome face and a thin body was taking out 4 playing cards and preparing to throw them forward. At this time, he was motionless in the area. Ji Chuan walked in slowly, cupped the boy's cheeks with both hands, and stared into his eyes with his scarlet eyes. Put down your cards. Ji Chuan's ghostly humming was heard, and the bodies of the young men in the area continued to regain color. Kneeling quietly in front of Ji Chuan, the two of them were like the protagonists in this gray and white area. Yes, master. Ji Chuan tilted his head, carried Song Xi on his shoulder, and went back to carry Xia Yiqing on the other side. Fly back to the base. Ji Chuan just felt that today seemed to have passed, but he didn't know what happened. It was like a dream, and he remembered all the plots in the dream. But this time, he made up for all the regrets in his dream. Chief, these two are. Su Shun felt a little strange when he saw that Ji Chuan brought back 2 people. This time, the 2 people were brought back after being mentally controlled. Ji Chuan usually would not force others to enter the base. The captain of the psychic base combat team, the other one, should be no less weak. He wanted to kill me, but I controlled him. Ji Chuan said it calmly. Give me loyalty. Su Shun nodded, and the 2 people under control did not refuse and accepted the state of loyalty. Oh. Xia Yiqing was gasping for breath. He was still in a state of shock, as if facing death. But when he saw Ji Chuan in front of him, he no longer felt afraid, but instead respected and trusted him from the bottom of his heart. Leader. Xia Yiqing lowered his head. Ji Chuan nodded. Leader. Song Xi beside him also lowered his head. Xia Yiqing was shocked when he heard the voice and turned around hurriedly. Xiao Xi, why are you here too? Thanks to you. Song Xi rolled his eyes. This silly Qing had really caused him so much trouble. What? I tried to save you, but was discovered by the leader, so I was also captured. Our leader is very strong. You can actually be discovered. Xia Yiqing swallowed his saliva, speechless about his own arrogance. Song Xi sighed. The bad news was that he was captured. The good news is that Xia Yiqing is also there, and he seems to like this new leader very much. I don't have any deep feelings for the psychic base. It's enough to have the important people around me. Bang! It was the sound of a bowl falling to the ground. Wu Qian was eating the medicinal porridge Zhang Yun gave him and looking out the window. He saw 2 people in the courtyard. They were the 2 main captains of the combat team. Wu Qian felt the urge to slap himself. These 2 people's abilities were both classified as powerful, yet they actually surrendered. Chapter 51, The Popular Shaoxian. This time, Jichuan still chose to combine those crystal cores that could be advanced. He called everyone down to prepare for training, and he hoped that everyone could grow up as quickly as possible. Old Wu, you're not dead. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci were looking at Wu Qian in amazement. Everyone says you're a playboy, but I didn't expect you'd get close to the leader. Wu Qian was speechless and didn't know how to explain. No, he was framed by Su Wanwan and was about to die, but was saved by the leader. I was wondering how Uncle Wu, who looked so orthodox, could do such a thing. Song Ci showed a sunny smile and looked like a child without any scheming. However, Xia Yiqing felt very guilty after hearing Wu Qian's words. So many people around him were saved by Ji Chuan, and Ji Chuan also gave them the opportunity to leave. However, he insisted on his own way and not only wanted to kill Ji Chuan, who saved so many people, but also killed the lives of his team members. Guilt, coupled with the influence of loyalty, made Xia Yiqing extremely depressed. Fortunately, Song Ci is by my side, and living in this stronghold doesn't seem to be a bad thing. How about you two? How did you get in? Song Ci pointed at Xia Yiqing and said, "The silly Qing was so arrogant that he wanted to kill the leader, and I was so arrogant that I wanted to save him from the leader. When we woke up, we both became members of the stronghold." Xia Yiqing lowered his head embarrassedly. "That's enough reminiscing. Let's start training." Ji Chuan used Xia Yiqing and his group as an example, admonishing everyone to keep improving, and still divided them into two groups. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci were separated out. Ji Chuan felt that this kind of training was of little significance to them. "Leader, I can be responsible for the training of the members from now on," Xia Yiqing said, and Song Ci nodded. "Chief, Dasha, Brother Yiqing is indeed very experienced in teaching people with special abilities. He's a renowned teacher in the base. I always entrust the new recruits assigned to me to him because I've found that he truly teaches better than I do. If new recruits learn well, they have a greater chance of survival." "Xiao Ci, so this is what you think. I thought you were just lazy." Xia Yiqing excitedly took Song Ci's hand. She didn't expect Song Ci to be so kind. No wonder he asked her to teach the newcomers. It turned out that it was all for their own good. Song Ci smiled awkwardly and nodded. In fact, it was mainly because he was lazy, impatient, and had a bad temper. Ji Chuan nodded. He originally wanted to give the reminder himself, but after hearing Song Ci's suggestion, he decided to let Xia Yiqing try it directly. Then Xia Yiqing will be in charge of guiding Da Zhuang's team. "Song Ci, why don't you try to guide Lin Lulu?" The two nodded. Practical guidance for multiple people was Xia Yiqing's strong point. Although Song Ci's guidance experience was not as rich as Xia Yiqing's, it was more than enough for a novice like Lin Lulu. Then let the training begin. Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot the arrow without saying a word. "Sister, you just ejaculated like that? What else?" Lin Lulu was a little speechless when facing this newcomer to the base. She felt that the boy's words were not nice. "Can't you aim?" "I aim." Xiaomei's steel whip had already attacked. Lin Lulu was a little overwhelmed while talking to Song Ci and facing Xiaomei, and her arm was already injured. "I feel like you've only developed your abilities very little." Lin Lulu was furious after hearing what Song Ci said, and was ready to ask him to open his eyes, so she instantly shot out 3 light arrows. "That's it. What's the use of having more? Can you hit it?" Lin Lulu now wants to make Song Ci her target of attack. How did she shoot so fast? Lin Lulu was hit on the leg again and grimaced in pain. "Sister, who can fly faster than an arrow? Since you can't aim at a fast-moving target, why don't you try letting the arrow chase itself?" "What? Let the arrow chase itself?" Lin Lulu was dumbfounded. Did she think her arrow was a dog that obeyed her orders? She even chased it by herself. Could she communicate with the arrow? Lin Lulu tried to feel the connection between herself and the arrow. Her pupils suddenly widened in shock, and she really felt the influence of her thoughts on the arrow. She tried to change the direction of the arrow, and the arrow really flew in the direction she imagined. Following Song Ci's instructions, she tried to connect with her thoughts and gave instructions to her arrow. The arrows actually started to chase Xiaomei by themselves. The first arrow pierced Xiaomei's abdomen from behind, and then the next 2 arrows chased Xiaomei at the same time. "Sister, you are quite smart. If you don't understand anymore, I don't want to care about you anymore." Lin Lulu finally understood why Song Ci didn't teach the newbies much. He was foul-mouthed and impatient. He also couldn't make the key points clear. "The fact that I can understand it shows how smart I am." Fired light arrows continuously. It was already very difficult for Xiaomei to dodge 2 light arrows at the same time. When the number of light arrows became 5, she was quickly defeated. Ji Chuan was very surprised to see Lin Lulu's performance. She still needed experienced people to guide her, so that she could grow much faster. "That little sister, Why aren't you moving? What's your special ability? Xiaoxian has already experienced Xia Yiqing's strictness, and it seems as if she is back in school facing her homeroom teacher. My ability is to create dolls with special powers. I'm wondering what kind of doll I can make to turn the tide of the battle. A doll with supernatural powers. Xia Yiqing thought for a moment and suddenly realized. Puppet Master, it's easy to win here. Old Wu, stop trying to climb up your neck. Improve your attack. Everyone, increase your firepower. Wu Qian knew that Xia Yiqing was experienced and acted completely according to Xia Yiqing's instructions. Little sister, Puppet Master is a very powerful ability. You can create powerful puppets through your imagination. Think about it. What puppet is the most powerful one you have ever seen? Xia Yiqing is patiently coaxing Xiaoxian. Xiaomei, Dazhuang is very afraid of Xiaomei. Xiaoxian was like the child who always rushed to answer questions in class. She noticed that every time Dazhuang approached Xiaomei, Xiaomei would whip him and hit him far away. Think again. Is there anyone more powerful than Xiaomei? Xiaoxian thought she had already grasped the correct answer, but she fell into deep thought again. I've seen beings more powerful than Mei. Is it Superman? The Powerpuff Girls? Sailor Moon? Xiaoxian grabbed her head and watched as everyone in the field had difficulty attacking, while Dazhuang waved his arms ferociously. He is completely different from the well-behaved Dazhuang on weekdays. Ah, I see. Xiaoxian's hands, and with the help of Gu Yunxi's special abilities, a figure slowly emerged. It was actually a simple version of Ji Chuan. Xiaoxian remembered that Dazhuang was the most well-behaved when facing Ji Chuan, and Ji Chuan was the strongest person he had ever seen. The doll has a round face, 2 red buttons for eyes, and its body doesn't have the neat muscular lines of Ji Chuan, but is segmented like the Michelin Man. But the overall characteristics still make it clear that it is Ji Chuan at a glance. The doll Ji Chuan slowly flew to Dazhuang's head. Time stood still, and Dazhuang turned gray. After the Ji Chuan puppet pulled out Dazhuang's hair, Dazhuang turned back into green, and the battle ended. Xiaoxian, you are so awesome. Lin Lulu ran directly to Ji Chuan's doll and touched it all over, and Ji Chuan's face turned pale. Ha ha ha, Ji Chuan, your doll is quite cute. Xiaoxian, how long can this doll of yours last? Can you give it to me? Ha ha ha. Lin Lulu's injuries were much lighter than last time, and she was smiling very happily now. A doll this big will disappear quickly. Xiaoxian had this premonition, and sure enough, it only took a moment for the Ji Chuan doll to fall down like a ball of cotton. What about the little doll? Small dolls without special powers should always exist. Xiaoxian, please make me a leader doll. Zhu Zhu walked in front of Xiaoxian without her knowing when, her cheeks flushed. And me. Gu Yunxi also raised her hand with a red face. Ji Chuan was speechless. You guys treat me like I don't exist. Everyone was silent. Lin Lulu whispered to Xiaoxian that she would make it for them in private and give her some candy. Xiaoxian nodded happily. Ji Chuan pretended not to hear. Sushin also plans to find Xiaoxian to customize a Ji Chuan doll. After today, Xiaoxian became a hot figure in the base. Chapter 52, Survival from a Desperate Situation. After the training, Ji Chuan still talked about the importance of growth, emphasizing that everyone should rely more on themselves rather than others. Xia Yiqing took the initiative to take on the task of training teacher, and he was very strict. Ji Chuan nodded. He was very satisfied with Xia Yiqing's training. Lin Lulu lowered her head. She knew that Ji Chuan had always been very relaxed. As the main combat force of the base, she needed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the base and could not rely on Ji Chuan blindly. She decided to train more with Xiaomei and let Song Xi guide her. Although he had a foul mouth, he had a sharp eye and could see her potential. Ji Chuan was about to inquire further with Xia Yiqing and Song Xi. He wanted to know the whereabouts of Song Hua in the base. As the leaders of the combat team, they might know something. But he felt that there were 2 life forms with golden crystal cores approaching in the area. There are also a large number of zombies surrounding him. Ji Chuan sighed. He originally wanted to let them fend for themselves and get 2 more crystal cores, but after possessing them, he saw a father protecting his daughter with an embarrassed look on his face, so he softened his heart. Ji Chuan flew over. Zhou Yuan huddled in his father's arms. The zombies had already surrounded them. Although his father swung the machete he had picked up with all his might, it still posed no threat to the sheer number of zombies. She felt that both she and her father would die here. She didn't understand why her father didn't get on the base's car, but her father had his reasons for all his decisions. Being with my dad is the most peaceful thing. Zhou Mi's eyes were bloodshot, and although his legs were shaking, he still raised his knife and madly chopped at the zombies in front of him. Why is this happening? I have already started over again, so why can't I escape the fate of death? He wanted to activate his supernatural power again, but he was not asleep and could not find the screen with the time. Zhomi felt desperate. Between dying on the operating table and dying in the mouth of a zombie, the current situation would be worse than choosing the former. Nanan, I'm sorry. Dad made the wrong choice. Seeing the zombies rushing towards him, Zhomi hugged his daughter tightly and protected her in his arms. Zhomi was shaking all over, but the imagined pain of being torn apart did not come. The zombies around stopped moving, retreated silently, and welcomed their king. Ji Chuan slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of the father and daughter. Zhomi noticed something unusual around him. He slowly raised his head and met Ji Chuan's scarlet eyes. Zhomi couldn't understand the situation in front of him. He looked around and saw that the zombies that were ferocious and crazy just now were now unusually quiet. You are safe. Ji Chuan's deep voice was the most pleasant sound Zhomi had ever heard at this moment. In his understanding, zombies could not speak. So although Ji Chuan in front of him looks a little gloomy, he should be just a human with powerful superpowers. Thank you. Do you know how to get to the Oligar Hotel? I heard there's a stronghold there. I'd like to go there with my daughter and see if I can join them. After giving up on going to the base for superpowers, Zhomi was thinking about where to go. They would definitely not be able to survive with their father and daughter's superpowers. I can only place my hopes on the collective, and the internet says that there is a new base in the Xinghe district. I am very close to the Xinghe district, so I can only go and try my luck. Being in a city full of zombies doesn't give him enough time to think. He can only keep moving forward with slim hope. I am the leader of the stronghold. I can take you there. Zhomi burst into tears. It seemed that he had not wasted this opportunity. With energy perception, Ji Chuan can use it more thoroughly than Yuan. Senator Yuan San could only sense the types of superpowers, but now Ji Chuan can directly sense the specific superpowers. He met Zhou Mi and his daughter. He wanted them to join the base, but he didn't expect that they were already looking for their own base. Because he saw that Zhou Mi's ability was actually the time-related sleep replay. Although Tang Yu's rebirth was more domineering, Zhou Mi's ability was more strategically valuable. Even though the activation conditions are somewhat harsh and may not be used in an emergency, this ability is undoubtedly very powerful. Ji Chuan suddenly found the answer to the strange feeling he had that day. It's like you've experienced everything before, and you have the strange feeling of foreseeing many plot points in advance. When he saw Zhou Mi, he understood that it seemed that Zhou Mi had already activated his supernatural power once. But no one else seems to have this feeling, so why does it leave an impression on me? Ji Chuan couldn't understand. Zhou Yuan's supernatural power. It was a healing power, but it was called mermaid. What was the relationship between mermaid and healing power? Zhou Yuan, who was experiencing flying, gradually relaxed. She looked at her feet curiously and realized that she was really flying. Dad, we are flying, Zhou Yuan said excitedly. Although this big brother was a little cold, he could actually fly. He was a Superman. Don't move, girl. Zhomi felt a little airsick. He was afraid of heights and had never been on an open airplane before. He was trying hard to control himself, and his face turned pale. Fortunately, the whole journey was short, and he saw himself entering the black fog above the hotel. When I landed, I found that the entire hotel was surprisingly clean in the apocalypse. Vomit. Zhomi still couldn't hold it in and vomited the moment he landed. But his stomach was empty, and he only vomited some acid. He kept apologizing to Ji Chuan embarrassedly. Ji Chuan raised his hand. Zhomi closed his eyes in fear, thinking that Ji Chuan was going to hit him, but a warm feeling spread throughout his body. A green light emanated from Ji Chuan's hands. He, who had been dizzy just now felt refreshed. Ji Chuan was treating him. Thank you, Chief. It's dinner time now. You and your daughter should go to the restaurant for dinner. Okay, thank you, Chief. There was no ability registration, no cell phone to hand in. Although when I looked around, I saw 2 ferocious zombies in the courtyard. But it seemed that they had no hostility towards him. Thinking about how all the zombies had stopped attacking just now, it must be that the leader had a powerful ability against zombies. When Su Shin saw the newcomers, he quickly came out to greet them. Everyone in the restaurant was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But Zhomi was still nervous. Ji Chuan handed the person to Su Shin and left. He didn't need to eat. Although Zhou Mi was very hungry, he didn't dare to take more food and told his daughter to take less, for fear of leaving a bad impression. Your daughter is still growing. How can she eat so little? Seeing that Zhou Mi felt embarrassed, Su Shin directly helped the father and daughter get a lot of food. The base has plenty of supplies. Don't worry, just eat your fill. I'll show you around after dinner. Zhou Mi nodded gratefully. He found a corner and started eating with his daughter. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a rich meal. His hands were shaking. Xiaoxian noticed them from a distance and ran over excitedly. This is for you. Xiaoxian took out a very cute doll and Zhou Yuan looked at Zhou Mi expectantly, waiting for his answer. Looking at Xiao Xian and his daughter's expectant eyes, Zhou Mi nodded and said, "Hurry up and thank your sister." Zhou Yuan laughed instantly. She liked this doll very much. This was the first time Xiao Xian met people of the same age at the base, and she was extremely happy. The children's friendship is also very pure, and they have already agreed to play together after dinner. Xiao Xian, let your sister eat well and don't disturb her. And smiled at Zhou Mi shyly. Xiao Xian was a little excited to meet someone her own age. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. No, and hasn't played with people his age in a long time. Zhou Mi felt a little dazed as he felt the fresh food filling his taste buds. His daughter should have been happily playing with her peers and enjoying the care of her parents. But he was so useless that he couldn't even save his wife. And then lost his mother just like that. The ordinary scene before him was actually the happiness he had not experienced for a long time in the apocalypse. Zhou Mi's tears kept falling, not knowing whether it was because of the joy of surviving the disaster or the guilt towards his daughter. Chapter 53 Song, Huai's Whereabouts. The entire rookie team, led by Xia Yiqing, was killed. The whereabouts of Team Xia and Team Song are unknown. Yes, Chief. Captain Song was very close to Captain Xia before he disappeared, and I'm afraid he also met with an accident. There were signs of a fight at the scene, but it wasn't intense. The opponent's attack was very ruthless, and the team members were almost killed instantly. Captain Xia and Song are probably in great danger. Li Jingru almost collapsed and sat down. Xia Yiqing is not only the main combat force of the base, but his supernatural powers are also very powerful. He is one of the most advanced supernatural users detected so far. He is also the instructor in the base. For newcomers with powerful combat abilities, Xia Yiqing will basically be asked to lead them, and he can tap the potential of newcomers very well. How could such a powerful warrior meet with such an unexpected fate? The entire team was instantly killed? Song Ci is the secret weapon in the base. His ability level is the same as Xia Yiqing's, but he has consumable items corresponding to his ability. The functions of some of his cards are too powerful, and they can even be said to be the hope of mankind. Did something unexpected happen like this? Is it the Galaxy District? Li Jingru's eyes were empty, and he had a guess. Yes. After hearing his subordinate's answer, Li Jingru understood that the person who could do this should be number one. Li Jingru picked up his phone and put it down again, his face full of confusion. Du Ling and Cui Zixuan clearly said that number one would not actively attack humans. Could it be that Xia Yiqing and the others took the initiative this time? But Su Wanwan also said that it was a murderous monster. Let the nearby teams investigate again to see if there are any surveillance cameras nearby to find out what exactly happened at the scene. Yes. Team Xia and Team Song have sacrificed their lives. What did you say? This is no joke. I'm not kidding. I heard that today. Captain Xia led a team to collect mutant corpses in the Galaxy District, but they encountered number one. Everyone died. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't listen to him. Captain Xia and Captain Song didn't see their bodies at the scene. Now we can only conclude that they are missing. Captain Xia and Captain Song are so powerful. How could they possibly die? I don't believe it. I was trained by Captain Xia. Captain Xia is so strong. How could he be defeated by zombies? They're just missing. If you ask me, it's possible that Captain Xia and Captain Song eloped. Have you seen how Captain Song and Captain Xia act like spoiled brats? Captain Xia blushed all the way to his ears. What are you talking about? Captain Xia is mine. Enough. You are so careless. I won't go to the Xinghe district anymore. Although Captain Xia and Captain Song are missing, the others are dead. Fortunately, I'm not in charge of the Galaxy District. I'll tell my captain not to accept any missions from the Galaxy District. The cafeteria was very noisy. Su Wanwan scooped the food in front of her slowly, one spoonful at a time. Her attention was focused on the conversations of the people around her. She heard news about Ji Chuan and heard from these people that Ji Chuan could now actually destroy a team led by a high-level superpower captain. She felt very uneasy in her heart. The last time Yin Guang was disguised as a zombie, he looked at her with a very resentful look. Although the zombie was dead, it was a very common mutant. But Su Wanwan felt that it was Ji Chuan, and she would not mistake that look. Now Ji Chuan's strength seems to have improved again. Fortunately, he was assigned to the logistics department and basically did not have to leave the base. Otherwise, he would always be worried that Ji Chuan would find him. But what if Ji Chuan continues to improve? What if he becomes stronger than everyone else in this base? That day, Ji Chuan sat on a chair made of zombies. The terrifying feeling of oppression almost suffocated him. He would wake up in shock every time he dreamed of that scene. She also often dreamed of her parents begging her not to kill them before they died. Dreamed of Lu Hao saying it was all her fault, dreamed of Wu Qian holding a dagger to her neck. Wanwan, Wanwan. Su Wanwan was startled, and the spoon fell on the table. Seeing that Su Wanwan looked very bad, Cui Zhan wanted to show some concern for her, but he didn't expect to scare Su Wanwan. Wanwan doesn't care much about Cui Zhan. There are many people in the base who like her, but there is no good target yet. Cui Zhan is just a member of a reconnaissance team, not even a captain. It's just a sprint ability. What future can running fast have? She will not agree to be with him. It's just that Cui Zhan was very useful. Thanks to his presence at the scene, Wu Qian was able to die so smoothly. Otherwise, his one-man show would have been easily exposed. It's okay, Brother Zhan. I was just thinking about something. Wanwan, you need to eat well. You are so thin because you don't eat well. Wanwan's head affectionately, but Su Wanwan dodged him without leaving a trace. She didn't want people to misunderstand the relationship between Cui Zhan and herself. Now she had to find a strong person to support her, and Cui Zhan was obviously not qualified for this role. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhan. I understand. Well, Wanwan, let's go to the entertainment center this afternoon when I get back from my mission. I've been completing so many missions lately that I've saved up quite a few points. No need, Brother Zhan. Your mission is dangerous, and it's not easy to accumulate those points. I have something else to do tonight, so I won't bother you. Without waiting for Cui Zhan to persuade her to stay, Su Wanwan stood up, took the plate, gave a gentle smile, and left. Wanwan is such a good girl, not casual at all. Cui Zhan looked at Su Wanwan's back and sighed secretly. Her slender waist made him feel itchy. Have you heard of Song Hui in the base? Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai shook their heads. They had been fighting on the front lines and had never paid attention to the newcomers in the base. Song Hui. Did he really go to Lanshan Villa to look for you that day? Wu Qian was surprised. Isn't this the young man who sent their team on a mission? Ji Chuan didn't expect that after all this time, the person who knew the inside story was right next to him, but he didn't ask Wu Qian, so he didn't feel comfortable getting angry. Was he in the car that day? Yeah, it was just Mr. Wong and him in the car. Actually, when I was investigating earlier, I had a suspicion that he was going to look for you, but he said his friend was 175 centimeters tall and had a pretty face, so it couldn't possibly be you. I didn't think about it that way. Ji Chuan understood. In Song Hui's impression, when he was still a human, he was an honest otaku. Now he estimated that he was about 184 centimeters tall, with a strong body and angular face. No one would associate him with being 175 centimeters tall and having a delicate face. How is he? This is what Ji Chuan wants to know most. After we escaped that day, he wanted to come look for you, but the base felt it was too dangerous. Seeing that he was emotionally agitated, they used mind control on him. Wu Qian tried to speak calmly, worried about provoking a war between the two bases. Although he was already a member of the new base, he did not want to see innocent people die in the war. Just as he had guessed, Song Hui was under control. If it was him and Old Wong in the car that day, he had seen Old Wong before, but he only had an exploration type ability, not enough to be a red crystal core. Then the red crystal core can only be Song Hui. What is Song Hui's ability? I don't know. The base didn't let me ask. It seems to be a classified ability. Sure enough, it seems that Song Hui's supernatural powers are very valuable to the supernatural base. I don't know what his current condition is. Ji Chuan clenched his fists and became more determined to go to the superpower base in person to rescue Song Hui. Chapter 54. Unlucky Cui Zixuan and Du Ling. Zhou adapted to the base for a few days. He found that he was very lucky to be here. Luxurious accommodation, abundant supplies, and guarded by many powerful people. He didn't dare to tell everyone about his specific ability, but still vaguely said that his ability was to know the exact time when he woke up. Anan generously showed her ability to blow bubbles to others, and no one thought that An's ability was useless. They even praised Anan for blowing beautiful bubbles. Zhou discovered that there were people with special abilities in the base who could make people turn around and do plank exercises, and these people were also living well in the base. This base is a warm collective. At the same time, these days are the happiest days for Xiaoxian and Anan. The two quickly became best friends. Are you getting used to life in the base? Zhang Yun asked gently. Zhang Yun usually speaks very gently because she is a gentle person. The two children played together while their parents watched. Zhou also became familiar with Zhang Yun. I feel like I'm dreaming now. I never thought I could live like this in the apocalypse. Yeah, we are all lucky. Zhang Yun recalled the day when Ji Chuan rescued her. Facing the group of renovation workers carrying tools, she and Xiaoxian almost died in their hands. It was Ji Chuan who pulled her and her daughter out of hell. These two kids have had so much fun these past 2 days. Of Zhou's mouth rose unconsciously. He felt that he hadn't smiled for a long time. Yeah, thanks to Anan coming here, Xiaoxian can't play with these adults. She was quite lonely before. It's an An's luck to meet Xiaoxian. An An is usually too introverted and has trouble making friends. What is Xiaoyan talking about? Zhoumi didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Wu Qian deliberately stood between him and Zhang Yun. Everyone was kind to him, except Wu Qian. It cannot be said that Wu Qian was unfriendly, but there seemed to be a kind of hostility in his eyes. Let's talk about the kids. Seeing them having fun makes me, as a mother, happy too. Zhang Yun's eyes were always on Xiaoxian. Although she often played with Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian was happier when she was with people of the same age. The children are safe in the base. There's no need for you to keep watching them all the time. Ahem. Brother Wu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell again? Ahem. Maybe I haven't fully recovered yet. I feel a little weak and dizzy. Xiaoyan, can you help me back to my room? Wu Qian's expression suddenly looked extremely tired. Okay, Zhou, please help me look after Xiaoxian. I'll help Wu go upstairs first. Zhoumi actually sensed a hint of pride in Wu Qian's eyes. Zhang Yun is so innocent and kind-hearted. He coughs when he's dizzy. What kind of cough is that? He's just acting on purpose. Since he was new, Zhoumi didn't say anything. He just wanted to spend a good time with his daughter and live a good life. Chief, there's only one surveillance camera nearby, at the entrance of a convenience store far away. The video is a bit blurry and there's no sound. Li Jingru took the tablet. In the video, Ji Chuan seemed to sense something and flew out of the factory, sitting on the eaves. After a while, Xia Yiqing's team walked from a distance to Ji Chuan's feet. It is unknown what they said to each other, but Xia Yiqing launched the attack. Li Jingru had already seen the shattered eaves and the continuous explosions around Ji Chuan. Then Ji Chuan made a move and the entire area turned dark. Not long after, Ji Chuan rushed out of the surveillance camera, and when he came back, he was carrying 2 people away. No matter how blurry it was, Li Jingru could see that the people Ji Chuan was carrying were Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai. But the distance was too far to see the condition of the 2 people. Could they still be alive? Why did number 1 take them away? The method used by number 1 in the video has not been reported before. The previous witnesses only said that he mainly used rock-type attacks, but it is obvious in the video that he used dark attribute abilities. Doesn't Qi Guang from Yin Guang's team have dark attribute abilities? Dark attribute abilities are very rare, so how could such a coincidence happen? Li Jingru suddenly felt a chill. He felt that the secret to Ji Chuan's growth was cannibalism. But why did the other members at the scene just rip open the chest and brain, leaving the body there, but took the 2 captains away? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he can't digest the special grade superpowers immediately? Or maybe he can't eat special grade superpowers now? Li Jingru's eyes lit up. In this case, Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai might not be dead yet. The Jianghua City superpower base to turn things around. Notify Team 7 and Chui Zixuan to go to the Xinghe district to explore the whereabouts of number 1. Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai are likely imprisoned by number 1, and they are not dead. Yes. Chui Zixuan was devastated when she received the task. She had avoided all the missions in the Galaxy District, for fear of accidentally running into Ji Chuan and making him think that she still had some strange ideas about their base. This task actually required her to bring the entire team to visit Ji Chuan's home. Du Ling, who doesn't smoke, started smoking. He made an appointment with Chui Zixuan to meet in the woods outside the base. Few people come here anymore for fear of encountering Wu Qian's ghost, but Chui Zixuan and Du Ling have both seen Wu Qian, who is still alive, so they are not afraid. What to do? Since he came back last time, Du Ling has changed from a high-spirited young man to a bearded uncle. How would I know what to do? You always ask me, can you also think of a solution? Intentionally leading us the wrong way. As long as we appear in the Galaxy District and get close to Oliger, do you think he won't sense it? Will we have a chance to explain? A single rock spike will explode your asshole. Du Ling grabbed his head in pain. He already had a picture. What else can we do? The team won't listen to us. They can't just explore the periphery of the area. Even if they explore separately, once one of the team members enters Aoligier, Ji Chuan will definitely find a way to feel the connection between them. It is said that zombies have very sensitive noses and may be able to smell their own scent directly. Now he just avoided the Galaxy area to do missions, but Ji Chuan found out that someone in his team disturbed him, so he might have problems going out to do missions in the future. They felt that no matter which district they were in, Ji Chuan would have the means to locate them and kill them to silence them. In their imagination, Ji Chuan was like an omnipotent evil ghost who could suddenly appear in their dreams and kill them. Why don't you tell the truth and persuade your captain? Chui Zixuan couldn't think of any solution. It would be great if Du Ling was the captain of Team 7. How can you tell the truth? You're saying we kept it a secret? We knew every detail of that day, but didn't tell anyone. We knew the enemy's base, but didn't reveal it. We were even interrogated by the leader himself. How is this any different from being a traitor? Du Ling, you are truly a genius. What do you mean? You say, why don't we mutiny? My captain is already there anyway. Cui Zixuan, are you crazy? Chapter 55, Su Wanwan's chess game. Su Wanwan set up a chessboard in the chess room, and someone was playing the game in a serious manner. This is her 8th set tonight. The girl is so elegant that she plays chess by herself. Wanwan heard a male voice. She felt excited inside, but she pretended to be frightened and a little flustered. I'm sorry, girl, I scared you. It's okay. I was so engrossed in the game that I didn't notice anyone approaching. Why does one play chess alone? The man looked puzzled. My father taught me how to play chess when I was little, and I always played against him when I grew up. He told me that life is like a game of chess, and that you have to give up a lot in order to gain something better. But I will never see him again, and I miss him today. Su Wanwan looked a little sad. At this moment, she was trying hard to play the role of a daughter who was reminiscing about her loving father. The man was very moved and sat quietly opposite Su Wanwan. Girl, can you play around with me? Su Wanwan's expression changed from sadness to joy. Really? Then I'll ask you for your advice, sir. Su Wanwan's casual conversation in the logistics department recently has been the senior management of the base. Since she is a newcomer, it is not surprising that she is curious about the personnel structure of the base. She carefully selected a target from among the top executives. Su Huaiji, the direct manager of the base combat team, is 45 years old. His family members died at the hands of zombies. He once had a daughter. It can be said that he put a lot of thought into raising his daughter, who is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Whenever he missed his daughter, he would go to the chess room in the base late at night to play chess by himself. He would even talk to himself about his longing for his daughter. Once he was caught by a guard, and he scared the guard. So for several days in a row, Su Wanwan played chess over and over again in the chess room, and basically no one else came here at night. Finally, she met Su Huaiji today. This was also a chess game carefully arranged for Su Huaiji. Although Su Wanwan did not have a deep understanding of chess, she understood men. Thank you, sir, for playing chess with me. It has eased my longing for my father. You keep calling me sir, don't you know me? Su Wanwan shook her head innocently. My parents died at the hands of zombies a while ago. Luckily, the people at the base saved me, so I was able to survive. I've been working in the logistics department and don't know anyone at the base. Su Huaiji was even more moved. The experience of the girl in front of him was so similar to his own. My last name is Su. Okay, Mr. Su, it's getting late today. I still have work to do in the logistics department tomorrow. I should go back and rest. When the two were cleaning up the chess game, Su Wanwan seized the opportunity and accidentally touched her hand with Su Huaiji's. Mr. Su's hands are very warm. My father's hands are also as warm as yours. Su Wanwan gave a strong smile, packed up the last chess piece, and walked out with a lonely look on her face. Su Huaiji looked at Su Wanwan's back in a daze. The next morning, Chi Feng led Team 7 and Cui Zixuan to the Xinghe district. Although Chi Feng also heard about what happened in Galaxy District No. 1, he did not have the right to refuse. Team 7 in the reconnaissance team has strong self-protection capabilities, but weak combat capabilities, so the leader should have taken this into consideration and gave them the task of exploration No. 1, and also assigned Cui Zixuan, who has the ability to teleport, to them. So there is no reason to refuse. Chi Feng set off with gritted teeth. Considering the danger faced by No. 1, we can't act separately this time. Zixuan will immediately use the diversion method to transfer everyone if we find any danger. Remember to hold hands or touch each other. If you don't connect, I'll have to run on my own. No. 1 is terrifying. I've had close contact with him. Cui Zixuan's head is on the line today. What she said just now was not just talk. If there is real danger, she will not care about them. They are not from her team, and she has no feelings for them. But what are you doing with a cage of pigeons? If we feed the pigeons, won't zombies eat us? Kuan from Team 7 curiously and asked. My special ability is Pigeon Whisperer, which allows me to communicate with pigeons. Pigeons are very good at finding their way around, so they can help us explore. I also know that today's mission is very dangerous. This cage of pigeons is my entire fortune. Great. Let's not move forward. Let the pigeons do it all. Cui Zixuan was very excited. What was wrong with Du Ling? He didn't even tell her that there was such a talent in the team. Pigeons have limited recognition capabilities. They don't know what our targets look like, so they can only roughly scan suspicious areas. If they find a suspicious area, they can't tell whether Team 1, Team Xia, or Team Song are inside. We have to rely on ourselves. Cui Zixuan was depressed again. Ligier was shrouded in black fog. Even a pigeon could see that something was wrong. When the time comes, they will have to go in and explore on their own. If another team is wiped out this time, what will they say when they come back? Chui Zixuan's mind was full of rebellion, and she was afraid that if she got close to Ji Chuan, she would die without even having a chance to talk to him. Twice in front of Ji Chuan, he was forcibly interrupted by Ji Chuan before he could use his supernatural powers, and he had to kneel on the ground. Now Chui Zixuan has almost developed a conditioned reflex and wants to kneel down whenever she thinks of Ji Chuan. A cage of pigeons has flown out. Chui Zixuan and Du Ling were enjoying the last tranquility before the rainstorm. They prayed in their hearts that these stupid pigeons wouldn't discover anything. Although the galaxy area is not small, with a cage of flying pigeons patrolling, the general situation can be explored quickly. The pigeons would report unusual situations to Su Kuan, such as where a large number of zombies were gathering, where a large number of people were stationed, etc. But very subtle situations are beyond the pigeons' observation range, and they cannot understand the abnormalities. Unless it is a more advanced bird-controlling ability that can share the bird's vision, that level of ability has only been seen on the internet. The base has tried to contact that person, but received no response. Therefore, it is impossible to verify whether this person is still alive or whether this supernatural power exists. Ji Chuan could feel Team 7 the moment they stepped into the galaxy area. Ji Chuan knew that the mutant base was constantly collecting mutant corpses, so he didn't take them seriously. Recently, there are fewer and fewer teams coming to the Galaxy District, and Ji Chuan is very happy about it, because this means fewer walnuts will be taken away. But why did this team bring a group of life forms without crystal cores? And these life forms move so fast. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Ji Chuan flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the life form. Is it a bird? Ah, a pigeon. Through the possession of Ji Chuan, he saw the members of the team and was surprised to see Chui Zixuan and Du Ling among them. Ji Chuan sneered and pierced the pigeon's heart with a subtle shadow force. After landing, the pigeon slowly flew up again, but its eyes were red and its body was covered in blood. Ji Chuan pointed forward gently, and the pigeon flew back in the direction it came from. Chapter 56, Ji Chuan's Bad Taste. Gradually, some pigeons flew back, and Su Kuan was chatting with them. A pigeon looked very flustered, flapping its wings and flying towards Su Kuan. What are you doing? Su Kuan felt helpless and puzzled about the panicked pigeon, and gestured to the pigeon to speak slower. Cuckoo, cluck, cluck, cluck. What? There's a fellow zombie back there? What are you talking about? Cuckoo, coming right over? Su Kuan looked in the direction indicated by the pigeon, and indeed saw a pigeon flying towards him. But the pigeon seemed to be seriously injured, and its feathers were stained red with blood. And the flying movements are a bit stiff. What is that? The zombie pigeons were getting closer and closer. When they came into everyone's sight, Chui Zixuan got goosebumps so bad that she almost fell to the ground. There was an obvious bloody hole on the pigeon's chest, and there was a dense tumor growing near the blood hole. The pigeon's eyes were red, and its movements were mechanical. Run, run. Chui Zixuan had a bad feeling about this thing, and even felt that it was a warning from Ji Chuan to her. Zixuan is just a pigeon, not that serious. Chi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was not a mutant zombie. He raised his pistol and fired 2 shots, and the zombie pigeon fell to the ground. Chui Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the pigeon didn't move. Zombie in the distance was looking at them. Although it was at a farther distance, that zombie was obviously different from the other zombies. It was staring at him intently. It clearly didn't look like Ji Chuan, but the look in the zombie's eyes made him feel creepy. That zombie is watching us. Let's go? Tell the leader to switch teams and explore. We haven't found anything today, okay? Zixuan, what's wrong with you today? Was Captain Wu's death such a big blow to you? Team 2's usual missions aren't much more dangerous than this. Look at that zombie. It's watching us. It's even laughing. Everyone looked in the direction Chui Zixuan pointed. There was indeed a zombie facing them, but it just stood there without any reaction. Ji Chuan was indeed laughing. He didn't expect Chui Zixuan to be so timid. He just wanted to possess her to see if Chui Zixuan and Du Ling were looking for death, and then he saw the scene in front of him. It seemed like they were forced. Chui Zixuan kept persuading them to leave and did not tell them the location of the stronghold. While everyone sighed helplessly and waited for other pigeons, Ji Chuan waved to Chui Zixuan. It's waving at me. Chui Zixuan screamed in fright. But when other people looked at Ji Chuan pretended to be an ordinary zombie, wandering around aimlessly like the zombies around him, and looked no different from other zombies. Chi Feng frowned slightly and exchanged glances with his teammates. Du Ling was also very scared. His hands were shaking all the time. After Chui Zixuan reminded him, Du Ling kept keeping an eye on the zombie out of the corner of his eye. When he saw it himself while waving, Du Ling believed that it was Ji Chuan. His hands were shaking so badly that he put them in his pockets, still appearing to be doing nothing. Seeing that everyone was no longer looking at him, Ji Chuan made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Cui Zixuan with a sinister smile. Woo, it's not me. I didn't want to come. Don't blame me. I was forced to do it. I didn't say anything. Cui Zixuan felt her legs go limp, and she collapsed, bursting into tears. Qi Feng even thought Cui Zixuan was crazy and was about to report to the base as soon as the mission was completed. As the only person who could understand Cui Zixuan, Du Ling also felt dizzy at this moment. He also saw the action of wiping the neck. Although he didn't know what method Ji Chuan used, ordinary zombies would definitely not have such rich body language. I didn't want to do that. The base asked our team to go on a mission. It wasn't my will. We had no say. Du Ling suddenly shouted. Qi Feng opened his eyes wide, feeling that the two people in front of him were simply incomprehensible. Ji Chuan almost laughed out loud. It was so fun to tease the two of them. But from what they said, Ji Chuan didn't want to kill them. It seemed that they were really forced into a desperate situation. Facts have proved that when it comes to life and death, that little bit of face is really not important. Captain, the pigeons have all returned. We found nothing unusual. The only pigeon that became a zombie was exploring the southeast direction at 1 a.m., which is about 7 kilometers away based on the time it takes to travel back and forth. Sukuan looked at the electronic map and kept zooming in on that location. That should be the Origar Hotel nearby. Not there. Cui Zixuan cried, even more sadly. Ji Chuan couldn't laugh this time. This pigeon farmer was really a talented person. It seemed that his peaceful life was going to be disturbed again. Kept pointing at Cui Zixuan angrily. Cui Zixuan collapsed. Let me go home. I want to go home. Lu, you've got the wrong place. It can't be the Aeligia Hotel. Don't report it. Everyone thought Cui Zixuan was crazy, and no one paid any attention to her. Captain, someone filmed that hotel at the beginning of the apocalypse, and it was converted into a stronghold. There might really be something wrong with it. Yes, it is said that the SUV drove off in that direction the last time Captain Yin went on a mission. Du Ling, Cui? Du Ling, what do you think? You were there last time, right? Qi Feng ignored Cui Zixuan. Du Ling was also devastated. How come his teammates, who were usually unreliable, all had such high IQs today? Every time I can't think of a reason, I ask Cui Zixuan for help, but Cui Zixuan has already collapsed. What should I do? What should I say this time? He glanced at the zombie out of the corner of his eye, only to see that the zombie was staring at him with his arms folded across his chest. Du Ling was 100% sure that it was definitely Ji Chuan. Stay calm and protect your chrysanthemum. Du Ling even felt that if he said a wrong word, the rock spike would directly enter his anus and come out of his mouth. His chest was heaving violently, his vision was starting to blur, and he even felt like he had low blood sugar. I think it's not that direction. We actually met in the northwest that day. Du Ling, you were drinking secretly? If Du Ling had not been in front of him since he went on the mission, Qi Feng would have thought that Du Ling had just drunk a pound of white wine and was in an abnormal state. Captain, don't report it like that. It could be dangerous. Du Ling wanted to give up directly, but his feelings for the team did not allow him to do so. Cui Zixuan looked up at the zombie, only to find that the zombie had already walked into the zombie group, and there was nothing unusual in its movements. Cui Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief, took several deep breaths, and slowly stood up. Just as she steadied herself, she heard that familiar voice. I heard you were looking for me. Ji Chuan was standing in the air looking at them, tilting his head and smiling at Cui Zixuan and Du Ling. Cui Zixuan sat back down again, feeling like her heart was about to stop. Chapter 57, Summoning Heroic Spirits. There was no doubt that the talking monster in front of them was number one. The huge sense of oppression almost made everyone unable to think in an instant. Zixuan, hurry up. As expected, everyone held hands, but Cui Zixuan knew it was useless. Qi Feng finished speaking. Everyone followed Cui Zixuan's footsteps and knelt on the ground. What are you guys holding hands for? Are you guys going to play in circles like little kids? Ji Chuan slowly descended from the sky and looked at Qi Feng with interest. There were only purple crystal cores at the scene, and Ji Chuan was not very interested in them. He just wanted to play a trick on them. At this moment, Qi Feng understood Cui Zixuan. Only when facing number one can one truly experience the fear. What's more, Cui Zixuan experienced it twice. There will always be warriors who will try to resist before seeing the opponent's strength clearly. This is an excellent quality of human beings that is praised as bravery. Only member of Team 7 with offensive abilities. At this moment, he believes that only he has the chance to defeat the monster in front of him. Although there are many legends about number one in the base, after meeting each other, the other party's appearance is actually very similar to that of humans and does not have a strong visual impact. Although he was kneeling on the ground and had difficulty even raising his head, a purple light was emanating from his body. A woman holding a sword was standing behind him, but she had no entity and looked like a ghost. Ji Chuan had actually noticed his actions a long time ago, but he was a little curious about the undead summoning ability because it was his first time seeing it, and wanted to see what effect summoning heroic spirits would have. He let the sword's spirit attack him, and the sword made a clang-clang sound when it hit Ji Chuan's body, but it couldn't even break Ji Chuan's hardened body. Ji Chuan made a tisk sound and slashed at the sword's spirit with his knife, but it was like he was hitting the air. Ji Chuan raised his eyebrows and found this quite interesting. In just a moment, Zheng Ji, who had activated the sword's spirit, fell to the ground. No one knew what was going on. Cui Zixuan was trembling all over and was very obedient. She had accumulated the most experience in facing Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan simply used the power of shadow to condense into a thin shadow needle, which pierced the man's head from the chin upwards. The sword's spirit dissipated instantly. There was only endless fear on the field. Although Team 7 has a strong ability to protect itself, it is very difficult for them to move a finger under the strong pressure of gravity. It was the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. Although they could only see with their peripheral vision, they knew that Ji Chuan was ripping open the fallen corpse. The chill penetrated their pores. I forgot to tell you, I like obedient people and I don't attack humans. But the exception is for those who attack me first. If you can't finish me off, the one who attacks me will definitely die. After realizing the key information in Ji Chuan's words, Chi Feng responded immediately. We will never do it again. We were simply following orders from our superiors. Please forgive us, but we will never set foot in the Galaxy District again. I can give you this chance, but there won't be a next time. After he finished speaking, Ji Chuan disappeared. He simply used the secret of darkness to hide in the shadows, and did not have the effect of immediate long-distance transfer. It's just that this sudden disappearance makes Ji Chuan look very mysterious, and he thinks it's very cool. After the influence of gravity was lifted, everyone slowly stood up, and Du Ling took out a cigarette with trembling hands. But my hands were shaking so much that I had to light the fire several times. Chi Feng looked at the corpse on the ground and finally understood Cui Zixuan completely. She was definitely not crazy. It's a normal human reaction. Think about how to tell the base. Cui Zixuan was relieved because Du Ling was the only teammate who had experienced the same thing before. Now that the entire investigation Team 7 is joining us, there's no need to rely solely on coming up with far-fetched excuses on my own. Go somewhere else first. Cui Zixuan nodded, used the transfer function, and everyone left the galaxy area. Report truthfully. Are you sure? Cui Zixuan couldn't believe her ears. Chi Feng was such a brave man. Chi Feng nodded. The chief has a torturer beside him. I can't possibly lie. You could also just tell me some insignificant true information. This is how Cui Zixuan and Du Ling got through it. They didn't expect Chi Feng to be so stupid. Chi Feng shook his head. It's pointless. Even if we knew the truth and didn't come to the Xinghe district, other teams would still come. There would continue to be casualties. Why not tell the leader the true situation and see if he decides not to send anyone to the Galaxy District or to send an expert to take the next step? Cui Zixuan was stunned. If she sent other people, would her friend die rather than herself? Chi Feng, you old man, don't want to use your brain at all. You are safe now, and the thinking work is left to the leader. Let other masters in the base bear the danger. Since he wants to say so, let him say it. He is the captain of Team 7 and his authority is higher than Z's. Anyway, it was not her who said it, so Ji Chuan should not take his anger out on himself. Seeing that everyone had left, Ji Chuan emerged from the darkness and flew towards the stronghold. If he was discovered at this moment, it would be embarrassing and his status would plummet, but Ji Chuan was not worried because he had two powerful detection abilities, life perception and energy perception. No one would be able to discover that he was on the road. He ate the newly obtained purple crystal core without hesitation. What attracted him to this ability was that ordinary physical attacks seemed to be ineffective against spirits. Doesn't that mean that the spirit can keep attacking as long as the main body is fine? Ji Chuan, who has many defensive methods, feels that this special ability can play an extraordinary role in his hands. After all, ordinary people cannot have multiple superpowers, and others have no means of saving their lives when summoning heroic spirits. After returning to the base, Ji Chuan wanted to activate his new ability to see what form the sword-wielding woman would take when he summoned her. Black energy overflowed from Ji Chuan's body and slowly gathered into his spirit. Jichuan couldn't wait to look back. I saw the spirit gradually taking shape and turning into a dog-headed man. What's going on? The heroic spirit I summoned is a dog. In front of Jichuan was an orc who was about the same height as himself. He had a dog-like head but a human body, covered with hair and standing on two limbs. I'm not a dog. I'm from the great werewolf clan. Tiny humans, please accept my rule. I'm the greatest king of the werewolf clan. A red light flashed in Jichuan's eyes. He raised his hand and gave the werewolf in front of him one blow after another. The wolf king was beaten into a dog. What was going on? Why could the person in front of him suppress him? He carefully felt the breath of the person in front of him. The wolf king's pupils trembled. He was not a human, but an undead? He suddenly remembered that he had been dead for a long time, so long that he almost forgot what his people looked like. The surrounding environment and the unfamiliar atmosphere made him feel that this was not the world he used to live in. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. The wolf king also wanted to resist, but he found that the person in front of him had a natural oppressive power over him. Every big guy felt his handsome wolf face swell up. Wow. And then, look, Brother Jichuan brought back such a big Akita dog. Xiaoxian was extremely excited and took Anan to touch it. The wolf king collapsed, his face swollen and round. He didn't understand what an Akita was, but he understood what a dog was. He bared his teeth at Xiaoxian, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Jichuan slapped him. The wolf king had no choice but to squint his eyes in a flattering manner and hook his two wolf paws in front of his chest. He lay on the ground with his belly exposed, letting the two little girls touch him all over. You can't touch there. The wolf king shouted in his heart, but now he met Jichuan's cold eyes and dared not make a sound. Tears rolled out of my squinted eyes. Am I in hell? Chapter 58 The Wolf King with Dull Eyes. Here's the thing, Chief, our team can no longer go to the Galaxy District. If we go again, we will all die. Chi Feng expressed his suggestion sincerely, as he was not sure what Li Jingru would choose. But no matter what option he chose, he didn't want to participate. He just wanted to keep his teammates. You encountered number one, and he let you go? Zheng Ji died because he attacked number one. Chi Feng nodded, intending to just tell the truth. Li Jingru was in a dilemma again. It seemed that as long as he didn't actively attack number one, he would not die. All the people who died before should have tried to attack number one. But Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai are in the hands of number one. If it really comes to the day when number one can absorb special superpowers, not only the entire Jianghua city, but the entire world may be destroyed by number one. Li Jingru believed in his intuition very much. He thought that Jichuan took Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai away in order to absorb their crystal cores. There are definitely limiting conditions without on-site absorption. After letting Chi Feng go, the interrogator was 100% sure of Chi Feng's answers. Li Jingru felt that he could not delay any longer. He finally picked up his phone and dialed the number marked the other shore. A mutant zombie of unknown level has been discovered in Jianghua City. It is suspected that one of them has the ability to devour people with special abilities and achieve continuous growth. Requesting support. Jichuan looked at the Wolf King in front of him with some surprise. The heroic spirit facing Zheng Ji looked like a soul, and the simple attack did not feel like contact. But this Wolf King has a physical body, but at the same time, he can still take him back. I don't know why this ability works so differently on me. I didn't feel the Wolf King's exhaustion, so I left him in the base in order to get a better understanding of him. Xiaoxian and Anan like this big dog very much. Children are very interested in furry animals. Every time the Wolf King bared his teeth and saw Jichuan staring at him out of the corner of his eye, he would look clear-eyed and let the child ravage him. After all, I am the leader of the werewolf tribe. Can you please give me some respect? The Wolf King came to Jichuan with a smile, wagging his tail in a flattering manner. Tisk. Master, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. My belly feels so good. Please touch it. The Wolf King was sweating coldly, fearing that Jichuan would give him a few more beatings. How strong are you? Jichuan was a little curious about the level of the heroic spirit he summoned. I am the strongest among the werewolves, but compared to you, my master, I am nothing but a mayfly, a weed. Okay, do you see that green zombie? That's Dezhuang. Compete with him. Jichuan interrupted the Wolf King's flattery in time. He wanted to intuitively feel the Wolf King's strength level. Dezhuang was extremely happy to hear Jichuan's words. He came to the center of the courtyard like a gorilla, staring at the Wolf King with excitement in his eyes. Big doggy, Dezhuang shouted excitedly. The Wolf King turned around with a fierce look in his eyes. I hate it most when people call me a dog. Unlike his docile appearance in front of Jichuan, the Wolf King bared his fangs and suddenly attacked Dezhuang. He didn't care at all about the size difference between the two of them. Dezhuang was very fast, and he swung his fist as big as an oven towards the Wolf King. When he touched the Wolf King, he did not feel the touch of being hit. Instead, the Wolf King's sharp claws directly cut through De Zhuang's entire arm, exposing the bone in the middle. This surprised Ji Chuan very much. Fortunately, De Zhuang didn't feel any pain. De Zhuang quickly strengthened his other arm. His green skin was like steel. He quickly swung it with all his strength towards the Wolf King. Bite! The Wolf King blocked with his claws and stomped his legs hard on the ground, leaving 2 pits. Da Zhuang's enhanced strength is enormous, and the flesh and blood on his other arm is healing rapidly. Without giving De Zhuang a chance to fully recover, the Wolf King relieved the pressure from De Zhuang and quickly dodged in the opposite direction. His body flexibly rotated in the air and extended his claws towards De Zhuang's head. But it was blocked by a rock wall. That's enough. The 2 men stopped their attack and knelt on one knee facing Ji Chuan. Unexpectedly, this Wolf King is quite powerful. He can easily cut De Zhuang, who has thick skin and flesh. Ji Chuan has a preliminary understanding of the Wolf King's strength. Brother Ji Chuan, we want to play with a big dog. Xiaoxian and Anan came to Ji Chuan's legs. The Wolf King looked at Ji Chuan with a look of resistance and help in his eyes. Go play, and don't let the children get hurt. If you do, I'll pluck all your hair out. The Wolf King's body began to tremble. What sin had he committed to be summoned into the world only to have a master who was the living king of hell? Big dog, get down. Let's go play big horse riding. Anan likes this place more and more. Not only does it have friends to play with, but it also has such docile little animals. Anan carefully climbed onto the Wolf King's back, while Xiao Xian in front of him was grabbing the Wolf King's mane. Anan, hold on to his fur like I did, so you won't fall off. Anan followed suit, grabbing a handful of fur from the Wolf King's back with both hands, waiting expectantly for the Wolf King to move. Gee, big dog, run! Xiao Xian shouted. The Wolf King was like a cow or horse that had lost the desire to live. All the light in his eyes had gone. He lowered his head and crawled slowly in the courtyard. A generation of Wolf King turned out to be a tool for raising children, and Ji Chuan even gave him the name Xiao Hui. It seemed that his great Fenris caste was coming to an end. Ji Chuan discovered that there was really no team entering the Galaxy District recently. It seemed that what he said to them last time had finally come to his attention. But it is obvious that the life force in the entire city is decreasing. Many other strongholds have also been generated in the area, and people in the Doomsday are huddling together for warmth. Ji Chuan didn't want to interfere. Thanks to his energy perception, Ji Chuan can now open walnuts very specifically. He doesn't want to eat the walnuts that are useless to him and starts to be picky about food. He is now searching the entire city for abilities related to concealing his presence to prevent himself from being discovered again when sneaking into the base. Xia Yiqing was a little stunned when she saw Yin Guang picking vegetables in the kitchen. Xiao Xi, did we recognize the wrong person? Hey, Lao Yan, Lao Yan. Song Xi also shouted at Yin Guang. Yin Guang raised his head and looked at Xia Yiqing and Song Xi in confusion, pointing at himself and saying, call me. I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Seeing Yin Guang's confused expression, Song Xi was a little surprised. Why did this person look so much like Yin Guang? Wu Qian pulled the two away. No mistake, that's old Yin. He broke into the base a while ago and broke down the gate. He was the first to attack the leader, so the leader wiped his memory and left him here. He's been helping Chef Zhao prepare food in the kitchen. He's now called Potato. After hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing felt a little scared. She was very lucky to be able to survive and retain consciousness. Otherwise, I might have been picking vegetables with Yin Guang, and the name Ji Chuan came up with was not very flattering. I think I'll run into familiar faces at the base someday. Song Xi took a big bite of the burger and had to admit that the food here was much more delicious than that at the psychic base. Why? Your card enhancement items also include the ability of precognition. Don't you understand those people in the base? They're all just like you. They think they're invincible just because they have some ability. They're not very cautious. Xia Yiqing was left speechless by Song Xi's words. It is natural for a strong person to be arrogant before he meets someone stronger than him. Chapter 59 Jinglian City, Number 1 Mobilization Meeting. Wanwan, why are you crying? Su Huaiji was a little surprised. After spending the past few days with Su Wanwan, he felt that she was a simple and kind child. But Su Wanwan in front of him seemed very sad, with tears slowly falling down her fair cheeks, which made him feel very distressed. I'm fine, Mr. Su. I just miss my father too much. I feel guilty when I think of how weak I was and how I couldn't help my father when he was facing the zombies. He was killed by the zombies. When I was with Mr. Su, I found that the feeling you gave me was very similar to that of my father. Unconsciously, I thought of my father again. Mr. Su, although it may be a bit offensive, Could you allow me to call you Dad? Seeing Su Wanwan's weak and sad appearance, Su Huaiji swallowed his saliva. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After losing his family, he was filled with hatred for zombies and used his powerful abilities to clear out a large number of zombies. It was as if I had no emotions anymore, just a machine that only knew how to kill. But no matter how much he killed, it could not fill his heart, and the longing for his family tortured him every day. Especially when he thought of his sensible daughter, recalled how she praised and admired him when playing chess, and how she looked when she was acting coquettishly and angry, he felt extremely painful. Until that night when I met Su Wanwan, she was so pure and kind. Just like me, she missed her relatives. After that day, I would always think of Su Wanwan's face intentionally or unintentionally. But it didn't overlap with the image of his daughter, and he found it difficult to express that feeling. Facing the crying girl in front of him, Su Huaiji's heart was moved. Can. He agreed. As if he didn't agree, the heart of this simple and kind girl would be broken. He didn't want to see the girl sad. Dad. Su Wanwan threw herself into Su Huaiji's arms, her cheek pressed against his strong chest. The fragrance of the hair filled Su Huaiji's nostrils, and he slowly raised his arms. He embraced the slender waist of the person in his arms. Her body was so soft that Su Huaiji unconsciously tightened his hands and hugged Su Wanwan even tighter. Wanwan in his arms was not crying. Instead, she lowered her head and showed a meaningful smile. Have you decided on the candidate? Are you saying you will send reinforcements? Okay, the Jianghua City Psychic Base will definitely cooperate fully. Li Jingru finally got the answer he was expecting. He had been very nervous these days. He worked hard to integrate and report all the information about number 1, ensuring that it was a sample that had never been seen in other cities in the apocalypse. At first, his superiors didn't believe that zombies had such abilities, but after seeing several blurry video footages, they hesitated. The first video was shot by Du Ling in Ziyu Bay, in which he used fire and metal manipulation abilities to attack backpack zombies. The second video shows someone driving away a steel whip zombie. According to the report, a 10-member elite team encountered number 1 while searching for the steel whip zombie. 7 people died on the spot, and number 1 used advanced rock-type abilities. There is a high probability that the steel whip zombie taken away by number 1 has the strength to destroy the entire elite team. The third video is a surveillance video of a convenience store near an abandoned factory. In the video, we can see that number 1 can not only fly, but also use dark attribute abilities. Combined with the status of the 2 special ability captains at the time, it is suspected that he also has the ability of mind control. The Jianghua City Psychic Base would not dare to forge such evidence, but if this kind of zombie really exists, it is likely to be the most dangerous mutant detected in the world. The superiors continued to use the nickname, number 1, to refer to Ji Chuan. Such rapid growth in such a short period of time is undoubtedly a time bomb for humans. Although the report mentioned that number 1 can communicate and promised not to actively harm humans, promises from zombies cannot be trusted. It might even be the opponent's delaying tactic, just as Li Jingru speculated. The opponent is waiting for the opportunity to digest the special superpowers. If the digestion is successful, all mankind may be directly destroyed. Therefore, strong men must be sent to Jianghua City to reinforce and destroy number 1. In this way, the future of mankind will remain uncertain. The captain of Jianghua City's combat team is too weak. Who said that? Look at the video. 2 special-level psychics were carried on shoulders and kidnapped. The girl with the bun hair was lying on the ground, pounding the ground hard, thinking that she had seen something very funny. Of the Jinglian City Superpower Base was bustling with activity, with the top 10 combat teams gathered in the entire room. Everyone looked at the video footage and analysis report of Jianghua City number 1 with disdain, and even felt that Jianghua City was making a big deal out of nothing. And Jing, if their analysis report is accurate, then not only is number 1's strength increasing, but he may also have 5 to 6 different abilities. Everyone looked at the commander without saying anything, but a scornful smile was still on their faces. Jinglian City awakened a large number of people with special abilities, achieving almost the lowest casualties in the country, and even the city still maintained order, which is very rare. Superpowers don't necessarily mean more. Even if you have 100 low-level superpowers, they are not as good as 1 high-level superpower. Yeah, and Jianghua City even speculated that number 1 could drive. Isn't that hilarious? Being able to talk is outrageous enough, but being able to drive is also outrageous. I think it's just that a powerful mutant in Jianghua City disobeyed the base's discipline. The video shows that he is just a person. What does it have to do with zombies? This is also the judgment of most people. In the blurry video, Ji Chuan does not seem to have any characteristics of a zombie at all. Moreover, no other cities have reported any cases of zombies growing, talking, or driving, so they all suspected that the person who wrote the analysis report in Jianghua City had a mental problem. In Jing, the leadership has determined that reinforcements are needed for Jianghua City. If the report is true, number 1 will become a very unstable factor. The best strategy is to identify and eliminate them promptly. Who will go? Let me go? If the other party is indeed a zombie, then me going is the best choice. A middle-aged hooded man said this. He did not look like a healthy person, and his cheeks were sunken. The commander nodded. Who else besides Wang Lin? The girl with the ball-shaped hair raised her hands expectantly and said, Me. She was really looking forward to it. The zombies in Jinglian City were not challenging at all. It was said that most other cities were in dire straits. As someone who loved excitement, she couldn't miss it. What's more, she wanted to meet these idiots in Jianghua City. They were so funny that she almost laughed to tears. She was already looking forward to coming back and telling jokes to everyone after she finished with number 1. Chapter 60 Meeting Before the Attack. Is everyone here? Su Wanwan, what are you doing here? Wanwan, who entered the meeting room with some displeasure. Chief, I think Su Wanwan is actually very capable, and she has very direct experience dealing with number 1, so I have transferred Su Wanwan from the logistics department to be my assistant. Su Huaiji felt a great sense of accomplishment when he met Su Wanwan's grateful and admiring gaze. He knew that Li Jingru would not interfere with his employment of people. Let's get to today's main topic. I've already reported number 1's performance in this city to Jinglian City. Considering the loss of 2 special-grade psychic captains, Jinglian City has agreed to send combat support. Today, we are firstly arranging the combat teams to assist the main force of Jinglian City in formulating our battle plan. Secondly, we are asking the logistics department to welcome and arrange accommodations for the combat forces of Jinglian City. Jiang Zhilan, the head of the logistics department, glanced at Su Wanwan. Su Huaiji suddenly asked her to take Su Wanwan away. Although it was not a big deal to lose someone in the logistics department, Su Wanwan had not said a word to her before. Captain, there's no problem with accommodation and reception, but what if the main force wants to take a shower? The logistics department needs to use water sparingly, as the base is seeing an increasing number of new members. Jiang Zhilan did it on purpose. It would be fine if the whole team came to take a shower. But Jiang Zhilan was not happy. The people from the logistics department could leave if they wanted to, and Su Huaiji could actually talk to her like this for Su Wanwan. Have the human resources department check for new arrivals. With so many people signing up every day, how could they not find someone with water abilities? Su Huaiji felt uncomfortable under Jiang Zhilan's gaze and answered without waiting for the leader to speak. Li Jingru nodded. The captains of Jinglian City have taken great risks to come here. We will try our best to meet all the conditions that are proposed. Those with water abilities will be transferred to the logistics department first. You don't have to worry about that. Jiang Zhilan nodded, and Su Wanwan felt that the woman glanced at her again. Then the most important thing is to decide who will assist in the battle. Does anyone have any suggestions? In fact, Li Jingru was very conflicted. He felt that number 1 was very dangerous and was not sure how many people he should send to win. If the people in Jinglian City have the ability to defeat number 1, we can send any number of people we want. What if they don't have the ability? The people sent out in this way are undoubtedly sending themselves to die. Jianghua City cannot afford to lose its main combat force. He feels that the zombies in Jianghua City are very abnormal. It may become normal for the zombies to borrow people from other bases as they continue to evolve. He didn't want to make decisions on his own. He needed to listen to other people's opinions, so that even if the final result was not satisfactory, everyone could face it together. For things that you are not confident about, you can feel more at ease by asking more people to bear the consequences for you. This time, we're mainly relying on Jinglian City's combat power. I think we shouldn't send anyone with a strong personality, but rather someone with a gentle personality who's willing to follow orders. That way, if anything unexpected happens, we'll have an explanation for Jinglian City's investigation. Su Huaiji knows his captains very well. Most of them are conceited. As long as there is no big gap in strength, no one at the same level will be willing to submit to anyone else. Victory is fine, but what if we fail? Jinglian City's investigation revealed that we didn't contribute much, leaving all the fighting to the enemy. How would we explain the casualties? I think we should let the main force go. Jiang Zhilan just wanted to refute Su Huaiji, but what she said also made sense. If they fail by not sending the main force, they are sending people from other bases to die for them, and it will be difficult to ask for help and borrow people later. Our goal is to cooperate with Jinglian City's main force to win the battle. What good will it do if we send all our main forces? If they act on their own, they won't be able to coordinate, and it might even have the opposite effect. That means Minister Su isn't good at managing people. His subordinates don't obey him. That's right. Minister Su's attention is all on the newcomers. How could he have the energy to get to know his old subordinates? Jiang Zhilan had a smile on her face, with a hint of sarcasm. Su Huaiji was very angry, but he didn't want to say anything harsh. He and Jiang Zhilan had a story, and he felt guilty towards Jiang Zhilan. That's enough, Huaiji. Can you tell those main captains to obey the command of the Jinglian forces? Li Jingru felt that what Jiang Zhilan said made sense. If they failed and he didn't send out the main force, it would mean that people from other cities would die for them. How would he report it then? In any case, sending people here had to be justified. Chief, please let them in. I want to ask their own opinions. Okay, Dr. Xiao, how are the results of your research? Currently, the crystal core can stably provide energy for psychics. We have only one successful experimental subject, but he is emotionally unstable and is under observation. He cannot be used yet. Brother Wang Lin, can you please ask Xiao Yin and Lan Xing to stay away from me? They're already disgusting to me. Jinglian City's superpower base is flying to Jianghua City, and on board is the aid team sent by Jinglian City. The girl with a bun was fanning her nose with her hands, with a look of disgust on her face. The hooded man didn't say anything, but the two people behind Shin Mengting stood up silently and walked towards the back of the cabin. Shin Mengting breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was still a smell, it was much lighter than before. Fortunately, she and Wang Lin were not in the same team, otherwise they would have fought. We should be there this afternoon. After a night's rest, we can start early tomorrow morning. A man with his eyes closed on the other side said, Let's just attack in the afternoon. Who knows what the conditions are like at the Jianghua City base? The beds there are definitely not as comfortable as mine. Shin Mengting was somewhat disdainful. She just wanted to end the fight quickly and wanted to tell her teammates about the fun things that happened in Jianghua City. Jianghua City will send people to assist us. We will discuss tactics with them this afternoon and also meet with insiders to understand the target's situation face to face. Discussing tactics? Brother Hui, are you still counting on those good-for-nothings in Jianghua City to help us? If too many people go out, they won't be carried away on the shoulders of zombies. We'll have to find a way to rescue them when the time comes. Shin Mengting wanted to laugh when she thought of the scene in the video. She was very good at attacking, but she didn't care about saving people. Sending some trash would only hold them back. Shouting, don't worry. We need to communicate with the people in Jianghua City anyway. What if they are really some idiots who don't obey orders? They will cause trouble for us. A boy who looked like a college student turned from the front row to Shin Mengting and smiled with his eyes narrowed. He had this expression on his face all the time, and it seemed that no one saw how he opened his eyes. All right, just let them follow orders. I hope they don't send any fools. I really hate fools. The minister is taking this operation too seriously, sending 4 of us. I think 2 people at most will be enough. If the zombies in the video are indeed zombies, the minister's decision is not excessive. Jinglian City has never encountered such a mutant. If the zombie can grow, our goal is to strangle it in the cradle. Okay, brothers, remember to let me have more fun. I'm going to sleep for a while. Remember to call me when you get there. Shin Mengting put on a blindfold and adjusted the seat back. The others looked out the window and stopped talking, seemingly thinking about something. Chapter 61, Finding Song Huai. Hard work pays off. After picking walnuts for a long time, Ji Chuan finally found the supernatural power he wanted. Holding your breath can conceal your breath from detection. He doesn't need to breathe and can keep it closed. Then he can use the mystery of darkness to hide in the shadows of the base and sneak into it. By holding his breath, he can avoid detection by psychics and slowly search for Song Huai inside. In order to prevent any accidents from happening when he sneaked into the base, Ji Chuan and everyone in the stronghold told him to be well defended while he was away. But there will basically be no accidents. His purpose this time is just to preliminarily explore the strength of the superpower base and find the whereabouts of Song Huai. But he has no means to bring Song Huai out. Master, take me with you. Xiao Hui was waving his hands vigorously below. Xiao Xian and Inen were still pulling at 2 tufts of his leg hair. He didn't want to take care of the children at the base anymore. He felt like a lot of his wolf hair had been pulled out in the past 2 days. Ji Chuan nodded. As his heroic spirit, Xiao Hui could be taken back into his body, and as long as he was immortal, Xiao Hui could be reborn infinitely. He was the most suitable person to go out with, and he had good strength. Xiao Hui was very happy. He somersaulted and entered Ji Chuan's body. Master, I love being inside you the most. Really? Then don't come out anymore. No, that's not what I mean. As long as I'm not taking the kids with me, I'm still willing to come out. What good are you if you don't have children? You still have such a big appetite. I should try to see if the fur disappears after I skin you. It looks pretty warm. Master, please don't. I will eat less. When the spirit dies, the fur will disappear along with it, and it will also cause a loss of energy for you, Master. Don't try it. Xiaohui had to admit that there were many delicious foods in this world. He had never tasted such a rich variety of food. Although he didn't need to eat as a heroic spirit, he couldn't help himself when he smelled the various foods in the restaurant. Your little bit of energy has no effect on me. Just take good care of Xiao Xianinen. Yes, sir. Ji Chuan was flying towards the base of the superpowers. He discovered through energy perception that the base had moved Mr. Wang's room to the underground floor, probably because they were afraid that disguised zombies would sneak in. So Ji Chuan started to hold his breath at a distance, and his whole body merged into the shadows, gradually moving through the shadows into the base. This time, his real body entered the psychic base. Although possession is risk-free, it is impossible to obtain useful information without the help of one's own supernatural powers. It is completely different if you enter on your own. There are about 5,000 life forms, and they've increased quite a bit during this period. 12 red crystal cores. Surprisingly, there are so many. Ji Chuan felt the special power of the red crystal core. Although he had come into contact with Song Huai's red crystal core before, he did not sense the energy when he was in Lanshan Villa and did not know what Song Huai's specific special power was. The simplest way is to find all 12 crystal cores and see if it is Song Huai. And according to inference, Song Huai's supernatural power is not used for combat, so some of these 12 crystal cores can be excluded. The remaining ones are Source of Forest Spirits, Vision of Stars, God of Space, and Queen Ant. Ji Chuan felt that these ones didn't seem to have anything to do with the battle, so he prioritized the first three. The Queen Ant sounded like it should be a female superpower. This was the first time that Ji Chuan felt such a dense concentration of crystal cores. He even had an urge to kill, but fortunately he was able to suppress it. He didn't have the energy to feel each of the crystal cores one by one, and was moving towards the first red target. The forest spirit source is a woman who is confirming the work with her subordinates. The tarmac has been cleared, and the Jinglian City team is expected to arrive in an hour. The woman nodded. We will provide the highest standard of hospitality and reserve 4 of the most luxurious rooms. After all, their lives are in danger when they come to Jianghua City. Yes. Ji Chuan discovered what information he had heard. People from other cities actually came to support. Besides himself, are there any other threats in Jianghua City that need external assistance to solve? Ji Chuan shook his head, thinking that it was very likely that those people came for him. An hour? Then hang out here for a while. Ji Chuan made a decision and saw that the woman just checked the information in her hand and then looked for the next target. The second target actually lived on the -6th floor. Ji Chuan remembered that the -4th floor was the living area for most people last time. The person in front of him obviously had something special about him. He is an ordinary-looking man, exuding the same otaku temperament as Ji Chuan when he was alive. From the classification and name of the superpowers, Ji Chuan couldn't figure out what Star Vision was for. That person was just playing games in the room. There were even a lot of snacks on the table. He was treated better than most people in the base. After observing for 20 minutes and not finding anything special, Ji Chuan lost his patience. He began to look for the third target and found it in the deep -10th floor. Ji Chuan had been observing the structure of the base all the way. The last time he sneaked in, he understood the general divisions of the base. This time, when he came in person, he still felt the vastness of the psychic base. There were many guards on the -10th floor, and teams were constantly coming in carrying supplies. Captain, it's getting harder and harder to earn points for collecting supplies. It's too dangerous to explore further. Can we apply for a few new recruits with combat abilities to join us? If more people come, the points will be less, right? While there are more zombies cleared near the base, hurry up and earn points nearby. If there are really no more supplies nearby, then apply to explore further afield. The captain is right. And then we can choose the right people. We have a number 1 in our city. Right now, newcomers with combat abilities tend to go into supply collection and logistics. They can't even beat 2 special level ability captains, so newcomers don't want to die. Yes. Then maybe we can pick a new person with advanced superpowers, and it has to be you, Captain. Then take a look. Lao Zhang, take stock. This is the result of the 11th supply collection team. It seems that this floor is the warehouse where the base stores supplies. Ji Chuan stopped observing the people at the door and continued to sneak deeper. Members of the transportation department are constantly sorting the supplies collected by the team and moving them to the corresponding rooms. Those materials that are easily damaged and deteriorate are constantly moving deeper and are actually going the same way as Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan blended into the shadows of the porters, who were moving towards the holder of the third red crystal core, god of space. There are actually 3 safety gates set up in this distance, all made of very strong materials. Fortunately, Ji Chuan didn't take it seriously because they were all made of metal. Finally, there are 2 psychics guarding the door of the room. There are 2 golden crystal cores. One is Fainting Scream, and the other is Mud Swamp. They both seem to be restricted ability users. As the porter confirmed through Iris, the last door finally opened. He used his supernatural powers to put the supplies into the room, and the people in the room made Ji Chuan's chest heave violently. He even wanted to show up and hug the other person in his arms. The person in front of him was Song Huai. Chapter 62, Eavesdropping on the Battle Plan. Ji Chuan merged his body into Song Huai's shadow. Song Huai mechanically put the delivered supplies into storage. It seemed that he had a special space ability. Seeing the types of supplies delivered by the base staff, Ji Chuan guessed that Song Huai's space would not allow the supplies to deteriorate. He had an urge to show up and lead his men to fight. But reason still controlled me. Song Huai is now under mental control. According to Ji Chuan's experience, in order to break this control, one must either harm Song Huai or find the psychic who controls him and deal with him. His healing ability was very limited, and he didn't want Song Huai to bleed. It would be easy for him to get out, but it would be very difficult to take Song Huai out and protect him. And it seems that support from Jinglian City will arrive soon, but Ji Chuan is not clear about the other party's strength. Huai, bear with it for a moment. I will definitely get you out. After noting down the location, Ji Chuan left this floor. He searched for the mind control ability among the densely populated people in the base. The best way to get Song Huai to cooperate with him in escaping was to get rid of the person who was controlling him. Otherwise, if he used violent means, he would probably be discovered by the base members before he could heal Song Huai's wounds after he appeared. It's just that there are more than 5,000 samples, which is too many, and Ji Chuan finds it very difficult to find them. And he could already feel 6 red crystal cores approaching quickly. 4 living beings and 2 zombies. This was the first time Ji Chuan discovered that zombies could live very calmly in close contact with humans. There is actually a red crystal core that is Necromancer. The plane from Jinglian City stopped at the apron behind the base, and 6 people got off the plane. But if you look closely at the last 2 people in the team, you can see that their bodies are covered with blue-black blood vessels, and they look like zombies. Li Jingru, Jiang Zhelan, and Su Huaiji had brought people here to wait early. When Su Huaiji saw the last 2 people in the team, his eyes tightened. They were the 2 captains of our base. They died while on a mission, but I can control them. I am the necromancer Wang Lin. The hooded man had a gloomy expression on his face, and everyone was shocked when they heard Wang Lin's words. I didn't expect that there are such masters in Jinglian City. In this way, even if the psychics continue to die, they will still become the fighting force of mankind. In an instant, Li Jingru's confidence in future battles increased greatly, and he was determined to get rid of number 1, even at a huge cost. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Welcome everyone from afar. I am Li Jingru, the head of the Jianghua City Psychic Base. I have prepared rooms for you. Please come with me. After resting, we can discuss the battle plan. There's no plan to discuss. The plan is to follow ours. Shin Mengting stretched lazily. Meeting with these idiots to discuss a battle plan? Stop wasting your time. If Wei Ge and Tu hadn't stopped her, she would have wanted to go and take down her target right now. Shouting is impatient, so don't worry. Of course, she's very strong. We'll find out more about the situation later, so don't worry. The young man squinted his eyes and smiled, seeming to be a very kind person. The last man had a cold expression and said nothing. Li Jingru smiled awkwardly and led his men into the base. Ji Chuan's bad taste is back again. He possessed the male zombie and went in with everyone else. Old Wang suddenly felt that zombies had entered the base. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, he found that Li Jingru, Jiang Zhelan, Su Huaiji were all around the zombies, and there were even a few unfamiliar strong men, so he hurried out to check. Don't panic, Mr. Wang. These 2 zombies were brought here by Captain Wang Lin of Jinglian City. They are controlled by Captain Wang's supernatural powers. Always felt a little scared when he stared at the 2 zombies, especially the male zombie. He felt that the male corpse's eyes had light in them, and he didn't look like an ordinary mindless zombie. But since everyone around him was a special level psychic, it was difficult for him, a detection-type psychic, to say anything. He nodded and returned to his room. Tisk. Shin Mengting entered the room prepared for her and smacked her lips unconsciously. This room was much simpler and smaller than his own in Jinglian City, which only deepened his desire to finish the task quickly and leave. This is already the most luxurious room in Jianghua City. Li Jingru's room is not much better. Seeing Shin Mengting's reaction, Jiang Zhilan was a little annoyed, but just sighed lightly. No need to rest. Let's start the meeting. Without considering the opinions of the other three people, Shin Mingting made the decision directly. The others had no objections, and they were not very tired. They came to the conference room and confirmed that the team members they were sending were waiting there early. Su Huaiji worked on their thoughts for a long time, fearing that conflicts between them would be difficult to resolve. Shin Mingting walked directly to the front of the stage. Unlike her frail figure as a young girl, she gave people an intimidating aura on the stage. Let's save time. This meeting will only clarify 3 things. The first is information about number 1. Are you sure number 1 is a zombie? Are you sure he possesses the 5 or 6 superpowers mentioned in the report? Confirmed. A reconnaissance-type psychic at the base encountered number 1 at close range and indeed detected that the opponent was a zombie. However, few members survived the encounter with number 1. According to video footage and the survivors' accounts, number 1 does possess 5 to 6 psychic abilities. Shin Mingting nodded. Ji Chuan listened with great interest from behind. 5 to 6 kinds. Almost 50 or 60 kinds. I've opened a lot of walnuts, but I just can't use many of my special abilities and haven't shown them off. The second thing is, what are your special abilities? The players in the audience straightened up. I am the strongest wood-type esper in Jianghua City. I master the special esper, Wood God, which allows me to use plants for attack and defense. I am the holder of the special power, Spring, which allows me to use range healing powers and some wood and rock damage powers. Special ability, Sickly Piano Music. After playing, it will randomly inflict 3 powerful negative states on the target. Special power, Vulcan Hammer. Hammer attacks inflict additional fire damage and can strike targets from a distance. After listening to the introduction, Shin Mingting just snorted softly. She originally wanted to let them not participate, but when she thought of Wang Lin's special abilities, she felt that it would be a good idea to let them participate. Jinglian City rarely encounters situations where special class psychics die, so Wang Lin only has 2 dependents. Maybe I can help him collect a few in Jianghua City this time. Third, you just need to follow our orders on the battlefield and don't cause any trouble for us. What did you say? The burly man with the Vulcan hammer immediately became furious after hearing this. According to his idea, they could handle it themselves, but he didn't expect that the leader would actually call for backup. And they were also asked to obey orders, but the support in front of them had a very bad attitude from the beginning, and even felt that they would be a drag. They are special-level psychics, and their existence is rare in a city with a population of tens of millions. Don't you understand what I'm saying? After Shin Mingting finished speaking, the burly man actually fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had met a tough guy this time. Chapter 63 The Eve of the Battle. Captain Shun, please be merciful. Seeing that the other captains were about to take action, Su Huaiji released his pressure first. His powerful aura made people feel murderous. There was no fear on Shin Mingting's face. She just smiled lightly and continued to stare at everyone. The burly man stood up from the ground, holding his chest, with a hint of anger and fear in his eyes. Just now, he suddenly felt severe pain all over his body and his blood rushed up, as if his entire chest was about to burst. Although they were both special-class psychics, he didn't even understand what Shin Mingting's attack method was. Ji Chuan was feeling everyone's abilities and strength. Although he was currently in a possessed state, his true self was in the shadows of the room. This room almost gathered 2/3 of the red crystal cores of the base. He also wanted to launch a direct sneak attack, but the specific functions of many abilities could not be judged by their names and types alone. Now there are only 2 people who can take action, Xiao Hui and I. Including the 2 zombies, there are only 4 people. There are 11 humans with red crystal cores in the room, and they all have practical experience. Obviously, it is not wise to take action now. Although he won against Xia Yiqing underestimated him, and he had to start over again. Now the other party has more detailed information about him. Facing 11 red crystal core masters in the room at the same time, Ji Chuan feels that the success rate of defeating them is almost 0. What he didn't expect was that the person who possessed the Queen Ant ability was actually Li Jingru, the leader of this stronghold. He didn't know what effect the Queen Ant could have, and why a man had the ability to be the Queen Ant. I didn't really want to attack Minister Su. If I did, he would be dead instantly. So, hold back on your pressure. I just wanted to make you understand that obeying orders is an order, not a negotiation. The expression on Shin Mingting's face showed a maturity beyond her age. I really hate stupidity. If uncontrollable factors arise during a battle, I will not rescue them. I will even eliminate the trouble itself beforehand. I hope you all understand. After saying this, Shen Mingting's hair seemed to break free from the constraints of gravity and rose into the air, and her bun also scattered, like a girl in a storm. The overwhelming pressure made everyone tremble, and Su Huaiji discovered that the opponent's pressure was not even inferior to his own. The people from Jinglian City were not surprised and just watched quietly. Shen Mingting was a very strong captain, and anyone who treated her as a little girl and disrespected her would regret it. The girl's hair fell down, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face again. That's all for today. We'll leave tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. I can't get up any earlier. I'm stinking from the whole journey. I need to take a shower. I won't go on a mission with Brother Lin next time. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue at Wang Lin, which made her look like a real girl. Li Jingru looked back at Su Huaiji and sighed, but a smile remained on his face. Everyone, have a good rest in the base today. If you have any questions, you can consult Director Jiang Zhilan of our logistics department. I won't bother you anymore. Li Jingru didn't wait for everyone's reaction and went straight back to his room. The smile on his face disappeared and his brows were furrowed. These people are undoubtedly very strong, but he is not sure whether they can succeed tomorrow. The 4 special-grade psychics here were carefully selected, with complete attack, defense, recovery, and weakening capabilities. The reports they write will also be very good. Even if any accidents occur, we have already dispatched the main combat forces in the base, so there is nothing to find wrong. There is no reason for 8 special-level psychics to fail, but he always felt a sense of unease in his heart, which was the unique intuition of insects. Ji Chuan felt the special abilities of the 4 people from Jinglian City. The one named Wang Lin did not pose any threat to him at all. He had discovered that his control over the zombies was superior to his. It seemed that the level of his crystal core must be higher than that of the red crystal core. What gave Ji Chuan a headache was the squinty-eyed supernatural power, Rainbow Guardian. This was the most powerful comprehensive supernatural power Ji Chuan had felt so far. He could feel the attack, defense, reconnaissance, recovery, and other supernatural energies, as if he saw a smaller version of himself. The base arranged several reconnaissance psychics to guard the area near the room. Even without their guarding, Ji Chuan felt that he would be discovered by this squinty-eyed man if he showed up. Originally, Ji Chuan wanted to launch a sneak attack at night, but he felt that he could not take the risk. Currently, the most powerful energy comes from Shen Mingting. The energy surging from this girl is extremely powerful, and it seems that she has developed her own supernatural powers very thoroughly. As for the taciturn man, his special ability also puzzled Ji Chuan. Soul reshaping. What kind of special ability was this? I decided to focus my main energy on dealing with Shen Mingting as a priority tomorrow. After a while, Ji Chuan rushed back to the base. Avaligia was filled with all members capable of attacking. After Ji Chuan's instructions in the afternoon, no one dared to relax. Everyone is a little nervous that Ji Chuan hasn't come back for such a long time. Why hasn't Brother Ji Chuan come back yet? Xiao Xian felt very worried. I hope nothing happens to Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu couldn't wait any longer and even wanted to rush over to see what was going on. The master is fine. The master is approaching. Dazhuang reminded from the side that he and Xiaomei could sense Ji Chuan's location from a distance, and Ji Chuan was obviously about to come back. When Ji Chuan landed, everyone finally felt relieved. But his expression was very solemn. There's a tough battle tomorrow. Ji Chuan told everyone what he had seen and heard in the afternoon, and Xia Yiqing and Song Xi both understood the seriousness of the matter. They are more familiar with the main teams led by the 4 captains, and their strength should not be underestimated. It is said that due to the strength of the psychics, the entire city of Jinglian still maintains order, and the zombies are under control. The supporters coming from such places are likely to be stronger than himself. So tomorrow we will face at least 8 special-level psychics. The only ones with special abilities here are Xia Yiqing and Song Xi. Ji Chuan felt that Wang Lin posed no threat and could not be considered a combat force. The 2 red crystal core zombies were also under his control, so there would be at least 4 red crystal core mutants helping him tomorrow. Since Xiao Hui can be resurrected continuously, it can barely be considered a special grade ability. So the opponent has 7 red crystal cores, and I have 5 red crystal cores, plus myself. I am almost capable of fighting. What's more, Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi have made obvious progress in training during this period, so their chances of winning may be quite good. Then Ji Chuan explained the plan for tomorrow to everyone. While telling the plan, Ji Chuan heard a voice. I know you can hear me. The base asked me to be in charge of the transport tomorrow morning. It wasn't my intention to come here. I'll leave immediately after I deliver the goods. Please don't make things difficult for me. Captain Shun, excuse me for interrupting you. Jiang Zhilan was holding several sophisticated devices in her hands. There was no sound coming from the room, but the door was open. Shin Mingting was combing her hair with her back to the door. Captain Shun, this is our latest research achievement in Jianghua City. We have discovered that the crystal cores of mutants can provide energy to those with special abilities and alleviate the fatigue caused by extensive use of special abilities. I don't need it. I haven't run out of energy yet. Give mine to Zhuang Tuesday. He consumes a lot of energy. Jiang Zhilan sighed softly. Okay. I hope Shin Mingting is really as good as she says. Chapter 64 5 Color Field. Everyone had been waiting in the hall for a long time, and Shin Mingting was the last one to appear on stage. She didn't forget to tie the last rubber band on her bun, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. Everyone is here, let's go. Several captains from Jianghua City looked at Shin Mingting speechlessly, but didn't say anything. Su Huaiji told them to just obey the orders of the Jinglian people. But they can protect themselves at critical moments, and Jianghua City cannot afford the sacrifice of more special-level psychics. Several captains felt that Su Huaiji was exaggerating. Even without reinforcements from Jinglian City, they could definitely deal with number 1 if the 4 of them attacked at the same time. Zixuan, take the people and set off. Chui Zixuan nodded, praying that Ji Chuan had heard what she had told him yesterday. She used the energy device developed by the base to transfer everyone. With the advance instructions, she felt that she should not be in great danger. In just a moment, everyone arrived at the door of Oligar. Before anyone could ask anything, Chui Zixuan had disappeared. Are you so scared? People with special abilities in Jianghua City are all very timid. Everyone was able to ignore Shin Mingting's ridicule. The most important thing at the moment was the crusade against number 1. What's this? According to Team 7's investigation, everyone knew that number 1 was most likely in the Aurelian Hotel, and even studied the photos of the Aurelian Hotel on the internet. According to the information, Oligar seemed to have only used metal-related abilities to strengthen the outer wall, and used the ability to block vision to confuse the whole. It was not a very clever method. But now they couldn't even tell where the hotel was. There was only a large area surrounded by 5 colored semicircles in front of me, like a huge energy shield buckled on the ground. Zhuang Tu first launched an attack on the strange area in front of him. Several red lights gradually turned into ultra-high temperature flames that burned the area. Even those standing far away could feel the temperature. But the entire area has not changed at all. Zhuang Tu activated the blue light again, and the blizzard accompanied by ice cones continued to hit the entire area, as if sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples. It's a domain. 5 domains. Zhuang Tu was very surprised. He had never seen mutants release domains before. He had only seen powerful psychics use them, but he had never thought that multiple domains could be connected together. Shin Mingting understood when she saw the black area. It was the same as the one in the video. It must be a dark area. But what about the other areas? Does number 1 have a companion? Don't panic. If we want to enter their base, we must enter their territory. Maintaining such a large and complex territory won't leave them with much energy for a fight. Shin Mingting reminded confidently, but the situation before her was indeed something she had never experienced before. It seems that only one of these areas can truly enter the stronghold. Shouting, let's split up. It's too risky to enter the same area. If you enter a domain that is too powerful, it will be difficult to escape without the permission of the domain's owner. The area before you is likely to be a huge trap. Shin Mingting nodded. I'm in the transparent area, and everyone else can choose. After saying that, she quickly moved towards the transparent area opposite, because she had already sensed that it was not a realm. It is very likely that the only breakthrough point is to encounter number 1. Once you solve number 1, other areas can naturally be broken. Zhuang Tu also felt the difference in the transparent area. Knowing Shin Mingting's preference for quick decisions, he let her go. In the video, number 1 used the dark territory. The black area is also very dangerous. I'm going to the black area. Zhuang Tu said to everyone. Then I'll go with you. Wang Lin knew that Zhuang Tu had many abilities, but his attack strength was not strong, so he could just control number 1 immediately when he encountered him. And Zhuang Tu's special ability can protect himself, and the 2 people complement each other. Sui didn't say anything and went straight into the nearest brown area. The 4 people from Jianghua City looked at each other. They didn't want to be ordered around in the first place, but now this gave them the opportunity. Only the red and silver areas were left, and they walked in teams of 2. That damn kid got scared before the battle? He chose a transparent area, which is obviously the safest place. Enlai complained, but he only dared to complain where he couldn't see her. He still remembered the pain Shin Mingting had caused him, and he didn't know what moves she had used. We just need to cooperate. Unfortunately, the probability of encountering number 1 in each area is only 1 in 5, and we may not even see number 1's methods. Together with Enlai is Ning Chua, the holder of Spring. She believes that number one will definitely be killed this time. The two entered the Red Realm because Inlai had already felt the fire energy of the Red Realm. It was indeed a field of fire. The temperature around it was very high. After entering the field, I found that there was a raging fire burning all around. But Inlai was extremely excited. With the blessing of the fire field, the power of his Vulcan hammer would become even greater. But Ning Chuha felt a little uncomfortable, so he made a plant coat on his body and in front of his mouth to isolate the temperature around him. The domain is much larger than imagined. As long as the owner of the domain has the ability, he can even create a domain the size of an entire city. The two continued to advance deeper into the area. It was quiet along the way, with no enemies around. They quickened their pace, intending to cross the area and investigate the stronghold. However, the two of them had heard footsteps in the distance. Ning Chuha did not feel the death energy from the zombies. The footsteps came from humans. Inlai has raised his hand, ready to attack at any time. But after seeing the man's figure, the two opened their mouths in surprise. Xia Yiqing, you're still alive. Brother Xia. Ning Chuha was very happy. Xia Yiqing was considered very handsome among the captains of the combat team, and she had a good impression of him. But before Ning Chuha could run to Xia Yiqing, an explosion occurred near Ning Chuha's leg. Brother Xia, what are you doing? Ning Chuha was almost hurt, and Inlai was also very puzzled. Don't come any closer. Go back now, and I'll let you go for the sake of our friendship. Xia Yiqing, you betrayed me. In fact, the leader has never actively harmed humans. On the contrary, he has saved many people. It's the same if he stays here. Loyalty made Xia Yiqing act completely on Jichuan's side. Leader? Are you referring to number one? Ning Chuha shook his head, unable to believe what Xia Yiqing said. A drop of glowing dew fell on Xia Yiqing's head, and Xia Yiqing felt refreshed. Brother Xia, wake up. Ning Chuha believed that Xia Yiqing was under mental control, and the supernatural power he had just used was the method that could break the mental control. But the imagined recognition between the two did not happen, and she was only met with Xia Yiqing's even colder eyes. How could this happen? I'm not under mind control. That's rebellion. Inlai no longer hesitated. As a punch landed, a huge hammer condensed on Xia Yiqing's head, with flames all around it. With the blessing of the fire field, the entire hammer was burned red. If you get hit by this hammer, there's no doubt you'll become a carbonized meat patty. In just a moment, it was as if someone pushed Xia Yiqing and sent him flying far away, and the surrounding flames also jumped in that direction. Few people knew the specific type of Xia Yiqing's special ability, and Inlai was a little surprised by his dodging. The hammer hit the ground, leaving only a black circular mark in the field. But after the explosion, Inlai found that his hands were covered in blood. Chapter 65 Su Hui's First Defeat. Xia Yiqing, you're serious. Inlai felt pain, but he could feel the explosions around him continuing. Ning Chuha released a green ball of light, wrapped Inlai's hands, and quickly treated the wound. More and more wounds appeared on Inlai's body, but he didn't even find a chance to land the second blow. Inlai had no idea how Xia Yiqing attacked. Brother Xia, don't go too far. Ning Chuha saw that the speed of healing was not as fast as Xia Yiqing's attack speed. She raised her hand, and the rocks behind her flew towards Xia Yiqing. Due to the influence of the fire field, all the stones were covered with flames, and their power suddenly increased. But before they touched Xia Yiqing, all the stones exploded in the air, and the broken stones flew in the opposite direction of Xia Yiqing, as if they had eyes. Without the blessing of advanced speed enhancement and malicious perception, it would be difficult for anyone to dodge Xia Yiqing's attack. If he had not met Jichuan, Xia Yiqing would indeed have the capital to be arrogant. The two-on-one situation did not put Xia Yiqing at a disadvantage. Retreat, I don't want to kill you. It was the kindness in Xia Yiqing's heart. With his ability, if he aimed at the vital points at the beginning, both of them would die, but Xia Yiqing just wanted them to give up. It would be fine if they met him, but if they met the leader, they would be killed instantly. Seeing that the two were still hesitating, a gust of wind blew towards them. The surrounding flames jumped suddenly, and the strong wind brought a heat wave. Ning Chuha felt it was extremely difficult to breathe, and his whole body was extremely hot. Let's go, Inlai. We are no match for them. She felt like her hair was going to catch fire. Although Inlai is resistant to fire, he has no chance of winning in such a battle. Okay, let's go. Stop fighting. Hearing Inlai's words, Xia Yiqing stopped what he was doing. Don't come back. The chief is a good man. He won't attack unless we take the initiative to attack this place. If you do it again, you will die. Roasted by the heat wave just now, and even smelled the smell of barbecue. Ning Chuha quickly pulled Inlai and ran in the opposite direction, but unexpectedly, she didn't meet number one, but met Xia Yiqing. Why does Xia Yiqing help the zombies? But fortunately, it was him they met, and he obviously showed mercy. If number 1 could subdue Xia Yiqing, it would mean that number 1 was stronger than Xia Yiqing. If they had met number 1, they might have died. Who will meet number 1? Ning Chuha began to pray, hoping that it would not be Xiao Su or Hua Ranqiu. Su Hui entered the nearest brown area because he didn't want to choose. All areas were the same to him. His own, soul reshaping, is very powerful. If the target is a zombie, he will help the zombie give it a human soul, and the zombie will once again experience the despair and fear of his life. Most souls will not accept that they have become monsters, and may even give up their lives on their own initiative. Occasionally, you will encounter a soul with a strong will to survive, but you may also die at the hands of your own, who have rich combat experience, due to the suddenness of the situation. Most people cannot react at the first time why they are a zombie. If the opponent is a human, it is easier to deal with. A person with powerful superpowers will lose his memory after his soul is reshaped, and he cannot even release his superpowers, and is no different from an ordinary person. As long as it is a creature that has a soul, I can easily deal with it. The area before me was like a desert, filled with sand and rocks. Su Hui remembered that the report said number 1 could use rock-type abilities, and he had a hunch that he might be the one encountering number 1. He actually felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was very interesting to completely change the soul and personality of a powerful target. He had seen many cases where someone was calm and composed 1 second and panicked and begged for mercy on their knees the next. But every time I feel it is very fresh. Several rock spikes exploded under his feet. Su Hui dodged quickly, but several rock slabs followed him like fly swatters. Su Hui had already seen the pale figure in the distance, and sure enough, he had run into number 1. Su Hui was very calm, with a confident smile on his face. He locked onto his target and reshaped his soul. But there was no response. Rose up from under his feet, trying to devour him. He was almost exhausted from dodging with great difficulty. I just released my supernatural power, but there's no reaction. How could this happen? Su Hui once again released his supernatural powers towards the target. As he dodged attacks and got closer and closer to the opponent, Su Hui felt despair after seeing clearly. It wasn't a person, nor was it a zombie. It was a puppet. The puppet was looking at him with its 2 button eyes. As its round arm rose, another rock spike rose up, piercing his right leg as he was stunned. Oh! Su Hui fell to the ground in pain. When he was in despair, the puppet suddenly became limp and fell down. Its entire body began to dissipate, like a ball of rotten cotton melting into the sand. Su Hui was overjoyed that he survived. But how could such a thing exist? He had never met a puppeteer who could create such a powerful puppet. Just as he was about to stand up, the scene in front of him darkened. As he slowly raised his head, Su Hui was greeted by a huge dog's head. Where did this dog come from? Su Hui didn't dare to delay and released his supernatural power without saying a word. His supernatural power could even affect animals. But the dog's head in front of him didn't change at all, and its expression even became more ferocious. I hate it most when people call me a dog. The sharp claws flashed by, and Su Hui felt his body lighten, and his head was actually cut off by Xiao Hui. He didn't understand what Xiao Hui was, and why this talking dog-headed man was not affected by his skills. He would never have thought that Ji Chuan owned Xiao Hui's soul and would not be affected by his status. This was Su Hui's first defeat. He felt very sleepy and closed his eyes. A burst of white light rose from Su Hui's head and flew into the air, but Xiao Hui, who turned around, and Xiao Xian outside the area did not notice it. Shin Mingting entered the transparent area without hesitation. She thought this was the most likely entrance to the stronghold. It is also the area where you are most likely to encounter number 1. Sure enough, after entering, she found the door of the hotel, and even the closed door opened directly after she entered. From a distance, you can see a pale-skinned person standing in the center of the courtyard. Shin Mingting smiled. Her judgment was indeed correct. My judgment has never been wrong. She walked in confidently and used her supernatural power on number 1 before he could make any move. She doesn't give her prey any chance to resist, and she hates those fools who reveal their flaws even when they have the chance. Her special ability is reconstruction. As long as she wants, she can destroy the other person's body at will. Reconstruct the blood with nails, the brain with tofu, the internal organs with poison, and the body with sand. It can even reconstitute cells into new cells. She has a very thorough understanding and mastery of her own abilities, and in her eyes, no one can defeat her. The same is true for number 1 in front of us. The bomb had replaced number 1's brain, and with an explosion, number 1 fell down. Shin Mingting saw that the surrounding area became transparent and then disappeared completely. Tutu and Huij ran towards him, praising him with smiles on their faces. Shouting, "Has to be you." Young, beautiful, and so strong. Yeah, number one's domain almost tortured us so much that we couldn't get out. Shin Mingting smoothed her hair and said to the captains of Jianghua City with an even more proud tone, "Go back and report. I have dealt with number one. These idiots, they let us come to such a weak target. It's so funny." Now she wanted to go back to Jinglian City. She didn't want to stay in this broken place anymore. She wanted to go back quickly and tell her teammates about her heroic deeds. Chapter 66, Desperate Zhuangtu. There is endless darkness all around, and even the direction is lost. Zhuangtu released a ball of light in front of him and carefully looked around. This place is like nothingness, without any living creatures or objects. Behind him, Wang Lin brought the zombies Xia Lian and Lan Xing with him, and the two were walking deeper and deeper. Zhuangtu felt that his direction was correct. If he continued in this direction, he would reach the center of the area, which should be the closest place to the hotel. He was originally full of confidence, but now he felt a little scared. They are undoubtedly very powerful in Jinglian City. They had also encountered some very difficult mutants, and even lost 2 captains. The mutants' ruthless and wide-ranging attack methods made it difficult for them to cope, and it was very difficult to get close to them. It was Xia Lian who released the domain in time and pulled the mutants in. All the deadly superpowers were blocked by the domain, giving everyone time to catch their breath. At the moment, only the sound of footsteps remained, which felt a bit depressing. Zhuangtu recalled the powerful mutants he had encountered in the past, but could not find any mutant like number one that could create such a field. He increased his awareness of the surrounding situation. Thanks to the research results of the Jianghua City base, he could use his supernatural powers freely without worrying about running out of energy. Although his attack power is not that strong, his abilities are very comprehensive, and with his endless energy, he will be the top fighter in the team. He's here. Zhuangtu suddenly stopped, and Wang Lin also looked ahead. Although the surroundings were extremely dark and the light of the light ball seemed to be swallowed by the darkness and appeared very weak, they had already seen a pair of eyes emitting red light in the darkness ahead. The other person's footsteps were steady and powerful, and he didn't pause at all because of the 2 people stopping. He walked slowly towards them without hesitation. It's number one. It is the death energy unique to zombies, and Zhuangtu has already felt this oppressive feeling. He quickly launched an attack on number one, and the red light flew away, but the expected raging flames and burning temperature did not occur. Is this the effect of the domain? Zhuangtu already felt that the situation was a bit tricky. It was not possible to expand a domain just by having powerful superpowers. There were very few people with superpowers who could master the domain. Xia Lian, use the frozen field. Following Wang Lin's order, the zombies behind her roared and rose from under her feet. The dark ground was frozen and quickly enveloped the area from bottom to top. The whole world lit up again, and it was all mirror-like ice crystals. A pale young man was standing in the distance, looking at them with a smile on his face. It worked. Xia Lian's domain is indeed more powerful than his. She directly broke through his domain. Wang Lin was overjoyed. The other party must have consumed a huge amount of energy to create so many domains, but the other party was not smart. The simultaneous existence of domains meant that each domain was weakened. In addition to strengthening Xia Lian's own supernatural powers, Zhuangtu's ice abilities can also be strengthened through her frozen field. Zhuangtu did not hesitate at all. Although he was curious about number one in the analysis report, the powerful energy emitted by the other party would undoubtedly require him to gamble his life. A transparent protective shield with 5-colored luster lit up on the 2 of them. This was Zhuangtu's most powerful means of protection. It could greatly resist 5 series of moves, while also greatly weakening other damage. As he was in the frozen area, Zhuangtu released the blue light to the maximum extent, and countless ice cones attacked Ji Chuan like a blizzard. However, before the ice cones reached Ji Chuan, they were all absorbed. Zhuangtu's eyes widened unconsciously, a sign that he was protected by the domain. But the domain was released by their side. How could it possibly protect number one? Zhuangtu turned around unconsciously, but saw that Lan Xing had already restrained Wang Lin and was strangling his throat. Wang Lin was completely controlled in Lan Xing's arms. Lan Xing possessed top-level physical abilities. Although he had his own protective shield to help block the attacks, Wang Lin was skinny and had no power to fight back. As Lan Xing exerted force with his fingertips, Wang Lin's neck broke directly. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock and horror. He didn't understand why Lan Xing would attack him. The whole person fell down like that. As Xia Lian moved her mind, the ice monument swallowed Zhuangtu and turned him into an ice sculpture. But in just a moment, flames shot up into the sky and Zhuangtu broke out of the ice. Zhuang Tu noticed that Ji Chuan did not take any action from beginning to end, but Xiao Yin and Lan Xing had surrounded him. Wang Lin slowly stood up, his eyes full of anger. I didn't expect I could still control myself after I died. Unlike ordinary zombies, Wang Lin's pronunciation is as clear as when he was alive. If it weren't for the strange angle of his neck, it would be hard to tell that he was a corpse. Wang Lin raised his hand to release several dark waves to Ji Chuan, but he found that he could not raise his hand. Before he could figure out why Blue Star attacked him out of control, he found that he was out of control too. You can actually control yourself? Can you really? Ji Chuan answered Wang Lin with a rhetorical question. This was the first time he spoke after encountering number one, and Zhuang Tu couldn't help but be surprised that he could actually speak. Zhuang Tu's surprised gaze. Wang Lin started tap dancing on the spot, slapping the ice surface. You did it? You. Wang Lin looked at Ji Chuan in horror, his tone angry. He had never learned to dance before, and he looked so funny at that moment. After hearing what Wang Lin said, Zhuang Tu was sure that he was not under mental control. Moreover, his family members should have obeyed his orders, but now they are helping number one. Your ability is plunder. Zhuang Tu thought that it was number one who robbed Wang Lin of his ability, but number one in front of him laughed out loud. You have to help me out later. Zhuang Tu already understood what Ji Chuan meant. His eyes suddenly widened, and he struggled to resist. The two former captains in front of him were already making him unable to cope. Wang Lin behind him also launched a dark attack towards him. Number one did not take any action from beginning to end, like a beast struggling and waiting for its prey. Lan Xing kept trying to capture him, while Xiao Yin kept launching long-range attacks at him. Xiao Yin herself was a very powerful special-grade ice-type attacker, and it was very difficult for her to get close to him under the cover of Lan Xing and Wang Lin. Zhuang Tu's body was emitting various colored lights, but most of the time it was green light that was healing his injuries. Stop struggling. Your body won't look good later. Listening to the ridicule of number one not far away, Zhuang Tu felt deeply desperate. I'll come take you away later. My members need my help now. Seeing number one disappear, Zhuang Tu did not feel relieved. Facing three people with abilities of the same level, he had to try his best to survive. Did he just mention his members? Zombies actually have accomplices. Zhuang Tu was extremely shocked. If he hadn't really felt the unique death energy of zombies from him, he would have looked more like a human. Such dangerous information must be conveyed. This zombie not only has extremely powerful abilities, but also fights in groups. Is it possible for me to do it right now? Chapter 67 Bleeding More Than Song Ci. Xiao Ci, you will die if you don't surrender. Hua Ranqiu looked anxious. She didn't understand why Song Ci would betray her. But if she delayed any longer, the paralysis would make him unable to move, and the poison would easily take his life. I have to protect the stronghold and won't let you get close, cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Song Ci's mouth. With such a thin body, the amount of bleeding would probably cause him to go into shock. Song Ci, the psychic base is your stronghold. Wake up. If Xiao Su releases Tung Chuan again, it will definitely hit his vital point, but the two are still trying to make Song Ci change his mind. 3 light arrows flew straight towards Xiao Su's face, but were easily blocked by the vine wall of plants. The leaves pounced on Lin Lulu like rapidly spinning locusts, but Song Ci jumped up with all his strength and stood in front of Lin Lulu. Oh, Song Ci. Lin Lulu couldn't believe that the vicious-tongued Song Ci could protect her so well. His thin body was soaked in blood. Song Ci's legs had turned purple, and the poison was spreading to his heart. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi were also covered in wounds. When they met the two captains in the field, they only listened to a song played by one of them. All 3 of them felt extremely unwell. Gu Yunxi was blind and felt her hands and feet were very cold, as if frozen. Even though she knew that Lin Lulu and Song Ci had been beaten, she could not help at all now. She was just a target waiting to be protected. Lin Lulu had the mildest symptoms among the 3. She just felt dizzy. Fortunately, after she shot the arrow, she ordered the light arrow to track the target without aiming. This was also thanks to Song Ci's guidance. Song Ci was poisoned and his whole body became numb while he continued to suffer from the poison's erosion. Song Ci knew that this was caused by Hua Ranqiu's special ability. After she played with her hands in the air, the targets within the range would have random negative states. 1 negative state was enough to reverse the situation, and she could cause 3 negative states to people. Although his cards are very powerful, they are consumables, and he doesn't want to use them unless it is absolutely necessary. Many cards were enhancement cards that could permanently enhance one's abilities. Without the support of other consumable cards, one's physical fitness and perception abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, but compared to other psychics of the same level, one had no real advantage in actual combat. One's own positioning is a secret weapon. The day when all the cards are used up is the day when he loses his value. Their leader is very strong, and even though he is covered in wounds, it is not the time to use cards yet. You did well, rest well. It was the leader's voice. Song Si tried hard to open his eyes, but he didn't even have the strength to do so. His whole body was numb, but because of the paralysis, the wound was not so painful. Ji Chuan performed simple treatment, as if no one was around. It's number 1. Hua Ranqiu didn't dare to delay. She plucked the piano quickly with her slender hands in front of her chest. Although no musical instrument was seen, the sound of the piano rang out in the area. Several dark gray rays of light merged into Ji Chuan's body along with the piano music, but Ji Chuan did not seem to feel any discomfort. Powerful negative effects are often accompanied by great pain, but Hua Ranqiu felt that Ji Chuan was not affected by his special abilities at all. The ability didn't take effect. Hua Ranqiu continued to play, but in just a moment several sharp metal blades had cut off all her fingers. In this silver metal field, a few thin pieces of metal were very hidden, and she didn't notice when they appeared and approached her. Don't disturb me while I'm healing. Ji Chuan continued to treat Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, temporarily saving the lives of the three. Xiaosu was already sweating profusely. He had heard about number 1's deeds long ago and was already struggling with whether to attack or escape. Hua Ranqiu next to her was almost fainting from the pain. She knelt down looking at her fingers on the ground, enduring the severe pain and trying to pick up her fingers with her palm. This way, Ning Chuha would definitely be able to heal herself. Number 1, let Song Si go. Let him come with us. After making sure that the 3 people were not in danger of their lives, Ji Chuan slowly stood up. The huge sense of oppression made Xiaosu unconsciously step back. I was the one who treated and protected him, and you were the ones who almost killed him. Why should I let him go with you? After hearing Ji Chuan's words, Xiaosu froze in place, as if he didn't expect number 1 to say that. Because you are a zombie, you are a monster. Humanity is destined to destroy you. Ji Chuan was stunned. Yes, he was no longer human. So why should he try to live in peace with humans? I am clearly just resisting, and I have been very kind. So why do humans refuse to give up destroying me? Xiaosu saw that number 1's face was very gloomy, and his hands were ready to release his supernatural powers. But it was said that Xia Yiqing couldn't defeat him. Could he really? A towering tree rose from the ground, as if it wanted to trap Ji Chuan inside the tree and become its nutrients. The poisonous juice soaked Ji Chuan's whole body, but under the effect of abnormal state immunity of perfect body, whether it was Hua Ranqiu's sick piano music or the current poisonous sacred tree, they were all ineffective when hitting Ji Chuan. Before the tree could grow fully lush, several cold rays of light had already cut through its trunk. Ji Chuan walked out unharmed, forcing Xiaosu to retreat step by step. You were the ones who wanted to hurt me first. I was just resisting. Why are you calling me a monster? I think you are the monsters. Countless steel knives suddenly appeared around Xiaosu and kept spinning around him. As long as Xiaosu moved, his body would be pierced. No, let us go. We won't come back. Hua Ranqiu had no choice but to beg for mercy. Although she was the ceiling of the weakening ability, her ability was ineffective against number 1. In the eyes of number 1, she was just an ordinary woman. It's too late. Since you're determined to destroy me, shouldn't it be fair for me to destroy you? All the steel knives pierced into Xiaosu's body. Although he wanted to use his supernatural power to summon trees to resist, no plants could help him protect against such a dense and close-range attack. Blood was all over the ground, more than what Song Si had shed. I caused my members so much pain. I should stay and atone for them. The low and indifferent voice made Hua Ranqiu's mind go blank. His entire face had turned pale due to blood loss, and his whole body was shaking violently. Xiaosu condensing in front of her eyes. They were shining and dazzling, and were the most exquisite souvenirs in this silver metal field. No miracle happened, and the steel knife pierced her whole body. As Ji Chuan left, the bodies of Xiaosu and Hua Ranqiu slowly stood up, but because they were covered in blood, their bodies looked extremely terrifying. Ji Chuan asked the 3 to go back and rest, as there was only one target left. He sensed what was happening in another realm, where the fighting had stopped. Zhuang Tu was already standing beside the other 3 corpses, waiting for his instructions. Ji Chuan raised the corner of his mouth. It was time to see the powerful Captain Shen. Chapter 68, Fantasy Realm. When Shin Mingting walked out of the hotel, she was surprised to see that everyone at the Jianghua city base seemed to have known the news for a long time and were standing at the door to greet her. Everyone shouted, "Beautiful girl Shin Mingting! Hero Shin Mingting!" Shin Mingting raised her head. She would not be complacent because of the praise from these idiots. It seems that my reputation will soon spread throughout Jianghua City. Maybe other bases will rush to contact the minister to borrow me after they know about it. Alas, who can understand the pain of the strong? Although the people here are weak, they are still quite perceptive. Shin Mingting actually saw that their plane had landed not far away. She really wanted to go back now because the bed here was very uncomfortable. She will take Jianghua City's analysis report back and keep it carefully. It is as funny as a collection of jokes. On the plane, Zhuang Tu sat next to him with a slightly red face. Today's college students really show everything on their faces. I didn't expect that he, who usually has the same expression no matter what he does, would be shy because of me. It turns out that only beautiful girls can get privileges in this world. Shouting, I think you are the most beautiful and powerful person in the base. Can you give me a chance? Tutu, are you serious? It's so funny. I didn't know Zhuang Tu could be so proactive. But he's not the type I like. But I'll just try to hook him. Maybe this type wouldn't be bad to try. Shouting, I'm serious. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Shin Mengting's eyes narrowed into a line, and she laughed unconsciously on the plane. It was as if because of my good mood, even the boring voyage passed in a flash. Now I have arrived in Jinglian City. It turns out that this world revolves around me. The chief and the minister were already waiting outside the plane, and behind them were all the captains of the base. They carefully studied the report from Jianghua City and found that number 1 was the most powerful zombie at present. If it were someone else, they would probably never come back. But he didn't expect that the powerful number 1 would die at the hands of their own people, and he was the one who made great military achievements. Everyone looked at her with admiration, and Shin Mingting even felt that she should be the leader of the base. Mingting, thank you for your hard work. It's because of you that we have defeated the strongest enemy of all mankind. I would like to appoint you as the deputy leader of the base. Mingting, the logistics department has prepared a sumptuous celebration banquet for you today. Come in and eat now. I need to go back to my room and wash up first. I feel like I stink after following Brother Lin all the way. Shin Mingting suddenly thought, was there any stink along the way? But it seemed that she didn't smell any stink. She turned around and looked behind her. Wang Lin, Xiao Yin, and Lan Xing were still standing there, but she felt that the 2 zombies no longer had any smell. Do I have rhinitis? Shin Mingting hurried back to her room, which was much more luxurious than the room in Jianghua City. Although she didn't smell any bad smell, she would be attending her own celebration party soon. A beautiful girl must smell good all over to be dazzling. Shin Mingting was humming a little tune while taking a bath. She didn't expect that the leader would appoint her as deputy leader. All her efforts along the way were worth it. She wiped the water off her body with a soft bath towel and then admired herself in the mirror naked. It is the girl's unique firmness and softness. Thanks to this apocalypse, she was able to obtain such powerful supernatural powers. She picked out the most formal dress and walked towards the restaurant. Along the way, the members of the base were amazed at her beauty, and their eyes were full of appreciation and enthusiasm for her. The moment she arrived at the restaurant, everyone's eyes followed her as she slowly walked to the center stage. There was a pyramid of wine glasses placed there, and the chief was looking at him with a smile, waiting for the ceremony to proceed. The leader raised his own hand and announced to everyone with a smile, Shin Mingting is the most powerful person in the base. This time, she went to Jianghua City to eliminate the most dangerous mutants. Her deeds are well known to all bases. I hereby declare Shin Mingting to be the deputy leader of the Jinglian City Superpower base. Applause broke out from the audience, and Shin Mingting greeted everyone's praise with a smile. She saw that several handsome guys in the base had all squeezed to the front row just to see how beautiful she looked today. Their eyes were filled with love, desire, doubt, and fear. What's going on? Why are their eyes filled with fear? Not only the handsome guys in the front row, but everyone in the audience looked at her with the same eyes. The applause stopped, and only Shin Mingting was confused on the stage. The leader beside him also looked shocked, as if he was looking at a monster. Shin Mingting looked around. She didn't understand what was happening. Her figure was reflected in the pyramid wine glass next to her. It was a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion. Shin Mingting was startled and looked at her hands hurriedly. They were no longer as white, tender, and soft as a girl's. The joints are full of wrinkles caused by relaxation, and even shallow spots can be seen on the outside of the back of the hand. As if she remembered something, Shin Mingting ran off the stage in a hurry like crazy. The high heels on her feet were completely redundant at this moment. She threw away her shoes, revealing a pair of feet covered with thick stratum corneum, and ran quickly towards her room. Entered the bathroom. She closed her eyes and prayed in front of the mirror, hoping that when she opened her eyes, the face in the mirror would not be the familiar one. She opened her eyes with anticipation and saw a middle-aged woman with a haggard face, a hairstyle that did not match her age, and a cute dress. She looked very funny in the mirror. Ah! Shin Mingting grabbed the toner at hand and smashed it hard against the mirror. Although the mirror shattered, countless fragments reflected the disheveled appearance of a middle-aged woman. How could this happen? Why did it recover? Shin Mingting tried to activate her supernatural powers. This was the most valuable use of her supernatural powers she had discovered. When she got reorganization, she tried many ways of using it. As she becomes more proficient in her application, she can eliminate opponents in an instant, and because each reorganization is different, no one can see what she has done. In the end of the world, she met a colleague from her unit, a girl who had just graduated 3 years ago. A graduate from a prestigious university, with high emotional intelligence and outstanding work aptitude. The company unexpectedly gave the position of vice president to that girl. I had been working overtime day and night for this promotion. Shun Tsuerong still rushed into the leader's office. She couldn't understand why she gave almost all her time to the company, but in the end the young man took her place. Unexpectedly, the leader just said that the girl was very outstanding, and the vice president often had to face client entertainment, so the company hoped to pick a girl with a better image. Shun Tsuerong realized that men all like young and beautiful women, and her efforts are meaningless. In the apocalypse, she used her supernatural powers on the girl. I want you to become fat. I want you to age. I want you to die ugly. As if venting her inner resentment, Shin Mingting did what she had always wanted to do in the end times. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. The girl in front of her looked disheveled, but still had an outstanding temperament. Her body kept swelling under her special power. Her face was full of fear. The wrinkles and black spots made her look no longer lovable. His hair turned from black to dry and white, like an old man in his twilight years. With a hunched back and cloudy eyes full of despair, he fell in a corner of the city, and no one cared about him. Shin Tsuerong was extremely excited. Her special ability could even reorganize cells. Since it could make people age, could it also make her younger? Chapter 69 Soul Contract. With excitement, Shun Tsuerong looked in the mirror and reorganized herself. She imagined young cells filling her whole body, a slender waist, and a pretty face. She was younger, thinner, and prettier than the girl who took her place. This world has a natural preference for young girls, and I am currently capable of living as a girl. Seeing the girl in the mirror, she knew that the tired and haggard Shun Tsuerong was dead, but a beautiful and charming girl, Shin Mingting, survived. She admired her firm cheeks and slender waist, and smiled at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. She began to deliberately imitate the girl's appearance, deliberately make the girl's movements, and use the girl's tone. Although she felt very unnatural, no one would criticize a beautiful girl. The world is so unfair, but I am the one who is being favored now. Even though it was the end of the world, she felt that the world had never been better than it is now. She was so powerful that she easily became the captain of the Jinglian City Superpower Combat Team. Everyone praised her for her strong aura and maturity beyond her age. It's so funny. I was just pretending to be young. Maturity is my true self. But now Shin Mingting couldn't laugh as she looked at the debris on the ground. Shin Mingting seemed to have disappeared, and Shun Tsuerong was back. That ugly, failed, jealous middle-aged woman haunted him like a nightmare. Shin Tsuerong tried to continue using her special powers to make herself younger. She wanted to find Shin Mingting and tell everyone that today was just a joke between her and everyone. Who would blame a young girl for an excessive joke? But for some reason, her ability has lost its effect. No. Shun Tsuerong knelt on the ground and screamed heartbreakingly. She didn't know why her special ability had failed and why her figure in the mirror was so ugly. With sagging cheeks, dark spots at the corners of the eyes, and withered hair, his own figure slowly began to resemble the woman's appearance before her death. Shun Tsuerong screamed and ran into the room. She didn't dare to go near the bathroom mirror again. The woman in the mirror had a resentful look in her eyes, and she even made the gesture of pay with your life at her. Every time she said, pay with your life, the corners of her mouth rose higher until her mouth was full of yellow-brown fangs. Shun Tsuerong, why do you want to kill me? What did I do wrong again? Does it feel good to kill me? I see you really enjoy it. The voice in her memory became vicious and strange, and Shun Tsuerong felt that the voice was getting closer and closer to her. A huge fear was constantly devouring her heart. She had already seen a bloated hand covered with corpse spots reaching out from the bathroom. I can save you, make you young, and let you regain your superpowers. Like the whispers of a demon. Who are you? Save me. Shun Tsuerong curled up in the corner and trembled constantly. The price of helping you is your soul, and your soul will be driven by me. Shun Tsuerong was stunned. Is he still alive without a soul? Is the other person a demon? The gray hair was covered with blood and dust, and underneath was a swollen face. The woman had crawled out of the bathroom. She looked at Shun Suerong with her turbid eyes and smiled. You're here, you're here, you're here. The evil ghost in front of her was getting closer and closer. Shun Suerong screamed, I do anything. As Shun Suerong stopped shouting, the evil spirit slowly dissipated, and her face was full of anger and unwillingness. The scenes around her were disappearing, and the whole world was turning white, so white that she couldn't open her eyes. Shun Suerong covered her eyes with her hands. When she felt the white light disappear, she slowly lowered her slender arms. Shin Mingting opened her eyes. The man in front of her had pale skin, a sharp-edged face, and a pair of scarlet eyes with a hint of a smile. Shin Mingting recalled the devilish murmur just now. Could he be the devil? Her confused thoughts gradually became clear. Number 1. Shin Mingting felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. She immediately wanted to attack Ji Chuan, but she spat out a mouthful of blood. We have reached a contract in the realm of illusion. If you harm the master, you will be retaliated against. Ji Chuan didn't expect that the newcomer in Xia Yiqing's team had such a useful ability. He could pry into the secrets in the other person's heart, create an illusion, and lure the other person into signing a soul contract with him. Illusionary realm, contract. Shin Mingting's pupils suddenly constricted. It turned out that it was all an illusion, but the contract within the illusion was real. She had been trapped in the other party's illusion since entering this area. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, but this time it was because Shin Mingting was angry with him. Did he see all the secrets in the illusion? Ji Chuan nodded. What? I know everything you're thinking. I can completely control your soul. I hope you work harder for the stronghold, and I can keep you alive, Shun Suerong. Shin Mingting stood there in a daze, her brain not working at all. I thought I could easily deal with number 1 here, but why is it like this? What about the others? I'm the only one caught in the illusion, so the others still have a chance. You mean them? Zhuang Tu walked up from behind with an expressionless face. Wang Lin looked reluctant, but his body was out of control. Xiao Yin and Lan Xing followed closely behind. There were also 2 captains from Jianghua City, but Shin Mingting didn't remember their names. There is no Brother Hui inside. Brother Hui is still alive. That man, his head fell off, he's useless. Shin Mingting was in despair. That meant that all the Jinglian team was wiped out, and only 2 captains from Jianghua City survived. Under Shin Mingting's shocked gaze, Ji Chuan started to open the walnuts. No, don't. Wang Lin screamed, and although he was dead, he still retained his consciousness. But no matter how loudly he screamed, his body fell to his knees uncontrollably. She lowered her head slightly and greeted Ji Chuan's hand at the most convenient angle for him. After his skull shattered, Wang Lin's screams stopped. His entire body was as lifeless as the corpse beside him. Shin Mingting was crying and shaking like a sieve. She found that without Ji Chuan's order, she couldn't even kneel down. I was laughing so hard that I hit the ground while reading the report. At that time, I thought, how could a zombie talk, drive, and have multiple superpowers? I could get rid of him with just a wave of my hand. I didn't expect that I would be facing such a monster. He is indeed a devil. If you think of me as a monster again, I'll take your crystal core out as well. No. Master, don't take my crystal core. It's not that Ji Chuan doesn't want to pay, but he is rich this time. He has 6 red crystal cores at once. The crystal core of the person killed by Xiao Hui has not been taken yet, plus the one with 7 red crystal cores. He will definitely fall into a deep sleep this time. The last time he slept, it lasted for 3 days. He was not sure how long this time would last, so he needed a strong guard. Shin Mingting is a perfect fit. Her abilities are almost the most powerful he has ever seen. With a soul contract, he can rest assured and let her protect him. After waking up, he would consider whether to eat her crystal core, because after reading her secret, Ji Chuan felt a little nauseous. Chapter 70. Possession. What did you say? Xia Yiqing is still alive, but he betrayed me. Li Jingru couldn't believe his ears. Xia Yiqing was actually in cahoots with number 1. Yes, Chief. I tried to remove his mental control, but there was no reaction. It must have happened on his own. Li Jingru didn't know why Xia Yiqing would rebel, but what about Song Xi? If Song Xi was awake, he could easily escape with the help of his own cards. But why is there no news yet? Is he still unconscious? Dead? Or is he like Xia Yiqing? Li Jingru didn't dare to think about this possibility. The leader and I are no match for Captain Xia. He warned us that he would kill us if we went there again, so our team can no longer accept missions in the Galaxy District. Yin Lai was a little discouraged. Although they all had special abilities, The differences in the abilities themselves and the differences in the degree of development made there obvious differences in strength among the special abilities. It was obvious that Xia Yiqing was better than himself. Where are the others? Li Jingru thought that fortunately there were still 4 masters from Jinglian City, and his own men were not in danger of death, so he could just place his hopes on them. We didn't know. Ligier is surrounded by 5 domains. To reduce the risk and find a correct entrance, we divided into 5 groups to explore the area. Not long after we entered, we ran into Xia Yiqing in the domain. After being defeated in the battle, we returned. Who would have thought that number 1 could actually use 5 different domains? Considering Xia Yiqing's betrayal, Li Jingru believed that number 1 had other accomplices, and that the domains were likely created by different people. After all, the possibility of a zombie being able to use 5 fields at the same time is too low. Although he was very uneasy, he knew that the 4 people from Jinglian City were very powerful and should not make any mistakes. After learning that Yin Lai and Ning Chuha no longer had any other information, he let them rest. Now all he could do was wait. The surrounding area gradually disappeared, and Origar returned to its original appearance. Ji Chuan walked towards the last corpse, which was the trophy he had not yet obtained. The members of the stronghold all put their minds at ease and came out to check on the injured. The fact that they can live such a stable life in the end times is entirely due to Ji Chuan's protection, and no one wants this peace to be broken. Strangeness. From a distance, Ji Chuan felt that the red crystal core of Su Hui's body was dim in color, which was something he had never encountered before. There was a white ball of light in the sky, blending into the sky on this clear morning and not attracting anyone's attention. The ball of light seemed to have life, sweeping over the people below one by one, as if carefully selecting something. The ball of light locked onto its target and flew down quickly like a meteor. Tang Yu in the courtyard felt her head swelling and her vision began to blur. She even felt as if she were dreaming. In the dream, she wantonly attacked her companions in the stronghold. The attacked people behaved strangely, as if they had not suffered any harm, but just became dazed. Their expressions were as if they had lost their memory. "Anan, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Mi looked at his daughter with a strange expression. "Get out of here, uncle, who are you?" Zhou Yuan's tone was very fierce, not like a little girl at all. She looked at Zhou Mi with eyes full of disgust. Zhou Mi felt a pain in his heart and wanted to check on Anan's condition, but his hand, which had just fallen on his shoulder, was shaken away by his daughter. Those people in the stronghold who were attacked by Tang Yu seemed confused. They looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't understand where they were. Tang Yu's eyes were full of madness. Just as she raised her hand to use her supernatural power on Zhou Mi, Ji Chuan had already controlled her with gravity. Ji Chuan saw that there were 2 red crystal cores in Tang Yu's body, while the crystal core of Su Hui's body was gone. Number 1, you didn't expect that my ability can also take over other bodies. I know that this body is also a special level psychic. Several of your companions have had their souls reshaped by me. These souls will all feel the pain I have inflicted on them. If you come any closer, I will shatter their souls. A smug smile appeared on Tang Yu's face. She didn't expect that this zombie would have a companion, otherwise she really wouldn't know whose body to take over. His consciousness existed for a very short time after death, and number 1's body was emitting thick black mist. Subconsciously, he thought that he could not take the risk of using the body possession technique on number 1, and failure would be a waste of this only chance. So Su Hui chose Tang Yu, seeing that this girl was also a special class psychic, emitting abundant energy all over her body, and was full of flaws, making it impossible for her to resist at all. After taking over Tang Yu's body, Su Hui controlled her and quickly reshaped the souls of the members of the stronghold in the courtyard so that he could have bargaining chips in his hands. Although Ji Chuan used gravity to restrain Tang Yu had a smug smile on her face. Even if she controlled her hands, she could still use her consciousness to move them. She just needed a short time to adapt to this body. "Let me leave. This is the only way to ensure they don't die." The confused people in the courtyard seemed to feel severe pain. They covered their heads and knelt on the ground in agony. Ji Chuan frowned as he looked at everyone's performance. Tang Yu snorted coldly. Sure enough, threatening him with these people would reveal his flaws. Tang Yu mobilized her mind and used soul reshaping on number 1 who was right in front of her. The safest way was of course to get rid of him. Tang Yu was sure that her special ability had taken effect, but Ji Chuan in front of her didn't seem to react at all. The gap in the middle of his forehead seemed to have just split open, and there seemed to be an eyeball inside the gap. That's not a crack or a scar, it's an eye. Under Tang Yu's shocked gaze, Ji Chuan actually reached towards her head, ready to cut her brain open. "Are you crazy? You don't care about them? I'm the only one who can keep them alive." Aya! In front of Tang Yu's horrified eyes, Ji Chuan killed her. A crystal core in Tang Yu's brain flashed and then disappeared. Taking this opportunity, Ji Chuan wanted to do an experiment to see whether Tang Yu's death would leave a crystal core. But the experimental results obviously showed that it would not happen. What was obtained was only a crystal core for reshaping the soul. Zhou was in great pain holding the lifeless Nen, but he knew he still had a chance. Looking at his hands full of crystal cores, Ji Chuan sighed. He said to Zhou, "Activate your supernatural powers." "Chief, do you know my special ability?" It turns out that his leader knows everything. "Boss, my ability can only be used after falling asleep." "I will." Ji Chuan raised his hand, and a ball of purple mist enveloped Zhou. Ji Chuan used the range of sleep to make Zhou fall asleep. The familiar time panel appeared in front of him again, and Zhou had no idea how the crisis just now was caused. But just go back to before the battle started. No, he wanted to buy more time for the leader. He had memories, and he needed to explain everything to Ji Chuan. Otherwise, Nen will die, and many people in the stronghold will die. This stronghold is the only harbor for him and his daughter in the apocalypse, and he cannot let anyone destroy it. The time panel was moving backwards quickly, and he used all his strength to turn back time to one day ago. Chapter 71 Accidental Coma. Dad, your nose is bleeding. Nen was reminding herself beside him. Zhou's chest was heaving violently, and the whole world was spinning. Also a tinnitus in his ears that sounded like an electronic signal, which made him lose his balance and fall down, with the plate falling to the ground. And Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhou fall in the cafeteria, Zhang Yun hurried over. Zhou's face was pale, and his nose was bleeding profusely. "Go find the leader. Quick!" Zhang Yun was frightened. This symptom looked like a very serious illness. There was no doctor in the base, and only Ji Chuan had the ability to heal. Zhou knew that this was due to the activation of his supernatural powers. The last time he only went back a few hours, he just felt a little dazed. This time I was set back a whole day, and I didn't expect it would put such a heavy burden on my body. But compared to his daughter's life, nothing else matters. It is okay to exchange his life for his daughter's life. Nen started crying beside him, but she was too young to do anything. Zhou was eager to see Ji Chuan at the moment. He had to tell him all the information he had, and let others call the leader. But at this time, Ji Chuan was still on his way back to the base, and had just swallowed the hold your breath that he had been looking for a long time. After a moment of daze, Ji Chuan remembered. It was clearer than the first time I experienced sleep regression, and I could remember every detail of what happened that day. It seemed that he was not affected by the backtracking at all. If he had not seen the breath-holding crystal core in his hand, he would have felt that he had not returned to the past. But why didn't it affect me this time? After Su Hui possessed Tang Yu, he did use soul reshaping on himself. Could it be that he was not affected because he was a zombie? The reason why Ji Chuan divided it into 5 areas was that he wanted to solve them one by one. Ji Chuan was not sure about Su Hui's soul reconstruction at that time, so to be on the safe side, he let Xiaoxian's puppet and Xiao Wei, who could be reborn continuously, deal with him. Even if Xiao Hui is affected, the worst that can happen is that he can be killed and reborn. If Su Hui's special ability has no effect on me, then there is no need to trouble others this time. Ji Chuan clenched his teeth. If it weren't for Su Hui, he would have eaten 7 crystal cores and was ready to fall asleep, but he had to go through it again. After returning to the base, Ji Chuan saw that everyone was anxiously looking for him, so he went to Zhou's room. The person on the bed looked pale and weak. Seeing Ji Chuan coming, Zhou quickly sat up. "Chief, I want to tell." "It's okay. I know everything." Ji Chuan slowly raised his hand to treat Zhou. "You know, there will be a crisis tomorrow." "Yeah, I remember everything. It'll be fine this time." Zhou felt relieved when he heard Ji Chuan say that he remembered. He was still worried that the leader would not believe him. But he felt relieved when he thought about Ji Chuan knowing his special ability. He just felt his body was heavy. Fortunately, Ji Chuan's treatment made him feel better. "Next time, I can't go back so far. It seems to have caused great harm to your body." As expected, the leader knows everything. Zhou nodded, and finally felt completely relieved. Since the leader remembered everything, he believed that Ji Chuan could solve all the current crises. "Chief, come and check on Yaya. She's been unconscious for some reason and can't be woken up." Chen Yuru was waiting anxiously at the door of Zhou's room. Tang Yu hadn't gotten up today. At first, she thought her daughter was just staying in bed. But when it was time for dinner, her daughter was still nowhere to be seen. Chen Yuru hurried to Tang Yu's bedside, but found that Tang Yu could not be woken up no matter what she did. She was in a coma, like a vegetable. Seeing Ji Chuan coming out of Zhou's room, Chen Yuru quickly pulled Ji Chuan to check on her daughter. "How so?" Before entering the room, Ji Chuan had already discovered something was wrong. There was a living creature in the room, but it had no crystal core. After opening the door, Tang Yu was lying on the bed, and her crystal core had disappeared. Why didn't going back in time change Tang Yu's condition? Ji Chuan recalled the process before the retrospection. Su Hui possessed Tang Yu's body and killed her himself. It was then that he discovered that Tang Yu's crystal core had disappeared, which must have triggered her rebirth. Zhou Mi then activated the time rewind, but Tang Yu was now the same as she was when she died. Why was this? Could it be that Tang Yu's rebirth took precedence over sleep regression? After all, both were time-related abilities, and Tang Yu's crystal core was higher in level than Zhou Mi's. But where would the reborn Tang Yu be? Why was her body still here, still showing signs of life? Ji Chuan couldn't figure out what was going on. He had already discovered that the healing ability had no effect on the current Tang Yu. Ji Chuan shook his head helplessly at Chun Yuru, and Chun Yuru's eyes instantly turned red. What happened to Yeya? Can't she be in trouble? I don't know either, but his vital signs are normal and he's not in danger of death at the moment. It was difficult for Ji Chuan to explain the current situation to Chun Yuru, and it seemed that Tang Yu's coma could only be studied later. Chun Yuru hugged Tang Yu and started crying. This was her only relative in the world, but he became a vegetable without any warning. Ji Chuan still explained tomorrow's battle to everyone. But this time it was earlier, and he didn't have to sneak into the psychic base anymore, because all the information he needed to know was already at hand. Tomorrow, Jinglian City will send 4 combat team captains to Jianghua City for support. The psychic base will also send for captains. They want to eliminate me directly. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci looked grave. Others might not have any idea, but they knew what level these captains were. The strength of those people in Jinglian City must be even more unfathomable. Although they know that Ji Chuan is very strong, it must be difficult for him to win against 8 special-level psychics. The captains are all very strong. If anyone else goes on the field, their lives may be in danger. Let me help tomorrow. Ji Chuan, we can do it too. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi are also very active. Their strength has been rapidly improved during this period of special training. Ji Chuan just shook his head and said, I will be enough on my own tomorrow. You all stay in your rooms and don't need to go out. Leader. Xia Yiqing wanted to dissuade him again, but those were 8 special-level psychics. But seeing Ji Chuan's resolute expression, he stopped persuading him. He said that he could observe the situation on the battlefield tomorrow, and if the leader encountered any danger, he could help temporarily. As if he saw through Xia Yiqing's thoughts, Ji Chuan said to everyone, No one is allowed to go out tomorrow without my order. Seeing Ji Chuan so serious, everyone agreed. Ji Chuan didn't understand the conditions for Su Hui to take over someone else's body, and he didn't want to give Su Hui any chance until it was completely safe. Zhou Mi's activation of supernatural powers would bring a huge burden to himself. He was not sure how many times Zhou Mi could activate it. If Su Hui took over his body again after dealing with everyone this time, it would be troublesome. It would be safest to let them stay at home. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan came up with a plan to prevent possession. Chapter 72, I'm not a traitor. My head hurts. Why do I feel like I just had a very long dream? Hiss. A surge of memories flooded into my mind, as if they were my own memories. The girl was in a daze for a moment. Her own memory was clear, and she had no memory of others, but it seemed as if she was living someone else's life. And there seems to be a regret buried deep in my heart. Lazy girl, hurry up and get up, or you'll be late for dance class. I know, Mom. I'll get up right away. I just have a headache. You're such a little kid, and you still have a headache? I think you're just lazy. The woman felt that her daughter's tone was a little different from before, but she just thought that the girl was pretending to be sick, so she pretended to raise her hand to scare the girl. The girl quickly got up, dressed, and washed. She simply drank a bowl of milk for breakfast. Her mother controlled her diet very strictly and did not allow her to gain any weight. On the way to the training school, the girl fell into deep thought. Do you have any regrets in your heart? Why would a child this old have regrets? She thought hard. Children's ideas were always wild and unrestrained, and even she herself felt that this strange feeling was just her own imagination. There was a feeling deep down in her heart telling her that she should stop being sensible and tolerant in this life, and that she should strive to live for herself in everything. What? Why do I have this feeling? Am I the protagonist of a cartoon, and do I have some special abilities? The girl felt that she was very different from others, and perhaps it was right to follow this feeling deep in her heart. Cui Zixuan was arranged to take everyone to Aeligia early tomorrow morning. She felt that she had to say hello to Ji Chuan in advance. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would be killed indiscriminately by Ji Chuan after landing tomorrow. I really don't want to have anything to do with him. So after the task was completed, Cui Zixuan walked out of the base, activated her special powers, and came near Aeligier. I know you can hear me. But just as she shouted, she found Ji Chuan standing in front of her. Ugh! Cui Zishuan was so scared that she stepped back and sat on the ground. Don't kill me. I just came to tell you that I was assigned to bring people here tomorrow. It's not my will. I'll leave after I bring them here. Cui Zishuan was about to cry. She hadn't even finished shouting when she bumped into Ji Chuan. Would he believe what she said? Would he think she had any bad intentions for coming here today? I know. Cui Zishuan was stunned when she heard Ji Chuan's words. He just said he knew? He believed what he said. Great, no need to die. It seems that number one is still very reasonable. I can choose not to kill you tomorrow. Cui Zishuan swallowed his saliva. His life was saved, but it was obvious that he had not finished speaking the sentence. He would have to pay something for it. Did he want me to sacrifice my body? Looking at number one's sturdy figure and handsome face, it seems that it is not impossible. Number one is completely in line with my aesthetic point of view. Whether it was due to excessive fear or other reasons, Cui Zishuan's thoughts were wandering and her brain was obviously running too fast. She swallowed again. Ji Chuan felt that Cui Zishuan's gaze was a little strange, but he just thought it was because of excessive fear. As long as you transfer them here in 2 batches tomorrow, I won't kill you. Is it that simple? Cui Zishuan realized she was overthinking it. She could transfer herself in 2 stages. After the first transfer, she could simply tell them she forgot to bring the crystal core energy. Her own energy wasn't enough to carry 8 people. That's all. Cui Zishuan thinks that person number 1 is pretty good. Well, teleport the people from your base and Jinglian City separately. He actually knew everything. Cui Zishuan's fear of Ji Chuan deepened, even though the base had just finished a meeting and made task arrangements. I even transferred it here, and he actually knew everything. Is it the same teleportation ability, or is his perception naturally able to reach this far? If it's the latter, number 1 is terrible. Will something happen to them? Ji Chuan's arrangement made Cui Zishuan very scared, and she vaguely felt that her behavior was very disadvantageous to the captains. Let me ask you, what is their purpose for coming here? Are they here to stay as a tourist? Cui Zishuan lowered her head. The purpose was of course to kill you. Cui Zishuan didn't dare to say it, but it seemed that number 1 knew everything. Do as I say. You have no choice. Ji Chuan disappeared, and Cui Zishuan felt like she was making a deal with the devil and fell into inner conflict. But I don't have much feelings for those people, and the reconnaissance team basically acts independently. I would rather die than let my friend die. Cui Zishuan sighed and returned to the base. In fact, Ji Chuan was confident that he could get rid of them even without Cui Zishuan's help, but with her help, the efficiency would be higher. After these few contacts with Cui Zishuan, Ji Chuan knew that she was timid and very afraid of death. If you use mental control directly on her, the squinting-eyed Zhuang too will be able to sense it, and Ning Chuha also has a way to remove mental control. But in order to prevent Cui Zishuan from leaking anything that would affect his plans, Ji Chuan hid in Cui Zishuan's shadow after he disappeared. This time he didn't want to let anyone go, nor did he want anyone to affect his plan. Last time he arranged for Xia Yiqing to be in charge of an area, but Xia Yiqing let the two go because of their old friendship. Ji Chuan didn't want to blame him for anything. After all, he was still a human being. But after feeling Ning Chua's moves in the field, Ji Chuan wanted to get it again this time. With Spring, I can remove Song Huai's mental control, which will make it easier to take him away. It will be of great use for future actions, and now that we have plenty of time, it would be nice to enter the psychic base again and take a look. Cui Zishuan was very conflicted when she returned to the base, but she didn't dare to say a word. She locked herself in the room and refused to go anywhere. All arrangements for the afternoon were made in the base. I received the task and went out quickly, but Ji Chuan knew everything. So the base was also under his surveillance. Cui Zishuan didn't want to gamble with her life. She was not the kind of person who would sacrifice herself for the greater good of humanity, not to mention that she was going to take those people with her anyway. It's just that they were divided into 2 groups. There's no difference. Cui Zishuan comforted herself in this way, and the purpose of those 8 people was to kill Ji Chuan, so it was reasonable for Ji Chuan to resist, right? I will die if I go on the mission, but as long as I slightly change the method of transfer, I can survive. It is very reasonable to accept this arrangement for the sake of my own life, right? I just cherish my life. I'm not a traitor. After monitoring Cui Zishuan and seeing her preparing to take a shower and go to bed, Ji Chuan silently left the room after she ripped off her coat. Since he didn't need to sleep at night, he planned to walk around the base. Chapter 73, Star Vision. He originally wanted to go directly to the -10th floor to visit Song Huai, but the movement of a red crystal core aroused Ji Chuan's curiosity. People rarely move in the base late at night, and the already scarce red crystal cores are very eye-catching. Jichuan clearly felt that a red crystal core was approaching another red crystal core. It was the otaku who had been observing approaching Li Jingru. Jichuan knew that Li Jingru possessed the supernatural power of the Queen Ant, but he was not sure what the function of his supernatural power was. The otaku's special ability that he had been observing for 20 minutes was star vision, and Jichuan also didn't know the function of that special ability. During the 20 minutes of observation during the day, the otaku was playing games all the time. It seemed that the base did not require him to complete any tasks at all. There was also a rich supply of food and drinks in the room. This treatment inevitably made Jichuan curious about the role of the otaku. Feeling that the otaku was very close to Li Jingru and seemed to have entered Li Jingru's room, Jichuan followed him. Why would you ask a geek to come to your room so late at night? Jichuan hid in the shadow of Li Jingru's room. Chief, the success rate for exterminating zombies is 0.0002%. The success rate for killing number 1 is 0.03%. And the success rate for obtaining 2 tons of beef is 35%. How do I make a wish? Li Jingru sighed. He didn't expect the success rate of the first 2 items to be so low. Beef? Yes. The otaku left the room and came to the lobby on the -6th floor. Although it was late at night, there were several guards gathered here to guard the various entrances. There was also a transport team standing by on the spot. There is an electronic clock on the wall in the hall, and it is now 23:58. Midnight is approaching. The otaku stared at the time panel on the wall, paying attention to the time. When the screen showed midnight, the otaku lowered his head and clasped his hands in front of his chest. It seems like he is making a wish. Bright starlight suddenly appeared above the hall. After the starlight flashed, the shadows of objects gradually appeared in the air, and the objects became clearer and clearer. With a plop sound, a small mountain of beef appeared in the hall. The guard next to him didn't seem surprised at all. The wish was successful. The transport team can move. The moving team on standby started working and took the beef away from the hall in an orderly manner. The destination was Song Huai's room. The otaku seemed to have completed his work and turned around and walked towards his room. Jichuan had a headache. He roughly understood what this star vision ability was. It's very tricky and needs to be solved. Jichuan speculated that this ability should be able to calculate the success rate of 3 wishes every day. Wishes can be made at midnight. The wishes are affected by the success rate and may succeed or fail. Psychic Base has already made it their wish to destroy themselves. Fortunately, the success rate is only 0.03% at the moment. But what if they make this wish every day? Will they suddenly die one day? But the most important thing right now is to get those red crystal cores tomorrow. After absorbing them, he will feel confident. He thinks he can directly massacre the Psychic Base and then deal with this otaku. It is better to keep a low profile for now. Otherwise, the gains may outweigh the losses. After visiting Song Huai, Jichuan left the Psychic Base. Prepare to arrange the battlefield early in the morning. Shin Mingting yawned and was the last one to appear. Everyone had already been waiting in the hall. But Shin Mingting was not in a hurry at all, but still tied her hair. Let's go once everyone is gathered. Cui Zixuan was a little nervous. She pulled Ning Chuha and others' hands and instantly brought them to the front of the hotel. Then he pretended to be surprised and said that he forgot to bring the crystal core energy and would go back to pick up someone else. Several captains of Jianghua City did not take it seriously. They looked at the Aeligia Hotel in front of them with some surprise. It was a little different from the picture on the internet. On the internet, there was only a layer of black fog covering the sky above the hotel, but now there was a silver area, like a dome cover on a Western dinner plate, covering the hotel. What's this? Before Ian Lai could finish his observation, the silver area suddenly expanded like an explosion, swallowing the 4 people in an instant. Sorry, I forgot to bring the crystal core energy. My ability can't carry so many people at once. I'll take a few of them over right away. Bowed to the people from Jinglian City. Shin Mingting looked disgusted, but Zhuang Tu stared at her seriously. You've been nervous since the beginning. What are you nervous about? Cui Zixuan took a breath of cold air. She didn't expect that the people in Jinglian City could be so perceptive. I've always been in the lower ranks of the reconnaissance team, and I've never met such powerful captains. I admire everyone in the combat team very much, so I was a little nervous. It was because of this nervousness that I forgot to bring the crystal core energy. Cui Zixuan looked at Zhuang Tu with an embarrassed look and kept bowing. Forget it, Tutu. You're a piece of crap from the reconnaissance team. What high demands do you have? Shin Mingting interrupted. She didn't want to waste time. She wanted to leave early and finish early. The room in Jianghua City was not as comfortable as her own. Zhuang Tu nodded without saying anything else. Cui Zixuan brought a few people to the door of the hotel. After being sent there, Cui Zixuan disappeared in an instant. You're so brave, and you still want to join the combat team? You can run faster than anyone else. Shin Mingting said disdainfully. Is this hotel his base? A zombie made it quite clean. You guys just need to follow behind. We from Jinglian City will take action later. Shin Mingting said to the captains of Jianghua City behind her. Several people nodded to her very respectfully, and Shin Mingting was very satisfied. In just a moment, the hotel door fell to the ground and turned into sand, and Shin Mingting and others walked in swaggeringly. The hotel courtyard was spacious and empty, as if nothing existed. Zhuang Tu also strengthened his sense of the surroundings, but still found nothing. Could it be that number one knew we were going to escape? Shin Mingting frowned. She was good at fighting, but cat and mouse was not her strong point. Brother Hui, I'm going to search the west sub-building. I'm going to search the backyard of the hotel. I'm guarding the gate. Su Hui was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the people today would divide the work so quickly. Now only the main building was left, but that was exactly what he wanted. He walked straight to the most conspicuous main building, as he thought the probability of encountering number one in the main building was the highest. His ability was so strong that he did not think there was any possibility of failure. And make the worst-case scenario plan. Even if he loses, the other party will never think that he will have another chance to take over another body after death. However, Su Hui does not think that he has the possibility of using that opportunity. Su Hui entered the hotel lobby. What surprised him was that in the apocalypse, a stronghold said to be built by zombies, the lobby was spotless, even cleaner than when the hotel was operating normally. He leisurely patrolled the floor and found no useful clues, so he decided to go upstairs to continue checking. Su Hui didn't know that from each of their perspectives, others also came up with various reasons for separation, and each was conducting their own exploration. Chapter 74 Metal Field. It is a smooth and cold world. The ground is extremely hard. Because it is made of metal, it makes a dull dong-dong sound when you walk on it. Metal crystals stand all around, which is the original appearance of metal in nature. They are of different sizes and colors, but all of them have a metallic luster and look like works of art. What's going on? Just now, Enlai and his group were still looking at the outside of the hotel, but now they were inside. But there was not even a trace of the hotel in the area. It's the field. Xiao Su's face was gloomy. He could pull 4 special-level psychics into his domain at the same time, and the boundaries of the domain could not be seen at the moment. This showed that the owner of the domain was extremely powerful. Zombies can use fields. Or does he actually have accomplices? Enlai didn't dare to believe Xiao Su's judgment. He felt that there were human traders playing tricks in the area before him. Don't panic. Even if it's a domain, it's powerless in the face of absolute strength. Ning Chuha was very confident. Facing 4 special-level psychics at the same time, she didn't think they had any chance of winning, no matter whether they were humans or zombies. Let's move forward. There will always be boundaries in a domain. If the 4 of us work together to break through, it should be opened soon. Hua Ranchio had already moved forward, but suddenly his brows furrowed, which was a warning of a life threat. He unconsciously placed his hands on his chest, ready to release his supernatural powers at any time. Knock, knock. The footsteps of a 5th person were heard in the metal realm, steady and leisurely, as if they were just tourists in the realm. Behind the metal crystal, the 4 people saw a pale young man walking out. If it weren't for his scarlet eyes, he would look like an ordinary human. Hua Ranchio's fingertips plucked the strings quickly, and the gray-black piano music was extremely harsh. It flew towards Ji Chuan's body in a flash, and a whistling sound like a graveyard was heard in the silent area. Without any pause, Ji Chuan continued to walk forward slowly, ignoring Hua Ranchio's attack. Enlai's arms were bulging with veins as he made a hammering motion. A huge burning hammer appeared above Ji Chuan's head, and all the metal crystals reflected the scorching flames. Although the area was very vast, everyone felt that the temperature was rising suddenly. But what Enlai didn't expect was that the flame of the giant hammer was disappearing quickly, and the giant hammer was also shrinking, as small as a nail. Ji Chuan caught it with his hand and threw it gently to the ground. The giant hammer just now turned into a piece of debris in the metal field. Several purple vines tightly trapped Ji Chuan's calves. The vines were like living things, and the branches with poisonous thorns were constantly tightening, like a giant python trying to strangle its prey. But before the vines could reach Ji Chuan's knees, they were instantly reduced to ashes in the raging fire. A huge tree suddenly emerged from the ground of the metal area, as if it had completed tens of millions of years of growth in a moment. The tree wrapped Ji Chuan in it, releasing neurotoxins, making him the nourishment of the giant tree. Seeing the giant tree stop growing in silence in front of him, Xiao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he merged into the giant tree, The poison would make the target lose consciousness instantly and would be unable to resist at all. Captain Xiao succeeded, and it all came down to you. Hua Ranxiu was very happy, but after seeing that her special ability had no effect on Ji Chuan, the sense of crisis in her heart made her very scared. Isn't it a bit early to celebrate now? A deep voice sounded behind Xiao Su. Before he turned around to check, Xiao Su already felt a sharp pain in his chest and back. He lowered his head to check the source of the pain, but saw dense metal spikes piercing his chest, as if a metal sea urchin had grown in his chest. Such injuries also pierced his heart. Even though Ning Chuha had released his healing abilities at the fastest speed, it was too late to save him. At this moment, Xiao Su could only accept resurrection, and the healing abilities had no effect at all. Ning Chuha quickly condensed sharp stones and bombarded Ji Chuan continuously. When the sharp stones touched Ji Chuan's body, they made a clang sound, as if hitting a metal wall. A cloud of dust rose around Ji Chuan, and the sharp stones were like loose clods of earth. The only effect they had was to block the target's sight with the raised dust. Your attack is so dirty. It was Ji Chuan's voice of disgust. In Ning Chua's shocked eyes, she saw all the sharp rocks in the air disappear, even though she had not stopped attacking. She discovered why the attack dissipated. She felt severe pain in her upper arm, but her brain did not convey such a huge pain immediately to protect her. With two muffled sounds, Ning Chuha saw his arm fall to the ground, and blood began to spread under his feet. Her eyeballs were twitching violently. She had never tried to release her supernatural powers without using her hands. She wanted to scream, but the severe pain made her voice hoarse and trembling. The snot and saliva were flowing because the pain she felt at that moment exceeded all the pain she had experienced in the past. As she was wondering how to reattach her arms, she felt her perspective begin to change. From top to bottom, swaying. It turned out that his head was quickly cut off by a metal blade that appeared in the air. The whole world went dark. Don't resist. I'll give you a quick death, or it will be very painful. Ji Chuan looked at the two people in front of him. Hua Ranxiu was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. Although he was a holder of special superpowers and the captain of the superpower base combat team, a position that countless people envied. But he had only awakened a special weakening ability and could only be considered a high-intensity auxiliary. More kills had to rely on his teammates. Enlai's attacks could be easily neutralized by the zombies in front of him, and his own weakening seemed to have no effect. Hua Ranxiu's despair continued to grow, and she didn't want to die. Before the end of the world, he was just a clerk in a music store. During the end of the world, he awakened his superpowers and wanted to try his luck at the superpower base. Unexpectedly, his superpower level was very high, and he became the captain of the combat team. Every time he just used his special ability casually, the enemy had no power to fight back and was easily eliminated by his teammates. Many people praised her, envied her, and admired her, and she only then realized how outstanding she was. But why is it like this now? Shouldn't the enemy struggle in pain and then fall to the ground after the piano music in every battle? If she were given another chance, she would no longer want to be the captain of the superpower base. What point would other people's praise and admiration have? Even if I were just an ordinary team member, I would not face such danger as today. I just want to survive. The shadow needle pierced her brain. Hua Ranxiu closed her eyes and fell down. Enlai's burly body was trembling slightly. Looking into Ji Chuan's eyes, he knew that there was no possibility of survival for him. Death to the monster. But before he could finish shouting, the gleam of life disappeared from his eyes. Chapter 75 Wang Lin's Secret. Freak. Freak. Ha ha ha. Where is this? Wang Lin looked around. Oh, it turned out to be the school, a place he had dreamed of countless times. Maybe I was too tired, so I had another dream about school. Freak. Where's your hair? A huge pain hit the back of my head, where a boy's slap had already landed. Well, Wang Lin cried out in pain. He was extremely surprised. Why was it so painful? Wasn't this a dream? Wang Lin looked around carefully in horror. It was break time, and even though I was in the corner of the classroom, it didn't stop those bastards from making fun of me. They formed a circle, and even though they had known each other for a long time, each time they looked at him from head to toe as if they had never seen him before. I was born thin and hairless, and I have had many nicknames since I started school. Freak, bald head, Voldemort, boiled egg. They use all their imagination on themselves, as if making fun of themselves is the spice of their lives. But why am I back to this hell again? Even though I have graduated for more than 10 years, I have dreamed of school scenes countless times, but those were just dreams. At that moment, their slapping, pushing, and the extremely familiar and disgusting sounds. This is something that cannot be achieved in dreams. The bell rang, and Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He was looking forward to class not because he liked studying, but because he didn't like being surrounded by people during breaks. Every time after class, I would basically run to the bathroom, lock a cubicle, and stand there for the entire break before going back. This is the best way to escape bullying. I wish I were a normal child, or if my family was rich. Even if I still have no hair, as long as my family has some power, I will not be treated like this by these devils in human skin. Wang Lin hated everyone equally, and during his adolescence he never had any feelings for anyone. Boys would bully him, and girls would scream at him, making him appear weak and timid, making them sympathetic. I want to be an ordinary person, but I have always been an outlier. His only way to relieve stress was to attract stray cats with food, catch them, and torture them to death in various ways. It turns out that bullying weak lives can be so pleasurable. No wonder those bastards are so obsessed with bullying themselves. It turns out that this feeling is addictive. Moreover, those living creatures remained motionless after losing their vitality in his hands, and he actually felt that those corpses fascinated him. Even though I had good grades and was admitted to a good university, no company would hire me because of my appearance. I usually like to wear clothes with hoods so that I can protect my head as much as possible. But no company would allow me to interview while wearing a hood. Wang Lin applied for a job at the hospital and worked in the morgue, where he was only responsible for guarding the morgue and registering people in and out. Most people wouldn't do this, but I was very happy about it. Wang Lin did not feel sorry for wasting his degree from a prestigious university and felt that this was his ideal destination. People are most attractive only after death. One day a female corpse was sent to the morgue. It was said that the girl had a congenital heart disease and died shortly after the onset of the disease. Unlike the other corpses that were old and bloody, the girl's face had a calm expression, as if she was just asleep. At night, Wang Lin felt that the girl was calling him. She was shouting that she was stuffy and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Wang Lin opened the cabinet door where the girl was. The girl sat up, looked at him gently, and then stroked her cheek with her hand. These were just Wang Lin's own imaginations, but he found that the throbbing that he didn't have during adolescence was now becoming stronger. The corpse in front of him was so charming. She was so quiet. She didn't show disgust or say bad things to him because of his appearance, and she wouldn't even hit or kick him. She just waited for me quietly like this. She must exist for me. Wang Lin's hand touched it, and he didn't feel the other person was cold at all. On the contrary, he felt that he had spent the most wonderful night of his life. But their encounter was destined to be short-lived, and the girl's family cremated her body the next day. Wang Lin felt extremely lonely. He explored many corpses later, but none of them gave him the same strong feeling as that girl. But now that I'm back in school, is this real feeling my rebirth? This time he wants to cherish the encounter with the girl and try every possible means to keep her. During the break, he hid in the toilet cubicle without hesitation, standing in the pit waiting for the bell to ring so I can avoid those assholes. He's here. He didn't go to the bathroom. Wang Lin looked up in horror, but met a pair of smiling eyes. The boy was actually lying on the wall of the cubicle, staring at him from top to bottom. As the boys shouted, Wang Lin was horrified to find that the toilet became lively. The boys rushed in excitedly and kicked the cubicle door hard again and again. As the door hit the wall with a loud noise, Wang Lin's face showed fear. Those boys were like demons, with evil smiles on their faces. I told you to hide. You're so successful, and you still hide. You freak. Again and again, their fists and feet landed on Wang Lin's body, as if he had done something terribly wrong, and they were judging him on behalf of justice. Wang Lin felt a little dizzy, but he was relieved when the class bell rang. The teacher didn't care at all when she saw me limping into the classroom, and there was a wound on my face, but she made me stand at the door as punishment because I was late. Wang Lin looked at the blackboard in front of him and said, "There are only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Fortunately, this nightmare will end in just 3 days. Although I can feel everyone's surprised looks at me in college, no one will hit me. Just bear with it, and it will pass." Wang Lin felt dizzy when he stood there until noon, but the group of bastards in the audience were looking at him happily. Wang Lin tried hard to remember their appearance. He knew that he would become powerful in the end times, and he would make these people live a life worse than death. At noon, they put their lunch plates on their heads, and everyone in the cafeteria gave them disgusted and sarcastic smiles. When I get home from school, my mother won't care about me at all. She will only complain that she has worked hard enough. Why did she get herself so dirty? And when will she grow up? Wang Lin has become numb. He wants to escape from this city, just in 3 days. The next day, he felt that his injuries were not as painful. Although he arrived at the school gate very early, he still lingered until the class started before entering the school. He hated this place and hated everything here. But when I saw the blackboard in front of me during class, why was it still yesterday's lesson? and it said 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Why is it still 3 days? It should be 2 days. Wang Lin stood up and shouted in the surprised eyes of everyone. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The teacher looked at Wang Lin with disdain, shouted that the get out of class was over, and walked out. Freak! Freak! Ha ha ha! Everyone gathered around and slapped him on the back of the head. Why is this happening? Can someone come and save me? Chapter 76, The Forced Teenager. Suhui walked up the stairs calmly. It was still very quiet, but the magnificent decoration style of the lobby was not continued. This floor seemed to be getting a little old. What kind of weird hotel is this? All the decoration budget is put into the first floor lobby? Suhui opened the door of every room, but didn't even see a cockroach, and gradually became angry. He saw that the hotel was very tall. It would take a long time to find the hotel if he searched floor by floor. Where was number 1 hiding? Why was he so cowardly? Suhui snorted and continued to go upstairs. The stairwell was a little mottled, and fragments of wall paint fell to the ground. He frowned slightly, as some of the items felt vaguely familiar. He pushed open a door and heard a creaky sound. This door didn't look that old. But when Suhui looked at the door carefully again, he found that it was the wooden door in his memory. The paint had peeled off a lot, and there was a childish-looking children's painting pasted in the middle of the door. Why is my vision focused on the center of the door? Suhui was surprised to find that he had become shorter. He raised his hands, which were still a pair of tender hands. He did not become shorter, but smaller. This wooden door actually belongs to the room in his orphanage. Brother, where have you been? The dean is looking for you. A pretty girl was looking at him. Her big eyes were like bright stars. Shout on. Suhui didn't have time to wonder. He rushed into the room and hugged the girl in his arms, his eyes red. The child who grew up with me in the orphanage is like my sister, and she is the person I cherish the most. It's just that I haven't seen him for a long time. Elder brother? Xiaodong felt a little strange, but still responded to Su Hui's hug with a smile. She patted Su Hui's back gently. It's okay, bro. Everything will be fine. Xiaodong's voice in his arms was still gentle, and Su Hui greedily enjoyed the warmth in front of him. I wish this were true. Brother, what are you talking about? Isn't it real now? Xiaodong looked at Su Hui curiously and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with her tender hands. Brother, what's wrong with you today? You look weird. Xiaodong put her hand on Su Hui's forehead and smiled brightly. Brother, you don't have a fever. Are you teasing me again? After saying that, she pouted her cherry lips. Su Hui touched her head lovingly and said, No, I just missed you too much. You said you weren't kidding. You just missed me after not seeing me for an afternoon. Xiaodong turned her back angrily. Su Hui coaxed her apologetically, but Xiaodong held his hand. I forgot about the important things. The dean is looking for you. Walking through the simple corridor, Su Hui was a little dazed. Could dreams be so real? Xiaodong in front of him was exactly the same as in his memory. Even the milky scent on her body was the same. Su Hui, you are finally here. It was Dean Zhang, a kind mother-in-law, who was looking at her with squinted eyes and a smile. Xiaodong is here too. I have some good news to tell you. What's the good news, Dean? Xiaodong blinked curiously. A trace of fear arose in Su Hui's heart, and familiar memories kept emerging. Haven't you two always wanted to be adopted together? The dean finally found a family for you, and she's willing to adopt you both. Really? That's great. Thank you, Dean Zhang. Brother, did you hear that? We're going to be adopted by the same family at the same time. Xiaodong danced with joy like a little rabbit. Su Hui felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. The most terrifying woman in my memory. He used to be as happy as Xiaodong after hearing the news, but after being adopted by that woman, he realized that place was hell. Mrs. Hua looks mature, elegant, wealthy, and generous, but she is actually a devil. She adopted herself and Xiaodong. She was very kind at first, but soon his true nature was revealed, and he would beat and scold them if they did something wrong. Although she always had a smile on her face, they felt that the smile was extremely cold. Less than 2 months after adopting them, Xiaodong disappeared. Su Hui searched everywhere frantically for her, but Mrs. Hua did not respond. Su Hui went to the police station to report the incident, but Mrs. Hua said it was just children playing around and her daughter was not missing. After being criticized and educated, he returned home with Mrs. Hua. Xiaohui, my sister is just having fun, don't make a fuss. That's impossible. Xiaodong wouldn't play so much that she wouldn't come home all night. Where did you hide Xiaodong? Su Hui asked madly. Xiaohui, go take a bath obediently. Mommy will tell you after you're done. He took a quick shower, hoping for the best. The door of Mrs. Hua's room was open, and he walked in. The door was closed by Mrs. Hua. The fat woman still had a smile on her face, but this time, there was a beast-like light in her eyes. Xiaohui has grown up too. Mrs. Hua actually grabbed his hand and threw him onto the bed. What are you going to do? Let me go? Ugh. Mrs. Hua was very strong, and it was not possible for the young boy to break free. Mrs. Hua's greasy mouth actually covered him, and the fishy smell filled his nostrils. He bit Mrs. Hua's lips hard. The slap that fell like a bear's paw made him feel dizzy. Shall we? Let mommy love you well, otherwise it will hurt you. His eyes were empty. Mrs. Hua's sweat made him feel sick, but he had no strength to resist. Nights like this always happen. Brother? Brother, why are you unhappy? Xiaodong looked at Su Hui standing there in a daze, feeling a little confused. I think your brother is really happy. The parents will be here soon, so you two should wait here for a while. As if waking up from a dream, Su Hui pulled Xiaodong back to the room. Brother? What are you doing? Su Hui was much stronger than Xiaodong, and Xiaodong felt a little pain. Few families are willing to adopt 2 children, and they are not young anymore. If you miss this opportunity, you may lose it. Xiaodong burst into tears, and Su Hui quickly stopped what he was doing. Xiaodong, I'm sorry, can we not be adopted this time? Su Hui, what nonsense are you talking about? How can there be such an opportunity? Don't you consider Xiaodong? The dean was about to step forward to educate Su Hui, but found that the adoptive parents had already walked in. Mrs. Hua, you're here. This is Xiao Wei and Xiaodong. They have a great relationship and are both very smart. That familiar smile appeared on Mrs. Hua's face, and Su Hui could never forget it. The huge feeling of oppression made him feel scared and even wanted to vomit. Xiaodong came forward and greeted her obediently, and Mrs. Hua smiled and nodded. Dean Zhang, I like these 2 children very much. Let's go through the formalities. No. Su Hui wanted to shout, but he was surprised to find that he could not make any sound. I got into Mrs. Hua's car like a puppet, just like in the past. Even though I want to change it or stop it, everything is still happening. I am like a ghost floating in the air, watching a story that has already been played out. Xiaodong was sold to the mountains by Mrs. Hua, and she would never see her again. Mrs. Hua pulled open her clothes and groped around again and again with her plump hands. Su Hui felt like he couldn't breathe. Why did it happen again? Who can save himself? Chapter 77 Luxurious Dinner. Shin Mengting lowered her slender arms, and the glare in front of her eyes was no longer there. She found herself still in the hotel courtyard. There was no awards ceremony, no cocktail party, and no evil spirit in the bathroom. There was only a handsome young man in front of her, staring at her with his scarlet eyes. Behind him were Wang Lin, Su Hui, and Zhuang Tu, who was covered in blood. Her confused thoughts gradually became clear, and she knew that the person in front of her was number 1. Shin Mingting attacked Ji Chuan without any hesitation, but she spat out a mouthful of blood. The soul contract in the fantasy realm is real. Attacking the owner will backfire. Use the illusion to solve the problem with all 4 of them, but he didn't expect Zhuang Tu to wake up halfway. Thanks to his strong perception, he discovered that this was a carefully created illusion. So Ji Chuan had to transform him into a zombie, and the process was not very difficult. As long as Shin Mengting is not awake, the remaining 3 people are no match for him. This illusionary realm is mainly prepared for Shin Mengting. But this time, he wanted to control Su Hui, because he knew that if he killed Su Hui directly, he would be able to take over his body. But this will no longer be the case after the soul contract. All actions of the other party must be approved by you. Under Shin Mengting's horrified gaze, he took out the crystal cores of the 3 people beside him one by one. Even though both of them kept begging for mercy and said they would not betray him after the soul contract, he still stabbed his hand into their brains. Shin Mengting's whole body was shaking and tears were falling uncontrollably. Master, please don't kill me. I will be obedient and will not betray you. Shin Mengting found that she couldn't even kneel down now. Ji Chuan had absolute control over her. This was a despair she had never felt before. Unexpectedly, Ji Chuan nodded and said, "Protect the base while I sleep." The feeling of restraint on her body disappeared, and Shin Mengting suddenly collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, but she didn't dare to answer at all. "As you command, Master, I will guard the stronghold and will not let anyone in." She steadied herself and adjusted from sitting to kneeling. Looking at the corpses of 3 former comrades in front of me, I still feel scared. Ji Chuan flew into the hotel and immediately went to Tang Yu's room to check on her condition. The future has changed. Is there any chance that Tang Yu will wake up? But Tang Yu still lay there calmly, without any crystal core in her body, looking like a sleeping girl. Chen Yuru stood by the bed with swollen eyes. Ji Chuan sighed and returned to his room. I rarely go into this room because I don't need to sleep, but Su Qi still keeps it very tidy. Ji Chuan told Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi that he would probably fall asleep this time, and asked them to tell others to guard the stronghold. Shin Mengting is already a member of the stronghold, and she will take action if there is danger. Zhomi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the domain outside the window was lifted and no accidents occurred. He picked up an excitedly. Their leader had done it. This time he saved everyone except Tang Yu. Although there were some regrets, Hisanen was saved, and that was enough. There were 9 red crystal cores in front of Ji Chuan. The child had never eaten such a luxurious meal before, and his hands were shaking. Ji Chuan was afraid that he would fall into a deep sleep after eating the first one. In order to absorb all 9 red crystal cores at once, he put all 9 crystal cores in his hand at the same time and prepared to swallow them in one gulp. This is the only primitive desire that Ji Chuan has after he becomes a zombie. All his desire for killing comes from wanting to taste these delicious crystal cores. Without hesitating for too long, Ji Chuan swallowed the crystal cores. In just a moment, he felt his whole body burning. His cold body was now extremely hot. Visible black air quickly overflowed from his body, and the black mist quickly spread in the room, like the shape of a ghost. Li Jingru was anxiously waiting for news from the battlefield at the base. A whole morning has passed, but no news has been generated. They even sent reconnaissance teams to the rooftops of skyscrapers around the Galaxy District and observed with military binoculars. However, the only news that came was that the hotel was still shrouded in black fog, just like the beginning of the apocalypse, and Oliger was no different from before. There was not even a trace of a fight, as if no one had been there. Why is this happening? Even if they're not strong enough, they should at least destroy the hotel beyond recognition. Not to mention the people in Jinglian City. They deliberately kept their special abilities secret. If it was just Enlai alone, a hammer would cause a big hole in the building to collapse. But why was there no movement? Li Jingru didn't dare to send people to the Xinghe district rashly. That was number 1's territory. Whoever was sent there might die before he was eliminated. Could it be that these people chased number 1 to another place? Li Jingru felt that this was the most likely possibility. When number 1 saw the 8 people coming, he abandoned the base and ran away. The 8 people chased number 1 to another place, so Aligier was no different from before. The cell phone rang. Jingru, how is the battle going? Is the problem resolved? He is the leader of Jinglian City. Li Jingru has reported to him that the group will set off at 9 o'clock. Now it is 12 o'clock, and he still has not received any news from the captain of Zhonghua City. Meng Haonian also did not receive any news from the captain of the Jinglian City team. They were completely out of contact, which was very abnormal. He was well aware of Shun Mingting's strength. No zombie, let alone a human, could survive under her hands. We haven't heard from them yet. The reconnaissance team observed the entire hotel from a distance and found it peaceful, with no signs of a struggle. Therefore, I infer that number 1 may have escaped, and the others are in pursuit. Their current whereabouts are unknown. Hearing Li Jingru's words, Meng Haonian was a little surprised. How could a zombie escape in front of those people? If it wasn't as Li Jingru speculated, they were all dead? Meng Haonian shook his head. The possibility of letting those 4 people die without resistance was even lower than the possibility of successfully escaping in front of them. What's more, Jianghua City also sent out 4 special-level psychics, each of whom has his own strengths and can make up for the disadvantages on the battlefield. This lineup configuration is probably the most luxurious crusade in history. Tell me as soon as you have any news. Good. Li Jingru put down the phone, feeling extremely uneasy, and he didn't even have the appetite to eat. Chief, the reconnaissance team has new information to report. Explain. The reconnaissance team discovered a strange black column rising from the hotel into the sky. A large number of dark clouds gathered in the sky nearby. The black column was so high that it could be seen from the base. Li Jingru hurried out of the room, took the elevator to the first floor, and as soon as he left the base, he saw something unusual in the distance. The reason why the anomaly can be seen from such a distance is because the black column goes straight into the sky and there is no end in sight. The dark clouds in the sky were gathering continuously. If it were not for their obstruction, Li Jingru would have suspected that the black column reached the universe. This strangeness made Li Jingru feel that the battle had really begun. Since he didn't know the special abilities of those people in Jinglian City, Li Jingru didn't feel too surprised by this scene. Chapter 78: The Possibility of Evacuation. Lin Lulu, Gu Yunxi, and Zhang Yun struggled to grab the door frame and the heavy objects on the ground. Others sensed something was wrong and rushed to the top floor to check, but were stopped loudly by the 3 of them. Ji Chuan's body emanated such a huge amount of energy. The black energy was not as quiet as before, nor as gentle as before. Before, when Ji Chuan was asleep, the black energy emanating from his body was like mist, and Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi didn't feel anything when they touched it. The energy at that moment, accompanied by lightning, was like a magnetic storm, shattering the glass in the room, continuously gushing out from various exits, and blowing all kinds of objects into the sky. Shin Mingting received an order to guard the courtyard, but something unusual behind her caught her attention. The thick black energy actually shattered the hotel's windows, and the energy went straight into the sky, causing dense dark clouds to appear in the sky. Shin Mingting was completely stunned. Powerful psychics can create pressure or murderous intent by releasing energy, allowing people around them to feel the corresponding sense of oppression. She had never seen anyone with more energy than herself. When she released the oppression, she could make the energy generate airflow, which would be impossible without sufficient energy. The greater the energy, the stronger the airflow generated. During the meeting, she felt more oppressive than Su Huaiji. But what is this gushing energy upstairs? Compared to this, the oppressive feeling he felt was nothing more than a breeze. If this energy was released face to face, he would likely be cut to death by the energy airflow, just like a hurricane tornado. She actually came all the way to this monster's lair, hoping to defeat Ji Chuan. This was the stupidest decision she had ever made in her life. Shin Mingting didn't know why Ji Chuan reacted like that. She even thought that someone was blind and made Ji Chuan angry. Logically, this tremendous outpouring of energy could only last for a moment. But Shin Mingting had been watching it for about 10 minutes, and the energy showed no signs of weakening. She now felt that she was lucky to have made a soul contract with Ji Chuan. If Ji Chuan wanted to become an enemy of humans, anyone would die with his strength. Not knowing whether it was too late for her to surrender, Shin Mingting made up her mind to behave well in the future. Although she didn't know how a charming girl should behave, being a qualified slave was easy for her. Maybe she could even fight for the position of vice president of the stronghold. Haoyan has new information. A black energy beam has risen from Aoligier. It's estimated to be about 12 meters high and is rising straight into the sky. Dark clouds are gathering in the sky, and it seems that the latest battle has begun. The video footage has been sent to you. Meng Haoyan looked at the screen in front of him. It was a supernatural situation that he had never seen before. This kind of performance was not caused by the people in Jinglian City. Could it be caused by the people in Jianghua City? If it was a move from Jianghua City, was Li Jingru showing off to him? To let him know that Jianghua City was not weak? Meng Haoyan shook his head. If they had the ability, they would not borrow people from him. Li Jingru was not that kind of person. Did your people cause this vision? Isn't it the people from Jinglian City who caused this? Li Jingru was completely panicked. If this outpouring of energy was not from both of them, then only number one could cause this strange phenomenon. I need to hold an urgent meeting. Please give me all the information you have collected and the latest information today. Good. Li Jingru put down his phone and began to feel nervous. He also needed to hold an emergency meeting, but only for senior management. If this energy comes from number one, it is very likely that no one with superpowers can be his opponent. So if you want to have a chance of survival now, you have to leave Jianghua City. But the base now has nearly 6,000 people, and it is impossible to transfer all of them. If we really want to transfer, we can only take the core members with us. Soon Li Jingru gathered all the senior leaders of the base. He even used his isolation ability to seal off the entire conference room. 4 hours have passed since the number one punitive expedition, but we haven't received any news from them. Everyone should have seen the black energy beam. I've already communicated with Jinglian City, and they didn't cause it. Everyone felt very disappointed after hearing what Li Jingru said. It was obvious that the beam of light was not caused by the captains of Jianghua City. Therefore, it is highly likely that the energy outpouring that can cause strange phenomena in the sky comes from number one. Tell me what you think. Li Jingru frowned. He hoped to hear an analysis that would bring hope to people. Everyone was silent, and they were also thinking about other possibilities. We're running out of time. If they keep fighting, they'll probably completely piss off number one. If he possesses that kind of power, no one will be his match. I know. That's why I gathered you all together for a meeting. Is it possible that this energy doesn't come from number one? Li Jingru was about to collapse. Why did Jianghua City have to deal with such a thing? If he were in another city, he might not even be the second in command. Origa may have some secrets. This energy may come from some treasure. People have awakened their special powers, so anything is possible. Or maybe it's just a natural phenomenon like a blood moon that happened to occur in Origa. Jiang Zhilan comforted him, saying that there were only 2 other possibilities. That would be best, but if this energy comes from number one, we may only have 2 options. The first option is to secretly transfer important individuals. There are currently 2 small planes in the base, which can only transfer a maximum of about 30 people. The second option is to close the base from today and fully reinforce it with supernatural powers. I will request a nuclear strike from my superiors. However, This means we will have to live underground for the next few decades and ensure that the holders of star vision and the god of space are not killed. But no matter which option is chosen, a large number of sacrifices will be made. The first option will let the survivors in the city and the people in the mutant base fend for themselves. The second type will preserve the people in the base, but all other survivors in Jianghua City will die. Can't he give it another go? This time I'll lead the team to fight him. Su Huaiji was so angry that he slammed the table. He couldn't just act like a coward. None of the special-level psychics in the base are stronger than Shen Mengting. If she couldn't do it, how could you do it? Li Jingru was also very unwilling, but the current situation had forced him to make a decision. Didn't the reconnaissance team say that number 1 was communicable? He said he wouldn't kill humans unless provoked. Why are you still forcing him? Is there a third possibility? Is it that we quickly withdraw our team, find someone to negotiate with him, and never interfere with each other again? Jiang Zhilan was really angry. She was just the head of the logistics department and did not care about offensive matters, but the current difficult situation had a lot to do with the person who made the decision. Minister Jiang, you were present at the meeting that day when we decided to borrow troops from Jinglian City to attack number 1. No one present objected. Li Jingru almost wanted to curse, but Jiang Zhilan's second half of the sentence was quite right. He suggested sending someone to communicate and giving it a try. There would be no loss in letting others make mistakes. But your suggestion is a good one. Sending someone over to try is our last hope. But who should we send? Cui Zixuan sneezed in the room. She had basically locked herself in the room these days when she had nothing to do. It was too dangerous outside. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Cui Zixuan. The leader wants you to come over for an emergency meeting. Chapter 79, I don't want to negotiate. Cui Zixuan was in tears. She had a bad feeling when she was notified to enter the meeting room, and she felt even more depressed after hearing what Li Jingru said. You've survived numerous encounters with number 1, accumulating extensive experience communicating with them and mastering the ability to transfer. The base deems you the most suitable person to conduct negotiations. This matter is extremely urgent, so proceed immediately. Cui Zixuan was so angry that she almost laughed. People told you not to provoke him, but you didn't listen. You completely enraged that monster and found that you couldn't beat him. Now you want to coexist peacefully? The chief, senior executives, and captain didn't go to negotiate and asked a small follower to negotiate. You all know that this trip is very dangerous, and you think I don't know? Cui Zixuan took every step slowly after leaving the meeting room. She had already seen the black pillar rising into the sky over there. Aligier might have become a hell on earth. If she went there, would she be instantly affected by the battlefield and killed? Even if number 1 could hear her, could the other 8 captains hear her? Especially that Shen Mengting, who said she was a waste in front of me. It would be a shame if she could listen to me. Cui Zixuan wanted to run away directly, but there was nowhere to go. She even began to feel that her awakened superpower was very pathetic, and it would be better for her to awaken a very ordinary superpower and wait for help at the base. After taking a few deep breaths, she moved to a farther part of the hotel. Respected handsome leader, can you hear me? I have no ill intentions. The base is planning to withdraw troops. Can you give me a chance? Cui Zixuan plucked up the courage to move closer. She decided that if she found that no one was listening to her and the battlefield was in chaos, she would just retreat and tell everyone that no one was listening to her. The Origer in front of him was very calm, with no signs of fighting at all, only black energy rising into the sky. It was very shocking to observe it from such a close distance. Handsome, can you hear me? Cui Zixuan didn't dare to shout too loudly, otherwise she would attract zombies and could just go back. But before she could finish her shout, she heard footsteps. The person moved very quickly and jumped down from the gate easily. It turned out to be Shen Mengting. She still has time to come out and see me. Could it be that the psychic base has the advantage in the battle? Captain Shun, don't come any closer. I'm responsible for guarding the stronghold. Anyone who comes any closer will die. Huh? Guarding the base? What kind of base? Isn't that Oliger in front of me? Cui Zixuan was a little confused. Captain Shun, I'm here to negotiate with number 1, as entrusted by the leader. The leader wants to call a truce with number 1. How are you guys doing? You can retreat now. Shen Mengting was extremely angry. Was there something wrong with the Jianghua City psychic base? She had to borrow people from Jinglian, and now she was the only one left after all the people died. Now she wanted to negotiate. No need. The great leader has already won, and everyone else is dead except me. Cui Zixuan was even more confused. Everyone else was dead, and the great leader had won? Shen Mengting, with her arrogant personality, actually called Li Jingru the great leader? If it wasn't Li Jingru, then what was it? Captain Shun, are you referring to number 1 as the leader? Chui Zixuan swallowed her saliva and decided to get a clearer picture of the situation before going back, but she felt that the situation was beyond her expectations. Shin Mingting nodded. From now on, I will only follow the leader's orders. As for whether to call a truce or not, I will wait for the leader's instructions and cannot be sure. However, during this period, I will kill anyone who attempts to enter the stronghold without hesitation. Okay, Captain Shun, I'm just a messenger. I'll be back right away. Chui Zixuan quickly moved back to the base. Fortunately, she cleverly chose to slowly approach Aligier from a distance. If she had teleported directly to the door, she might have been killed by Shin Mingting. But how did number one do it? How could Shin Mingting, who has such a bad personality, be conquered? But these are not her concerns anymore. Li Jingru and his team were anxiously waiting for the results in the conference room, so letting Chui Zixuan go would allow her to observe the situation on the battlefield up close. Chief, Chui Zixuan is back. It's coming so soon. Li Jingru is a little looking forward to it. A safe return will most likely be good news. If number one is really furious, no one will come back. Let her in. Chui Zixuan lowered her head, thinking about how to tell the result in front of her. I went to the vicinity of Oliger to make contact and met Captain Shun. Captain Shin told me that everyone except her was dead, and that she had already fled to number one's base. I proposed a truce, but Captain Shun said it depends on number one's opinion. She's currently only responsible for guarding the stronghold, and she won't hesitate to kill anyone who approaches. What did you say? Everyone in the conference room couldn't believe what they heard. 7 out of 8 superpowered people died. The strongest one even betrayed? He'd be worse off dead than betrayed. Hearing Li Jingru's roar, Chui Zixuan was so scared that she stepped back unconsciously. Are you sure Shin Mingting said that? I'm sure, but I can't sense Captain Shun's mental state. The third option doesn't seem to work. Everyone had a sad look on their face. There is mourning for the dead and concern for the current predicament. The strength of number one is indeed unfathomable. Even Shin Mingting chose to rebel directly. Now no one in the base should be able to attack. Even if number one doesn't take action, Shin Mingting alone is enough to deal with them. Could Shin Mingting be under mind control? There are no powerful psychics who can break free from the control in the base, and Ning Chuha is already dead. Is the only option left to me, leaving Jianghua City or requesting the use of nuclear weapons? No, there is another option. Li Jingru's eyes suddenly lit up. You go out. Chui Zixuan finally heard what she wanted to hear and quickly left the room. There is still an opportunity, and I hope everyone can discuss the best feasibility. Everyone looked at Li Jingru, and hope was rekindled in the depressed atmosphere. Gu Yunxi, Lin Lulu, and Zhang Yun left the top floor with the help of others. Although Ji Chuan's coma this time was unusual, the three of them were powerless to do anything. Even getting close becomes dangerous, and the powerful energy can even scratch their skin. Is everything all right? Sushin carefully examined the three people's bodies for scratches of varying degrees. The three of us are fine, but I don't know if Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu felt a little guilty. The current situation was that none of the three of them could play any role. Although the energy burst just now was fierce, Gu Yunxi was afraid that something might happen to Ji Chuan, so she kept an eye on Ji Chuan's condition. The last time Ji Chuan was in a coma, he was in great pain, but this time Gu Yunxi felt that Ji Chuan's expression was very calm, and even had some happiness in his expression. That was an expression that had never been seen on Ji Chuan's face. Chapter 80 Review. Dad, Chuan has a fever, his forehead is so hot. Hearing the familiar voice, Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Mom, his dad, hurry up and get ready to go to the hospital. Chuan is delirious with fever. Mom, I'm fine. Ji Chuan hugged his mother in front of him. The long-standing longing made him burst into tears, but Xu Ning, who was hugged by Ji Chuan, did not notice. Ji Mingzhou was putting on his coat at the door, then hurried into the room, ready to carry Ji Chuan to the car. Dad, Ji Chuan turned around and hugged his father. He hadn't felt his parents' embrace for a long time. Kawa. Ji Mingzhou felt that his son hadn't hugged him like this for a long time, and he was actually a little happy. It was really hot. Ji Mingzhou felt the temperature of Ji Chuan's body and quickly made an effort to pick him up. But Ji Chuan stopped him. When did his son become so strong? Dad, I'm fine. Although his body felt a little hot, Ji Chuan did not feel any discomfort. He just wanted to be with them quietly. Chuan, I'm going to ask for leave for you right now. Don't go to the company. Well, Mom, I don't want to go there anymore. Xu Ning and Ji Mingzhou looked at each other, then smiled and nodded to Ji Chuan. Okay, then Chuan can stay at home and spend more time with his mother. Ji Chuan felt very warm in his heart. No matter what decision he made, his parents were very supportive and never let him suffer any grievances. Mom, Aren't you going to ask me why? It must be their fault. My Chuan Chuan is so outstanding. It's their loss if you leave. Mom, why are you so nice to me? Although he had heard it once before, Ji Chuan was still deeply moved. You are the only precious thing for me and your father. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Even if you don't work for the rest of your life, your father and I can still support you. Don't worry. Shu Ning patted Ji Chuan's back gently, and Ji Chuan burst into tears again, as if all the pain in the past was just a long nightmare. Son, go to the hospital before you get burned. Shu Ning's tone was so gentle that it seemed as if Ji Chuan was still a child. It's okay, Mom. It's really okay. Look, I'm in good spirits. I'm just hungry and want to enjoy my dad's cooking. Okay, I'll go cook. Ji Mingzhou walked happily towards the kitchen. His son said he was jealous of his cooking skills, so he had to show off his cooking skills to his son today. Ji Chuan felt very hungry. He hadn't tasted the food his father cooked for a long time. It even seemed like he hadn't eaten for a long time. But that's impossible. People will die if they don't eat. Maybe I'm really sick and have consumed a lot of physical energy. But I should have recovered by now, and I didn't feel any discomfort. No matter what the illness was, it was cured the moment I saw my parents. Owner. Ji Chuan seemed to hear a faint voice, which sounded a little anxious. His home was a detached villa and was usually very quiet, so it was impossible that the voice came from the neighbor. Where did that voice come from? Maybe I heard it wrong. Ji Chuan walked downstairs and saw his father busy in the kitchen, feeling very warm in his heart. It seemed like he hadn't felt such warmth for a long time. Ji Chuan felt a little strange today. What's wrong, Chuan Chuan? Is it not to your taste? Seeing Ji Chuan standing in front of the table in a daze, Ji Mingzhou felt a little nervous. Could it be that his research on new dishes had failed? Ji Chuan shook his head and laughed. This is the most delicious dish I've ever eaten. Everything my dad cooks tastes so good. Ha 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 ha. My son really knows how to make me happy. The whole family was laughing happily, but Ji Chuan felt inexplicably lonely in his heart. Chuan Chuan, if you are okay, your dad and I will go to see a project this afternoon. Shu Ning looked apologetic. He had originally made an appointment with Party B in the morning, but when he saw that Ji Chuan was not in good condition, he simply stood him up. But now he had to go. It's okay, Mom and Dad. It's more important that you focus on your work. Ji Chuan knew that his parents were quite busy, running around to choose good projects and having many social engagements. But whenever he was sick or not feeling well, they would always stay by his side. When I was in school, my parents would accompany me at every graduation performance, representative speech, sports meet, any important moment, and record it with a camera like a reporter. There are no parents more exaggerated than them, as if their son is a star. When his parents left, Ji Chuan still hugged them. Shu Ning felt that his son was becoming more and more adorable. Even though he had graduated from college, his round little face still looked like that of a high school student. Mom, you're an adult and you're still pinching my face. My big baby is so cute I couldn't help myself. Shu Ning smiled happily and sat in the passenger seat. After waving to Ji Chuan, they drove out. The phone rang. It was Song Huai. Ji Chuan, do you check your phone? You sent me so many messages, but you didn't reply. Song Huai was very angry over there, so the best way to contact Ji Chuan was to call him. This otaku doesn't even look at his phone when he plays games. Oh, why? Normally, Ji Chuan would have been very perfunctory in his chatter, but hearing Song Huai's voice at this moment made him a little distracted. Ji Chuan, what's wrong with you? Song Huai noticed that there was something wrong with Ji Chuan's tone. Did he speak too harshly? Nothing. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at the International Trade Center. Do you want to come? Well, wait for me. It felt like he hadn't talked to Song Huai for a long time, and he missed him so much. Ji Chuan stepped on the accelerator deeply. When they arrived at the China World Trade Center, Ji Chuan came to the agreed place. Song Huai was standing there looking at the stage in the center of the first floor of the mall. Ji Chuan walked up to him, and Song Huai was about to turn around to say hello, but Ji Chuan hugged him. Song Huai was stunned for a moment, then pushed Ji Chuan away with a smile. What are you doing? Have you been single for so long that you've missed me? It's still the same unruly look as I remember. I just miss you a little. Brother, what's going on? You are not serious, are you? Song Huai exaggeratedly covered his anus. No wonder Ji Chuan always played the 1,000-year killing game with him. What are you doing at Guomao? Ji Chuan ignored Song Huai's exaggerated actions. He felt a little embarrassed in the crowded shopping mall and quickly changed the subject. You really don't check your phone, huh? The PS7 is on sale, and I waited in line for a long time to get it for you. So, am I a good dad to you? Song Huai smiled and touched Ji Chuan's head. Song Huai, who was 186 centimeters tall, could easily reach the top of Ji Chuan's head, who was 175 centimeters tall. There was no resistance as I had imagined. Ji Chuan was very well behaved today. Ji Chuan naturally took the game console from Song Huai's hand. Thank you, my good son. Sure enough, there is a trick behind such obedience. Come on, I'll treat you to afternoon tea. Goodbye, Xia Yida will be here soon to promote her movie, and there will be no such good seats left. Song Huai pointed to the stage downstairs, and Ji Chuan noticed that the number of people around him had increased, and the central area surrounding several floors was filled with people. Xia Yida came to Jianghua City to promote. Ji Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He remembered that on this day, the top star Xia Yida came to Jianghua City and could be found easily on the internet. The reason why I was deeply impressed by this day was that I received a call from the hospital that night, saying that his parents had died in a car accident. Chapter 81 Car Accident. Ji Chuan, where are you going? I can't keep all the people here. Ji Chuan just said that he had something to do, and then left with a serious expression. Song Huai let him go. There were not many opportunities to admire Xia Yida from such a close distance. Ji Chuan called his parents over and over again, but no one answered. He felt very uneasy in his heart, and the anxiety was almost suffocating him. He quickly drove back home and searched through the project information in the study, wanting to know where the project his parents were talking about was. He had to stop this from happening. I just didn't find any relevant content on the desktop. Only then did Ji Chuan realize that he had cared too little about his parents, and that he had always grown up carefree. His parents took on all the worries for him. Their work was tedious and risky, requiring them to analyze and examine investment projects over and over again, but he never paid attention to it. Ji Chuan turned his gaze to the safe. I just tried my birthday for the first time, and the safe opened. Inside is a thick backup of project data, and the core content has been organized very neatly by my parents. At the top are the most recent projects. Ji Chuan quickly took it in his hand and read it quickly. Banda Biotechnology Company, Limited S. Chi Nung Vaccine Project Plan. Typro Technology Development Company, Limited introduces its cell activation technology. Ji Chuan noticed that the two projects at the top were very similar. It seemed that they were the ones his parents were focusing on. However, the two companies were very far apart in different directions. Which one should he go to? He quickly took the two files to the car, intending to go to the closer one first. My parents are well-known investors. If they come to visit, they should have an impression of these two companies if they mention them to the front desk staff. The traffic in Ganghwa City becomes more congested the more anxious you are. Ji Chuan tried to call again and again while stuck in traffic, but still no one answered. I remember that the bad news came from the hospital at night. Now as long as I rush over, everything should be in time. Finally arriving at the first company, Ji Chuan first glanced around the parking lot to see if he could see his parents' car, but there was none. He wanted to go to the front desk to ask whether Ji Mingzhou had come today, but after entering the lobby, he found that the person at the front desk was Su Wanwan. At that time, she didn't know him yet. Ji Chuan only knew that she worked in administration in a company and always complained to him about how hard her work was, so Ji Chuan asked her to resign. But I don't know which company Su Wanwan works for. Restraining the hatred in his heart, Ji Chuan asked her if Ji Mingzhou was among the visitors in the afternoon. He said that he was Ji Mingzhou's family member and had an urgent matter but couldn't contact him. Seeing Ji Chuan and Ji Mingzhou's faces so similar, Su Wanwan had already guessed their relationship. Searched the visitor records with the most serious and gentle attitude, but the name did not appear. Su Wanwan once entered his life with such a gentle side, and the inexperienced Ji Chuan did not see through her heart. Su Wanwan suggested leaving a phone number, as it was possible that she didn't notice someone coming to the bathroom while she was there, so she could ask her colleagues and contact Ji Chuan if she found anything. Su Wanwan was 100% sure that Ji Mingzhou did not come, but at the moment she just wanted to add the contact information of the son of a well-known investor. Ji Chuan suppressed his hatred and disgust and refused. He did not dare to delay and hurried to another company. The phone rang on the way. Seeing that it was his mother Ji Chuan, he quickly pressed the Bluetooth answer button in the car. What's wrong with Chuan Chuan? I just saw that they don't allow cell phones in the project. Mom, where are you? At the project company, Tap Technology, in Lianjiang District. By the way, Chuan Chuan, your dad and I have to attend dinner, so you should enjoy your meal. Mom, tell my dad not to drink tonight. Wait for me, I'll pick you two up. Hey Chuan Chuan, it's so congested at this time. It's okay if you don't come. Don't worry, your dad will find a designated driver if he drinks. I have a meeting here, so you can't use your phone. If you really come, wait for us in the lobby. This kid, he still knows how to worry about others. I told you not to drink at night. Xu Ning hung up the phone and gave Ji Mingzhou some instructions. Ji Mingzhou just felt that Ji Chuan had grown up, but he didn't take his instructions to heart. Ji Chuan was very uneasy, but he also understood his parents, who trusted his judgment very much. So the safest way is to pick them up yourself. Across the hustle and bustle of the city, as the sun gradually set, Ji Chuan finally arrived at Tap Technology. He hurried into the lobby and told the receptionist that he was waiting for someone, but the receptionist didn't mind him sitting there. But as time was getting later, Ji Chuan felt a little uneasy. Why haven't Ji Mingzhou and Xu Ning come out yet? Where are they? I want to go upstairs to find them. Ji Chuan couldn't wait and asked the front desk. Boss Ji and Boss Xu left a long time ago, didn't they? They left before you came. What? Are you sure? Ji Chuan's appearance scared the receptionist. Yeah, although I saw their backs. I saw they had already driven away, so they must have left. Because he was sure that his parents were here, Ji Chuan didn't check the situation in the parking lot this time, and didn't pay attention to whether his parents' car was in the parking lot. Ji Chuan made several calls, but still no one answered. Why? I have come here so early. The phone call is not going through. Can you help me contact the person who received them to confirm? The receptionist looked at Ji Chuan's red eyes and was a little scared, but still made the call. Are President Ji and President Xu still upstairs? Oh, okay, I see. They have indeed left. Why didn't my parents answer my calls? Why did they leave like this without telling me? I clearly said I would come to pick them up. Ji Chuan hurriedly got into the car. His inner anxiety was particularly strong. Where should he go? Where should he go? Ji Chuan remembered the place where the car accident happened. The accident had been reported in the news, and Ji Chuan recognized his parents' car at a glance. Now he prayed that nothing happened to his parents, but he still drove towards the intersection as if possessed by a ghost. The road became increasingly congested, and the impatient horns of vehicles honked on the road. What's going on up front? Some drivers have already rolled down their windows and looked out to ask. There seems to be a car accident up ahead. Ji Chuan felt a chill in his heart when he heard the driver's conversation. He didn't care about the congested traffic and got out of the car in a daze. Running quickly towards the intersection ahead, the sounds of horns, discussions, and ambulances were like the buzz of flies and did not enter Ji Chuan's ears at all. The whole world felt quiet, and when he saw the flames at the intersection, he found it difficult to breathe, and the world was spinning. He saw two deformed and charred people being carried into an ambulance. Such injuries were undoubtedly not survivable, but the paramedics still fulfilled their responsibilities. Someone picked up the phone on the ground, looked up the number, and pressed the dial button. Ji Chuan's chest heaved violently, and he was praying his last prayer while watching the scene before him. But his phone still rang. Chapter 82 Unique Crystal Core. Hello, your parents were in a car accident. Please come to Lianjiang No. 1 People's Hospital. Hello? Hello. Ji Chuan hung up the phone with a serious expression, feeling exhausted and powerless as he looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. I can save your parents. A slightly familiar, low and strange voice sounded. Ji Chuan still had no expression on his face. I can save your parents, as long as you offer your role. Do you think I don't know that this is a fantasy world? What? He acted so naturally, just like he was supposed to, but he actually said he knew this was a fantasy land. When did he discover this? The world in front of Ji Chuan began to slowly disappear. At first he thought he was just dreaming, but those real touches and memories were too real. It was so real that Ji Chuan didn't want to wake up, but tried his best to make up for the regret in his heart. He subconsciously believed that the illusionary realm was his own special ability and would not be used by others, but he forgot that there was a monster inside his body. If this illusion is beautiful enough, Ji Chuan would like to feel the long-lost warmth a little longer. Even though he knows that this is an illusion, he still wants to prevent his parents from dying. But what happened in the past cannot be changed. All the anxiety and efforts are just wishful thinking. The chaotic streets in front of them turned into a wasteland after the white light disappeared. Xiao Hui supported Ji Chuan's body. Master, you're awake. It was the warm touch of animal fur, Ji Chuan lying in Xiao Hui's arms. Hui behind him looked a little disheveled. He had many wounds on his body, and one of his eyes was difficult to open because of the wound. There was a monster in front of him that was looking at him with interest. It was the monster he encountered last time when he was unconscious, but he had lost the memory of it after waking up. And now Ji Chuan remembered. Ji Chuan gently touched Xiao Hui's wolf head, and all the wounds on Xiao Hui's body healed. Ji Chuan tilted his neck left and right, and his joints made a cracking sound. We meet again. The horrible zombie looked a little surprised. Ji Chuan, who had a look of fear on his face last time, now exuded a sense of oppression. Aren't you afraid of me? The zombie suddenly rushed in front of Ji Chuan, its sharp fangs still dripping with smelly blood. At this distance, one could even see the rotten sores in its mouth, which were filled with dense insect-like egg-like objects. His cloudy eyes were staring at him intently, as if trying to see through Ji Chuan's disguise of calmness. Why should I be afraid of you? Ji-chuan looked at his hands and body, which looked like a zombie. He began chatting with the zombies in front of him, looking very nonchalant. I've also used the illusion realm. When facing a powerful psychic, I'll conduct a simple assessment. If they pose a threat to me, I'll spy on their secrets and create an illusion realm to help me solve the problem at hand. But when facing a weak individual who poses no threat, I prefer the most direct use of force. It's more efficient. So why did you use the illusion realm on me? Under the zombie's surprised gaze, Ji-chuan's body began to change. His body was getting stronger and bigger. I had to look up at him with my head down just now, but now I had to look up. Many different faces appeared on Ji-chuan's body, each with a different, terrifying expression. All of them stared at the zombie in front of them. His hands grew long, sharp claws, like steel knives that could cut shins, and his mouth stretched from ear to ear, with smoke like mist coming out every time it opened and closed. Ji-chuan lowered his head in the same posture as the zombie just now and held it in his hand. The zombie that seemed very tall before now looked like a captured guinea pig. He held the zombie in front of him and stared at it, as he had just done. So why should I be afraid of you? The zombie's cloudy eyeballs began to tremble. This was not right. Normally, when Ji-chuan invaded his consciousness while he was unconscious, he should have been left with a subconscious fear. Why wasn't he afraid at all? What was this monster before him that was even scarier than himself? Wasn't Ji-chuan a human being before? The zombie struggled hard, but found that it could not break free from Ji-chuan's hand. This is impossible. This is impossible. You can't hurt me. As Ji-chuan exerted force with his hands, the zombie actually felt the long-lost pain. Why did he feel pain? Are you crazy? Killing me will significantly weaken your abilities. Who are you and why do you invade my mind every time I'm unconscious? Every word the huge Ji-chuan said at this moment made the earth tremble. His voice was low and oppressive. I am your original crystal core. The unique crystal core will awaken its will as the host becomes stronger. I don't want to be controlled by you, so I want to use the superpowers you absorbed to control you. Let me go? Kill me, and all your advanced resistance will disappear. Ji-chuan understood. No wonder he would see strange things every time he lost consciousness after absorbing the crystal core. It seemed that it was this crystal core that was causing trouble, laying the groundwork and looking for an opportunity to control him. However, it did not expect that absorbing a large number of crystal cores this time would greatly enhance its perception, and it could detect all abnormal situations. When it used the illusionary realm, Ji-chuan could confirm even more that this abnormal situation posed little threat to him. If it really poses a threat to me, I will just use force. The reason why he was not affected by the time reversal in the past has been found. It seems that it is because of the resistance it provides. As he becomes stronger, the abilities he provides become stronger. It's just some resistance, I don't care. Ji-chuan increased the strength in his hands. He could feel his transformed form beginning to break apart. Having never experienced pain before, he actually felt fear at this moment. Ji-chuan's tone and actions let it know that Ji-chuan was definitely not just talking. He really didn't care about his life or death. Don't kill me. You've already noticed my presence, so I don't stand a chance. I've laid all these traps in the hope of making you fear me. My driving condition is fear, but I know you won't be afraid of me anymore. I will be loyal to you with all my strength from now on. After the last sentence was finished, Ji-chuan's body shrank rapidly like a deflated ball. The hand that was unable to break free just now was now hanging by Ji-chuan's side. There was no weird face or huge cracked mouth. Ji-chuan was just as he was. The black crystal core in front of him no longer looked like a terrifying zombie, but revealed its true form, a tiny one-eyed little devil. But such an appearance would not frighten anyone at all, so it transformed into a terrifying appearance based on its own observations. Seeing the changes in Ji-chuan and the surroundings, the black crystal core finally became aware of something. Was that a fantasy realm? You're quite a clever little crystal core, but the deal is done. This host actually used the same trick to completely control himself? I think I am the most failed single-color crystal core. Chapter 83, Wish Alternative. We now have one more option, and I hope everyone can discuss the three most suitable options. Li Jingru's words gave everyone new hope, and everyone in the conference room was waiting for what would happen next. We also have Star Vision. His abilities weren't fully revealed before because they were too powerful. He can do almost anything he wants. Everything has a corresponding probability of success, and the more difficult the task, the lower the probability. For example, the wish to eliminate number 1 mentioned earlier has a success rate of only 0.03%, which is practically impossible. We can only verify the success probability of 3 things each day, and we can only make wishes at midnight. So, given the current situation, What 3 things do you think should be verified? We don't have many opportunities for trial and error. Everyone was surprised. They originally thought that Star Vision was just to help the base collect some extra supplies. They didn't expect this ability to be so powerful. However, they could only make 1 wish per day, and the success rate of eliminating number 1 was almost non-existent, with a 0.03% chance. How about a wish to transfer all the survivors in Ganghwa City? Li Jingru shook his head. Based on past experience, the success rate of changes on this scale is very low. I hope everyone can provide some easily achievable wishes, such as wishes that are small-scale and affect a small number of people, as these have a higher success rate. But this is only based on experience. For the development of the base, wishes are basically used for fresh supplies, and because the god of space does not have to worry about storage issues, the success rate of those wishes that affect the world situation is basically 0. How about making number 1 lose his memory? That way he won't know we've attacked him, and we can have friendly conversations with him. To be determined. He's a zombie. He's currently able to communicate with humans for some unknown reason, but what if he loses his memory and returns to his original form? Most zombies kill humans indiscriminately. However, this idea provided them with a clue to come up with a wish that had a small target but a big impact, which might help them resolve the current crisis. How about wishing for a human hero with invincible powers to appear? I think the success rate is very low. And even if it were to happen, how do you know someone with absolute power wouldn't be the next number 1? Su Huaiji actually wanted to ask Su Yuan to make him the person with invincible power so that he could destroy number 1, but he didn't have the courage to say it. Seeing those people in Jinglian City, he found that although his special ability was considered strong in Jianghua City, there were still many people outside who were stronger than him. He had a premonition that in the near future, strength would be the order of this world. I've got it. It's easy to implement and can solve the current crisis. It was the Minister of Human Resources, Chenong, and everyone looked at him. Although he is only a senior student, he has purple supernatural memory and can choose to store specific information, so he can remember all the information about the supernatural users in the base. People with transfer abilities are very rare, but Chui Zixuan, who has the ability to transfer anonymously, only has a purple ability, so the level of a single transfer ability is lower. This should not be considered an excessive wish. We can make a wish and move number 1 away. Currently, number 1 hasn't discovered any long-distance teleportation abilities, so we can just move him away. The success rate should be high, and it can also solve the crisis for the entire city. Zombies shouldn't know their way around, right? And there shouldn't be any reason for them to return to Jianghua City, right? Li Jingru's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good suggestion, and it was really useful for young people to have such a good brain. Yes, that's an option. Without the interference of the primordial crystal core, Ji Chuan felt that this absorption was very peaceful. Since Xiao Hui was in his body, his conscious world, when he was unconscious, could also communicate with him. This time when he fell into an illusion, Xiao Hui risked his life to remind him. Ji Chuan didn't expect that Xiao Hui was so loyal. It's just because he absorbed too many crystal cores, and the power of the original crystal core is also increasing. Xiao Hui in the consciousness world is no match for the black crystal core. Do you know how long it will take to absorb this, Xiao He? Ji Chuan named the black crystal core again, as casually as ever. The one-eyed demon was stunned and replied nervously, "Master, I don't know either. You absorbed too many red crystal cores this time. Normally, you would have reached the critical point last time. 1 red crystal core would have made you unconscious, but this time you absorbed 9. What is the unique crystal core you mentioned? There's only 1 unique crystal core of each color. As the host grows stronger, the unique crystal core will awaken its self-awareness. Just like humans, our consciousness and personalities are completely different. I hope my personality won't be controlled by the host. How many crystal cores like yours are there? I don't know. I have no memory before I regained consciousness." Ji Chuan understood. Without the nightmare created by Xiao He, this time seemed especially long. Please give me another dream like the one you had before, but it should be about playing games at home. Master, that kind of dream is meant to spread fear. I will use the illusion to let you return. I won't create painful plots. Xiao He sighed. He didn't expect that his host could make such a request. Ji Chuan nodded and returned to the illusion, but this time he just wanted to use the time to absorb the crystal core to see his parents and Song Hui again, and play the games he hadn't played for a long time. Sister Yunxi, the overflowing energy has disappeared. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi hurried upstairs to check. Ji Chuan was lying on the bed with a calm expression, as if he was just sleeping. But the entire room was completely changed by his energy. Su Qi came to clean the room, and with the help of her supernatural powers, the room was instantly tidy. However, the broken window could only be repaired by Ji Chuan using his supernatural powers after he woke up. Although Ji Chuan can only use metal to repair it, fortunately Ji Chuan does not have much need to enjoy the scenery or bask in the sun. Gu Yunxi sat down beside the bed and looked at the sleeping Ji Chuan gently. I unconsciously brushed my hand against his cheek and was startled when I realized what was happening. Sister Yunxi, you? Lin Lulu noticed that Gu Yunxi's movements were a little strange, and Gu Yunxi's face turned red. I saw his hair was messy, so I helped him straighten it. Lin Lulu came up and said sarcastically, "Really? I don't believe it." With a smirk on her face, she whispered into Ji Chuan's ear, "Damn, Ji Chuan. You're sleeping like a dead pig. Can't you hear me? Ha ha ha." Then he actually hit Ji Chuan on the head. "Lulu, that's too much. Sister Yunxi, you don't like Ji Chuan, do you?" "Lulu." Gu Yunxi's face turned even redder. Ji Chuan, who was just playing games at home, silently paused the game and listened carefully to the noise that seemed to be coming from outside the window. It was like hearing Xiao Hui's cry, faint but still clear. He had already thought about how to teach Lin Lulu a lesson after waking up. A smile appeared on his lips, and he continued playing the game. Chapter 84, Wish Success. Su Wanwan's head was resting on Su Huaiji's strong chest. Su Huaiji hugged Su Wanwan and stared at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. "Godfather, Wanwan is yours from now on. Every time I hold you like this, I feel at peace." Feeling the arms hugging her tighter, Su Wanwan raised the corners of her mouth. "Wanwan, the results will be out in the next 2 days. If the plan fails, I will try to get you a transfer spot." Su Huaiji felt that he still had some say, and Su Wanwan herself had water-related abilities. Although she was not outstanding among the water-related abilities in the base, it would not be a waste to take her away. "Godfather, you are so good to Wanwan. I will not let you down." Su Wanwan gently drew circles on Su Huaiji's chest with her fingers, and she looked at Su Huaiji's face with a longing look. Although Su Huaiji is middle-aged, he is still a charming uncle because he keeps exercising all year round. Jiang Zhilan also had a very good impression of him when she met him, but Su Huaiji had no feelings for Jiang Zhilan. Su Huaiji looked at Su Wanwan with a fiery look in his eyes and kissed her. First met Su Wanwan, he was attracted to this gentle and simple girl, even though she regarded him as her father. But the long-lost warm touch and the throbbing in his heart forced him to face his inner feelings. The world has ended, and there is nothing wrong with bravely pursuing what he wants. A girl like Su Wanwan should not be allowed to take the initiative in doing such things. After all, she is so delicate and simple. Li Jingru was anxiously waiting for the result in the room. It has been the 4th day. After probability calculation, the success rate of transferring number 1 to other cities is 23%. Among many options, it is the most promising option to solve the urgent needs of Jianghua City. The strange black energy column also disappeared. Li Jingru had a premonition that number 1 was about to take action. The time left was very limited. He felt that he could try for 2 more days at most. If he failed again in these 2 days, he would take the core members and move. It is very difficult to apply for a nuclear strike. The superiors will consider the surviving people in the entire city. The existing information is not enough to support the argument that number 1 threatens all mankind, and a nuclear strike will turn Jianghua City into ruins. They themselves also have to live underground and must always protect the base to avoid nuclear radiation, which is no different from being in prison. Therefore, transfer is the best way. As for the other people in Jianghua City, they can only leave it to fate. Facing such a powerful opponent, he cannot save everyone. He does not have such ability. Preserving oneself is human nature. He has also communicated with Jinglian City. Using the supplies collected by Jianghua City to exchange for living space for less than 30 people is a very cost-effective deal for Jinglian City. This can be considered as Li Jingru's guilt towards Jinglian City. Li Jingru didn't want to think too much about how people in the Jianghua City base lived. After they move, a new order will naturally emerge and a new leader will be born. You don't need to worry about it. When Meng Haoyan learned that Xin Mengting had betrayed him and everyone else was dead, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He couldn't imagine how terrifying number 1 was that could leave the top combat forces helpless. But without accurate information about the battle, Meng Haoyan didn't dare to send anyone forward. Hearing the same thing, other bases all adopted a wait-and-see attitude. With the previous experience of Jinglian City, no one is willing to let their people test the waters again. In the end times, people are already busy taking care of themselves, so how can they have time to care about the suffering of other cities? Li Jingru certainly knew what everyone was thinking, so they kept their mouth shut about the plan to transfer number 1. If the transfer is successful, number 1 is mysterious to begin with, and they won't know how number 1 came to their city. Then they will have to find a way to solve this hot potato themselves. By then, Jianghua City will be completely peaceful, and without the threat of number 1, Xin Mingting, Xia Yiqing, and Song Xiai may be able to return to base. Midnight has arrived. Li Jingru lit a cigarette. He was very anxious. If he failed again today, there would only be the last day left tomorrow. Although he had prepared a lot of things in the past few days and was able to move at any time, he still felt very reluctant to leave this familiar base. Hele was also very nervous when the clock reached midnight. This was the first time he had made the same wish for 4 consecutive days, and his wish concerned the safety of all the survivors in Jianghua City. Although he knew that his special abilities could earn him good treatment anywhere, the treatment in Jianghua City was undoubtedly top-notch at the moment. Transferring number 1 is your best option. But he was very worried. He still felt that the success rate of 23% was too low. What if number 1 attacked in the next few days? On the first day, he learned the truth. He wanted to flee the city directly, but the superpower bases were connected to each other. Where could he escape to if he acted on his own? I have only one wish every day. Without the protection of an organization like the base, it would be difficult for me to survive in the face of danger. He clasped his hands together in prayer, more devoutly than ever before. Let number 1 leave this city as quickly as possible, as far away as possible. The stars gathered in the hall, flickering and flashing continuously. Although it was only a moment, Hele felt it was extremely long. Unlike the dimming and disappearing starlight of the previous few days, the starlight actually burst out with astonishing brightness in the hall. Hele excitedly discovered that his wish was successful. He quickly ran to Li Jingru's room so that he could return to a stable life. Several people in the stronghold took turns keeping watch, fearing that something might be wrong with Ji Chuan, who was in a coma, so they could discover it as soon as possible. Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao volunteered that night. They hadn't contributed much since they arrived at the base, and since they were good at staying up late, they took on this task. Just now, a flash of light passed by, which was particularly dazzling in the room, and Ji Chuan on the bed disappeared out of thin air. Solid Ball, what's going on? Where is the leader? Did he wake up just now? No, it's been very quiet. What's that white light? Oh no, have we gotten into trouble? How are we going to explain this to everyone? I don't know either. Tell everyone quickly. What's that sound? Is there an earthquake? De Zhuang actually climbed up the wall of the hotel, and when he saw the empty room, he felt as aggrieved as a child. Master doesn't want me anymore. Where did Master go? De Zhuang can't feel Master. He jumped and felt the vibrations felt throughout the hotel. Da Zhuang climbed out of the courtyard directly and searched for Ji Chuan like crazy. Xiao Mei also disappeared into the night. Due to De Zhuang's abnormal behavior, many people woke up. Qiu Xinshi and the other person quickly shouted in the corridor about Ji Chuan's disappearance. After Su Shen knew about this situation, he first observed the loyalty values of the two people. They were still very high, so they were not lying. But where was the leader? Su Shen's heart sank. Did their leader really abandon them and go somewhere else, as Da Zhuang shouted? You said there was a flash of white light and Ji Chuan disappeared? Qiu Xinshi nodded. He was still in bed a second ago, and then disappeared in a flash of white light. Everyone looked solemn. They didn't know what was going on and felt the pressure instantly. Perhaps the leader has something urgent to attend to and will be back soon. Suki comforted everyone. But what about Da Zhuang and Xiao Mei? I remember they had the ability to sense Ji Chuan from a distance, and now their performance. It was as if Ji Chuan was not in this city, but Song Xiai did not continue. Chapter 85: The Female Celebrity Living Alone. Jinlutai, Xinza City, is one of the most expensive real estate projects in the country. There are far fewer zombies in this community than in other places, and the population density is very low. There is one household per floor, and most of the apartments are several hundred square meters and are only occupied by a family of 3 at most. Most of the owners who live here are traveling around the world, so there are many vacant rooms. Relatively speaking, as long as there are sufficient supplies, the safety index of this community is very high. Xia Yida is one of the lucky owners. As an A-list star, she rarely eats out, doesn't want to be photographed, and doesn't have the time. She only eats a few bites at each meal. She is used to being hungry. Staying hungry can indeed improve the overall condition of the person and make it less likely to get edema. Before the end of the world, she happened to prepare a lot of nutritious meals according to the nutritionist's advice and bought a lot of stocks. When you have free time at home, you just need to heat up the food ingredients to eat. Sugar, salt, or other seasonings used is very small. Basically, fresh ingredients are cooked directly and eaten. Reducing all seasonings and food additives can help you maintain your beauty. So even though the apocalypse had lasted for a long time, her refrigerator was still well stocked with food. For someone like her who only eats a few bites at a time, there is currently no pressure to find food. During this period, she still maintained a healthy lifestyle and even regarded this disaster as a rare vacation. Get up on time every day, exercise, do yoga, and read. In her opinion, the authorities will definitely solve the current difficulties. It is just an abnormal virus, and it has been isolated before. And looking downstairs in the community, there were no bloody scenes like those seen on the internet. There were only a few scattered zombies, like uncles and aunts walking in the community, and they didn't look scary at all. After this apocalypse, she wants everyone to know that she is so self-disciplined even in such a crisis. A cultured idol should always shine and make her fans proud of being her fans. Even without the help of an assistant or a team, she began to record her daily life in the apocalypse by herself. Learn video editing techniques and study shooting angles. Yuching, I shot some footage, but the editing isn't ideal. I'll send it to you and ask you to help me edit it. Xia Yida was still working, but she had not received any news from her assistant on the other end of the phone. It's just a virus outbreak, and they're on strike right now? Xia Yida was a little dissatisfied, thinking she'd have to punish them after the outbreak was over. If this assistant hadn't been so good at capturing her beauty in photos, she would have wanted to replace her. Even in the end times, many wealthy people do not have a hard life. Xia Yida's family is very well off and owns a very luxurious manor in Kaiun City. Compared with her financial resources, her mixed-race beauty is just an icing on the cake. She didn't know much about the world outside Jinlutai, and the news she occasionally saw was a bit bloody, so she frowned and simply glanced over it. Yuching, I want to eat the bird's nest from Yongjing Pavilion. Can you buy some for me? Xia Yida pays her assistant a high salary, but her corresponding requirements are also very demanding. However, in her eyes, those are just her normal needs. She usually doesn't make phone calls because calls can easily be recorded, which is troublesome for celebrities in many ways. But she was a little angry because the assistant didn't reply to her message for a long time, so she couldn't help but call him. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Xia Yida put down her phone angrily. It wasn't that late, and she turned it off. Eating nutritious meals for a long time made her a little irritable. At this time, she kept imagining the taste of those delicious, nutritious, and low-calorie foods, especially late at night, when this desire was particularly strong. From childhood to adulthood, whatever I want, I can get it immediately. But now she is not used to it. Jingle. The doorbell rang, and Xia Yida was a little surprised. Not many people knew this address, and she just happened to live here. She also had other properties. And it's already late, who could it be? Xia Yida didn't want to answer rashly, and didn't want to reveal her address even at the moment. She came to the LCD screen in front of the door and saw a man dressed as a security guard outside the door, holding a knife in his hand. Miss Xia, I know you are at home. There are zombies wandering around this floor. It's very unsafe. Please open the door. Pa pa pa. Seeing that Xia Yida didn't open the door, the security guard knocked hard on the door. He has liked Xia Yida for a long time, and he fell deeply in love with her since the first movie she made. They also studied the videos and photos posted by Xia Yida on various social media platforms frame by frame, constantly zooming in on the background behind her, looking for various clues. Finally, he set his sights on the Jinlutai residential complex and applied to be a security guard there for Xia Yida. Even though she sometimes wore sunglasses and a mask without makeup, he could still recognize her at a glance. Based on the surveillance footage, they determined her building number, and based on the lights that came on when she went upstairs at night, they determined her house number. Every time she passed by, I would greet her enthusiastically. In order to prevent her from becoming suspicious, I greeted every owner and actually won the favor of many owners. He always considers everything for her. He thinks his love is great and selfless. No one in the world loves her more than him, and no one has given so much for her. One day when she went out, a gust of wind blew off her mask, and it fell in front of the sentry box. But she didn't pick it up. She walked out of the community and got into the car. She must have left the mask for herself on purpose. After she left, the security guard picked up the mask on the ground, greedily put it in front of his nose, and took a deep breath. This is the happiness that goes both ways. In this apocalypse, he was sure that Xia Yida had entered the residential complex and never came out. He checked the surveillance footage of the building and found that Xia Yida had been staying at home during this period. Living alone in such an apocalypse, she must be extremely scared. She is such a frail woman. She must be looking forward to her own protection. In this apocalypse, he should have broken the window paper between the two of them. The reason why he didn't express it before was because he was afraid that he would cause trouble to her career. He always stands in her shoes and thinks for her, and he feels that he loves her more than he loves himself. And now, order is about to collapse, and she doesn't have to think about her career. What she needs now is myself. It's time to stand up from behind her, let her feel the efforts I have made for so long, and let her be the happiest woman to be nourished by love. Yida, don't be afraid, it's me. Open the door, and I'll protect you. Pa pa pa. Zaida began to get scared. She saw the security guard staring at the peephole on the door with bloodshot eyes, banging on the door and trying to observe the situation inside through the peephole. As if he had lost his patience, the security guard raised the knife in his hand and chopped the smart lock again and again. The image on the LCD screen blurred and disappeared, and Xia Yida began to panic. The thin girl took great effort to move the sofa to the door, but it was obviously of no use. Likes minimalist decoration style, and her home is very spacious, with no place to hide. She ran around the house like a headless fly and went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, but she knew she was no match for the man outside the door. A flash of white light passed by. Oh, Xia Yida screamed in surprise. Yida, I heard you. Don't be afraid. Open the door. Dang dang dang. The smart lock was hit again and again, and it seemed that it could not hold on for long. Chapter 86 Goddess of Luck. Ji Chuan felt an unfamiliar scream. There were many female members in the base, but who did that faint scream just now come from? Why is there such a loud noise? It seems like there is a strange male voice. Ji Chuan frowned and listened carefully in the illusion. Could it be that someone was invading the stronghold? Shin Mingting and Xia Yiqing are both here. Can anyone do it? Xia Yida was anxiously looking for a hiding place at home, but she saw a flash of white light and a man lying on the floor in the corridor. Is he a Seising fan? Or an accomplice? Xia Yida couldn't understand how this person got in when the outer door hadn't been broken open yet. He looked like he was asleep, lying on the ground motionless. His skin was the kind of fair skin that Xia Yida envied very much. Xia Yida even wanted to ask him for his skincare secrets. The person on the ground is more handsome than many male celebrities. Xia Yida feels that such a person should not be a Seising fan. This is how the world is. Even if the other person appears in your home, you can forgive him or her if he or she is too good-looking. She bravely stepped closer and carefully kicked the man's strong leg with her foot. Why is he so cold? Xia Yida mustered up the courage to step forward and squat down, carefully reaching her hand towards Ji Chuan's nose. No breathing. Xia Yida was startled and quickly pulled her hand back, but she thought that it might be because she was weak and her breathing was so small that she didn't notice it. She lay on Ji Chuan's chest, which was thick and cold, but there was no heartbeat inside. Xia Yida covered her mouth and quickly stepped back. The handsome guy in front of her turned out to be a dead man. Why would a dead person appear in my own home? There was a loud banging sound coming from the door behind her. Xia Yida, who was lying on the ground, began to tremble and finally started to get scared. The current world is so scary, and she began to understand why her assistant didn't reply to her messages for a whole day. I'm afraid that after the door is broken, I will never be able to go back. Bang! The door lock fell to the ground, and a hand reached in and opened the door from the inside. The security guard easily pushed away the sofa on the ground and saw Xia Yida slumped on the ground holding a knife against him, but he was not afraid. A smile appeared on his face. Yida, why didn't you open the door for me at home? We can finally be together. He walked straight forward, and Xia Yida's hands holding the knife began to tremble. Don't come over. Don't come over. The security guard didn't stop, but the smile on his face disappeared as he got closer. He saw a man lying in the corridor. Who is he? And why is he in your house? The security guard suddenly exerted force, as if accompanied by great anger, and swung the knife in his hand towards Xia Yida's knife with great force. The impact force easily knocked Xia Yida's knife to the ground. The security guard pulled Xia Yida's hair with one hand. Bitch! How dare you hide a man behind my back? Xia Yida cried and protected her hair with her hands, but was kicked in the abdomen by the man. He was like a paper man and started to retch after being kicked like this. The extreme pain almost made him faint. Since he didn't eat anything, he just vomited some gastric juice. Seeing Zaida's painful expression, the security guard's expression began to become distressed again. He put down the knife in his hand and pinched Zaida's chin with his other hand. I love you so much and have given so much for you. Why would you do something that would let me down? Xia Yida wanted to shout for help, but after the kick just now, she just wanted to kneel on the ground and let herself be beaten by the security guard in front of her. The security guard dragged her into the room. No matter how hard Zaida struggled, she was just as strong as a child in front of him. Please let me go. Xia Yida begged for mercy with all her might, tears streaming down her face. I have never been good at crying scenes, but at that moment I felt extremely desperate and tears couldn't stop falling. You're playing hard to get, aren't you? You've really put in a lot of effort to please me. The security guard's expression revealed a bit of madness. He pressed Xiaoyida's hands hard on the bed, admiring her from such a close distance. He couldn't help but sigh that even though her expression was painful, it was still so beautiful. He was grateful for this end of the world, which allowed his emotions to finally be released. The top star Xiaoyida was now right under him. She was begging him to let her go. It was just a little trick to spice things up. He had read many novels and knew that women all liked domineering men. As long as I really get her, she will never be able to leave me. Help! Help! Ugh! Another slap hit her face, and Xiaoyida felt stars in her eyes. She had never been treated so rudely before, and she was scared to death. The eldest lady, who was indifferent to worldly affairs and looked down upon everything, was now the most pitiful mortal in the world. Stop struggling. I'll lose my patience if you continue. I've had enough of your little tricks. The man's voice was full of anger and warning. Xiaoyida didn't dare to say anything. Tears flowed down her face, wetting the entire bed sheet behind her head. Xiaoyida's eyes were full of despair, and she even prayed that she could die quickly. The look of despair gradually turned into horror. Seeing the change in Xiaoyida's expression, the security guard smiled confidently. You've never seen one this big, right? Just bear with it. But the next second, a shadow spike shot out from his forehead, and the security guard fell down naked. Oh! Xiaoyida wanted to scream, but found that her voice was a little hoarse. The cold corpse was standing in front of him. Its eyes were scarlet, and it looked like a vampire. Jichuan looked at the person in front of him and the surrounding environment and felt a little strange. Why was he here? When I woke up, I saw this scene. Where is this? Jichuan's deep voice rang out, and Xiaoyida was a little stunned. The other party could speak. Was it a ghost? Could zombies speak? She looked at Jichuan warily and tidied up her messy clothes. This is my home. When the woman sat up and Jichuan saw her face clearly, he was very surprised. Isn't this Song Huai's goddess Xiaoyida? Are you Shada? Xiaoyida was a little shocked when she heard Jichuan's words. The person who knew her should be a human. She nodded, wiped the tears from her face, and always looked her best in front of her fans. What city is this? What day is it? New Jersey, December 28th. Jichuan was shocked. Why did he come so far away during this coma? And it had been 4 days since he fell into the coma, which was earlier than he expected to wake up. Oh, because the door of the room was open, the violent struggle and screams just now attracted the attention of the zombies, and she saw several zombies walking in. But the man in front of him didn't care. He waved his hand, and the zombies left the same way they came, even closing the unlocked door. How did he do it? Jichuan stared at Xiaoyida in a daze, not because she was beautiful. Instead, he looked at the crystal core in her brain, which was a color he had never seen before. A pink crystal core, goddess of luck. Chapter 87 Development Policy. A whole night has passed, and there is still no news about Jichuan. In the past, whether he was going out to collect supplies or crystal cores, Jichuan was very fast and would come back in half a day at most. He always pays attention to the situation in the stronghold, which is also the source of security for all members. As long as Jichuan is there, all difficult problems can be solved. But Jichuan's disappearance now is probably not just a simple going out. Xiaomei and Dazhuang also disappeared and seemed to have embarked on their own journey to find Jichuan. The members of the base must formulate future policies. Should he continue to look for Jichuan or quickly enter a state of independent development? We must prepare a survival plan for the long-term absence of the leader. Judging from the behavior of Dazhuang and Xiaomei, I'm afraid the leader is no longer in Jianghua City. Su Shun analyzed calmly, and everyone looked solemn. Then we must hurry out to search for supplies. Many supplies previously had no expiration date because of the leader's time-freezing ability, but only the leader can enter that space. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard Song Si's reminder. In order to preserve supplies to the maximum extent, a lot of supplies were placed in that space. This was also the reason why Jichuan would not be out for too long. Always pay attention to the needs of the base members and basically meet all of them. But Jichuan disappeared, and what should we do with the supplies? My daughter and I stockpiled a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. We have 5 freezers. The leader moved all those freezers back here and let us use them ourselves. But now everyone can use the supplies in the freezers before finding other supplies. Chen Yuru looked very haggard due to Tang Yu's coma and could not eat anything every day. Sushin nodded. Fortunately, we have these freezers. Combined with the hotel's existing small cold storage, we can store supplies normally. But supplies are becoming increasingly valuable. I'm afraid we need to set up a supply search team immediately. Otherwise, finding supplies will become more difficult with each passing day. Many areas have experienced water and power outages. Even if large supermarkets have a lot of supplies, many items that need to be refrigerated will easily deteriorate after the power outage. Collecting supplies every day is a race against time. I have space-related abilities, so I joined the supply collection team. Zhu Zhu raised her hand and said this. This was one of the few things she could do to help the stronghold. Except for the leader, everyone else will be attacked by zombies. We need someone with powerful superpowers to protect us. Let me do it. Xia Yiqing took the initiative to assume the responsibilities of captain of the material collection team. I can do it too. I'm very strong now. Lin Lulu raised her hand. She was in pretty good condition. Although the current situation was rather tricky, she always had a premonition that Ji Chuan would come back. She and Ji Chuan had been together for a long time, and Ji Chuan should not leave without saying goodbye. Then add me. If we encounter any emergency, my cards can help everyone save their lives. Song Xiai raised his hand. He was not at ease with other people going. Gu Yunqi was too gentle and lacked the ability to judge on the battlefield. If she really encountered danger, she might not be able to make the most correct response. Then the team is complete. It would be a bit crowded if we added one more person, and it wouldn't be convenient to use my powers in the middle of the back seat. Zhu Zhu, can you drive? Zhu Zhu nodded. My driving skills are pretty good. At work, when people don't want to go out on field trips, they usually let me do it. I also run errands for others all the time, so my driving skills are pretty good. Okay, you drive, and the 3 people with offensive skills can help you clean up the zombies while you drive. Su Shun had a clear idea and had already divided the work among the team collecting supplies. Next, we should determine the acting leader of the stronghold. Before Su Shun could finish speaking, Shin Mingting interrupted him. Shin Mingting was very excited after learning that Ji Chuan had disappeared, as if she had regained her freedom. So she tried to leave the base last night, but she couldn't move forward after going less than 20 meters. Then she found that Ji Chuan's orders were still in effect, and Ji Chuan was not dead. She had to fulfill her mission of guarding the stronghold and could not travel far. But even if she can't go out, it's easy for her to be the leader in this stronghold. Is there anyone who can fight better than her? Promotion is Shun Mengting's obsession, whether in the workplace or in her stronghold in the apocalypse. I think the acting leader needs the strongest person. I'd like to recommend myself. I'm supposed to be the best fighter in the stronghold. Shin Mingting raised her head proudly. Although the girl's height only reached the chins of other adults, the aura she exuded was very oppressive. Others don't know that she is actually a middle-aged aunt. Many people looked embarrassed. Lin Lulu sneered. The acting leader needs someone with a clear mind. If you become the leader, we might all end up working for the enemy. What did you say? Shin Mingting wanted to go berserk. No one had ever dared to mock her in person and expose her scars. She came forward confidently, but was subdued by her target and became a guard of the stronghold. Lin Lulu was not afraid of the powerful Shin Mingting, because Ji Chuan had already instructed Shin Mingting to protect the stronghold and not harm any members of the stronghold. I told you that you're not fit to be a leader. Even if you wanted to defeat the members of the stronghold by force, you wouldn't be able to do it. Qiu Xinshi, come here. Qiu Xinshi, who was suddenly called out, was frightened and asked, Sister Lulu, what are you calling me for? Why are you yelling sister? Because you're bigger than me. Do you believe she can't even beat you? Although Lin Lulu was talking to Qiu Xinshi, her eyes were always on Shin Mingting. Shin Mingting's eyes showed a hint of guilt. It turned out that Ji Chuan had already explained everything to them. Sister Lulu, I don't want to die. My special ability can only make her turn her back to me. Who can I beat? That's enough. Whoever wants to be the boss can be the boss. Shin Mingting turned away in anger. She originally wanted to become a leader, but for now she could only be the security guard of the stronghold. Any action that harmed the members of the stronghold was against Ji Chuan's orders. If she violated them, she would be retaliated, which would be very painful. I don't think it's necessary to elect an acting leader. The time-frozen area is still normal, which means our leader is still alive. He may have encountered some trouble and cannot return for the time being. During this period, we can discuss and resolve all major issues and determine the best solution based on everyone's ideas. After Su Shin finished speaking, everyone agreed. Right now, in addition to collecting supplies, we must continue to monitor the security of the base. The monitoring room will be divided into 2 groups, monitoring the entire base 24 hours a day. In case of danger, inform everyone promptly and try to resolve any unstable factors in advance to prevent damage to the stronghold's outer walls. Without the leader, no one can repair them. Before the supply team leaves, they must report to everyone. This is the time when the stronghold's combat power is at its weakest, so we must do a good job of defense. Next, let's confirm the material registration team. We need to organize the materials and make a plan for their use. We can't use them without restraint. Although no leader of the stronghold was chosen, Su Shin himself was a senior executive of the hotel, and his allocation of personnel was very reasonable. Everyone listened carefully to Su Shin's arrangements. On the first morning after Jichuan disappeared, the basic plan for the continued development of the base was formulated. Chapter 88. Oh no, it's a new pervert. Last night was the best night of sleep Li Jingru had ever had. He hadn't slept soundly for a long time. All the unexpected factors in Jianghua City originated from number 1, and this hot potato is now gone. He didn't know where he was transferred to, but Jianghua City was now dominated by the base of Superpowers. When He reported to me last night that the transfer was successful, I was more excited than when my son received his college admission letter. Although the realization of star vision is very intuitive, he still needs to test it to ensure that everything is foolproof. You can first let those who have the ability to protect themselves explore from the outskirts of the galaxy area. In fact, he wanted Cui Zixuan to go because she had a strong ability to hide and protect herself, but it was said that Cui Zixuan was sick and in a very bad mental state, so he let her go this time. In the conference room, Li Jingru smiled, a rare sight. Everyone, star vision was successfully activated last night. We finally moved number 1 away. Chenong, your suggestion is very good. Chen Eng's young face showed a smile after being praised. This is good for the people of Jianghua City, thanks to He Lei's ability. Li Jingru nodded, then his expression became serious. Although number 1 has been transferred, we still need to go to Awakens to investigate and see the positions of Shun Mengting, Xia Yiqing, and Song Xiai. Perhaps they are under a higher level of mental control. Minister Qin should pay attention to the information of members who have been able to break free from control. Also, although I've already emphasized this to everyone, I still need to repeat it. We don't know where number 1 has been relocated to. We will remain confidential regarding the function of star vision and the relocation plan for number 1. I hope everyone understands the importance of this matter. They are all smart people, and only these few people knew about this matter from beginning to end. If transfer plan number 1 is revealed to other cities, the Jianghua City psychic base will definitely cause dissatisfaction in other cities, and it will be difficult to seek help when encountering trouble in the future. Moreover, the new city where number 1 is located may need to constantly inquire about number 1's information from Jianghua City, because Jianghua City has experience in dealing with number 1. Not only will it not feel dissatisfied with Jianghua City, it will also owe Jianghua City a favor. Just make sure you don't know why number 1 went to the other city. If the role of star vision were to be leaked, it would likely be taken away by superiors, and Li Jingru did not want to give this trump card away. Not only because he can provide continuous supplies to the base, but also because Jianghua City has the means to deal with difficult situations like number 1. This kind of ability is irreplaceable anywhere, and He Lei's information must be kept absolutely confidential. During the meeting, Li Jingru arranged an exploration method from the outside to the inside, gradually ensuring the safety of entry into the galaxy area. Everyone agreed with this method. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Although number 1 did not show the ability to move long distances, it could not be ruled out that he might have similar abilities. The Jianghua City superpower base is thriving. Only the former team members are mourning the 4 captains. The structure of the combat team will change, and those team members will rejoin the team. Master, I sensed a faint crystal core spirit in him. He should not be as fully awakened as I am. It was Xiao Hei's voice. Ji Chuan looked at the only holder of a single-color crystal core he had met so far, Xia Yida, the lucky goddess of the pink crystal core. She is a first-line star, with an ethnic minority appearance that exudes exotic charm. Her facial features on the screen are very three-dimensional and full of aura. She is also very beautiful in person, but Ji Chuan did not expect that she would be so thin. In reality, he looks like a paper man, but he is plump where he should be plump. Although Xia Yida looked disheveled, her beauty as a first-line star was unreal, comparable to the perfect modeling in the game. How do you use your special ability? Ji Chuan was a little curious about what the goddess of luck was. Just now, a security guard with a green crystal core of the power system was able to easily subdue her. It seemed that her ability could not be used for attack. Superpowers? What superpowers? Is what they say on the internet true? Xia Yida had seen netizens discussing superpowers online, but she simply thought it was a plot setting for a film or TV series and did not take it seriously. She just lived an ordinary life. Having grown up in a good financial situation, she could not understand many things and did not care about them. For example, Crazy Thursday, How to Get a Ride, Pink Sixy, Pinhea Fan. Those are areas that are not involved in your life, so there is no need for you to understand them. So when she saw the news about superpowers, she just thought it was content that had nothing to do with her life, and there was no need for her to master it. Ji Chuan had a headache. It seemed that she had not paid attention to her special abilities. It was very likely that her special abilities did not show very obvious signs like Guyunshi's. But Ji-chuan had a rough guess that his transfer here might be related to Xiaoyida. If I hadn't come, Xiaoyida might have been killed by this security guard. Being rescued in such a situation can be considered a blessing from the goddess of luck. However, Ji-chuan was very curious about the extent of the other party's supernatural powers. I want to do an experiment. Ji-chuan's cold and low voice sounded, and Xiaoyida had a bad premonition. What are you up to? Under Xiaoyida's horrified gaze, she was pulled to the balcony by Ji-chuan. The security guard just now was very strong, but Ji-chuan in front of her felt like a crane, with a pulling force beyond the scope of human beings. Look how lucky you are. Before Xiaoyida could react, she had been thrown out of the guardrail by Ji-chuan. You have to know that this is the 28th floor, very close to the top floor. Falling from this height will undoubtedly kill her. But what surprised her was that Ji-chuan was right next to her, even though she was clearly falling. This person was actually falling just as fast as me. But why was his expression so calm, and his posture so straight? Xiaoyida was desperate. It seemed that this handsome guy was also a pervert. The security guard wanted to get me, and this guy actually wanted to die with me. It seems that he is also a fan who loves me to the core. Sure enough, beauty is a mistake that makes people want to commit crimes. At this time, Xiaoyida regretted that she was so beautiful and just wanted to be rich in her next life. Oh. Xiaoyida thought she had fallen to the ground because she felt a touch on her back, but it was not a piercing pain. As soon as it fell to the first floor, the family's awning actually popped open. Since there was a large yard on the first floor, the owner installed a large awning so that they could cool off in the yard in the summer. It was clearly in the retracted state just now, but it happened to pop out when Xiaoyida was about to land. Here are not short of money. In order to ensure durability and beauty, they chose very expensive materials. They are light, soft, and elastic, like a huge air cushion. Xiaoyida even felt that her body sank into the awning and was gently bounced up. He fell from the 28th floor and only suffered minor scratches. Even without the awning, Ji-chuan could have pulled her up before landing. Ji-chuan narrowed his eyes. Is this the power of the unicolor crystal core? How can someone be so lucky? Could it be that he has gained the ability to be immortal in disguise? Chapter 89 Keen Perception. Before Xiaoyida could react, she was flying towards the 28th floor. I felt an icy touch on my arms. This man was actually flying with me. What's going on? This man has the ability to fly. After returning to the room, Xiaoyida gasped for breath, staring at Ji-chuan in horror, with fine beads of cold sweat oozing from her forehead. In this short period of time, she felt like she had experienced death 3 times. Flying in the air with Ji-chuan is more exciting than riding a bungee jumping machine. Not to mention jumping off a building. She didn't even dare to bungee jump. Unexpectedly, she only suffered minor injuries after falling from the 28th floor. She felt very tired, perhaps because it was late at night, or perhaps because she had experienced too much excitement in a short period of time. Your ability is just luck. I showed up here to save you. You didn't die from jumping off the building just now. It should be your ability at work. Ji-chuan felt that Xiaoyida's energy had obviously decreased. It seemed that avoiding death would consume a lot of energy. But if she gets the crystal core energy, she might become the most difficult target to kill. Ji-chuan was considering whether to deal with her directly, but when this thought came to his mind, Xiaohei gave a warning. Master, please don't. I can sense the threat she poses to me. If you take action, you might encounter an unexpected situation, such as attracting a more powerful person to rescue her, or getting hurt by some coincidence. Ji-chuan also remembered the look of Song Huai looking at Xiaoyida infatuatedly, and sighed. After waking up this time, Ji-chuan had clearly felt the changes in himself, and he became more indifferent. He threw Xiaoyida off the building for the purpose of experiment, and even wanted to kill her after learning how powerful she was. Before this, Ji-chuan had no intention of killing innocent people. It may be due to the repeated provocations of human beings and the step-by-step pressure from the other side when they want to coexist peacefully. After hurting his own kind, he turned right into wrong and turned the blame on himself. In the metal field, the human captain said to himself that because he was a zombie, no matter what he did, he would be a monster, and humans were destined to destroy him. They were the ones who hurt their companions and wanted to kill themselves. Shouldn't they be the monsters? This time when he woke up, Ji-chuan's human nature felt even scarcer. It's not that he felt sorry for Xiaoyida's situation, but that if he followed Xiaohei's advice and insisted on trying to kill the person in front of him, he might put himself in danger. There was no need to take the risk, so Ji-chuan gave up his plan to taste the unique crystal core in front of him. You should get some rest. It's quite late today. Xiaoyida was very confused when she heard Ji-chuan's concern. Who on earth was this person? I thought he was a good person after he saved me, but he threw me off the building, saying he was doing an experiment. But he was indeed not dead. Could it be that he really had superpowers as he said? This is how I grew up. I was born into a very wealthy family, was extremely beautiful, and had a smooth career. It seemed that I could easily get whatever I wanted. I thought I relied on my own self-discipline and hard work, but now someone tells me that all that was just luck. But even if I were asked to go to sleep right now, who would dare to sleep? There was a naked corpse in the bedroom. After the epidemic, she would definitely sell the house and would never come here again. Xiaoyita did not answer, but looked at Ji Chuan with vigilance in her eyes. I won't hurt you. I can even make your situation safe. Since I can't kill it, it must stay by my side. The threat posed by the unique crystal core is too great, and it is very likely to become a strong person like me. Ji Chuan wanted to show his goodwill to Xiaoyita. Under Xiaoyita's horrified gaze, the naked security guard stood up, and Xiaoyita screamed and ran to the balcony. But Ji Chuan just pointed, and the security guard walked out of her house. Recalling the behavior of the zombies before, Xiaoyita found that these zombies seemed to obey the orders of the people in front of them. What the hell are you? There is no breathing or heartbeat. The body is cold, but it can speak, and the zombies obey his orders. What is this thing? I am a zombie who retains my consciousness. If you don't betray me, I won't hurt you. Ji Chuan came to the gate on his own. The gate, which was broken just now, became extremely strong after Ji Chuan's restoration. The unique metal texture was very artistic. Without waiting for Xiaoyita to answer, Ji Chuan flew away through the balcony. Xiaoyita slumped on the ground, thinking about Ji Chuan's words. A sentient zombie? What kind of abstract thing is that? Betrayal. If they have a relationship, then betrayal. If it weren't for his good looks, it would really sound like a pervert to say this. He said he could make his situation safe, that he did have the ability to protect himself, and that the zombies seemed to listen to him. It would be better to let him be my assistant. I can afford to pay him a high salary. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to go to Yongjing Pavilion to see if he could bring back some bird's nest. But will he come back? The house returned to peace, and Xiaoyita finally relaxed her tense nerves. Although what she had just experienced was very exciting, she felt that it should not make her so tired. It's more tiring than filming without sleep for 24 hours. She didn't even have the energy to wash up, and just fell asleep on the bed. She felt like her whole body was overdrawn. In the dark night, Ji Chuan came to the sky above the city. He found that his life perception could cover the entire city, and the processing speed became much faster, as if his brain had been upgraded. He was sensing the presence of the unique crystal core. He wanted to either recruit it or kill it. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. He has absorbed 9 red crystal cores, and now in his eyes, the mutants with red crystal cores are no longer a threat to him. After careful observation, he discovered that Xiaoyita was the only one in the entire city who had a single-color crystal core. The single-colored crystal core seemed extremely rare, and Ji Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. This was a good thing. Otherwise, he would be very worried that a strong man like himself would suddenly appear and stand in the human camp to attack him. The unique crystal core are extremely unpredictable. Who would have thought that it could continue to devour crystal cores to grow? He wanted to return to Jianghua City, where there was a group of loyal members waiting for his protection. But my flying speed is not that fast, and it will probably take 2 or 3 days to fly there. When he was still a human, long-distance flights gave Ji Chuan a headache, let alone a 2 or 3 day trip. And he didn't want Xiaoyita to fall into the hands of others, so he wanted to keep this unique crystal core with him to avoid any future trouble. If you fly with Xiaoyita for 2 or 3 days, you will probably be tortured to death. Now he needed to find someone who could fly a plane and take him and Xiaoyita away. Xiaoyita is very generous. Although Ji Chuan's parents are well-known investors, compared with Xiaoyita's family, she is just an ordinary person. Such stars probably have private jets, so there should be clues about the pilots. Ji Chuan planned to ask Xiaoyita after she woke up, and maybe he would find a chance to return to Jianghua City. After making this decision, Ji Chuan carefully felt the situation in Shinza City to see if there were any unexpected gains. He extended his perception, and at this moment he was like a signal tower, radiating his perception quickly to every corner of the city. The 9 new red crystal cores in his body made him feel that his energy was like a black hole, bottomless. A large number of high-level crystal cores gathered underground. Just as Ji Chuan expected, this city also had a base for psychics. They were unaware of their arrival. On the other side of the city, Ji Chuan discovered a special zombie, even though he was out of the zombie's perception range. But when Ji Chuan was sensing the nearby area, the other party still stopped and stared keenly in Ji Chuan's direction. Chapter 90 Tracking. Ji Chuan was a little curious about the sensitive zombie. Through possession, Ji Chuan discovered that the zombie was very special. His skin was smooth and intact like his own. If it weren't for his pair of black wings and a black tail, he would look very much like a human. A large number of zombies gathered near him, and the luster of all living things around him was dimmed by him. Even some of the corpses were slowly standing up from the ground, and it was obvious that killing these people had just been completed not long ago. Ji Chuan discovered another anomaly. Compared to ordinary zombies that treat humans as food, the corpses in front of him were very intact. The zombie had a faint smile on his face, as if he simply enjoyed killing. His eyes were gentle as he looked in the direction where Ji Chuan was emitting his perception. If it weren't for the blood on his face and body, he would look like an elegant young man in the wind. The smile on his face became more obvious, his black wings began to vibrate, and he flew up. Ji Chuan became even more curious about this zombie and kept an eye on his movements. Ho Jiqiang didn't care about the fatigue from consuming a lot of supernatural powers, and he kept running towards the base. Some zombies chased him for a short while before stopping and wandering around. It was because of his special ability, faking death, that the zombies lost interest in him. His special powers do not provide any means of attack, so he can only serve as a member of the Shinza City Supply Search Team, risking his life and using his special powers to avoid zombies and transport supplies surrounded by zombies. That was his only value to the base. As usual, they followed the team to collect supplies in the city. Normally, they should have returned at night, but they found the warehouse of a small supermarket. Supplies in the apocalypse were like gold, and they were spontaneously transported in batches. The Shinza City Superpower base is very strict and will be distributed proportionally based on each person's labor. If they move all the materials in this warehouse, their team will not have to go out for nearly a month. They were originally some members with useless superpowers. They took great risks and did heavy work just to have a place to sleep peacefully in the end times. If we work harder, it will be hard to find such a complete warehouse. If we don't finish moving it today, someone will probably find it tomorrow. Yeah, that's all thanks to our team having a dog nose. Go to hell, move quickly. It will be completely dark soon and we won't be able to see the zombies clearly. Didn't Combat Team 9 just report and clear this area yesterday? I don't think there's any danger around here. That's not possible. What's wrong? Lao Lu, why don't you finish what you're saying? Bang! The supply box in his hand fell to the ground, and the man stared blankly at his teammate lying in a pool of blood. A young man with wings was looking at him with a smile. If it weren't for the blood still dripping from his hands, everyone would have thought he was just a friendly passerby. What are you? But before he could react and finish his words, the smiling young man appeared beside him. Amidst the incredulous gazes, sharp claws pulled out his heart, and the sky fell completely dark. Ho Jiqiang used his special powers as soon as he sensed the danger. Since there were no zombies in the warehouse, he helped his teammates keep watch from the outside. However, he had no idea when this winged man appeared here. Sensing the danger, he quickly used his special powers. He pretended to be a zombie and kept moving away from here, ignoring the screams of his teammates. Even if he went over, he would die in vain. After making sure he was far enough, Ho Jiqiang started running quickly, running towards the base as fast as his life would allow. His supernatural power could not support his continuous use. He could clearly feel his body getting tired. He could only activate his supernatural power when he was about to be caught up by zombies. Ho Jiqiang felt like his heart was about to jump out. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He felt no guilt towards his teammates. They were just colleagues who had been temporarily established in the apocalypse. Adrenaline fueled his run back to the base, gasping for air and unable to speak. The guard quickly helped him over. There's a monster on Kuntong Street. He killed our entire team. Take a break and speak slowly. The guards didn't think it was anything serious. People died in the base every day and they were used to it. The material collection team is just a bunch of trash who can only do hard labor, and they don't care whether they live or die. To say that we encountered a monster was actually just a mutant. This bunch of trash can't defeat any mutants. The monsters in the eyes of the supply collection team are just poultry in the eyes of combat-type mutants like me. That monster has a pair of black wings and a black tail. He is a devil. Ho Jiqiang still felt a little scared when he recalled the way the devil killed people. However, the guards at the base mistook Ho Jiqiang's behavior for a stress response on the battlefield. After exchanging glances, they prepared to send him to the infirmary. How could a zombie have wings and a tail? There had never been such a precedent among mutants. Is this your base camp? Just as they were about to enter the base, a clear male voice sounded from the air. He slowly descended from the air, still with that warm smile on his face. That's him. That's the monster. Ho Jiqiang screamed in horror, wondering why this monster could appear here when he had been running all night. Did he let me go on purpose? Just to find out the location of the base? When this thought came to his mind, Ho Jiqiang felt cold all over. Because of excessive use of his supernatural powers, his body energy had long been exhausted. Also because his heart had been pierced, the blood in his body no longer circulated. Ho Jiqiang fell down with a look of horror on his face. This is punishment for running too slowly and making me wait too long. The young man gently shook off the blood on his hands, and it seemed that they were only stained with some dirty water. The guards did not dare to delay and hurriedly attacked the young man, but before they could raise their hands, they fell straight to the ground. The base's alarm sounded. Fu Qingyu quickly got up from his sleep. The alarm of the Shinza City psychic base had never sounded before. It seemed that the base was in big trouble. Chief, someone has attacked the base. 3 people have died so far. The combat forces are gathering quickly. How many people are there on the other side? Fu Qingyu was a little confused. Who was crazy? Attacking the base of the superpowers in the apocalypse. Did they want to occupy this place? One person, the other party has wings and a tail, and looks like a human. No, it's a zombie. The guard who died just now has turned into a zombie. After hearing the description of the surveillance footage by the security department, Fu Qingyu's pupils trembled and his mind quickly woke up from his sleep. It looks like a human, with wings and a tail. If it has wings, it should be able to fly. Is there a flying zombie in Zhonghua City? Could it be number 1? Is this possible? The 2 cities are so far apart. Could it be that a monster similar to number 1 has appeared in Shinza City? Fu Qingyu didn't dare to think about it too much. He hurriedly put on a coat and rushed to the monitoring room. Chapter 91, Ignored Warning. Team 15, safe. Team 9, safe. Team 21, safe. Team 17, safe. All received. Continue to advance towards Oligar. Ku Fan held the walkie-talkie nervously. Even though Li Jingru had told him that number 1 was no longer in Zhonghua City, he couldn't let go of his worry. Number 1's actions in the Galaxy District have become widely known. Nearly an elite team and 7 captains with special abilities died. No one wants to set foot in the Galaxy District. But Li Jingru ordered him, as the leader of the reconnaissance team, to lead several teams to conduct reconnaissance on Ligier. The superior's order could not be refused, so Ku Fan came here with gritted teeth. It is said that as long as they step into the Galaxy area, they will be discovered by number 1, so they only dare to approach gradually from the 4 directions outside. Fortunately, no abnormalities have been found so far. He really wanted to borrow Cui Zixuan, but Cui Zixuan looked very haggard, with visible dark circles under her eyes, and she was trembling all over, as if she was a little crazy. It is said that he has started taking antidepressants. There was no other way. Ku Fan could only choose 4 teams that had some self-protection capabilities, but could be abandoned. Once you encounter danger, you may die. He didn't want to pick those elite teams and let his reconnaissance team suffer heavy losses. The combat team has been severely damaged, and the reconnaissance team is already short of talent. It would be painful to sacrifice any good seedling. Although it is very unfair to the selected team, Ku Fan made the decision after weighing the pros and cons for a long time, and there is nothing fair about the current situation. Team leader, Team 21 has spotted the target's SUV. Shall we follow it? Make sure you haven't been spotted and follow them. Pay special attention to whether number 1, Xia Yiqing, and Song Xi are in the car. Receive. Without Jichuan's help, Xia Yiqing took on the main task of clearing the road. Zhu Zhu didn't drive the car too fast, because zombies kept rushing over. In order to prevent the road from being blocked by zombies, Xia Yiqing would cut them all in half and blow away all the body parts. Lin Lulu and Song Xi felt a little redundant. Their special abilities are of little use in such road conditions. Their target is clear: shopping malls and supermarkets where a large number of zombies gather. The remote convenience stores have long been divided up by the survivors, but in places where there are a large number of zombies, few people will venture there to explore. Song Xi frowned. He felt as if someone was watching them. He used all the ability-enhancing cards on himself, and his strength, perception, and speed far exceeded those of ordinary people. Song Xi didn't take the perceived gaze to heart. Xia Yiqing's current cool operation, coupled with the fact that a group of people were driving, was bound to attract other people's attention. It was probably just the survivors looking at him from behind the windows of the building. Team leader, Xia Yiqing has been spotted. Xia Yiqing is in a car with 4 other people. The backseat window is closed, so we can't see the others clearly. They are moving towards Thai Luxury Hotel. Keep following. Ku Fan remembered that number 1 took Captain Xia and Captain Song away by flying. Since they were traveling by car, number 1 should not be in the car. Number 1 might have really been transferred away. But what are Xia Yiqing and the others going out for? If number 1 is not in Zhonghua City, why doesn't Xia Yiqing return to the superpower base? The direction the car was heading was not towards the base. Captain, we're only a few blocks away. Shall we report in? Don't report, just stay where you are and let the other teams go first. When the members of Team 15 heard what their captain said, they immediately understood. They were extremely unwilling in their hearts, but they could not disobey the orders of their superiors. Although the captain tried his best to fight for it, team leader Kud did not agree. The first team to approach Oliger was undoubtedly the most dangerous, but fortunately their captain did not blindly perform his duties. A few people just waited quietly for the voices of other groups to come from the intercom. Team leader, Team 9 is 1 kilometer from the target. No abnormalities have been detected. Should we continue forward? Advance, and retreat immediately if you encounter danger. Team 15 felt relieved after hearing the conversation on the walkie-talkie. Fortunately, the other teams didn't have so many thoughts. It's impossible for them to retreat when they encounter danger. 7 special-powered people died there, and the strongest captain surrendered. Letting them retreat when they encounter danger. Who do they think they are? Who would do mine-clearing work in a reconnaissance team if they have the ability to escape unscathed? After receiving a positive response, the captain of Team 9 exchanged glances with his teammates and continued to move forward. The towering metal gate has come into their sight. The Oliger not far away is like a medieval metal fortress, mysterious and majestic, making them feel a strong sense of oppression. He turned on the intercom so that he could communicate with others immediately if there was any danger. Around Oliger, and the streets were littered with minced meat and body parts. The stench of decay mixed with the strong smell of blood made the atmosphere during the day terrifying. The members of Team 9 encouraged each other as they moved forward. Since their superiors said that number 1 had left, the base should be just an empty shell and there would be no danger. They comforted themselves, but they didn't expect that the team farthest away from Oliger was the first to arrive. It seems that their road conditions are the best, and the other teams may have encountered some troubles. Just as they were approaching the hotel to figure out how to get in, they saw someone squatting at the door. She was a girl with a bun on her head. Due to her petite figure and squatting posture, she was not very noticeable. She was staring at them, unable to tell the girl's emotions. "Little boy, what are you doing here? I should have warned the people at the base not to go near here. Blame that woman for not telling you." Before the captain of Team 9 could react to what the girl meant, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. The scream did not last long before everyone fell down. Countless steel needles grew out of their bodies, and they died in a miserable state. The walkie-talkie fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Team 9? Team 9, please reply if you have any information. When the members of Team 15 heard the voice on the intercom, they felt cold sweat on their backs. Withdraw. After hearing the captain's order, Team 15 did not hesitate at all and hurried back the same way. When the captain of Team 15 received this task, he felt it was extremely dangerous and had no right to refuse, but that did not mean he had to maintain normal efficiency. Since we have selected 4 teams, what's the problem if our team just moves a little slower? The more risks you take now, the greater the risk of death. It is better to leave the opportunity to make mistakes with your life to others. When Kofan heard such conversation and screams, he was stunned. Although he knew that this trip might be dangerous, he didn't expect to actually witness the death of a group of people. Wasn't number 1 already moved away? Then who attacked them? A child? A girl's voice? A warning? Kofan was confused. His superiors didn't tell him not to get close to Ligier. Didn't anyone warn him? Are they deliberately sending them to their deaths in order to investigate the situation? Kofan gritted his teeth and said, "Other teams, retreat." Chapter 92, Acting Crazy and Stupid. Cui Zixuan was facing the mirror in the room, carefully sweeping the area around her eyes with a makeup brush. She was carefully designing a haggard look for herself. She discovered that her special ability was a curse to herself. All dangerous jobs come to her, and all teams that need to go on dangerous missions come to her to borrow people. It was scary enough to face Ji Chuan several times in a row, and last time I had to face that crazy woman Shin Mengting. That crazy woman called herself a waste right in front of her, so Cui Zixuan took the warning from Shin Mengting, a person with a bad temper, very seriously. The other party said that they would kill anyone who got close to Oliger, and she believed it without a doubt. She had reported the matter to her superiors truthfully. She has no control over what decisions her superiors make, but she just wants to save her own life. It seemed that showing weakness was not working, so Cui Zixuan thought of pretending to be crazy. She had thick dark circles under her eyes, and whenever she walked around the base, she would scare others, who would think that zombies had sneaked into the base like before. She also pretended to be startled and acted very frightened and timid. Everyone who saw Cui Zixuan felt that she had suffered a serious shock, which was exactly what Cui Zixuan wanted. As expected, she hadn't been assigned any dangerous missions recently, and she had found the secret to surviving safely in the base. Chui Zixuan in the mirror revealed a smug smile. I'm such a genius. She looked at her exaggeratedly haggard face in the mirror and marveled at her superb makeup skills. He put on all kinds of crazy and stupid expressions and prepared to deepen more people's sympathy for him through hard training. Mission accomplished. Act crazy every day and all your worries will go away. Oh ho ho ho. It was time for dinner. Chui Zixuan took a deep breath to adjust herself and went to the cafeteria. Even though I hide in my room most of the time, I still have to eat. The girl nudged the person next to her and said, Look, I heard she got frightened after a few missions in a row and went crazy. Seeing Chui Zixuan, people in the cafeteria kept whispering gossip. Chui Zixuan lowered her head and glanced around carefully while eating, as if she was on guard against something. There was no one around her, and others were afraid that Chui Zixuan would go crazy and hurt them. A figure sat opposite her. It was Sun Tao. He lowered his head to eat, but spoke in a low voice. Zixuan, you're exaggerating too much. You're acting like a moron. Chui Zixuan didn't even look up and bit her back teeth. What do you know? I was acting based on a crazy kid from my elementary school. Are you sure this will really work? How are you going to live in the future? Chui Zixuan is really outspoken, but Sun Tao just thinks Chui Zixuan is funny and doesn't care about other people's opinions. I have to survive first. Team 9 is dead. If I don't go crazy, I'll be the one to die on this mission. Yes, you are the smartest. You don't have to worry about others when you are so crazy. I only want you. Dang. Sun Tao's words touched the soft spot in Chui Zixuan's heart, and the steel spoon in her hand fell to the table. ABA, don't come over here. Chui Zixuan took advantage of this action and quickly acted out in the cafeteria, acting like a frightened Kuyun. Everyone looked at Chui Zixuan with disgust, and then cast sympathetic glances at Sun Tao in front of her. The former captain is dead and teammates have gone crazy. How painful it must be. Although Sun Tao liked Chui Zixuan, he was also embarrassed by her brutal behavior. He lowered his head and blushed, quickly shoveling the food into his mouth, trying to escape from this place of trouble. Xiao Dixing stared at Chui Zixuan in the corner, not knowing what she was thinking. He put down his plate and came to the door of the leader's private room in the cafeteria. Dong dong dong. Come in. Li Jingru, who was eating, saw Xiao Dixing coming and motioned him to sit down. What's wrong, Dr. Xiao? I want to be with you personally. Who? Li Jingru was a little puzzled. If the scientific research center was short of people, they could directly ask Chunong for suitable people. If they were short of materials and equipment, they could ask Jiang Zhilan for coordination. Why would they ask him at this time? Chui Zixuan. She's gone mad, and she probably can't go on the mission anymore. Li Jingru frowned slightly. Is he really that crazy? You can take a look now. Li Jingru followed Xiao Dixing's gaze to the window of the private room and saw Chui Zixuan making strange movements in the cafeteria, as if she had seen something scary. Everyone looked in her direction, even scaring away some timid girls. Her face was also terrifying, like a zombie that had been transformed for a week, without a trace of blood on it. Li Jingru sighed, understood what Xiao Dixing wanted him to do, and nodded. Such a person cannot go on missions, and will also threaten others if he goes crazy. Although it's a pity that she has special powers, a crazy person is equivalent to having no special powers, so there is no other way but to deal with it this way. Thank you, Chief. I won't disturb your meal then. Xiao Dixing walked out of the private room and looked at Chui Zixuan with a sinister smile. Ji Chuan felt that this zombie was really reckless, and out of curiosity about him, he observed his movements all the way. But they found that he followed them all the way to the superpower base in Shinza City and started slaughtering them directly. Ji Chuan, who has the ability to sense life, knows that there are quite a lot of red crystal cores in this base, and since it is late at night, almost all the team members are there. Although his attack caught the base off guard, it was only a matter of time before those experts would come up to support him, and they would be there soon. He flew towards the base while observing. This zombie was quite special, and he wanted to find out what this zombie was going to do. The few people who had just been killed slowly stood up, their eyes empty as they stood there. As the alarm continued to sound, a large number of armed personnel poured out of the base. In an instant, the battlefield was lit up and the night became bright. All kinds of superpowers hit the zombies in the air, but the young zombie kept a calm expression. He commanded the zombies under his feet while launching attacks on humans. His attacks were brutal and deadly. He was like an automatic chasing bullet, moving freely among the crowd and killing people. The bodies became fewer and fewer as they gradually stood up and became zombie puppets. Combat troops should not let ordinary members go out to die. Looking at the surveillance footage, Fu Qingyu called a halt urgently, as ordinary combat team members posed no threat to this zombie. If this continues, it will only create a large army of zombies at the entrance of the base, and going out will be a problem. It's a speed mutant, capable of flight and immense strength, capable of piercing through human bodies at high speed. Shirkai and Zhangtai, you two must engage them immediately, while Yi Yue stands by for support. Captain, be prepared and guard the entrance to the base. No zombies can enter. Qilin, please clean up the dead bodies in a timely manner. Unrelated personnel above the -3rd floor must quickly enter the -4th floor. Fu Qingyu quickly directed everyone's actions. From observing the screen, this might be the strongest mutant they had ever encountered, and the other party was intelligent and knew that this was their base camp. What is the purpose of this zombie? Why does he want to kill everyone in the base single-handedly? Although there are many special-level psychics in the base, Fu Qingyu still feels that the situation ahead is extremely dangerous, and a bad premonition is spreading in his heart. Chapter 93, A Smile from the Strong. Damn it, he's causing trouble right after I fell asleep. He must be tired of living. Shirkai angrily got up from the bed and rushed directly to the ground, without even putting on his clothes. It is probably rare in the whole country that a speed-type mutant dares to challenge the psychic base like this. The psychic base is relatively hidden, and there are barriers set up by psychics around it to block out smells and sounds, so few zombies will find this place. Even if zombies come, they will be killed instantly by the guards. But Shirkai was too lazy to think about how this mutant was found. If it was a mutant of speed or strength, it would not be his opponent. He wanted to finish the task quickly and come back to catch up on some sleep, as he had a new task to do early tomorrow morning. Hey, Team Stone. Seeing Shirkai entering the elevator with his upper body naked, Yi Yue shyly looked away. I didn't wear it because the situation was too urgent. I'll be fighting soon. No, it's okay. I will fully support you later. A speed mutant is making such a big fuss. The leader is overdoing it. Shirkai was a carefree and straightforward person, so Yi Yue didn't respond when she heard his evaluation of the leader. The scene before us when we walked out of the base was extremely terrifying. Many former teammates just stood there with blank expressions, because they had turned into zombies who obeyed orders. The members of the base were waiting for Qilin to clean up the battlefield. He was the most powerful fire-type mutant in the base, and he could bring permanent peace to those familiar faces. A fierce battle was taking place in the sky, and Shirkai immediately prepared to join the battle upon seeing it. A slim-fitting mecha appeared on his body. He was shirtless just now, but now he looked like a robot. With a strong air pressure gushing out from under his feet, Shirkai flew quickly towards the battlefield in the air. Dodging Shirkai's laser sweep, the zombie curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. He quickly rushed to Shirkai and stabbed his sharp claws at Shirkai's chest, but there was a crisp dang sound. The mecha blocked the impact of the claws. Shirkai quickly raised his hand to fire a laser, but found that the zombie had already flown not far behind him. So fast. Shirkai was a little surprised. The attack and dodge just now seemed to have happened in an instant. Be careful, this thing is not easy to deal with. It's fast and fierce. There is a waterman in the sky. It is difficult to find his existence in the night sky without careful observation. Zhangtai merges into one with the night sky in the state of water. Seeing the mutant's attack method, Fu Qingyu sent Shirkai and Zhangtai as the main force to target it. Both of them have the ability to fight in the air. Shirkai's special ability, Battle Mech, allows him to wear very hard armor that can almost withstand most physical attacks. Zhangtai's, Xian Shui, can transform himself into water, and physical attacks are almost ineffective against him in the water state. So what if he's cruel? He can't hurt us. Shirkai aimed at the zombies and fired lasers and bullets continuously, but the zombies were extremely agile, and he didn't even cause a scratch. This zombie has an absolute advantage in speed. Although both of them can take off into the air, their speed of movement in the air is not on the same level as the zombie in front of them. Zhangtai raised his hand, and countless water droplets condensed in the air and flew towards the zombies. Although they didn't seem to have any power, the water droplets produced an explosion-like sound when they collided. However, the zombie's movement was faster than Zhangtai's aim. He seemed like a lord in the sky, changing his position in front of the two of them with his extraordinary reaction speed and flexible body. He actually smiled and imitated Shirkai's words. What's the use of attacking? You can't hit me. It seemed as if it discovered that its sharp claws could not hurt the two of them. The zombie held his palms outstretched at his sides. What is he doing? Shirkai stared at the zombie in front of him, but he didn't move. In his hands, Zhangtai discovered a clue. There was a spherical object in the zombie's hand. The sphere was slowly getting bigger. Because the spherical object was very dark in color, it was difficult to observe in the dark. The reason why this spherical object became larger was actually due to the zombies on the ground. It's blood. It's gathering the blood of the zombies on the ground. Zhang Tai saw a steady stream of blood beads rising from the ground and gathering in the zombie's hands. Although he didn't understand what he was going to do, he had a bad feeling. The speed at which blood cells grow larger continues to accelerate. Qi Lin was just about to clean up the battlefield when he found that the zombies seemed to have become much less active and their movements had become slower. Their blood actually kept flowing into the sky from their wounds, and their bodies were visibly shriveling. Shirkai and Zhang Tai did not dare to stop their attack, but the zombies in front of them were like ghosts, and it was difficult to even catch their afterimages. It's time to end the warm-up. As the clear male voice ended, the blood ball exploded instantly. The blood flew towards the two of them like a swarm of flying insects. Shirkai raised his arms to shield himself. Although his body was covered in blood, he did not feel the pain as he had imagined. That's it. You're splashing water. Shirkai felt that his nervousness just now was a little ridiculous. He didn't expect that this move had no power at all. Zhang Tai was a little frightened because he found that his watery body had absorbed the blood, and he felt very uneasy. According to his experience, after he turned into water, the only powers that could affect him were electricity, ice, and space. I have fought against other types of abilities, but I have not yet encountered any that caused harm to me. The zombie's previous move would obviously have an effect on him, but what kind of effect would it have? Zhang Tai felt severe pain all over his body. His head started to feel confused, and his hydration state became extremely unstable. Starting from the limbs, a solid body gradually emerged, and the whole person fell from the sky. Shirkai quickly picked up Zhang Tai and flew to the ground, but Zhang Tai was no longer able to fight in the air. Yi Yue looked anxious and quickly ran over to treat Zhang Tai. But Zhang Tai's expression did not improve at all. Why is this happening? My treatment isn't working at all. Before Yi Yue could feel confused, Shirkai also realized something was wrong. Why did he taste blood in his mouth? Captain Shir, why is the blood on your body moving towards your head? Yi Yue was a little frightened when she saw this scene. The black blood seemed to have life, looking for the entrance to Shirkai's body. His mecha covered his entire body, but only his mouth and nose were exposed, and even his eyes were covered with curved mirrors. Blood has already entered Shirkai's mouth. Yi Yue wanted to continue trying the treatment, but she felt a huge pulling force on her arm. Go! It was Qi Lin. She had already realized the urgency of the situation. This strange attack method was difficult to defend against. The zombies in the sky just stared at them coldly, with a warm smile on their faces from beginning to end. That smile made Qi Lin feel terrified. It was the smile of an absolute strong man facing a weak man. He did not take advantage of their weakness to pursue them, which meant that he thought they were doomed to die. Once you're out, don't go back. The zombies that were in the air just now were now standing in front of them. Chapter 94. Xiao Shui wagging his tail. Qi Lin felt a chill in his heart, but without any hesitation, he released burning on the zombie in front of him. Unlike low-level fire-type psychics, Qi Lin does not need any initial gestures to release her abilities. The flames can be released directly by her consciousness. But the blood ball in the zombie's hand turned into a blood wall in an instant, as if he had seen through his attack and blocked it easily. Shirkai and Zhang Tai behind him kept wailing in pain. Their blood is constantly flying here. Hearing the screams of the two, Yi Yue covered her mouth and burst into tears. Unexpectedly, these powerful people would meet their own death tonight. Ji Chuan was very surprised at the performance of this zombie. This was the strongest zombie he had ever found. It was not at all disadvantaged when facing the 4 red crystal core mutants. It even became stronger as the battle went on. As more and more people died, Ji Chuan discovered that the energy emanating from this zombie was becoming more and more powerful. Is it related to the blood he collected? Such abilities and speed are probably the nightmare of many people. Through surveillance observation, Fu Qingyu has discovered the difficulty of the situation. This method of attack is like a virus. I am afraid that as long as it is stained with a little blood, it will become a plaything in the hands of this zombie. Don't provide support, keep the door closed. As Yi Yue watched in despair, there was no sign of any support from the base in front of her. She saw her blood flying in the air, like a rain of roses in the night. Chief, are you sure you want to launch it? Fu Qingyu nodded. After receiving the leader's affirmation, the old man behind him had shining eyes, his white beard began to rise, and a huge aura emanated from his body. Gradually, profound words appeared around him, as if some sacred ceremony was being performed. Ji Chuan discovered that the energy fluctuations in the base came from a red, nirvana, crystal core, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. He no longer hid. his body emerging from the darkness. Wong, I didn't expect to see you so soon. The zombie who was smiling just now was now full of surprise on his face. He knelt on one knee in the direction of Ji Chuan, looking extremely pious. There's no time left, get out of here. The zombie was stunned, but without any doubt, it flew away quickly. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and the dark power in the night was like a ghost's hand, quickly cutting out the crystal cores in the brains of the 4 corpses and transferring them into Ji Chuan's hands. Then Ji Chuan also disappeared, blended into the boundless night. The words in the air in the monitoring room gradually disappeared, and the light in the old man's eyes gradually dimmed. Ahem. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered backlash from stopping the activation of silence. Leader, I saw it. Help Mr. Qin to rest. Fu Qingyu's face turned pale. Who was that person just now? Why was the zombie so respectful to him and even called him king? What king? I must have heard it wrong. Why did he retreat? It was as if he knew they were going to launch the annihilation attack. Nirvana can only be activated 3 times. It locks onto a target within range and charges the power, and the target will die. However, the user will die after using it 3 times. Qin Ruishu also knew the consequences. He was already old, and he felt it was worth it to use his life to exchange for peace for his granddaughter in the end times. Only a few people knew why Fu Qingyu did not order support. He sacrificed the lives of several people outside the base in exchange for the safety of the entire base. The reason for closing the door tightly is probably to wait for Mr. Qin's special ability to be activated. There was no surveillance footage in the hall, and it was very quiet outside the base, as if everything that had just happened was just their illusion. Although they had never seen what silence looked like, such a powerful move should not be so silent. The target has disappeared. Starting tonight, we will increase the number of guards in the hall at night and reduce unnecessary outings. The base gates will be kept closed at all other times. After hearing Fu Qingyu's order, everyone was a little at a loss. The target just disappeared like that? How could such a monster appear in Shinza City? However, the gate of the base was closed, and those behind the gate did not know that Ji Chuan who appeared later was even more terrifying. The people in the hall felt tremendous pressure. With such a monster in Shinza City, would their lives be in danger when they went out in the future? But except for the captains of these combat teams who knew what happened tonight, the rest of the people were unaware. They just heard the alarm from the base. Now that the crisis is over, they will only think that the danger tonight has been resolved by the base, and they should have a good rest next. Fu Qingyu ordered the news to be blocked on the grounds of avoiding causing unnecessary panic, and to treat tonight's attack as just an ordinary mutant attack. Because if everyone were to be told about tonight's battle, I'm afraid all the teams would be unwilling to go out to work, and the base in Shinza City is very dependent on supplies found outside. He must quickly resolve this trouble. Back up tonight's surveillance video and notify the battle team leader and all team captains to hold a meeting tomorrow. Yes, such superpowers have never been seen before, so we must discuss a battle strategy. If there is really no other way, we can only use Qin Ruishu's special ability to deal with this monster. But could the monster's retreat tonight be a coincidence? Was it aware of Jaime's abilities? Then we have to think of a way to delay time, fight with the monster until Nirvana is successfully activated, and thus solve this problem. Ji Chuan looked at the zombie in front of him in the air. When he knelt down and called him king, Ji Chuan knew that it was another scattered subordinate. He looks just like a human, and is even quite handsome. You are Xiao Shuai. Thank you for the name, king. Xiao Shuai's tail was swinging rapidly. Why did you attack the mutant base? This is something Ji Chuan really wants to understand. When self-awareness awakened, I knew I was born to be your strength. The great king wants to destroy all humans, so I will be your vanguard in ruling the world. Tonight, I have found a human base and would like to start from there. However, I will retreat in compliance with your orders. I believe the king has your considerations. Ji Chuan was a little confused. When did he intend to wipe out all humans? To rule the world? Ahem, master, it's me. Xiao Hei's voice sounded embarrassedly. That's all my thinking. They were all born from the black crystal core. As you become stronger, the black crystal core can create powerful subordinates. I thought I could control you smoothly, but I failed. I can put my thoughts aside for now. You can command him freely. So that's how it is. These loyal subordinates were actually prepared by Xiao Hei. Dominating the world? Ji Chuan felt that such an exaggerated idea was possible. But there is no need to destroy all mankind. As long as Su Shun is here, those who come to him will not pose a threat to him, so there is no need to kill them. There's a very powerful psychic in that base. I just felt a death threat. If you had left any later, you might have died. Xiao Shuai's tail stopped wagging and stood up. It turned out that Wang's order was to save himself. Although he felt the energy fluctuations, he couldn't judge the power of the other party's supernatural power. He didn't expect Wang to be so perceptive, and his king could actually slow down his pace of conquering the world for a mere subordinate like him. The king he followed actually considered himself so important. It is the incompetence of my subordinates that has hindered the king's progress in conquering the world. Ji Chuan sighed. From now on, follow my orders. Some human abilities are still very dangerous. Yes. The king didn't blame himself. He was still worried about himself. Xiao Shuai's tail kept swinging, making a sound of air friction in the quiet night. Chapter 95. Shinza City won the jackpot. Captain, Reconnaissance Team 9 was wiped out after approaching Oligar. It was probably done by a girl. She said she warned that anyone who approached the base would be killed by her. Xia Yiqing was observed in the SUV leaving the base. There were 3 other people in the vehicle, but we couldn't identify them. Kufan was a little angry. Since a warning had been given, why hadn't they mentioned it to him? Was this to let the reconnaissance team come here to die on purpose? But Kufan didn't dare to say anything else, and that was all he could say. Okay, I got it. Li Jingru did not give any explanation, as the superiors would not care about such a small matter. The galaxy area can be explored, as long as you don't get close to Oligar. It seems that number 1 has really been transferred away. But what he didn't expect was that even though number 1 was not in Zhanghua City, Xia Yiqing, Shin Mingting, and the others still hadn't changed their stance. Did they do this spontaneously? Or would they remain in this state as long as number 1 survived? If those 2 people join forces and Song Ci is added, I'm afraid the Zhanghua City psychic base will still not be their match. But as long as number 1 is not there, everything is fine. After all, they have fought for humanity and don't look that scary. After understanding the situation, Li Jingru sent a message to the Ability Base Alliance that number 1 was suspected of leaving Zhanghua City. In this way, Zhanghua City has done what it should do, and there is no need to wait until other cities are hit before coming to hold them accountable. The leaders of all bases began to pay attention to this matter and looked up the information of number 1. At first they didn't care because it had nothing to do with their own city. They just needed to focus on their own city's affairs every day. A monster in another city would have no effect on them. But now the news from Zhanghua City exploded among the crowd like a time bomb. A zombie who faced 8 special-level psychics killed 7 of them effortlessly and made the strongest one surrender. Where is he now? Other people's questions very patiently. As long as the pain point is not on him, he can be as kind as he wants. Fu Qingyu's heart sank when he saw the news. As expected, number 1 was no longer in Zhanghua City. It was said that number 1 could fly and grow. So was it possible that he could grow wings? The video footage does not have a close-up shot, so the appearance of number 1 cannot be seen clearly, but he seems a bit like the person who appeared later last night. Fu Qingyu was a little scared. If the second person was number 1, then what was the first zombie? New Jersey City hit the jackpot. 2 mutants of that level. He sent a message in the group tremblingly. Number 1 is suspected to be in New Jersey City. New Jersey City has encountered a powerful mutant. Fu Qingyu thought about it and sent the surveillance footage from last night to the group. This isn't number 1. Li Jingru was a little disappointed when looking at the zombie in the video. Although this zombie also showed amazing destructive power, it was still far inferior to number 1. He announced the news in the hope of gaining the attention of other cities. If number 1 is thoroughly discovered and reported, he can be 100% sure that the transfer of number 1 is successful. Wait, this is number 1. Li Jingru was surprised to find that number 1 appeared in the last few seconds of the video. This is what Li Jingru wanted to see most, and a smile spread across his face. If I had known that I could get the information I wanted by waiting one more night, I wouldn't have sent the reconnaissance team to their deaths. But it's just a reconnaissance team, not a huge cost, and it's worthless compared to this exciting news. The danger in Zhanghua City has been lifted, and the target has been transferred to Shinza City. Inform all senior management of this news. All activities will proceed as normal, but please do not approach Aligier for the time being. Yes. Song Ci discovered that they were indeed being watched. Logically, they should not feel that gaze anymore after moving so far away. But Song Ci found that the gaze always came from one person and had not changed from such a distance. Someone is following us. Song Ci reminded everyone. It's the people from the psychic base. Who else would have such an idea? Xia Yiqing didn't take those people seriously. There were very few people in Zhanghua City's superpower base who could beat him, not to mention that he didn't contribute much in the usual competitions. It would be very dangerous if they attacked us while we were in the car. I'm not sure what kind of supernatural power they have. Can you determine the other party's direction? Yes, at the 7 o'clock direction. It's about 800 meters away from us. Xia Yiqing nodded and said, I'll leave Xiao Ci to you. I'll go meet them. Be careful. Don't worry. Zhu stopped the car, and Xia Yiqing rushed out quickly. His body was like a gust of wind, leaving only an afterimage. They stopped the car. What are they doing here? There's nothing around here. It seems like someone got off the bus just now. This team member's special ability is to see far away, as if he has a telescope. It is not very useful and can only serve in the reconnaissance team. Stop. The other party has parked. Don't approach. It's very strange. The car just sits there without any movement. What is the other party going to do? Are you from the reconnaissance team? Why are you following us? A familiar and handsome face appeared in everyone's sight. Xia, Captain Xia. Answer my question. Xia Yiqing pointed his finger at them, and the members of Team 21 instantly became scared. It was said that Xia Yiqing could make people explode instantly. Captain Xia, we only received orders from our superiors to investigate the whereabouts of you and Captain Song. We have no ill intentions. We dare not do it again. Yeah, Captain Xia, we can't do anything but scout. We really don't mean any harm. We're leaving now. Everyone stared at Xia Yiqing nervously, waiting for his response. Xia Yiqing sighed. Let's go, don't bother me. We also want the Ocean Supermarket and Thai Luxury Plaza. If someone comes to grab it, I don't mind fighting with them. Okay, Captain Xia, we'll definitely pass it on. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they met Xia Yiqing. Team 9 had been completely wiped out when they encountered Shin Mengting. They were still feeling lucky that they had followed the off-road vehicle and did not get into danger in Aoligia, but now they were discovered. But how they were discovered was always far away. I haven't heard that Xia Yiqing has a strong perception, otherwise his previous team wouldn't have been equipped with Yuan Sun, who has energy perception. I'm afraid Song Ci is also in the car. Song Ci has a strong sense of perception and ability to conceal his aura. Although the captain of Team 21's special abilities are relatively poor, his analytical skills are acceptable. He decided to report this speculation to the base, but their team would no longer take on the task of monitoring Captain Xia. Xia Yiqing returned to the car and said, "It's solved. They won't come again." Well done, silly boy. You're the only one who's smart. Xia Yiqing actually moved from the passenger seat to the back seat and prepared to pinch Song Ci's face. Song Ci's face was full of smiles. Lin Lulu looked at the two of them with a frown, but Zhu's face was very red and she didn't know what she was thinking. If you want to flirt, go back and fight. This hasn't completed the mission yet. Lin Lulu couldn't help it. The whole car was made noisy by these two people. When they heard Lin Lulu's words, their faces instantly turned red and the atmosphere became quiet. Flirting? What's the word for it? But how do you counter it? The car fell silent, with only the sounds of zombies exploding around it. Ahem, I told them that Ocean is ours. They probably won't come here to steal supplies. With Ocean Supermarket, our stronghold will be able to hold out for a while. Okay, let's come over here more often in the next few days. There aren't many places to store fresh food in the base, so try to get canned food. Several people nodded and prepared to empty Ocean within a few days. Chapter 96. Can you be my assistant? Are you awake? When that deep voice sounded, Xia Yida's brain started working in a second. She was so tired last night that she had no dreams. Even though it was almost noon, she still felt that she had not rested enough. The zombies in front of him undoubtedly proved that everything that happened last night was real. But there is a demon standing next to this zombie. It looks like a human, but has wings and a tail, and even though it smiles, it gives off an evil vibe. This is Xiao Shui, my subordinate. Seeing Xia Yida staring at Xiao Shui in horror, Ji Chuan gave a brief introduction. Hello, beautiful lady. In your absence, I will follow the king's instructions to keep you safe. She can actually speak and seems to have high emotional intelligence. This zombie actually sends someone to protect her. Are you a zombie too? Xiao Shui doesn't look like a zombie at all, and he looks like a handsome guy. His costume can be used directly in the crew, and playing a demon or a vampire can save a lot of time on costumes and makeup. What do you call me then? Xia Yida looked at the zombie from last night. Although he was thrown down from the 28th floor by him, it was also he who saved her from the security guard. Ji Chuan. It turned out to be a human-like name. Xia Yida thought it would be a difficult name to pronounce. Can you be my assistant? I can offer you a very high salary. How dare you? You actually let the great king be your assistant, you lowly two-legged sheep. Xia Yida was a little dumbfounded. She was praising her handsome Xiao Shui just a second ago, but now veins on her forehead were bulging, her eyes were terrifying, and the position of her fangs in her mouth were abnormally sharp. I'm a first-line female star, and I'm actually called a low-class two-legged sheep? Xia Yida was extremely shocked. Even if she was covered with a piece of rag, she would still be extremely dazzling. She was as high-class as she could be. I was actually called a low-level two-legged sheep. Before she could react, Xiao Shui's sharp claws stabbed towards Xia Yida's face. No one could insult his great king. Bite. Ji Chuan just raised a finger to intercept Xiao Shuai's sharp claws, and the sound was like the collision of metal. Ji Chuan looked at Xia Yida with cold eyes. Xia Yida, you may not understand the relationship between us. I saved you only because I saw the potential of your supernatural powers. If you can't prove your worth to me, I will abandon you, or even kill you. You should have noticed the fatigue your superpowers bring you. They might save you once, but you can't use them continuously. We are in a superior-subordinate relationship. And I am your complete superior. Do you understand? Ji Chuan's words made Xia Yida understand her situation. Although she was arrogant, she was not stupid. She just needed to work hard to change her mindset. Before this, the world had always revolved around her. But the world today has ushered in a new sun. I have value. How can I prove my value? Xia Yida was very afraid that the other party would propose some unspoken rules, although this was not a secret in the entertainment industry. But that only applies to actors without resources or background. A star like her with a strong background, outstanding conditions, and her own traffic would probably not survive if she dared to mention the unspoken rules to her. Xia Yida is not someone who would do anything for her career because there is no need to do so. Even if you are no longer famous one day, you can still go home and inherit the family property. She just wants people to appreciate her beauty, receive everyone's compliments, and provide herself with some emotional value other than money. Do you have a private plane? And information about the pilot? I want to take you back to Zhonghua City. Oh, I have one. It's parked at the airport. The driver. I'll give him a call and ask. Ever since Ji Chuan became a zombie, he has given up the habit of playing with his mobile phone. Since I always go back to the base to check on the situation on weekdays, I basically don't bring a phone with me. I didn't remember any of the base members' phone numbers. If I had remembered one, I would be able to contact them now. Ji Chuan planned to remember at least one number when he returned this time, so that he could contact someone if he encountered such a situation again. However, he didn't know if there would still be a signal by then. Xia Yida called the driver and said she would only contact him when she needed to travel, but she hadn't contacted him for a long time. Hello? Where are you now? Boss Xia, you don't want to fly away now, do you? There are zombies everywhere outside. No, I have something to ask you. Where are you? Can we meet? I'm at the mutant base. The base is under martial law now. No one is allowed to go out without a mission. I heard that a powerful mutant has attacked the base. Xia Yida glanced at the two zombies in front of her. Could this powerful mutant be referring to these two big brothers? Okay, I understand. This is my captain. Although the plane can be flown by one person, we used to have a co-pilot to deal with the inspection of the Civil Aviation Administration. Now he is no longer needed. However, he has already taken refuge in the base of the Superpowers, so it seems that it is difficult for him to go out. What's his name? What are his characteristics? Wang Wei, about 170 centimeters tall, with a buzz cut and a mole at the corner of his eye. Ji Chuan nodded and walked towards the balcony. Is there anything you want? He turned around and looked at Xia Yida. What? Can you help me get what I want? I'll try my best. Ji Chuan didn't want to completely implement a reign of terror before taking Xia Yida to see Su Shun and endowing him with loyalty. Only rule accompanied by grace can fully control the other party. Seeing that Ji Chuan seemed serious, Xia Yida mustered up her courage. Yongjing Pavilion's bird's nest. I've been wanting to eat it for a long time. Cui Zixuan felt like she was on vacation. The feeling of having nothing to do but eat was so good. I had done so many dangerous jobs before, but in the end I didn't gain any rights for myself. Instead, there are more dangers. So why keep trying so hard? She thought that the weak in Zhonghua City's superpower base were the happiest, and they just had to wait for help from the base. But she didn't know that the base's treatment of the weak was not what it seemed. The reason why she felt unfair was that she didn't know what some weak people had experienced. Xiao Dixing was staring at his work with satisfaction. This is a successful case that was tested on nearly 500 people. After discovering that both mutants and superpowers have crystal cores in their bodies, he had an idea. Since crystal cores provide supernatural powers, is it possible for a person to possess multiple crystal cores? If humans can successfully master the method of crystal core embedding, they will be able to artificially create powerful mutants. By then, mutants will no longer be a threat. The successful experimental subject in front of us is a one-eyed old man, Zhua Jianping. His file showed that he had good hearing, but it was only after the test was successful that Xiao Dixing invited the base's ability appraiser to assess his ability. His special ability is actually related to space. The reason why he has good hearing can be understood as he puts his ears anywhere within 50 meters. After a space-based crystal core was implanted in him, he actually survived. He just looked a little painful, but it was undoubtedly a success. There are very few samples of space-related abilities in the base, and the occasional space-related abilities also provide valuable value to the base. But Cui Zixuan is different. She is also a valuable space-based mutant, but she is crazy. This will be the best experimental sample at the moment. Chapter 97 Defection. Dong dong dong. Cui Zixuan was startled and sat up from the bed. The door of her room hadn't rang for a long time since she pretended to be crazy, and every time the door rang, it was nothing good. But it was not time for dinner yet, and she had not put on makeup. Now she has the beauty of sleeping until she wakes up naturally every day. Dong dong dong. Cui Zixuan didn't dare to make too much noise and quickly picked up the makeup brush. She still had dark circles under her eyes. After waiting for a while, I heard a puzzled voice from the other side of the door. She's not in the room? You're lucky. Look somewhere else. Cui Zixuan was just about to open the door when she heard this strange conversation. What does live well mean? Sure enough, nothing good happened. But even if I'm already this crazy, why would they assign me a dangerous mission? Otherwise, why would I say I'm lucky? Cui Zixuan had a bad feeling in her heart. She didn't open the door directly, but listened to the sound of the two people leaving and used her supernatural power. Followed behind the two of them. The two men first walked around this floor, and when they found nothing, they went to the cafeteria. Finally, I went to the leisure area, but I couldn't find Cui Zixuan. Where can that madman go? The guard was a little surprised and picked up the phone. Dr. Xiao, Cui Zixuan isn't in the room. We've even checked the cafeteria and the recreation area, but she's still missing. Okay, we'll go check in the monitoring room. Dr. Xiao? Why would he look for me? He even checked the surveillance footage to find me? But if he checked the surveillance footage, wouldn't he find out that I was actually following them the whole way? Can I continue to play it crazy? Should I confess now while there's still time? Thinking of this, Cui Zixuan planned to go to Dr. Xiao to confess and avoid the embarrassment of being exposed after checking the surveillance. In order to get there faster, she used her special powers and came to the research center. Some people looked at her strangely. Why did you come here by yourself? Where are the guards? Who's going to take care of this crazy person if she lets him have a fit? And why didn't they put a supernatural lock on her? The staff frowned at Cui Zixuan. I want to talk to Dr. Xiao about something. Oh, I've been waiting for you. Come with me. Just as Cui Zixuan was about to follow the person in front of her to find Dr. Xiao, words appeared on the back of the staff member's white coat. It was actually the word escape, written in blood. What did this mean? The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, as if he was afraid of being discovered. The word escape was gradually blurred by the blood behind it, as if there was a wound on his back under his white coat. Two guards rushed over, their expressions looking a little strange, and one of them had his hands behind his back. Cui Zixuan watched the approaching guards with some caution. Suddenly, the guard with his hands behind his back appeared from behind, and in his hand was a supernatural lock. It's like he's deliberately afraid of being discovered. Cui Zixuan had an extremely strong premonition to save her life. Without time to test it any further, she quickly used her supernatural power to teleport away. Are you sick? Why did you reveal your supernatural power lock from such a long distance? I wasn't thinking. It was like someone pulled me and pulled my hand out. Why is there such a big bloodstain on your back? Did that madman hurt you? No, maybe it was accidentally splashed during the operation. My sixth sense about death has always been very accurate. My body has already reacted before I can figure it out. Cui Zixuan moved to the city, and she felt that everything that had just happened was unusual. Even though she was crazy, the guard was still looking for her and asked her to see Dr. Xiao, but he had prepared a supernatural lock. It is obvious that he is afraid that I will use my superpowers to escape, but what do I need to face, and why should I run away? She felt that she could not go back to the base. If she was caught a little slower, she would have to face something terrible. And the person who wrote the word escape seemed to know the inside story and was clearly reminding himself. Where can I go? Thought of Aoligier first because Wu Qian was still there. But how should I face Shen Mengting, and how should I survive? Oh, I know where Ji Chuan is going. Li Jingru has already announced to all the senior executives that number 1 went to Shinza City, and this news has spread throughout the base. And Oliger don't know yet, right? I should be able to surrender with this information, and my ability is not weak. As long as she can see Wu Qian, she has hope of survival. Thinking of this, Cui Zixuan moved closer to Aoligier, but did not dare to get too close. No one from the base dares to approach this area, so even if I shout now, no one from the base will hear me. Area around Oliger was like hell on earth, with broken zombies everywhere. This has never happened before. In the past, the zombies in Oliger were like the guards of the hotel and would not take action easily. I know Ji Chuan's whereabouts. I want to go to your base. I know Ji Chuan's whereabouts. I want to go to your base. I know Ji-chuan's whereabouts. I want to go to your base. Cui Zishuan shouted loudly 3 times. A rabbit-like figure jumped out of the hotel. It was Song Ci. Captain Song. Cui Zishuan was a little excited. As long as it wasn't Shin Mingting who jumped out, she would probably survive. Are you telling the truth? Cui Zishuan nodded vigorously. You've been infected with some kind of heart-eating poison, haven't you? You're here undercover? You have such dark circles under your eyes. Song Ci raised his hand and began to sense, but he didn't sense anything unusual. Cui Zishuan quickly wiped the dark circles under her eyes, and the black was smeared everywhere. Song Ci realized that she had painted it herself. In the hotel conference room, Su Shun looked at Cui Zishuan with an inquiring look. If you wish to surrender to the stronghold, I will grant you a status of loyalty. Do not resist. Cui Zishuan was a little hesitant, but still nodded. She had no way out. After being given loyalty, Su Shun began to ask questions. You mean the leader went to Nuzhe City? That's right. The psychic bases in each city can communicate. Jianghua City has already announced to the top management that number 1 appeared in Shinza City. They must have received the news from the Shinza City psychic base. Then why did you join us? Cui Zishuan recounted her recent actions and the unusual behavior of the base towards her today. Su Shun nodded. Cui Zishuan would not lie when she was loyal. Zishuan is a very nice person, and her special abilities are very useful. Let her join us. Wu Qian has already started to help out. He never expected that he would have the opportunity to fight side by side with his former partner. This feeling is so great. And Wu Qian knew that if Sun Tao knew Cui Zishuan's whereabouts, he would probably come over too. As for Old Wang, it is unlikely that he would betray the superpower base. The old guy is stubborn. I can teleport. I can help up to 6 people move long distances at the same time. It's very convenient. If there are fewer people, I can use it farther and more frequently. With Cui Zishuan, the logistics team can be shortened to 3 people, and there is no need to drive. Zhu Zhu collects the materials, Xia Yiqing protects them, and Cui Zishuan travels with them. Together, they can quickly complete the task of collecting supplies, ensuring a profit. After everyone expressed their opinions, Cui Zishuan successfully joined. Her special abilities are destined to be a sought-after existence in any stronghold. Chapter 98, Dark Conference Room. Ji Chuan jumped down from the building. Even though it was daytime, he wanted to go to the psychic base to check it out. Look for the pilot that Xia Yida mentioned. It's not easy to find someone who can fly a plane. Compared to Jianghua City, there are not so many people in the superpower base in Shinza City. It seems that the base lacks superpowers who can provide supplies stably, and the base does not have an open policy for accepting survivors. Massacres and fighting were taking place throughout the city, broken down cars could be seen everywhere on the roads, and thick smoke was rising from all over the city. Only the area near the psychic base was relatively peaceful, but there were a large number of zombie corpses in front of the base. The base's gates were closed after last night's battle, and the bodies had not yet been cleaned up. The Shinza City superpower base is urgently discussing countermeasures. A monster has appeared in the city. The gate is open and the monster may invade at any time. However, daily searches for supplies and recruitment of useful psychics must be carried out normally, otherwise the sustainable development of Shinza City will be a big problem. Although there are many people with special abilities and even powerful weapons like silence, it is easy to deal with ordinary zombies. But faced with mutants like those from last night, they seemed a little helpless. If there is a person in the base who has the ability to make plants and animals grow quickly, the base can be closed permanently and reopened after obtaining detailed information about the mutant. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. This is the situation. If you want to deal with the blood demon, I'm afraid only Jaime can do it. He moves too fast, and it's difficult for your abilities to hit him. But last night, after Elder Qin activated silence, he actually fled, as if he had noticed something. Jianghua City has sent a message that the zombie that appeared at the end of the video is number 1. Based on the situation at the scene, it's very likely that number 1 discovered Jaime and let the blood demon leave. Is there any way to delay the activation of Nirvana? Tell us what you think. Fu Qingyu's face was solemn. After receiving the message from Li Jingru, his heart sank. He didn't sleep the whole night and couldn't understand why these 2 mutants came to Shinza City. It is said that number 1 killed 7 out of 8 special-level psychics, and the surviving 1 even surrendered. Last night, the blood demon killed 3 special-level and 1 high-level psychics, and it seemed that he still had some strength left. Will all the special-level psychics in Shinza City be enough for them to kill? Therefore, the safest way is to find a way to delay them and wait for the destruction to take effect. But it is almost impossible. After launching it once, would it be possible to hold back another mutant and wait for the second attack of annihilation? Those 2 zombies didn't look stupid. Ji Chuan listened with great interest in the room. Thanks to the mysterious water he had just obtained, he transformed into water and entered the base, hiding in the shadows again. There are so many red crystal cores in this room, so they must be having a meeting. He also wants to come and listen to some good tactics. He was checking the names and types of these people's abilities to see if there was anyone who could pose a threat to him. Now he has the confidence, and if there is no one who can pose a threat to him, he doesn't mind taking action directly. He wasn't sure what the situation was in Jianghua City, so he just wanted to go back and take a look. Chief, I'm willing to give it a try. I want to see if my ability can have any effect on them. If it can, then I can delay it until silence is activated. A gray-haired man said, and Ji Chuan couldn't help but observe him carefully. The red crystal core, Lost Mind, is also a special ability whose function is not clear from the name. Will it work? This thing of yours works on humans, but it has no effect on zombies, right? But those two zombies can think and communicate, so I think there's a chance of success. How do you want to try? I'm willing to go outside the base to look for the blood demon these days. Although he's very fast, my ability is activated by thought. I should be able to lock onto him and get the experimental results. The man swallowed. If I succeed, maybe I can get rid of him without using silence. But if I fail, I hope the base will treat my family well. Risking his life for Shinza City. This is too risky, Wu Ji. Aren't there any high-level psychics with imprisonment capabilities in the base? Yes, but facing such speed, I might be pierced by the blood demon before I can even raise my hand to release it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. A strange, deep voice suddenly sounded in the conference room. They were surprised to find that number one, whom the blood demon called the king, was now standing beside them. The gray-haired man immediately released his lost heart on Ji Chuan, but there was no response. Before he had time to figure out how number one got here, Fu Qingyu swung his arm in the direction of Ji Chuan, and several bird-shaped monsters with bloody mouths appeared out of thin air, with sharp and dense teeth in their mouths. But when it was about to touch Ji Chuan, it merged into the black sphere in front of Ji Chuan. The black sphere exploded in an instant like a black hole. The entire conference room suddenly became dark, without any light. It's the domain. Everyone was a little panicked. How could number one sneak in here silently and release the domain? The high-ranking officials of Nuzhe City, who mainly rely on offensive abilities, are now vigilantly watching their surroundings. They can sense the breath coming from the zombies, but have no effective means to lock onto the target's location. The crowds are densely distributed, and if you are not 100% sure of your target, you may accidentally hurt each other if you act rashly. When hearing this group of people discussing, Ji Chuan realized that they had no confidence. So I just don't waste time. Do you think you are the only one with this domain? Colorful lights appeared in the darkness, and flowers of various colors bloomed and spread from under the feet of a strong man. It is the realm of flowers. Although Liang Kuei is a strong man, he has red lips and looks charming. His special ability is the god of flowers. Ji Chuan frowned when he saw him. But in just a moment, the flowers began to wither and die, as if they had never appeared. The surroundings returned to darkness because the gap in domain was too huge, and the explosion just now was just a firefly in the dark night. The strong man was still in disbelief, but he felt a bone-chilling coldness on his neck. I don't mind killing anyone who resists again. Don't hurt anyone. In the darkness, Liang Kuei raised his two orchid fingers in fear and waved them in front of his chest. Although it was dark, Ji Chuan could still see it very clearly. This action almost made Ji Chuan kill him directly. Ji Chuan didn't kill everyone at once. Firstly, they wanted to bring Wang Wei alive. Although the population was not as large as that of the Jianghua City base, there were still nearly 3,000 people, and it would be a waste of time to find one person among them. Secondly, he had an idea. He wanted to temporarily use the Shinza City base as his own experimental field. It comes from a new supernatural power he acquired, God of Faith. Absorbing the 4 crystal cores of Battle Mecha, Mysterious Water, God of Fire, and Holy Healing Spiritual Brilliance last night, Ji Chuan saw a prompt. The 3 superpowers from Xia Lian's God of Ice, Xiao Su's God of Wood, and Qi Lin's God of Fire can be combined into the God of Faith. Ji Chuan has no shortage of means of attack, so he simply combined them. However, after the synthesis, this ability showed a percentage, and Ji Chuan did not feel any use of this ability. God of Faith 0.74%. Ji Chuan didn't know what this progress-like percentage meant, but he felt that the power of the God of Faith might come from people's faith. It was possible that the more people there were, the higher the percentage would be. So he wanted to try and rule New Jersey City. Chapter 99 God of Faith. What the hell are you going to do? Fu Qingyu felt somewhat helpless. He had not expected that such a group of top-notch psychics would be helpless against him in number one's territory. I can spare you from death, and even allow you to live without danger. But in return, I hope you will submit to me. What? Submit to you? You want us to be traitors to humanity? Fu Qingyu discovered that this was a perfect opportunity to release Nirvana, but how could he contact old Qin in the field? Would the people at the base notice the abnormality here? To become a traitor, you must be able to provide corresponding value. The value you can provide is dispensable to me. Perhaps your death would be of greater value to me. But if you submit to me, I will gather all the zombies in the city into a designated area, and all the survivors will be rescued. You won't even have to survive underground. What will you choose, surrender or death? Everyone was a little shocked when they heard Ji Chuan's words. His proposal could undoubtedly make the city prosperous again, and even return to its pre-apocalyptic state. But was this possible? What will it cost us to surrender to you? In their eyes, Ji Chuan was like a devil from hell tempting them, and such an expensive gift must come at a heavy price. Ji Chuan thought about how to gain everyone's faith. He thought of the most common way among humans. Worship me, respect me, believe in me. Of course, this is all temporary. Ji Chuan has already started thinking about how to make Su Shun's supernatural powers cover a large area. The safest way to gain loyalty is to use it. So simple. Fu Qingyu felt that this terrifying zombie must have his own conspiracy. Han Xing, Mr. Qin has always believed in Buddhism and has the most experience in religion. Why not learn from him how to make offerings? Fu Qingyu began to remind everyone of the battle plan. They held this meeting to find ways to delay time. And now number one didn't kill them directly and was still communicating. This was the best opportunity to launch silence. Han Xing's special ability is sound wave pulses, but adjusting the frequency can achieve the effect of sound transmission. Although they are in the field, they also need to try to contact the outside world. Han Xing immediately understood the meaning of the leader's words and activated his supernatural powers towards the outside of the conference room. It was easily broken by Ji Chuan's energy sense knowledge. Well, if you want to blame someone, blame your leader. He's the one who killed you. Ji Chuan's words made everyone feel cold, and the sound of flesh breaking and falling to the ground in the darkness seemed particularly harsh. I remember I only gave you two choices, surrender or death. There is no other option. If you play any more tricks, I don't mind just killing everyone in the base. Also, why do you think I let the blood demon you're talking about leave last night? I could sense the moment silence was activated. Do you have any new plans? Fu Qingyu only started to get scared at this moment, as if all his cards had been seen through by the zombies in front of him. How can we be sure what you say is true? You want me to prove it to you? Oh. Fu Qingyu screamed miserably as one of his arms was cut off. The sound of his arm falling to the ground could be heard in the darkness. Leader. The others were very anxious, but they couldn't even see Ji Chuan in this area. Although the top brass of the base are all special class psychics, many of them are not as good at fighting as the captain of the combat team. A green light flashed in the darkness, and Fu Qingyu's arm was taken back by Ji Chuan. Is this Yi Yue's ability? How is it possible? If you don't make a choice now, in 3 seconds it won't be your arms that will be severed, it will be everyone's heads. 3, 2, we surrender. Staying alive is what matters. If I don't agree, everyone in the base will probably die. Then don't resist. I need you to continue playing the role of leader. A pair of scarlet eyes met Fu Qingyu's. Although he was very unwilling in his heart, he had no other choice when it came to the lives of all the members of the base. Yes, master, I will obey your arrangements. The conference room lit up, and the pale figure stood in front of everyone again. Everyone looked at Ji Chuan warily. Fu Qingyu was like a gentle puppet, kneeling at Ji Chuan's feet. Everyone else, don't just stand there. Come forward one by one. But this is only temporary. I will restore your sanity soon. After Su Shin came. You monster. I don't. But before Wu Ji could finish his words, he fell to the ground. No one in the room even knew how Ji Chuan did it. I will do what I promised, including the death of those who resist. Liang Kuei was so frightened that his tears smudged his eye makeup and black tears flowed all the way to his beard. He hid behind others in fear, which made Ji Chuan a little unhappy. You go first. I don't like your expression. Liang Kuei trembled all over. Such a big man was crying like a young girl. But Ji Chuan's eyes turned cold, and he moved quickly, not daring to delay. After looking at each other for a while, he finally stopped crying. His full flower makeup and dull expression made him look extremely weird. The others also stepped forward reluctantly. Only the top brass have the means to communicate with other bases. Ji Chuan didn't want to be exposed to the sight of other bases before the experiment was successful. What name should I give myself? Ji Chuan thought that the king of zombies would definitely not be recognized by humans. Why not just call this ability by its original name? He accepts offerings from the people of Shinza City as the god of faith. In the end times, Humans will not place all their hopes on gods. But Ji Chuan wants to package himself as a supernatural being with the god of faith, accept the faith of mankind in the end times, and show his powerful strength, so that he can easily gain the trust and dependence of mankind. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Then he issued orders to the senior leaders. Shinza City's superpower base sounded, and it was Fu Qingyu's voice. Last night, our base was attacked by a powerful mutant. The reason for the martial law is that the mutants have not been eliminated, and the base may be invaded at any time. However, today, Han Xing and Minister Wu Ji went to fight in person and encountered a powerful psychic who possesses the god of faith. As long as he is given enough power of faith, he will work miracles. Died today, the god of faith will be the hope of our Shinza City. Please join me in praying to him, become advocates of the god of faith, and provide him with the strength that comes from our trust. He will lead us to the light. As long as we give him enough faith, all the zombies in the city will be driven out by him. He will become our trump card in New Zay City. Fu Qingyu's words gave everyone hope, and they all began to pray. It is very cost-effective to get such an attractive reward without any cost. Their leader would not joke about such things. Everyone stopped what they were doing and began to pray to the God of Faith. God of Faith 1.58%. Chapter 100 The Spread of Faith. Ji Chuan discovered that this operation really moved the progress of God of Faith forward, and that his efforts were in the right direction. But if the previous 0.74% came from members of the Ailigi Air Base, why did the number of nearly 3,000 people here only increase so little? Don't they really believe it? Ji Chuan snapped his fingers, and all the zombies within 3 kilometers of the Shinza City superpower base moved to the periphery. Many survivors were about to be caught by zombies in the previous second, but the zombies left quietly in the next second. They had no idea what was happening. Fu Qingyu's voice was heard again on the radio. Thanks to everyone's prayers, the holder of the God of Faith has activated his supernatural powers. The area within 3 kilometers of the base is now free of zombies. The base is no longer under martial law. Everyone can move safely within 3 kilometers. Everyone was shocked. Is this true? Just praying can achieve such an effect. What about burning incense and worshipping? Will the whole city be free of zombies? Some people stepped out of the base, and some people with life-saving abilities began to explore the distance. The area around them became empty, and it seemed that the city had become quiet. It was actually true. Some have even begun to express their sincere gratitude. God of Faith, please save humanity. The progress was constantly increasing, and a smile appeared on Ji Chuan's lips. As long as everyone continues to provide the power of faith to the God of Faith, the rebirth of Shinza City is just around the corner. Fu Qingyu worked hard to complete the task assigned by Ji Chuan, and Ji Chuan was very satisfied. But some people in the base felt very confused. For example, several captains of the combat team last night. Would Han Xing and Wu Ji go to fight a monster like that? Even the combat team members didn't dare to go. So how could the 2 ministers dare to go? What is this God of Faith? Is there really such a powerful psychic in Shinza City? Ever since the blood demon appeared last night, things felt a little unusual. Won't we know whether it's true or not if we go up and take a look? Guoliang told Zhou Bin that they were present last night and had witnessed the horror of the blood demon in the early stages. The 2 of them arrived at the gate of the base, where many members had already gathered and began to move forward. Just like a school during lunch break, students came to the playground and gradually spread to every corner within a 3-kilometer radius. There really aren't any zombies. Even the survivors in the residential buildings in this area felt something was wrong. All the zombies on the streets had disappeared. The survivors who were short of supplies bravely went downstairs. I couldn't believe there were only humans on the street. The end of the world? This is the only place without zombies. A powerful superpower has arrived at our superpower base. As long as you believe in him and give him the power of faith, he will become stronger. Maybe with enough believers, he can clear the entire city of zombies. The base members proudly introduced it to the survivors. Faith in the god began to spread rapidly in New Jersey. Ji Chuan stared at his crystal core. He was now like an encyclopedia. Green crystal core, strong light, healing, intermediate, wind blade, intermediate, poison mist, intermediate, water gun, fighting technique, cooling, decomposition, water walking, blood sucking, defense boost, intermediate, bad odor, taste elimination. Blue crystal core, regeneration, advanced, gravity, advanced, range night vision, memory clearance, advanced, boomerang, malice sense, rapid growth, plant barrier, killing intent release, vision interference, sonic attack, tornado, vortex. Purple crystal core, body hardening, advanced, diffusion, range sleep, time freeze, mind control, flight, area protection, vision blocking, power of light, blizzard, heroic spirit summoning, breath holding. Golden crystal core, mystery of rock, mystery of darkness, perfect body, mystery of gold, mystery of fire, corrupted and toxic spirits, earth crack, energy perception, heavenly thunder, falling stars, illusionary realm. Red crystal core, necromancer, rainbow guardian, soul reshaping, soul control, Vulcan hammer, spring, sickly piano music, battle mech, mysterious water, holy healing spirit, god of faith 1.74%. For those high-level crystal core holders who cannot provide the power of faith, Ji Chuan doesn't mind converting them into one of his own entries. Perhaps if I collect more crystal cores, I can gain superpowers like the god of faith. Although it is not clear what the function is, a superpower that takes so much effort to fully acquire must not be too bad. Ji Chuan asked the Minister of Human Resources to call Wang Wei, Qin Ruishu, and Gao Guangcai. Wang Wei is just a green crystal core, but he can enter the base simply because he can fly a plane. I usually do odd jobs in the logistics department. In the apocalypse, there are very few people with superpowers who can travel long distances, so traveling across the city still requires the use of transportation. Although Wang Wei was a little scared when he saw Ji Chuan, he didn't care when he saw the Minister of Human Resources was also there. But Qin Ruishu felt like he was facing a formidable enemy as soon as he entered. He had already felt the power of the zombies in front of him, but just a glance at each other calmed them both down. Although Qin Ruishu is also a special class psychic, he is old and has just suffered the backlash of stopping the activation of silence, so his body is very weak. It was easily controlled. Gao Guangcai arrived late, in a hurry. He had just been busy preparing meals in the cafeteria kitchen. Since he didn't know where Yongjing Pavilion was, Ji Chuan asked the senior management, but he didn't expect that there was a chef from Yongjing Pavilion in the kitchen of the base. The three of them quietly boarded the elevator and headed out of the base. Wang Wei, Chef Gao. Xia Yida couldn't believe her eyes. Wang Wei had just told her that the psychic base was under martial law, but she was taken out by Ji Chuan. He a zombie? How did he do that? Is the superpower base so easy to talk to? What about Chef Gao? Before the end of the world, I really liked the dishes of Yongjing Pavilion. Chef Gao even came to meet me. But how could he be brought here by Ji Chuan? We did have bird's nest at home, but we couldn't make it taste like Yongjing, so the chef himself came. But who is this old man? Why do they feel a little off? Yeah, they're all under my mind control. I tell them to do whatever they want. Xia Yida felt a chill in her heart. She actually wanted him to be her assistant. It was good enough that she didn't become his puppet. From this perspective, he was really good to me. He saved my life and didn't do anything excessive to me. He even found the chef of Yongjing Pavilion because of a word I said. He was unfamiliar with the place, so he must have put in a lot of effort. Let's go to the airport. Is there anything you need to bring? So soon? Can I have some bird's nest before I leave? Xiao Shuai's eyes became fierce again, and Xia Yida quickly changed her words. No. Ji Chuan sighed and waved his hand. Gao Guangcai walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Boss Chuan, you will be my boss from now on. Xia Yida happily acted coquettishly towards Ji Chuan, as if no man could withstand her attack. But Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes in disgust and remained unmoved, allowing his perfect body to play its role. Abnormal states also include emotional abnormalities. Chapter 101 Ambitious Otaku. Hile was happily playing games in his room. Thanks to the successful transfer of number 1, he became a favorite among the top management. The top management all looked at him with admiration, and there was no need to study how to deal with number 1 anymore. So Li Jingru's recent wishes were more inclined towards more supplies. He knew that as long as number 1 was not there, things would basically develop like this. In the past, he had a secret. He would drastically lower the success rate of many of his wishes. For example, the probability of obtaining 2 tons of beef is actually 65%, but he only told Li Jingru 35%. His special ability can only take effect at midnight. Every time he communicates late at night, there are only him and Li Jingru in the room. The interrogator is not there, and Li Jingru does not know that he has lied. Hile is not as honest as he looks. He seems to be only indulging in snacks and games because he knows that he is only making effective efforts when he makes a wish. Before midnight, he was just an ordinary person, and no matter what he did, he could not achieve his goal. When the base learned of his special abilities and kept him as a slave, he understood his situation. To put it nicely, it was support, but in reality, it was imprisonment. I am like an important treasure and am under 24-hour surveillance to prevent any accidents. As a hero behind the scenes, only a small number of people understand my contributions, and the people above me don't want me to be in the spotlight. His special ability is destined to make him a tool for the big guys, but he hopes to live a freer life. No longer under constant guard and surveillance. No longer having to make wishes at midnight every day no matter what the situation is. No longer having to go back and forth to the leader's room to collect and report needs. He is a very lazy person, but also a selfish and ambitious person. When he discovered that someone like Number One could easily threaten his safety, he understood that his fate was always in the hands of others. He didn't want to exist just to save the people in the base, nor did he want to take care of the feelings of those higher-ups. He just wants to live a comfortable, free, and happy life. As long as he was safe enough, his powers could make him happy to death. Even if it means paying a price, he still wants to receive everyone's attention and be admired by everyone. So every time Li Jingru asked him about the success rate of his wish options, he would report a greatly reduced success rate, so that no one would know that his continuous failures were for the purpose of realizing his wish. Star Vision succeeds is clear. If it succeeds but doesn't produce the results the leader wants, his plan will be exposed. He also thought of this, so if his wish came true, he would have no worries. His wish is to become the leader of the Jianghua City Psychic Base. His previous attempt was to become the leader of the Jinglian City Psychic Base. Because the existence of Number One in Jianghua City had always been a time bomb, and He knew that Jinglian City was relatively safe. Jinglian was considered the most ideal city to live in at that time. But due to the large number of special-level psychics and the long distance, the success rate was always low. But now it's different. Number One has left Jianghua City. He is more accustomed to the life here, and many special-level psychics have died in the base, reducing the scope of influence of Star Vision. Special-level psychics are an obstacle to the successful realization of this wish. The success rate of the desire to become the leader of Jianghua City has now increased a lot compared to before. The success rate of the same thing will change under different conditions. Hele, tonight you test the possibility of Shun Mengting, Xia Yiqing, and Song Xi surrendering to our base. Li Jingru gave instructions to Hele again. The base has abundant supplies recently. Although Jianghua City's combat power is not high now, it is definitely a base with very comprehensive abilities. As long as there is no external danger, they can live comfortably. Therefore, Li Jingru hopes that Star Vision can solve the three current troubles in Jianghua City. He already knows that these three people still stick to the position of Aoligia, and Jianghua City can't even solve Shin Mengting, let alone the three of them joining forces. Compared to killing them directly, converting them into your own combat power should have a higher success rate and be more useful to them. Hele nodded. He would make up 3 random numbers with very low success rates after 2330. Now he just wants to become the leader of Jianghua City and control his own destiny. Even if I may not do as well as Li Jingru after taking over, I just need to make a wish. For example, the wish would be to receive all of Li Jingru's previous memories, improve his own management ability, and strengthen the members' self-driving ability. It is only a matter of time before the base develops steadily. Since Chui Zixuan joined the base, the supply team's collection efficiency has been unprecedentedly improved. They emptied all the food from the Ocean supermarket in one day, leaving a lot of daily necessities there, and even relocked the warehouse. The hotel has limited space, and there is no place to store all the supplies from a large supermarket. You can just go and get them when you really need them. With space transfer, many dangerous places have been transformed into distant warehouses. Now we don't have to worry about supplies in the base anymore. Some fruits and vegetables that are no longer edible are not wasted. They are used as seeds for planting, and the entire backyard of the hotel is used as a planting area to prepare for sustainable development. Without the urgency to collect supplies, everyone began to discuss the next plan. I want to find Ji Chuan. Gu Yunxi looked at Ji Chuan's doll in a daze. It was made for them by Xiaoxian using her supernatural powers. Lin Lulu, Zhu Zhu, and Su Shen also had it. I'll go too. I can bring supplies so I don't get hungry on the way. Zhu Zhu also wanted to see Ji Chuan, and the supplies in the base should be enough now, so there is no need to collect them in the near future. It's too dangerous. Su Shen reminded the two. It's so dangerous outside. If you want to go, you must have someone to protect you. However, the combat capability of the stronghold will be greatly reduced. At that time, the psychic base may launch an attack on us. And how do you plan to travel such a long distance? Chui Zixuan can only move to a place she's been to before. Driving across several provinces and relying on Team Xia to clear the way all the way is simply unrealistic. As long as the leader wakes up, he should find a way to come back. We must trust the leader, he will come back. Until then, we just need to protect the base he left behind. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. Well, don't we already have someone looking for us? Xiaoxian in the corner suddenly spoke, and everyone looked at her. Xiaoxian, don't talk nonsense. We are in a serious meeting. Zhang Yun felt a little embarrassed. After Ji Chuan disappeared, except for the supply collection team, no one else dared to step out of the hotel. Most people did not have the ability suitable for combat, let alone go out to find Ji Chuan. Zhang Yun just thought that Xiaoxian was just talking nonsense as a child. Mom, I didn't say anything nonsense. Aren't Da Zhuang and Xiaomei just looking for brother Ji Chuan? Everyone realized that Da Zhuang and Xiaomei seemed to have been gone for a long time. They had the ability to sense Ji Chuan's location, and they didn't know where they were. Will these two special mutants attract anyone's attention? Chapter 102 The New Queen. Mao Jun was lost in thought as he stared at a beautiful figure from behind. It was a hot beauty, and he couldn't take his eyes off her since she came into his sight. She was wearing armor that covered her important parts, and the rest of her exposed skin was so perfect, white yet powerful, with perfect muscle lines. With a cool expression and quick movements, he moved quickly in the city with a long whip in his hand. His whole body exudes an aura that says, keep away from strangers. Mao Jun had never seen such a beauty in the small town where he lived. He has a temperament that doesn't match the small town. In a wealthy family, and was considered rich and powerful in the small town. Studying abroad broadened his horizons, and he kept fit by exercising all year round. But his parents' business needed someone to take care of it, and even though he was so talented, he was destined to return to this small town. He felt out of place in this small town. Although his parents urged him to get married, he didn't like any of the blind dates he went on. The girls here all lacked personality and had no wild temperament at all. When he was abroad, Mao Jun lived a life of luxury and had many new experiences. He had pursued many different types of girls, but the one who impressed him the most was a woman named Kanna. Kanna looks very quiet, wearing a turtleneck sweater and black-framed glasses. When we first met, she was holding 3 books in her arms, looking like a nerd. If it weren't for her proud curves showing off when she held the book tightly, Mao Jun wouldn't have wanted to communicate with her further. But Kanna looked pretty good and had a nice figure, so Mao Jun just wanted to kill time and followed Kanna to her home. It was a very small rental house with only 2 rooms, one of which was closed. Compared to the villa where he lived, Mao Jun felt that this place was very shabby. He wanted to finish it quickly. He was afraid that cockroaches or rats would suddenly appear here. He was very resistant to those things. He took off his coat, revealing his body sculpted from years of working in the gym, full of the smell of hormones. But Kanna in front of him was not as reserved as she was outside. Under her loose sweater were various leathers and delicate buckles. Kanna put down her black-framed glasses, and her eyes became cold and dangerous. The high heels made a dong-dong sound as they stepped on the old floor, but Mao Jun felt inexplicably excited and swallowed unconsciously. She pulled herself together and pushed open the door of the closed room. The room looked like a medieval torture chamber, with pink and purple ambient lighting and a wooden shelf in the middle of the hall. But Mao Jun did not feel any fear when seeing such a scene, and even looked forward to what would happen to him. Kanna's voice was very deep. She ordered Mao Jun not to move and just to be obedient. Mao Jun was like an obedient slave, allowing Kanna to perform the actions in her hands. Unlike all her previous experiences where she had controlled the rhythm herself, Kanna was in complete control of the rhythm. He doesn't have to think about anything, just try to accept it. The girl in front of him actually made him fall for her. Kanna, who usually looks shy, only uses him as her entertainment in this room. He had seen many hotter girls, but he no longer had any interest in them. When he returned to his country, he never met a woman like Kanna in this small town. The women in the small town were rigid and boring, and he didn't want to be their ideal husband. He just wanted to meet a woman like Kanna again and relive that familiar feeling. That this noble young man with a handsome appearance, a strong body, and a wealthy family had such a hobby. Mao Jun lived a miserable life in this small town. After the end of the world, he awakened powerful superpowers. His injuries would heal quickly, and he would not turn into a zombie. After being scratched countless times by zombies, he found that he did not feel any discomfort. He only needed to use the strength he gained from his usual training to break through all the encirclements, and his speed and strength seemed to have been greatly improved. Mao Jun felt a wild aura from the woman in front of him, which made him feel familiar. He felt excited instantly, and he followed her footsteps, wanting to meet her in the end times. Her demeanor was proud and capable, and her eyes were so cold that he had to get to know her. Wait, can we do this together? The woman's movements were so fast that she could even jump to a very high position. If he didn't make a sound, she would disappear from his sight. After hearing Mao Jun's words, the woman turned around and stared at him as if she was looking at a stink bug. Instead of being angry about being looked down upon, he felt even happier. He didn't dare to delay and ran towards the woman quickly. The woman just looked at him warily, as if ready to attack at any time. Beautiful lady, I have no ill intentions. We can be companions in the apocalypse. If you encounter any trouble, I can help you. Mao Jun raised his hands and slowly approached. Unexpectedly, the woman in front of him attacked him directly, and his clothes were stained with blood, but such an attack did not stop Mao Jun from approaching her. The woman frowned, her expression a little scary. Stay away from me, maggot. He exerted force on his feet and ran towards the distance. She had no time to deal with humans. The king's aura was far away, and she had to go and protect her king. The man behind her was still following her. She could feel that he was quite strong, and she didn't sense any ill intentions from him, but it was still annoying that he was following her. This is Xiaomei's hatred for human beings from the bottom of her heart. Don't delay my search for the king. A loud explosion in the air, and Mao Jun was also startled. He was afraid that he would never be able to keep up with her after taking this blow. Mao Jun dodged quickly. He caught the key information in the woman's words. Looking for her king, Mao Jun was a little unwilling. He didn't expect that his goddess was also a plaything of other people. But he didn't care. Slaves had no human rights. As long as he was hers, she could treat him however she wanted. Beauty, I can help you find your king. It's much faster than running to find him. His company has a helicopter, which is very impressive in this small town, and he has tried many projects abroad in search of excitement. I also have experience in flying a helicopter. I can take her on a journey and enhance our relationship during the trip. Since we are all in the same circle, we should be able to quickly build closer relationships. Mao Jun waited expectantly for the queen's reaction. She tilted her head as if to determine the meaning of his words. You said you could take me to the king quickly? The steel whip hung on the ground, and Mao Jun was very excited. I have a helicopter at home. Come with me. It's much faster to find it by plane. Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards Mao Jun. Chapter 103 Ideal Type. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Mao Jun found that after he was traveling with this beautiful woman, the zombies were no longer interested in them. They didn't encounter any zombie attacks along the way. Is this fate? This beauty is not only his ideal type, but also his lucky star. Both of them moved very quickly and easily reached their destination in the small town. There were several zombies wandering around the company's apron. They were familiar workers on duty when they were alive. Seeing Mao Jun, they didn't seem to have any interest in him, and Mao Jun even felt that they were deliberately staying away. Mao Jun was only immersed in the happiness of being with Xiaomei and didn't want to think about these unusual things. When they arrived in front of the helicopter, Mao Jun wanted to pull Xiaomei up like a gentleman, which was a small detail to increase the girl's favor towards him. The beauty in front of him just jumped easily and entered the plane. Even Mao Jun, who has been doing fitness exercises for many years, couldn't help but sigh at Xiaomei's figure. If a girl wants to get to this figure, she probably needs to do fitness exercises for longer than himself. Fitness is a strange thing. Any man who has been involved in fitness for a long time will find it difficult to like those skinny people. Although that kind of figure is the mainstream aesthetic among girls, I have no interest in that kind of figure at all after exercising. Either plump or sporty and firm. This beauty not only meets all of these criteria, but also has a wildness that is ingrained in her bones. If it weren't for the end of the world, Mao Jun would probably have devoted himself to her wholeheartedly. At first sight, he knew that this was his ideal type. He only cared about love at first sight, and that kind of love in the physical sense would last. Beauty, which way are we going? Mao Jun has already operated the helicopter to take off. His special ability means that he has no survival crisis in this small town. He is also very familiar with this small town and can easily find daily necessities. So there is no chance of using this helicopter, and going to other cities might be even more dangerous. Moreover, this small town does not have any basis for people with special abilities, which may mean that the weak lose a safe haven, but for capable people like him, it means that a great competitor for materials is lost. Xiaomei pointed in a direction where she could feel the faint presence of the king. Beauty, what should I call you? My name is Mao Jun. Shut up, maggot. You are not worthy to know the name the king gave me. In an instant, Mao Jun felt that the beauty in front of him was so professional. It seemed that she was a veteran in the circle. She is so domineering in her daily life, and the contrast may be a kind of charm for other girls. But the person in front of me is consistent inside and out. She doesn't need any contrast. Her original appearance is enough to make me fall in love with her to the core. However, she has always been immersed in her and Wang's world. Mao Jun is a little jealous, but as long as she is by his side, he can accept it. He could even accept that his queen had other men. Mao Jun's breathing became a little heavier because of the excitement rising in his heart. He even wanted to shout out, "Yes, my master." But I was afraid of scaring this beauty and leaving a bad impression. Mao Jun became cautious about such an ideal type. But some unpresentable images kept appearing in my mind. I have swallowed my saliva several times. Airplanes are indeed faster than running and can ignore the influence of many terrains. Xiaomei discovered her changes not long ago. Her skin changed from bluish-gray to whiter, closer to that of a human. He also doesn't look as fierce as before. I even realized that I know how to think better than before. My own strength has also been improved in all aspects. Xiaomei knew that her changes came from their king. Xiaomei felt that it was her fault because she was afraid that Wang had completed his transformation and awakened, but she was not by his side to protect him. But what's wrong with this human next to him? He doesn't seem to be afraid of him, and he didn't emit any malice after he attacked him. The tool he drove did improve his efficiency in finding the king. As a wild human being and not the king's subordinate, why should he help himself? Human beings are truly incomprehensible and complex animals. I don't know where that idiot De Zhuang has gone. Although I don't want to admit it, De Zhuang moves much faster than her. However, with the help of this human being in front of me, I am afraid that I will be the first to see the king. She wanted to let the king know that she was his most outstanding subordinate, and now she knew how to use humans. This will surely make the king look at her with admiration. What the hell is this? The earth seemed to be shaking. A huge figure was moving quickly, and the strength of his limbs was extremely strong. He could easily crush the vehicles that had broken down on the road. Ding Yong had a bad feeling when he saw this figure from a distance. As a member of the reconnaissance team, his job was to deliver this abnormal news to the base. This huge monster must not be a human being. He showed great destructive power, and the direction he was heading was obviously the base. Without any hesitation, Ding Yong quickly contacted the base. This is Ding Yong from Reconnaissance Team 2. It's suspected that a giant mutant is rapidly moving towards the base. Yes, but its specific abilities are unknown. Putting down his phone, Ding Yong looked in the direction the monster left and began to pray, hoping that this mutant would not cause any trouble to the base. After receiving the news, the combat team leader Gao Xiang responded immediately and dispatched 3 teams stationed at the base. Were obviously different from ordinary zombies in appearance. This huge zombie obviously showed abnormal behavior. I don't know how strong he is, so he must be eliminated as soon as possible. If they come near the base, the reconnaissance team, material collection team, and other combat teams that return without knowing the situation may be in danger. He must be intercepted in advance and dealt with far away from the base. The 3 teams did not dare to delay and arrive here early to ambush according to the location information provided by the reconnaissance team. Everyone, be careful. They say it's a mutant species we've never seen before. It's incredibly large, and I'm afraid it's very destructive. It's just a bigger target, just a zombie. It doesn't make any difference whether it has superpowers or not. The team leader is being careful by sending 3 teams. Didn't you hear about what happened in Shinza City? A blood demon mutant killed 3 special-level psychics in one night, and ordinary team members killed dozens. If he hadn't suddenly retreated, the Shinza City base would have fallen. Bai Jinyao remained unmoved after hearing the reminder from the captain of Team 3. There is a gap between special-level psychics. Shinza City is too useless. Their base currently has less than 3,000 people. How can you expect them to have a few masters? Wei Hong, captain of Team 3, sighed. It's always better to be careful. Your team will take the lead in the attack, while Lao Ma and I will provide support. It's just a larger mutant. If the 3 of us attack, not a single slag will be left. Be careful, it's coming. Chapter 104, No Confident Smile. Before the target even got close, the 3 teams felt the pressure. This mutant was too big. When he appeared in everyone's sight, they discovered that he was almost as tall as a small building in the distance. This mutant was definitely over 3 meters tall, and his muscles were exceptionally developed. The explosive power of his legs allowed him to jump very high, and his sturdy arms allowed him to firmly grasp the walls of buildings. He was like a monkey in the rainforest, moving forward quickly by grabbing, ignoring the complex terrain, except that he was grabbing the tall buildings in the city. The building wall was left with traces of cracks after he grabbed it. If a person was grabbed with such force, the person would probably easily turn into an exploding mosquito. What a speed! Just a few minutes after receiving the notification, the other party had moved here from the edge of the city, and the speed of movement was like driving a car. In order to find Jichuan as soon as possible, De Zhuang ignored the complex terrain by jumping directly and moved in a straight line in the direction he sensed, which was naturally much faster. But there seemed to be some people gathered in front of him who wanted to stop him. He had already sensed the hostility of these dozen people, and there were also 3 strong ones. Dezhuang was a little unhappy. He didn't want to waste time on this group of people. His master was still waiting for him. A ball of light flew quickly towards Dezhuang. When it got close, the ball of light exploded into a glowing net, trying to wrap Dezhuang up. Dezhuang did not dodge. He caught the net with both hands and pulled it apart from the middle. The glowing net shattered and fell to the ground, turning into ashes. What kind of monster is this that can tear my superpowers apart? The team member couldn't believe it. He was a high-level confinement type psychic, and his lightning spider web could both confine and inflict electrical damage. Yet, not only did the opponent break his web, but it didn't seem to cause him any harm at all. Don't try, just go for it. This thing looks tough to deal with. Wei Hong shouted and rushed over quickly. His figures suddenly disappeared, but after a moment it turned into 7 figures with different appearances, some of which even looked more like demons and monsters. 7 figures ran towards Dezhuang in different movements. Bai Jinyao raised her hand, and a sniper rifle with a flame pattern appeared in her hand. She put her eyes on the scope and pulled the trigger in the direction of Dezhuang. The red bullet flew towards Dezhuang. Dezhuang's attention was focused on the 7 figures approaching him, and he did not notice the bullet flying from a distance. Ouch! Everyone saw the bullet explode in Dezhuang's body, igniting a flame, and the huge mutant roared in the distance. Bai Jinyao had a smile on his face. Such a big body would be too easy to fight. It turned out that the team leader was too cautious. He could deal with such a mutant by himself. She continued to aim, and with the help of the firelight, the target became clearer, and she fired the second shot. The bullet flew towards Dezhuang quickly, but this time Dezhuang immediately jumped to the side. An explosion sounded at the position behind Dezhuang, and a fire pit appeared on the road. The fire burning on Dezhuang's body gradually disappeared, and a layer of black bones grew on his blue skin. The skeleton is like precise armor, covering most of the body, leaving only some gaps at the joints. The armor covering him directly extinguished the flames on his body. Bai Jinyao frowned. How could they put out a fire like this? She no longer hesitated and began to charge her supernatural powers. She believed that the black armor would not be easily broken. Her team members supported her back with one hand from behind, and her team member's special ability could greatly shorten the time required to charge moves. The trigger was pulled, and the bullet flew towards Dezhuang like a flaming bird, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Dezhuang moved sideways quickly and approached the person who had been firing bullets. He could feel that this was the person who posed the greatest threat to him. This must be dealt with first. As long as the strongest one is dealt with, the rest can be easily eliminated. Although Dezhuang changed direction, the Firebird seemed to have intelligence and also changed its trajectory and chased Dezhuang. Wei Hong's 7 figures surrounded Dezhuang. Pride, gluttony, greed, laziness, lust, jealousy, angry. As the 7 figures shouted one by one, a black formation appeared on the ground. A large amount of black gas came out of the formation, grabbed Dezhuang's feet, and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Like evil spirits from the underworld, the black energy emitted various sounds with unclear emotions, like sneers, crying, and roars. If ordinary people heard this noisy and obscene sound, they would probably go crazy. The Firebird hit Dezhuang's back with a loud bang. Ma Ming, the captain of Team 6, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. These 2 people had used all their strength, so it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. No mutant had been able to stand up after being hit by their ultimate moves. Ma Ming himself has a protective ability, but it should not be used now. But the expected sound of the huge body falling to the ground did not come. Instead, an even more terrifying roar was heard. You're delaying me from finding my master. I'm going to kill you. Ouch. Wei Hong's real body trembled all over when he heard the roar at such a close distance. How could he still make any sound? He saw that the mutant in front of him was gaining strength, and the restraints of the 7 deadly sins had begun to waver. How could it be? Wei Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Even Bai Jinyao's powerful attack only left a little mark on the armor on his back. There was not even a crack on the armor. How to break such a defense? He was still trying to use the power of the 7 deadly sins to drag him into the abyss, but as he continued to scream, his eardrums seemed to be shattered. Wei Hong covered his ears in pain, and the 7 figures gradually disappeared. His true form was revealed. The formation on the ground closed, the black air slowly dissipated, and Dezhuang's eyes were already locked on Wei Hong. The master said, since we can't defeat the leader, we must deal with the others first. We can't underestimate the role of others. Dezhuang recalled his memories of training in the stronghold, although the biggest threat was the woman shooting from a distance. But this guy who can split himself is also very annoying. Since he is within my attack range, I will get rid of him first. The huge hand stretched out towards Wei Hong. Old Wei. Ma Ming didn't expect that this mutant could still move. Although he was a little hasty, he still released his superpowers before Wei Hong was caught by Dezhuang. Dezhuang grabbed Wei Hong in his hand and squeezed hard, but there was an explosion in his hand. Wei Hong has come to Ma Ming's side, and it was the substitute puppet released by Ma Ming that played a role. Bai Jinyao no longer had the confident smile she had before the battle. She had already discovered the horror of the monster in front of her. The three captains with special powers used all their moves on him, but it seemed to only make the monster angrier and did not cause him any harm. The mutant angrily threw the residue in his hand to the ground and rushed towards everyone with the force of his feet. Chapter 105. It turns out his target is not us. Disperse, Ma Ming shouted, and this huge mutant rushed towards them at a rapid speed. His body was like a blockbuster bomb. He was wearing hard armor, and with his own weight, he would be crushed into a meat patty by the impact in front of him. Everyone fled in all directions. Smoke and dust were rising from the place where they were just now. The huge mutant had actually created a deep pit here. When they entered the team members' attack range, everyone immediately launched an attack, but their special powers were like water guns, and they had no effect on Dezhuang. Bai Jinyao finally started to panic. She had lost her advantage at this distance. The mutant was so fast that it could attack her at any time while she was accumulating strength. Without charging up the attack, it would be impossible to even leave a mark on his armor. Dezhuang adhered to the principle of attacking whoever he could hit, and waved his arms vigorously. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such a joyful massacre. I'll smash you all into pieces. The team members who didn't have time to run away became mosquitoes under the mosquito swatter before they could even scream. Bai Jinyao was still releasing the explosive phoenix spear at a rapid speed. The team members behind her were sweating coldly on their foreheads, and their hands were shaking with fear. With the blessing of her special ability, any zombie of the normal white team will be reduced to ashes after the white team's charged attack. She had never continuously shortened the charge for the white team and was beginning to feel tired. But if they don't persist, this mutant in front of them will probably crush everyone. No, we still can't break his defense. We should retreat. We are no match for him. The ground was littered with debris, and amidst the pools of blood, it was impossible to tell whose bodies they belonged to. They had become a pool of mud, with unsquashed limbs and body parts scattered around them. Without giving them time to hesitate any longer, Ma Ming quickly released his supernatural powers on a large scale. He tried his best to replace the three captains and their team members with puppets. He was unable to protect the remaining team members who ran away, so he could only leave them to their fate. He was lucky enough to be able to protect his own team members. Everyone appeared in Ma Ming's room. 16 people went to ambush, and only 7 came back. Ma Ming fell to the ground weakly. He had never used his special powers like this before, and he was already a little exhausted. He had used 8 puppets in this battle, and only had 2 left in stock, so he couldn't carry out any more dangerous missions in the near future. Bai Jinyao did not dare to delay any longer, and quickly reported the situation to the base. The Yuyang City combat team looked solemn. He did not expect that a mutant similar to the blood demon would appear in their city. All combat teams quickly returned to base. Powerful mutants have appeared in the city, and the base is in danger. Quickly return to base. Dezhuang happily chased the remaining people on the battlefield, enjoying the pleasure of killing. Without the captain by their side, they lost the courage to resist, and all regretted running away just now. No matter how fast they ran, the mutants behind them could catch up with them with just a few easy jumps. This giant mutant was like a cat chasing mice, giving them a chance to escape, but only to spice up the killing. After shooting the last person to death, Dezhuang still felt unsatisfied. But he still ran quickly towards the direction of Jichuan's aura. I can't play around anymore. My master is still waiting for me. The armor on his body returned to normal bone spurs, and Dezhuang's speed became even faster than before. All the combat forces of Yuyang City were on high alert in front of the gate, which seemed to be better than the big guy blood demon from Shinza City. It is said that anyone who comes into contact with the blood released by the blood demon will die, and it is difficult to resist effectively. The more people die, the stronger he becomes. The mutant from Yuyang City only uses simple beatings to attack. As long as their armor is broken, there is hope of victory. The shaking of the earth became more and more obvious. It was the sound of the big guy hurrying on his way. Everyone held their breath and looked nervously in the direction where the sound came from. The huge figure rushed out of the city, but it seemed that his target was not the psychic base. He ignored the people guarding the door and continued to run away. It disappeared from everyone's sight in just a moment. Bai Jinyao sat on the ground. She suddenly felt very lucky that the monster did not attack the psychic base, Otherwise, there would be a river of blood in front of the base today. It turns out his target wasn't us. Xiaoyita felt very happy after eating the bird's nest. After eating, let's get ready to leave. Take the important things. The Jianghua City stronghold has sufficient supplies. After hearing Ji Chuan's reminder, Xiaoyita began to pack her luggage and took out 2 large suitcases. She developed a habit at work that every time she arrived at a new crew, she would prepare gifts for the entire crew. After giving the gift, she can get better reputation, better makeup, and better lighting. She just wants to make herself look more beautiful in movies and TV shows, and doesn't care about the cost. Being an actor is just my hobby. I don't make a living from it. In order to cope with various social occasions, there are many gifts in stock at home. Skincare products will be very valuable in the apocalypse. Xiaoyita did not choose to bring many of her own things, but instead filled a separate suitcase with gifts. Since Ji Chuan said he would take her to the new base, the relationship between the members of the base must be well managed. Xiaoyita has extremely rich social experience, and it is easy for her to bring others closer to her. For female members, I'll give them skincare products, and for male members, razors. Hurry up, 2-legged sheep, don't keep the king waiting for too long. Xiao Shui urged fiercely, and Xiaoyita quickly sped up her movements. The 3 people stood there expressionlessly. There was a reason why Ji Chuan took them away. Wang Wei, an airplane pilot, is a person with special abilities who can transfer multiple people across cities in the apocalypse. Long-distance movement still depends on transportation. Gao Guangcai is said to be a skilled chef. As more and more people come to the stronghold, it may be difficult for Master Zhao to handle the job alone. Qin Ruishu, your superpowers are too dangerous and may pose a threat to your subordinates when you are not around. But Ji Chuan didn't want to absorb his crystal core. He would die if he used annihilation 3 times, and Ji Chuan didn't want to try it himself. Qin Ruishu can be kept by his side as a lethal tool. He is more valuable alive than dead. Shinza City temporarily allowed the controlled senior officials to take charge and use official accounts to continue promoting the God of Faith. In order to increase the persuasiveness of the God of Faith, Xiao Shui was left to control the zombies within the range. After collecting a certain amount of power of faith, Xiao Shui could expand the safety range and make people more convinced. In order to contact Xiao Shui, Ji Chuan taught him how to use a mobile phone. Although absorbing the Korean star sound wave pulses can achieve sound transmission within the city, it is not possible to transmit sound across cities. Ji Chuan decided to pay attention to the special abilities similar to telephone functions, as he didn't know how long the current mobile phone signal would last. However, such a superpower should be a low-level one. The number of low-level crystal cores in the city is too large, so whether you can find one depends on fate. Chapter 106: Protecting Each Other. The top leaders of Jianghua City have been in a good mood these days, but Su Wanwan is still uneasy. As long as Ji Chuan is not completely eliminated, her situation will always be dangerous. Su Huaiji had already told her that number 1 had been transferred to Shinza City, and they believed that number 1 had no reason to come back. But Su Wanwan knew that Ji Chuan had a reason to come back, and in order to kill her, Ji Chuan would probably find a way to come back. Although she coaxed Su Huaiji for a long time and hoped that he would accompany her to another city, Su Huaiji refused. This proposal was very difficult. The Jianghua City superpower base, one of which belongs to Jinglian City. After number 1 was gone, there was no need to transfer personnel, so the plane has been returned. Therefore, if the only remaining plane is to be used, there must be a very good reason and the leader's consent. This is almost impossible. The base must have an aircraft to deal with emergencies, and it cannot be used by anyone at will. Su Wanwan has been in a bad mental state these 2 days. She knows that she doesn't have much time left, but she seems to have no other choice. Now she even felt a little regretful. She wondered why she had chosen Su Huaiji as her target. Wouldn't it have been better if she had targeted Li Jingru directly? She knew nothing about Li Jingru's background information and could not figure out his preferences at all, so it was difficult for her to get started. Su Wanwan now has only 2 expectations. The first is that Ji Chuan is in trouble in Shinza City and cannot come back for a while. It is indeed not easy to come back from such a long distance. The second expectation is that once Ji Chuan returns, the base can withstand his attack. This is basically a daydream. I heard that the strongest psychic from Jinglian City has surrendered, and if he joins forces with Shen Mingting, he might be able to overturn the base directly. Su Wanwan quickly thought of a solution. What should I do? She grabbed her hair a little frantically. If she didn't want to figure this out, she would find it difficult to fall asleep peacefully. If we can transfer Ji Chuan away, then is there a way to prevent him from coming back? Su Wanwan thought of Hele. Star Vision gave her hope again, but Hele was under 24-hour guard and only followed Li Jingru's instructions. How should I approach him? Or how can I get Li Jingru to accept my proposal? If this road doesn't work, then there is only one last way left. However, that would be extremely dangerous and the success rate would probably be low. But in order to survive, she had to try every possible method. Su Wanwan planned to ask Su Huaiji for access to the -10th floor tomorrow. Meng Haonian looked at the latest report with some worry. Since the appearance of number 1, it seemed that the process of the end of the world had been accelerated. The support operation caused Jinglian City to lose 4 generals. If Xiao Lian and Lan Xing are included, Jinglian City suddenly lost 6 special-level psychics. In some small cities, even if all the people in the city are counted, it may not be possible to awaken 6 special-level psychics. The city order that was previously maintained is now about to collapse, and it is difficult for existing psychics to control the actions of zombies in the city. The walls of the area originally planned to trap zombies have been gradually destroyed by zombies. A large number of zombies have poured into the city, and the human safety zone can only be continuously squeezed to achieve better protection. That support can be said to have dealt a heavy blow to Jinglian City. And now number 1 has gone to Shinza City, and the blood demon has appeared there. Giant zombies appeared in Yuyang City. All of these mutants have demonstrated destructive power beyond the special level. If they can move, what will happen if they come to Jinglian City one day? Whether the existing combat power can allow Jinglian City to survive. However, Meng Haonian saw the news sent by Shinza City. He did not expect that Shinza City had found a powerful psychic in desperate situation, the god of faith, who was said to be able to create an absolutely safe area by collecting the power of faith. This made Meng Haonian extremely envious, but it also served as a reminder to him. It is necessary to discover the potential survivors in the city. Many high-level and special abilities are not obvious, and it is possible that the holders themselves are not aware of the value of their abilities. Jinglian City issued an announcement that survivors who come to the superpower base for superpower identification can receive 2 bottles of water and 1 pack of compressed biscuits. If you identify the special abilities that the base needs, you can obtain a place to settle in the base based on the effects of your special abilities, which includes 3 meals and accommodation. Such conditions are very tempting, and as one of the cities with very orderly management, there is not much risk for survivors to come to the mutant base. Meng Haonian was a far-sighted decision-maker. He understood that he had to find a solution to the problem in advance. A storm was about to break out, but many bases didn't even have an umbrella. Brother, should we go and try? At least we can get some water and biscuits? The boy was a little excited when he saw the news. Jinglian City not only posted the notice of supernatural power detection online, but also posted it in many conspicuous places. Faced with such conditions, Luo Jiai did not want to agree to his brother's request because he wanted to protect him. After the end of the world, their family stayed at home because they had enough supplies. But as time went on, more and more people ran out of supplies and began to go out to look for them. Their neighbors came and knocked on his door, but his parents refused on the grounds that there were too many people in the family and no extra supplies. But the neighbors observed through the smart lock surveillance and found that they never left the house. If there are really no extra supplies, why not go out and look for them? His family must have had plenty of supplies. He was almost starving to death, but they just watched him die without helping him. A feeling of hatred rose in the neighbor's heart. He had always wanted a son, but he was diagnosed with azoospermia and was destined to be unable to have children. Every time he saw Luo Jiai and Luo Jiao, he felt it was a provocation to himself. Jealousy and hatred can easily breed and spread in the last days. But they were just a couple and 2 boys. If I could get rid of this family, all their supplies would be mine. I have endured his family's happiness for so many years. It's time to let them taste misfortune. That night, the neighbor picked up a knife. He had already looked through the surveillance footage and knew the password to the Luo family's front door. The sound of the combination lock unlocking was a bit abrupt in the silent night, and Mr. Luo seemed to hear something unusual in his sleep. During this special period, he had to protect his wife and children. He got out of bed and carefully went out of the room to check, praying that he had just heard it wrong. There was no one in the living room in the dark, but I wondered why the door was open. Father Luo carefully went over to close the door, but was met with a sneer when he turned around. The sharp knife pierced his abdomen, and severe pain spread throughout his body. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Run!" The second knife pierced his heart, and he fell down with his eyes open. Luo's mother hurriedly shouted, "Jai, lock the room quickly. Wake up, lock the room." She prayed that her son was not fast asleep and could hear her reminder. The mother's screams outside the door had disappeared, and Luo Jiai was shivering under the bed holding Jiao. The knife hit their door again, and Jiao burst into tears. "Don't be afraid, Jiao. Brother will protect you. Please don't make any noise for a while." Even though he was trembling with fear, as an older brother, he had to protect his younger brother. The door broke open and the man walked in. Luo Jai seemed to have made up his mind. He rushed out, but the young boy was easily caught by the man. Luo Jiao saw his brother's feet lifted off the ground by the man, and he couldn't bear to lose his brother again. His consciousness became blurred. When he woke up, his brother was holding him, and both of them survived. Jiao, brother is going to get tested, just wait for me nearby. Luo Jai didn't want the people at the base to know that his brother would turn into a monster. Chapter 107 Did the Wish Come True? After instructing Xiao Shuai on the matters to pay attention to, Xinza City was temporarily handed over to his supervision. Ji Chuan mainly asked him to keep a low profile and create the illusion that the god of faith had completely suppressed the zombies, and to contact him if there were any unusual movements. The base in Xinza City is operating normally with the senior management under control. After the issues in Jianghua City are resolved, Su Shun can be brought to Xinza City and all believers can be given loyalty. After arriving at the airport and finding Xia Yida's private plane, Ji Chuan gave orders to the zombies in the entire airport. The wandering zombies were like well-trained cleaners, cleaning up the body parts and debris on the runway. Although she already had some understanding, Xia Yida was still very surprised to see that Ji Chuan could make the zombies perform such unexpected actions. When you arrive in Jianghua City, I will grant you a state of loyalty. If you resist, I will kill you and turn you into a zombie, but you will still obey my orders. Ji Chuan just wanted to scare Xia Yida. As long as she still had energy in her body, it would be too risky to attack her. He was afraid that she would teleport him somewhere else. Ji Chuan will not feel at ease until Xia Yida becomes loyal. This is the only single-color crystal core he has encountered. If it is not handled properly, it will be a very difficult problem. How could that be? I'm such an obedient person. I even brought a lot of gifts for the members of the base. I go wherever the boss tells me to go. Xia Yida said this in a flattering way. She knew how dangerous Ji Chuan was. Even though Ji Chuan told her that he had the ability to be lucky, facing Ji Chuan who could drive zombies across an entire area, she was not sure she could survive even if she was lucky. Since you are unable to resist at the moment, it is better to be more obedient and strive for a better situation for yourself. This is the choice a smart person should make. What's more, it is indeed much safer to stay with Ji Chuan, and he doesn't force himself to do anything he doesn't want to do. But would a zombie do something like that? Does he still have that ability? Xia Yida looked out of the plane and began to daydream. Although she felt a little uneasy, she believed that everything in front of her was the best arrangement. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a favorite of God, and she believes that she will be favored by fate. Ji Chuan hasn't been on a plane for a long time. The last time was when he went to Japan with Su Wanwan. They said they wanted to soak in hot springs and try seafood, but they spent most of their time in duty-free shops. Ji Chuan curled his lips into a smile. Su Wanwan, it's time for us to settle accounts when we go back this time. Ji Chuan has seen all the special-level psychics in Jianghua City, and except for Star Vision, none of them can pose a threat to him. I also have to deal with that otaku on the way. But this time he transformed and woke up in New Jersey. Was it because the goddess of luck called him to save Xia Yida, or because of Star Vision? Ji Chuan was bored on the plane and thought a lot. Before the end of the world, he felt that flying was a very painful thing. Shinmingting's success rate in submitting to the base is 5.32%. Xia Yiching's success rate in submitting to the base is 12.21%, and Songxi's success rate in submitting to the base is 13.35%. After hearing what He Lei said, Li Jingru sighed. It was similar to what he thought. The probability would not be very high. Try the highest Songxi. Yes. Since it was a wish unrelated to material things, He Lei walked towards his room. The success rates for those 3 questions were all made up by himself, because he was going to start making wishes for himself and become the leader of Jianghua City. Because he was lost in thought, He Lei bumped into a woman at the corner of the corridor. The soft touch of the woman made him feel a little shy. Yes, I'm sorry, miss. I didn't look where I was going. Seeing how beautiful the other person was, He Lei became even more shy. Su Wanwan tried to stand up, but it looked very difficult. I might have sprained my ankle. Can you help me to the elevator? Oh, yes. He Lei held on to Su Wanwan's slender arm. He didn't expect a girl's skin to be so smooth and soft, and his heart beat faster. Su Wanwan knew that Li Jingru was difficult to approach, but the purpose of approaching him was to make a wish for Star Vision, so why not go to him directly? She found out that He Lei would report to Li Jingru every night. Since there were no guards watching during this period, she might as well take advantage of this gap to get to know him briefly. With such a useful ability, she hopes to get a chance to make a wish in the future. She will firmly grasp anything that is beneficial to her. This has been her character since she was a child. Strive for everything and live for yourself. Thank you. It's all my fault for causing you trouble. No, no. He touched the back of his head nervously. He didn't expect that this young lady would be so gentle. My name is Su Wanwan. Nice to meet you. What's your name? He. Okay, I'm going upstairs now. See you next time. Su Wanwan smiled brightly. Treating men well requires planting a seed in their hearts. They do not cherish the lush flowers on the roadside. They only like the trees growing in their own hearts. When dealing with a otaku like He, simple physical touch and a gentle smile are enough. Su Wanwan is waiting for the seeds to germinate. She will create some more opportunities, but she hopes that Ji Chuan will not come back before that. He walked back to the room in a daze. Su Wanwan was so beautiful. Such a good-natured girl was actually smiling at him just now. And she took the initiative to ask for my name. Could it be that she is interested in me? If I become the leader of the base, will I have a chance to get her completely? He stared at the clock, looking forward to making the next wish. After his test, the success rate of becoming the leader of Jianghua City has reached 14.56%, which is a lot higher than before. He also has to thank number 1 for helping him eliminate 4 captains of special-level psychics. Special-level psychics greatly affect the success rate of wishes. The probability is not low. Sooner or later, I will succeed. The clock reached 0 o'clock, and He clasped his hands together. The starlight kept twinkling in the room. He felt a little dizzy. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to see the burst of starlight. Is this a success? But before he could confirm it, he fell down and closed his eyes. Dong dong dong, Chief? Chief! The knock on the door brought him back to his senses. His head still hurt a little, but he opened the door despite the urging voice. But he found that it was himself standing outside the door, or to be exact, it was He's previous body. No, He was very confused. He made a wish to become the leader of the Jianghua City Superpower base. After making the wish, he seemed to see the response of the stars. But why was he standing right in front of me? He hurriedly ran into the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and saw Li Jingru in the mirror. My wish had come true, but in this way? I thought it was just an identity swap, but was it a soul swap? Then why was He calling him Chief? Shouldn't he be Li Jingru? Shouldn't he be surprised? Chief, are you alright? Fine. Li Jingru walked out of the bathroom, sat behind the desk in the living room, and looked at He in front of him. Chief, my wish failed today. I came to tell you the news. Okay, got it, you can go back. Li Jingru watched himself leave, completely confused. What was going on? If the soul swap was successful, why did He behave so normally? But he possesses He's memories, but his body belongs to Li Jingru. He is only in his 20s, and he doesn't want to become the owner of this 50-year-old body. Who am I? Chapter 108 Return to Jianghua City. He laughed out loud in the room because Li Jingru was in a good mood. When he regained consciousness and woke up in He's room, he looked in the mirror and found that he was He, but he did not feel panicked. There is even a kind of joy that comes from the bottom of my heart. His original power was a curse, and he never used it. Before a flying ant becomes a queen, it is free, but if it wants to become a queen, it must cut off its wings, sacrifice part of its brain and body tissue, and become a breeding machine. Although it is the only king in the anthill and has gained a large number of subjects, it will also lose its freedom. This is Li Jingru's special ability. He can choose a space as his territory and evolve into a queen ant that can breed people. He can give birth to countless powerful Zerg subordinates and become the builder of an army. But he didn't want to do that. He had witnessed his wife's heart-wrenching screams during childbirth, and he was glad that he was a man. Although he didn't know whether giving birth would be painful after he became a queen ant, giving birth was an impossible thing for him. No man wishes he could become a female creature. When he woke up in He's room and saw himself as he was extremely excited. Although there is no opportunity to verify his supernatural powers yet, he is at least 30 years younger. He actually didn't really want to be the leader of this superpower base. Before the end of the world, he did very well within the system and had the motivation to move forward. Because the work of leaders within the system is much less than that of employees, and it does not require strong abilities, and they may even be mediocre. If you stand out too much in that position, it will highlight the uselessness of others at the same level, which is a taboo. Just get by with everyone and get a high salary. But things are different now. It's the end of the world. Salaries are useless. High positions have no cost-effectiveness, and there is only endless worry every day. He is so tired, shouldering the future of the entire city. The pace of a high-level position in the apocalypse is a bit fast for someone like him who is used to lying down, but he is powerless. The organization was still there, so he had no reason to refuse. Jianghua City has always been in turmoil, and he is very annoyed by being the leader. He does not want to take responsibility for every important matter, so he holds meetings to let everyone share the responsibility. This is a work habit he has developed, so that if there are any major mistakes, he can pass the buck and always protect himself. But it was different now, when he looked at himself in the mirror. In just a moment, he understood what He had wished for. Although I didn't expect that the honest-looking He would have such ambition, but since he wants to be himself, let him be. Looking at the table full of drinks, snacks, and piles of game cartridges, Li Jingru shook his head. You really don't know how to cherish. As the leader, he must consider some wishes that are beneficial to the base from the perspective of the base, but he is He now, and he has many wishes deep in his heart. He will try tomorrow night to see if star vision has become his own ability. Just pretend to know nothing and play the role of He well. If he sees through me, as a leader, I'm afraid there are many ways for him to restrict me. Keep living like this until your wish comes true. Before the plane landed, Ji Chuan had already moved out of the plane by lurking in the shadows. It had been a long time since he had sat in one place for hours without moving. Although he didn't feel any pain in his body, he still felt uncomfortable. I got off the plane early to stretch my body and also to clean up the Jianghua City airport. The Aeligia courtyard is large. It is not large enough to support an airplane gliding. I'm back, and I'm at Jianghua City airport now. Ji Chuan uses sound wave pulses to transmit sound, allowing people in the stronghold to hear his voice, but he cannot get any feedback from them. But what Ji Chuan didn't expect was that a moment later, Cui Zixuan appeared at the airport with Xia Yiqing. Ji Chuan had already seen Cui Zixuan's loyalty, but he didn't expect that she would defect to the stronghold when he was away. Chief, it's really you. Xia Yiqing finally felt relieved after seeing Ji Chuan. Everyone was very excited when they heard Ji Chuan's voice, but in order to prevent it from being a trap, Xia Yiqing specifically followed Cui Zixuan to protect her. That's great. Let's take them back together. After the plane stopped, 4 people got off. When they saw the last person, Xia Yiqing and Cui Zixuan were both very surprised. That's Shada? Hearing her name, Xia Yida waved her hand and smiled kindly. It is a habit to behave like this in front of fans at the airport to narrow the distance between me and the fans. Well, from now on we'll be at our base. An Aoligar was extremely surprised that their missing leader had finally returned. Gu Yunxi, Lin Lulu, and Su Shun hugged him at the same time. Ji Chuan felt that the 3 of them were about to warm him up again. Okay, I'm back now. Chief, you don't know how much I miss you. Su Shun burst into tears first, his emotions being 100% dominated by loyalty. Looking at Su Shun's expression, Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu swallowed back the words that were on the tip of their tongues. They felt helpless watching the tears flowing from Su Shun. Zaida froze in place. It turns out that he was unmoved by me because he was a self-sacrificing person? Do zombies also have children? But why did 3 people hug him, including 2 girls? Although their emotions were not as strong as that of the boy, based on my own acting experience, those 2 girls were also sincere. Could it be bisexual? This is quite common in the entertainment industry. Ahem. This was the first time that Xia Yida was ignored in a social setting. In the past, she was definitely the focus of such occasions. Oh, by the way, this is Xia Yida. She will be living in the base from now on. Ji Chuan gave a brief introduction. Aside from one college-looking guy who was a bit excited, why were everyone else's reactions so calm? Everyone's focus is on Ji Chuan. What's going on? Is this zombie more charming than himself? Xia, Miss Xia, I've loved watching your movies since I was a child. Can you sign an autograph for me? Gung Mao didn't expect to see his idol in the stronghold. But this sentence hit Xia Yida hard. What does it mean to like someone since childhood? She is only 27 years old. Haha, sure. We'll all be in the same base from now on, so you're welcome. But how old are you? I'm a freshman, 18. Although she was almost 10 years older than the other person, Xia Yida signed her name reluctantly. But it's time to get back at the table. It's our first meeting, and I hope you'll take good care of me in the future. Since we're all family now, I've prepared gifts for everyone. She skillfully put on a beautiful smile and handed the gifts to everyone one by one. The girl instantly developed a liking for Xia Yida when she saw the gift. It was extremely precious to be able to get such a big brand skincare product in the apocalypse. Boys also like the razors in their hands very much, and they are also very expensive brands. Only Song Ci was embarrassed because he had no beard. After observing for a while, Xia Yida changed the gift for Song Ci into skincare products. Xia Yiqing also said that Xia Yida was really good at judging people. It was all very simple for her, and she could tell how much people liked her based on their expressions. It's basically all done. Who says they got here by luck? It's obviously based on wisdom and hard work. Xia Yida showed her most perfect smile and said, "Please take care of me in the future." Applause broke out in the stronghold, and Ji Chuan was speechless. There is no female star who is easy to deal with, let alone a top female star. After letting Su Shun give them loyalty, it is time for him to take action. Chapter 109: The Inferiority Girl's Thoughts. Su Shun gave the newcomer a status of loyalty. Looking at the three dull people behind him, Su Shun did not ask any questions. Similar things had happened before, and the leader must have his own ideas for bringing them back. But when it came to Shiida, the bestowal of loyalty was not smooth. Su Shun frowned. Don't resist. Ji Chuan's cold voice sounded, and Xiaoyida suddenly felt scared. I didn't resist. Xiaoyida didn't understand why she had the courage to do that when she hadn't done anything. Master, it's the other party's crystal core spirit, and it seems unwilling to surrender. Xiaohei has already felt the fluctuation of the other party's spiritual power. Although she has the same single-color crystal core and has not fully awakened, she is also struggling to resist. Ji Chuan frowned and extended his hand to Xiaoyida. I really didn't resist. Don't kill me. Xiaoyida was very scared. She remembered that Ji Chuan said that she would become a completely obedient zombie after her death. She thought Ji Chuan was going to kill her now. But Ji Chuan just placed his hand on her shoulder. Unlike his previous cold tone, even Ji Chuan's eyes became gentle, so gentle that she felt familiar. It's okay. I believe you. Go and rest first. Xiaoyida stood there in a daze, as if the dawn had finally arrived in the Arctic after months of eternal darkness. The cold iceberg actually melted towards her, making her feel a little excited. Su Shun took her into the main building. She thought the accommodation environment would not be very good, but she didn't expect that their base was actually a 5-star hotel. Xiaoyida breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Xia, your room is here. The base provides 3 meals a day. The hotel restaurant is on the 3rd floor. If you need anything, you can contact me. I didn't expect that Su Shun was like a highly qualified butler with a very professional service attitude. Xiaoyida nodded, feeling that the door in front of her looked familiar. Entering the room, she heard the relaxing sound of the music box. How could this happen? Xiaoyida looked around and found that the interior layout was exactly the same as her own childhood room in Kaianshi. She was deeply touched. Although she didn't know how Ji Chuan did it, he actually asked about her preferences in order to make her feel comfortable living there, and the room was a one-to-one replica of the way she remembered it. I haven't been back to that old house for many years. I was too busy with work and flew all over the world. Kaiyun City is the capital of the westernmost province, so it takes a long time to fly back there. She walked to the place where the music was coming from and carefully picked up the music box given by that important person. The familiar melody calmed her down. The mottled surface of the music box in her hand began to look new, and the wooden horse began to spin again. Xiaoyida's gaze kept lowering. She put the music box back to its place with some surprise, but found that her hands had become fatter, but more tender. She was startled and walked to the mirror in the room according to her memory, looking at herself in the mirror. Am I dreaming? The Xiaoyida in the mirror returned to her appearance when she was about 10 years old. The Xiaoyida in the mirror was the chubby Xiaoyida who was loved by the whole family and was constantly fed snacks. Although all the unpleasant memories of her life basically happened during this period, Xiaoyida smiled happily at the mirror. She looked at the time excitedly, confirming everything around her. Even the things in her school bag seemed so familiar. Yida, if you don't do this, you'll be late for school. Xiaoyida's mother scratched her nose in an angry manner. Mom. Although Xiaoyida knew that her mother was doing well at home after the end of the world, she still hugged her because she missed her. Want to skip school again? Yida, you must study hard. When you come back from school today, Mom will prepare your favorite cake for you. Although Xiaoyida wanted to say a lot, she nodded. She put on her school bag and came to school. All the sad memories are basically in school, but at the same time, the most precious memories are also here. Because of his obesity, he was laughed at by the children at school. Although her family was very rich and no one would dare to bully her if she told them about her grandfather, her family always taught her to keep a low profile, and Xiaoyida was very obedient. The boys would give her nicknames, calling her Fat Pig, Dinosaur, and Sumo, and then run away laughing. Girls would isolate her and laugh at her appetite. She has no friends at school and is very introverted. She hated physical education class. During free time, the boys would play football and the girls would gather in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. I was alone, walking aimlessly in the playground, and every minute seemed to be extremely long. A football flew over, watch out. A thin, fair-skinned boy stood in front of him, and the football hit him hard on the back. Are you okay? Xiaoyida supported the boy. Although it was not her fault that the boy was injured, Xiaoyida felt very guilty. She knew that the boys had done it on purpose, but the skinny boy had blocked the attack for himself. The thin boy grinned and replied that it was okay. The boy's appearance remembered Xiaoyida's entire youth. Since they met that day, the boy became a ray of light in Xiaoyida's life. She began to look forward to physical education class, hoping to see him on the playground, even if the two classes were only together for one class a week. She began to bring some of her favorite desserts to share with the boy and shyly thanked him. The boy would accept it with joy and give her a sunny smile in return. One day after school, the boy saw Xiaoyida being bullied by other boys, and he stood in front of her to help her. "Thank you. I'm so fat and ugly. Why are you so nice to me?" Xiaoyida had just been bullied and felt a little aggrieved, so she actually shed tears towards the boy. Seeing Xiaoyida's appearance, the boy was a little panicked and hurriedly searched for a tissue on his body, but there was none. So the boy raised his sleeves and wiped away Xiaoyida's tears. "You're not ugly. Your facial features are the most beautiful I've ever seen. You're cute even if you're chubby. And your hair is so smooth you could even be in a commercial. You look so pretty when you smile. Smile for me." After hearing the boy's words, Xiaoyida, who had been crying hard, laughed. No one except her family had ever praised her like this. The boy saw her smile and smiled too. Although they only spent time together occasionally during breaks, physical education classes, and after school, Xiaoyida missed him all her life. After growing up, Xiaoyida controlled her diet, and her already delicate facial features became more three-dimensional. The ugly duckling from her school days completely became a white swan. When you grow up, wealth is difficult to hide, and Xiaoyida began to receive a large number of confessions and suitors. Xiaoyida doesn't care about those suitors. They just like her when she's thinner and when she's the daughter of a wealthy family. But in the heart of the sensitive, obese Xiaoyida, there is always a sunny boy who uses his clean clothes to wipe away the tears of her youth. But all good things will always come to an end without saying goodbye. After Xiaoyida hadn't seen the boy for many days, she finally plucked up the courage and went to the boys' class to inquire about his news. "I didn't care about the sarcastic looks from the students in that class, but I found out that the boy had dropped out of school." Xiaoyida couldn't believe it. Why did the light disappear just like that? But now she seems to be back to the days when she could see the boy, and this time she wants to have no regrets. She wanted to thank the young man sincerely. Without him, there would be no confident Xiaoyida today. She wanted to know where the boy had gone. Even if the boy was just an ordinary person, Xiaoyida wanted to fight for a chance for herself. She has never been in love because after seeing the sun, she can no longer accept any other candlelight. Chapter 110 finally waiting for you. Xiaoyida was looking forward to the arrival of physical education class. She ignored her deskmate asking her to stay away from her, ignored the two people in the front row who suddenly turned around and laughed at her, and ignored the note behind her that said, "I am a fat pig." In this world, there was someone she missed in her youth, and the methods of these children were insignificant. She is already very strong inside. The rumors that first-line stars have to face every day are 10,000 times more excessive than what she is experiencing now. The bell rang. Xiaoyida couldn't wait to go to the playground and stare at the gate of the teaching building, just to see the boy in her memory. When that figure appeared in her sight, Xiaoyida was extremely excited, even more excited than when she won the Best Actress award. She still walked along the edge of the playground during free time, ignoring the malicious gazes of the boys playing football. The football flew over and the boy arrived as expected, blocking her way. Xiaoyida's smile was mixed with tears as she suppressed the longing of her entire youth. "Thanks." The boy seemed not to have expected Xiaoyida's reaction to be so big, and just thought that Xiaoyida was frightened. "Are you okay?" Even though he was the one who was injured, the kind-hearted boy comforted his crying self in return. Xiaoyida shook her head happily. "I am Xiaoyida. I hope we can be friends." The boy was stunned. "I know. I noticed you quite a while ago." He was the same guardian as before, always helping her out when she was in trouble, even though Xiaoyida didn't care about the children's playfulness now. "But seeing the boy again has been my wish for many years." She looked at the boy's eyes and remembered his voice, but she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity with him. As time passed, Xiaoyida felt uneasy, as if the moment of separation in her memory had come again. After class, she arrived at the boys' classroom door early. "Can you take me home?" The boy was a little surprised, but nodded. Xiaoyida took the boy to the park. She sat on a bench in the park and looked at the flowers blooming in the park. The boy didn't ask anything and sat down next to Xiaoyida. "If you want to leave one day, will you leave with me without saying goodbye?" The young man was stunned, his eyes evasive, and he slowly looked into the distance. "Maybe." Xiaoyida looked at the boy, as if she didn't expect the answer to this question to be like this. "Why? Maybe it's because I don't want to make you sad." There seemed to be some sadness in the boy's eyes, and he just looked into the distance. "Do you know how many years I have been looking for you?" Hearing the trembling voice, The boy turned around in surprise, only to see tears in Xiaoyida's eyes. What many years? I clearly haven't left yet. But Xiaoyida cried, it must be her fault. I am indeed leaving. My illness cannot be treated in this country. Yida, I don't want to leave without saying goodbye. I'm just scared. I'm afraid that if I leave, I won't be able to come back. I'm afraid of the pain. I heard that treatment is very painful. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you will be sad. The boy couldn't help crying, and his thin face was full of helplessness. Xiaoyida never expected that the regrets of her youth would contain such a hidden secret. She hugged the boy, something she wanted to do but never did, and gently wiped the tears from his face with her sleeve. You'll be fine. Promise me you'll come back to me, okay? The boy looked at Xiaoyida's sincere expression and nodded. Don't look at me being fat now. I will definitely be a great beauty in the future. My admirers will line up all the way to France. I will become a top female star. The boy was amused by Xiaoyida's words, as if he didn't expect that this fat girl could be so funny. Everything I said is true. You will be in good health by then. Even if you are in a bad situation, I will still help you. I will protect you then. If you encounter any problems during this treatment, please tell me. I will convince your family to help you. The boy nodded vigorously. Thank you, Ida. I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but I hope we'll meet again this time. When you miss me, just listen to that music box. Xiaoyida nodded and smiled again. A long time passed, so long that Xiaoyida felt that what she was experiencing was the future she had predicted, not a dream. I am like a favorite of God, and I can make the best solutions to all decisions, big and small. It took her less time to become a top star than the last time, but she knew she was waiting for someone. She rejected many people, including famous directors, popular young actors, the world's richest people, and political leaders. Her extraordinary beauty and high emotional intelligence, she regards her suitors as her own network of contacts. She is the white moonlight in everyone's heart. But she was waiting for the boy who saved her humble self, waiting for him to fulfill his promise. I have become a top female star and have made so much effort just to be able to stand in a place where he can see me. This way, he can easily find himself whenever he sees him. I have been asking about him for so many years, but still have no results. Mr. Xia, we need you to go to Jianghua City tomorrow to participate in a live event to promote the new movie. After seeing Yuqing's message, Xiaoyida replied, Okay, I'll pack my luggage as usual. Receive. As Xiaoyida's assistant, she basically has to permeate her entire life. Although the job is a bit harsh, the treatment is very good and Yuqing cherishes this job very much. Every time Xiaoyida packs her luggage, she has a habit that she doesn't understand. She brings a mobile phone that she has never used. According to her observation, the phone never rang and Xiaoyida rarely looked at it. Yuqing didn't know why she always had to carry it with her. But such stars all have some personal secrets. It is said that her rival Xiaohua went to South Asia to get a Buddha amulet with an infant spirit, and she carries it with her at all times. Just think of it as a personal preference. On the day of the event, Jianghua City's International Trade Center was packed with people. Xiaoyida showed her amazing charm as usual and received a lot of praise at the event. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed modestly to the crowd. See you next time. I hope everyone can support my new work. Amidst cheers and screams from the audience, Xiaoyida walked off the stage. Although the sound was a little weak, Xiaoyida still heard the familiar sound of the music box. She was looking for the source of the sound, but Yuqing took out the cell phone that hadn't rung in years from her bag. She looked at Xiaoyida in disbelief and handed the phone over. Boss Xia, this phone is ringing. Xiaoyida couldn't believe it either. She hurriedly picked up the phone and answered the call with some trembling. I'm back for you, big star. Xiaoyida burst into tears instantly. Where are you? Look back. Xiaoyida turned around and saw a handsome man waving. So this is what he looks like when he grows up. He ignored Yuqing's frightened attempts to stop him, ignored the reporter's frantic attempts to take photos, and ignored the crowd's screams. Xiaoyida actually rushed towards the man and threw herself into his arms. Will you give yourself to me? Xiaoyida's entire youthful longing was materialized, and she nodded with tears in her eyes. I do. As long as you are by my side, I am willing. The noisy crowd slowly disappeared, and the world seemed to echo only with the quiet music box tune. The chest of the person in my arms was very strong but a little cold, and the faces in my memory gradually began to overlap. Ji Chuan in front of him was looking at him. The other people in the stronghold also had different expressions, and they all looked at Xiaoyida's actions in surprise. Xiaoyida didn't care that others were still crying. I finally waited for you. Chapter 1: 11 Methods of Energy Boosting. Ji Chuan sighed. He didn't expect Xiaoyida to have such a secret. The boy in Xiaoyida's memory was probably dead, and she used his identity to successfully sign a soul contract with Xiaoyida. The soul contract is a safer state than loyalty, so Ji Chuan can be completely assured of Xiaoyida. Well, a strange female voice sounded. Ji Chuan was feeling the source of the sound. The master is the other party's crystal core spirit, and it seems to have awakened. Xiao He reminded Ji Chuan. I originally wanted my host to escape, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Well, it's thanks to your power that I was able to wake up. Ji Chuan didn't expect that the unique crystal core of the contract could also communicate with his thoughts like Xiao He. It seems that the spirit of this pink crystal core does not want to be controlled by others. How dare you speak to our great master? You should feel honored to be his subordinate. Xiao He taught the pink crystal core a lesson in a very servile manner. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. If I had awakened first, this wouldn't have happened. But maybe I subconsciously used my ability to choose you. Well, since you're so strong, I'll help you. Xiaofan, you help me? What can you do for me? Ji Chuan's naming skills remain as stable as ever. Why did you give this goddess such a simple name? I am of great significance. If my host's energy wasn't so low, I would have helped him reach the pinnacle of life long ago. For example, if you need to find someone, I can coincidentally find an opportunity for that person to appear before you. If you encounter danger, I can save you from it. If you want to grow, I will help you find the resources you need. In short, I want to make you super lucky. But this kind of luck will consume the host's energy. My host is still relatively weak and does not have enough energy to support me in launching a very strong luck. Then how can she become stronger? In fact, Ji Chuan discovered that ordinary people seem to get tired easily when using their superpowers, but he himself had never felt this way. Of course, it's by constantly using your powers. Using powers is like exercising. Even though you're exhausted at the moment, you'll find you have more energy next time. Being able to devour growth like you is a bit of a cheat. Xiaofan's tone was a little angry. If it weren't for this black crystal core, perhaps the human he chose would be standing at the top. Ji Chuan understood that other people only had the energy of one crystal core. Once the energy was used up, they needed to rest to replenish it. By constantly working hard and using their supernatural powers, they could gain more energy. He could swallow 8 or 10 crystal cores in one gulp, and no matter how hard others tried, they could never surpass him. This is why my energy feels inexhaustible. Even among the single-color crystal cores, Ji Chuan felt that Xiao He's ability definitely had a place in it. No wonder this little thing was so ambitious. I understand. Then I want to train her so that she can become stronger sooner. How would you like to exercise? I originally wanted to go to the Jianghua City psychic base to kill people by myself, but now I want to take her with me. I'll leave her to your protection. Are you crazy? How many superpowered people would be in a base like that? How could she possibly have so much energy for me? Not many. I've killed most of them. But it's okay if she dies. I can eat you then. Xiaofan has begun to be afraid because her contracted master is a devil. After all, she was living in a single-family villa in Xiaoyida's body, and she had already sensed that there was more than one spirit, Xiao He, in Ji Chuan's body. She didn't want to move from the villa into a shared house. And those two spirits were both male, which Xiaofan couldn't accept. Xiaoyida and I are going to the psychic base. You guys just guard this place well. Ji Chuan prepared to set off and gave everyone some simple instructions. Chief, this is too dangerous. Let me go and help. I'm very familiar with the terrain of the base. Xia Yiqing reminded that although the leader was very powerful, the base had a complex terrain and many experts, and it would be easy to miss the opportunity if one was not familiar with it. But he didn't know that Ji Chuan had been there several times and had already figured out the important locations. Master, take me there. Seeing this opportunity, Shin Mingting quickly pleaded, saying that she had been guarding this stronghold for a long time. The only fun she had was torturing the zombies that approached her to death. She was even reluctant to kill them all at once, as that would make things boring. All the zombies nearby. The area around Oligair was like purgatory, and the stench made Shin Mingting unable to open her eyes. She didn't want to be a security guard here anymore. Going out and killing people would definitely be more interesting than killing zombies. When the time comes to really occupy the Jianghua City superpower base, she hopes to apply to Ji Chuan to make her the leader or deputy leader of the Jianghua City superpower base. I have the ability to do this. Lin Lulu, Gu Yunxi, and Song Ci also wanted to help, but were all rejected by Ji Chuan. He didn't have enough energy to protect them, but Shin Mingting did. She was more ruthless and kept more than enough energy to protect Xiaoyida. Now that he has become his subordinate, he wants to help Xiaoyida grow up quickly. Since I have taken over the identity of the boy in Xiaoyida's memory, I should give her some protection. I didn't expect that this arrogant female star is so innocent. By the way, Xiaofan, I want to find a crystal core with a phone function. Can you find it? What's that? It's 500 meters to the east. Ji Chuan felt that position, and the green crystal core transmitted sound. Ji Chuan found the corresponding zombie without hesitation and took it out. Did you get this? Or was it already there? You discovered this yourself? I just made you luckier. Ji Chuan seemed to understand Xiaofan's words, but he had a general understanding of the goddess of luck's special ability. If she had enough energy, she might be able to do whatever she wanted. Star vision can only be activated once a day, and it needs to be at 0 o'clock. This goddess of luck can be activated at any time. It is so powerful that it is terrifying. No wonder it is a single-color crystal core. Fortunately, I am now driven by myself. Gu Yunxi looked unwilling. The expression on Xia Yida's face when she hugged Ji Chuan just now showed that she loved Ji Chuan deeply. Bring Xia Yida instead of me when he went to the superpower base this time? I am indeed good-looking, but I pale in comparison to Xia Yida. The top female stars look so beautiful up close that they don't look like real people. She felt a little sad unconsciously, as if Ji Chuan had someone better by his side. Xia Yida has a better image, stronger abilities, is more outgoing and sociable, and should be smarter than herself. She always misunderstands Ji Chuan and grows very slowly. Gu Yunxi secretly vowed to grow more, hoping that one day Ji Chuan would choose her to stand by his side. Su Shun, Yunxi, I'll leave the base to you until I return. Gu Yunxi was stunned when Ji Chuan suddenly gave her instructions, then nodded vigorously, with a hint of joy in her heart. It seemed that Ji Chuan still valued her very much. Ji Chuan gave Cui Zixuan a look, and Cui Zixuan tactfully took the hands of Shun Mengting and Xia Yida. He teleported them to the gate of the base. Leader, I'll go back first. Seeing Ji Chuan nodded, Cui Zixuan left immediately. She estimated that she had been put on the wanted list of the psychic base and did not dare to stay any longer. The guards were a little surprised to see the people who appeared. It's Cui Zixuan. She got away again. Who are these people? Xia Yida? Captain Shun from Jinglian City. That's number 1. Quick. But before he could finish his words, his body covered with pus-filled sores collapsed. Shin Mingting held her chin with both hands, her expression showing a morbid joy. Killing is so pleasurable. Chapter 112, Elusive Superpowers. Ji Chuan did not stop Shin Mingting's massacre. You protect Xia Yida. Then Ji Chuan disappeared from the spot. Although Shin Mingting didn't want to protect anyone and just wanted to enjoy the pleasure of killing, she could only obey Ji Chuan's orders. Protection is not very difficult. We just need to kill those useless people in Jianghua City as soon as possible. Kill as many as they come out. Shin Mingting found that killing people felt more fulfilling than killing zombies. Zombies are just a pile of rotten meat without intelligence, but humans have complex emotions and their expressions before death are very interesting. As a strong person, she felt extremely excited to be able to crush the weak. I really hope there will be more people. The base's alarm sounded, and a large amount of the base's combat power was gathering on the ground. Hele was a little flustered in the room. Just as he was about to adapt to this new identity, he encountered the situation in front of him. Report to the leader. Shin Mingting and number 1 are attacking. Shin Mingting is outside the base, and support has been sent. Number 1 has disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. What? Number 1 is back. Hele couldn't believe his ears. He had personally sent number 1 away. How come he was back so soon? I just became the leader of Jianghua City. Why do I have to deal with such a difficult matter? Quickly gather all combat team members. Fully defend. Don't let them break through the base. Yes. Hele paced back and forth in the room in a panic. What was the special ability of this old man Li Jingru? It seemed that he had never heard of his special ability before. He felt the body and frowned. Ant Queen, what kind of supernatural power is this? Will this change the current situation? Come on, you useless bastards, ha! Shin Mingting was killing people outside the base, and as soon as she went out, she would turn into a corpse in front of the door. Looking at the surveillance footage, the causes of death of the members outside the base were different. No one knew what Shin Mingting's special ability was or how she did it. In the current situation, even going out requires a lot of courage. Several combat team captains who have already reached the first floor are in trouble. At the moment, they did not dare to attack rashly. It was said that Shin Mingting was also a top combat force in Jinglian City. There are only 12 special-level psychics in Jianghua City, including Li Jingru, Jiang Zhilan, Song Huai, and Hele. Their psychics do not seem to be used for combat, and 4 captains have died before. Now there are only the last 4 people left, including Su Huaiji. If the combat-type special-class psychic dies, I'm afraid the Jianghua City psychic base will be destroyed today. Close the gate and don't attack. Find a solution first. Su Huaiji didn't want to make a meaningless sacrifice. Although he had friction with Shun Mingting in the previous meeting, he found at that time that Shun Mingting's pressure was much stronger than his. I am no match for her at all. Now Su Huaiji began to regret why he didn't listen to Su Wanwan and go to another city with her. He didn't expect that Wanwan had such foresight. But it's too late now. While he was still thinking about his next move, the door opened. To be more precise, the gate turned into sand and fell to the ground. Shin Mingting was smiling happily at the people in the hall, as if she saw her own playthings. You useless people from Jianghua City, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's all because of you useless people that I lost my freedom. Her expression became extremely angry, and she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly changed her words, brushing her face with one hand in ecstasy. But it is because of you that I was able to meet the master. It is my honor to serve the master. I have to thank you. The best way to thank you is to let you die in pain. Her tone changed from light to fierce. Shin Mingting stared coldly at the people in the hall. Various emotions filled her heart and pressure came over her. Her hair gradually broke free from gravity and stood up in the air. The tremendous energy had changed the airflow around her, which was a very dangerous signal. Without waiting for the other captains to react, He Jian took the lead in launching an attack. Dense poisonous insects flew towards Shin Mingting. If she were an ordinary girl, she would be frightened to the point of losing her voice by such a scene. Su Huaiji did not dare to delay. A small mountain appeared above Shin Mingting's head and fell down. However, Shin Mingting did not react at all to these moves. When the poisonous insects were about to approach, they all disappeared as if they had turned into air, and the mountain above her head also collapsed in an instant. How is it possible? Su Huaiji couldn't believe what he saw. The previous team members died tragically in various forms. Shin Mingting was definitely an attack-type ability, and the attack on the two of them was inexplicably resolved. This was better than many special defensive abilities. Although they had seen composite abilities like Ning Chua S, they had never seen an ability that was so extreme in both offense and defense. Since you like bugs so much, why don't you just become one? The corners of Shun Mingting's mouth rose, and He Jian felt a chill. What did she mean by this? A sharp pain came from behind, and a pair of brown wings appeared next to He Jian's shoulder blades. He felt his fingers become stiff, and when he looked down, he found that his hands were quickly turning into insect limbs. Save! Before he could finish his words, two huge jaws emerged from He Jian's mouth. Two long, thin tentacles extend from the top of the head. In just a few seconds, his skin exploded and became smooth and hard, turning him into a giant cockroach in front of everyone's gaze. He Jian's transformation frightened Feng Shui, who was standing next to him, so much that she collapsed on the ground. She was already afraid of insects and had never seen a cockroach as big as a human. She was filled with fear and disgust. She would rather die immediately than become like this. Su Huaiji just stood there in a daze. Shin Mingting's special ability was like magic, and it seemed that she could do anything she wanted. He Jian struggled painfully on the ground. He tried to adapt to the multi-legged movement and rushed towards Shin Mingting with hatred. But after an explosion, his body turned into many pieces. He looked at his torn body, but he was still able to maintain consciousness, thanks to the vitality of insects. The base with her back to Shin Mingting. She was the last-place captain of the combat team and didn't like fighting at all, but she was detected to have special superpowers. She didn't want to have any special powers, nor did she want to be a captain, facing those horrible zombies every day, and even dreaming about those bloody faces at night. She had had enough. The girl across from her was a monster, and it was impossible to survive if she got close to her. I hate cowards. Although Shun Mingting's voice was not loud, it was loud enough for Feng Shui to hear. She had a bad feeling, and although she tried hard to run, she found herself moving very slowly. She felt that her legs had no strength, and she felt like an old machine that had been out of repair and could hardly take a flexible step. Because of the clothes, she was not aware of the changes in her body, but her exposed hands were already withered. Feng Shui is aging rapidly from bottom to top. Her jet black hair had turned sparse and gray, and her neck was covered with just a layer of loose skin. When she realized what had happened, she collapsed to the ground, without even the strength to get up. Su Huaiji's body grew orange and black hair, and his figure became more muscular. Mountain God's domain. The land under his feet turned into rugged mountains and quickly spread into the distance. Shin Mingting did not dodge and was dragged into the field. Xia Yida was a little panicked and kept backing away, but she stepped on a corpse, tripped, and fell backwards. The field seemed to stop expanding after dragging Shin Mingting in, and was only a fist away from Xia Yida. Xia Yida touched the back of her head and felt only slight pain from the fall, but was not injured. Chapter 113, Why Can't I Lock Onto Her? Rin Xingjie felt like he had won the jackpot. He was so scared that he stood there in a daze, and Shin Mingting did not attack him. And now the crazy woman has been pulled into the field by Su Huaiji, and all that is left in front of him is a female star lying on the ground. Xia Yida is really beautiful in real life, and she seems to be just an ordinary person, and she doesn't feel any threat from the other party at all. What a pity. She is so beautiful, but she is on the wrong side and is with number one. Don't blame yourself for being ruthless. You are just a messenger of justice on the human side. You just need to eradicate the evil forces on the zombie side. Xia Yida looked up and saw Rin Xingjie in the hall looking at her with ill intentions. He raised his hand, as if something bad was about to happen. Xia held her breath, but she knew there was nothing she could do. Hiss! Just as Rin Xingjie was about to launch an attack, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle. It turned out to be He Jian. The He Jian with the ugly insect head was not dead yet. He actually used his huge jaws to bite his ankle. One of the legs under its head was still shaking violently, as if it wanted to express something, but humans could no longer understand it. Nausea. Rin Xingjie frowned. When they were both captains of a combat team, he had always looked down upon He Jian's special abilities. Driving those disgusting poisonous insects was a despicable move. He raised his hand and released his supernatural power towards He Jian's head. After a flash of lightning, He Jian's head was completely charred and emitting white smoke, and his limbs could no longer move. There was a disgusting smell in the air. Xia was a little far away, but still felt like vomiting when she smelled it. Rin Xingjie fanned his nose with his hand, and the smell of He Jian's cooked head made his disgust even stronger. He aimed at Xia Yida and raised his hand again. Captain, save me. When Rin Xingjie lowered his head, he saw a man covered in sores hugging his calf. Was bulging out from the squeeze of the abscess. Although the voice sounded familiar, it was impossible to tell who the other person was from his appearance. This scene and the surrounding smell made Rin Xingjie unable to help but vomit. He had killed so many zombies, but he had never experienced such a disgusting experience as today. He raised his hand and struck the person at his feet with lightning, which was his mercy as the captain. Rin Xingjie wiped the corner of his mouth and continued to look at Xia Yida. He raised his hand again, but the ceiling suddenly shattered and fell down. Rin Xingjie quickly retreated. After Shin Mengting's extensive damage to the area around the base gate, the load-bearing structure was severely damaged and the ceiling was already shaky. He almost buried himself just now. Rin Xingjie pulled his collar and felt cold sweat oozing out of his body. What a hell! He carefully crossed the landslide and rushed out quickly. This time he came directly in front of Xia Yida, who was looking up at him pitifully. You're so damn beautiful, but you should die at the most beautiful moment. Rin Xingjie raised his hand, but quickly looked around. After making sure that there was nothing unusual, he finally prepared to release his supernatural powers. A flash of lightning passed by, but it was not released by himself. Rin Xingjie felt a pain in his back. He turned around and saw Sun Tao. Sun Tao, are you crazy? What are you doing? Sun Tao heard that it was Cui Zixuan who brought number one and Xia Yida today. Ever since the day Cui Zixuan disappeared, Sun Tao has been looking for her like crazy. Xia Yida in front of him must know Zixuan's whereabouts. She cannot die. I want to find Zixuan through her. Cui Zixuan has already defected. Are you going to defect too? Sun Tao did not answer, but just stared at Rin Xingjie vigilantly. It seems like you really want to rebel. You want to fight me with a mid-level lightning ability. Rin Xingjie was very disdainful. They both had electrical abilities, one at the intermediate level and the other at the special level. There was no way the other would stand a chance of winning against him. Sun Tao launched another lightning strike, and the lightning quickly struck Rin Xingjie, but Rin Xingjie just released the lightning strike with just one finger, directly offsetting Sun Tao's attack. After the collision, Rin Xingjie's lightning did not disappear and continued to rush towards Sun Tao's body. Well, Sun Tao felt a huge burning sensation on his body. Although he had a certain resistance to electricity, the gap in supernatural powers between him and Rin Xingjie was too big. Seeing that the people who had rescued her were in danger, Xia Yida was extremely anxious. However, she could do nothing but pray silently, hoping that someone would come to save them. The area in front of her suddenly shattered. Shin Mingting was covered in blood and stared at Rin Xingjie with a terrifying smile. The blood on Shin Mingting's body came from Su Huaiji. At this time, Su Huaiji was naked from the waist up and covered in wounds. He was lying on the ground, motionless. Shin Mingting had to admit that she had underestimated Su Huaiji's domain. She had never intended to dodge it. Even if she was dragged into the domain, she felt that she could defeat Su Huaiji. But after entering the field, Shin Mingting found that it was not as simple as she thought. The area is like a deep mountain that has grown freely for hundreds of years. The roads are rugged and the trees are lush. The view is blocked by various huge rocks and vegetation in the mountains, and there is no trace of Su Huaiji. Ferocious beasts kept appearing in the grass, opening their bloody mouths and rushing towards him, but they exploded in front of his eyes in just a moment. Shin Mingting continued to release her supernatural powers, and everything around her became sand under her feet. Countless beasts turned to wasteland when they stepped into the range of supernatural powers. Su Huaiji in the domain was extremely shocked. Even though his domain could summon an infinite number of beasts, facing such destructive power, Shin Mingting was helpless. The desert under Shin Mingting's feet was expanding, and she would soon have nowhere to hide. He must use the domain to quickly release his trump card. Otherwise, when his energy is exhausted, he will definitely die at the hands of Shin Mingting. He hid his murderous intent, which was the talent of large beasts when facing prey. Although Shin Mingting had been urging her supernatural powers, she had no eyes behind her. In order to ensure successful hunting, wild beasts like to attack from behind. As long as he could hide his murderous intent and attack from Shin Mingting's blind spot, he would still have a great chance of winning if he could reshape the territory. Shin Mingting was unaware of the coming danger. She continued to destroy everything in the area. As long as the opponent was exposed to her sight, it would only take a moment to deal with him. Su Huaiji completely transformed into a beast. He approached his prey lightly like a tiger. The mountain began to shake, and a large amount of rocks from the landslide kept hitting Shin Mingting, and ferocious beasts kept flying towards her in front of her. It was just a distraction for her. Su Huaiji used his maximum energy to quickly reshape the domain, filling the wasteland around her again. In order to make the most sure blow at the moment, he summoned 3 tigers like himself within his attack range. At this distance, Shin Mingting would definitely die if she was hit by him. When Shin Mingting felt Su Huaiji's attack from behind, it was too late. She turned around and found 4 tigers only a few centimeters away from her face. It was difficult for her to lock onto all targets in such a short time and then release her supernatural powers. So she chose one of them based on her intuition because it seemed to have a pink glow on its body, making it look very different. The tiger exploded in front of her, and blood splattered all over her body, but Shin Mingting found that the domain began to dissipate, and her choice was correct. Su Huaiji regained his human form and lay in a pool of blood, seemingly dead. Then there is only one strong man left. Chapter 114 Rescue Song Huai. Seeing that Xia Yida was safe and sound, Shin Mingting breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to her, Ji Chuan would definitely punish herself for his dereliction of duty. Fortunately, everything is still in time. Under Ren Shungjie's horrified gaze, he felt severe pain all over his body and couldn't even scream. He felt like he had lost all his strength. His whole body was being severely corroded by the strong acid. His body was getting shorter and shorter. With a sizzling sound, he turned into a pool of blood on the ground. Shin Mingting turned to look at Sun Tao and was about to move when Xia Yida stopped her. Don't kill him. He just saved me. I'm Cui Zishuan's boyfriend. I'm willing to join you. Shin Mingting seemed to be thinking about whether to let the person in front of her go. The order she received was only to protect Xia Yida, and she didn't care about the life or death of others. But if he's already expressed his intention to join the base, wouldn't attacking him violate the order to protect the base members? Shin Mingting sighed. Killing was just for fun. There was no need to risk backlash. It would be better to kill more people. She stretched her neck and said, Okay then. Shin Mingting let Sun Tao go. When the base alarm sounded, Su Wanwan was completely panicked and her heart seemed to be jumping out of her chest. Hearing the people in the living area shouting in panic that attack number 1 was coming, she didn't have much time to react. All the escape routes she had prepared were in vain. Ji Chuan came back too early. She wanted to use Helei's affection to make him make a wish. She wanted to continue to persuade Su Huaiji to stay away from Jianghua City. She wanted to find a way to impress Li Jingru. But it was too late for everything, and she only had one last way left. Everyone was looking for a hiding place, but she moved towards the -10th floor. She knew Song Huai was there, and Ji Chuan cared about Song Huai very much. She had previously asked Su Huaiji for permission to the -10th floor, and now was the opportunity to use it. She hoped to escape this disaster by hiding on the -10th floor, which had a very high security index. Even if she was discovered by Ji Chuan, Song Huai was still there, and she could threaten Ji Chuan to let her go by holding Song Huai hostage. This is the only way to survive right now. Su Wanwan ran towards -10 in a daze, praying that the combat team in the base could successfully stop Ji Chuan and his group, but she knew that this possibility was almost non-existent. Ji Chuan's goal was very clear from the moment he sneaked into the base, to rescue Song Huai and kill Su Wanwan. But Su Wanwan is just a blue crystal core and is not conspicuous among thousands of people. So after rescuing Song Hui first, Su Wanwan can slowly look for her. Just go to -10 right now. Now I have the confidence to rescue him. Ji Chuan came to the -10th floor and no longer hid his figure. He could feel that the red crystal cores on the ground were constantly decreasing. Shin Mingting's attack was very efficient. The remaining people in the base are just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. If they are sensible, they can live as their own people. After all, the progress of the God of Faith requires more believers. It's number 1. He's already come in. The scattered guards on the -10th floor saw Ji Chuan's panicked expression. They had clearly received the news that he disappeared on the ground. So why did he appear here? Shouldn't this be a very safe floor? The guard fell down. Before he died, he had no idea what Ji Chuan had done to him. This horrible zombie just looked like it was taking a walk. Ji Chuan walked deeper into the -10 area. The metal protective door could not block him at all. Without identity verification, the door was lifted up under the control of the mystery of gold. The 2 guards at the door of Song Huai's room had a bad feeling. No one should come here at this time. But they had clearly heard the sound of the doors opening. Their duty was to guard Song Hui. This was the most valuable material reserve of the Jianghua City superpower base. When the last door opened, they saw pale skin and scarlet eyes, and number 1 had a faint smile on his face. Faint. They were the holders of the golden crystal core, who fainted and screamed. Ji Chuan had seen these 2 people last time. Ji Chuan's feet turned into a swamp, and ordinary people would definitely fall into it if they were not prepared. The muddy swamp not only restricted the target's movements, but also caused toxic damage. Ji Chuan just stood there motionless, neither fainting nor sinking into the swamp. That's it. His cold voice was filled with a hint of sarcasm. Before the guards could realize why their abilities had failed, they lost consciousness forever after suffering a sharp pain. The swamp on the ground disappeared. Ji Chuan stopped flying and continued walking on the metal ground. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silence of the -10th floor. He had been concerned about this room for a long time. When the door opened, Song Hui was still standing there with an expressionless face. A drop of shining dew fell from the sky onto Song Hui's head, and Song Hui's whole body emitted a faint glow. This is the control-release move from Ning Chua's spring. His eyes gradually began to focus and his chest began to rise and fall violently. The whole person knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had experienced a long nightmare. He looked up and saw a tall and strong figure, a man with pale skin and scarlet eyes. But why do his facial features look so familiar? Kawa. Song Hui couldn't believe it. Although the height and body shape of the person in front of him were completely different from what he remembered, the face was clearly Ji Chuan's. Ji Chuan squatted down and hugged Song Hui. "Oh, Hui, I'm late." Song Hui couldn't stop crying. He was glad that Ji Chuan was okay. Seeing so many zombies near Ji Chuan's house, he was afraid that something might happen to him. "How did you get so tall and strong? I can't even touch the top of your head." Song Hui held Ji Chuan's face in his hands and observed it carefully while crying. How come this boy is still so handsome now? But why is Ji Chuan's face and whole body so cold? "Oh, Hui, it's not safe here. I'll have someone send you back first. I'll tell you slowly later." Song Hui nodded. Although the appearance and voice had changed a lot, the person in front of him gave him an extremely reassuring feeling. Maybe Ji Chuan's special ability was to become handsome? Song Hui is a little weak now. He only works and sleeps every day, like a well-programmed robot. He is too tired. Being under mental control for a long time made him walk a little unsteadily. His hands were always on Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan was the only person he could trust now. "Cui Zishuan, come to the -10th floor." Ji Chuan used his newly acquired voice transmitter, which could only function like a phone call, but it was exactly what he needed. Although Cui Zishuan felt a little strange when she heard the voice, she did not dare to hesitate. As long as Ji Chuan was there, no one could do anything to her even if she returned to the psychic base. A familiar figure appeared in front of the 2 of them. Song Hui knew Cui Zishuan. It was their team that had taken on their mission of finding people. Seeing Song Hui looking at Ji Chuan lovingly with tears on his face, Ji Chuan even squatted beside Song Hui. Cui Zishuan had already figured out who Song Hui was looking for that day. Could it be that it was really as she thought at the time, that these 2 were a couple? But both of them are tall, around 186 centimeters. So who is the husband? But Cui Zishuan didn't dare to show any disrespect, as Ji Chuan was already her leader, and she planned to gossip with Song Hui in private. "It would make me sad if such a handsome guy doesn't like me, but it's a different story if he is a gifted person. We can be best friends." Cui Zishuan felt much better. She had teased Song Hui a lot at that time, but he always despised her. "Take Ah Hui back to the base and let him have a good rest." I'll come back after I finish my own business. Yes. Chui Zixuan put her hand on Song Huai's shoulder, and the two disappeared. Chapter 115, Su Wanwan's Hell. Li Jingru was like an ant on hot pan in the room. The alarm at the base had sounded, and it was said that number 1 was attacking with Shin Mingting. I don't understand how number 1 came back so quickly, but I'm afraid that everyone in the base is in danger now. Can He Lei give the correct instructions? Li Jingru was very worried, but it seemed that no matter what orders he gave, there was no hope. There are only 4 special grade combat type psychics left, and those who remain are not the top combat forces in the base. The only way out at the moment is probably to move. Li Jingru did not hesitate. He pushed open the door and walked towards his room. He had to persuade He Lei to take his people and move to other cities quickly. He now has the opportunity to leave on his own, but no one will listen to his orders in front of He Lei. The only chance of survival is to sneak away on a plane before number 1 finds out. Li Jingru did not dare to delay and quickly trotted towards his room. The base was in chaos, and most members of the combat team rushed to the ground. Fortunately, this floor was not the main living area, and there were relatively few people, so it should not attract the attention of number 1. Boom, 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 Chief? Chief! Li Jingru knocked on the door quickly. There seemed to be rustling sounds in the room, but no one opened the door for him. What are you doing at this hour? Li Jingru cursed in his heart. If he delayed any longer, he would die. He had just obtained a body in his 20s and didn't want to be offline like this. I still have many wishes that have not been fulfilled. The noise in the room grew louder and louder, and it seemed to be very lively inside, but the noise sounded a little strange, not like footsteps or talking. The door opened, but not in the normal sense. Instead, there was a cut in the door. Li Jingru didn't even see clearly that something like a sickle came out from the door. The blade almost landed on his face. He stepped back in panic, because through the gap, he vaguely saw a whole room full of insects. What the hell are those? Isn't he trying to activate his supernatural powers? Li Jingru no longer waited. He had to find the pilot first. Every minute and every second was very urgent at this time. He had to fight for a chance to survive. At present, in addition to number 1 and Shin Mingting, He Lei may also become a bomb. Since he had never used this ability, Li Jingru had no idea what consequences those horrible insects would cause. But he knew that a queen ant that had turned into a reproductive machine would not think much with its brain and would only act according to instinct. The current mutant base would become a huge ant nest. As long as they are not of the same species as them, they will probably be regarded as prey. Ji Chuan's life perception sensed something strange. It was from Li Jingru's queen ant. Many living beings were appearing around him, but none of them carried any crystal cores. Is this the function of the life creation ability? Those life forms were probably born to deal with me. Ji Chuan didn't care. His next goal was to find Su Wanwan. He didn't care about the rest. He sensed the distribution of the blue crystal cores, but found that a blue water crystal core was approaching here rapidly. Su Wanwan quickened her pace. As expected, no one came to the -10th floor. This place must be safer than the area where people gathered on the -4th floor. She must find Song Huai first and wait until the danger is over before leaving. If you meet Ji Chuan, threaten him by kidnapping Song Huai. Why was there a guard lying here right after -10 entered? Was someone invading? But everything was quiet. No sounds of fighting. There was no other choice at the moment, so Su Wanwan walked deeper. There was no sign of damage to the door. Su Wanwan just felt that she was overthinking. I really scared myself. After opening the last door, I found that there were not only 2 fallen guards here. The person who always appeared in the nightmare was standing in front of him. He was taller and stronger than the last time I saw him, and the smile on his face was even more unbridled. Brother Chuan, why are you here? Su Wanwan unconsciously took a few steps back, and Ji Chuan in front of her suddenly disappeared. I'd like to know what you're doing here. A deep voice sounded from behind Su Wanwan, and she immediately turned around to meet the pair of scarlet eyes filled with hatred. Oh. Su Wanwan was startled and sat down on the ground unconsciously. She felt her legs going weak. Just before she collapsed and sat down, Ji Chuan grabbed her neck with one hand and lifted her up. I've never thought of you that way. Su Wanwan understood the meaning of Ji Chuan's words. His expression did not show the pain of missing each other between lovers, but was full of excitement and madness. Fear erodes Su Wanwan's heart, but in order to survive, she must please Ji Chuan. Brother Chuan, I've been thinking about you too, Ugh. Wanwan's flesh one by one, starting from the soles of her feet and gradually penetrating upwards. Her face turned pale instantly, and the severe pain caused cold sweat to seep out of her forehead. She wanted to struggle, but Ji Chuan's hands were so strong that it was difficult for her to even make a sound as he was pinching her neck. I will avoid your important position and let you enjoy the pain in front of you. Tears rolled down Su Wanwan's eyes, and she shook her head in pain. Brother Chuan, don't. If you don't want it, then I want it. When you said you didn't want a bag, then I wanted to buy it for you. You see, I remember everything. The shadow thorn pierced Su Wanwan's thigh, and her legs were now like two cacti. The piercing pain left her without the strength to even raise her hands. Ji Chuan put her on the ground. Now Su Wanwan couldn't even stand up, let alone escape. The shadow spear continued to rhythmically pierce other parts of her body. Su Wanwan struggled to support herself with her arms and moved backwards, blood flowing on the ground. But when her arm was also pierced, Su Wanwan could only cry in despair. Sweet and fishy taste came from her mouth, and her whole body was in so much pain that she felt like her teeth were breaking. She didn't even have the strength to scream. Her hair was mixed with blood, sweat, and tears, and was scattered messily on the ground. Ji Chuan smiled happily. That day I fled in panic from a group of zombies, but you only had to face me. Am I being very good to you? Su Wanwan's mouth, but she could only shake her head vigorously and beg for mercy. Her limbs were unable to move, and even the slightest force caused piercing pain. She felt so painful that she was about to lose consciousness, and Ji Chuan gently lifted his finger. Well, all the shadow spikes in the wound flew out, and the pain still made Su Wanwan scream, and then she fainted. A ball of green light covered her entire body. It was the holy healing spiritual light released by Ji Chuan, which could even quickly reconnect broken limbs. Su Wanwan's body gradually healed, and the unconscious Su Wanwan opened her eyes again. She no longer felt any pain in her body and thought she was dreaming. But he found that Ji Chuan was still looking at him with excitement. This time, let's not do the piercing. Let's do the skinning and slicing, okay? Wanwan, I always try my best to please you, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied this time too. Ji Chuan's smile was like that of a devil. Su Wanwan screamed for mercy and pain. She couldn't imagine what she was going to face. She had already begun to regret why she had targeted Ji Chuan, why she had hooked up with other men, and why she had asked Lu Hao to throw Ji Chuan out of the villa. She just follows her heart and lives for herself in this life. She strives for everything she wants. What's wrong with that? Why let her go through this torture? Chapter 116 Successful Revenge. Ji Chuan frowned slightly. He had already sensed something unusual in the base. A large number of living things are disappearing, all due to the Queen Ant's special ability. Why is the life created by Li Jingru killing its own people? Although it was a pity that those people died, as he would have fewer followers of faith, he was currently enjoying torturing Su Wanwan and did not want to meddle in other people's business. Please, please kill me. Su Wanwan was barely breathing and felt like she was about to go crazy. Ji Chuan was cutting off her unimportant body parts piece by piece. Honey, I'm helping you lose weight. Don't you always say you want to lose weight? Woo. Su Wanwan felt that her tears were almost dry. If she was given another chance, she would never let Ji Chuan down. I will never get close to Ji Chuan again and will never covet Ji Chuan's property, and I will never live by any means necessary. She began to miss the kind and sensible self she was. She felt that her mind was in a mess. Was there really such a self? The continuous severe pain would cause the human brain to collapse. Su Wanwan felt that she was about to go completely crazy. Ji Chuan frowned. There was an abnormal fluctuation in the energy of Su Wanwan. This is not the energy fluctuation that a blue crystal core should have. Could it be that the excessive pain has stimulated her potential? Forget it, it's almost enough. I'll give you a quick death as my last act of kindness. Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Su Wanwan's mouth corners curled up. She was finally free. Thanks. The shadow needle pierced Su Wanwan's brain, and she finally ended this hellish torture. Ji Chuan was surprised to find that Su Wanwan's crystal core had disappeared, which was something he had never encountered before. Could it be that she's been tortured for too long and is overdrawing her energy to maintain her life? Or is the constant pain affecting her crystal core? Is the abnormal energy fluctuation just now related to this phenomenon? Looking at Su Wanwan's body, Ji Chuan raised his hand and released a fireball, and the body was engulfed by flames. Chuan felt refreshed, and today he shattered the two huge stones that had been pressing on his heart for a long time. Now he has to kill the insects. At this rate of reproduction, not only will the humans in the base in Jianghua City become food for the insects, but the survivors in the city will also suffer the same fate. As a sentimental city, Jianghua City is what Ji Chuan wants to be the second colony. He also wants to experiment on Su Shun's range loyalty. The people in the base are selected elites, and he doesn't want to lose too many outstanding people. Ji Chuan moved towards the Queen Ant. The place Ji Chuan had been to was Li Jingru's room. On the way, Ji Chuan saw the appearance of the created insects. They were giant ants. Unlike ordinary ants, their forelimbs were like two sharp sickles, and their jaws were also abnormally large. A light swing can cut a person in half. Ants can carry prey that is several times heavier than themselves. Their inherent strength is very strong. When ants of the same level fight against humans, humans will not have any advantage. Ji Chuan roasted the ants he encountered as he walked. Many insects can still survive for a while after being physically cut, so burning them is a very efficient way to deal with them. The door of Li Jingru's room had been destroyed by ants until it looked like a hole. It was extremely dark inside, but it did not affect Ji Chuan's exploration of the internal environment as he had night vision. Is that Li Jingru? Ji Chuan saw a monster that still had the upper body of a human, but its face had many ant features. The eyes have become hard, protruding insect compound eyes. There is a pair of antennae on the head, and multiple pairs of legs have grown from both sides of the abdomen. His body below the abdomen became bloated and fat, and his huge white body almost filled half of the room. His legs and feet could no longer be found. The white body was constantly wriggling, and ant eggs were constantly produced at the tail. They were quickly hatching and becoming very destructive soldier ants. In addition to the sounds of ants hatching eggs and moving, the room was also filled with Li Jingru's whispers. His voice was indistinguishable between male and female, becoming deep and strange. Save me. Who am I? I'm He Lei. No, I'm Li Jingru. I'm the powerful queen ant. Who am I? Who's there? Is it food? The antennae on his head were shaking rapidly. The surrounding ants seemed to sense something and all attacked Ji Chuan quickly. Li Jingru's room was ablaze with flames, and a hiss sound like water boiling was heard around him. A large number of ants were burned to ashes by Ji Chuan. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you hurt my people? Li Jingru opened his mouth angrily towards Ji Chuan, and green liquid sprayed towards Ji Chuan's face, but was blocked by the earth wall created by Ji Chuan. The flames burned Li Jingru's body, and he let out a shrill wail with a painful expression. It's hot. It hurts. Stop. Ji Chuan flew in front of him and tried to control his mind, but there seemed to be no response. Ji Chuan felt a little strange. Tried to use soul reshaping on the confused Li Jingru. Ji Chuan didn't want to absorb his crystal core. This ability made Ji Chuan feel disgusted. Where am I? Who am I? Why does my voice sound so strange? How am I a monster? Woo-woo. Li Jingru cried like a child and collapsed when he saw his fat white body. This was the first time that Ji Chuan used this ability, and he also felt the control over the soul of the object being reshaped. Unlike the effect of being driven by a soul contract, this ability mainly destroyed the soul of the object being reshaped. You are the queen ant. Stop production and recall your men. Ji Chuan ordered that these ants killed people too quickly, and he still needed them to provide the power of faith and did not want more people to die. I'm the queen ant. I can't control it. I can't do it. Then go to hell. Ji Chuan didn't like such disgusting creatures. As he crushed his soul, the queen ant in front of him collapsed limply. He used the power of shadow to take out the red crystal core and brought it back to the base. After all, it was a red superpower, so he only collected it and did not want to absorb it. This ability can provide strong combat power for the weak, and it is possible to destroy a city with enough time, but it is like garbage for a strong man like Ji Chuan. As the queen ant died, the ants became confused. The psychics in the base were able to fight back against the confused ants. Ji Chuan could already feel the ants dying one by one. Seeing that the situation was under control, Ji Chuan set his sights on Star Vision. The only red crystal cores still moving at the moment were He Lei's Star Vision and Jiang Zhilan's Forest Spirit Source. And it just so happens that they are together. Ji Chuan seemed to see through their thoughts and moved quickly towards them. After dealing with He Lei, this trip will be complete. Chapter 117, Reclaiming the Star Vision. Li Jingru first found Jiang Zhilan. He knew that his success rate in persuading the pilots was very low, so he just needed to persuade Jiang Zhilan. Since the pilot usually has no tasks, he basically does odd jobs in the logistics department, and Jiang Zhilan is his direct supervisor. Zhilan, I'm Jingru. There's no time to explain. He Lei made a wish and became me. We switched bodies. Jiang Zhilan looked at He Lei in confusion. He Lei had little contact with other people, so Jiang Zhilan didn't notice anything unusual, but his tone and expression were indeed a bit like Li Jingru. Hurry up and execute the transfer plan. There's no time. After hearing this, Jiang Zhilan was sure that the person in front of her was indeed Li Jingru. The entire conference room was isolated during the meeting, and no one knew about this plan except the top management. Who are you taking with you? It's just the two of us. Hurry up. He Lei has already used his supernatural powers. If he wasn't killed by number one, he was killed by those ants. Li Jingru just wanted to save his life. In such an emergency situation, every second was important. He had many wishes that had not been fulfilled in this body in his 20s. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. Jiang Zhilan hesitated and wanted to call Su Huaiji, but when she thought about how close he and Su Wanwan were, she knew that this was definitely not an ordinary relationship between colleagues. A woman's intuition was very accurate. He gritted his teeth and nodded, contacted the pilot, and asked him to come to the secret passage of the base as soon as possible. Without even having time to take their luggage, the three of them quickly moved towards the tarmac. Although the ants seemed to be in a strange state, and their fighting power was greatly reduced before leaving, no one could stop Shin Mengting and Number 1. Staying would definitely be a life-threatening situation. Although there are no extra supplies to bribe the psychic bases in other cities, the three of them are of great value in themselves. Pilots are required at every base. A mature captain needs to go through a long period of study and training. Currently, there are no conditions for training new captains, and this job is basically non-renewable. Heelay Star Vision can provide the base with a lot of scarce materials and even solve some difficult problems. This is also a very rare ability. Jiang Zhilan's forest spirit source can create a high-quality natural environment in which all kinds of plants can grow rapidly. Jiang Zhilan is not only the director of the logistics department, but also responsible for the planting and breeding areas of the entire base. Jianghua City's superpower base dares to absorb refugees on a large scale is largely due to Jiang Zhilan's superpowers. Even if the world becomes ruins, as long as Jiang Zhilan is strong enough, the world can still gradually recover its vitality. Where are we going? Let's go to Jinglian City. We've mentioned this to them before, and they're short of people too, so they shouldn't reject us. The three of them were running fast, and Jiang Zhilan was already starting to breathe a little. But when the door of the secret passage opened, they saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at them in the darkness of the passage. They had already guessed who the figure in the darkness was. They all felt a chill on their backs, and their legs and feet trembled unconsciously. They tried to retreat, but the three of them knelt heavily on the ground. Although there are two special class psychics, neither of them is of the attacking type. Even if they are special class psychics of the attacking type, Number 1 has given an answer, and it is no problem for him to face 8 captains at the same time. The three of them are just ordinary people at the moment. Where are you going? Ji Chuan's voice lingered in the empty corridor. There were clearly thousands of people in the base, and they couldn't understand why Number 1 was blocking the three of them. Don't kill me. I've always suggested we get along peacefully, but I have no say in the logistics department. It's him. He's the one who wants to attack you. Had already reacted out of great fear, and she could no longer find any other reason to beg for mercy. And what she said was indeed true. When she received the news that Number 1 would not actively attack humans, she suggested peaceful coexistence. Li Jingru stared at Jiang Zhilan fiercely and looked very confused. Minister Jiang, what are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary member of the base. How can I have such authority? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. When he met the Queen Ant, he said, I am He Lei. Ji Chuan was very surprised as to why he said such a thing. But after hearing Jiang Zhilan's accusation, Ji Chuan understood that the two people might have swapped bodies. Otherwise, why would Li Jingru, who valued his life so much, be willing to sacrifice himself and let the three people in front of him escape? So the current He Lei is Li Jingru. But it doesn't matter, because whoever possesses star vision is a threat to himself. Number 1 in front of him didn't hesitate at all. He directly reached his hand towards his head. Li Jingru screamed in horror. No, I don't want to die, In just a moment, Ji Chuan took the crystal core of star vision out of Li Jingru's brain. Oh. Jiang Zhilan saw the corpse beside her and wanted to escape, but found that her knees seemed to be nailed to the ground, and she couldn't even move. The captain next to her was also shaking violently. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I can provide wood, medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables. Jiang Zhilan was quickly stating her own value, hoping to give herself a chance to survive. Animals can grow faster in the environment I create. I'm responsible for both the planting and breeding areas of the base. I still have value. In fact, Ji Chuan didn't want to kill her. Such crystal cores should be left to living people to do work. Ji Chuan didn't want to absorb them himself and do hard labor. I can spare you. I will rule Jianghua City and grant you a state of loyalty. If you do not accept my rule, you will die. I accept. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Jiang Zhilan quickly agreed. As long as she could survive, it didn't matter who the leader was. She was not very happy working under Li Jingru. Many of their ideas were not in line with hers. Ji Chuan's figure disappeared, and Jiang Zhilan found that her legs could move, and she collapsed on the spot. Minister, are we still leaving? Jiang Zhilan quickly covered the captain's mouth. If you want to die, don't take me with you. She was afraid that the captain's words would encourage Ji Chuan to make a surprise attack. She didn't know how Ji Chuan appeared here to block them, nor did she know how Ji Chuan disappeared. He seemed to be everywhere in the base, and could even find such a hidden passage. She didn't dare to do anything out of line. Ji Chuan came to the upper level and saw Shun Mingting frantically killing the surviving ants with a look of excitement on her face. After seeing Ji Chuan, he quickly knelt on one knee. "Master, you are back." Ji Chuan nodded, ignoring Sun Tao beside him. "Well, I've finished my work." Cui Zixuan. As Ji Chuan finished speaking, Cui Zixuan appeared at the entrance of the base. "Zixuan." Sun Tao was very excited when he saw the familiar figure. His eyes were full of longing for Cui Zixuan. He was glad to know that she was okay. "Chuan, this person just saved me and wants to join the base. Can I take him back with me?" Ever since signing the soul contract with Ji Chuan, Xia Yida has looked at Ji Chuan through a filter, and Ji Chuan doesn't care what she calls him. Ji Chuan nodded. They were about to rule Jianghua City, and the more sincere their faith was, the stronger the power would be. Cui Zixuan was very happy. After Ji Chuan recovered several crystal cores from the ground, she took everyone back. Chapter 118 Jianghua City welcomes the God of Faith. Ji Chuan called Su Shun to conduct a range coverage experiment. He had previously obtained a diffusion ability that could expand the range of influence of the ability. He thought it was very useful and had never synthesized it. Ji Chuan assisted Su Shun in spreading his loyalty, allowing Su Shun to feel the coverage range. "Chief, the current coverage of the supernatural power can reach an administrative district." Although Ji Chuan's energy was extremely powerful, the spread was only a purple crystal core. It was a miracle that it could cover the size of an administrative district, but Ji Chuan was not satisfied with this effect. "Ji Chuan, I want to try to help." Gu Yunxi felt that her special ability seemed to be able to change the current situation. When she knew that Xia Yida was so outstanding, she wanted to find more opportunities to prove herself. Gu Yunxi's words reminded Ji Chuan to enhance the abilities of both of them. Gu Yunxi concentrated his mind and precisely locked his enhanced state on the two people. Through training, she discovered that the more targets her supernatural power affected, the weaker the effect would be. Although covering a large area would make it easier to control, only by choosing the target most accurately at the moment could the supernatural power have the greatest effect. She controlled the green ball of light into a thin line with her mind, connecting Ji Chuan and Su Shun. Then he used his supernatural power to the greatest extent. Ji Chuan felt his energy increasing, nodded to Su Shun and used diffusion. "Chief, we can cover the entire city." Su Shun was pleasantly surprised to tell Ji Chuan the good news. He didn't expect that Gu Yunxi's ability enhancement effect would be so good. Gu Yunxi was also very happy, as this proved that she was still valuable. Satisfied with the result, Ji Chuan flew into the sky. He wanted to announce the arrival of the God of Faith to the survivors of Jianghua City. With the energy of Ji Chuan, the sound wave pulse can make his voice appear in every corner of the city. "Survivors of Jianghua City, I am the holder of the God of Faith. As long as you become my believers and provide me with the power of faith, I can give this city a new life. The zombies will be imprisoned by the power of faith. They will not harm my believers. You can go out freely and resume your normal life. To prove my ability, I will use the power of my current faith to imprison the zombies for 3 minutes. They will not take any action. Please pledge your loyalty in 3 minutes, and do not resist. Those who do not pledge their loyalty will become targets of the zombies. You can make your own decision." Ji Chuan's words were like a thunderclap, breaking the silence of the city. Those who were searching for food in the city stopped, and saw that the zombies chasing them were standing still. The brave ones raised their weapons and chopped at the zombies' heads. They were delighted to find that the zombies did not fight back. It was as if I was truly frozen in place. This God of Faith actually had this power. Some people who were about to die at the hands of zombies also found that after the voice ended, the zombies nearby became motionless, as if they had lost their desire for flesh and blood. They staggered away, tears streaming down their faces, hoping that the God of Faith would save the city. Of course, there are also some strong people who only believe in themselves. They have established their own organizations in the apocalypse with their own abilities. Without the constraints of the law, they live much happier than before the apocalypse. Asking them to believe in others and offer their loyalty to strangers? Impossible. Even look down on the official base for superpowers, let alone people of unknown origin. Because there are no zombies around them in the stronghold, they have not seen the current abnormal situation of the zombies. Brother Chong, this announcer claims to be the God of Faith, ha. Xie Chong snorted coldly. He's just an ignorant clown. We, the Crazy Shark Gang, are afraid of no one. We can kill as many zombies as we want. Brother Chong is right. Xiaolu and his friends found another beautiful girl in the nearby Zixing garden. I think they can capture her and bring her to you tonight. The younger brother was smiling flatteringly, and Xie Chong was very satisfied listening to his words. You're still the smartest. In the luxurious room, several women were disheveled, tied up and covered with bruises, their faces full of fear and unwillingness. My beauties, here I come. You have a new sister joining you tonight, so you must set an example for her. Xie Chong licked his lips with his fat tongue. He felt that the end of the world was the beginning of a heavenly life. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ji Chuan prepared to let Su Shun release his loyalty. Demonstrating his ability in advance would make the survivors more convinced, and the power of faith collected would be higher. Before starting, he adjusted the sonic pulse to the location of the psychic base. If any of you do not accept loyalty, I will kill you immediately. The base, which had just calmed down, suddenly became panic-stricken. All the strong men in the base died, and no one could save them. Jiang Zhilan knew who had said all those words just now. She understood that at the moment she had only two choices: accept the rule or die. If number one could really do what he promised, humans could go out and live a normal life. Then accepting the rule of number one is even a blessing. Loyalty enveloped the city, and everyone felt a strange state. Those who had just survived the zombies, and those who noticed the zombies' strangeness naturally accepted this situation. Many people in the base saw how those masters died, and chose to accept it due to the threat to their lives. There are also many people who have always maintained a resistant attitude, thinking that with so many people around them, they will not be able to find themselves. After Su Shin's ability was activated, Ji Chuan had already felt the power of faith from the believers. This was the first time he had gained so many believers at the same time. He even felt that the energy in his body had increased. Ji Chuan snapped his fingers, and the zombies in the city began to move quickly. Through the life perception after transformation, Ji Chuan shared the location of people who did not accept the loyal state with zombies throughout the city. The number of mutants is very terrifying at present, and the destructive power of some zombies is very astonishing. After receiving clear orders from their king, the zombies in the entire city became extremely excited and headed towards their target location, ready to massacre. Many people were very scared when they saw zombies running fast, but they found that they bypassed them who had offered their loyalty and ran in other directions. The God of faith is real. The zombies really didn't attack me. The survivors on the street sighed loudly, and many of them were grateful for their choices. God of faith to 5.48%. Ji Chuan felt that the number of living things in the city was decreasing and occasionally paid attention to some useful crystal cores. After shuffling the entire city, he planned to absorb the crystal cores again. The amount absorbed this time is destined to be huge. I wonder if he will fall into a deep sleep. Now he has to go to the psychic base to continue hunting those stupid people. Chapter 119: Controlling the Jianghua City Psychic Base. When Ji Chuan appeared in the base, Jiang Zhilan felt it was magical. She was very scared of Ji Chuan just now. At the moment, there was only respect and trust, and she developed a dependence on Ji Chuan from the bottom of her heart. The other members who showed their loyalty did the same. When they saw Ji Chuan, they all knelt on one knee to express their respect. Those who did not pledge their loyalty began to feel fear. They did not expect that Ji Chuan would really come again, and they were still gambling. I bet Ji Chuan couldn't tell who was not loyal. They followed the others' example and knelt on the ground, but kept watching Ji Chuan out of the corner of their eyes. The entire living plaza on the -4th floor was crowded with people kneeling down, and Ji Chuan was floating in the air, watching everyone. I said that those of you who do not accept loyalty will be killed by my own hands, and I am a man of my words. Ji Chuan had a smile on his face. He sensed the positions of all living beings in the base and locked onto those who were not in a loyal state. The power of shadow continued to fly throughout the base, like a bullet easily piercing the corresponding person's head. A large number of people fell down, and some even began to try to escape. Even if they hid in the room, the power of shadow could still pierce out from their shadows. Those who became Ji Chuan's subordinates did not think that there was anything wrong with Ji Chuan's behavior. They even felt that it was a betrayal of their master and should be eliminated. Now that it's cleaned up, the base can continue to absorb members based on capacity. Jiang Zhilan will be the new leader. The base was attacked by number one, and all the members of the combat team died in the battle. It was the God of faith who defeated number one. I understand, master. I will do this beautifully. Jiang Zhilan was not only happy to be alive, but also grateful to be loyal to Ji Chuan. I never thought that one day I would become the leader of the Jianghua City Superpower Base, all thanks to Ji Chuan. And they can live safely in the future. Jianghua City has ushered in great wealth. Jiang Zhilan ordered the members to clean up the base. Reported to the Superpower Base Alliance. I'm Jiang Zhilan, the former head of the logistics department at the Jianghua City Psychic Base. Number 1 attacked the base today. A large number of members of the base's combat team were killed. Leader Li Jingru was also killed by Number 1 in the melee. Thanks to the timely arrival of the God of Faith, who used his powerful strength to defeat Number 1, Jianghua City is now out of danger. I will serve as the leader of the Jianghua City Psychic Base. The news about Jiang Zhilan spread throughout the alliance, and many people began to inquire about her. Isn't the God of Faith in Shinza City? Why did he go to Ganghua City? After our city discovered Number 1, we contacted Shinza City for help. Thank you, Chief Fu, for your help. You're welcome, Chief Jiang. We should all help each other. Seeing Fu Qingyu's reply, the leaders of other bases immediately ignited hope. If this God of Faith is so powerful, even if they encounter Number 1, they just need to hold on until rescued. They immediately began to contact Fu Qingyu, trying to build a closer relationship with him, so as to avoid any danger in their city in the future. With such good news, no one cared about Li Jingru's death. Ji Chuan used the power of shadow to sweep the crystal cores along the way, feeling like picking up some discounted vegetables at the morning market, and only picking out some useful crystal cores. With the influence of loyalty, Ji Chuan no longer worried that the survivors in Jianghua City would leak his news, and the city would soon be under his control. To be on the safe side, Ji Chuan felt for those strong men who were still resisting. If they survived the siege of zombies, Ji Chuan would go and see them off. Brother Chong, what that person just said might be true. The Crazy Shark Gang's stronghold, releasing their superpowers like crazy. Xie Chong had never seen mutants act like this before. It was as if an army was taking action after receiving orders. Who cares if they're real or not? They're just zombies. Just kill them. Xie Chong didn't dare to stop what he was doing. He was just halfway through his good deed and was only wearing a pair of shorts. When the zombies rushed into the stronghold and made terrifying roars, he immediately became weak. He rushed out to check the situation, but saw dense swarms of zombies pouring in from all directions. His left hand released ice cones, and his right hand released flames. This was his unique ability of ice and fire. In the past, he was just a bath attendant in a bath center, but he did not expect that he would awaken such a powerful supernatural power after the end of the world. Not only does it have incredible destructive power and a wide attack range, dealing with those mindless zombies is as easy as killing a chicken. But the zombie army in front of him made him feel very unusual. He clearly did not provoke them, but he attracted so many of them. Moreover, their superpowers were manipulated more frequently, and some zombies that also had the superpower of long-distance flying weapons gave Xie Chong a headache. He was nearly hit by those superpowers several times. Where are Xiaolu and the others? Where did they go? Xie Chong had some cold sweat on his head as he was releasing his supernatural powers with all his strength. After the apocalypse, he had kidnapped several beauties, and his whole body was weak. He was already feeling exhausted from continuously using his supernatural powers. Brother Chong doesn't know. He said he was searching nearby this afternoon, but he hasn't come back yet. Several younger brothers on the side were also resisting desperately, but the range of their superpowers was not as large as Xie Chong's, so it was difficult for them to fight back. Brother Chong, save me. One of them was dragged into the zombie horde without paying attention. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and he was eaten in just a moment. He didn't even have the chance to become a zombie. With this little strength, why don't you offer your loyalty? A strange voice sounded from behind. Xie Chong turned around and found a young man floating in the air. His eyes were abnormally red and seemed to be glowing. Is this the guy who called the radio? Xie Chong naively thought that the sound that just echoed throughout the neighborhood was just the other party using electronic equipment, and he never thought that Ji Chuan could use his supernatural powers to spread the sound throughout the city. The main reason is that we don't have all the members in the Crazy Shark Gang. If we had all the members, these zombies would be a piece of cake. Are those the people you're talking about? Following the direction Ji Chuan pointed, Xie Chong saw a group of people watching from behind the zombie army. My attention was focused on the zombies, so I didn't notice the people in the distance. Although they were a bit far away, I could still recognize them as Xiaolu and his group at a glance because they were acquaintances. When Ji Chuan warned everyone, Xiaolu was searching outside. He noticed that the sound was transmitted through powerful supernatural powers, and there would be no electronic equipment nearby that could make such a loud sound. I also noticed the strangeness of the zombies. The zombies on the entire street really stood still for 3 minutes. There must be many people who can achieve this level who are stronger than Xie Qiang. He is just a little brother wherever he goes. It is better to find a more powerful big brother. After seeing the zombies ignoring him, Xiaolu knew that he had made the right bet. Those who work with me and do not believe in my analysis are already dead. How so? Xiechong couldn't help but believe that Xiao Lu had betrayed them, and they were very close to the zombies. But the zombies seemed not to see them and only rushed towards their position. It turns out that offering loyalty really can avoid being attacked. I pledge my loyalty. You will be my big brother from now on. Please stop these zombies. I only have one chance, and I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste it on you. The cold tone made Xiechong feel desperate. Just as a bad premonition arose, his head was pierced by the power of shadow, and Ji Chuan directly took out the crystal core. Golden, better than nothing. Ignoring the screams of his other brothers, Ji Chuan prepared to feast on today's harvest. Chapter 1:20 No more worries about supplies. After returning to the base, Ji Chuan felt the vitality of the entire city. It was only a matter of time before those who did not choose to become believers died. When they really face death, those people begin to pray, hoping that God can save them. But it turns out that they would not cherish the opportunity even if it was right in front of them. Human beings are really contradictory creatures. Because he had been busy with the current matters, Ji Chuan only discovered that 2 people were missing from the base when he had some free time. Where are Xiaomei and Dazhuang? They left here the night you disappeared. I'm afraid they went looking for you. Ji Chuan understood and used voice transmission to give instructions to the 2. The green crystal core voice transmission can only transmit the other party's voice when the person actively uses it, which is considered a one-way call. Dazhuang returned to the Jianghua city base. Hearing Ji Chuan's voice, Dazhuang jumped excitedly on the spot and crushed a 3-story building. Yes, master. Master, you have not abandoned me. Master, I will go back now. In fact, Dazhuang discovered something unusual while he was on the road. Ji Chuan's breath was moving, and it seemed that he had returned to the base. Dazhuang had changed direction and ran away again in the horrified eyes of the people in Yuyang City, but everyone still breathed a sigh of relief. Only when he heard Ji Chuan's voice did Dazhuang feel completely relieved. Xiaomei received the news. She was on the ground waiting for Mao Jun to refuel the helicopter. Mao Jun's eyes were always on Xiaomei. Xiaomei was obviously not on the phone, but she was talking to the air. Wang, I'm going back now. What are you looking at, maggot? I want to go back to Jianghua City and change direction. Hearing Xiaomei's order, Mao Jun was very happy and blurted out. Yes, my queen. Mao Jun stared at Xiaomei's facial expression nervously, afraid that she would show disgust, but fortunately, she did not react. It seemed that his queen was going to meet her master. He wondered what kind of person the other person would be. Although Mao Jun felt somewhat unwilling in his heart, he discovered that he was not opposed to it in his heart, and even had some expectations for the king she mentioned. Anyone who can conquer such a queen must be the top senior in the circle. Mao Jun swallowed again. It was a very happy thing to be able to be alone with his queen for such a long time. Before Ji Chuan entered Song Huai's room, he heard Cui Zixuan's excited voice. Brother, are you and the leader a couple? Who's the top? Puff. Song Huai drank the porridge and sprayed it towards Cui Zixuan beside the bed, but Cui Zixuan reacted quickly and dodged it with a teleportation, so he was not sprayed at all. She still walked to the bed with a smile on her face, waiting for Song Huai's answer. Chuan and I are childhood friends. Oh, your childhood sweethearts. No wonder you're so attached to him. Last time, you risked your life to go to Lanshan Villa to look for him. Cui Zixuan had an expression as if she had been hurt. So who among you is the top? Chuan is so cute, and I'm so mighty and domineering. If it were a fight, I'd definitely be the top. Song Huai rolled his eyes at Cui Zixuan, and the fact that he was lying on the hospital bed didn't stop him from bragging about himself. The door opened, and Ji Chuan walked in with a sinister look on his face. Chief. Cui Zixuan quickly knelt on one knee. This was the muscle memory she had when facing Ji Chuan when she was scared. I still have the task of collecting supplies. I'll go get busy now. Ji Chuan did not stop Cui Zixuan, so Cui Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly fled the scene. Song Huai felt bad looking at Ji Chuan's face. This was his expression before he got angry. Chuan, I'm still very weak. I need to rest. Song Huai quickly hid himself in the quilt, with his back to Ji Chuan, leaving only his eyes exposed as he carefully felt the aura behind him. Ji Chuan sat down on the edge of the bed and reached out to lift the quilt. Then he pinched Song Huai's face hard and said, Who are you? Wash your chrysanthemum and wait for me. Oh. Song Huai tried to resist, but found that Ji Chuan was too strong and there was no room for resistance at all. How come you're so strong now? Stop pinching. Your dad's face will be disfigured. As if realizing that he had used too much force, Ji Chuan stopped and felt relieved to see that Song Huai was in good condition. By the way, when I first saw you, I noticed that your body and hands were very cold. Also, how did you grow so much taller and have such a good figure? Song Hwai was a little unwilling to accept it. He was obviously the 186 centimeters tall handsome guy, but the cute 175 centimeters tall Ji Chuan now seemed to be even more macho than him. Song Hwai didn't want to admit this at all. Ji Chuan sighed and told the story that happened to him. Song Hwai was not afraid because he was a zombie. He would not be afraid even if the people close to him turned into ghosts. He would only miss them. I told you back then that Su Wanwan wasn't a good person. How come you, with your love brain, just wouldn't listen? I've killed her, and it's all over. Song Hwai applauded. When I heard she asked that duck to kick you out of the villa, my fists were hard. I was afraid you would still be in love and lick her back. You finally got it. Song Hwai continued to talk about Su Wanwan's deeds, including the things about sending him cool photos. He said everything he had not dared to say before. He was afraid that the soft-hearted Ji Chuan would feel guilty again. But Ji Chuan seemed to not care at all, and not even a trace of anger appeared on his face. Song Hwai finally felt relieved. By the way, Chuan, there's a good news I haven't shared with you yet. Song Hwai wanted to talk about something happy to brighten the atmosphere. What? I have awakened the supernatural power of the god of space. I am a god. Ji Chuan already knew it, but he still smiled. So amazing. No, I'll show you. Song Hwai looked at Ji Chuan, and after a moment the two disappeared in the room. Ji Chuan was surprised to find that his and Song Hwai's positions had changed. The space in front of me stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a vast expanse of white, with nothing but piles of supplies. This is my space. Holy crap. Oh, and all the supplies from the Jianghua City Psychic Base are here with me. I'm going to make a fortune. Song Hwai had forgotten about this matter. His memory was very vague when he was controlled, and he didn't think about it at the first time. The dazzling array of supplies before us has extraordinary value in the end times. Many fresh ingredients are hard to come by, and if this reserve is only used by the people in the stronghold, it may not be used up in a lifetime. Ji Chuan was also impressed by Song Hwai's special ability. This spatial ability was much more powerful than Zhu Zhu's. The space seems to have no end, and all the ingredients are still very fresh, and their shelf life can be extended indefinitely without the need for other means. It is no exaggeration to say that Song Hwai is the refrigerator of the world. This is why Li Jingru used tough measures to keep him. And the ability to protect one's life is also very strong. So if one encounters danger, one can just enter the space directly. How many people can enter this space of yours? And where will they appear when they leave? You're the first person I brought in. I haven't tried this ability much, so you can give it a try. If they went out, Song Hwai thought about it, and they still appeared in the room. There was no sense of change in the outside world while in space. If this ability was used to save one's life, it would undoubtedly be a gamble. If the enemy stays here and doesn't leave, they will be dead when they return to reality. You have to keep this function of your superpower a secret, otherwise the enemy will stay here and you won't be able to escape. Good. Song Hwai was surprised to find that Ji Chuan seemed very different from before. He became more thoughtful and cautious. But no matter what Ji Chuan becomes, he will always be the cute and innocent little boy in my heart. Chapter 1:21 Tang Yu wakes up. When Ji Chuan was about to absorb the crystal core harvest, he heard Qin Yuru's excited voice. And there is a new red crystal core in the base, which represents Tang Yu's rebirth. Yeah, you're awake. Mom was so worried. Qin Yuru held Tang Yu's hand and kept crying. Where is this? Tang Yu was confused. She seemed to be in a luxury hotel. What time was it now? The door of the room opened, and Ji Chuan walked in. Chief, Yaya has finally woken up. I saw Ji Chuan and Qin Yuru reporting the good news very excitedly. Ji Chuan found that Tang Yu was looking at him with fear, which seemed a little different from her expression before she fell into a coma. My head hurts, and I feel like I've forgotten a lot of things. Qin Yuru looked at Tang Yu with a face full of heartache. It's okay. As long as you wake up, you can slowly recall the past. Mom is always by your side. Ji Chuan was a little confused. Was it because Tang Yu had been unconscious for too long that her brain was damaged? Was she looking at him with fear because she had lost her memory? What Ji Chuan cared about most was that Tang Yu's loyalty had disappeared, which might be related to Tang Yu's death once. He originally wanted to ask Tang Yu where she went after her rebirth, but Tang Yu was in a very bad condition and had lost her memory, so he couldn't get anything out of her. This matter was not that important, so he gave Qin Yuru some instructions and left. Tell Su Shun what supplies you need. The base is fully stocked now. Qin Yuru nodded. If you feel unwell somewhere, I can use my special powers to treat you. Ji Chuan looked at Tang Yu. There was a suppressed alertness in her eyes. No need. I should be fine if I try to adapt. My mind is in a mess right now. I just want to rest more. Ji Chuan said nothing more and walked out. Su Shun, wait until Tang Yu's condition stabilizes before applying the loyalty status to her. Yes. It seemed that Tang Yu had woken up, and Su Shun didn't ask too many questions. This was the first time Su Shun encountered a situation where the status disappeared after exerting loyalty, but Tang Yu's situation was rather special, so Su Shun didn't find anything strange about it. This is a good opportunity to deepen the exploration of my own supernatural powers. Seeing Ji Chuan walk out of the room, Tang Yu loosened her grip on the corner of the quilt. Yeah. Noticing Tang Yu's vigilance towards Ji Chuan, Chen Yuru couldn't believe that Tang Yu seemed to have forgotten everything. Don't you remember that the person just now was our leader? Mom, isn't that a zombie? His skin and eyes clearly show he's a zombie. Why would he choose a zombie as his leader? Chen Yuru quickly covered Tang Yu's mouth and signaled her not to continue. Yeah, you can't be disrespectful to the leader. If it weren't for the leader's protection, we would have died long ago. If you forget, just get to know everyone again. When you are in a more stable condition, I will let everyone come to see you. Chen Yuru wanted to observe Tang Yu first, for fear of saying something outrageous in front of others. This stronghold was too precious in the end times. It was the only shelter for the mother and daughter. Moreover, Ji Chuan was very kind to them. Chen Yuru was very grateful to Ji Chuan from the bottom of her heart. She had to change her daughter's mindset. Ji Chuan returned to the room and looked at the piled-up crystal cores as if he was looking at a table full of delicious dishes. This was the spoils he got while ruling Jianghua City. He tried his best to pick out some useful ones to take away. There were too many deaths this time, and he didn't have the energy to collect all the crystal cores one by one. There are not as many red crystal cores as last time, including Su Huaiji's Mountain God, He Jian's Poisonous Insect King, Ren Xingjia's Purple Sky Holy Thunder, Feng Shui's Gate of the Abyss, Heilei's Star Vision, and Li Jingru's Queen Ant. Ji Chuan did not want to swallow Li Jingru's crystal core, so he left it there first. He knew that there was a research project at the psychic base, and the crystal core could be used as energy for superpowers. However, he didn't know whether the person in charge of the scientific research was dead or not. He plans to go and see it again when he has time. There are still many golden and purple crystal cores at present, which are souvenirs left by the victims of this incident. Ji Chuan put handfuls of crystal cores into his mouth, like eating popcorn. I carefully felt the improvement of energy, but there was nothing abnormal. Finally, he swallowed the last handful of red crystal cores. This time, Ji Chuan was very relaxed when swallowing the crystal core. No one in the entire Jianghua City could threaten his existence. Even if he fell into a deep sleep, the current configuration of the stronghold could protect his safety. He did not expect Shen Mengting to be so strong. Fortunately, he used the illusion realm to deal with her at that time. It seems I don't need to sleep this time. Yes, it's still a long way off. Master, your body is like a vessel. At first, it's just a bowl that can be easily filled with the crystal core. After you completely absorb it, the vessel will grow larger. It will become a swimming pool, a lake. You absorbed too much last time. Now your body is like the ocean. To fill it up, you need to absorb a large amount of crystal cores. Xiaohei's reminder made Ji Chuan realize that his sleep was not accidental. Every time he absorbed energy, it seemed to increase exponentially, and now it had reached a terrifying level. I'm afraid I need to absorb a large amount of special-grade crystal cores to transform myself again. After this absorption, Ji Chuan got a new clue. The secret of darkness, the corrupted evil spirit, the necromancer, the soul reshaping, and the gate of the abyss can actually be synthesized into death. This is the first time that Ji Chuan has encountered a superpower synthesized by 3 red crystal cores and 2 golden crystal cores. It seems to be very powerful. Ji Chuan chose synthesis, and black energy suddenly gushed out. This was the first time that Ji Chuan's energy overflowed while he was awake. The synthesized crystal core is actually dark red, which is significantly different from the ordinary red crystal core. Xiaohei, is this a single-color crystal core? Master, this crystal core does not have a crystal core spirit. It should not be a single-color crystal core. It's not a unique color. It seems that the red crystal core is not the highest level among ordinary people. I didn't expect that I would obtain an ability that surpasses the red crystal core. Ji Chuan continued to synthesize the 5 golden crystal cores of the mystery of gold, the mystery of wood, the mystery of water, the mystery of fire, and the mystery of rock, and synthesized them into a red crystal core, god of elements. Taste elimination, vision shielding, sonic attack, stench, paralysis, and several other low-level abilities were combined into a golden crystal core, deprivation of the 5 senses. The combination of voice transmission and tacit understanding forms telepathy. This is a communication type ability. Originally, telepathy could only be communicated through Ji Chuan's active contact. Telepathy can specify the sensing object, so that the other party can report to Ji Chuan if there is an urgent matter. Ji Chuan temporarily set Song Huai, Su Shun, Jiang Zhilan, Xiao Shui, Xiao Mei, De Zhuang, and Fu Qingyu as his communication targets, so that he could be informed in time if any emergency situation occurred in the three strongholds. Ji Chuan was not interested in the synthesis information of the remaining low-level superpowers. After this absorption, he had too many superpowers, some of which he might never use. But who knows? One day he might have the opportunity to synthesize them and convert them into high-level superpowers and preserve them. Chapter 122, Monsters Tasting Humans. The Jinglian City Psychic Base. Luo Jia was very happy after completing the test. He received compressed biscuits and water, and the base wanted to give him a place to live. But when Luo Jia asked if he could bring others with him, the base said that the people he brought also needed to pass the test, so Luo Jia refused. Because his younger brother could not go for testing, and he had to stay with his brother, this spot was useless to him. Shall you eat some cookies? Luo Jia happily came to where his brother was, and put the water and biscuits in his hand into Luo Jiao's hands. Brother, I'll get tested too, so I can get another one. Shall you be good? Brother is not hungry. You don't need to get tested. The two children walked towards their secret base, completely unaware that someone was following them. After receiving the news that one could get supplies by testing for superpowers, Zhang Tsong and others stayed here. They figured out a pattern. People with powerful superpowers would be given places to stay at the base. Those who got the supplies and left were all those with very weak special abilities. They didn't want to join the base, but they wanted to get the supplies. The best way is to target these weak people. As long as they go to remote places, they can easily rob them of their supplies. Not far away were two children. Zhang Tsong was a smart man, and he chose two targets that seemed the safest for himself. To deal with these two children, he didn't even need to use his superpowers. One hand was enough to make them cry. As he wished, the two children came to a remote place, which was an unfinished building, and the two children seemed to live there. Seeing the tattered supplies they had picked up in the building, it seemed that the two people were living a very difficult life, and Zhang Tsong was a little hesitant. But I still made up my mind that kindness is not needed in the end times. Kindness will only be a death warrant. If you pity others, who will pity you? A piece of compressed biscuit can keep him alive for 2 days if he eats it sparingly. This kind of food that is very filling and easy to carry is so precious. Even if you don't eat it, you can still get good things by snatching it and exchanging it with others. Luo Jiao was just about to carefully open the biscuit and share this hard-earned food with his brother. They hadn't eaten such clean food for a long time. An uninvited guest climbed in through the window that had no cover. Child, give me the biscuits and water. Luo Jia stood in front of his brother and looked at the man in front of him warily. My powers are very strong. Children, I advise you to be obedient, otherwise you will suffer physical pain. My brother and I haven't eaten for a few days. Please leave this cookie for us. Luo Jia spoke carefully. He didn't know what special abilities the person in front of him had, but he hoped he could sympathize with him and his brother because they were just children. Zhang Tsong was hesitant in his heart. If it weren't for the end of the world, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. But he had no choice. Everyone was trying hard to survive. A bottle of water or a bag of biscuits were good medicine to prolong life. As if to cheer himself up, he raised his voice. Hurry up, kid, or I'll be rude. Seeing that there was no hope, Luo Jia decided to resist. The reason he didn't stay in the base was not because his ability was weak, but because he wanted to stay outside to protect his younger brother. The dark sky hangs low, with bright stars following it. Insects fly, who are you thinking of? Zhang Tsong looked confused as the boy in front of him started singing a nursery rhyme. The surrounding environment suddenly darkened. It was still daytime, but now it was as dark as night. A light appeared above Zhang Tsong's head. He looked up and found that the glowing stones were falling rapidly. He dodged quickly, and the ruins under his feet were smashed into several deep pits by the stones just now. You're looking for death. As if realizing that the boy was using his special abilities, Zhang Tsong no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Although he was still some distance away from the boy, his hand was constantly extending. Just as he was about to catch Luo Jia, a huge insect flew over quickly, and its sharp claws almost cut off Zhang Tsong's arm. Zhang Tsong withdrew his arm in pain, picked up a steel pipe from the rubble, and picked up a stone with his other hand. Although he did not move, his arms were like soft rubber, and he quickly attacked the flying insect with his weapon. He paid attention to the position of the flying insects. When the flying insects attacked Zhang Tsong, his soft body could change into various shapes to dodge. After a few hits with the stick, The insects shattered and disappeared in the air like salt falling into water. Just as Luo Jiai was about to open his mouth, Zhang Tsung's soft arms wrapped around his head and covered his mouth. Pull him from a distance to your side. I didn't expect your ability to be so unexpected, kid. I didn't want to kill you, but you are really looking for death. Zhang Tsung's arms tightened around Luo Jiai's neck like a python. Elder brother. Luo Jiao was very anxious. Luo Jiai wanted him to run quickly, but he couldn't make any sound, and his whole face began to swell and red. Luo Jiao recalled the night when his house was broken into by the neighbor. His parents were both dead, and his brother was strangled and lifted up by the neighbor in order to protect himself. It was very similar to the scene in front of him. He couldn't afford to lose his only family again. I must save my brother. Luo Jiao felt his consciousness fading, and he forgot what happened that night. But my brother did survive, and that is enough. No matter what happens or what the price is, it is enough that my brother survived. Luo Jiai watched in horror as his brother's body continued to swell and deform, his flesh-colored skin becoming cloudy and emitting a foul odor. Like a gushing oil, like a swamp full of garbage. The sticky liquid continued to rise, and vaguely took on the shape of a monster. What seemed to be the head opened its densely packed eyes, which were bloodshot and surrounded by lines of varying thicknesses. It was impossible to tell whether they were the monster's blood vessels or body tissues. Zhang Tsung looked at the thing in front of him in horror and let go of Luo Jiai in surprise. At this moment, he just wanted to run. The monster's body was covered with countless disgusting pustules. When Zhang Tsung looked into its eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had just turned around, but before he could take a step, his foot was grabbed and dragged backwards. The mucus secreted by the monster's body is like a strong plastic glue that can be molded. Once you touch it, you can't get rid of it. Ah, what is this? Let me go? Ugh. The foul-smelling liquid kept wrapping around his whole body, even stuffing into Zhang Tsung's mouth like an octopus's tentacles. With tears in his eyes and a look of terror on his face, he found that he could not break free from the monster's grasp. Luo Jiai looked at his brother and didn't dare to say anything. The situation was the same that night. The neighbor was devoured by the younger brother, but the younger brother who turned into a monster seemed unable to communicate, and he remembered nothing after waking up. Although Luo Jiai did not understand superpowers, he knew that if his brother's transformation was discovered by the people in the superpower base, they would definitely eliminate him. This monster is ominous and seems to enjoy eating people. In desperation, Zhang Tsung merged into the monster's body. The monster's eyes were blinking, and it seemed very satisfied with tasting humans. Chapter 123 Disaster Befalls Jinglian City. Luo Jiai was a little scared when he saw the monster in front of him, but because it was his younger brother, he plucked up the courage to walk forward. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, I remember the first time my brother became like this. After he devoured his neighbor, his body kept getting smaller. After the foul-smelling body shrank inward, my brother's body gradually emerged, and he lay there. When I woke up, I had no memory of what had happened. Luo Jiai didn't want to tell his brother about his ability. Even an adult would tremble at the sight of that monster. His younger brother is so timid that he will definitely not accept such a scary self. The monster in front of him did not return to Luo Jiao's appearance because of Luo Jiai's call. Instead, those dense eyes were staring at him. Xiaoyu, wake up. Luo Jiai was a little anxious. This place was not far from the psychic base. If he was discovered, those powerful psychics might attack his brother. In the monster's eyes, and its turbid tentacles stretched towards Luo Jiai. Xiaoyu. Luo Jiai couldn't believe his eyes. Was his brother also going to devour him? Despite the great fear in his heart, he did not run away, because if his brother did not wake up, he would definitely become the target of human hunting. The tentacles were about to touch Luo Jiai's face. The monster's eyes began to narrow, and some of its eyeballs began to tremble. The tentacles froze in midair, and even though the monster had no mouth, a creepy sound still rang out in the simple room. The monster seemed to be struggling and in pain. It let go of its tentacles, but did not return to its original appearance as Luo Jiao. The monster actually left. Xiaoyu, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Luo Jiai wanted to follow, but the monster's tentacles hit him like whips. The monster left a foul-smelling liquid on the ground as it passed. Although it moved slowly, its figure was slowly disappearing. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Luo Jiai quickly ran towards the place where his brother disappeared. If there were no traces of monsters on the ground, he would have suspected that it was just an illusion. A cold wind blew through the ruins behind him, making a series of empty echoes. Luo Jiai looked at the compressed biscuits and mineral water on the ground with tears in his eyes, and looked around helplessly. His only brother is missing. Where should he go to find him? Luo Jiao's consciousness was confused, and he seemed to be dreaming. In his dream, he was no longer hungry and ate many of his favorite foods, even the small shortbread that his mother baked for him in his memory. But there seemed to be a sense of unease in my heart, as if I had forgotten something important. He was in a cozy little house, a bit like a country cottage. The decoration was clean and warm. There was a fire burning in the fireplace, and the crackling sound of the wood made him feel sleepy. He was so warm now. In the apocalypse, he and his brother wore only thin outer clothes, and every night they both fell asleep wrapped in picked-up quilts and old clothes. But at the moment I feel very comfortable, as if I am back in my warm home. That's right, brother. Luo Jiao suddenly remembered that his brother seemed to be in danger, and he had to save him. When he was about to open the door, a familiar voice came from behind him. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Luo Jiao turned around and saw his mother. Mother! He quickly ran over and hugged his mother. He missed his mother so much. Mom touched her head gently and said, Xiaoyu, go sit at the dining table. Mom has prepared a lot of food for you. Luo Jiao obediently sat at the dining table, and his mother brought out one delicious dish after another from the kitchen. Luo Jiao felt very happy. Not only was he reunited with his mother, but he could also enjoy his mother's cooking. He had been basically hungry for such a long time, and now this rich food made him feel satisfied. Xiaoyu, stay here with your mother. I will find you lots of delicious food. Looking at his mother's gentle eyes, Luo Jiao nodded, as if he had forgotten something important. But how can there be anything more important than accompanying my mother? Combat Team 3 has arrived at the scene, requesting support. Dong Chen shouted in fear. After receiving the news from the reconnaissance team that his team was the closest, he quickly rushed over. A residential area was invaded and a large number of survivors were devoured by a monster. I originally thought that it was just a mutant with the ability to move that invaded the safe zone. But is this monster now a zombie? Dongchen was not sure. The monster was like a hill of mud, with densely packed eyes visible in it. It looks extremely terrifying, and the combat power it displays exceeds that of all the mutants encountered so far. Anyone who approaches it will be dragged into its body, and it seems as if those people are directly digested by it. It was originally a melee ability, and rushing forward now would be tantamount to seeking death. The team members' long-range attack abilities were of a low level, so when they hit it, they were like gravel sinking to the bottom of the sea, without any effect. Its tentacles are constantly extending, searching for surviving humans. Those who are caught are terrified, but they have no way to escape its restraints. After being touched by its tentacles, the body seems to become very weak. Severe pain spreads all over the body, and the limbs become powerless. In desperation, he became part of the foul-smelling liquid. Back off. Quick! Dong Chun discovered that as the monster ate more and more people, its attack range seemed to become wider and wider. At this distance just now, its tentacles would definitely not extend here, but now its tentacles are already approaching here. It seemed that the monster had discovered their location. Run! The team members heard the captain's order and ran back quickly. However, everyone felt that they were running slower and slower, and severe pain came from all parts of their bodies. Paying attention to the team members around him, Dong Chun discovered that their exposed skin was actually covered with abscesses visible to the naked eye. He looked at the back of his hand. The same abscess had grown in the same spot where the pain was emanating. His body began to heat up, and his mind became somewhat confused. Is it caused by inhaling the gas it emits? Dong Chun wanted to quickly pass this news to the base. This monster could not only drag people with its tentacles, but its smell also seemed to be poisonous. This behavior was more like a plague. But before he could convey it, the tentacles had already caught up with them, and he watched himself and his teammates being dragged to the ground. The abscesses began to bleed from the friction with the ground. The team members couldn't even scream as the tentacles drilled into their mouths. They were getting closer and closer to the monster's body, like a planet attracted by a black hole, unable to escape the fate of being swallowed up. Mom, stop doing that and come over to eat too. Xiaoyu watched his mother busy in the kitchen, with a gentle smile on her face. Mom is not tired. I will be happy if Xiaoyu eats more. These are all high-quality ingredients. Luo Jiao was a little surprised because he couldn't usually eat so much. But at that moment, I felt like I could never be full no matter how much I ate. It must be because the food my mother cooked was so delicious. Since I could eat it all, I couldn't let her down. Chapter 124 transformed into Gundam. Ji Chuan, who did not fall into a deep sleep, came to the base of the Superpowers, but he did not expect that the base would be restored to its original state in such a short time. Jiang Zhelan has good leadership skills, and the logistics department in the end times is not easy. It requires great care to carry out logistics tasks in an orderly manner. When the members of the base see Ji Chuan, they will greet him respectfully. Not only the members of the base, but all the survivors in Jianghua City are now Ji Chuan's people. Although they have a loyal status, they can break free from it under tyranny and threats. But now the loyalty of the people of Ganghua City will only increase slowly, because people find that the promises of the God of faith are true. Jianghua City has begun to gradually resume production, and people have ignored the zombies. They are now like decorations on the street. Even if they are blocking the way, you can move them to another location. Ganghua City will become the first city to end the apocalypse. But at Ji Chuan's request, this news will be kept confidential. Such a situation is very unusual in the apocalypse, and he does not want to attract attention. Before other single-color crystal cores appear, he just wants to develop peacefully. He came to the Scientific Research Center, and Xiao Duxing walked over with a flattering look on his face. Ji Chuan handed him a red crystal core, which came from Li Jingru's queen ant. The red crystal core is extremely valuable. It will be a rare research material. Xiao Duxing's eyes lit up. Chief, I will definitely study it carefully. Xiao Duxing is a science madman. He doesn't care who the leader is. He just wants to continue to complete his research project. When the loyalty status was covered, he agreed without hesitation. Just as Ji Chuan was about to leave, he found someone who attracted him. There are 2 crystal cores in his body, a green one for location and listening, and a blue one for telekinesis. Ji Chuan came to the room where the man was, which looked more like a prison cell. Chief, this is the only successful experimental subject so far. He has successfully completed the crystal core embedding. Before Xiao Duxing could get the key, Ji Chuan had already opened the door. Xiao Duxing was a little surprised, but their leader was undoubtedly very strong. He looked at the old man in the house, who knelt respectfully and said, "Greetings, Chief." One of the old man's eyes was very cloudy, and he seemed to be blind. Ji Chuan felt the energy emanating from the old man's body. Although his vital signs were stable, he seemed to have been hurt on a mental level. Ji Chuan used his special ability, the spring recovery technique, on the old man. Zhua Jian Pain felt refreshed, and the sense of division finally disappeared. Ever since he had his new crystal core implanted into him, he sometimes didn't behave like himself. He became irritable and sometimes inexplicably fearful, and suffered from pain every day. But immediately his leader healed him. "Thank you, Chief. Have you figured out a specific method for embedding the crystal core?" Ji Chuan is also very interested in this project. Many superpowers have shortcomings. If this technology matures, the strength of many people will be able to take a leap forward. If Song Hui was given the ability to move, combined with his space, he could almost escape perfectly. If Gu Yunxi were to be equipped with offensive abilities, she would become an outstanding combat force. If Cui Zixuan is given enhanced abilities, will she be able to travel long distances without the aid of an airplane? Chief, please give me some more time to research. I've discovered that the success rate of embedding crystal cores of the same type is higher. I will definitely produce results as soon as possible. Well, I'll have the mutant zombies come to the base. You can take whatever crystal cores you need. If you find a good one, report it to me, and I might use it. Ji Chuan added Xiao Duxing to the list of people he could communicate with telepathically. Ji Chuan didn't have time to open all the crystal cores in the city one by one, but now was the time to use them with so many subordinates. Leave the walnut cracking to them, and you can come back from time to take away the good crystal cores. Xiao Duxing's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the new leader had such ability. In the past, the efficiency of collecting crystal cores was very low. Some mutants do not show obvious symptoms, and there will be casualties in the battle. But now the mutants are directly screened by their leader, and all kinds of crystal cores are easily obtained. This will become his ideal laboratory. Thank you for your help, Chief. I will do my best to research. Ji Chuan nodded and prepared to leave, but heard Jiang Zhilan using telepathy. Leader, Jinglian City came to borrow someone, saying that a huge monster appeared in their city. It doesn't seem to be a zombie, but can infect and eat humans. I hope the God of Faith can help. A giant monster? Not a zombie. What is it? Ji Chuan was a little curious. Were there other things that were not zombies eating people? Originally, his next step was to return to Shinza City and completely rule Shinza City, but out of curiosity, he wanted to know what the monsters that people in Jinglian City were talking about were. Ji Chuan felt that they were not his subordinates. In the past, those scattered subordinates all appeared in the city where he was after the transformation, and he had never been to Jinglian City. He also wanted to know if there were any other beings that could threaten him besides the powerful psychics. Tell Jinglian City that I will come over. Yes, sir. Meng Haonian breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Jiang Zhilan's affirmative answer. His favor was for Li Jingru, but Li Jingru was already dead, and he was very afraid that Jianghua City would not help him. Fortunately, Jianghua City extended a helping hand. Jinglian City is currently short of combat power. Although it has recently absorbed some powerful psychics, they have no combat experience. Meng Haoyan didn't want to send newcomers to die. As long as they could hold on for a few hours, the god of faith would arrive and solve the current difficulties. Jichuan planned to go there by himself this time. He wanted to know what this man-eating monster was. If it is confirmed to be safe, next time you can bring Su Shun and Gu Yunqi to cover the loyalty of Jinglian City. It would actually be faster if he went there by himself. He had a battle mecha, and as long as he used this ability, he could move quickly, and he didn't have to worry about the consumption of the ability. The consumption of the ability to travel was a drop in the bucket for him, and using this ability can perfectly conceal one's appearance. Combined with holding one's breath, no one will find out that the god of faith is a zombie. Jichuan came to the open space outside the base. This was the first time he used this special ability. Originally thought that the mecha would look the same as the one Shirkai used, but his mecha looked more luxurious and sophisticated than Shirkai's. If Shirkai is an Iron Man, Jichuan is like a Gundam, and the joints of the mecha are shining with various colors, like the color-changing ambient lights in luxury cars. This is too exaggerated. Jichuan looked down at his whole body, feeling a bit embarrassed, and his voice became more mechanical. This appearance definitely makes it impossible to tell what he really looks like. Flames appeared under his feet, and he flew towards Jinglian City like a rocket. Chapter 125 Daily Life at the Base. Zishuan, wait for me. Ever since Sun Tao arrived at the base, he has almost always followed Cui Zishuan, for fear of losing her again. Could you please stop clinging to me all the time? We air signs don't like to be clingy. Cui Zishuan was very annoyed. Why did Sun Tao always lick her like this? Since she was a child, she has always liked boys who didn't like her. I like to take the initiative, but the more the other party refuses me, the more I want it. Those who like her will make her lose her temper instantly. She also wants to change this, but she has not yet done it. Although Sun Tao is a very good person, he is too clingy. Being with him makes Cui Zishuan feel no sense of accomplishment. Wu Qian was very happy to see Cui Zishuan and Sun Tao in the restaurant. As expected, this guy came to see him. It was great to reunite with my former teammates at the base. Zishuan, Sun Tao, come and sit here. Wu Qian waved enthusiastically. The older people in the restaurant liked to sit together, while the young people always sat in groups of 3 or 4. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Sun Tao to the members. After getting his meal, Sun Tao obediently came to Wu Qian's table, but Cui Zishuan turned around and went to Song Huai's side. Captain, you guys eat. I'll go take care of brother Xiao Huai. Sun Tao tried to stand up, but was held down by Wu Qian. Can you calm down? You're chasing Zishuan too hard. Don't you know her character? Captain, I think if you like someone, you should express it directly. You're still too young. Sometimes it's enough to be more subtle in your feelings. Xiaoyan, try this. The fish that Master Zhao made today is really delicious. Ahem. Zhou choked out. You and your teammates are the same. He thought to himself, but still picked up the food silently. Wu Qian glanced at Zhou and continued talking to Zhang Yun. Xiao Yun, this is Sun Tao, a former team member of mine. He and Zixin were always the team leader in the psychic base. I used to be able to handle things on my own. Sun Tao, this is your sister Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun smiled gently at Sun Tao, but her eyes were always on Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, eat well. After dinner, play with Xiaoyian. Your sister hasn't eaten much yet. Zhang Yun looked at Zhou embarrassedly. Xiaoxian is too naughty. I will take care of her later. It's okay. These two kids are only in this state after the leader came back. Let them play if they want. Ever since Ji Chuan disappeared, Zhou has been very worried every day, fearing that some accident would destroy this paradise in the apocalypse. Qin Ruishu and Wang Wei remained silent. Their identities were very embarrassing, and they felt like captives kidnapped in Shinza City. Qin Ruishu has been trying to find an opportunity to tell Ji Chuan that he wants to return to Shinza City to reunite with his granddaughter, but there has never been any chance. He didn't have any acquaintances here, and his loyalty made him respect Ji Chuan immensely, but he was still determined to tell this matter. Wang Wei knew about the existence of Mr. Qin, but he was not familiar with him. They sat together only because they were in the same situation. People at one table were chatting leisurely. Compared to this table, the young people's group was much more lively. Hey, brother Xiaohuai, was what you said last time true or false? Are you and the leader really the top? Puff. Song Huai held back this time, but Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi burst out laughing. Sorry, Suki, I'll have to trouble you to clean up later. Suchi looked over here blankly when she heard this. It's okay, it's okay. What's wrong with Zishuan? Are you telling the truth? Song Huai and the leader are a couple? What about my brother? Song Hwai is the top, so the leader is. I was saying that my brother has been with so many sisters-in-law. How could he be zero? Zhu looked a little excited, and the rice spoon she held was trembling a little. A blush appeared on Su Shin's cheeks. Xia Yiqing and Song Si were chatting happily, and they all looked at Song Hwai. The whole restaurant felt quiet. Song Hwai felt that everyone in the restaurant was looking at him, which made him very embarrassed and a little anxious. What are you talking about? I was just joking last time. We both had girlfriends before. He was just framed by his ex-girlfriend after the apocalypse. I have my own goddess. I like Xia Yida. Gu Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, wondering why she had been thinking in such a strange direction. As soon as Song Hwai finished speaking, the sound of high heels was heard at the restaurant door. Da-da-da. Everyone was attracted by the rhythmic sound. Few people would wear high heels in the apocalypse. You see her legs before you see her. Xia Yida is walking slowly towards you in haute couture. What the hell? Song Hwai felt like he was dreaming. Was this some kind of illusion created by someone with supernatural powers? He actually saw Xia Yida in the stronghold. That year, he arrived at the China World Trade Center several hours in advance just to get a front row seat to see Xia Yida. Is that Xia Yida? Is she also one of our bases? Song Hwai hurriedly confirmed with the people around him. Seeing that others nodded, Song Hwai stood up. Without bothering to think about how Ji Chuan did it, he mustered up the courage to walk up to Xia Yida. Xia Miss Xia, I'm Song Hwai. I've liked you for many years. I've watched every one of your movies at least 3 times. Thank you for your love. We can be good friends. I already have someone I like. Dang. Gu Yunqi dropped the steel spoon on the plate. Lin Lulu looked at her strangely. Sister Yunqi, what's wrong with you? You don't seem right. Nothing, just thinking about something. Gu Yunqi knew who Xia Yida liked, but she didn't expect her to say it so directly. Song Hwai did not retreat. In the end times, love will fade away with time and distance. As long as he has a stronghold, he has a chance. Who in the stronghold was more suitable than him? Only Xia Yiqing seemed to be able to compete with him, but Xia Yiqing was always with Song Si. There was something wrong with those two. I'm the only one left. Ha 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 ha. God has been kind to me. Song Hwai was delighted in his heart, thinking that Xia Yida would choose him one day. Xia Yida always has just the right smile on her face, appearing gentle but not overly enthusiastic, which is the best distance between her and her fans. As the leader of the stronghold, she not only needs to stay beautiful at all times to bring honor to Ji Chuan, but also needs to keep a distance from the members of the stronghold. She is a perfect goddess who is approachable, knows how to behave, and possesses both beauty and wisdom. She refused Song Hwai's request to help her get the food and walked naturally to the young people's table near the middle. I didn't expect the chef at the outpost to be so skilled. I must exercise more this afternoon. She smiled so brightly that all the men around her were stunned. Song Si kicked Xia Yiqing under the table, and Xia Yiqing quickly buried his head and continued eating. Gu Yunqi looked at Xia Yida's curves, her swan neck, one-shoulder dress, and her slender arms. She was so self-disciplined despite having such a perfect figure. There were only a few vegetables and a few pieces of fish on Xia Yida's plate. She only ate these small bites and still needed to exercise. Lulu, I can't eat anymore. Gu Yunqi put down her spoon. She felt that today's meal was not delicious. Xia Yida is very good at capturing everyone's emotions. She had long noticed that the way Gu Yunqi looked at Ji Chuan was different from the way he looked at others. Yunqi, can we exercise together this afternoon? I have a lot of things I want to ask you. Low-level green tea girls can only be sarcastic, but a high-level snow lotus like her wants to become friends with potential competitors. There are many fake sisters in the entertainment industry. In order to seize the resources of the same type of artists, integrate into each other's life circles, and get to know each other's connections. Xia Yida didn't bother to do that because she had no shortage of resources. But when it comes to love, she feels that it is necessary to do so. The white moonlight in her heart is too outstanding, kind, and powerful. She must make every effort to eliminate all signs that should not appear. After Ji Chuan returned, everyone was obviously more relaxed. Only Xiao Hui had to endure the hardship of taking care of the baby. Chapter 126 Plague Festival. When Ji Chuan arrived in Jinglian City, Meng Haonian had already brought people there to wait for him. Jinglian City was waiting for this legendary god of faith. To be on the safe side, Meng Haonian also contacted Shannon City. It was said that a powerful psychic had also appeared there. But I didn't expect that the god of faith would fly over here in a mecha. Jianghua City is not close to Jinglian City. The god of faith did not show any signs of fatigue after using his supernatural powers for a long time at this distance. His strength is obvious. Where is the monster? His voice was low and robotic, like that of an artificial intelligence. 6 kilometers southwest. I'll bring people right away. No need. According to Meng Haoyan's suggestion, Ji Chuan sensed life in that direction and found the target. Without stopping, he flew in that direction. What did you feel? I didn't sense anything. I couldn't even sense his life. Maybe he has some kind of shielding method, or his ability is beyond my perception. Meng Haoyan was a little surprised. He didn't expect the god of faith to be so vigilant, but no matter what the situation was, it showed that he was a strong man, and Jinglian City should be saved. When will Yu Yin from Shannon City arrive? Reporting to the leader, they set out 2 hours ago and are almost there now. They are expected to arrive within half an hour. Meng Haoyan nodded, thoughtfully thinking that this was a double insurance. The Jinglian City that he worked so hard to maintain cannot fail. Ji Chuan was surprised while flying. The strongest energy fluctuation at the target location came from a person, or to be exact, from a holder of a single-color crystal core. Gray crystal core, Plague Festival. Ji Chuan didn't know what kind of abilities the other party had, but it sounded like it should use viruses as a means, so it wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. His perfect body is immune to any abnormal condition, but he still needs further observation. Why would the holder of a single-color crystal core attack humans? Ji Chuan couldn't figure it out. According to reports from Jinglian City, this monster had already devoured a large number of survivors and members of 2 or 3 combat teams. This was undoubtedly a further blow to the already severely damaged Jinglian City, and Meng Haoyan did not dare to send any more support. It would have been better if Shun Mingting and others had not been sent to Zhonghua City. They would not be so helpless now, but it was too late to regret. No one with the ability to go back in time was found in Jinglian City. If such existence is discovered, it will probably be strictly protected. Ji Chuan saw the monster from afar in the sky. It was as big as De Zhuang and about 3.5 meters tall. If it weren't moving, it would look like a mountain of garbage. There were many eyes buried in its body. As Ji Chuan approached, the monster's appearance made Ji Chuan feel disgusted. The monster's tentacles continued to extend in all directions, pulling the survivors around it into its body. Ji Chuan observed carefully. As the human merged into his body, the human's life and crystal core disappeared together, and the monster's energy is gradually growing. Luckily I came here. Ji Chuan sighed. This gray crystal core is very dangerous and also has a growing ability. Compared to my own caution, this big brother actually took a direct and forceful approach. It was too hasty. This would obviously attract strong people to come and destroy him. Ji Chuan felt that his development strategy was correct. However, Ji Chuan felt that the body of the crystal core holder did not seem to be in a normal state. Master, it's the other party's crystal core spirit. She has already taken control of her host. She is rapidly accumulating energy, and I'm afraid she will be completely successful soon. Xiao Hei's reminder made Ji Chuan understand that the reason why the other party dared to kill so blatantly was probably to fight for control of the body. None of you crystal core spirits are worry-free. Ji Chuan couldn't help but sigh, as he almost fell into Xiao Hei's hands. We are doing what we believe is right, but the other party may think that becoming stronger right now is the most important thing. Compared with Xiao Hei's treacherous and cautious character, this crystal core spirit is more reckless. However, if no one else stops it, this crystal core spirit will definitely succeed. So looking at it this way, being reckless is not necessarily a bad thing. Ji Chuan planned to conduct a simple test to see the other party's strength and also test the other party's position. If the hostility is greater, Ji Chuan wants to taste the unique crystal core. Can we communicate, little crystal core? Ji Chuan controlled the sound wave pulses to transmit the sound to the location of the monster. The monster was obviously stunned and began to look for the source of the sound. Dozens of eyes were turning rapidly and finally locked onto Ji Chuan in midair. She didn't understand how the person in front of her knew that she was the spirit of the crystal core and why the other party didn't have any breath. But she felt that this person must be very strong. If she could absorb him, her strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The monster's tentacles stretched towards Ji Chuan, and the stench in the air became more obvious. But Ji Chuan doesn't need to breathe, so even if he breathes in the virus, it can't do anything to him. Then it seems we need to use force, little crystal core. The approaching tentacles ignited a flame. The high-temperature sterilization should have a good effect. Ji Chuan's god of elements has fully mastered the 5 elements and is conducting a tentative attack on the monster. But after the tentacles turned to ashes, the monster didn't seem to feel any discomfort, as if the tentacles were just ordinary mud. The monster stopped the other movements in her hands. Those who were half-dragged were surprised and prepared to escape, but found that they could only lie weakly on the ground. The rapidly rising body temperature had made their minds begin to lose consciousness. The monster aimed at Ji Chuan and shot the foul-smelling mud at him like a bullet. It didn't seem to have much power, but it shot through the steel plate created by Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan quickly landed on the ground, put down his hand, and the steel plate disappeared. But the bullets were all burned up when they approached Ji Chuan, as if the area around Ji Chuan was a high-temperature furnace. Ji Chuan wanted to try out the death power he had just acquired, so he activated it on the monster. It seemed as if a black shadow attacked the monster in an instant, so fast that even Ji Chuan didn't see it clearly. Although the monster in front of her seemed unaffected, she seemed to be frightened. She stopped attacking and looked a little flustered. Her fat body moved in the opposite direction and gradually became transparent. "Wanna run?" The gray ball of light quickly flew towards the monster, and the area turned grayish-white, which was the time freeze from Ji Chuan. But in just a moment, cracks appeared all over the monster's body, as if trying to break free from the constraints of frozen time. A huge gate to hell appeared in front of the monster. The gate was inlaid with strangely shaped skulls around it, and it was impossible to tell what creature they belonged to. The gate opened, and a terrifying sound came from inside. Contains cries of fear, pain, and despair. There seemed to be a huge gravitational force that sucked the monster that was still struggling to break free into it. The monster's eyes were trembling violently, as if it understood the consequences of being sucked into the door, and it made up its mind to make one last attempt. Aiming at the position where Ji Chuan was, the bodies that were piled up just now burst into a net like mud in an instant. It quickly wrapped Ji Chuan in it, and then returned to its original appearance. The gate of hell slowly closed, and the monster breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 127, Forbidden Area. Ji Chuan appeared next to a country cottage and looked around in confusion. It was a peaceful and quiet place, with smoke rising from the cottage and the aroma of food smelled outside. The wooden door opened, and a little boy was looking at him in surprise. He flew into his arms. "Brother." Ji Chuan responded to the hug in a daze, and only then did he realize that he was almost as tall as the boy. "Jia, you're back. Come wash your hands. Mom has made a lot of delicious food for you." The little boy took Ji Chuan's hand and walked into the house. On the wooden table was a sumptuous feast that did not fit in with the wooden house. A gentle woman was busy in the kitchen. She gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and gave Ji Chuan a natural smile. Ji Chuan looked around, a little curious. He felt the flow of energy, and a smile appeared on his lips. The woman kept staring at Ji Chuan out of the corner of her eyes, and her expression gradually became uneasy. Ji Chuan walked up to the little boy and gently placed a finger on his forehead. The woman walked out of the kitchen nervously. "Jai, what are you doing? Don't make trouble with your brother before dinner. Is this your host?" Hearing Ji Chuan's words, the woman accidentally dropped a bowl on the ground, making a sharp breaking sound. Black energy emanated from Ji Chuan's body. He looked like a little boy just now, but now he was a pale-skinned young man. That was Ji Chuan's original appearance under the mecha. How could it be? Why are you still conscious? The woman looked a little shocked. This was clearly her territory. Anyone trapped in her territory should have their thinking slowed down and play their own role. "Because of me." A one-eyed demon appeared beside Ji Chuan and flew around him proudly. Black crystal core. The woman's body shape began to change, and her face began to distort. "Mother." The boy felt his consciousness becoming blurred, passed out, and his body gradually disappeared. The woman returned to her original form. She was wearing a medieval robe with intricate decorations that turned out to be made of human bones. She held a lamp that emitted a blue-green light. Her eyes were completely black and no emotion could be seen. Surrounding her were dozens of small skulls floating in the air. "Even if you're not unconscious, you can't kill me in my domain." The cozy houses before my eyes disappeared, and the village that was peaceful just a moment ago was now littered with corpses. The sky was blood red, low and dark. The corpses on the ground gradually stood up, and they were approaching here like zombies. Really? Ji Chuan continued to use death on her. He felt that his ability would definitely hit her, and when he attacked her for the first time, she wanted to escape, but why did it seem to have no effect? "You can see that your moves are useless against me." "Oh, then why is your energy decreasing?" Ji Chuan continued to activate the god of death. As his will persisted, the face of the crystal core's spirit finally began to panic. "Stop. Master." The other party transferred the damage to these humans she absorbed. After hearing Xiao Hei's reminder, Ji Chuan looked around and found that many of those who stood up seemed to have fallen down again. It turns out that this gray crystal core can not only strengthen itself by venturing into devouring humans, but also treat them as its own lives. If enough humans are absorbed, it seems that immortality can be achieved, which is indeed a powerful superpower. Every time Ji Chuan activates the Death God, the opponent absorbs one less life. It turns out that the effect of the Grim Reaper is instant death, but the opponent has too much life and the effect is not seen. However, the opponent understands what happened, so he wants to escape. What you absorbed isn't enough for me to continue killing for another 5 minutes. The woman finally began to tremble. He had seen through her. He had just awakened and hadn't developed for a long time, so there was still a huge gap in strength between him and his opponent. Stop. If you kill me in my territory, you will stay here forever. Ji Chuan's expression remained calm when he heard her words. Really? What if this is no longer your territory? The door that had just been closed reappeared in front of the woman. This door had made her feel very ominous, and she could feel the threat posed by this move. The gates of hell opened, and a terrifying sound echoed in this bloody village. The huge suction force made it difficult for the Plague Festival crystal spirit to withstand it. She tried hard to maintain her body shape, and her expression gradually became terrified. No, no, she was still sucked in by the huge suction force. This is a lava hell, surrounded by magma and black rocks, and the entire sky is as dark as night. In the center of hell is a skull throne. A young man sitting on the throne is looking at him with scarlet eyes and a smile on his face. Why can you break through my domain? Plague Festival was somewhat unbelievable. The domain should not be lifted before she was severely damaged, unless. Because this is my forbidden area, my abilities are much higher than yours. How is that possible? I'm a unique crystal core, and you and I are on the same level. Plague Festival just thought that the other party was bluffing, and it was impossible for the crystal core of the same level to cover her superpowers with overwhelming advantage. She raised her hand, held up her soul lamp, and released her plague on Ji Chuan. But nothing happened. She was surprised to find that the light of the soul lamp had disappeared. The forbidden area means that you cannot use any supernatural powers in it. Ji Chuan's words gave her great fear, and she had no means of resistance facing the person in front of her. Xiaohei, is there any threat in devouring her? Reporting to the master, I don't feel any threat, so I can devour it. The Plague Festival's black eyes trembled violently. What was he talking about? Could he devour himself? Was this the secret to his overwhelming power? I clearly have the opportunity to continuously absorb humans and become the master of the world? How could this be? Wait, don't devour me. I am worth more. Ji Chuan stared at her and asked her to continue. I can sign a contract with you, my host, and I will serve you faithfully. I have a very convenient ability. I can spread plague to living things and control the onset of their disease. If they are in danger, I can teleport myself into the pathogen's body. If you were in my area, I could take you with me. This is a skill that Ji Chuan really needs, as traveling takes too much time. Wouldn't it be the same if I absorbed this ability and used it yourself? That's different. I can help you find the target of the plague, so you don't have to waste your time. And my territory can accommodate many people, so I can be your driver. That's more in line with your status. Ji Chuan was tempted. Although the other party's special ability was useful, he would have to move like a bus in the future and would be responsible for carrying all members of the base. With this tool, things would be different. Moreover, the opponent's attack methods are somewhat high-profile, and this kind of large-scale absorption of humans is not suitable for me to do. The single-color crystal cores are indeed very powerful. If the Plague Festival absorbs the entire Jinglian city's population, I'm afraid they will be able to compete with me. Let's establish a contract. As you command, I and my host will always serve you loyally. Just call. Ji Chuan was a little troubled because the name Xiaoyi was already taken. Just call me Xiaoji. As you command, I am Xiaoji. Chapter 128 The Birth of an Actor. Rampage of the Crystal Core Spirit made him extremely tired. When he wakes up, Xiaoji will inform him of his current situation. Ji Chuan plans to have him bury the pathogens across the country for future transfer. Regarding Jinglian City, Ji Chuan would say that the monster had been severely injured and escaped, and there would not be any more actions in the near future. Xiaoji needs to do is move to another place and absorb the energy quietly without attracting other people's attention, and gradually this monster will fade out of people's sight. When he was about to leave, 3 people hurried over and stood not far away, watching him vigilantly. The leader was a woman in red with a princess-cut hairstyle. She exuded a powerful aura and her eyes were bright and dangerous. Red Crystal Core, Soul Catcher. Ji Chuan didn't know the capabilities of this crystal core, nor did he know what this woman was here for. Captain Yu, there's a strong zombie aura here. Even though they used some concealment methods, I still managed to detect it. One of the men behind her spoke, Red Crystal Core, spiritual warning. Hearing what the other captain said, Yuan looked at Ji Chuan warily. The other party was wearing a mecha and concealed his breath, which seemed to be intentional. Could he be a zombie? Who are you? The woman's voice was soft and slow, but her eyes were very alert. I am the holder of the God of Faith. I was sent by Jinglian City to destroy the monster. The monster was severely injured and fled. I just saved this child from the monster. Ji Chuan felt that his explanation was perfect, but he didn't understand why the man still noticed him even though he had already used the breath-holding method. However, the other party was not sure enough and probably couldn't determine the specific target. Then take off your mask and release your breath. Yuan stared at Ji Chuan. If he was a human, it would be unreasonable for him to deliberately hide his breath. Ji Chuan was having a headache. If the identity of the God of Faith he created was discovered, the status quo of the two cities being ruled would be exposed, and the progress of the God of Faith would become a problem in the future. What should I do? That man's ability seems to be 100% certain of my existence. Ji Chuan suddenly thought of a solution. Xiao Hui, who was still taking care of the baby, was suddenly taken back by Ji Chuan and entered Ji Chuan's body. Master, I miss you so much. Xiao Hui was finally relieved. Xiao Xian and Nen were about to pull out all his hair after not seeing him for a long time. You play me in a mecha and defeat me. Before Xiao Hui could react, he had already appeared in the mecha. Fortunately, he could communicate with Ji Chuan through telepathy. 3-2. Yuan is making the final countdown. If the other party still hides himself, she will launch an attack on this suspicious target. Your senses are sharp. Ji Chuan appeared behind the spiritual warning, pierced his head in front of his horrified eyes, and took out his crystal core. Ji Chuan coveted his crystal core. He was very curious about the ability to hold his breath and have a real effect. After this performance, he wanted to try it. Master, what should I do? Just stand by and watch. I'll beat them up enough before you take action. Yes, sir. Xiao Hui was a little excited. The situation in front of him seemed very interesting, much more fun than taking care of children. However, he discovered Luo Jiao in his arms. There was still a crystal core spirit in his body, which must be useful to his master. We have to find a place to put him first. All of Yu Yin's attention was drawn to Ji Chuan. It turned out that the breath of zombies came from behind them. It seemed that she had wronged the robot. Number 1. All the bases have seen the information about Number 1, a powerful zombie that can communicate and has amazing strength. No one expected it to appear in Jinglian City. She didn't dare to test it any further and quickly used her supernatural power on Ji Chuan. But Ji Chuan didn't react at all. Yuan was very surprised. Why didn't her special ability have any effect on him? Her abilities are powerful, but not flashy. Other people's powerful superpowers look very cool, but my own superpower is to kill the target instantly. No matter if it is a zombie or a powerful opponent, as long as you think about it, the opponent will lose his life. But for Number 1 in front of him, his special ability was ineffective. Master, your death crystal core is immune to all instant death abilities. Ji Chuan understood, so he could completely ignore this woman. If he hadn't obtained the God of Death in advance, this trip would probably be dangerous. The last of the three quickly launched an attack on Ji Chuan. He was the holder of a rare space-based defensive ability, the Red Crystal Core Dimensional Collapse. Once you are locked by his special power, your body will be squeezed infinitely into a glass of juice. Ji Chuan just smiled. As soon as the opponent started to lock on him, his whole body was engulfed in flames. He screamed for less than 1 second before he turned into ashes. The crystal core was pulled into Ji Chuan's hand by Shadow, and Ji Chuan blew a breath at the red crystal core. The fire just now almost burned Yuan. She fell backwards to the ground, supporting herself with her hands and moving backwards. Hey! She used her mind to continuously release the instant death power to the terrifying Number 1 in front of her, but Number 1 never responded and kept moving towards her step by step. It's not that Ji Chuan is soft-hearted, but Yu Yin's ability is completely a low-level version of the God of Death, and it's useless to get it. And he needed an audience for this play. Don't just stand there, it's your turn. If I move any closer, the only audience member will die. I'm sorry, Master. Your performance just now was so awesome. I was completely mesmerized. Xiao Hui didn't forget to lick Ji Chuan twice. He was very excited. He was playing the role of the Master. He had to act out the Master's majesty and dominance. Evil and brutal villain zombie. As the holder of the God of Faith, I will represent humanity, justice, and light. Today I will eradicate you. Accept the punishment of faith. Xiao Hui worked hard to perform various actions that he thought were very cool, and basically changed his pose after every sentence. Seeing this, Ji Chuan wanted to kill him on the spot. Attack now? Don't do those stupid moves, or I'll skin you alive. As you command, my handsome master. Xiao Hui quickly rushed to Ji Chuan, and the wolf claws on the mecha had even more amazing destructive power, hitting Jichuan's body with a metallic collision sound. So fast. Yuan couldn't believe that the speed and strength of this god of faith could reach such a level. Number 1, who was so arrogant just now, could only defend passively at this time. Moves from various elements hit the god of faith's mecha, but left no trace. The god of faith became braver and braver as the battle went on, without any fear. Why do you always go against me? Because I want to protect humanity. Justice will usher in light. Yu Yin's heart skipped a beat when she heard the answer from the god of faith. Isn't protecting humanity the same as protecting yourself? The man before me is so brave. He is my hero, a messenger of justice. Chapter 129. The drama ends. Don't just focus on physical combat. Use some supernatural powers. Master, I only know how to fight. I don't have any special abilities. Xiao Hui was speechless. Although he was the king of the werewolf tribe, the werewolves could only impose some enhancements on themselves. He couldn't understand the supernatural powers of this world. Play. After receiving Ji Chuan's instructions, Xiao Hui was inspired. He had been in Ji Chuan's body before, so he had some understanding of what his master had done. He suddenly stopped attacking and started making some obscure moves that made Ji Chuan feel embarrassed. O power of faith from my people, show me your true strength. As the god of faith, I command you to lift the seal. This was adapted from the lines of the heroine in the cartoon he watched with Xiaoxian and Anan. He found that they became much quieter when watching cartoons, and he also started to like watching them. Yu Yin observed the situation on the battlefield with great surprise and anticipation. She had heard that the god of faith had saved 2 cities before. What exactly was his special skill? She didn't feel any energy being generated, but number 1's body was actually glowing with a multicolored luster. His expression was painful, as if he had suffered a great deal of damage. Ji Chuan used the protective shield of Tianhong Guardian on himself, causing his body to glow with various colors. He used the fire burning on himself again. The god of elements made him immune to the damage of the 5th elemental power, just to add some white smoke special effects to himself. Damn it. You're still so strong. Remember this. I must take revenge. Ji Chuan blended into the shadows, leaving behind white smoke, and disappeared. Xiao Hui turned his back to Bai Yin and continued to strike what he thought was a handsome pose. It's useless. Evil cannot defeat light. Ji Chuan couldn't stand it anymore and quickly took Xiao Hui back. Master, how's my acting? Is my acting cool? There won't be a next time. Woo-woo, master, you guide me. I'll act as you tell me to. I tried my best to improvise this time. Ji Chuan sighed and prepared to take Luo Jiao back to Jianghua City, and then let Wang Wei take him on a national tour. Yu Yin behind him called out to him. Wait a moment. Ji Chuan looked back vigilantly, afraid that Yu Yin would notice something. But he didn't feel any malice from Yu Yin. Yu Yin walked in front of Ji Chuan, and to Ji Chuan's surprise, Yu Yin actually hugged him. Through the mecha, he looked down and saw the woman shedding tears. She loosened her arms, then stood on tiptoes and gave a kiss to the mecha's mouth. God of faith, thank you for saving me. I am Yu Yin. I hope we can meet again. Ji Chuan was stunned, then nodded. He didn't expect Yu Yin to have such a reaction. He turned around and walked towards Luo Jiao. Yu Yin stared at Ji Chuan in a daze. The god of faith was so powerful that he made number 1, who even he was helpless to do anything about, retreat step by step and saved his own life. At the moment, he is even more concerned about the children hurt by monsters. He is perfect and kind. Yu Yin looked back at the bodies of her former comrades and tears welled up in her eyes. I didn't expect that the Jinglian City group would meet number 1 and my former teammate died here. I'm Yu Yin. The group from Jinglian City encountered encounter number 1. 2 of them died. I was saved by the god of faith. The mecha man in front of him with vigilance. His brother was unconscious there. When he heard that a monster that kept devouring people appeared here, Luo Jai immediately thought of his missing brother. He was very afraid that his brother would be killed by the superpower. Since the place was not far away, he ran all the way here. He was wearing shoes that did not fit him, and his feet were broken and painful, but he did not dare to stop. Finally, he arrived. His brother was still breathing, but who was the mecha in front of him? Could it be a superpowered person who came to destroy his brother? Looking at the 2 boys who looked so similar, Ji Chuan understood their relationship. I will treat your brother and take him back to Jianghua City. Really? You won't hurt Xiaoyu. Ji Chuan released the holy healing spiritual light towards Luo Jiai's body, and Luo Jiai unexpectedly found that his feet no longer hurt. He had been breathing heavily just now, but now he felt comfortable all over. Ji Chuan nodded and said, you can go too. Ji Chuan discovered that the boy's ability also looked very interesting. The Golden Crystal Core creative ability, Soul Summoning Song. Luo Jiai was a little hesitant, but he felt that Ji Chuan really had no ill intentions. It is very difficult to survive wandering with my brother every day. It would be great to have a warm support. He would be willing to go to other cities if he didn't have to risk traveling for food. Luo Jiai looked at his unconscious brother and nodded. Since the person in front of me can heal myself, I believe there is a way to heal my brother. Ji Chuan carried the two of them and flew towards the Jinglian city base. Meng Haonian has been waiting here anxiously. Not long ago, the team from Shannon City also rushed to the battlefield. He didn't know what the situation was like now. It's the god of faith. He's back. Hearing the sighs of the people around him, Meng Haonian looked at Ji Chuan in the air expectantly. God of faith, has the monster been dealt with? The monster escaped, but I've severely damaged it. I guarantee it won't come out to do evil in the near future. Of course Luo Jiai knew who the monster was referring to. The Mecha Man said this to protect his younger brother, which deepened Luo Jiai's trust in him. Meng Haonian was a little disappointed to hear that the monster had not been solved, but he did not dare to say anything because he had received the promise from the god of faith. We encountered number one. What? Meng Haonian was startled. Us. So the Shannon City team had also encountered this? A bad feeling welled up in Meng Haonian's heart. Why did the monster and number one appear in Jinglian City at the same time? This situation is very similar to Shinza City. Is the monster's escape related to number one? Several people from Shannon City. Two of them died at the hands of number one. I saved the last one, Yu-in. She should be back soon. Number one was also severely injured by me, and his whereabouts are unknown. The god of faith is indeed so powerful that he can inflict heavy damage on two monsters like that. No one else in the base can do that. God of faith, to express our gratitude, please stay in Jinglian City for a while. We have prepared a lot of supplies for you. No need. The child was injured by a monster. Someone I know in Jianghua City can treat him. I hope to take him back as soon as possible. Please ask Jinglian City to take us back to Jianghua City. I will come again if there is any danger in Jinglian City. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange for you to return right away. Meng Haonian was very happy. His intention in showing goodwill was to improve the favor of the god of faith in the heart of Jinglian City. It would be enough to get the other party's promise to protect his city. Arrange Ji Chuan and others to go to the helipad. Yu-in returned to the base shortly afterwards, and she did not look as confident as when she first arrived. I'm sorry, Chief Ming. Shannon City didn't help much. Two of my teammates also died at the hands of number one. Thanks to the god of faith, otherwise I would have died there too. After hearing Yu Yin's words, Meng Haonian felt a little guilty as he further confirmed the power of the god of faith. I'm sorry to Shannon City. I didn't expect that number one would put you in such danger in Jinglian City. Yu-in shook her head. Number one's aura was so hidden that even the spiritual warning system couldn't detect number one's specific location, let alone other people. Has the god of faith returned? He has already boarded the plane back to Jianghua City. Yu-in felt a little disappointed. He saved her life, and just a hug and a kiss were not enough to express her gratitude. She needed to thank him more sincerely. Chapter 130 Xia Yida's Yoga Class. Tang Yu drew a big red cross on the notebook, but it still didn't work this time. Qin Yuru looked at Tang Yu with some concern. Ever since she woke up, her condition has been very abnormal, and she often wakes up with cold sweat on her head. His overall condition hadn't improved over time, and his current behavior was puzzling to her. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Don't bother me. I'm thinking. There must be a chance. Tang Yu's expression was somewhat ferocious, and she looked very neurotic. Qin Yuru was getting more and more worried. Yeah, wait for the leader to come back, and I'll ask him to use his healing ability to treat you. No, don't look for him. I don't want to see him. Su Shin outside the door was a little surprised. When he heard the words from inside, his hand that was about to knock on the door paused. Finally made up my mind. Dong dong dong. Qin Yuru quickly stood up and opened the door. Butler Su. Qin Yuru smiled embarrassedly, praying that he hadn't heard what her daughter had just said. It would not be a good thing if other people knew about such disrespectful words to the leader. I came to see Tang Yu's condition. I wonder how she is doing and whether she can accept loyalty. Qin Yuru looked at Tang Yu's back with some embarrassment and sighed. Yaya's condition is still very unstable. She's been talking nonsense since she woke up. She doesn't mean it. I'm afraid this will further affect her recovery. Can you? Su Shin also heard the conversation just now. Tang Yu's condition was indeed very abnormal. Su Shin nodded, not wanting to embarrass the mother. Qin Yuru has been taking care of Tang Yu personally since the day she fell into a coma. She can be said to be the hardest working person in the stronghold. Her condition was still very poor, and she looked visibly haggard. He would report the matter to the leader when he came back and see what he would decide. Since it was not a very important matter, Su Shun did not want to use telepathy. The chief was out busy, and he didn't want to disturb the chief for such a small matter. Su Shen gave Chen Yuru a gentle smile and said, "If you need any help, please tell me." Chen Yuru nodded gratefully and sent Su Shen out. Gu Yunxi felt a little embarrassed in the hotel gym, and Xia Yida asked her to work out together, and she agreed. Now both of them were wearing cool and close-fitting clothes. Compared with Xia Yida's figure, Gu Yunxi felt a little inferior. Although she can be considered to have a well-proportioned figure, Xia Yida's figure is too devilish. Why am I still so plump where I should be plump even though I'm so thin? Gu Yunxi unconsciously looked down at her own, which was not bad. She encouraged herself, entered the gym, but froze at the door. Originally, only Xia Yiqing and Su Shun would occasionally use the gym, but now it is very lively. Song Huai, Geng Mao, Qiu Xinshi, Fan Jiahao, Jiang Yi, and Pei Wendong were all there. They do their exercises naturally, without seeming to be trying too hard. Xia Yida didn't stop and walked towards the yoga room. "Yunxi, do you usually do yoga?" Gu Yunxi quickly followed her pace. "It's just a coincidence. I'm not very flexible. I'll teach you, and we can chat while we do yoga." Several boys kept their ears perked up to listen to the conversation here. "Huh, doing yoga? It's not in the same direction as the equipment area. What should I do?" Song Huai had a blank expression on his face. He quickened his pace, grabbed a yoga mat, and walked towards the yoga room. The remaining few people woke up as if from a dream and rushed to grab the few remaining yoga mats. In a blink of an eye, several boys also entered the yoga room. "What are you doing?" Gu Yunxi looked at the boys in the room with some surprise. Is yoga popular among boys now? Xia Yida didn't seem surprised by this situation, and she still had a friendly smile on her face. "Since everyone likes yoga, let's do it together." Yes. I really like yoga. Miss Xia, I'm a beginner. Please give me some guidance. My movements are not standard." The other boys didn't expect Song Huai to think so quickly, and they all started to agree. Yes, I'm a beginner too and want to learn yoga." Song Huai has already taken the position to Xia Yida's left, and to Xia Yida's right is Gu Yunxi. The others quickly rushed to grab a seat next to Xia Yida, leaving only Geng Mao on the right side of Gu Yunxi. Ever since the day when the gangsters attacked their stronghold, Geng Mao has liked Gu Yunxi very much. Although Xia Yida is his favorite idol, her beauty is too unreal. Gu Yunxi is more like the sister next door, gentle and elegant. I have always liked sisters who are older than me. Gu Yunxi is his ideal type. Quiet music played, and Xia Yida explained and demonstrated like a professional yoga teacher. Relax your whole body. Take a deep breath. Clasp your hands together, palms facing up, raise them above your head, and take a deep breath. That's not right. Why are you doing planks? Xia Yida looked at Jiang Yi curiously. Shouldn't he make such outrageous mistakes in the most basic movements? Jiang Yi fiercely glared at Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao from the corner of his eye. "Shotgun duo. You two are courting death." Jiang Yi struggled to get up, and the three of them started fighting. The strict teacher Xia asked the three of them to leave. "We won't dare to do it again. We must study hard." The three of them pleaded outside the door, but Xia Yida didn't buy it. She doesn't like childish boys, and it's hard to collect the information she wants if there are too many of them. And her life is very regular, and she doesn't want her plans to be disrupted. Okay, let's continue. When it came to some movements that tested flexibility, Song Huai's face turned red, and he tried hard not to scream. I must use my extraordinary perseverance to leave a good impression on Xia Yida. Gu Yunxi also found it a bit difficult, but girls are naturally much more flexible than boys, and after adapting for a while, she felt much better. "Yunxi, when did you meet Achuan?" Xia Yida, maintaining difficult movements with her eyes closed, began to chat with Gu Yunxi. She wanted to know what the emotional foundation of Ji Chuan and Gu Yunxi was like. "Achuan." Song Huai's alarm bells rang. Why did his goddess call Ji Chuan so intimately? In the past, Ji Chuan had never shown any interest in Xia Yida. At the beginning of the apocalypse, I was shocked when we first met. I thought he was going to eat me, but he drove away with my car and brought me a suitcase of food that night. Thanks to him, I was able to survive. The smile on Xia Yida's face seemed a little forced. He drove away her car just to bring her a box of food? Could it be that Ji Chuan has feelings for her? This behavior is a very obvious way of showing affection. Sure enough, my sixth sense was right. Gu Yunxi was a competitor. "Yida, we're from the same base, so I'll call you that. I'm the closest to Chuan Chuan. We've known each other since we were kids. I even have photos of him wearing open-crotch pants." Bang! Xia Yida lost her balance and fell on the mat. "Ida, are you okay?" Song Huai couldn't hold on any longer, and when he saw Xia Yida's performance, he hurried over to show his concern. "Show it to me quickly. I want to see photos of Achuan when he was little." Xia Yida's expression was a little crazy, an expression Song Huai had never seen on posters, in movies, or at conferences. Xia Yida seemed to have lost control of her expression at this moment. It's not what I thought. Song Hui took out his cell phone and searched for it. This is... Xia Yida snatched it away directly, and Gu Yunxi also came over to take a look. Achuan is so cute. He has been so cute since he was a child. Add me as a friend and send me this photo. Great. Xia Yida added me as a friend. A top female star added me as a friend. The goddess took the initiative to add me as a friend. Song Hui was so happy in his heart that he didn't think carefully about the purpose of adding friends. I had been looking for an opportunity, but I didn't expect the other party to take the initiative first. Are you really Achuan's childhood friend? Yes. Great, let's keep in touch. Chapter 131, Newcomers to the Stronghold. Xiaomei and Dazhuang returned to the base one after another. The helicopter was much slower than a normal passenger plane. When Dazhuang returned, he jumped into the base, making people think that an earthquake had occurred. It's Xiaomei and Dazhuang, but they seem to have changed. Song Ci, who was sitting at the window, noticed the sound in the courtyard. What surprised him was that Xiaomei actually came back in a helicopter with a stranger. The man was actually quite strong and handsome. Song Ci unconsciously kept looking at Mao Jun. Xiao Ci, what are you looking at? Xia Yiqing walked forward from behind, following Song Ci's gaze, and saw Mao Jun, a boy with a body similar to his own, even stronger than him. But the other person's appearance can only be described as clean and refreshing, while he himself is extraordinarily handsome. Xia Yiqing himself thinks so. Dazhuang and Xiao may have changed. Xia Yiqing lied in his heart, but his eyes were clearly on the strong man. He rode the wind down and landed gently in the courtyard. So handsome. Mao Jun's heart was filled with alarm. Could this be Xiaomei's king? Mao Jun's criteria for judging men is to look at their body shape first, and then their appearance. As a regular fitness athlete, he believes that men with good body shapes are real men. The Xia Yiqing in front of him not only has a good figure, but also looks handsome. Compared with him, he has no advantage. But the queen beside him didn't react at all. It seemed that he was not the king, and Mao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The members came out one after another, looking at the three of them curiously. Mom, Xiaomei has become so beautiful. She's almost human. Yes, Xiaomei has become more beautiful. Listening to everyone's praise, Xiaomei's cold mouth corners unconsciously rose. She was a little surprised. She had never had such emotions before. Since following her master's transformation, she not only thought more, but also seemed to have more emotions. Mao Jun was puzzled. What did she mean by almost human? Wasn't she a human? But looking at the nearly 4-meter-tall giant next to him, Mao Junkai felt a little strange. The appearance of giants in the end times doesn't seem to be a strange thing. Mao Jun never thought of Xiaomei and Dazhuang as zombies because they could speak and had their own emotions, and Mao Jun had never encountered zombies in similar situations. Dazhuang has changed too. Why don't you come to see Dazhuang? Dazhuang jumped on the spot to express his dissatisfaction. Behave yourself, bug. Xiaomei swung the whip and Dazhuang stopped immediately, and everyone finally stood firm. Dazhuang. Dazhuang has become whiter. Yes, Dazhuang has become even stronger. The members echoed. Dazhuang's face did not change at all, still as rough as before. But they didn't want to hurt the heart of this child weighing more than 2,000 pounds. Who are you? Su Shen looked at Mao Jun curiously. Few strangers came forward on their own initiative. I'm Mao Jun. I escorted Xiaomei all the way here. I'm willing to join the stronghold. Through the conversation just now, Mao Jun learned that his queen was called Xiaomei, which was a really nice name. The person in front of me has always been in the center of the crowd. Could he be the leader of the stronghold? Are you the leader? No, you can treat me as the steward of the stronghold. If you want to join the stronghold, you need to pledge your loyalty to the leader. Are you willing? I do. What a ceremonial feeling. Could it be that this stronghold is full of people from the same circle? Offering your loyalty? This sentence really hits home with me. I am very loyal. Woof woof. Mao Jun felt the change in his loyalty and accepted it without any resistance. Su Shen felt that this person was quite useful. At least he could fly a helicopter, which might be useful in some situation in the future. When will the leader come back? Mao Jun couldn't wait to meet the leader. He had made too many beautiful imaginations and preparations for Ji Chuan, and with the blessing of loyalty, his curiosity about Ji Chuan reached its peak. Soon, Ji Chuan has contacted Su Shen to prepare another twin room. He has brought back 2 children and will probably arrive in Jianghua City soon. The captain who escorted Ji Chuan back was a little strange. Although their height made it difficult to observe the ground carefully, Ganghua City looked very different. There was no smoke rising from the sky, no flames of war in the end times, and the city beneath my feet seemed very peaceful. Is this the change that the god of faith brings to a city? He was already somewhat envious of the people living under the protection of the God of Faith. If he didn't have to fly a plane, he would have wanted to talk to the God of Faith right now, hoping to fight for Jinglian City. It is now a luxury to restore peace to a city. There was no trace of a zombie near the psychic base. There are even large areas of farmland nearby, planted with various crops. Are they so sure that no zombies will attack this place? He planned to report back to Meng Haoyan what he had seen and heard. This God of Faith was definitely the real deal. Jiang Zhilan and the senior management of the base were waiting here early. The captain really wanted to come down for a visit, but the order he received was to return after delivering the plane, and the plane could not leave the base for too long. Chief, you are back. Jiang Zhilan and the people around her knelt on one knee respectfully, and Ji Chuan raised his finger to signal them to stand up. On the plane, Luo Jiao woke up under Ji Chuan's treatment, and Xiao Ji told him the current situation through his mind. Xiao Ji communicated with him in the appearance of Luo's mother. The already young Luo Jiao was very obedient, and even thought that her mother lived in her consciousness. Ji Chuan asked Luo Jiao to release the plague on Jiang Zhilan, making Jiang Zhilan a carrier of the virus. This ability has no effect on you. If you encounter danger, I can use Luo Jiao's ability to quickly arrive at the scene. Influenced by her state of loyalty, Jiang Zhilan had no doubts and only thought that this was a way for the leader to protect her. Cui Zixuan, come to the helipad of the psychic base. Was just dazzled by the selection of candies in the warehouse, did not hesitate when she heard the voice and hurried to Ji Chuan. With a lollipop in her mouth, she saw two children who looked like twins standing next to Ji Chuan. Cui Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took out two lollipops from her pocket and handed them to Luo Jiai and Luo Jiao. The two children looked at Ji Chuan sensibly, and Ji Chuan nodded. They happily put the candy into their mouths, almost forgetting when was the last time they ate candy. Cui Zixuan sent them back to the base, and the two children exclaimed in admiration at the luxurious room. Is this really for us to live in? Ji Chuan nodded and said, this will be your home from now on. Thank you, brother. No, thank you, Chief. You guys should get familiar with this place first. It will be quite tiring for a while. My brother will need to travel around to find suitable targets to create pathogens. You can come back and rest at night. I will protect your safety. If you encounter any danger, just call me. Ji Chuan himself also carries the virus, so Luo Jiao can run directly to him when he encounters danger. Luo Jiai is not afraid of hard work. He doesn't have to go hungry, live in fear every day, or be woken up by the cold at night. It is a very happy thing to have his own home again in the end times. Ji Chuan let Su Shun and Song Hui carry the virus as well. Su Shun is always in the stronghold and can become the coordinate for Luo Jiao to return to the city. Song Hui's supernatural powers combined with Luo Jiao's supernatural powers make it very difficult to kill them both, which can play a role of two-way protection. The children quickly fell in love with this place, and Xiaoxian and Anan happily pulled the two brothers to play. For children sat on Xiao Hui's back. Chapter 132, The One Who Lights Up the Star Plate, the World's Hope. Are you saying that the God of Faith can easily defeat number one? Yu Yi nodded. The handsome moves of the God of Faith were still replaying in her mind. Shannon City leader Chu Tianqua was very surprised. He did not expect that this God of Faith could have such power. Your powers were ineffective against number one. Number one instantly killed two special-level psychics, and the God of Faith easily defeated number one, right? Yes, the God of Faith saved me from the crisis. He is much stronger than me. What's he like in person? He was at least 185 centimeters tall in the mecha, but because the mecha covered his entire body, we couldn't see his appearance or even sense his presence. But Yuyin had already imagined an extremely handsome face in her mind, and the God of her faith must be a handsome and extraordinary hero. What is his method of attack? He was both very fast and very strong, but the ultimate move he used at the end seemed to be the power of faith. Number one's body was emitting a multicolored glow, and white smoke was rising from his body. It seemed that he had sustained significant damage, and number one was in great pain. The words spoken when this move was activated seemed to have been heard somewhere before and were very catchy, so Yuyin did not think about it too much. Moreover, the moves of the God of Faith were the same as his own, and no energy flow was felt. He might be an expert among experts. Chu Tianqua nodded, his expression a little solemn. After Yuyin left, he muttered to himself, "Can this God of Faith successfully illuminate the Oracle Star Plate? Should we create an opportunity to give it a try?" Chu Tianqua felt a little excited. If he could find another person who could light up the Oracle Star Disk, there would be more hope for the future of mankind. A powerful prophet awakened in Shannon City. After the end of the world, he only used his supernatural powers twice. The first time he received a prophecy. The red moon sinks, the twin evil spirits emerge, catastrophe arrives on Earth, and the end of the world begins. The second time the supernatural power was activated, a mysterious star disk appeared. The Oracle Astrolabe, the one who lights it up, is the hope of the world. Shannon City has conducted research on the prophet's special abilities. The prophecy states that after the blood moon ends, an evil spirit with 2 souls will appear, leading to the end of the world. If you find someone who can light up the Oracle Astrolabe, you will find hope of saving the world. However, Chu Tianque requested that the news be kept secret. He had a hunch that this prophecy was so important that it concerned the fate of all mankind. He could not announce this news to the world. He did not understand what this evil spirit with 2 souls was. Was it a human, a zombie, a combination of the two, or the monster that appeared in Jinglian City? If the prophecy is announced rashly and the real evil spirit knows about it, it will definitely find a way to destroy the star disk. Then, will mankind lose hope and face destruction? Therefore, in the apocalypse, he has been secretly searching for those powerful people with superpowers and conducting secret tests after confirming their positions. Although this is slow, it is safer. When it comes to saving all of humanity, no one can be too cautious. With his efforts, he found the first person to light up the Divine Realm star plate. When the patterns on the star plate lit up, Chu Tianque knew that he was on the right track. The god of faith, could it be a second person? Xiaoyin, you're back. Su Xiao approached Yu Yin with a worried look on her face. She had heard that 2 people from the Jinglian group had died, but fortunately Yu Yin was fine. She put her hands on Yu Yin's shoulders and looked at her carefully. Xiaoyin, are you okay? Yu Yin shook her head and said, No, luckily I met the god of faith, and he saved me. Seeing Yu Yin's eyes lost in memories, Su Xiao's expression turned a little ugly. Xiaoyin, come to my team. I will definitely be able to protect you. Since special-level psychics are very rare, they are basically asked to serve as captains to lead the entire team, which can greatly improve the survival rate of the team members. However, Shannon City lost 2 special-level psychics on this trip, and the entire team will be readjusted. When Su Xiao heard the news that 2 captains who went to Shannon had died today, he prayed that Yu Yin would not be in trouble. Even if it goes against the principles of team composition, she will ask the leader to include Yu Yin in her team so that she can protect her personally. Yu Yin shook her head, saying that only as the team leader could she take the initiative to apply for the mission. She would inquire more about the god of faith and take the initiative to create opportunities to meet him. It's okay, I will protect myself. Yu Yin found it hard to accept Su Xiao's enthusiasm. When they first met, Su Xiao was regarded as the strongest psychic in the stronghold. It was said that her ability was the strongest that had appeared so far and was the secret weapon of Shannon City. Moreover, she was extremely heroic. Although she had long hair and her movements and expressions were like those of a man, Yu Yin did not regard Su Xiao as a girl at all. At the beginning, Yu Yin had a good impression of Su Xiao. She was strong and gentle, her mind was more delicate than that of ordinary boys, and her skin was delicate and fair. Yu Yin took the initiative to pursue Su Xiao. Su Xiao is the object of affection for many girls in the base. Yu Yin is an extroverted person. She likes to live freely in bright red clothes. Compared with the implicitness of other girls, she prefers to express her feelings directly. Once the 2 teams joined forces to repel a powerful mutant, Yu Yin happily threw herself into Su Xiao's arms. But she found something unusual. She bravely placed her hand on Su Xiao's chest. The soft touch didn't come from his chest muscles. Yu Yin's smile gradually faded. She had never thought that the person she liked was actually a girl. Later, the situations of the 2 people were reversed. Su Xiao became proactive, but Yu Yin had no such intention. Xiaoyin, is it just because I'm a girl? If you don't like it there, I can bind my breasts every day. No, I have someone I like. Yu Yin sighed. From ancient times to the present, no girl doesn't like the scene of a hero saving a beauty, and most girls admire the strong. Although it is cliché, a crisis can stimulate the secretion of adrenaline and dopamine in the weak, which makes people feel that they have fallen in love with the other person. Su Xiao grabbed Yu Yin's hand, his face full of reluctance. Who is it? Is he stronger than me? Xiao Xiao, you are indeed very strong, but love is not judged by fighting strength. I really didn't know you were a girl before. Can we be good friends? Su Xiao felt a pain in his heart. It was the other party who pursued him first, but when he fell for him, he found that the other party had already retreated safely. Good girlfriend. Her long hair covered Su Xiao's eyes, and she left with a lonely look on her face. Yu Yin felt a headache and felt a little guilty. She wondered why she didn't observe Su Xiao more carefully. She was a straight woman. I didn't expect that my momentary initiative would bring me trouble. Su Xiao treated her very well. He was handsome and very strong, But she was a woman and she herself was also a woman. Yuan took a few deep breaths and decided to adjust her mood to find Lu Mingxian. He was a two-dimensional creature who brought a lot of precious figures to the base in the apocalypse. Yuan remembered that he had a lot of Gundam figures. She had never been interested in these things, so she wanted to find Lu Mingxian to see his collection. A figure like the god of faith. Chapter 133, Mao Jun's Paradise. Mao Jun was staring at Ji Chuan in a daze. When Ji Chuan entered his sight, his powerful aura made Mao Jun no longer doubt. He was 100% sure that this was the king of the stronghold. Ji Chuan looked at the stranger in front of him with some curiosity. What kind of supernatural power was this? Red crystal core, pain conversion. The name of the superpower looks ordinary, but it is a red crystal core, which makes Ji Chuan want to explore the function of this superpower. You drove the helicopter to bring Xiaomei back? Yes, Your Majesty. Mao Jun actually knelt on his knees when he said this. Is he really that respectful? Ji Chuan felt a little strange. What's the use of your powers? I don't really understand. The more unusual thing is that I've been scratched by zombies many times, but I haven't turned into a zombie. My wounds healed quickly. My physical fitness seems to be stronger than before. Come with me. Yes, sir. Mao Jun followed behind Ji Chuan. The leader's intimidating aura made Mao Jun a little fascinated. His queen's aesthetic taste is online, but he didn't expect that the leader of the stronghold is also the most handsome person in his heart. Ji Chuan took Mao Jun to a random room. He was afraid that what he was going to do next would be seen by the children, so he wanted to do an experiment. According to Mao Jun, he is immune to the zombie virus, which is a very rare ability. Ji Chuan believes that his ability has great potential. Take off your clothes. As you command, my master. Mao Jun did not hesitate or question at all, which made Ji Chuan feel even more strange. The other party did not raise any questions about such a request. The reason for asking him to undress was to prevent his clothes from being damaged, as the base didn't have any special abilities that could repair items. Also, being naked would allow Ji Chuan to observe his special abilities more directly. Hey, you can wear your underwear. Seeing Mao Jun about to pull off the last piece of clothing, Ji Chuan stopped him in time. Why is Mao Jun so obedient? Mao Jun stood there looking at Ji Chuan expectantly, swallowed his saliva, and waited for the next instruction. This is going to be a little painful. I need to observe your abilities. As you command, my master. I am not afraid of pain. Ji Chuan even felt that the person in front of him was very excited. Well, it's better this way. If he is willing to cooperate with him, he can observe more smoothly. Ji Chuan walked to Mao Jun's side. He planned to start the experiment with lighter blows. He controlled his strength and punched Mao Jun in the abdomen. Well, Mao Jun groaned, but his expression showed no trace of pain. Ji Chuan was surprised to find that Mao Jun's energy was getting stronger. I'm going to step it up. Yes, master. I can handle it. An even harder punch hit Mao Jun's abdomen. He even knelt on the ground in pain, but still did not beg for mercy. Ji Chuan has noticed that Mao Jun's energy is constantly rising. With a flash of cold light, a sharp metal fragment appeared in Ji Chuan's hand. Can you still hold on? Yes. Master, please grant me more pain. Ji Chuan gasped. Why was this new guy so loyal? And he didn't even ask me why? And Ji Chuan had just noticed that Mao Jun's loyalty was steadily increasing. How come he became more loyal the more he fought? Did Su Xin's ability have this effect? The metal fragments cut Mao Jun's skin and Mao Jun's body trembled slightly. Ji Chuan observed Mao Jun's wound and found that the healing speed was comparable to that of intermediate regeneration. Burning and freezing, Ji Chuan used the ice and fire abilities he had acquired before to torture Mao Jun. This ability was less powerful. If he used the power of the god of elements, Ji Chuan was afraid that Mao Jun would die, but he did not have the ability to resurrect people. Mao Jun's face flushed, and it looked more like he was enjoying it than suffering. Ji Chuan frowned, thinking that if he continued fighting, his loyalty would probably be maxed out. Thinking of the terrible behavior of Su Xun, who was 100% loyal, Ji Chuan stopped what he was doing. He had already obtained the experimental results he wanted. I know your special ability. You can transform the damage you suffer into your own strength. As long as it is not fatal, the more you are injured, the stronger you become. Master, please continue to train me. Mao Jun was still not satisfied. He had been holding it in for a long time. He didn't expect to receive such a big gift as soon as he arrived at the base. Ji Chuan analyzed the reason why Mao Jun was so excited about being beaten, and he thought it was the effect of his supernatural powers. The ability was to strengthen the body and make him immune to the pain caused by injuries. Ji Chuan believed his own judgment. Although Mao Jun asked to continue, Ji Chuan did not have time to continue abusing his subordinates. I'll find someone to help you strengthen yourself. Let Xiaomei do it. Everyone in the stronghold has their own job. Xiaomei has a bad temper and likes to beat people. Besides, the stronghold will not be in any danger recently and does not need her constant guarding. She should be the most suitable candidate. Thank you for the gift, master. Mao Jun knelt on the ground. Coming to this stronghold was the best decision he had made. This is heaven. The door opened, and everyone outside was very panicked. Ji Chuan took Mao Jun into the hotel room. Mao Jun's continuous groans could be heard from inside the door. What were they doing? Cui Zixuan looked at Mao Jun, who was only wearing underwear in the room, and her eyes were as wide as a cow. Ji Chuan had long known that there was someone standing outside the door, but he didn't care. He was just testing the abilities of the new members, and they were too curious about this matter. Lin Lulu covered Xiaoxian and Ainan's eyes. Xia Yida felt like the sky was falling. How could another competitor appear? What had her beloved by Yueguang been through all these years? Did she have to be wary of not only women, but men as well? Seeing Ji Chuan walking away without saying a word, everyone stared at the people in the room. Mao Jun put on his clothes and walked out with a somewhat lonely look. The blush on his face had not yet faded, and tiny beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Cui Zixuan quickly stepped forward and asked excitedly, "Strong man, what did the chief do to you? The leader is so powerful, the most powerful I've ever seen." Mao Jun looked up into the air, carefully recalling everything that had just happened. His longing expression was not a deliberate act. Zhu Zhu was silently wiping the blood from her nose and had already started imagining some exciting scenes. Xia Yida tried hard to adjust her state. She was a perfect goddess and could not easily lose her fighting spirit. She encouraged herself and walked in front of Mao Jun. "I'm Xia Yida. Can you tell me the details of what just happened?" Rather than getting angry and throwing a tantrum, it is more important to find out what Achuan likes and dislikes. I have no experience in this area, but I can learn. Mao Jun stared at Xia Yida blankly. He didn't expect that there was a top star here. But in comparison, Xiaomei is more in line with my aesthetic taste. The other party wants to know everything that just happened. Is he also someone in the circle? Sister Lulu, why don't you let me watch? Why did Brother Mao Jun keep shouting just now? Did he do something wrong and Brother Jichuan was punishing him? Hearing Xiaoxian's question, Lin Lulu was a little flustered and didn't know how to explain. Xiaoyi and Xiaoyu are not familiar with this place yet. You two should play with them more. Don't let Xiaoyi bully them when you are not around. Yeah, we're going to keep playing Beat the Big Bad Wolf. Xiaoxian and Ainan ran away happily as if they remembered something. Cui Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally fooling the children away. But could it be that what Song Huai said before was a lie? So many people witnessed it today. She really wanted to know what happened in the room. Chapter 134. No one can find my core. Ji Chuan assigned Xiaomei the task of helping Mao Jun become stronger. As long as she keeps torturing him, he is likely to grow into a very strong fighter. Although I felt a little sorry for Mao Jun, this was all for his own good. Mao Jun agreed very happily, and I didn't feel any pressure from him. Luo Jiao and Wang Wei began traveling across the country, spreading pathogens during the day and returning to their base to rest at night. Ji Chuan asked Luo Jiao to go to Xinza City first, as the city was waiting for him to further rule it. Once Luo Jiao arrived, he could transfer Gu Yunqi and Su Shun there together. Although Ji Chuan and Luo Jai said that his younger brother is very strong now and does not need his protection, he still insisted on going with his younger brother, and Ji Chuan did not stop him. Xiao Ji fully wakes up, few people can be her match. She wants to continue devouring humans, but Ji Chuan doesn't care and just asks her to do it more covertly. If they encounter danger, they can just move to their side. Ji Chuan believes that he should be able to deal with most opponents now. However, the superpowers are too complex and diverse, especially the single-color crystal cores, which can basically grow. You still need to be conservative and give yourself more opportunities to develop. After explaining all this, Ji Chuan went to the psychic base to see how Xiao Duxing's research results were going and to see if he had collected any useful crystal cores. The group from Jinglian City had tasted the spiritual warning and dimensional collapse, which made Ji Chuan feel unsatisfied. It turned out that high-level crystal cores were the most delicious things. Every time he swallowed a crystal core full of energy, he would feel refreshed. He has a low sense of pain, minimal emotional fluctuations, no desire for ordinary food, and currently has no sexual desire for other people. Eating crystal cores became a ray of light in his life, one of the few remaining leisure activities that made him feel happy. Ignoring the salutes from the people in the base, he went straight to the research center. Xiao Duxing was still performing surgery. Ji Chuan didn't care about the fate of the test subjects, because the loyal test subjects would come without any resistance. The collected crystal cores were carefully classified by the staff. They are neatly stored in transparent containers according to their categories and grades, just like walking into a jewelry store, with the crystal cores emitting various colors of luster. Jichuan first looked at the high-grade crystal core. The red crystal core still only has the ability of the queen ant, and most of the red crystal cores in Jianghua City have entered Jichuan's mouth. In the golden crystal core, Jichuan chose to swallow Star Guardian and Meteor Relay. Jichuan felt that none of the supernatural powers related to stars seemed to be very weak. In the purple crystal core, he immediately noticed a life-creating ability, slime. Jichuan had only seen this creature in the game he played, and he ate it just out of curiosity. Among the blue crystal cores, Jichuan only chose one, Disguise Master, which is a special ability that can change one's appearance. If one encounters a situation where one must show one's true self to others, one can use this special ability to deal with it. Then Jichuan waited for Xiaodishing while putting handfuls of green crystal cores into his mouth. There were too many green crystal cores, so Jichuan treated them as green food to satisfy his craving. Otherwise, he would not be able to use them all. While waiting, Jichuan paid attention to the prompts for synthesizing superpowers. There were too many low-level superpowers that could be synthesized, and Jichuan had no interest in them. Starfall, Star Vision, Star Guardian, and Meteor Relay can be synthesized into the red crystal core Star God. This supernatural star vision has been strengthened, and one wish can be made in a day, not limited to 0 o'clock. Jichuan always forgets at midnight every day, and the success rate of many wishes that are useful to him is too low. He had measured the success rate of obtaining the ability to instantly transfer regardless of distance, which was the ability that Jichuan wanted very much at the moment. With this ability, Luo Jiao can develop freely, and Jichuan no longer needs to rely on his pathogens for transfer, but the success rate is only 0.5%. He couldn't think of any other suitable wishes. He had no shortage of supplies at the moment. How about becoming a human? Jichuan shook his head. He was fine the way he was. What if I become a human and turn back into that know-nothing otaku? He didn't know what wish he made to be able to exchange bodies with Li Jingru, but Jichuan didn't think this result was He Lei's original intention. Who wants to be 30 years older than they actually are? Some aspirations feel like they would be very risky. He also tested the success rate of resurrecting his parents, which was 0%, not even a little hope. It seemed that resurrection from the dead was basically impossible, and there should be no supernatural power that could resurrect people. However, waiting for the result was a bit boring, so Jichuan planned to take advantage of today's opportunity while waiting. I thought carefully about 3 more wishes and tested the success rate of these 3 wishes. Complete the God of Faith ability progress with a success rate of 10.45%. Gain the ability to rewind time with a success rate of 1.31%. Gain the ability to transfer cores with a success rate of 47.69%. Although Zhou is with us when we go back in time, we won't be able to deal with many emergencies in time, and it's impossible to have him with us at all times. Even if I devour him cruelly, I will be immune to any abnormal state including sleep, and I will never be able to activate sleep replay. Obtaining the ability to transfer cores is very important to Jichuan. The cores of zombies are all in the brain, and as long as the brain is destroyed, it means death. The same is true for Jichuan, but if he gains the ability to transfer the core, even if his brain is damaged, as long as the core is okay, he can recover instantly with his powerful regenerative ability. Even if I were to be cut into 1,000 pieces, I would be able to survive as long as the core piece was intact. Jichuan began to make a wish. Stars appeared in the sky, and a goddess with her eyes closed and a solemn expression gradually became clear. She raised her right hand high, and the brilliant starlight sprinkled all over Jichuan's body. The wish came true. Jichuan felt the connection between himself and the black crystal core. After being swallowed, the other crystal cores merged with himself. Only his original crystal core, Xiaohe, retained its entity and served as his core in his brain. But now Jichuan can move it at will. In actual combat, as long as he moves at any time according to the actual situation, no one can know the location of his core. Xiaodishing came out wiping the sweat off his face and looked at Jichuan with a happy expression. Chief, the new experiment was successful. Jichuan fixed his eyes on the man on the hospital bed. The blue crystal core of the space system, locked observation. The purple crystal core of the space system, mirror height. We've discovered that space-based psychics seem to have a low degree of rejection towards crystal nuclei of the same type. We're still experimenting with psychics of other types. Well done. Keep researching and contact me when you're completely confident. Yes, Chief. Jichuan casually released the holy healing spiritual light on the test subject and left. It was good news that the space-type mutants had a high success rate in embedding crystal cores. When the technology matured, Song Hui could obtain a second ability. Cui Zixuan should also be a space-type mutant. But Ji Chuan didn't want to take any risks. He decided to wait until Xiao Desheng was confident, and then he would carefully select the crystal cores of the two. Chapter 135 Xiao Shui returns to the team. When Luo Jiao and his companions successfully arrived in Xinzi City, Ji Chuan asked Luo Jiao to return to the base to pick them up, saving the others the time of flying over. As expected, it would be more convenient to find the ability to move long distances. Just as they were about to set off with Su Shun and Gu Yunxi, Xia Yida unexpectedly pulled Song Hui to stop them. Xia Yida was a little worried. Why did Ji Chuan let Gu Yunxi and Su Shun go alone this time? Ever since the incident with Mao Jun, Xia Yida had been scrutinizing the people in the base. To be more specific, there was something wrong with the way Su Shun looked at Ji Chuan. It was as if he wanted to devote himself wholeheartedly to Ji Chuan, and he was also good-looking. Xia Yida had never felt so threatened before. In the past, only others pursued her. She has to be taken with her on this trip, otherwise she won't feel at ease, not to mention that she also has her reasons for going. Achuan, I also want to go back to Xinzi City and take Song Hui with me to empty my house. Xia Yida only brought 2 suitcases, one of which was filled with gifts for the members of the base. Normally, she rarely wore the same clothes twice. Even though it was the end of the world, a suitcase of clothes made her feel very shabby. Ji Chuan nodded. It was nothing. He would feel at ease letting Xiao Shui protect them both. Chief. Qin Ruishu heard that Ji Chuan was going to Xinzi City. He mustered up the courage to follow him. Now was the best opportunity to put forward his ideas. Ji Chuan looked at Qin Ruishu and motioned for him to continue. My granddaughter is still at the Nuzhe City psychic base. I'm worried she's been out of contact for so long. Can I? What's her name? I'll bring her back to you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. My granddaughter's name is Qin Fengrua, and there's no one with the same name in the base. Ji Chuan nodded, and Qin Ruishu thanked Ji Chuan excitedly. He didn't expect that the leader would be so easy to talk to. I thought I was walking into a tiger's den, but I didn't expect that this stronghold was like a paradise. The leader was so powerful that he didn't need to use his supernatural powers. If my granddaughter could come too, I could really live out my retirement in peace. Qin Ruishu felt that God had been kind to his old age, and what he thought was misfortune turned out to be the luckiest thing. In just a few moments, Ji Chuan and his companions arrived in Xinzi City. They did not expect that the newcomer Luo Jiao was so powerful, and they all praised him. Luo Jiao was so happy that he rubbed his nose with his fingers. No one except his brother had ever praised him like this. Ever since Ji Chuan left Xinzi City, the safety range has been fixed. I originally wanted Xiao Shui to expand gradually, but it was obvious that he was borrowed by other cities, so I gave up the plan to expand the security range. Before Ji Chuan had time to pinch his face, he entered the base wearing a Gundam look. Since the mecha looked very different from Shirkai's, no one thought it was strange. They just thought it was normal for someone of that level to keep his identity secret. It's the God of Faith. The God of Faith is back. Nuzhe City is saved. During the time they were away, the survivors in Xinzi City had discovered something unusual, and only a few kilometers around the psychic base were safe. Because the zombies were driven to the periphery, there were at least twice as many zombies in the periphery as usual. Those who are capable will try their best to rush into this safe circle, while those who are not capable will basically die if they enter the outer area, which leads to an increasing number of zombies in the outer area. People began to despair, as it was too difficult to enter this safe circle. In addition, people have started to build temporary shelters in the safe circle, and the area has become crowded. But now the God of Faith has returned, and people's hope has been rekindled. Ji Chuan flew over the city and said the same lines as in Jianghua City, asking the survivors to accept loyalty, otherwise they would become targets of zombie attacks. With the previous safety circle proof, people were very excited as they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Gu Yunxi strengthened Ji Chuan and Su Shun, and people throughout the city felt the coverage of the loyalty status, and most people accepted it. Only a small number of people still believe in themselves alone, and they will pay the price for their choice. After the release of Zhongqing, Xiao Shui was already waiting at Ji Chuan's feet. He hadn't seen his king for a long time. The moment he saw Ji Chuan, his whole body was shaking with excitement, and his tail was crackling in the air. King, you are finally back. Xiao Shui, kneeling on one knee, was extremely pious. He even found that his eyes seemed to become moist, which was a bit strange. But in front of the king, nothing mattered, and he had no time to think about the abnormality of his eyes. Thank you for your hard work during this period. You have done a great job. I will assign you another task right away. I will definitely live up to your trust. Kill those who don't offer their loyalty. As you command, I will be happy to do so. Xiao Shui flew away quickly based on Ji Chuan's location sharing. If it weren't for the king's order, he would have massacred the entire city of Shinza. The killing that the king ordered him to do was undoubtedly the best reward for himself. Those who are arrogant and think they do not need the protection of the god of faith welcome the devil lurking in this city. Isn't that the blood demon? My buddy at the psychic base showed me the video. Hasn't he disappeared for a long time? The man looked at Xiao Shui in surprise, with a smile on his face the whole time. The people around him were also very nervous, not knowing how he had discovered their hidden base. I have very little time. I must complete my mission quickly and return to the king. Do not resist me, or I will make sure you die without pain. Because Xiao Shui moved so fast, his figure seemed to disappear in an instant in their eyes. Several people fell down after feeling their bodies getting cold. Xiao Shui threw the heart strung on his claws to the ground. The leading man stared at the horrifying monster in front of him in horror. He was a rare time-based mutant who could speed himself up. He had just used this ability to dodge Xiao Shui's fatal attack. It seems you want to die in pain. The man ran quickly, but a large amount of blood rushed towards him from all directions. Although he could see the trajectory of the blood, it was too dense, and he had no way to dodge it. The blood hit him. Oh, spare me. Give me a quick death. He felt severe pain all over his body, as if countless steel needles were flowing in his blood vessels. His skin began to swell densely in some areas, and blood was bursting through his skin like bamboo shoots after spring. Well, the man regretted dodging just now. He was pierced all over but still held on to his last breath, enduring the pain all over his body. Xiao Shui extended his claws to the man's head and took out the crystal core while he was still alive. If you can dodge my attack, you should bring this crystal core to the king. Xiao Shui imagined Ji Chuan praising him. He smiled, wagged his tail, and flew towards the next target. With the entire city covered by loyalty, Xiao Shui no longer needs to hide, as this city is already the king's world. Chapter 136: The Rise of Gu Yunxi. After loyalty covered the entire city, Ji Chuan walked into the base. He retracted the mecha and generously displayed its original appearance. You're back, Chief. Fu Qingyu and his senior executives were under control just now, so they all successfully accepted the loyalty. Now Ji Chuan has restored them all to normal, but due to the long-term mental control, they feel a little weak at the moment. You have done a great job during this period. I will not break my promise. It is an honor for our subordinates. Bring Qin Fengrua here. After receiving Ji Chuan's order, 2 guards brought over a girl who looked to be about 20 years old. Qin Fengrua struggled excitedly. Let me go. But when she saw all the senior executives kneeling on one knee in front of Ji Chuan, she was stunned and didn't expect that she was the odd one out. Why refuse loyalty? Ji Chuan's low voice was very oppressive. Qin Fengrua was just a green crystal core. If she hadn't promised Qin Ruishu, she would have died in the base later. My grandfather disappeared. As I investigated further, my intuition told me that something was wrong here. Are you the source of this abnormality? How dare you? How dare you speak to our great leader? Liang Kuei walked to Qin Fengrua's side with his index finger raised. There was a huge contrast between his expression and appearance. He twisted Qin Fengrua's arm hard. You little bitch, I'll teach you a lesson. Then Liang Kuei came over with a big smile on his face. Chief, this little girl doesn't know her place. Don't bother with her. Ji Chuan pushed Liang Kuei away. The beard and the glamorous makeup made it difficult for Ji Chuan to adapt. He had no intention of killing Qin Fengrua. I'm here to take you to see your grandfather. I'm giving you this opportunity because of his entrustment. If you don't want it, you can die with the other fools later. Although I promised Qin Ruishu to take her back, my patience is limited. If she doesn't cherish the opportunity given to her, there's nothing I can do. Qin Fengrua opened her eyes wide. It turned out that Grandpa was fine. She tried to activate her superpower. Her superpower was intuition, and the previous abnormality in the base was also discovered through her superpower. It's just that her special ability is very weak, and sometimes she is not sure of her own judgment. Yunxi, give her some strength. Gu Yunxi was stunned when he was suddenly called, but without hesitation, he gave Qin Fengrua enhanced supernatural powers. Qin Fengrua suddenly saw her grandfather's smiling face. This was the most concrete response of her intuition. I believe it. I'm willing to go back with you. Ji Chuan waved his hand, and Su Shun regained his loyalty to Qin Fengrua. However, other people in the base who did not accept loyalty were not so lucky. Blood flowed in the base, and those who gained loyalty looked indifferent and had no reaction even when the blood of those around them splashed on their faces. This is the fate that one deserves for betraying his master. There are crystal cores in the corpse's brain. Take them all out for future use. Do you have a research center here? Some leaders. Fu Qingyu replied respectfully that although Shinza City's logistics team was relatively short of special ability personnel, its scientific research staff was still quite strong. Shinza City has always advocated the use of force to suppress the zombies. Fu Qingyu's philosophy is that with strong combat power, all zombies will be eliminated. The research direction of Shinza City is crystal core weapons. The crystal core contains enormous energy, and this energy can become the energy source of weapons. As Fu Qingyu clapped his hands, a guard came forward and handed the gun on his body to Ji Chuan. Captain, this is the product of the Shinza City Research Center, the crystal core spear. Its damage varies with the level of the embedded crystal core. Even if you don't have an offensive ability, you can still cause great damage to your opponent with it. Ji Chuan nodded and said he could give a few to Song Huai and the others for self-defense. Are there any smaller ones? Yes, I'll get it for you right away. It is more convenient for girls to hold a smaller gun, so Ji Chuan handed the gun to Gu Yunxi. Try firing a few shots at the corpse not far away. Gu Yunxi took careful aim. Since it was powered by crystal core energy, it did not have a strong recoil like ordinary guns. The corpse was instantly covered in blood, but the power was still very strong. You tried to enhance the gun with superpowers. Can it also enhance items? Ji Chuan just wanted to try it, because Gu Yunxi can enhance superpowers, and superpowers rely on the energy of the crystal core. These crystal core guns are also powered by the energy of the crystal core, so I want to do an experiment right now. Gu Yunxi allowed the enhanced light ball to merge with the gun and fired at the corpse. The previous attack was like firing a laser, but the current attack was as thick as a bucket, and it blasted a deep hole in the ground in just a moment. Only the unhit parts of the body remained, and the attacked parts had turned into ashes. Ji Chuan found the most suitable person to use the crystal core gun. Can I fight directly now? Gu Yunxi was very happy. She hugged Ji Chuan. She had the hope of becoming a strong person and standing by his side. She was one step closer to this goal. Continue to develop this weapon. From today on, New Jersey City will return to normal life and no longer be in danger. Thank you, Chief. Fu Qingyu was extremely excited. He didn't expect that Shinza City would usher in the end of the world like this. The base, which was already short of resources, was already giving him a headache. But now everything is fine. Ji Chuan instructed him on other matters, including asking him to collect the crystal cores in an orderly manner, and that he would come from time to time to take away useful crystal cores. Fu Qingyu nodded. If he had known that this would be the result of number one's rule, why would he resist? Han Xing and Wu Ji were somewhat wronged for their deaths, and Fu Qingyu began to feel fortunate that they finally chose to compromise in the conference room. The survivors in New Jersey City have discovered that the zombies are walking towards the mutant base in an orderly manner, and the zombies will not attack them even if they get very close. The progress of the God of Faith is growing rapidly, and Ji Chuan is very satisfied. If he can maintain this speed and rule 2 more cities at most, the God of Faith will be complete. Ji Chuan was already looking forward to what the use of such an effortless supernatural power would be. If I don't get this ability, how can others achieve it? I'm afraid that in this apocalypse, many people with powerful superpowers will die in regret before they have the chance to fully understand their superpowers due to bad luck. Gu Yunxi couldn't let go of the small crystal core gun after getting it, and went to the open space on the ground to start practicing. In the past, no matter how hard she practiced, she had to rely on others and had no fighting power at all. But things were different now. The crystal core gun was incredibly powerful in her hands. She even felt that its destructive power was much greater than Lulu's light arrow. The zombies lining up became her best targets. Gu Yunxi had to use every minute and every second to improve her combat effectiveness. Not only do you need to train your accuracy, but you also need to strengthen your physical exercise so that you have the physical strength to keep dodging and chasing. Ji Chuan, I will prove myself, and I can protect myself. Gu Yunxi stroked the gun and shot at the zombies in the distance. His eyes were bold and firm, bidding farewell to his past cowardice. Chapter 137 Angry Birds. Yida, can we 2 rookies act on our own? Song Huai was a little worried. Although he was very happy to travel with Xia Yida, the 2 of them had no offensive means and could not deal with an ordinary zombie. Didn't you see that the zombies didn't react to us? They must have been controlled by Achuan. And you can drag people into your space. If there is danger, can't we just hide together? Song Huai thought about it, and it made sense. He felt a little regretful for saying that. Would this make the goddess think he was very timid? Don't be afraid, Yida. I will protect you if there is any danger. Xia Yida thought that even if there was danger, she would be lucky enough to escape it. She had already gained some understanding of her special abilities from the last time she was at the Jianghua City base. But he still had a very friendly smile on his face. That's all thanks to you being here. This is Achwan's childhood friend. I hope he can tell me more about Achwan's preferences. We have to be good friends. There are so many things in the house, and Song Hwai's special ability is so convenient. If it weren't the end of the world, Xiaoyida would definitely hire Song Hwai as her assistant. You can bring everything you want on a business trip. If you put comfortable furniture in the space, you can save the RV when filming. No matter it is scorching summer or severe winter outside, it is so comfortable to hide in the space and rest. By the way, if you don't just think about bringing clothes, you should also take everything at home. Although the accommodation conditions at the base are pretty good, your own furniture will still be more tasteful. We're here. This is Jinlu Terrace. This is my home. This is a very famous real estate project. Song Hwai had only heard of it, and this was his first time entering it. As soon as you step into the building, you will find its luxury. In this place where every inch of land is valuable, 4 floors of space have been used to create a lobby with a very wide view. A few scattered zombies were walking slowly towards the base, showing no interest in the two of them. Song Hwai breathed a sigh of relief. As the elevator opened, Xiaoyida suddenly screamed and fell to the ground in fright. There was a naked zombie in the elevator. His skin had begun to fester, and he exuded a foul stench. Even in this state, Xiaoyida still recognized that this was the security guard. Don't be afraid, Yida. It's okay. It's just an ordinary zombie. Song Hwai thought Xiaoyida was just frightened by the appearance of the zombies, so he considerately stood in front of her. Xiaoyida almost vomited. Thinking back on that night, it was still a nightmare. She watched the zombies walk away before she slowly stood up. Song Hwai supported Xiaoyida. Her arms were very slender, like a fragile porcelain bottle. He couldn't help but want to protect her. Walking all the way to the 28th floor, Xiaoyida took a deep breath to adjust herself. But when she arrived at the door of her house, she found that the door repaired by Ji Chuan had been pried open. The two looked at each other and walked in. There was a man standing in front of the refrigerator. He was also looking at them warily, but when he saw Xiaoyida, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Xiaoyida, what are you doing in my house? Xiaoyida found that the other person's expression was more surprised. As an actor, she is very good at observing people's micro-expressions. I'm sorry, I'm your fan and also a resident of this building. I noticed that no one has been here for a long time, so I wanted to come here to look for supplies. You can have all the food, I just want to take the clothes and furniture away. When Xiaoyida found out that the man had no ill intentions, she no longer cared. She had no shortage of food. Food was the cheapest thing in the house, so she could give it to him for free. Thanks. The man was very happy. He didn't expect Xiaoyida to be so easy to talk to and give him such precious food in the apocalypse. He continued to rummage through the refrigerator. Xiaoyida brought Song Hwai to the cloakroom, and Song Hwai couldn't help but sigh. Yida, your dressing room is too exaggerated. It's a job requirement. I have to wear a lot of brand names every day. Sometimes I can change 4 or 5 outfits a day. Once I wear them, I basically put them here. This reserve is enough for her to wear for a while. This is only in one of her houses. The closets in the other houses are also very large, otherwise there would be no room at all. Song Hwai stored all the items in the cloakroom into the space. He knew the prices of many brands, and the value of the items in this cloakroom alone was probably equivalent to several houses. Please take the furniture back with me. I don't think the furniture in the hotel is as comfortable as my home. That's the storage room with a lot of gifts. If you like anything, feel free to leave it. Xiaoyida was still very grateful to Song Hwai for his help, and wanted to get more embarrassing photos of Ji Chuan through gifts as bribes. She felt that those images were very precious, and it was very interesting to listen to Song Hwai tell the stories behind the photos. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyida's house was empty, and all the supplies in the kitchen were left to this strange man. Take your time, these are all left to you. I won't be back in the near future. More people died in this house than that security guard. If it weren't for the end of the world, Xiaoyida would definitely have disposed of this house. Thank you. Your food is enough for me to eat for a while. By the way, how do you know that no one has been home for a long time? The man blew a whistle, and soon an eagle landed on the balcony railing. I can communicate with the birds and share their vision. I know which homes in the neighborhood are empty. This ability is pretty cool. It would be fun to communicate with birds. Yes, thanks to them, I've avoided a lot of danger. For example, you all heard the voice of the god of faith, right? But the birds told me that the blood demon knelt in front of him and communicated with him. It seems that they are in the same group. Xiaoyida and Song Hwai both looked unhappy. So you didn't offer your loyalty? Yeah, his loyalty to the zombie gang is too dangerous. Xiaoyida really wanted to tell him that not being loyal was the most dangerous thing. Was it because the bird helped him that he was able to hide until now? Please share your bird's eye view. The city has begun to recover, and those who offer their loyalty are safe. The man stopped what he was doing, his eyes turned white, and he remained motionless. He couldn't believe that just as Zaida said, people started to go out, the zombies stopped attacking those people, and the whole city seemed to come alive again. The man's eyes returned to normal. Did I misunderstand him? What should I do? Can I still be loyal to him? On the balcony suddenly started screaming, and the man looked panicked. Oh no. Little Eagle, said the blood demon, is flying towards us quickly. Run. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shui appeared on the balcony. The eagle was about to take off, but it fell straight down. The man didn't even see how Xiao Shui attacked. The tragic scene of corpses everywhere in front of the superpower base. It was said that it was caused by the zombie in front of him. Just as Xiao Shui was about to launch an attack, Xia Yida called a halt in time. After all, he was her fan, so she tried to save him. This was the quality of a qualified idol. Wait a minute, Xiao Shui? His special ability is very useful. He wants to be loyal to Achuan. The sharp claws stopped 5 centimeters away from the man's chest, as if considering whether to show mercy. If the other party wanted to be loyal to the master, was there any need to kill him? Song Hui contacted Ji Chuan through telepathy. Ji Chuan didn't care whether this person lived or died. Since Song Hui and Xia Yida wanted to save her, he saved her. After receiving Ji Chuan's order of pardon, Xiao Shui flew towards the next target. The man collapsed on the ground, his heart almost beating out of his chest. Thank you for saving me. What's your name? We're going back. Come with us. Li Ziming. The sound of flapping wings was heard on the balcony, and the eagle that had just died flew back, with blood on its body and its eyes turned white. Kitty, you're back. Chirp chirp. Don't scold me, little eagle, but your voice has become so hoarse. Chapter 138, Door Movement. My Sister's One is a limited edition. Lu Mingxian looked at Yu Yin nervously. She suddenly wanted to come to his room to visit his collection. He was very happy at first, thinking that he had met a soulmate. But I didn't expect Yu Yin to actually want to take away a figurine. It was a limited edition, very hard to find, and I paid a huge premium for it. Why are you so stingy? I'm not asking you to give it away for free. I can exchange it for anything you need. Yu Yin couldn't tell which limited edition it was. She just felt that that figure looked most like the God of Faith and could be considered a peripheral product of the God of Faith. I won't trade them for anything. They are my dearest treasures. And you know I need them for my special abilities. Don't try to take advantage of my sons. LV Mingxian, you are so stingy. Don't ask our team for help next time you go on a mission. Auntie, can you pick a cheaper one? I have a lot of smaller ones here. Come take a look at them. If you like any of them, I'll give them to you, okay? Yu Yin smiled again and started to pick. As she saw more and more Gundams, she became more and more conflicted. Girls are naturally not sensitive to mechanical things. They cannot tell the difference between many car styles, home appliance configurations, and electronic components. They choose based on whether the appearance and color are their favorite. At that moment, she was trying hard to recall the appearance of the God of Faith, so as to avoid confusing the idol's appearance with the figurine in front of her. This one is more similar. Lu Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't expensive, so he just gave it. I gave it to you, but what did you say it looked like? Are you watching this anime? I went to Jinglian City and encountered number 1. It was the God of Faith who saved me. He was wearing a very cool mecha, which was similar to the model I first fell in love with. Real? Lu Mingxian was a little excited. As a patient who was severely addicted to Gundam, he was very interested in all things with Gundam elements. It would be really cool if there was a Gundam as big as a human. Yeah, but it's much better looking than that figurine. His mecha is shining with all sorts of luster, and the workmanship looks very detailed. Where is he? I want to see him. Who doesn't want to? Yu Yin also wants to, but she doesn't know when they will meet again. How can she create an opportunity to meet? He went back to Jianghua City at that time, but I heard he was from Shinza City. I don't know where he is now. Yu Yin looked a little lonely and regretted not leaving her contact information. Just as she was feeling regretful, a screen appeared in front of her. Chu Tianqua was looking at them. This was the base communications officer's special ability, audio and video projection. LV Mingxian, you're here too. It's just right. Xiaoyu's team is short of people. You two teams can be merged, and Xiaoyu, you can be the deputy team leader. Chief. I know it wasn't your fault last time. It was only temporary. I have a difficult task right now and need manpower. To be on the safe side, I borrowed the God of Faith from Fu Qingyu. Yu Yin, who had a look of loss just now, immediately had her eyes light up. No problem, Chief. I will definitely cooperate with Lu Mingxian. Chu Tianqua looked at Yu Yin's reaction and found it a little strange, but she seemed quite happy. As long as she could cooperate, it would be fine. It's that door. There's something moving about it, and it feels like it's about to open. Upon hearing the news, Yu Yin and Lu Mingxian looked heavy-faced, as they knew what this meant. At the beginning of the apocalypse in Shannon City, an unusual situation occurred. There was a dot in the sky that no one noticed. But the dots grew bigger and bigger, and their texture became very hard. No one knew what they were, so they just continued to observe. Only recently have people discovered that the dots that spread in the air have become the shape of a door. Through the perception of spiritual warning, a huge amount of energy was surging inside the door, which was a very dangerous aura. It's just that the gate has always been quiet. With the zombie plague at hand, Shannon City doesn't have much energy to keep an eye on the gate in the air. At that moment, there was a movement from the door, and something inside seemed to be about to come out. The spiritual warning is dead, and no one can sense what is behind the door, but being on guard is definitely the right choice. In the end times, we cannot allow this fragile world to face even greater disasters. Chu Tianhua originally wanted to find an opportunity to invite the god of faith to come for testing, and the current unusual movement of the sect was the best reason. Shannon City is a city with profound historical and cultural heritage. Several emperors chose it as their capital. Many feng shui masters say that the magnetic field here is very special. In the apocalypse, a prophet has awakened here, and it seems that he is the key to ending this apocalypse. And the first person to light up the star disk is also here. As the leader of Shannon City, Chu Tianhua feels that he has a heavy responsibility and is very careful with every step. Not long ago, he had talked about relevant matters with Fu Qingyu. He hoped that a powerful person with superpowers would come to take charge. This was not only related to the safety of Shannon City, but also to the security of the entire country. What lies behind the door could be a false alarm, an unknown horror, or even the evil spirit mentioned in the prophecy. Chu Tianhua didn't dare to gamble. Before the star disk was completely lit up, he had to hold on and protect the safety of the entire Shannon City. Chief, this is what's going on. Would you mind going over there? After listening to Fu Qingyu's story, Ji Chuan became curious about the situation in Shannon City. Shannon City also had its own reasons for being helpless in this situation. He ate the spiritual warning, and others no longer had any means of perception. What is this door? If I have spiritual early warning, can I sense what's behind it? If it's dangerous, can I escape? Ji Chuan nodded. He had to understand the potential risk and know what the other party was like before he could make corresponding plans. Chief Chu, Shinza City will send the god of faith. After receiving Fu Qingyu's reply, Chu Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief. This made them more confident. After Ji Chuan completely took control of Shinza City, he began to prepare for his trip to Shannon City. Faced with unknown dangers, he must make comprehensive countermeasures. He first asked Luo Jiao to go to Shannon City to spread the pathogen, while he was thinking about who to accompany him. Shannon City will gather the combat power of many cities. Xiaomei, Dazhuang, and Xiaoshui must not be chosen, as it will directly expose themselves as zombie leaders. Even though Xin Mengting is very strong, and it is public news that she has joined number 1, she cannot be chosen. Although Zaida has a single-color crystal core, its supernatural effects are difficult to predict and are too unstable. The most suitable candidates at the moment are Zhou Mi, Song Xiai, and Gu Yunxi. He has already reached the ceiling of the stronghold's combat power, so Gu Yunxi can enhance his own abilities and provide auxiliary effects. If they really encounter a serious danger, Ji Chuan can use a ranged sleep spell on Zhou Mi to make him go back in time. If Zhou Mi doesn't even have time to release his supernatural powers, he can only rely on Song Xi's rare cards. Ji Chuan has already experienced the effects of some of Song Xi's cards, which conceal himself in other dimensions. After deciding on the candidates, Ji Chuan decided to go back to the base first to inform everyone about the trip to Shannon City and let the 3 people cooperate accordingly. Chapter 139 Intuition Bursts. Xiao Shui knelt respectfully in front of Ji Chuan and said, King, those who didn't pledge their loyalty have been completely eliminated. What I have in my hand is the crystal core of a powerful warrior I encountered. He extended his hand and offered the crystal core to Ji Chuan. You did very well. Come back to Jianghua City with us. Xiao Shui was very excited. He finally didn't have to be separated from his king for a long time. This must be the king's reward for his hard work in completing the task. Ji Chuan looked at the newcomer brought by Xia Yida without too many questions. The purple crystal core, spiritual bird synesthesia, seemed to be an exploration-type ability. After being given loyalty by Su Shun, he would be brought back to the base together. Luo Jiao appeared in front of everyone after hearing Ji Chuan's call, and it only took a moment for him to bring everyone back to the Jianghua City base. Ji Chuan prepared for the trip to Shannon City and asked Luo Jiao to be on standby by his side. If all plans failed, at least he could escape first. This is Xiao Shui. Like De Zhuang and Xiaomei, He's one of my subordinates. He's been helping me monitor the psychic base in Shinza City. Now he'll be living with everyone in the base. Ji Chuan introduced Xiao Shuai to the members of the base. Xiao Shuai had been staying in New Jersey City since he woke up and had no chance to meet everyone. Wow, little handsome brother is so handsome, and he even has wings. Xiao Xian had already stepped forward and was about to touch Xiao Shuai's wings. Xiao Shuai frowned and raised his hand to attack, but was easily stopped by Ji Chuan. Xiao Shuai, these are all members of the stronghold. You must protect them and not harm them. As you command, my king. Xiao Shuai is not as smart as De Zhuang. De Zhuang knows that he has to protect others. De Zhuang was jumping with glee, but Xiao Shuai came to De Zhuang quickly with a wag of his tail and gave him a fierce fight. Da Zhuang was slapped to the ground, and a hole was created. He stood up in a daze, as if he didn't expect Xiao Shuai's slender and tall body to burst out with such power. Xiao Mei appreciates this newcomer very much and hopes to cooperate with him in a mixed fight against Da Zhuang in the future. Meeting Xiao Shuai's eyes, De Zhuang trembled with fear and dared not say anything. Xiao Shuai returned to Ji Chuan with satisfaction. Da Zhuang to be beaten this time. Ji Chuan didn't want to interfere, so he told everyone about the general situation in Shannon City. I will be taking Gu Yunxi, Zhou Mi, and Song Ci with me on this trip to Shannon City. Luo Jiao will be on standby at the scene and will lead everyone to evacuate in time if any danger arises. Chief, please take me with you too. I'm also very strong and can help. Xia Yiqing was a little worried. He didn't understand Ji Chuan's selection this time. Gu Yunxi's ability to enhance his abilities was understandable, but Song Ci wasn't as good as him in fighting. He was also afraid that something might happen to Song Ci. About Zhou Mi, it seems that he has never introduced his special abilities to the people in the base, and he doesn't look very powerful. Many people felt the same way as Xia Yiqing, such as Shen Mingting. She didn't think there would be any monsters that she couldn't defeat. Hearing others constantly vying for the opportunity to go together, Ji Chuan called a halt in time. This line of work could be very dangerous, so everyone else stay put. Xia Yida was extremely anxious. She had to go with them. It was too dangerous for Gu Yunxi to accompany her. What if they encountered an emergency and their relationship quickly got heated? But what reason did she have? She began to try to activate her supernatural powers, hoping that her luck would give her a chance to travel with others. Ji Chuan has already noticed the surge of energy around Xia Yida. With the spiritual warning, he can observe everything around him in detail. Xia Yida's energy was rapidly spreading, changing direction flexibly as if she was looking for something, and finally the energy stopped on Qin Fengrua. Qin Fengrua discovered that her special ability had been activated. Her special ability was rarely released passively, and each time she had to work hard for a long time to get a hint of intuition. And at that moment, a very complete picture appeared in front of her eyes. I saw it. Chief, I saw Xia Yida at the scene. Xia Yida's role is very crucial. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. When Xia Yida's energy touched Qin Fengrua indeed released her supernatural power at a high intensity, comparable to the effect enhanced by Gu Yunxi. The current information about Qin Fengrua's abilities is accurate. She sensed the abnormality in the base and her grandfather's summons. Should she trust her current judgment? Ji Chuan's superstitions were influenced by his parents. His parents would choose an auspicious day before making any important investment and pay attention to some details in life. They would never make a move if there were any bad signs. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Chuan chose to believe it. Then I'll take you with me. Qin Fengrua's intuition is always right. Xia Yida was extremely happy. She was indeed getting stronger. She walked to Gu Yunxi and took her hand affectionately. That's great. Yunxi, we can go together. Otherwise, I'd be worried about you being the only girl there. It's just right that we can look after each other. Sister, I am a unique crystal core. Don't think of leaving me behind and going on your own with Achuan. Gu Yunxi smiled. She didn't expect Xia Yida to be so enthusiastic towards her. She was a little jealous of Xia Yida before, but she felt a little guilty when she saw such a thoughtful Xia Yida. Those who are traveling together will stay, and the others will disperse. Ji Chuan had to tell them his plan in detail to prevent any mistakes in on-site coordination. When everyone learned that Zhou Mi's special ability was sleep regression, they were still a little surprised. If I lose to the opponent, Luo Jiao will divert us first and directly give up the opportunity for Shannon City to develop. If the transfer fails or someone dies, I will put Zhou Mi into a sleeping state to review it. If all the above plans fail, we'll need to use Song Ci's cards. When Ji Chuan chose to accompany him, Song Ci understood that Ji Chuan might have made the worst-case scenario plan for this trip, and the few cards he had left were indeed reserved for use at times like this. Everyone nodded, and Ji Chuan asked them to have a good rest as they would be transferred to Shannon City early tomorrow morning. Ji Chuan is making final preparations. He used his newly acquired disguise ability to reshape his own face in case he needed to take off his mecha and face everyone. He carefully changed his appearance in front of the mirror. This ability allowed him to store the changed appearance, which made Ji Chuan feel like he was pinching his face in a game. There is a face-shaping segment in a new game. He tries his best to make his own face as satisfying as possible. After all, he has to look at this character all the time. But his appearance was already perfect at the moment, so he didn't know where to start. Eye color. Black is too ordinary. I want blue. The eyes will be deeper. The skin color is too pale. A little more color would make it look more normal. Hair has to be white. I like white hair in the game. It looks cool that way. Should the nose be higher? Just a little bit higher, otherwise it's a bit exaggerated. Perfect, I have a new skin. Chapter 140 Xiao Hui's World. After finishing face shaping, Ji Chuan suddenly remembered the purple crystal core, slime, that he ate out of curiosity that day. It was a creature that Ji Chuan had only seen in anime and games. He casually summoned it, wanting to see what the creature looked like in reality. A white light flashed, and a jelly-textured dumpling appeared in front of Ji Chuan. Unlike the blue and transparent settings in most anime, the dumpling in front of him was colorful. The center is dominated by blue-purple tones, which gradually become lighter as it spreads outwards, from purple to pink, from pink to yellow, and from blue to green. The transition of each color makes it look like a colorful fluorescent ball. Its eyes were big, with a circle of purple in the pupils, and it was looking at Ji Chuan curiously. The little thing is quite cute. Puff. Ji Chuan reached out to touch the dumpling. It felt icy and cool, almost like jelly, but tougher than jelly, as if it had a thick skin. Can you understand me? Puff. Ji Chuan felt that its tone had changed. Jump. The slime jumped quickly in Ji Chuan's hand and looked very flexible. I really understand. Then I'll give you a name. Slime stared at Ji Chuan expectantly. It sounds a bit like a fart, so let's call it a little fart. Puff. The slime seemed to be protesting. Its eyes were a little angry, and it was shaking its body violently. If you can understand this, then I won't call you Xiaopi anymore. I'll call you Xiaowan. Puff, puff. Seeing the satisfied look on the slime's face, Ji Chuan knew that it had agreed. Let it be a mascot. He didn't know what the use of this little thing was. He took Xiaowan to the warehouse to see if it would eat anything. The warehouse had a wide variety of items, and he could try everything. Wow, what is that? It's so cute. The small ball that kept jumping forward on the ground soon attracted the children's attention. Xiaoxian came running from a distance. With a new target, Xiaohui was abandoned without hesitation. Seeing the target that attracted Xiaoxian, Xiaohui's expression tightened, and he quickly jumped here. Master, where did you get this? Seeing Xiaohui getting a little excited, Ji Chuan felt a little strange. This is a summon from my new supernatural power. Why do you recognize this? Summon. Was he summoned like he summoned himself? Xiaohui had a general idea. He observed Xiao Tuan carefully to make sure he was not mistaken. This is a slime. It's very common in my world, but I've never seen it in this world. Your world? Which world are you from? Ji Chuan was a little curious. It was indeed unusual when he summoned Xiaohui. Xiaohui was a creature that did not exist in this world. But since even superpowers appeared in the apocalypse, Ji Chuan did not think much about it at the time. This question puzzled Xiaohui. His world had no special name, just like the current world had no name. There are many intelligent races in my world, but here I only see two races, humans and undead. Ji Chuan wanted to say that humans are the only intelligent race, and zombies only appeared in the end times, but he did not interrupt Xiaohui. Werewolves are a subrace of the orcs. There are also tigermen, deermen. Each major race has many smaller factions. Other major races include elves, undead, demons, dwarves, ancient gods. There are many more. Are there superpowers in your world? Superpowers are abilities, right? Every race has their own strengths. Orcs mostly have physical enhancement abilities, but elves and demons have some magic, which is more similar to superpowers in this world. Ji Chuan's pupils contracted, and he suddenly had a very ridiculous idea that shocked him. Blood moon, zombies, crystal cores, superpowers, and strange doors. These elements that shouldn't appear in this world are very common in another world. Is this a coincidence? What if the anomalies in this world all come from another world? Could the unknown behind the door be from Xiao Hui's world? He needs to explore further and realize that he may be a strong person in the current world. But what about Xiao Hui's world? Ji Chuan frowned. Owner. Ji Chuan came back to his senses and planned to continue asking questions about the little gray slime. Although it could understand his commands, the slime could not speak and could not answer many questions. Do you know anything about slimes? It's very common in our world. It's a low-level monster. Its normal attack method is ordinary impact. As it grows, it will acquire some corrosive abilities such as gastric juice. However, this one of yours should not be ordinary. Ordinary slimes are light blue, but this one looks very different. I'm afraid it has some special abilities. In my world, such special individuals are extremely rare, and I don't know much about them. They're not on the werewolf diet. Sure enough, what was drawn in the anime was correct. Slimes are normally blue. Since they are rare individuals, just keep them like this. Low-level monsters should not be of much use. What does it eat? Almost anything. It's okay, not too troublesome. Ji-chuan plans to keep it. You are the leader? As the other people in the stronghold gradually approached, they realized that this man looked very unfamiliar, with white hair and blue eyes. But judging by Xiao Hui's respectful attitude towards him, it should be Ji-chuan. Ji-chuan only then realized that he had come out with a face that had just been sculpted. Xiao Hui could recognize him without looking at his appearance, but others could not. Ji-chuan nodded and returned to his normal state. The Shannon City group may have to show their true colors to others, and I plan to face them with the same expression I just showed. Everyone understood that it was indeed easy to tell from its original appearance that it was not human, and this could save a lot of trouble. Brother Ji-chuan, what's its name? Can you let it play with me? Xiaoxian has been thinking about this colorful ball for a long time, but she is afraid of danger and dares not touch it. Xiao Tuan, it can understand you. Go ahead, Xiao Tuan, don't hurt the children. Puff, puff. Xiao Wan jumped and ran after Xiaoxian and Anan. Women are always fickle. Xiao Hui looked at the children's backs and suddenly sighed with a sense of loneliness. My lord, I'm finally relieved. It's time to celebrate. I'm going to go to the restaurant and try some of the world's delicacies. I'm going to watch cartoons by myself, so I don't have to wait for those brats to catch up. I want to. Xiao Tuan, you are so beautiful. Come and chase us, ha. Go chasing in, ha. Xiaoxian and Anan's laughter could be heard in the distance. Luo Jiai and Luo Jiao were heading to Shannon City, and these two children were the only ones left in their base. Xiao Hui looked at the happy Xiaoxian and Anan in the distance, and his tail dropped. Don't you like taking care of children? Ji Chuan joked on the side. I didn't. Just when he was about to say something harsh, he was afraid of offending Ji Chuan. So Xiao Hui went upstairs dejectedly. Chapter 141, the second person to light up the Oracle Star Plate. Luo Jiao arrived in Shannon City last night, but Ji Chuan still asked everyone to rest for a night before setting off. After explaining the final things that needed attention, everyone arrived in Shannon City in just a few moments. Not having to rush really saved a lot of boring time. Ji Chuan led everyone to the superpower base. Chu Tianhua had been waiting there early. He had already asked Fu Qingyu about the time when the god of faith would arrive. The crowd also included Yu Yin and Lu Mingxian. Yu Yin got up early and prepared her hairstyle, even putting on a relatively complete makeup. Cosmetics are also relatively precious supplies in the apocalypse. Lu Mingxian wanted to see the real-life version of Gundam. Yu Yin said that the god of faith was very similar to the limited edition in her collection, and he wanted to see what the real person looked like. In order to identify himself, Ji Chuan came from a distance with everyone wearing a mecha. Yu Yin was very happy. She didn't expect to meet them so soon. But why are there two women beside him? And they're both so beautiful. What? Is that Xia Yida? Ji Chuan was speechless. Xia Yida was dressed as if she was attending an award ceremony today, which made Ji Chuan feel a little embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say. Ever since Song Huai helped Xia Yida move her family's supplies back and opened a separate room for her to use as a cloakroom, she had too many clothes. Xia Yida spent a long time choosing clothes last night, just to be the most dazzling presence around Ji Chuan. She held Gu Yunxi's arm intimately. Even though Gu Yunxi was also very beautiful, she could only be her backboard at the moment. Alas, to attract attention, I say I am second. Who dares to say he is first? Xia Yida was very happy. She was used to facing everyone's admiring gazes. Even if a man fainted, it was normal. Wow! A man exclaimed and ran towards them quickly from a distance. Here they come, fans who are impressed by my beauty. Xia Yida was very proud in her heart, and then a more friendly smile appeared on her face. Accept the gift of my beauty, mortals, oh ho ho. The man did not run to her as Xia Yida imagined, but ran to Ji Chuan, turning around excitedly and looking at Ji Chuan's mecha. Xia Yida's smile froze on her face. What the hell? The mecha is prettier than this goddess? She looked at other people awkwardly, as if facing other cameras, showing off her beauty from every angle. It's so cool. Oh my god. The workmanship is so detailed. This is the most gorgeous mecha I've ever seen. Can we take a picture together? Ahem, Mingxian. Don't be disrespectful to the god of faith. Chu Tianhua felt a little embarrassed. Lu Mingxian was good in every way, but he was too good at the things in cartoons, which he didn't understand. Lu Mingxian seemed to realize his own misstep and quickly apologized, rubbing the back of his head. After the real thing is over, you must take a photo with me. After Lu Mingxian returned to the team, Yuan came up to greet Ji Chuan as he approached. She ignored the people next to Ji Chuan and gave Ji Chuan a hug. Xia Yida completely lost control of her expression. Who is this woman? What is she doing? Holy shit. Her face twitched as she maintained an unsightly smile, and she pulled her hand towards Yu Yin's. Don't be disrespectful to the god of our faith. Gu Yunxi was also surprised and didn't understand what was going on with Yu Yin. Yu Yin was not annoyed when Xia Yida pulled her away. Instead, she gave her a provocative smile. I'm not being rude. I just want to express my gratitude to my savior. I even kissed my savior last time. What did you say? Xia Yida's expression was a little crazy. Did she hear it right? She kissed Ji Chuan? How could this happen? That's enough. Ji Chuan and Chu Tianhua shouted in unison. Xia Yida quickly retreated, and Yu Yin snorted and walked back to her original position. When dealing with green tea girls, she can be a white lotus in the golden age. Xia Yida's opponents all have some means, but the woman in front of her is purely shameless. Zaida cursed in her heart, her chest heaving violently. The person with an even darker face at the scene was Su Xiao, who was standing in front of the base. She clenched her fists and clenched her teeth tightly. Ji Chuan had already noticed Su Xiao, because she actually had a single-color crystal core, a white crystal core, none. What kind of supernatural power is this? Why is she so malicious towards me? With the spiritual warning, Ji Chuan has already felt the huge energy around Su Xiao, and her hostility towards him is constantly spreading. I'm sorry for not being strict with my students. Please forgive me if I've offended you. The teams from other cities will be arriving soon, and Shannon City will lead them to the gate. For the time being, please rest for a while and come inside. Chu Tianhua didn't expect Yu Yin to be so reckless. If he could get through this time, he didn't want to restore Yu Yin's position as captain. Everyone followed the Shannon City team into the base. The style of Shannon City's base was slightly different. It had a stronger sense of age, as if it had been built a long time ago. Please rest here for a while, everyone. There is something confidential that I need to convey to the god of faith. Ji Chuan did not sense any malice from Chu Tianhua. He nodded to Luo Jiao, and then followed Chu Tianhua into the depths of the base. After passing through several protective doors with many guards on both sides, we finally arrived at a quaint room. This room is like a cave, with some obscure texts and murals engraved on the walls, and simple furniture displayed in the room. I wonder if I can see the face of the god of faith? Chu Tianhua was very polite. He knew that the other party had been wearing a mecha because he probably wanted to keep his identity secret, but there were only the two of them at the moment, and he also wanted to get to know the person in front of him more deeply before the test. Ji Chuan did not hesitate and retracted the mecha, revealing his newly sculpted face, which was like the three-dimensional face of a minority ethnic group in the western regions, and his white hair was very eye-catching. Chu Tianhua's expression showed a bit of surprise, as if he had not expected the god of faith to be like this. What a handsome guy. No wonder Xiao Yu is so proactive. He must have won over so many women's hearts. Ha ha ha. Chu Tianhua joked, wanting to narrow the distance between him and the god of faith. I wonder what the confidential content that Chief Chu mentioned is. Ji Chuan had no intention of joking with him, and although he had no ill will towards him, he did separate himself from the team members, and he remained vigilant. Chu Tianhua suppressed his smile, walked to the center of the room, opened the transparent cover, and took out a disc. He carefully handed the disc to Ji Chuan. Please hold it carefully. Ji Chuan was a little surprised, but still took the disc in his hand. Ji Chuan discovered that the disc, which had been calm just now, was now surging with energy. The entire disc continued to vibrate under the violent energy explosion, and soon the disc burst into a dazzling light. Chu Tianhua was very excited. His intuition was correct. He had found the second person who lit up the oracle star plate. The ancient patterns on the star disk gradually became clear, and a black pattern was fully revealed in the center of the star disk. Chu Tianhua excitedly grabbed Ji Chuan's hand and said, "You are the one I'm looking for. You are the one who has the hope of saving all mankind as predicted." Ji Chuan was completely bewildered. What was this? What had just happened? Why was this disc glowing? And why was there a pattern? Looking at the black pattern in the center, Ji Chuan fell into deep thought. Was the first person to light up this disc the girl who looked a bit like a boy walking in front just now? Chu Tianhua's expression changed from surprise to shock. This was a secret of Shannon City. How did the person in front of him know it? Chapter 142: Shannon City's efforts to retain. Chu Tianhua looked at the god of faith in front of him with vigilance. The Oracle Star Plate could be considered one of the top secrets in Shannon City, and few people knew of its existence and function. For the safety of all mankind, Su Xiao lit up the Oracle Star Disk. Only he, Su Xiao, and the prophet knew why this god of faith could make such a judgment. Su Xiao has reached a confidentiality agreement with him, and the prophet is secretly protected by the base and has no chance of contacting outsiders. Chu Tianhua is very confused. When Ji Chuan lit up the disk in front of him, the pattern that emerged caught his attention. Is the black one a coincidence? Although this pattern is abstract, it feels very much like a skull, which reminds him of death and his own supernatural powers as the zombie king. The other pattern was white, and he thought of Su Xiao's white crystal core, so he had a guess. A single color crystal core can light up this disk. He carefully counted the patterns on the disk that had not yet lit up. There were still 10 left, which meant that there were 12 people with unique crystal cores. On this trip to Shannon City, there were still 2 unique crystal cores in the team. If they were asked to light up this disk, Chu Tianhua's jaw would probably drop to the ground. However, Ji Chuan did not intend to do so. He had not yet figured out what this disk was and what its function was. Who was the person who would save the world in the prophecy that Chu Tianhua mentioned? Is he still human? Save the world? Ji Chuan feels like he is about to become the culprit who destroys the world. But how should I explain it to Chu Tianhua right now? Ji Chuan thought for a while and spoke. I can see the color of a strong person's energy. A very strong person's energy has a unique color. My energy is black, and that tomboy's is white. I guessed this based on the color of the pattern on the disc. Such a powerful character like the god of faith has such abilities? Ji Chuan felt that his ability to make up stories had become stronger. Chu Tianhua couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He looked at Ji Chuan excitedly and couldn't say a word for a long time. His mouth was trembling slightly. Is this why black is in the center of the astrolabe? The person before me is the key to lighting up the oracle astrolabe. With him, there's no need for further testing. I can directly determine who will light up the astrolabe. Your Highness, God of Faith, although this may be a bit presumptuous, can I sign a confidentiality agreement with you? What is about to happen concerns the safety of all mankind. I hope you can keep it a secret. Chu Tianhua looked at Ji Chuan expectantly and was not carried away by excitement. A confidentiality agreement? What is that? A contract? In the apocalypse, would anyone still believe that? Ji Chuan nodded, and Chu Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up, and his clothes seemed to break free from gravity, blown by the energy he emitted. A golden ring flew towards Ji Chuan, but shattered when it touched Ji Chuan's body. Chu Tianhua was a little surprised that Ji Chuan did not resist at all, as if the contract had lost its effect. Master, I politely declined this little trick. It turned out to be Xiao He, who could even resist this kind of contract. Chu Tianhua found that the contract could not be reached. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to confess. The person in front of him was the key to saving the world, and with his help, the efficiency would be quickly improved. Shannon City received 2 prophecies. Chu Tianhua and Ji Chuan explained in detail the content of the prophecy and their base's research on the prophecy. Dual Soul Evil. After hearing the relevant content of the prophecy, Ji Chuan fell into deep thought. He knew that all single-color crystal cores had crystal core spirits. Was this considered a dual soul? If so, was he the cause of the world's destruction? But he successfully lit up the Oracle Star Plate, which is an important prop for saving the world. Is he the messenger who saves the world? Ji Chuan has begun to doubt his own position, which side he is on, and why he occupies the center of the star map. He planned to conduct an in-depth study, and only if he was sure that the astrolabe was useful to him would he start lighting it up. If his rule over all of humanity was considered evil, wouldn't lighting it up be tantamount to destroying himself? Fortunately, he still has 2 unique color crystal cores with him. As long as he doesn't agree, this star disk will never be fully lit up. But should I do another experiment to confirm my guess and let Xia Yida or Luo Jiao give it a try? Even if he tries it once, he still has a chance and the initiative is still in his hands. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan planned to call Xia Yida. It is difficult to catch Luo Jiao with his special ability, and no one can force him, so it is safer to keep him. I want to call my teammates. Her energy also has colors. What? Chu Tianhua couldn't believe his ears. He had been working hard since the end of the world and had only found Su Xiao. After confirming the god of faith today, he brought another one. The god of faith is indeed the most crucial person, and there is hope of saving the world. Which one is it? Zaida. Hearing the guard calling her, Xia Yida put down the bag in her hand. She was about to open the bag and take out the cosmetics to touch up her makeup during the break. The bag seemed a little heavy today, but she didn't care. She and Luo Jiao confirmed that it was Ji Chuan's intention, and then walked deeper into the base with a little nervousness. Ji-chuan did not choose Xiaoyita as his telepathic partner because she talked too much and always wanted to chat with him, and Ji-chuan did not like idle chat. Xiaoyita breathed a sigh of relief after she walked into the room and saw Ji-chuan. She was afraid that the Shannon City superpower base had some evil intentions. Being too beautiful could easily arouse other people's evil thoughts. Put your hands on it. Following Ji-chuan's instructions, Xiaoyita saw a round disc. What was that? Without giving it much thought, she walked forward and placed her hand on it. The Oracle Star plate lit up again, and this time a pink pattern appeared on the periphery, looking very much like an abstract female profile. Chu Tianque was very excited. The god of faith was his lucky star and the hope of mankind. The world is saved. It's saved. God of faith, please stay in Shannon City. Your ability is the key to saving the world. I will do my best to convince Fu Qingyu. Chu Tianque was determined to keep Ji-chuan by his side at all costs. The experiments were not only inefficient, but also unsafe. He made up some excuses for those who failed, saying that they were allowed to visit the antiques in Shannon City. But if the god of faith is there, he can directly determine the candidate and invite other strong people to come. Xiaoyita was puzzled. Why did the disc light up when she touched it? It even lit up with a pink pattern. Was this some kind of crystal core technology? Ji-chuan was speechless. It was up to him to decide whether he wanted to stay or not. Fu Qingyu was his subordinate, so what was the point in talking to him? Facing Chu Tianque's expectant gaze, Ji-chuan shook his head and said, I won't stay. I need to take care of my own business. If there is anyone who wants me to identify something, please contact me. I can come quickly. Chu Tianque had been infected with the pathogen by Luo Jiao, and finding him was just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Although he felt a little disappointed, Chu Tianque understood that such a strong person could not be forced. Since the other party is willing to cooperate, it is already a good result. Of course, Ji-chuan was willing to come. Even if the unique crystal core could not light up the star disk, he was still looking for them. With Chu Tianque's help, finding the holder of the unique crystal core would become more efficient. But for the sake of caution, Ji-chuan intends to subdue those with single-color crystal cores. If they are really the key to saving the world, he must keep them. After all, if the world is really going to be destroyed, Ji-chuan is not sure whether he can survive. Chapter 143, New Temptation. When the three of them returned to the lounge, Su Xiao saw that Chu Tianque was in a good mood and knew the result. She frowned and glanced at Ji-chuan out of the corner of her eye. Xiaoyin not only hugged him in public, but also said that she had kissed him. There was no doubt that the man in front of her was Xiaoyin's ideal partner. The god of faith is so majestic, yet he wears a mecha indoors. Is he a coward, or is it because he can't show his true appearance underneath the mecha? Ji-chuan was speechless. This person was so strange. From the beginning, Ji-chuan didn't understand why she was so malicious towards him, and now he didn't even bother to pretend. When Su Xiao spoke, Xiaoyita realized that this was a woman. She looked pretty androgynous, but her words directed at Ji-chuan made her feel a little angry. Ji-chuan looked so much worse than her, yet she dared to mock him like that. Su Xiao, the identity of the god of faith must be kept secret. What are you talking about? Chu Tianque helped explain according to his own understanding. The god of faith was someone Shannon City could not afford to offend, and they would have to trouble him frequently in the future. What's wrong with all my men today? They all look like they've taken some strange medicine. Fortunately, the people from other cities haven't arrived yet, otherwise they would all be laughing at them. No problem, since this lady is so curious about me, I will satisfy her. When Ji-chuan's voice sounded, Yu-yin immediately stepped forward. She had imagined many faces under the masks, but she didn't expect that today she would be able to see the true appearance of her hero. Originally wanted to speak up for the god of faith, but at that moment she didn't say a word, and even felt that Su Xiao's provocation was just right. The mecha was retracted very cleanly and neatly. Lu Mingxian couldn't even figure out how it was done, and he became even more excited. An exotic, three-dimensional, handsome face appeared in front of everyone. Ji-chuan's cold blue eyes immediately captured Yu-yin's heart. His white hair seemed to reflect light, making him look radiant. Yu-yin was about to rush forward to hug him again, but was stopped by Xiaoyita. Su Xiao seemed to have not expected Ji-chuan to be so good-looking, and was frustrated. Miss, why are you so malicious towards me? After all, it is a unique crystal core. Nothing makes Ji-chuan curious. He doesn't know how to use this ability and what the effect is. He wants to find an opportunity to make her surrender. If the 12 unique crystal cores are the key to saving the world, he must take control of this team in his own hands. Whether to save or destroy is up to him. Don't call me miss, my name is Su Xiao. Although she is a woman, Su Xiao has always regarded herself as a boy since she was a child and rarely drank water at school. Every time she goes to the women's restroom, she feels ashamed and uncomfortable, and she wants to avoid gender-related content. She almost always makes a wish before going to bed every night, wishing she were a boy, but she knows that is impossible. Okay, Su Xiao, can you explain why you are so malicious towards me? We have probably never met before. Hearing Jichuan's questioning, Yuyin began to feel guilty. She understood the reason why Su Xiao was hostile to Jichuan. If the god of faith knew that it was because of her, would his impression of her be greatly reduced? Xiao Xiao, the god of faith saved my life. Without him, I would be dead. I hope you can respect him as much as you respect me. Jichuan narrowed his eyes. This Su Xiao looked at Yuyin differently. He had never met her before, but she was so hostile to him. The only person he knew who was related to her was Yuyin. Could it be that Yuyin's enthusiasm for him had made her harbor malice towards him? She didn't want to be called Miss. It seemed like that was exactly what she had imagined. Jichuan raised a smile. He felt that he had found a breakthrough point. A screen suddenly lit up in front of Chu Tianhua. Chief, the teams from Yilan City, Jinan City, and Xiangyu City have arrived. Okay, we'll go meet them right away. This time, Chu Tianhua collected powerful people from all over the world in the apocalypse. They all had some very glorious deeds, and he wanted to take this opportunity to test them. He didn't expect that the first person would bring him such a big surprise. 2 patterns on the star chart were lit up at once, and the god of faith could also see the energy of the strong, which was safer and more efficient. Watch your words. Don't let the teams from other cities think that people from Shannon City don't know the rules. Chu Tianhua spoke seriously to several captains, but his expression softened a lot towards Jichuan. Your Excellency, the god of faith, could you please accompany us to greet him? Jichuan naturally knew Chu Tianhua's intention, nodded, and followed. He also wanted to know if there were any other holders of unique crystal cores among the people chosen by Chu Tianhua, but he felt that this method of screening based on battle record was inaccurate. Xia Yida has never even killed a zombie, and Luo Jiao is a monster after transforming. Who would have thought of testing them? Jichuan felt that this oracle star chart must have some connection with himself. Only he could complete the task of screening and lighting up the candidates for the star chart. Even if others worked hard for their whole lives, they would probably get no results. Following the direction of the crowd, Jichuan had already used his life perception to understand that there were only some red crystal cores, and no one had a single color crystal core. But Jichuan could only tell Chu Tianhua after meeting the person. If he told it now, it would not be consistent with what he had just said. Thank you all for coming from afar. You are all heroes of the apocalypse, possessing formidable combat power. After Chu Tianhua said some simple and polite words, he led everyone inside. He kept an eye on Jichuan out of the corner of his eye. No. Are you sure? Zhang Hao from Yilan City is said to have single-handedly eliminated 60% of the zombies in the city. His combat power is far ahead of the rest of Yilan City. You can try, but I'm sure their energy has no color. Jichuan didn't want to explain anymore. He would know if he tried it himself. Chu Tianhua felt that it would be safer to test it now that the person had arrived. He did not completely trust Jichuan. He did not understand why his contract was invalid for him. The other party seemed unfathomable. He took the 3 captains into the deep room on the pretext of visiting Shannon City's historical relics. Chief Chu, let's set off quickly. I want to see what kind of door can appear out of thin air in the sky. Wan Shiluo was holding a folding fan. She was dressed even more revealingly than Xia Yida today. Her eyes were seductive, but she exuded danger. Everyone, don't worry. There's a tradition in Shannon City that requires you to check the astrolabe before any important journey. This will bring you good luck. Chief Chu, do we still need to follow traditions even in the end times? Zheng Chen frowned. This was a waste of everyone's time. Every minute and every second was important in an emergency. He wanted to go to the scene quickly to see the situation. Soon, we'll come one by one. Chu Tianhua first brought the silent Zhang Hao in and walked out in less than a minute. Captain Wan, please. Wan Shiluo looked at Zhang Hao in confusion and saw nothing unusual, so she walked in and touched the star map that Chu Tianhua had given her. Finally, Zheng Chen also touched the star chart, but nothing happened. This way good luck will be with everyone. This door is very ominous. This will be more auspicious. Wan Shiluo turned around and rolled her eyes, then returned the same way waving a fan. Zhang Hao seemed to be thinking about something. Chu Tianhua discovered that the god of faith was right. If even Zhang Hao wasn't the person he was looking for, what direction should he work towards? Isn't Xia Yida a female star? I don't think she has shown any strong strength. I haven't heard any news about her performance in the apocalypse. What kind of person can light up the star chart? With doubts in mind, Chu Tianhua and the 3 captains walked towards the lounge, and then they would lead everyone to the door where the unusual movement occurred. Chapter 144, The door of change. I'm sure everyone has heard about the door. We don't know what's behind it, but I'm afraid that whatever's inside will come out soon. It's banging against the door violently. I will lead you there now. If you have any means of exploration, I hope you can provide useful information. If there is an unknown danger inside the door, I hope to gather all the strong people to fight. Lungyu, the boy called by Chu Tianquo, walked forward, and a teleportation array suddenly lit up under their feet. After a flash of light, everyone appeared in front of the door. Ji Chuan discovered through perception that they had moved at least dozens of kilometers in an instant. He felt a little greedy when looking at the boy named Lungyu. This crystal core was actually a golden, dimensional movement, which looked very convenient. He wondered what the longest transmission distance would be. If there was any danger at the scene, Ji Chuan wanted to take advantage of the chaos to grab him. Xia Yida observed Ji Chuan nervously. She found that Ji Chuan was looking at Lungyu in fascination. Has he fallen for another one? Ever since Mao Jun told her what happened in the room, Xia Yida couldn't calm down for a long time. Ji Chuan seemed to be more cruel to men and had some hobbies that she couldn't understand. This is actually not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Many directors and investors have this preference, but no one dares to make such a request to me. If Ji Chuan really likes that method, as long as it is not too excessive, she can try to learn it. Lungyu noticed Ji Chuan's gaze and avoided it shyly. The god of faith was so handsome that even though he was a man, he was embarrassed to look him in the eye. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden strange noise attracted people's attention. Everyone looked up and saw a huge door standing there in the sky. It seemed that something inside was hitting the door. With this special gate blocking the way, Ji Chuan's spiritual warning could not be very accurate. He put on a mecha and flew into the sky, making others think that flying was an effect brought by the mecha. Approaching the gate with him was Zheng Chun, the red crystal core elf archer. Elves? This is also a strange ability. Elves do not exist in the current world. Zheng Chun's flight trajectory is similar to that of a hummingbird, fast and flexible. Ji Chuan is a little curious about what other uses that ability has. As he approached the door, he carefully sensed what was behind it. It was like it was covered with a thick layer of black cloth. He could only roughly feel the outline of something that was a huge existence. This thing is probably much bigger than an adult elephant. What is this thing? Ji Chuan signaled Gu Yunxi to strengthen himself. Gu Yunxi raised his hand and dropped a green ball of light into Ji Chuan's body, allowing his spiritual warning to be more effectively exerted. Ji Chuan felt that his consciousness was struggling to invade the door, gradually bringing the vague outline into his field of vision. It was a ferocious beast with a very long neck. It exuded enormous energy, more energy than any person Ji Chuan had ever seen. He couldn't see its specific appearance, but could only feel that it was attacking the door with great force. Bang, bang, bang. The impact was so strong that it seemed like the door would be broken open at any moment. The monster's silhouette reminded Ji Chuan of a legendary creature, a dragon. Zheng Chun didn't feel any useful information. He shook his head and flew down. Everyone looked at Ji Chuan expectantly, wanting to know if the legendary god of faith would give a different answer. Behind the door is a huge beast with a long neck, wings, and sharp claws, like a dragon. Ji Chuan's words made everyone open their eyes wide, as if they were a little surprised by the result. Brother, you're not kidding us, are you? Can you see behind the door? A dragon? Is this a door to the past, sending dinosaurs from the Jurassic period here? Wan Chilua even felt that Ji Chuan was deliberately attracting attention and saying some incredible things. However, the detection-type psychic in her team did not feel anything. It's not a dinosaur, but a dragon like the one in the game. It's very likely that it also has supernatural powers. This door isn't a time tunnel. I think it's more like a door to another world. Behind the door is probably a world unknown to us. This is Ji Chuan's speculation. Based on the existing information, the world behind the door is most likely the world where Xiao Hui exists. If this door is opened, I'm afraid the two worlds will be completely connected. If the other world is full of creatures like Xiao Hui, humanity might really be facing the end of the world. Today's zombies are probably equivalent to slimes in another world. Wan Shiluan narrowed his eyes, as if observing whether this god of faith was bluffing. Is there really such an absurd possibility? If it wasn't the end of the world, she would have thought this man was a lunatic. But zombies everywhere, human superpowers, doors appearing out of thin air. Many things that are impossible to appear have already appeared. What if what the god of faith said is correct? Can humans really defeat dragons from another world? Only Chu Tianquo firmly believed in this result. He had already understood the power of the god of faith, and he was not a person who liked to joke. God of faith, can we defeat this dragon? This is the question that Chu Tianquo is most concerned about. If there is really another world behind the door, will this door close again after it opens? If it doesn't close, will there be a second or third dragon coming out? Chu Tianque broke out in a cold sweat. He had already smelled the breath of danger. Ji Chuan shook his head. I'm not sure. The opponent's energy is no less than that of everyone present, but I can't feel it more clearly, and I'm not sure if we can defeat it. Su Xiao snorted lightly, seeming to be disdainful of Ji Chuan's words. What dragon? What other world are you telling us? Have you played too many games or read too many novels? How do you sense it? Are you the only one who can sense it among all the people here? Even if a dragon really appeared as you said, wouldn't it be better to kill it? Su Xiao felt very relaxed when she said this. She didn't think she would meet an opponent who could defeat her. She is the strongest person in Shannon City and also Shannon City's secret weapon. She has never seen anyone stronger than her. If it's a dragon, just kill it. This is the simplest way to solve the problem. Although Chu Tianque called many people, Su Xiao understood that these were the people Chu Tianque wanted to test. Normally, as long as she is in Shannon City, she can handle all abnormalities without the help of any other city team. But it just so happens that if some powerful monster really appears, he can treat these people as his audience and let Xiaoyin understand that he is much stronger than the god of faith. Oh, you're that strong? I didn't sense that. Ji Chuan looked down at Su Xiao. Although his voice was calm and no emotion could be heard, Su Xiao felt that Ji Chuan was mocking him. She quickly released her special ability to teach him a lesson. Since he relied so much on the mecha, she would make the mecha disappear. It would be very embarrassing to fall from the sky. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's lips. But after releasing the supernatural power, the person in the air moved quickly, and Su Xiao didn't even see his movement trajectory. The god of faith was still looking in Su Xiao's direction. Now that you've launched the attack, isn't it my turn next? A chill ran down Su Xiao's spine. How could his ability have lost its effect? What had he done? Wan Shiluo was also frightened. She had discovered that the person in front of her had dodged the almost certain hit ability so quickly that she couldn't even catch his trajectory. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 145 Inexplicable Love. When Su Xiao activated his supernatural power, Ji Chuan noticed the flow of energy. He used to think that many supernatural powers activated by thoughts would hit the target instantly, but after having spiritual warning, Ji Chuan could see the movement of energy, and as long as he was fast enough, he could avoid this energy. When Xia Yida activated her superpowers in the stronghold before, her energy was constantly extending to search for the target. At this moment, Su Xiao's superpower activation was very similar to Xia Yida's, but it was faster. But Ji Chuan's speed was very fast, and with the help of the time acceleration given to him by Xiao Shui, it was easy for him to dodge the trajectory of Su Xiao's supernatural power. Ji Chuan rushed towards Su Xiao quickly. As if he had not expected this result, Su Xiao hurriedly launched continuous attacks on Ji Chuan. It's just that Ji Chuan's body kept flashing in the air, and every time he appeared, he changed his position. Ji Chuan's fingers gently pressed against Su Xiao's forehead. Deprivation of the five senses. As Ji Chuan finished speaking, Su Xiao felt that it was getting dark. She couldn't see, hear, or make any sound, and she even lost consciousness of her body. She felt like she had fallen into a dark abyss. She wanted to escape, but didn't know if she had moved. She wanted to scream, but didn't know if she had opened her mouth. Am I dead? Is only consciousness left? Fear and despair began to consume Su Xiao. Everyone looked at Ji Chuan in horror. They didn't even know how Ji Chuan moved in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao in front of him had a look of despair on her face. Her eyes were dull, her mouth was opening and closing, and she was running stiffly on the ground like a zombie. It is a very strange state to continue walking in the same place without feeling any pain, even if you hit a big tree. Zhang Hao stared at Ji Chuan vigilantly. From the very beginning, he noticed that this person had concealed his aura and had not revealed any trace of it for such a long time. Is this something a human can do? Why are his abilities so bizarre? Phantom-like speed, supersensory perception, a flying mecha, and even what he just said about being able to deprive people of their five senses? Can these abilities appear in one person at the same time? Although many advanced abilities are complex, there is a certain connection between the basic moves. The person in front of him seemed to possess many unrelated abilities. Although he was a little wary, Zhang Hao didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Su Xiao's provocation of the god of faith was obvious to all, and what happened to her was what she reaped. Wan Shiluo covered half of her face with a fan, and it was unknown what she said to her teammates. God of faith, I failed to discipline my subordinates. Please have mercy. Su Xiao is Shannon City's most important fighting force. Chu Tianque's voice was trembling a little, and he didn't even realize that Su Xiao was at a disadvantage. As the top combat force in Shannon City and the first person to light up the Oracle Star Plate, she is terrifyingly powerful. As she grows through continuous battles, Su Xiao can destroy her opponents with just a thought. But the God of Faith not only saw through her attack methods, but even crushed her. Is this the strength that occupies the center of the star disk? Ji Chuan curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and snapped his fingers. Su Xiao, who had just been banging her head against the tree, suddenly woke up from her dream. Her world was bright again. Ah! She let out a heart-wrenching scream. She was finally able to speak. Her eyes were a little wet, and pain came from her face. She then realized that she was slumped under a tree, with her face seemingly bruised and scratched. She looked back and saw everyone staring at her. Yu Yin's eyes in the crowd were full of disappointment. At this moment, she felt like a clown. I'm going to kill you. Anger filled her heart. She must have shown mercy just now because she only wanted to destroy his mecha. If she had used all her strength, he would not have been able to escape. He must die for bringing such shame upon her. Ji Chuan had already seen the tremendous energy overflowing from Su Xiao's body, sweeping towards him like a violent storm. But in his eyes, it was still too slow. Ji Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Su Xiao, as if he had teleported. Before Su Xiao could react to where the God of Faith who was not far away just now had gone, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Was he back to his previous state? Why hadn't his powerful attack defeated his opponent? Xiao, wake up. Su Xiao opened his eyes and was facing Yu Yin's concerned face. He found himself lying on Yu Yin's lap. Am I dreaming? Great, you're okay. Yu Yin touched her face excitedly. It had been a long time since she felt such genuine care for herself. Xiaoyin. Su Xiao also stretched out his hand towards Yu Yin's face, and Yu Yin did not refuse or dodge. Where are we? Yu Yin cried with joy, as long as Su Xiao was okay. At the beginning of the apocalypse, their team encountered a powerful mutant. It was so elusive that they couldn't figure out its attack methods. The team members died after screaming continuously. Yu Yin felt tired after using her supernatural powers several times. Fortunately, Su Xiao arrived in time and helped her block the fatal blow. She then seized the opportunity and launched the instant death attack with the maximum intensity. Although the mutant fell down, Su Xiao also fell into a coma. She didn't expect that the person she secretly loved would save her in this way. She felt very happy when she saw Su Xiao wake up. Su Xiao looked around. This seemed to be the time when the two teams joined forces to defeat the mutants. How did he end up back here? But at that time, he didn't seem to be injured so seriously. It was also at that time that Yu Yin threw herself into his arms, and he discovered that he was a woman. But this has not happened yet. Su Xiao suddenly realized that she still has a chance. Even if he could deceive Yu Yin for one more day, he could still feel Yu Yin's tenderness towards him for one more day. This must be God's response to his feelings. The pain in the body is not very severe. More of the pain comes from the head and face. Is my handsome face injured? Yu Yin carefully helped Su Xiao up, but Su Xiao was very nervous and held Yu Yin's arm around his waist to prevent her from touching him any further. I will definitely come up with a better way. It must be because the relationship between the two of them is not deep. If the relationship is deep, will she still care that I am a woman? Su Xiao felt that as long as he was not discovered at the moment, there was still hope. When did he start liking Yu Yin? Su Xiao was also a little surprised. Although he was a girl, many girls had pursued him since he was a child. Yu Yin is not the most special one among them. I didn't have any special feelings for her when I first met her. It was only after she took the initiative to pursue me that I suddenly developed a good impression of her. Faced with other suitors, he could no longer like them, and even felt uncomfortable leaving Yu Yin. He wanted to be with her every moment. Su Xiao could only comfort himself that love was a unique fate, and it was normal that it could not be explained. For now, he just had to enjoy the warmth that Xiaoyin brought him. Yu Yin took care of Su Xiao for several days in a row. Although she had recovered long ago, she just wanted to continue enjoying their alone time. Xiaoyin, can we be together? Su Xiao held Yu Yin's hand. She felt so strange. She could only feel at ease when Yu Yin was by her side. Yu Yin looked embarrassed. Xiao, I've been taking care of you these past few days, and I discovered that you're a woman. I wish you were a man. I don't like women. Chapter 146, Transgender Obsession. Just as Su Xiao felt a pang of pain in his heart at Yu Yin's words, a man entered the room. He had a pale face and bloodshot eyes. Although she had never met him before, he gave her a very familiar feeling, and she even had an uncontrollable anger towards him. Ji Chuan didn't want to go through the trouble of weaving a perfect illusion. He just wanted to peek into Su Xiao's inner thoughts through the illusion. Who are you? I'm the one who can solve your problems. What a big tone. Su Xiao quickly released his special ability towards the ominous person in front of him, but there was no reaction and the other party didn't even dodge. How did you do that? Su Xiao was horrified. Why did his special ability fail? What kind of monster was this in front of him? This is an illusion I created for you. I just want to talk to you alone. I mean no harm. You're not human, are you? We have nothing to talk about with a monster like you. Oh, you don't want to know why you like Yu-in? This isn't even liking, this is deep love. You can't live without her, right? Su Xiao was shocked. She had never thought about this question. Isn't love without reason? Or maybe you don't want to be a man? What was the monster in front of him saying? He could turn himself into a man? What a joke. Although he had been making such a wish, Su Xiao knew it was impossible. As if seeing through Su Xiao's hesitation, Ji Chuan continued to speak seductively. I never break my promises. I'm much stronger than you think. His scarlet eyes were full of temptation for herself, and his low voice was like a demon bewitching herself. He possessed the god of stars and could fulfill Su Xiao's wish. Becoming a man has been Su Xiao's obsession since he was a child. How can I be sure that what you say is true? What are the conditions? To show my sincerity, let me first tell you why I like Yu-in. Her ability is Soul Summoner. Besides killing the target instantly, it can also be used on those she likes. Your human soul will be seduced away by her. Without her, you will lose your emotions and human desires, so you can only rely on her. But she didn't mean to do that. She's not very proficient in controlling her abilities. Su Xiao was somewhat shocked when she heard this. Indeed, after leaving Yu-in, she felt that life had lost its meaning. Could it be that Yu-in had seduced her soul away? Is this the reason why I suddenly fell in love with her? If you can pledge allegiance to me and sign a contract with me, I can solve this problem. You won't have to live in such pain. And I can turn you into a man, through my divine power. The man in front of him gradually became more rosy in skin. His hair turned white, his eye sockets became deeper, and his blue pupils seemed to be able to see through his heart. You are the god of faith. Su Xiao finally discovered why he had a familiar feeling about him. The methods he displayed and the strength that crushed him were indeed worthy of the title of God. Does he really have the divine power to fulfill his long-cherished wish? I am the hope of mankind. I will not pledge allegiance to you for my own selfish desires. We are on the same page. I also lit up the Oracle star plate, and I can accurately identify who can light up the star plate. I am the core of the star plate. Your ability is none, and the white pattern is lit by you. Su Xiao was shocked. This was a secret of Shannon City, and Chu Tiankuo would not mention it to anyone else. Was he really on the same side as him? The illusory world was weakening Su Xiao's judgment, and all the information was tempting her to sign a soul contract. Do you want to lose your soul and live a life of pain? After a while, your soul will be absorbed by Yu-in, and you will become her follower forever. Then you will have no chance to regret it. Will I love someone who will never fall in love with me for the rest of my life? Is my position in conflict with that of the person in front of me? Only when the star disk is successfully lit up will the leader confess those secrets to him. Our positions should be the same. And he was not willing to continue living in such pain. It seemed that it would be too late if he did not sign the contract. I am willing to sign the contract. A white light flashed, and everyone saw that Su Xiao, who had been angry just now had a calm expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. Ji Chuan stood behind Su Xiao and released the holy healing spiritual light to her. Su Xiao felt that her face no longer hurt. My heart doesn't hurt anymore. Ji Chuan took ownership of Su Xiao's soul. When Ji Chuan paid attention to the energy in Yu Yin's body, he found something strange. There was still some energy of Su Xiao left in Yu Yin's body. After Gu Yunxi strengthened himself, he could clearly see the form of Yu Yin's energy. A spirit that looked like Su Xiao was slowly merging into Yu Yin's body. This Soul Snatcher's ability is very dangerous. Although Yu-in did not emit any malice when she was with him, Ji Chuan could feel the direction of Yu Yin's energy, as if she was pulling him hard. It just had no effect on me. Does she still have a soul? Ji Chuan didn't know. Perhaps because of Xiao Hei's resistance, she was powerless to do anything to herself. Su Xiao found that the whole world had calmed down, and her heart was no longer only thinking about Yu-in. Her pain was over. Ji Chuan looked at Su Xiao with respect and said, "Come back to me when you want to fulfill your other wish." He flew back into the sky, feeling the door in front of him. The movement behind the door became more obvious. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Why was Su Xiao, who had been so ferocious just a moment ago, now so calm? Even the god of faith took the initiative to heal her? What happened just now? Yu-in felt something was wrong. Su Xiao's expression was very similar to when they first met her, cold and calm. It seemed that she would no longer look at her. Why do I suddenly feel weak? Am I sick? It was as if something was pulled out of her body, and Yu-in felt empty inside. God of faith Su Xiaoyu, Chu Tiankuo, who was about to stop the fight, suddenly lost control of his brain. He seemed to be relieved when he was sure that the two of them would stop fighting. That was good. However, he felt that the contract between Su Xiao and himself had disappeared, but he had no chance to ask. Zhang Hao stared at Ji Chuan intently. Although the change seemed to be just a moment, he had already felt Su Xiao's mental fluctuations, which was a sign of mental influence. Is this the power of the God of Faith? He seems to be able to change people's beliefs. Combining the name of the God of Faith, Zhang Hao judged that Su Xiao's attitude changed because he became a believer of the God of Faith. From the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from him just now to the respect he has for him now. Everything happened too fast and was too unbelievable. This God of Faith is very dangerous, and you should try to avoid meeting him as much as possible after your business is over. Although Zhang Hao is very strong, he can feel that Su Xiao is stronger than himself. Su Xiao is easily controlled by the God of Faith, so what about himself? He doesn't want to be anyone's puppet. Zheng Chun also flew up when he saw the solemn expression on the face of the God of Faith. The strength he displayed had been recognized by everyone, and he had to re-examine the situation behind the door that the God of Faith had mentioned before. Dude, how did you do it? You were desperate just now, but now you're calm. Teach me how to deal with my girlfriend when I get home. Ji Chuan didn't want to answer this boring question because he found that the door was about to open. Chapter 147 Black Dragon Bloodline. Everyone be alert. The gate is about to open. Listening to the reminder from the God of Faith, everyone held their breath. After seeing the strength he displayed, no one dared to question his judgment anymore. Xia Yida and Zhou Mi quickly hid behind Song Ci. Ji Chuan had already instructed that protecting Zhou Mi was the top priority. Even if the others died, they could be resurrected through sleep replay. The door in the air was being violently slammed, and it began to tremble. It seemed that the gap in the door had begun to loosen and shift slightly. Everyone stared at it with bated breath. With a loud bang, the door popped open instantly, revealing a calm, deep pool with terrifying danger hidden beneath the water. A huge claw stretched out from the water-like door, which seemed to connect to another dimension. The black scales on the claw flashed with cold light, and it seemed that its hard texture could not be penetrated by ordinary weapons. Then the dragon's huge head squeezed out. It opened its bloody mouth and roared. The sound was deafening, and a powerful airflow rushed towards everyone. It's the dragon clan with black dragon blood. Ji Chuan released Xiao Hui the moment the door opened. After hearing Xiao Hui's introduction, he was sure that the world behind the door was Xiao Hui's. The crowd didn't bother to ask what this talking dog-headed man was, and had already started attacking the black dragon. While most of its body is still in the door, we must seize the initiative at this time. Zheng Chun in the air was surrounded by golden light. A gorgeous and huge bow condensed in his hand. Without any hesitation, he shot the elf arrow quickly at the black dragon's head. Zhang Hao raised his hand, and a shadow of a sword appeared in his hand. The crescent-shaped sword energy expanded rapidly during the flight. When it approached the black dragon, the sword energy was already as wide as a ship. This move could destroy a large number of enemies. However, the moves they used only made a few crisp sounds when they hit the black dragon, without even breaking the dragon's scales. How could it be? This was the first time that Zhang Hao began to doubt himself. He was the genius captain of Yilan City. With the help of Crescent Moon Slash, he could eliminate a large number of zombies from a distance and completed 60% of the task of eliminating zombies by himself. And just now, with my full strength attack, the black dragon's skin was not even broken. The black dragon seemed to be enraged, and a black fireball quickly gathered in its mouth. In just a moment, it shook its head, and the black flames swept across and burned the entire field. Song Ci immediately hugged Zhou Mi and Xia Yida and jumped backwards. His reaction was very quick. If he had been a little later, these people would have been roasted. Luo Jiao took the opportunity to hide in Song Ci's body. However, the ordinary members of other teams were not so lucky. Miserable screams were heard on the battlefield. The burning of the black flames caused unbearable pain. Captain Wan, the healing spell didn't work at all. It hurts so much. Give me a quick relief. Give me a quick relief. Wan Qiluo was shocked to find that the wounds burned by flames could not be cured even by advanced healing abilities. This strange flame devoured the human soul as if it could not be escaped once it touched it. Wan Qiluo hardened her heart and used a flying fan to give relief to her former teammate. She jumped quickly to avoid the spreading black flames. All of you retreat. She had already discovered that Zhang Hao and Zheng Chen's attacks could not hurt the black dragon at all, and it would be a meaningless sacrifice for her teammates to stay. Those who have no flying ability are now in a very bad state. Not to mention attacking, even dodging is difficult. This strange flame seems to not disappear until all lives are completely devoured. Ji Chuan was observing the situation on the battlefield. This was the most powerful enemy he had encountered so far. He had seen Yuan launch an instant death attack on the Black Dragon, but the Black Dragon did not react at all. Xiaohui, do you know the weakness of this Black Dragon? Master, dragons are also very rare in our world. They are very powerful. The ancestor Black Dragon Scar is a legendary god who controls darkness. I have never seen a living dragon, so I don't know their weaknesses. Master, be careful. Another burst of black flame erupted, and Ji Chuan dodged it easily. He had already sensed that the black flame carried the energy of fire and death. Little gray spirit moved towards the Black Dragon's head and continuously attacked its eyes with its sharp claws. The Black Dragon screamed in pain and swung its claws towards Little Gray. Little Gray kept dodging the attack of the dragon's claws, buying time for everyone to react. Ji Chuan landed on the ground. He carefully stretched out his hand towards the black flame. If it was the energy he sensed, his elemental god could be immune to fire attacks, and the god of death was immune to death attacks. Then could this black flame still hurt him? If anything unexpected happens, he can just cut off his hand and regenerate it quickly. The black flames did not leave any traces on Ji Chuan's hands, and Ji Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why I haven't taken action is that I want to observe the abilities of this powerful opponent. If there are some damage rebound, unknown magic, or other means, other people can attract hatred before attacking, making sure there was no danger. Although he brought Zhou Mi with him, he only wanted to go back to the past after all the information was clear so that he could be more confident. Secondly, he hoped that more people would die. The current crystal cores were all good, but Leng Yu, who was favored by Ji Chuan, ran away with Chu Tianhua at the first opportunity, which made him a little disappointed. After Su Xiao used her special powers to clear the surrounding black flames, she formed a triangle with her hands and launched nothing at the Black Dragon's head with maximum energy. Of her ability has not been detected yet. It is an ability that can make everything disappear. The enemy's limbs, torso, and even head can be lost in an instant, and it even works on objects. Just one encounter can almost kill the target instantly. But the Black Dragon's head did not disappear at that moment, but a few scales on its head were broken. Su Xiao didn't know whether she should be happy or sad now. She didn't expect that her special ability didn't kill the Black Dragon in front of her instantly, but at present she was the only one who could cause damage to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon's huge eyes noticed Su Xiao in the distance. It ignored Xiaohui and pushed hard towards the door, and a pair of wings appeared in everyone's sight. As the wings flapped, many black balls of light appeared in the air, and soon the balls of light shot towards Su Xiao's position. The opponent she had fought with had no chance to fight back, but now she found that she could only run away, but her running speed was not as fast as the light ball. The light balls bombarded the ground like rain of bullets, but the pain she had imagined did not come. She found that Ji Chuan hugged her and flew up, putting her in Song Si's position far away. You're rushing to die right after pledging allegiance to me? Don't you want to be a man anymore? Su Xiao was a little embarrassed and flew away without saying thank you to Ji Chuan. Xia Yida stared at Su Xiao, warily pondering the meaning of Ji Chuan's words. What was going on? The battlefield was like purgatory, the ground was full of burning flames, and Wan Qiluo was still struggling to dodge. She didn't expect that she would face such an enemy during her trip to Shannon City. Anyone without the ability to fly will die quickly when facing this dragon. Even if they have the ability to fly, the black ball of light that appears when it flaps its wings is very difficult to dodge. Zheng Chun had already cut off his left arm. He found that the place hit by the light ball had begun to lose vitality and shrink, and was rapidly spreading to the body. All the attacks from the people present were like itching on the Black Dragon's body, and as long as its attacks touched the corresponding body part, the person would die unless they let go. Just when everyone was in despair, Ji Chuan flew in front of the Black Dragon. Chapter 148. The Black Dragon wants to escape. There won't be any problems with the trip to Shannon City. Lin Lulu stood at the window and looked at the city. The sky was strangely gloomy today. It was a cloudless morning, but the whole sky was extremely dark. Ji Chuan must have his own plan for selecting people this time. Although he has worked hard to train his special abilities and has become much more proficient than at the beginning, there is still a huge gap compared to the real masters. There are some gaps that cannot be made up through one's own efforts. She once naively thought that as long as she worked hard enough, she could leave the small town and make a name for herself. But when she came to Zhenghua City, she found that this world was not prepared for her. A piece of clothing from a classmate was her living expenses for half a year. When she was preparing for the CET 4 and CET 6, her classmates who had foreign teachers at home since childhood were already taking the IELTS. They were talking about the financial situation that she could not understand. This prosperous city had a circle that she could not fit into. She never wanted to talk about the hardships she had experienced since childhood, as she didn't think anyone would understand her. She didn't even have a complete family, and she had tried her best to survive and get into Manhwa City. Lin Lulu felt particularly depressed today. Her optimism and positivity disappeared in this empty room, just like armor that had been worn for a long time and had to be taken off during rest time. I have always been like a supporting role, and even in this small stronghold, I am inconspicuous. She is not as considerate and gentle as Gu Yunxi, not as cheerful and beautiful as Xia Yida, not as humorous and witty as Cui Zixuan. Everyone seems to be living the way they want, but what about me? What do you want? Do you really have a goal? Recalling the grievances she had suffered since childhood, Lin Lulu felt that she was just the back of the world. She also had beautiful dreams about the future, but she woke up from the dream when she grew up. What's wrong with me? Lin Lulu felt that she was very strange today. She kept thinking about some depressing things uncontrollably. The negative emotions were like a huge net that trapped her. The base was very quiet without Jichuan. Xiaoxian and Anan would only play and fight when Jichuan was around. Occasionally, Lin Lulu would think the children's fighting was very noisy, but at that moment she wanted to hear that sound. Any other noise would do. She needed to get out of the room and get some fresh air. She opened the door and wanted to chat with Cui Zixuan. She always said whatever she wanted to say and seemed to live very casually. Lin Lulu liked chatting with her. What is that? She felt that there was a door at the end of the corridor, a location where there shouldn't be a door. Even the outer edge of the door was a little blurry, standing there like a mirage. Lin Lulu walked over. Jichuan appeared in front of the black dragon. The black dragon looked at the person in front of it vigilantly. It smelled a hint of death from the person in front of it, which should not have appeared. But without much hesitation, a burst of black flames shot out from his mouth towards Jichuan. God of faith, be careful. Yuan shouted a warning from the ground, but it seemed too late. The black flames had completely swallowed him. Yuan sat down on the ground. Her red satin dress shone against the firelight around her, revealing a desperate face. No one could survive such an attack. I thought I could hold someone in my arms. Wan Shiluo clicked her tongue, seeing how powerful the God of Faith was. Her original plan was to attack last with her teammates, letting the God of Faith take the first risk. However, she didn't expect the other party to not even dodge the black flames. She had already jumped all the way to the gate, facing the black dragon in the sky. She wanted to avenge her dead teammates. Although she saw that Jiang Hao and Zheng Qin's attacks could not hurt the black dragon, her special ability was different from that of the two. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he found that after the black flame ended, the figure was still standing there. He's not dead. How did he do that? Wan Shiluo could hardly believe her eyes. There was also a hint of surprise in the black dragon's huge eyes, as if it didn't understand how the person in front of it resisted its attack. Yuan burst into laughter and stood up again. It turned out to be the man she had chosen. Jichuan raised his hand, and the sky darkened instantly. The stars are falling. Each of the glowing meteorites was as big as a wardrobe and fell rapidly towards the black dragon. Wan Shiluo looked at the direction in which the meteorites fell and had no doubt that they would smash this area into honeycomb coal. She had just moved here and had no time to conserve her strength. She had to escape from here as quickly as possible, otherwise she would become a meat pie. Fire ignited all over her body, instantly burning all her clothes to ashes. The fan in her hand became extremely huge. With a light wave, the red flames pushed her away. This is her strongest combat state. When she is at a distance, she can use the fire fan to release flame shocks. When fighting in close combat, she will be burned by the flames on her body. This supernatural power is very powerful, but it burns a huge amount of energy every second. And it consumes a lot of clothes. Every time she goes on a mission, she basically wraps simple cloth around important parts of her body. Long-term fighting has made her accustomed to such clothing. But before he could attack the black dragon, he used his supernatural powers to escape. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that you didn't even give me a chance. Wan Shiluo comforted herself, thinking that with such powerful supernatural powers, there was no need for her to help. A huge meteorite hit the black dragon's exposed body. It tilted its head to try to avoid the meteorite hitting its eyes. The angry dragon roar resounded throughout the earth. It struggled to shake its body toward the door, trying to completely remove the rest of its body. If it stayed here, it would only become a target for meteorites. The meteorite shattered a large number of scales on its body. Its body was no longer as dazzling as when it first appeared. It was covered with wounds of various sizes caused by the meteorite. The black light balls shot towards Jichuan again like bullets, but they were like ordinary lights and had no effect on Jichuan. All those who were still able to move fled from here. They had discovered the gap between themselves and the Black Dragon, and all their hopes could only be placed on the god of faith. The meteorite condensed again, but with a dragon roar, a black dragon flew out. Its huge body blocks out the sky and the sun, but despite its size, it flies very flexibly. The yellow obsidian-like eyes stared at Jichuan angrily, as if it was very dissatisfied with what had just happened. It dodged the meteorites and flew towards Jichuan quickly. Although it was still scratched by some meteorites, it didn't care. It still tried to launch black flames at Jichuan, as if to confirm whether the other party was really unaffected by this move. After observing that Jichuan showed no pain, the black dragon opened its huge mouth, intending to get rid of the person in front of it in the most direct way. The sharp teeth in its huge mouth were like long boning knives. As I got closer, I could smell the burning and foul breath from its mouth. Jichuan did not dodge, but raised his hand and activated the power of the god of elements towards the giant dragon with its mouth open. Countless metal blades covered with ice crystals pierced the black dragon's throat densely and fiercely. It fell down due to the pain. The black flame in its mouth flashed again, but this time it was to melt the blades. Spitting out black flames on the ground, as if he was trying to cough out a mouthful of old phlegm. The look in its eyes when it looked at Jichuan became somewhat guilty, and the contempt in its eyes disappeared. The black dragon flapped its wings quickly and moved quickly in the opposite direction of Jichuan. Chapter 149 Death from Another World. Zheng Chun lay weakly on the ground, staring blankly at the battlefield. He felt his vision was a little white due to excessive blood loss. The black dragon, whose defense was beyond everyone's reach, did not expect to be beaten back step by step by the god of faith. He gradually felt relieved. If the opponent had such strength, he would not be in danger today. Thinking of this, his consciousness gradually began to blur. He could not hold on any longer. He thought that as long as he waited until the battle was over, he would be rescued. But Zheng Chen opened his eyes again, and the severe pain made him regain consciousness. However, after a moment, he could no longer make any sound and fell asleep forever. Jichuan watched the black dragon trying to escape and quickly chased after it. Fear was revealed in the black dragon's eyes, as if it couldn't understand why the other party had such strong destructive power and yet was still so fast. The blue ball of light exploded in the air in an instant, and Black Dragon was surprised to find that the sea beneath his feet had turned into an endless ocean. It seems that the only ones left in the world are it and the person chasing it. This is the water realm among the supernatural powers of the god of elements. Jichuan intends to put out the fire of this black dragon that keeps spewing fire. The sea, which had been calm just a moment ago, was now rolling up huge waves. Although the black dragon quickly changed direction and flew towards the sky, it found that it could not fly out of the end of the huge waves no matter what. The huge waves in front of him kept covering his head. In fear, the black dragon was swept by the waves and fell into the deep sea. It struggled hard and kept trying to flap its wings to break out of the water, but the sea surface was like the huge waves just now. No matter how it moved, it was always some distance away from the water surface. It didn't understand why the Dragon Clan, as the top of the food chain, could encounter such an opponent. It turned out that this alien world was even more dangerous than its original world, and it turned out that escaping to this world was a mistake. Its consciousness gradually dissipated, its huge body sank into the deep sea, and the sea surface returned to calm again. Jichuan could always feel the murderous intent emanating from the black dragon. Even Su Xiao, the unique crystal core, could only barely hurt it. Letting it go would surely plunge the world into chaos. The other holders of the single-color crystal cores were killed. It would be very troublesome for Jichuan. He was not sure whether the Oracle Star Disk was useful to him. Now he would not allow anyone with a single-color crystal core to die. The area in the air gradually disappeared, and Jichuan stood in the air. A huge black dragon corpse fell from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. Nothing ended easily, because Jichuan discovered something unusual after leaving the field. There are fewer living creatures nearby, and the black dragon just now clearly did not kill those strong ones. Jichuan quickly looked in the direction of Song Ci and the others, only to find a person standing in front of them. Jichuan did not sense this person. Even his energy perception and spiritual warning could not detect his presence. He was staring at Song Ci and the others greedily. Song Ci looked at the monster in front of him vigilantly. When the strong men on the battlefield gradually disappeared, Song Ci, who had a high sense of perception, found something wrong. The black dragon had obviously been dragged into the domain by Jichuan, so why did those strong men die? So he increased his vigilance and tried his best to sense his surroundings. A black shadow swaggered over. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice his presence in the battlefield full of black flames. Even though he had appeared in his field of vision, Song Si still couldn't sense his breath. Luo Jiao ran. Song Si had already discovered something was wrong. Those strong men didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they died. A black cover held them down, and Luo Jiao found that he could not activate his special abilities. It seemed that the black cover blocked their possibility of escape. Song Si no longer hesitated. As the black shadow approached, he took out 4 playing cards, intending to trap the black shadow, but the playing cards could not pass through the black cover. He can only use 4 cards against themselves. Stopped after touching the square light shield condensed by the cards. He looked at the people inside with interest. Song Si hoped to delay the situation until Ji Chuan left the area. In his eyes, Ji Chuan was almost omnipotent. Fortunately, he waited until Ji Chuan had noticed the situation here. Ji Chuan flew over quickly. He didn't know what this black shadow man was, but Song Si and the others were in danger and they couldn't die. Ji Chuan was ready to attack, but the shadowy figure didn't even turn his head. Such a big flaw? Or was the other party overconfident? Ji Chuan's heart gradually began to feel uneasy. Ji Chuan activated the death god, but nothing happened. Not even the shadow of the quick slash appeared. Without hesitation, the sharp blades of the 5 elements flew quickly towards the shadowy figure, but were all sucked into a door that appeared out of thin air. Ji Chuan was very familiar with that door. It was the gate to hell from the god of death. A second face appeared behind the black shadow man, and he was looking at Ji Chuan with interest. You stole my prey, and you also borrowed my abilities? This is another world, and here he is the god of death. The face in front reminded me. Ji Chuan was a little shocked. This two-faced black shadow man was the god of death from another world? His energy is very mixed. He is not worthy of being the god of death. Wait until you have absorbed these delicious lives before absorbing him. He is not easy to absorb. Yeah, it would be a bit troublesome if I didn't absorb this person first. This world seems to have a lot of delicious food. I never thought chasing that stupid dragon would lead us to such a wonderful place. The shadowy figures were chatting among themselves, as if Ji Chuan was not a threat to them, but just a lamb to be slaughtered. Ji Chuan tried to use other superpowers, but none of them hurt the shadow man at all. Ji Chuan began to panic. He was sure that he could not defeat the shadow man at the moment. We can only hope to find the key to breaking the deadlock by recalling Zhou Mi's sleep. But how can we make Zhou Mi fall asleep now? He fired a ranged shot at Zhou Mi and his group, but it was completely blocked by the black shield. He originally wanted to launch it the moment the card shield disappeared, but this plan did not work. In this critical situation, Ji Chuan could only move forward quickly. If Zhou Mi died, he would lose the possibility of trial and error in the future. He used the soul fighting technique from Blue Star on the Black Shadow Man at close range. This was the first time he used it after absorbing it, because Ji Chuan rarely used it in close combat. But now he must explore more possibilities of causing harm to the Shadow Man. With destructive soul power hit the Black Shadow Man, but it was like hitting the air, without any feeling. Behind the Shadow Man just had a mocking smile on his face. Ji Chuan felt that the energy of the arm that had penetrated into the Shadow Man's body was disappearing quickly. The huge suction force made it impossible for him to pull back. Without hesitation, Ji Chuan cut off the arm, and it regenerated quickly. So it's a bit troublesome to absorb him. Song Si and his group greedily. The playing cards were wrinkled, and the light shield on the cards became dim. Song Si had already realized the situation. He took out 4 cards again and prepared to fight to the death. Yunqi enhances Xia Yida's abilities. Ji Chuan suddenly thought of Qin Fengrua's words. Originally, the Black Dragon was successfully resolved without Xia Yida having the opportunity to show her abilities, but Qin Fengrua clearly said that Xia Yida played an important role. Now all we can do is let Xia Yida try again. Chapter 150 Mermaid. After hearing the order, Gu Yunqi used the superpower enhancement on Xia Yida without any hesitation, and Xia Yida tried to activate the superpower. Previously in the base, she had taken the initiative to use her special powers to gain herself the opportunity to travel together, and now she was trying to find that feeling again. Xia Yida's energy overflowed everywhere in the card shield. Ji Chuan felt a little desperate. Song Si's protective shield seemed to be able to isolate everything. Xia Yida's energy could not overflow. Is there still hope? Just as Ji Chuan was thinking about other possible ways to survive, Xia Yida's bag moved. Xia Yida carefully matched a beautiful bag for her long journey and put some daily necessities in it. At that moment, the bag moved by itself and a colorful ball jumped out. It's Xiaowan, why is it here? Ji Chuan was a little surprised, but Xia Yida found that everything in her bag was empty. Some undigested lipsticks, medicine bottles, and other things could still be seen in Xiaowan's transparent body. Is this the key to solving the current problem? Ji Chuan watched the mascot Xiaowan try to activate the command. Xiaotuan, put Zhoumi to sleep? He didn't know if Xiaowan could do it, but he had to give it a try. Puff! Xiaowan jumped onto Zhoumi's head, as if he understood. Crystal powder sprinkled from Xiaowan's body. Zhoumi instantly felt very sleepy and fell down. He saw the time screen. In this critical situation, he had to buy more time for Ji Chuan. He suddenly felt new energy flowing into his body. Gu Yunxi was strengthening Zhoumi. She was not sure whether her ability would have any effect on Zhoumi's supernatural powers, but this was the only thing she could do at the moment. Zhoumi saw the time panel moving backwards quickly, and his nose had already started bleeding in his dream, but he didn't care about that. He continued to go back while shouting loudly, and gradually he lost consciousness. Mao Jun was staring at Ji Chuan in a daze. This man with a strong aura must be the king of the stronghold. Facing a stranger like him, his eyes full of contempt really hurt his heart. King I am. Your special ability will allow you to improve your ability after being abused. I will arrange for Xiaomei to train you. Just hold on. Ah, thank you, master, for your gift to me. Oh my god, this was the first time Wang had met me. Why did he understand him so well? This must be heaven. Mao Jun's loyalty was still rising rapidly. He had begun to look forward to his future life. Ji Chuan has discovered that this flashback was about a week ago. Thinking of the last time Zhoumi felt seriously unwell, he must first determine Zhoumi's condition. When he came to Zhoumi's room, he found Anan crying beside Zhoumi. Dad, wake up! Dad, wake up! Zhoumi lying on the ground was pale, and his vital signs were extremely weak. Seeing Ji Chuan enter, Anan quickly grabbed the corner of Ji Chuan's clothes. Brother Ji Chuan, please save Dad. He suddenly fainted. Ji Chuan quickly used the holy healing spiritual brilliance on Zhoumi, but it didn't work. Ji Chuan understood that Zhoumi's abnormality was due to excessive energy consumption, which was different from the way other people consumed energy. For him, going back in time was like overdrawing his own life. The last time Zhoumi recuperated, he took a long time. Ji Chuan looked at Zhoumi's pale lips and felt a little guilty. He didn't expect that there would be such monsters in the other world. The mad black dragon was just trying to escape the hunting of the Black Shadow. What kind of place is this other world? But at that moment, Ji Chuan tried many kinds of healing powers, but none of them could make Zhoumi better. Overdrafting life cannot be cured by supernatural powers. I'm sorry, Anan. I can't cure your father. Ji Chuan was very sad. He was the best at healing in this stronghold, and now no one was good at healing anymore. Healing ability. Ji Chuan suddenly thought of Zhou Yuan beside him, who had a healing ability, a golden crystal core, mermaid. Anan, have you ever used your special ability? Confused by what Ji Chuan said, Anan said with tears in her eyes, my ability is useless. I can only spit out some beautiful bubbles. Anan, think carefully. Have you ever had any experience of healing others? Or are you special compared to others? For example, someone who is sick becomes comfortable with you, or your actions make the injured person recover. This is very important to your father. It's very important to Dad. Anan fell into memories. Did she have any experience in healing other people? She didn't know how to treat them, but what Ji Chuan said must have made sense. It seemed that there was something really special about him. Anan suddenly remembered that he had broken his leg while playing with Xiao Xian. That was the first time he had been injured since the apocalypse. My blood seemed to have a strange glow, and Xiao Xian even said that my blood was like a rainbow. I was injured and laughed at Xiao Xuan's praise. My blood looks like a rainbow, Anan said loudly, wondering if this was special. Ji Chuan was confused when he heard Anan's words. What does it mean that blood is like a rainbow? Children speak without restraint? Suddenly, he thought of the plot in the anime he had watched where someone achieved immortality by eating mermaid flesh. Could it be that Anan's blood had the power to heal people? Anan, are you afraid of pain? Maybe your blood can save your father. This is also a possibility that Ji Chuan thought of. Although his special ability cannot bring the dead back to life, it is more than enough to treat external injuries. As long as I can save my dad, Anan is not afraid of pain. Hearing that there was hope of saving her father, Anan wiped the tears from her face. Ji Chuan carefully used a piece of metal to cut Anan's arm. A deeper cut was needed to let the blood flow out. Although Anan was in great pain, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The flowing blood was like a dazzling galaxy, shining with colorful luster. Ji Chuan carefully dripped Anan's blood into Zhoumi's mouth. Zhoumi's lips became visibly red again, and his vital signs were recovering rapidly. Ji Chuan was pleasantly surprised to find that Anan's blood could restore a person's vitality. Zhoumi slowly opened his eyes. Chief. Thanks to you this time. You should have a good rest. It was an An who saved you. Her blood can restore a person's vitality. Jomi was a little confused. An An saved me? Isn't an An's ability to blow bubbles? Green light covered an An's body. An An's wounds healed, and she felt no pain. Her father also woke up. As expected, all of Brother Ji Chuan's words and instructions were correct. This time, Dad recovered thanks to Brother Ji Chuan's reminder. I will definitely listen to Brother Ji Chuan even more in the future. Ji Chuan found that if he and An cooperated, as long as he had a breath left, he could bring the target back to life. He didn't expect An to be such a treasure. He was somewhat glad that he was soft-hearted at the time and saved the father and daughter. Ji Chuan cannot use either of their special abilities. He cannot fall asleep to activate the backtracking function, and his blood can only turn people into zombies. The past decision was lucky. He would use the next 7 days to find a way to deal with the two-faced Black Shadow. He once said that his energy was too mixed and he was not worthy of being the god of death, which means that he only had the ability of death-related energy. His diversity is also his advantage. He must make a miracle happen in a week. Chapter 151. A small ball with excellent digestion. Confirming that Zhou was in stable condition, Ji Chuan's thoughts raced as he organized clues based on the available information. The Black Dragon rushed in to avoid being hunted by the Black Shadow Man. The Black Shadow Man was the god of death from another world. His breath could not be sensed by himself, but he must have entered this world after the Black Dragon flew out. All the 5 elemental moves, Death God moves, and close combat moves he had tried were ineffective against him. He possessed the ability to imprison people, and the Black Hood seemed to prevent the use of any displacement abilities. He harmed himself by absorbing the energy of his body through contact. This move was very strange. As someone who possessed the Death Crystal Core, he didn't know what the move was, but Ji Chuan was sure that the more people he absorbed, the stronger he would be. During these 7 days, Ji Chuan will try 3 things: prevent the gate from opening or destroy the gate, which is the most direct way to solve the problem. Find out how the Shadow Man harms him. If his only ability is death energy, he should be immune to it. Find the ability to hurt the Shadow Man and defeat him as soon as he appears. Otherwise, he will absorb the energy of all the strong people on the field and become more difficult to deal with. Ji Chuan was not sure. Even if he found some clues, he would only have the opportunity to experiment on the day of actual combat. For now, he could only make more thorough preparations. He arranged for Luo Jiao to rush to Shannon City and Shinza City as quickly as possible, as many things had to be accelerated. In order to make effective use of time, Ji Chuan quickly came to the Jianghua City psychic base, swallowed the crystal cores of Star Guardian, Meteor Relay, Slime, and Disguise Master, and continued to synthesize the Star God. He made a wish to the Star God for the ability to move the core, an ability he must obtain. Ji Chuan directly summoned Xiaowan. Xiaowan, put the target to sleep. It was thanks to Xiaowan that he had a chance to try again last time. He hoped to experiment with more abilities of Xiaowan. Puff. Xiaowan looked confused and puzzled by the order and did not carry it out. How could this happen? Could it be that Xia Yida's ability allowed it to comprehend this technique? But at present, after Xia Yida's supernatural power is activated, it only makes people feel lucky, and no unreasonable situation occurs. Is it reasonable that the supernatural power can allow monsters to learn moves? Thinking of Xiaowan's appearance in Xia Yida's bag, could it be related to the contents of Xia Yida's bag? He returned to the base to find Xia Yida, intending to ask her to see if he could get any clues. Chuan. Xia Yida blushed slightly when she opened the door and saw Ji Chuan. This was the first time that Ji Chuan took the initiative to enter her room. Could it be that he wanted to? Xia Yida, what do you usually bring when you go out? Oh. Xia Yida seemed a little confused, as if she had not expected Ji Chuan to ask such a question. Long trip or short trip? How long will it take? Let's say I ask you to accompany me to Shannon City to handle a difficult mission. You'll be back once you've completed it, but the time frame is uncertain. What would you bring with you on such a trip? Xia Yida wondered if Ji Chuan was going to take her on a trip. It turned out that she was still very important to him. If she returns after completing a task, her Chuan is so strong that she probably won't stay there for too long. I should match my outfit with a matching bag, lipstick, foundation, powder, false eyelashes, eyeliner, eyebrow pencil. Ji Chuan was a little confused, as it didn't sound like he had any clues. That's all. If I'm staying overnight, I'll probably also bring makeup remover, travel-sized skincare products, and a face mask. I can't sleep in a different bed, so I'll probably also bring melatonin for better sleep. Melatonin? Isn't this something that helps with sleeping? There seemed to be a bottle of medicine in Xiaowan's body. Could it be this? Give me a bottle of melatonin. Oh, okay. Xia Yida turned around and took a bottle of melatonin, but Ji-chuan directly threw the melatonin to a colorful ball behind him. Xia Yida's eyes were always on Ji-chuan's face, and she didn't notice that there was such a little thing following behind him. Puff! Melatonin bubbled up in Xiaowan's body, but soon disappeared. Xiaowan really can digest anything. Xiaowan, you sleep on Zaida. Ji-chuan tried to give orders. Chuan, I can cooperate, no need to. The small ball of crystal powder had already made Xia Yida feel sleepy, and she vaguely felt Ji-chuan picking her up. A smile appeared on Xia Yida's lips, and she seemed to have had a very pleasant dream. As expected, Xiaowan can gain corresponding abilities depending on what he digests. Ji-chuan left Xia Yida's room and took Xiaowan back to the superpower base. There are all kinds of medicines here. He put various medicines into Xiaowan's body one by one. After his experiments, Xiaowan mastered the 3 abilities of sleeping, poisoning, and healing. What if we don't just feed them medicine? Ji-chuan also wanted to try feeding Xiaowan other things: ordinary food, crystal cores, weapons, zombies. Xiaotuan, if you gain a new ability, you must show it to me. Puff! Ji-chuan thought of a way to find out whether Xiaowan had acquired the ability without conducting any experiments. Ji-chuan casually grabbed a handful of green crystal cores and threw them into Xiaowan's body. After a preliminary observation, he found that there were many types of crystal cores, and he was not sure how many superpowers Xiaowan could comprehend. Puff, puff. The small ball sprayed out a column of water and then stopped moving. Ji-chuan had a guess that the small group should be able to master those abilities that are compatible with its own race. It did not master the fire, wind, and gold abilities in the crystal core just now. It seemed that those types were not compatible with slimes. The weapons did not change at all after being eaten, and the same was true for the zombies. Medicines and crystal cores were somewhat similar when you thought about it carefully, and both had effects on the human body. Ji-chuan still planned to try it on Xiaotuan if he encountered similar items in the future. Xiaotuan's digestion capacity is amazing, comparable to a garbage disposal plant, but Ji-chuan doesn't want to spend more time on experiments at the moment, as he still has a lot of things to do. Ji-chuan returned to the base, and Xiao Dushing reported the latest successful experimental case to Ji-chuan through telepathy. Ji-chuan asked him to report again after he fully mastered the crystal core embedding technology. Master, where did you get this? Xiao Hui saw the slime running towards him excitedly. Ji-chuan saw Xiao Hui and suddenly thought of something. As a native of that world, would he understand the Shadow Man? Just like you, I was summoned through supernatural powers. Your world is connected to this world. Xiao Hui's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Ji-chuan's words. The 2 worlds were about to connect? Would he be able to see his people again? Could he still fulfill his unfulfilled wishes? Do you understand the god of death in your world? Chapter 152: The Disappearance of Lin Lulu. Every race believes in its own gods. Legend has it that in ancient times, the gods coexisted peacefully. Each race had its own territory, and they did not interfere with each other. But the world was hit by a great disaster, and to quell it, the gods sacrificed themselves. In a world without the gods, all races lost their protection, but at the same time, ambitions arose. Wars broke out frequently in the struggle for resources and territory. People of all races were dying in large numbers. Legend has it that a new god was born, the god of death. He controls the souls of the dead, but this is just a legend. No one has ever actually seen him. After hearing Xiao Hui's words, Ji-chuan began to associate. If the 2 worlds are related, then could the many crystal cores with gods be the gods that disappeared from the little gray world? Is the crystal core a kind of ability, or is it the soul of the god born in this world in another way? So is the god of death the only god in Xiao Hui's world? Can he really defeat him? Xiao Hui, am I considered a strong person in your world? Of course. Master, you are the strongest person I have ever met. Your abilities are complex and diverse, and they are all-encompassing. It's simply, Ji-chuan didn't want to listen to Xiao Hui's flattery anymore, so he simply held Xiao Hui's wolf mouth with one hand. If I am considered a strong man in that world, then that shadowy figure is probably the ruler of that world. The other world? Is the god of death really born through a large number of deaths? Can we solve him before he is born? Ji-chuan shook his head. Since it was just a legend, countless years must have passed. Even if he entered another world, he couldn't go back to such a distant past. At that moment, Ji-chuan thought of the most promising way, which was to use these 7 days to quickly improve the progress of the god of faith. He believed that since this ability was so difficult to fully upgrade, it must be a powerful ability. According to the last experience, after absorbing Shinza City and then ruling 2 cities, he will basically be able to fill up the god of faith. The other 2 targets he will set are Jinglian City and Shannon City. Jinglian City has made a name for itself, and and solved a difficult monster, bringing peace back to Jinglian City. As for Shannon City, Ji Chuan was confident that he could convince Chu Tianhua. After all, he had already mastered the secrets of Shannon City. In addition, he could light up the Oracle Star Disk, so he wanted to make himself a prophet as well. This was the fastest way to collect the power of faith. Ji Chuan also remembered the prophecy of Shannon City. That shadowy figure had two faces. Was he a double-souled evil spirit? No one can survive if such a being enters this world. He must be the culprit who destroyed the world. Is he really the one who can save humanity? If so, Ji Chuan thought of another way to solve the problem, but the possibility is too slim. All holders of unique crystal cores within 7 days and light up the Oracle Star Plate. This is impossible to complete within this time frame, and the most promising way out right now is to quickly fill up the God of Faith. Upon receiving the news that Luo Jiao had landed, Ji Chuan quickly took Gu Yunxi, Su Shun, Song Huai, and Xia Yida and prepared to go to Xinzi City. In order to save more time, Ji Chuan thought of a better way, but in order to implement this method, he needed to go to Xinzi City to find a person, Li Ziming. Since Li Ziming was found by Xia Yida and Song Huai last time, Ji Chuan still let them act alone this time. After explaining the characteristics of the person they were looking for, Xia Yida and Song Huai set off towards Jinlutai. Ji Chuan continued to spread loyalty in New Jersey City, and his attitude became tougher in pursuit of efficiency. However, those who accepted the loyalty, after discovering that the zombies really ignored them, felt the joy of surviving the disaster and did not care about the lives of others. Ji Chuan knew that Xiao Shui would help him find the crystal core of time acceleration, and that crystal core was very useful and he had to get it. After convincing Qin Fengrua and waiting for Li Ziming to arrive, Ji Chuan decided to conduct an experiment. Li Ziming, how many birds can you command to move at once? Only one at a time. Sharing vision too frequently makes me tired. What if we don't need to share vision and just order them to fly to their destination? That might reach 2 to 3. Yunxi, give him strength. After hearing Ji Chuan's order, Gu Yunxi enhanced Li Ziming's supernatural powers. Feeling the energy surging from his body, Li Ziming looked at Ji Chuan curiously, waiting for Ji Chuan's instructions. Call forth as many birds as possible. Li Ziming blew a whistle, and 6 birds of different species flew over from all directions. Luo Jiao, apply pathogens to these birds. Luo Jiao instantly understood what Ji Chuan was going to do, as this would save him a lot of time traveling to the new city. Can we get these birds to fly to other cities? Li Ziming communicated with the 6 birds and said, Leader, only 3 of us can do this. Birds have limited wisdom and physical strength. Not all birds can fly long distances. 3 birds? That would save the time of traveling to 3 cities. Ji Chuan understood that this special ability was still useful. He just needed to find some smart birds for him. Ji Chuan nodded and said, Let them go. I originally thought that with Li Ziming's help, the flock of birds could fly across the country, so there would be a chance to find the holder of the unique crystal core. But Ji Chuan's idea was too idealistic. He did not take into account the intelligence and physical strength of birds, and that relatively few species can recognize their way. Jiao, thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. The matter is quite urgent and requires you to keep rushing to other cities. Ji Chuan released the holy healing spiritual light to relieve his fatigue. After all, Luo Jiao was just a child, and the long journey would be a bit too much for him. Luo Jiao shook his head. It was a great fortune for him and his brother to have a place to live without worrying about food in the apocalypse. Ji Chuan did not tell everyone about the death god from another world too early. He did not want everyone to go to sleep anxiously in the next few days. It was already evening when we returned to the base in Ganghua City. Chief, Lulu isn't with you? Su Shun, who was greeting everyone, looked a little surprised. Master Zhao reminded him that Lin Lulu had not come to the restaurant for dinner all day. Su Shin thought that she and Gu Yunxi had gone to Xinzi City with the leader. But Lin Lulu was not seen in the team at that moment. Lin Lulu is not at the base. Ji Chuan was a little surprised. After this review, due to time constraints, he did not pay attention to the situation of all members. Su Shin nodded. It seems that he has been away since early morning. He didn't go to the restaurant for dinner all day, and there was no one in the room. Ji Chuan's face looked a little ugly, and his life perception continued to extend from the stronghold to the administrative district, and then to the entire city. Lin Lulu disappeared. How could this happen? This clearly didn't happen last time, so what happened today? When was the last time you saw Lulu? We had dinner together last night. So something unusual happened between the time Lin Lulu returned to the room in the evening and this morning? Anything he did this time affect Lulu? Ji Chuan shook his head, not thinking of anything unusual. Where did Lin Lulu go? Did she leave Ganghwa City on her own? How did she do that? Ji Chuan felt a little guilty because he found that he hadn't communicated with Lulu alone for a long time, and he had been developing at a fast pace. He keeps members around based on their ability level and usefulness, and he seems to care very little about those with ordinary abilities. Is Lulu blaming herself? Ji Chuan felt sad and anxious in his heart. Chapter 153 Desperate Speculation. Ji Chuan walked into Zhou Mi's room. He was the only one who retained his last memory. He wanted to know when was the last time Lin Lulu appeared in the base. Ji Chuan felt even more guilty, as he realized it had been a long time since he last saw Lin Lulu. Chief, you are here. Seeing Ji Chuan enter the room, Zhou Mi prepared to sit up, but Ji Chuan gently stopped him and gestured for him to lie down while talking. Do you remember the last time you saw Lin Lulu? Zhou Mi began to recall that since everyone in the base went to the restaurant to eat, it was basically quite common. We had dinner together the night before we went to Shannon City. For Zhou Mi, that was yesterday. He was not mistaken. Which means Lin Lulu didn't disappear last time. If the anomaly did not occur now, then it happened on the day of the last battle in Shannon City? Is this possible? Disappearing and ignoring the reversal of time? What on earth happened? The only case where time rewinding was ignored was when Tang Yu activated her rebirth after her death, and her priority was higher than that of time rewinding. Tang Yu, will she know anything? You should have a good rest. After Ji Chuan gave instructions to Zhou Mi, he went to see Tang Yu. He hadn't seen her much since she woke up. It was said that she was in poor condition, but Ji Chuan didn't think there was anything wrong. Bowed her head respectfully and saluted. Chief, Yaya has gone to bed. Tang Yu lying on the bed looked haggard and seemed still very weak. How is she doing lately? Is there anything unusual? I'm not in a good condition. Besides memory loss, I often wake up in shock, but there's nothing else. Shin Yuru didn't dare tell Ji Chuan about her daughter's disrespectful words to him. After Tang Yu woke up, Shin Yuru still felt very tired every day. Her daughter had become very different from before. Ji Chuan sighed. Tang Yu in this state probably wouldn't know anything. Things were at a stalemate. Unexpectedly, apart from the troublesome Black Shadow Man, Lin Lulu disappeared out of thin air without any warning. He already regretted not taking Lin Lulu as the target of telepathy. He only considers those who he thinks are important and useful as his primary considerations, and those who are less important seem to be ignored by him. How did I become like this? Ever since the day I could kill people without any psychological burden, I have become like this. A bitter smile appeared on Ji Chuan's face. He seemed to be a real monster. Lulu, where are you? Check the surveillance footage in the monitoring room. Since Lin Lulu returned to the room last night, she has never come out again. He reported the results of his check to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan came to Lin Lulu's room and didn't feel anything unusual. This damn girl, the room is such a mess. Lin Lulu's belongings were scattered around the room, and there was no sign of any packed luggage. Ji Chuan picked up the notebook that looked like a diary on the table. Sister Yunxi is so gentle, and her body is so soft. I wish I had such a gentle sister. I never thought I'd have such a great base. This accommodation is much better than the dorm. It's so nice not to go hungry. Sister Yunxi seems to like Ji Chuan a little bit. Should I help her? Ji Chuan, you big idiot. You big pig's hoof. Ji Chuan casually flipped through Lin Lulu's notebook, but felt very heavy. This was the first time he felt tired after becoming a zombie. For a long time, hatred had driven him to grow continuously, but now he felt so powerless. Lulu, I'm sorry. Ji Chuan did not have time to focus all his energy on finding Lin Lulu. The whole world was waiting for him to come up with the best solution, otherwise it would be destroyed by a monster. It was late at night, and the place was quiet, so Luo Jiao still had time to think before arriving in Shannon City. He sat at the table in Lin Lulu's room and began to analyze the Shadow Man. If they were both death gods, they should have the same abilities. What was that shield that could imprison the target? The ability could be activated, but displacement was not allowed. It was a bit like one's own Forbidden Zone, but the Forbidden Zone could completely block the ability. Should I use the Forbidden Zone against him next time? But activating the Forbidden Zone relies on the Hell Gate. Can I win if two Hell Gates suck each other together? When you hit him with your fist, it's like hitting air, as if he has no substance. But why can he hurt others by touch? Ji Chuan suddenly thought of a past experience that was very similar to this situation. Summoning heroic spirits. At that time, that person summoned a heroic spirit wielding a sword. She could hit herself with the sword, but when she slashed at her, it was like hitting air. And he couldn't feel the breath of the Shadow Man. Is it because he is a spirit? The real god of death did not appear in the field of vision. The two-faced man was just a spirit, which is also close to the ability of death-related supernatural powers. I don't have the move that absorbs energy, Most likely because that move belongs to the summoned Shadow Man's own special ability. Just thinking of this made Ji Chuan feel even more despair. If I can't even defeat the little gray summoned by the opponent, how can I defeat the opponent's real body? What's more, even if the Shadow Man is defeated, the main body can just summon another one. If he wants to get rid of Xiaohui, he must get rid of himself first. There's no solution. Ji Chuan's expression was very ugly. He had faced many difficulties since becoming a zombie, but there was a glimmer of hope in all the difficulties. Is there any hope for this situation? If there really is hope, then it's not what I imagined. Ji Chuan really hoped that his speculations were all false. At this moment, he felt that he should not have come up with this result. Seeing the truth brought him real despair. I originally thought that there would still be a glimmer of hope if I bet all of Song Si's cards. This was the only move I saw that had any effect on the Shadow Man. He could also bet on Qin Ruishu activating Nirvana, and all he had to do was try his best to delay until Qin Ruishu activated his supernatural power. But it is very likely that he just spent the greatest cost to defeat the little gray summoned by the opponent. Ji Chuan looked up and saw the sticky note that Lin Lulu had put up. The handwriting was very neat. Come on. Ji Chuan looked at the sticky note, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had already died once, so what was there to be afraid of? That is just my own speculation. It is very likely that I am too smart and think too much. I shouldn't be so pessimistic. Luo Jiao suddenly appeared beside Ji Chuan. It seemed that he had successfully spread the pathogen in Shannon City. Jiao, you've worked hard. After taking me to Shannon City, come back and rest. What needs to be done right now must be done perfectly. Chapter 154. Chu Tianhua was fooled. When Ji Chuan arrived in Shannon City, it was already late at night. Ji Chuan did not choose to sneak in, but came to the Superpower base openly, wearing a mecha. Who are you? The guard at the door looked at this strange Gundam warily, even suspecting it was an artificial intelligence robot. I am the god of faith. Chu Tianhua will meet me. Although the guard was a little skeptical, he had no choice but to report after seeing Ji Chuan so confident and calm. Team leader, there's a man here who claims to be the god of faith and says the leader wants to see him. In just a moment, Ji Chuan was let in. Chu Tianhua hurried out of the elevator, wearing only a coat, and looked a little excited. Yu Yin returned from Jinglian City. She reported the situation of the god of faith to him. Chu Tianhua had always wanted to find a reason to meet him and test him. Unexpectedly, the god of faith himself came at that moment. Seeing that the mecha was so sophisticated, Chu Tianhua knew that it was the person Yu Yin mentioned. Are you the god of faith? Chu Tianhua's eyes were full of excitement, but he still wanted to confirm with the person in front of him. Yes, Chief Chu, I need to discuss something with you alone. This concerns the fate of the entire world. I think the evil spirit is about to emerge. Chu Tianhua widened his eyes, as if trying to verify the truth of what Ji Chuan said. He didn't know whether the identity of the man who came to visit him late at night was real. Call Yu Yin over, god of faith, please wait for a moment. Yu Yin is the only person who has seen the god of faith, so this sensitive topic needs to be confirmed. Yu Yin, wearing pajamas, came up and gave Ji Chuan a big hug. She didn't expect that they would meet again so soon. Did this hero who saved her come to see her specially? Lord God of Faith, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Seeing Yu Yin's performance, Chu Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief. God of Faith, please come in. Ji Chuan followed Chu Tianhua into the base. I wonder what the evil spirit the God of Faith is referring to. Chu Tianhua pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. He didn't think that the God of Faith would know the prophecy of Shannon City. Yu Yin was staring at Ji Chuan in the room, posing coquettishly. She tied the hem of her pajamas tightly to outline her waistline. Chief Chu, I think the next topic is more suitable for two people to talk about, such as a round plate in Shannon City. Leader. The guards reminded Chu Tianhua that it was dangerous to be alone with this man of unknown origin, but Chu Tianhua looked solemn and waved his hand to signal them to leave. Yu Yin also left unwillingly, but she was not sleepy at all. She planned to go back and dress up and wait here for them to finish their talk. She wanted to have a good chat with the God of Faith. Ji Chuan retracted the mecha, revealing his white-haired face. I wonder what the disc the God of Faith mentioned is. If the prophecy contained information about Shannon City, then the Oracle Astrolabe could be considered a secret of Shannon City. How could he know about it? Chu Tianhua didn't quite believe it, but he still wanted to hear what the God of Faith had to say. I also have the ability to predict the future. After tonight, there are only 6 days left. The gate of the anomaly will open, and this world will be connected to the other world. First, a giant black dragon will appear, followed by the twin-souled evil spirit. Everyone present will die. Jiang Hao, Wan Xiluo, and Zheng Chun, don't invite them here. They can't help and will die in vain. and they can't light up the oracle. Heard about the black dragon from another world. He resisted the urge to laugh and thought that this person was talking nonsense. When he heard Zhang Hao, Wan Qiluo, and Zheng Chun, he was a little shocked. These three were the candidates he carefully selected. He believed that they had the potential to light up the star chart. He had not told anyone about his idea of choosing people. How could he know? When the words, Oracle Star Disc, came out of his mouth, Chu Tianque believed it 90%. This was a secret of Shannon City. Even though he had tested other people before, he had never introduced the specific name of the star disc to them. They just thought they had touched an antique of Shannon City. Su Xiao lit up the white pattern, and I am the one who can light up the center of the Oracle Star Disc. I also have the ability to see the target's energy color. Only those with unique energy colors can light up the Oracle Star Disc. Trust reached 99.9%. Chu Tianque was so excited that he was speechless. This information could not be leaked. The person in front of him seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and the content of the prediction was more specific, even better than the prophet in Shannon City. To prove that what I say is true, let's go. Ji Chuan stood up and walked towards the room where the Oracle Star Disc was stored. Chu Tianque followed behind him and silently opened the protective door. The other party could even determine the location of the Oracle Star Disc. Although there is a small possibility that the other party obtained the information through infiltration, the temptation is too great when it comes to identifying the candidate's ability. With the help of the God of Faith, lighting up the horoscope will become much easier. When Ji Chuan placed his hand on the Oracle Star Disc, the star disc lit up as expected, and a black pattern emerged in the center. Chu Tianque had completely trusted Ji Chuan, but at the same time his expression was solemn. This means that after 6 days, the dragon and the evil spirit are real, and the predicted result is the death of everyone. God of Faith, is there a way to destroy the dragon and the evil spirits? I have the ability to destroy the black dragon, but the evil spirit is very powerful. He can absorb the target's energy and kill them quickly. He has no physical form, so it is difficult to cause harm to him. Chu Tianque fell into deep thought. Evil spirits have no physical form. Can the God of Faith describe the evil in more detail? He has 2 faces, and his body is emitting a black aura. In the future, I used the power of the 5 elements, the power of instant death, and the power of the soul fighting technique, but I couldn't hurt him at all. This is all I can see. Chu Tianque fell into deep thought. Shannon City is a city with a long history, and there are many ancient tombs underground. A tomb robber is said to have awakened the ability of spirit confinement, but the Shannon City base did not take him in. Should we find the tomb robber now and ask him to assist the God of Faith in the battle 6 days later? This evil spirit sounds very much like a spirit. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a tomb robber in Shannon City who had awakened the spirit confinement came to the base, but when he proved useless against the zombies, they didn't take him in. Perhaps finding him could help. This was an unexpected gain for Ji Chuan. If this ability was useful, he could detain the Shadow Man. Even if he didn't find a way to hurt him, he wouldn't be able to contact other people. I just don't know whether that ability will take effect, and how long it will last after it takes effect. It probably isn't a long-term solution. I'll see if I can find that person in the next few days. I need more power of faith. I hope to get the response of the people of Shannon City. If they contribute their power of faith to me, I can make Shannon City a safe zone. But I'm not sure if I can defeat the opponent in the end. I can only do my best. Chu Tianque was very happy. He had long heard rumors that the God of Faith had opened a safe zone in Shinza City, but he did not expect that Shannon City would also receive the same treatment. No problem. I'll discuss this with all the survivors in the city tomorrow. I think everyone will cooperate. Ji Chuan nodded and said, "You take a rest. I will rush to the door later and try to destroy it. This is the most direct way to solve the problem. God of Faith, I'll have Lung Yu take you there right now." Chu Tianque had already seen the urgency of the matter from the God of Faith, and he would arrange for someone to find the tomb robber later. Chapter 155 Lin Lulu's Adventure in Another World. When Lin Lulu opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a platform that looked like an altar. Ah! Lin Lulu sat on the ground, using her hands to support herself and move backwards. In front of her stood a group of people with sheep heads on their heads. They were holding scepters with totems on them and dancing in circles in strange postures. Meh, Chief, the hero has awakened. An old sheep who looked very old walked over. His horizontal pupils could not reveal his emotions. The sheep-headed men were all wearing robes with ethnic characteristics. Where am I? Stay away from me. Lin Lulu's thoughts were in a state of confusion. Was she dreaming? Wasn't she in the base just now? I was in a bad mood and wanted to go talk to Cui Zixuan, but I walked into a door at the end of the corridor. My thoughts seemed to stop at that time, and I unconsciously wanted to go in. So where did I come to? These sheep-headed people actually moved their mouths when they spoke just now. Isn't this a hood? Don't be afraid, brave warrior from another world. This is Chijiao village. The sheep people are facing an unprecedented crisis. Please save my people. Meow, please, brave man, save us. A row of sheepmen, along with their leader, knelt on one knee. Lin Lulu stood up, a bit bewildered. Had she traveled to another world? Huh, was this a dream? Are you sure you didn't choose the wrong person? My abilities in the base are not that strong. What should I do? Do I have the ability to complete the goal? How should I get back? Will Jichuan find out that I am missing? I have chosen the right person, Master Brave. The sheepmen are very weak in combat and can only summon brave warriors to help us fight. You are the one chosen by our ancient ritual, so there will be no mistake. How do I get back to my world? Help us survive, and we can leave. I wonder what abilities the brave hero has. The patriarch's eyes were fixed on Lin Lulu. The strength of the brave man determined the fate of the entire tribe. Ability, is it a superpower? Lin Lulu raised her hand and tried to shoot a light arrow into the sky. It seemed that her supernatural powers were not affected in this world. Meow, this is the descendant of the goddess of light. The goatmen are saved. Seeing the light arrows shot by Lin Lulu, the sheep-headed people stood up excitedly and danced the dance they had just done, seeming to be very happy. However, Lin Lulu could not tell their emotional changes from their expressions and could only judge by their tone. Descendants of the goddess of light? What was that? Could this special ability of mine really save them? In my original world, facing a group of well-trained thugs was a struggle. But fortunately, Yukikawa trained them and developed her own special ability potential. Now she can control 6 light arrows at the same time to track the target. How can I help you survive? The sheep-headed people stopped dancing, and the chief's tone became sad. This area is basically where the orcs live. Ever since the gods disappeared, fighting among the orcs has become frequent. The surrounding area is basically dominated by carnivorous races. The goatmen are one of the weakest forces. We only have the most basic summoning magic. The lowest level of summoning magic? Summoning me? Lin Lulu suspected the clan leader was scolding her, but she had no evidence. Lin Lulu took a deep breath to adjust herself. After all, this was related to whether she could go back, so she had to know more useful information. When will the enemy attack? What moves does he have? They should be attacking soon. They are werewolves, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and slashing. What? Soon. No time to prepare. The decline of the sheepmen doesn't seem accidental. They're only summoning heroes when they're about to face the enemy? Ouch. The howling of wolves could be heard faintly, and Lin Lulu unconsciously looked in the direction of the howling. Just as she was about to discuss tactics with the sheep people, she found that the village was empty. The last door closed tightly in front of her eyes with a bang. No, I'm fighting for you. Is this okay with you? Will it be okay if you just close the door on this straw-stacked house of yours? Although Lin Lulu was furious, she was unable to change the current predicament. Footsteps could be heard in the distance. The werewolves moved very quickly and had outstanding team combat capabilities. Lin Lulu swallowed and faced the village entrance. A large number of werewolves appeared, and Lin Lulu's expression showed a hint of surprise because they looked very much like Xiao Hui. But he is not as strong as Xiao Hui, nor does he seem as handsome as Xiao Hui. Although she and they are of a different race, Lin Lulu thinks Xiao Hui looks much better than them. The werewolves who entered the village looked at Lin Lulu warily, as if they couldn't understand why there was a human in the sheep village. General, it's a human. I'm afraid the lamb's summoning spell has taken effect. Well, can't we just coexist peacefully? Animals are all family. How dare you? We are the great werewolf clan, and you dare compare us with those lowly 2-legged sheep. A werewolf was rushing over quickly, its sharp claws flashing with cold light, and if it hit anyone, the skin would be torn to pieces. Fortunately, Lin Lulu discovered that the speed and strength of this werewolf seemed much weaker than Xiao Hui, so she shot an arrow at the leg of the werewolf vanguard. Ouch! Fell to the ground in pain. He actually possesses the power of a god. The werewolf in the distance looked at Lin Lulu warily, as if measuring the other party's strength. I know your tribesman Xiao Hui. He looks stronger and faster than you. Do you know Xiao Hui? Lin Lulu hopes to stop the war with the help of her acquaintances. She has no chance of winning due to the sheer number of the other side. Even if she has the advantage of long-range attacks, there is no guarantee that she can defeat them. Our people wouldn't have such an idiotic name. We are descendants of the great Fenris Wolf King. Don't insult our people. The wolves looked even angrier. Lin Lulu suddenly thought that Xiao Hui was a random name given by that idiot Ji Chuan. Maybe Xiao Hui's real name was not Xiao Hui. But it was too late. A large number of werewolf warriors rushed towards Lin Lulu. Lin Lulu didn't dare to delay and quickly retreated while firing 6 light arrows. I can't stop. If I fire this many light arrows, I'll die. During training, if the light arrow hits the target, Lin Lulu will basically not control the light arrow to continue moving. But at this moment, she had to shoot the light arrow through the target with greater force before she could continue to attack the next target. Otherwise, the energy of the light arrow would be quickly exhausted if she continued to replenish it. The light arrows were like shining stars, tracking the approaching werewolves. After all, they were flesh and blood, and after being pierced by the light arrows, they basically lost the ability to move. The werewolves, who only had the ability to strengthen their bodies, had a headache facing Lin Lulu's long-range attacks. A large number of soldiers had difficulty moving. They were pierced by light arrows and would probably die if they were not treated in time. Lin Lulu did not kill them, because in this strange world, seeing a race that looked like familiar people was a bit familiar. As long as she could injure them, she would be basically safe. General, it seems like none of us can get close. The werewolves in the distance had solemn expressions on their faces. A large number of werewolves had been injured, but 6 light arrows were still circling in the air. Damn two-legged sheep actually summoned such a powerful descendant of the goddess. Retreat. Following the general's order, the uninjured werewolves quickly carried the injured away, and Lin Lulu did not kill them all. The werewolf general looked at Lin Lulu angrily, and then withdrew his troops. The sheepmen were standing behind her, dancing happily. Thank you for your hard work, brave master. Please prepare some good fodder for him. Chapter 156, The God of Faith. I doubt your species can teleport. You run so fast, and you win and reappear so quickly. No wonder this race is the weakest force. Who can they defeat with such performance? Lin Lulu was very angry, but considering that she didn't know how to go back, she couldn't say anything more serious. I'm sorry, brave hero. My people don't have much fighting power. We can only hold you back on the field. It's thanks to you that we defeated the werewolves that we can survive. Then can I go back now? The members of the base will definitely be worried if they can't find me. The sheepman chief. He didn't want to let this powerful hero go easily. Don't worry, brave hero. Besides the werewolf tribe, there are many other tribes of ferocious beasts nearby. Your mission is not over yet. Is this ever going to end? Lin Lulu finally exploded. This was a real fight. If more werewolves had shown up, or if any of them had archery skills, she would have been practically wiped out. How could she have the time to keep fighting for them? I'm sorry, brave man. You can't return until you complete your mission. We have prepared a sumptuous celebration banquet for you. Lin Lulu held her breath in her chest. Apart from relying on the sheep-headed man in front of her, she seemed to have no way to return. She also seemed a little hungry. But when she saw the table full of fodder, Lin Lulu couldn't hold it anymore. She heard the sheep tribe leader say that the best fodder was prepared, but she thought that fodder was just one kind of food. I could have just eaten something else, but in the end there was only grass fodder. Humans don't eat grass, so is there anything else they can eat? Fruit or something like that? Lin Lulu didn't expect to eat meat in a sheep village, but at least there would be some vegetables and fruits. I'm sorry, brave man, but it's too dangerous to go out and farm and gather. We only have fodder in our village. What kind of life are they living in? It's a miracle that these sheep can survive until now. Lin Lulu stood up and walked out of the village. Where are you going, brave man? It's dangerous outside. What can this wooden fence of your village protect? And these straw houses? Can you please build a good village? I have to go out and find food now. If I stay here, I will either be killed by other races or starve to death. The sheepman chieftain seemed to understand the meaning of the hero's words. Build a good village? The orcs weren't very good at it. So did this hero even know how to build? Although they were afraid that Lin Lulu would never return, they still let her go. After all, a hero who didn't eat would also die. They still needed to rely on the power of the heroes to keep living. Ji Chuan worked hard all night and tried various methods, but failed to destroy the door. The door was still round, and its outer frame had not yet emerged. Lung Yu, who came early in the morning, was a little moved when he saw that the God of Faith was still attacking the gate. This situation seemed really urgent. He sacrificed his rest time to fight for more opportunities. A deep respect for Ji Chuan arose from the bottom of his heart. Lord God of Faith, please take care of yourself and go get some rest. There's no time left. In 6 days, that monster will come out, and the whole world will be destroyed. Lung Yu didn't dare to speak. Nothing could be more serious than the destruction of the world, but no one would feel the crisis without personal contact with the monster. Lung Yu had seen the black dragon, but he remembered nothing after recalling it. At that moment, he just felt a little sorry for the God of Faith. A huge screen suddenly lit up in the air, and the communications officer was using the audio and video projection to the maximum extent. Jichuan felt that Shannon City's supernatural power configuration was quite good. Survivors of Shannon City, I am Chu Tianhua, the leader of the psychic base. A strange door has appeared in Haiteng Valley southeast of our city. Some of you may have seen it. In 6 days, the door will open, and then extremely terrifying monsters will invade our world. The God of Faith has arrived in our city. In order to overcome this crisis, please pray sincerely to the God of Faith and provide him with the power of faith. He will drive away all zombies from our city and strive to fight the invading monsters in 6 days. Shannon City is at the brink of extinction, and so is humanity. Please believe in the God of Faith and believe that he can create miracles. Chu Tianhua's loud voice echoed throughout the city, and the survivors began to pray silently. If the zombies could be driven away at that moment, it would bring a period of peace to their lives. There will always be heroes in the end times, and the current God of Faith is probably the messenger sent by heaven. Jichuan didn't expect Chu Tianhua to be so efficient. He had already begun to control the zombies to move towards the outskirts of the city. When the survivors saw the miracle happening on the street, those ferocious zombies really ignored everyone and stopped slaughtering humans. They prayed more fervently. Light emanated from Jichuan's body. This was the fastest time he had ever gained the power of faith. How so? Jichuan carefully felt the increase in the power of faith, and the progress of the God of Faith was growing rapidly. God of Faith 87.56%. It seems that if Shannon City continues to work hard, the progress of the God of Faith can be maximized without going to Jinglian City. Was it because I didn't massacre those who didn't pledge their loyalty? Was that why there were so many of them? Why did the power of faith grow so rapidly this time? Moreover, Jichuan had not had time to ask Su Shun and Gu Yunxi to come and cover their loyalty, as Jichuan wanted them to have a good sleep. Would having the head of the psychic base endorse it have such a positive effect? If I had known earlier, I should have let Fu Qingyu say it, but there were no conditions for audio and video projection. If there is such an opportunity again in the future, I should borrow this communications officer from Chu Tianhua. On the screen, a person appeared next to Chu Tianhua and reported in a low voice, and Chu Tianhua's eyes were full of surprise. I believe everyone has seen the power of the God of Faith. The zombies are retreating from Shannon City. People in the city had already started cheering. They were safe now, and many survivors hugged each other and cried with joy. No one knew what the monster would be 6 days from now, but the God of Faith was so powerful, so surely it would be okay. As long as he gained enough power of faith, this apocalypse would be over, right? People's faith became more refined, and some survivors even knelt on the spot to thank the God of Faith for saving their lives. When a completely strong person appears in the end times, the weak will place all their hopes on the strong person. No matter how great the dangers and difficulties ahead are, they believe that the strong will definitely hold up the sky for them. All obstacles that arise in human history are cleared by someone, and a protagonist emerges in every era. As long as people can survive, they don't care who plays the protagonist. God of Faith 100%. Chapter 157. Two gods become demons. Jichuan's whole body emitted a white light with colorful luster. He retracted the mecha and felt the energy pouring into his body from all directions. He closed his eyes. His fair skin and white hair were particularly eye-catching under the light. His long eyelashes lightly covered his eyelids, and his strong body outlined the beautiful lines of the human body. Lung Yu, who was standing aside, was stunned. He even shed tears. The God of Faith before him was so beautiful. He was like an angel from the Garden of Eden, who came to the mortal world to perform miracles. The ice-blue eyes slowly opened, and Lung Yu fell to his knees. Lord God of Faith. Lord God of Faith. From now on, Lung Yu will become Jichuan's loyal believer. He has witnessed the birth of a god, and he wants to share his happiness at this moment with everyone. Jichuan felt his body, and the feeling at the moment was very strange. Apart from the improvement of his body's energy, he didn't feel any difference. He couldn't even feel that the God of Faith had brought him any new moves. Why? Jichuan didn't care about Lung Yu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and felt extremely lost in his heart. How could he use the God of Faith he had worked so hard to obtain? He didn't have any attacking moves. Wasn't this just a waste of time? Jichuan raised his head and wanted to shout loudly. If even he was helpless, who else could save this world? His best hopes, all prepared with great care, turned out to be in vain. He will do his best to face all the difficulties he encounters. At least he can see the vitality behind things. And now that it seemed to have sentenced him to death in 6 days, and the death of all humanity, he had no better plan. He could simply improve his energy by devouring a large number of crystal cores, so why would he waste so much energy gathering the power of faith? Alright, I still have the option of absorbing crystal cores. As long as I absorb enough crystal cores, I can still undergo transformation. I still have time. I still have time. The last time he was in a coma, it only took 4 days. It seems that with Xia Yida around, the transformation time can be shortened. He still has a chance now. Lung Yu looked at the god of faith in front of him with a somewhat ferocious expression. He no longer had the holy light around him, but was replaced by a black aura that was dangerous and oppressive. His fair skin lost some of its color. His right arm began to turn pale and blue, and one of his eyes turned from blue to scarlet, like a ruby sparkling in the dark night. The hair on the right side was also turning black. In just a moment, the god of faith, who had been so holy just now looked like a monster that was half god and half demon. Lung Yu's eyes became filled with fear, and he kept backing away. The monster in front of him exuded an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. It was like an angel saving all living beings just now, but now it looked like a demon from hell. Ji Chuan felt that his consciousness was very confused. This was the first time that the urge to kill surged from the bottom of his heart. Kill him, you have to become stronger. You have to become stronger. Haven't you been wanting to eat him for a long time? Do it. The strange voice kept echoing in Ji Chuan's ears. As if following instinct, Ji Chuan's hand pierced into Lung Yu's brain in an instant, and the crystal core along with the blood was greedily swallowed into Ji Chuan's stomach. What am I doing? So delicious. No, Ji Chuan, you can't do this. A new voice seemed to appear in his mind, but her voice was so weak that Ji Chuan didn't have time to listen carefully. You have to become stronger. Just save the people you care about. Everyone else is your food. Absorb them. Devour them. Is it okay to just save the people I care about? Ji Chuan, wake up. In a daze, Ji Chuan felt that his consciousness was occupied by 2 people, but the gentle voice was particularly weak, and he could not control anything. Am I the evil spirit with 2 souls? The world belongs to me. I can't let other gods of death steal my prey. The white hair was disappearing, and the blue pupils turned completely red, as if there was endless blood flowing in the eyes. A glowing circle appeared under Ji Chuan's feet. This was the dimensional movement he had just absorbed. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in a strange city, where a mother holding a child was looking at the person in front of her warily. While she was escaping, she encountered a house collapse. She used all her body to protect the child in her arms, but one of her legs was crushed by the collapsed wall. Without even having time to scream in pain, a man with bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared in front of him, emitting a dangerous aura. Save me. The woman tried to ask him for help, but he didn't say anything and his face was cold. He raised his hand, and the woman saw black dots appearing in the air all over the city. She had no idea what they were. But at the moment the dot flew out, she and the child in her arms all fell down, and with them fell the people of the entire city. Ji Chuan had a blank expression on his face. The city was filled with a thick smell of blood. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. He was muttering to himself, looking very strange, as if he had no independent consciousness of his own and had become a killing machine. The power of darkness supported thousands of crystal cores in the city. Although there were few high-level crystal cores, Ji Chuan did not mind using them as his nourishment at this time. The crystal core entered Ji Chuan's body and was instantly devoured. The person whose head was cut open and the crystal core was taken out didn't even have a chance to become a zombie. The sky was covered with dark clouds and cold rain kept falling. The rain would only accelerate the decay of the corpse of this unfortunate city. The city without humans would usher in the rebirth of plants and animals. Not enough. Not enough. The halo under their feet lit up, and the new city welcomed their hell. Finally, when he slaughtered the 3rd city, the devoured crystal core made Ji Chuan feel that he was about to transform again. Before he could contact the people at the base, his consciousness began to fade. This empty city, with only corpses left, was completely unrecognizable under the sweeping black energy. With Ji Chuan as the center, the black energy continued to spread in all directions. The road surface was broken, the houses collapsed, and the bodies were crushed. This was the most terrifying time that the black energy overflowed. Wherever the energy passed, it became a wasteland. Owner. Ji Chuan vaguely felt that it was Xiao Hei's voice, but he sounded very worried. Well done. Well done. You are getting stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you achieve everything you want to do. It was the craziest voice that popped into my head. Ji Chuan. This was the female voice that had been very faint. This transformation was without the dreams woven by Xiao Hei. There were no other voices around him. The voices in his head gradually calmed down. Ji Chuan felt that he was the only one left in the world. Superpower Base received the latest news that 3 dead cities appeared. No one in the city was spared, not even the zombies appeared. It was eerily quiet. A huge dark energy is enveloping one of them. Meng Haoyan trembled a little when he saw the news. He had only seen this kind of dark energy overflow from number 1. The massacre of the 3 cities was most likely the work of number 1. When number 1 wakes up, it will probably be the end of mankind. This should be done by number 1. He is currently sleeping, and we cannot wake him up. Chapter 158. Rushing to the city shrouded in black air. Zhang Zhilan was very anxious when she saw the message sent by Meng Haoyan, because she found that she could no longer contact Ji Chuan. Could it be that Ji Chuan was really sleeping as they speculated? The current situation is very critical. Although it was not her intention to submit to Ji Chuan at the beginning, under Ji Chuan's rule, the survivors of Jianghua City did live a much better life than before. She hurried to Awakens and informed the people at the base of the news that there were no more experts at the Jianghua City psychic base, and they could only rely on the people at the base to protect Ji Chuan. She didn't think Ji Chuan was a threat to humans. On the contrary, Ji Chuan gave them a better life, and nothing could happen to him. The superpower bases in other cities might have already started taking action. Fu Qingyu was also very anxious. He asked Zhang Zhilan to quickly notify the people in the stronghold and also urgently organized a team to go to Changrong City, which was shrouded in black air, to provide support. What should I do? Although the team has been organized, this action will undoubtedly make him a traitor to humanity. Fu Qingyu paced back and forth in the room, as if he was making up his mind. As long as you don't show up, there are so many support teams from other cities that they won't be able to tell us apart. We can wear masks. The people below reminded Fu Qingyu that the peace of Xinzi City was brought by Ji Chuan. If something happened to Ji Chuan, they would have to return to the days of living on the edge of a knife. Fu Qingyu knew that although the team members could cover their faces, this method was not very clever in front of various people with special abilities, and it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Full-scale expedition to Changrong City. Rescue the leader. Fu Qingyu still made up his mind to save Ji Chuan, which meant saving all the survivors in Xinzi City. In order to take away the god of faith, Chu Tianhua had talked to him privately about the gate of anomaly. Ji Chuan is the hope of saving mankind. Even if he is the one who is currently massacring the city, as his master's subordinates, he must loyally support him. There will definitely be sacrifices in saving the world. As the former leader of the superpower base, he understands this very well. Su Shun urgently called a meeting of the people in the base because he also found that Ji Chuan could no longer be contacted, and the news about Zhang Zhilan made him even more anxious. Wang Wei has been driving Luo Jiao around the country. The plane is currently parked in Shannon City, far away from Changrong City. Mao Jun, quickly fly the helicopter to Changrong City. When you get to Jiao, bring the main force with you. Yes, sir. Didn't expect that his skills would come in handy so soon, and he stood up immediately. The leader's sleep is extremely critical this time. All the superpower bases across the country are organizing attack teams. We must arrive before them. All forces must set out together. Su Shun understood the urgency of the situation and that he had to fight to the death. He couldn't bear to see Ji Chuan get into trouble. Xin Mingting looked excited. Let me test the depth of the superpowers in other cities. She had another chance to stretch her muscles. She was still not satisfied with the last time she slaughtered the superpower base in Jianghua City. She thought she was already at the top of the pyramid, at least among the people she had fought against. The only time she failed was when facing Ji Chuan. She didn't take other people seriously. Pei Wendong, Geng Mao, Jiang Yi, Fan Jiahao, and Xiao Xinshi were also eager to try, but Su Shen stopped them. I can't watch you die in vain. This isn't training, it's a real fight against the strongest men in the country. The battle team was finally composed of Xin Mingting, Xia Yiqing, Song Xiai, Gu Yunqi, Luo Jiao, Luo Jiai, Wu Qian, Sun Tao, Chui Zixuan, as well as Xiao Shui, Xiao Mei, and Da Zhuang. Count me in too. I'm laying it all out. I'm a unique crystal core of a higher level than yours. Although I can't fight directly, my luck will protect you all. Xia Yida smiled confidently. This was a rare occasion for her to wear sportswear. She usually wore high-end designer clothes, and it was difficult for her to take big steps when walking. At this moment, Xia Yida looks fresh and capable, with her hair tied up. In order to protect Da Chuan, she must do her part. I want to protect brother Ji Chuan too. Xiaoxian. Zhang Yun looked at Xiaoxian worriedly. Mom, Xiaoxian has grown up. Brother Ji Chuan has protected Xiaoxian and Mom for so long. This time, Xiaoxian wants to protect brother Ji Chuan. Zhou dragged his weak body out, his eyes determined. Everyone go. If anything unexpected happens, I will reverse time by sleeping. Chu Tianhua looked at Leng Yu's body at the gate of anomaly with a gloomy expression. Leng Yu was dead, and the god of faith disappeared. What exactly happened in front of the door? Today, number 1 massacred 3 cities and fell into a coma. Is there any connection between them? The God of Faith protects all of humanity. Did he leave to provide support after noticing number one's actions? Although there was no clear evidence, Chu Tianhua had a hunch that the disappearance of the God of Faith must be related to number one. The God of Faith is the hope of all mankind. He cannot die. If the God of Faith is trapped by number one, he must rescue him. Chu Tianhua never doubted the God of Faith from beginning to end, because he lit up the Oracle Star Disk. He was the hero chosen by the prophecy. As the core of the Star Disk, he had the ability to directly determine the candidate, so he could not die. Chu Tianhua clenched his hands tightly. All Shannon City combat team captains, depart for Changrong City. Eliminate number one. Find the God of Faith. His tone was high-pitched and angry. The dawn that he had just seen could not be extinguished by the damn zombies. The God of Faith, who could work tirelessly for mankind, must survive. He gambled the entire city. The current peace in Shannon City was given by the God of Faith. The city is no longer in danger. Now is the time for Shannon City to repay the God of Faith. No one can trap the God of Faith except number one. The superpower bases in other cities are also trying their best to provide assistance. But there are still zombies in their cities, so they need to leave behind a group of combat forces to maintain the normal development of the city. But as number one is the world's current number one rival, we must take advantage of the opportunity when he is asleep to give him a fatal blow to eliminate future troubles. All bases reached a consensus and stated that the team will determine the candidates and set off within 2 days. Since the distances between each city and Changrong City vary, they will arrive one after another, until someone with superpowers can completely eliminate the sleeping number one. Mao Jun was rushing to his destination as fast as he could. Although he had only met the leader once, he felt that the leader understood him very well. He had just stepped into the Paradise Stronghold and didn't want to lose it so soon. In order to be more accepted by the members of the Stronghold, he must demonstrate his value this time. Xiaomei whipped him severely every day, but he found that he became stronger after his wounds healed. The initial pain from the injury turned into a kind of enjoyment. Every time his skin was torn, it strongly stimulated his brain. His body seemed to be injected with a constant flow of warmth, making him so happy. He even felt that he could go for days and nights without rest. He was full of energy. In the distant sky, black energy reached the clouds. Changrong City seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Mao Jun knew that the current mission was about to be completed. The helicopter gradually tilted, and the fluctuation of black energy could be felt from a distance, but Mao Jun gripped the joystick even tighter. Master, we can meet each other soon. Chapter 159: The Nightmare of Chijiao Village. Lin Lulu walked in the jungle, carefully remembering the path she had taken. There were very few such pristine forests in her world, so she didn't dare to go too deep. Occasionally, she would come across fruit trees full of fruits among the surrounding plants. She would carefully shoot down the branches with fruits with her light arrows and prepare to bring the fruits back to the village. She was not sure whether these fruits were poisonous or not. She came out to look for food, but the situation in front of her made her feel troubled. She didn't dare to eat plant-based food or mushrooms directly. She had to ask the sheep-headed people about these unfamiliar species. After confirming that they were edible, they would probably become her long-term food in the future. She wasn't sure how long she would need to stay in this world. Her current plan was to find food to fill her stomach and try to guide the sheep village to improve their defenses so as not to become a sitting duck for other races. What's this? From a distance, Lin Lulu felt something jumping on the ground. When she got closer, she found that they were some light blue transparent balls, creatures she had never seen before. Although these dumplings looked cute, Lin Lulu didn't dare to approach them rashly. Everything in this alien world was unfamiliar to her. She tried her best to avoid these dumplings and walked towards the direction where the sound of water could be heard. She couldn't survive long on just fruits and mushrooms. She thought there would at least be fish in the water, and grilled fish might be a good choice for protein supplementation. A river appeared in sight. The water was not turbulent. The rivers in the other world seemed to be unpolluted. The water was clear and the bottom was visible. Moreover, the nearby sheep people did not eat fish, so the fish reproduced freely in considerable numbers. Lin Lulu discovered that these plump fish looked almost the same as the fish in her own world, so they should be safe food. She sharpened a branch, took off her shoes and socks, and walked carefully into the river. Hiss! The water was a little cold. Lin Lulu frowned, but did not stop her steps to go deeper into the river. Fish in the river, and Lin Lulu felt that there was no need to waste her supernatural powers to hunt them. She felt that her homemade harpoon would be enough. After failing several times, Lin Lulu found the feel and finally pierced the first fish. She was so excited that she brought the fish ashore. She planned to pierce another one and then return to the sheep village. However, She had no way to make a fire at the moment. There was a sound in the bushes behind her. Lin Lulu turned back vigilantly, only to see a pair of long white ears sticking out from the bushes. Is this a rabbit? Lin Lulu was a little excited. The rabbit looked very big. Roasted hare seemed more delicious, and if we caught it, it would be enough for tomorrow's food. She activated her supernatural powers, and an arrow of light appeared in front of her. Wait a minute. As if sensing danger, the rabbit in the bushes jumped out. Lin Lulu was a little surprised because it was not a rabbit at all, but a rabbit man. Are you the hero summoned by the sheepmen? Don't attack me. I have no ill intentions. He gestured frantically, fearing that the person in front of him would attack him. The light arrow looked very dangerous. Who are you? I'm a sentinel of the bunnymen, patrolling nearby. How do you know I was summoned by the sheep people? There are very few humans around here. The area where humans live is very far away from the territory of the orcs. Your dress doesn't seem to be from this world. Only the sheepmen can summon heroes from another world. The rabbit man looked at Lin Lulu warily, his steps retreating all the time. Brave men are usually very dangerous. Did all those heroes return in the end? Is there any way to leave this world? I advise you to leave here quickly. Humans can't survive here. As if he was sure that Lin Lulu did not have a strong intention to kill him, the rabbit man seized the opportunity and jumped into the bushes. His figure quickly disappeared. The first hero summoned by the sheepmen that he had seen. The sheepmen were not as simple as they seemed, and they had no way to send the heroes back to their original world. And those heroes who were summoned seemed to disappear after a period of time and never appeared in this area again. Lin Lulu was puzzled. Why couldn't she survive? Was it because the beasts were too dangerous? But if she leaves here, how can she return to her original world? The sheep people are her only support. If she helped them drive out the other races, they would probably fulfill their promise, right? Since they had the ability to summon her, shouldn't they also be able to send her back? Lin Lulu did not waste the condensed light arrows. She directed the arrows to pierce the fish in the river. After picking up 6 fish, she went ashore. She had basically received her food for the next 2 days. The sheep people standing in a row at the village entrance from a distance. Upon seeing her, the tribe leader waved enthusiastically. Brave man, you are back. Lin Lulu felt that the sheep were quite enthusiastic. It was always safer to get along with herbivores than with carnivores. Can you help me check if these fruits and mushrooms I found are edible? The clan leader patiently picked out the edible food and said, Master Brave, these are all edible. Can you make a fire? Yes, my brave master. Lin Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Now she had food to eat. She started to grill fish in front of the fire. She had an illusion that these sheep people were always watching her, but she didn't understand what sheep's vision was like, and it was difficult for her to make a clear judgment. The time after that was very peaceful. The daytime in the other world seemed to pass very quickly. She had no way to determine the time. When the sky was not very dark, she could see the shadows of stars, which could not be seen in the city. After eating, Lin Lulu was taken into a room by the sheep man. Compared with other houses in the village, this room looked much more luxurious. The bed in the room is a large round bed made of stone, covered with soft straw. My dear hero, this is the room prepared for you. Lin Lulu sighed. This was the best room the sheep people could prepare. Without any entertainment, Lin Lulu felt a little sleepy. She was a little tired after the day and fell asleep without realizing it. If there was any danger, the sheep people would probably wake her up. Lin Lulu seems to have disappeared. Just disappear? She's useless in the base anyway. Lin Lulu felt her consciousness return to the base. She was watching the members of the base talking about her. Why were they saying that? Did they have such a bad impression of her? She has no figure, no looks, a bad personality, and isn't very strong. What good does it matter if we have her in the base? Is this how Su Shun, the head steward of the stronghold, evaluates himself? Lin Lulu's chest heaved violently, and a strong sense of grievance rose in her heart. Yunxi, you two are usually the best friends. Why don't you go look for her? Good relationship? I don't like her. It's annoying that she sticks to me all the time. Ji Chuan, you're back. Well, come with me to Shannon City tomorrow to go on a mission. By the way, Chief, Lin Lulu is missing. If she disappears, she will be of no use to me. After hearing the conversation between Gu Yunxi and Ji Chuan, Lin Lulu felt dizzy. She couldn't tell whether it was a dream or the reality of another world. It was as if all the conversations were happening right before her eyes. Lin Lulu woke up crying. Lin Lulu was a little scared as she was facing a sheep's head staring at her strangely. Master Brave, you were crying a while ago. I was worried that something might be wrong, so I came in to check on you. The sheep-headed man spoke in a very respectful tone, and Lin Lulu shook her head. Maybe you're having a nightmare. Go out. The sheep man stood up. He turned back at the door and said something that chilled Lin Lulu's heart. The dreams of Chijiao village are very accurate. Maybe what we see in the dream is actually happening in reality. The door of the room was closed, and Lin Lulu sat on the bed in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 160, Defending Changrong City. Mao Jun landed the helicopter with difficulty on the outskirts of Changrong City. This is an airport located in the suburbs of Changrong City. Occupying this place also means seizing the initiative. If there is no supernatural power assistance, planes from other cities will also land here. Mao Jun, who was approaching the city, had discovered that the overflowing black energy was extremely destructive and the city had become a ruin. After receiving Mao Jun's signal, Luo Jiao brought a group of people over. They wanted to get to Jichuan quickly, but found that the power of the overflowing energy was even more exaggerated than the last time in the hotel. The last time it was like a storm, making it difficult for people to stand firm once they got close. The energy now is like a tornado mixed with iron sand, and if it penetrates deep into the city center, it is likely to become a bloody mess. The bone spurs on Dazhuang's body turned into armor, and he quickly moved towards the center area. He was the only person on the field who could get close to Jichuan. Even if it was difficult, he had to protect his master closely. The others are guarding the outskirts of the city. They want to intercept anyone who can pose a threat to Jichuan. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Fu Qingyu has already informed them that the planes in Shinza City are dyed in a unique black and white color scheme, and their team members will wear masks to provide support. Have all the bases across the country sent in people they can? Is this going to be so exaggerated this time? The yellow-haired man on the plane was speechless. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss over a sleeping zombie? It's said to be nationwide, but there are no bases for superpowers in small cities. Each city has different combat capabilities, and they need to leave people to protect their own cities, so I don't think that many people can come. It is said that this number one has many superpowers and can even release domains. He poses a huge threat to humans. He is quite famous in the superpower base and is considered the most famous zombie in the country. Captain, that's great. Let's give our team the title of First Zombie Killer. Killing him while he's sick is much easier than killing him when he's awake. Hurry up, Lao Zhang. If you're too late, someone else will snatch your chance at fame. I hope it goes so smoothly. In order to carry out this mission safely, Jinxia City has dispatched a combat team that is best at long-range attacks. As long as we determine the position of number one, we can just attack from a long distance. As a middle-class city, Jinxia City has never had a strong presence. But this time they are very close to Changrong City. The leader of Jinxia City hopes to seize this opportunity to increase the presence of his city and let other cities know the strength of Jinxia City. If number one can be resolved quickly, other cities won't have to come, and it will also indirectly improve Jinxia City's favorability in the hearts of other cities. So Jinxia City did not think too much and immediately sent out a long-distance combat team. Look, above Changrong City. Through the plane window, the team members have seen the strange black gas. The area where the energy overflows is exaggerated. Is this really caused by a zombie? The fuselage was already somewhat unstable due to the airflow. Everyone sit tight. I'm about to start landing. The driver has discovered the power of this energy. He is not sure if he can land directly in the city center. Landing on the outskirts of the city would be a better choice. Wait, what is this? As the plane continued to move forward, the pilot felt as if there was a huge bird in the air, suspended upright in the clouds. Is this possible at this altitude? The driver was a little surprised, but he just thought it was a visual illusion caused by the clouds and light. But as he quickly approached, he realized it wasn't a bird. It was a person. The person had black wings and what looked like a tail. What was he doing in the clouds? Xiao Shuai was observing the situation around him in the air early on. This was the first plane to arrive. Anyone who approached this city would die, so he rushed over quickly. The driver just blinked, and the figure in the clouds disappeared. Could it be that he had seen it wrong? The plane descended slowly, but after a strange noise, the fuselage began to shake violently, and they discovered that the left wing of the plane had broken out of thin air. What happened? How could the wing be broken? Didn't you check it before taking off? The plane spun rapidly in the air like an out-of-control gyroscope. Before the Jinxia City team could get out of the plane, they fell to the ground with the fuselage and turned into ashes. With flames everywhere, only the wreckage of the plane remained. Xiao Shuai snorted coldly and returned to the sky, waiting for the next prey. Does this have anything to do with us? Xia Yiqing stared into the distance in a daze. Xiao Shuai's performance made him relax a lot. I didn't expect that the zombie general under the leader has such strength. I have to admit that the other party is as strong as a monster. Xia Yiqing feels that he doesn't have much chance of winning against Xiao Shuai. A golden arrow shot straight towards Xiao Shuai, followed by the second and third, as if not wanting to give Xiao Shui any chance to breathe. Xiao Shui dodged quickly and followed the direction of the arrows. When the plane in Jinxiao City crashed to the ground with a loud noise, Zheng Chun had already discovered Xiao Shui's presence. His perception was very strong, and he had captured the breath of this powerful zombie in the air. He reported the news to the psychic base in a timely manner, and the teams that received the news used their own magical powers to find a way to approach safely. Zheng Chun, who has the ability to fly, can directly attract Xiao Shui's hatred and create opportunities for other teams. This should be the blood demon under number 1. As long as we lead it away, killing number 1 is just a matter of time. Are you a team from other cities coming to attack number 1? Everyone looked at the direction where the sound came from with some vigilance, but Song Si answered first. Yes, the energy is too strong for us to get in. Do you have any good ideas? Okay. Our team has a strong protective ability user. We can go deeper together so we can have someone to look after us. A team of 5 people appeared in everyone's sight. They actually had the ability to be invisible. The leading man smiled, thinking that this large team must be very strong since they had reached here before them. When they entered Shun Mengting's field of vision, they all exploded on the spot after just one encounter. Xiao Xi, why are you so mean? Xia Yiqing seemed to be surprised that Song Tsigong would answer like that. Cui Zishuan, who was standing beside him, imitated Xia Yiqing's tone in a sarcastic tone and said in a rough voice, "But I like it very much." Song Si's face flushed slightly. Isn't this just to save everyone some energy? It would be great if only these idiots were here. Suddenly Song Si's eyes became stern. Be careful. Get out of the way. Upon hearing the order, Cui Zishuan hurriedly led the 2 people around her to evacuate. Song Si quickly jumped away, holding Xiaoxian and Xia Yida. Shun Mengting activated her supernatural power just in time, neutralizing the middle part of the incoming sword energy and protecting the rest of the group. The remaining sword energy on both sides flew to the ground and cut out 2 deep grooves. Xia Yiqing moved quickly towards the direction where the sword energy was coming from. Shin Mengting stayed behind to protect everyone. If it weren't for Song Si's reminder, the sword energy that came flying just now would have cut everyone in half. Jiang Hao in the distance was surprised. That boy's perception is so strong. He was already standing at the maximum distance of his ability to perform the crescent slash, but he was still sensed by him. Looking at Xia Yiqing, who was approaching quickly, Jiang Hao raised a smile. It's a rare opportunity to compete with a strong man. Let me show you how powerful the talented captain of Yilan City is. Chapter 161 Crushing. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and the powerful sword tip continued to expand, flying towards Xia Yiqing. Xia Yiqing moved very quickly, changing directions quickly as if he was carrying a jet. Although Jiang Hao was a little surprised, he continued to swing the crescent slash according to Xia Yiqing's position. The dense sword peaks covered a large space. As all the sword peaks continued to expand, the remaining space made it difficult for people to dodge. Jiang Hao looked at Xia Yiqing confidently, as if he wanted to witness the process of him being turned into minced meat. Although he didn't understand why this group of people wanted to protect number 1, since they were on the opposite side of the issue, don't blame him for being cruel. What surprised Jiang Hao was that Xia Yiqing did not dodge sideways, but jumped into the air in an instant as if he could fly, thus avoiding the flat and dense sword peaks. What kind of superpower is this, flying? Jiang Hao continued to attack Xia Yiqing in the air, but he could already feel the pain all over his body. How could it be? Jiang Hao dodged quickly, but Xia Yiqing's attack seemed to have no trajectory and hit him directly. It was as if a bomb exploded on my body instantly. When Jiang Hao entered Xia Yiqing's attack range, the outcome of the battle was decided. The other members of his team basically don't have to take action on weekdays. Their captain can deal with all the zombies. They just feel lucky to have such a talented captain. But now, without the captain's protection, they will face the first and last defeat in their lives. Wan Qilua clicked her tongue in the dark. The members of the team's reconnaissance department had been reporting to her everything that had happened. She had not moved after discovering Xiaomei and her group, because the members of the reconnaissance department had already discovered that Xiaomei was a zombie. As the first team to arrive, they hid in the dark after discovering Xiaomei and the others. It was very strange that this group of people were associating with zombies. She needed other teams to test these people, and sure enough, these people were as cunning as she was. She watched as an invisible team died here after they showed up. Wan Qilua didn't even know who among the group used supernatural powers to eliminate that team. It was most likely the young man who spoke to him. He was also the first to notice the sword energy flying from afar. That young man should be the strongest person in the team. Wan Qilua was thinking about whether to continue the action. If it was just to get rid of a sleeping zombie, It would be an easy task to complete. But facing a group of human rebels whose strength is unknown, is it necessary for me to take the risk? Just when Wan Shiloa was about to give the order to retreat, the battlefield seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Several mecha Gundams, carrying several people, flew over from a distance. Be careful, the enemy has aerial combat capabilities. The aircraft wreckage on the ground must be their work. I get it. If we take action, there's no way we'll be able to defeat anyone, right, Xiao Xiao? Su Xiao nodded with a red face. This was a kind of affirmation from Xiaoyin to herself. But what was going on with those people on the ground? It seemed that a fierce battle was going on under their feet. Are they the rebels? Lu Mingxian adjusted his high-tech goggles to focus on the people on the ground. That's Shin Mengting, Jinglian City's former top fighter. It said she's joined number 1. After hearing Lu Mingxuan's reminder, Su Zhao's face became cold. Since he was number 1's subordinate, he would show no mercy. None. Song Si's pupils dilated. The people near Shin Mengting disappeared in an instant. To be exact, only their body remains were left. It was as if someone had pressed the delete key on a very regular area. The wound on the stump was very regular, and blood was slowly spreading on the ground. Luo Jiao, who was on the edge, took his brother away the moment he sensed danger. Captain Wu, Sun Tao, Yunxi, Cui Zixuan couldn't believe her eyes. Her former teammate died in an instant, and Sun Tao, who followed her all day, disappeared. Big tears flowed down Cui Zixuan's cheeks. While she was stunned, Song Si put Xiao Xian in Cui Zixuan's arms, quickly pushed her and Xia Yito away, and jumped quickly himself, but he was still a step too slow, and Song Si lost his right foot. Well, Song Si fell to the ground in pain. Go, he shouted. Before he could take out the card, his body disappeared, leaving only his head with its mouth open. Cui Zixuan no longer hesitated and pulled Xiao Xian and Xia Yita to move quickly. She didn't understand what was happening. Why did everyone seem to be cut quickly by an invisible sharp blade, and the cut body parts disappeared out of thin air? Brother Song Si. Xiao Xian started crying. Cui Zixuan didn't dare to stop and continued to use her supernatural powers. She didn't even understand the enemy's attack methods. Little words. Xia Yiqing, who had just dealt with Jiang Hao's team, turned around and saw Song Si, who had died tragically. For a moment, he felt extremely dizzy and could not believe what he saw. He looked around vigilantly. It should be those people in the sky who launched the attack on them. Xia Yiqing flew away on the wind like a madman. Although his wind-based ability allowed him to fly, it was difficult to control the direction while flying with the wind, which would expose a big flaw. So most of the time, he only relied on his wind-based abilities to dodge unexpectedly and would not easily stay in the air and put himself in danger. But at the moment, Xia Yiqing only wanted revenge. He had to get close to those people as quickly as possible and put them within his attack range. He wanted to avenge Xiao Si. Go to hell. Yuyin noticed this handsome man with an angry face. What a pity. Yuyin sighed in her heart that such a handsome guy was on the wrong side. Xia Yiqing's eyes lost their luster. His expression became dull, and he fell straight down from the air. I didn't expect the leader's decision was correct. I was wondering why we had to mobilize all of us to kill a zombie, but I didn't expect there would be such a group of people who didn't know how to live or die. Just as Yu Yin's tone became relaxed, Lu Mingxian was swept up by a steel whip in fear and fell straight down. Yu Yin's face was filled with horror. When had this woman finally landed right under their feet? She could even hook them midair with a single leap. No, there's a strong man under their feet. Was he the one who threw this woman up here? She quickly launched an instant death spell on the woman, but it had no effect. However, it worked on the strong man, and Mao Jun fell down. It seemed that her ability had not failed. Xiaomei, who hooked Lu Mingxian, had a vicious look on her face. As she exerted force with her hands, Lu Mingxian was cut in half in just a moment. The Gundam kept shrinking in the air until it became an ordinary figurine. Xiaoyin, be careful. Su Xiao had the opportunity to attack Xiaomei, but he chose to protect Yuyin first. She quickly leaped towards Yuyin and held her in her arms, then landed lightly. Her physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. With the use of her supernatural powers, she had become the strongest person in Shannon City. Su Xiao fell to the ground and stared at Xiaomei, who was flying towards him from a distance, and used his mind to activate the Wu. Xiaomei seemed to have sensed something and dodged sideways, but she was still a step too slow, and half of her body disappeared. However, Xiaomei did not stop attacking. In a flash, he was in front of Su Xiao, and the steel whip flew towards him, but it disappeared before it touched Su Xiao. What disappeared next was the remaining half of Xiaomei's body. What is that? Is it a zombie? Su Xiao frowned. This was the first time she had seen a zombie that looked so much like a human and had such powerful abilities. Xiaoyin, are you okay? No, nothing. Yuyin walked down from Su Xiao's arms a little uncomfortably. If Su Xiao was a man, her performance just now would be enough to make her fall in love with him. Unfortunately, she was not. A figure appeared on the battlefield that should have been cleared. Su Xiao frowned and looked at the target, but did not detect any aura on him. When the figure got closer, Su Xiao realized that it was not a living person, but a puppet whose eyes were made of buttons. Chapter 162 Xiaolan and Xiaojin's Happy Game. What's this? Yuyin looked at the strange puppet without hesitation and directly activated the instant death ability, but the puppet did not respond at all. Su Xiao frowned and activated the nothing skill directly, making the annoying things disappear. But at the moment of activation, the puppet moved so quickly that even Su Xiao couldn't catch the trajectory of its movement. Why is it so fast? My powers are depleted. Su Xiao always thought that the supernatural power activated by his mind would definitely hit the target, and he would be able to hurt the opponent even if the opponent dodged quickly. However, this strange puppet suddenly burst out with an astonishing speed. The wind and sand were blowing everywhere, making it difficult for Su Xiao and Yuyin to open their eyes. They found that the ground under their feet had turned into soft quicksand, and their legs kept sinking, making it difficult to even move. Yuyin began to panic. If the target could ignore her instant death ability, she would be just an ordinary person and would be useless. The puppet's arm turned into a sharp knife with barbs, and it quickly stabbed Yuyin, who was closer. Xiaoyin. Su Xiao didn't hesitate to grab Yuyin and protect her behind him. Then he rushed forward. The metal arm pierced Su Xiao's lower abdomen, but Su Xiao found the right moment to grab its arm and launched a Wu attack on the puppet. It quickly cut off its arm and jumped away, cotton wool showing through its shoulder, but its expression showed no pain. The wind and sand continued to grow stronger, and a huge meteorite appeared in the sky. Su Xiao forced himself to stay conscious and use his special powers on the meteorite in the sky, and the meteorite disappeared before falling. Just as the puppet was gathering its dark power and preparing to shoot at the two, a man with bandages around his eyes appeared out of nowhere. Puppets are forbidden. As the man finished speaking, the doll dissipated into the air like fine smoke. The sandstorm subsided, and the ground returned to normal. Blood seeped from the corner of Su Xiao's mouth as he looked at the person before him with gratitude. A black and white plane quickly landed in the sky. No one expected that there would be a team from another city that dared to approach Changrong City directly like this, but there seemed to be no target on the battlefield that could pose a threat. Xiaolan, Xiaolan, is this the base of number 1? Xiaojin, this is it. Xiaolan, Xiaolan, will the Lord God of Faith be here? Little Jean, I didn't feel anything. Let's have fun. A pair of young twins jumped into Oligair gracefully. Pei Wendong hurriedly reported the situation to Su Shun. He did not expect that someone would invade the stronghold at this time. In just a moment, the two young men disappeared and no one knew where they went. Just as Su Shun was about to inform everyone about the situation, a young man with his head tilted appeared in front of him. Strange. Everyone in this city has your energy. You are controlling them. Su Shun was about to rush out of the room, but he felt cold all over. His pupils contracted and his legs were wrapped in ice. Hey, why don't you talk to Xiaolan? But you can't talk to Xiaolan for too long, otherwise Xiaojin will surpass Xiaolan. Under Su Shun's horrified gaze, the young man kicked lightly, and his frozen body became like fragile fragments, with fine cracks appearing and gradually began to break and collapse. I can't let Xiaojin surpass me. The boy walked out of the room with brisk steps. Chen Yuru looked at the stranger in front of her with horror. She had been looking for Tang Yu in the base all day, but she didn't find any clues and no one had seen Tang Yu. A strange young man met her in the corridor. Although he was smiling, his smile made Chen Yuru feel cold. Hey, Annie seems very anxious. But I am anxious too. Xiaolan has already started to take action. As an older brother, I can't be outdone by my younger brother. What are you doing? Don't come over here. I haven't found my daughter yet. Well, don't worry, Andy. As long as your daughter is still here, I will send her to see you. Oh. Fire started on Chen Yuru's body, and in just a moment, Chen Yuru turned into a pile of charcoal. Song Huai was very nervous when he heard the screams. The stronghold was invaded. He forced himself to calm down. He wanted to find Zhou Mi right away. As long as he found Zhou Mi and hid in the space together, there would still be hope. Run to Zhou Mi while the boy entered other rooms. The other party seemed very leisurely and walked very slowly after Chen Yuru died. The door of the room was on fire, making a crackling sound of burning wood. The young man kicked it lightly, and the charred door shattered on the ground. Right now, Song Huai rushed out and ran quickly towards the room at the end of the corridor. But at the entrance of the emergency passage, he met another young man who was walking out of the stairwell and looking at him with a smile on his face. "Hey, little brother is the most powerful person here. I wonder what tricks he has." There was excitement in the boy's eyes, as if he was waiting for the other party's game invitation. Song Hwai only felt a biting chill. It was too late. The only option was to flee into the space. But what about the other people in the base? If Zhomi died, everything would be over. No. He must save Zhomi. He is the god of space, the strongest in the stronghold. If he can't do it, who else can he count on? The god of space only has one storage space. Then what kind of god is he? An inspiration came into Song Hwai's mind, and he suddenly saw various places of the stronghold in his mind. The stronghold was now littered with the bodies of members. Song Hwai suppressed his pain and saw Zhomi and then curled up under the bed. He felt the connection between himself and the members in the space. It seemed that he could transfer them into his own space right then and there, but the boy did not give him the chance. Since little brother won't make a move, then Xiao Lan will make a move first. Goodbye, little brother. Song Hwai felt his body shattering, but it didn't hurt that much because of the rapid freezing. He stared at the boy's back in despair. Don't. But his world gradually darkened, and he could no longer see the goddess Xiaoyida and his Chuan Chuan. The energy between the two people in this room is also very special. Let Xiaolan meet you. Zhomi almost swallowed a handful of melatonin, but he couldn't fall asleep due to the high mental tension, and Anon was shivering beside him. Bastard, why haven't you fallen asleep yet? Zhomi kept taking deep breaths under the bed, but the more he worried, the more he couldn't fall asleep. The screams of the stronghold members in the corridor continued to ring out, and even the footsteps were very clear. I'm coming in. The boy's tone was light and cheerful, as if he was just playing hide-and-seek with his friends. Zhomi had begun to despair. Although he felt a little sleepy, the enemy was only a foot away from him and his daughter. It was impossible for him to sleep in such a situation. Let me guess where you're hiding. Actually, there's no need to guess. I found you right from the start. I found you. Zhomi under the bed was faced with the innocent face of a young boy, but his smile hid an undisguised malice. Chapter 163 Picking Up Heads. The support team from New Jersey City had just gotten off the plane, and they felt the chaos. Originally, they came here with the determination to save Ji Chuan at all costs, but now they were looking around in confusion. These masked people warily, as if trying to determine their intentions. Liang Kuei felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground. Why would he risk his life for a zombie? What was he thinking? But the leader did say that Ji Chuan is also the key to saving mankind. It seems that the monsters coming out of the anomaly gate can only be dealt with by him, so they should not help humans attack Ji Chuan. Who cares who it belongs to? What matters is saving your life. Sisters, retreat. The leader of the masked team was obviously a man with a burly build, but the voice he made was particularly enchanting. Su Xiao looked at them with some disgust. Under the gaze of several people, the black and white plane took off again. What the hell? Which city is this? What faction? What are you doing here? Yuan was a little confused. Just when they thought they could finally launch an attack on number one in the city, a foul odor came from the air. What smells so bad? The blindfolded man frowned and felt it. That is. Yuan opened her eyes wide in horror. A sticky monster was moving towards her like a hill. Its upper body was covered with densely packed eyes, which made her scalp tingle. The appearance of this monster is very similar to the description of the monster in Jinglian City, but Yuan did not see the monster's true form last time. It was said that it had been driven away by the god of faith. Yuan quickly activated the instant death skill, but the monster did not react at all. What's going on? Why is my ability ineffective against so many targets today? None. Su Xiao didn't dare to delay and immediately used his supernatural power on the monster. The monster's body seemed to flash for a moment, and its body was still intact. Su Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Why was this happening? What was that flash? Could it evade his ability? For the first time, my ability is ineffective against the target. Su Xiao continued to try, but the monster seemed to still dodge all his attacks by flashing its moves. Luo Jiao did not dodge. Every attack from Su Xiao and Yuan was effective, but he had absorbed the lives of many people. Luo Jiao intended to exchange his life for theirs, and they had already been hit. The slimy tentacles quickly attacked them. Su Xiao and the others found that their consciousness was gradually becoming confused. Their body temperature was soaring, huge abscesses had grown on their bodies, and they felt severe pain all over their bodies. Disease has no effect. As the blindfolded man finished speaking, Su Xiao and Yuan suddenly felt refreshed all over, as if they had regained their health in an instant. The monster's eyes looked surprised. Luo Jiao didn't understand what was happening. How did this blindfolded man get rid of his own plague? Su Xiao kept using his supernatural powers against the flying tentacles, but the tentacles had no chance to touch them. Su Xiao still tried to use his supernatural powers on the monster, but it seemed to have no effect. Luo Jiao was horrified to find that the other party seemed unable to be poisoned, and his plague had failed. Under Su Xiao's attack, the tentacles were unable to touch the people and absorb them, and he lost all means of attack. Moreover, Su Xiao was continuously consuming his stored life force. If he continued like this, he would surely die. Were all these abnormalities caused by the blindfolded man? Just by speaking? His brother is still protecting his body. He cannot die here. There must be other ways. He should move away first and come back after thinking of a solution. Otherwise, he would just be wasting his life in vain. In order not to cause trouble to Ji Chuan, he never absorbed humans on a large scale like Jinglian City did, so he did not have the opportunity to waste too much of his life reserves. The monster's body is gradually becoming transparent. Displacement prohibited. When the blindfolded man said this, Luo Jiao felt despair. As he said, he found that he could not move. The monster's body swelled up in an instant, wrapping the three people like a net. Sister Zixuan, please take my brother away. As Luo Jiao screamed heartbreakingly, Cui Zixuan appeared in front of him. Luo Jia grabbed his brother, but was pushed away by Luo Jiao. With red eyes, Cui Zixuan activated her supernatural power and left. Oh, looks like the chance to pick up the head is left to us. Wan Shilua was a little surprised. He didn't expect the situation on the battlefield to change like this. Now all the strong men were tied up, and this was their chance to act. Set off. Following Wan Shilua's order, their team hid underground and moved towards the center of the city. They also relied on the members' earth escape skills to approach Changrong City, which was safer. Wan Shilua has always been cautious, and facts have proved that her caution was right. Facing a sleeping zombie, taking his head is easy, so the honor of eliminating number one falls on her. Another advantage of using underground escape is that you don't have to face the black energy overflowing from the ground. You just need to go out and take precautions to end the battle quickly. Captain, this should be the center of energy. Number one should be right above us. Okay, prepare to ascend. Xiaojun, activate the protective shield. Everyone appeared on the ground. The black energy made visibility very low. If there were no protective shield to block it, the flesh and blood in their bodies would probably be annihilated in it. Captain here. Not far away, they could already see a figure floating in the air, his pale skin standing out against the black energy. After getting closer, Wan Shilua aimed at Ji Chuan's head, ready to use the flying fan to end this zombie's sinful life. But before she made her move, she felt a sense of danger. This was the intuition of a seasoned warrior. Before she could issue any orders, her body had already started to move. Wan Shilua's body was on fire as she jumped lightly backwards. But just as she jumped away, a huge palm and an arm as big as a tree trunk slapped down hard. Her teammates were instantly beaten into a pulp by this attack. Don't disturb the master's rest. Wan Shilua discovered that there was a giant hidden in the black energy, but he was covered with black armor, and the overflowing energy became his best protective color. The huge fire fan kept fanning fireballs towards Dazhuang. Dazhuang didn't even try to dodge and rushed straight towards Wan Shilua. His speed surprised Wan Shilua. The opponent seemed to be unaffected by such a strong energy impact. Seeing that the flames did not cause any damage to his body, Wan Shilua was sure that he could not engage in close combat with him. Run! This was her only choice. The fire fan became her accelerator. Ignoring the scratches on her skin caused by the energy, Wan Shilua leaped quickly towards the edge of the city. But she was burning with fire, like a firefly in the dark night, and Dazhuang could lock onto her target very clearly. Although there were no buildings for him to jump and grab, the prey in this open field also had no means of hiding. At the moment, it was just a contest of speed, and Wan Shilua, who was constantly attacked by black energy, was clearly at a disadvantage. Amid her screams of fear and unwillingness, Dazhuang crushed her body. He walked back to Ji Chuan with a lingering feeling, looking forward to the appearance of new prey. Chapter 164 Pink Butterfly. When Xiao Shui dealt with the planes that arrived from other cities and returned to the battlefield, he found that everyone was dead, with corpses and body parts all over the ground. Black veins bulged on Xiao Shui's forehead. Luo Jiao, whose life was exhausted, lay on the ground motionless. 3 people stood on the battlefield. They still exuded plenty of energy after several battles. Without any hesitation, the blood surrounding Xiao Shui flew towards them quickly. But with Su Zhao's special ability, all the blood disappeared. No flight allowed. Xiao Shui found himself falling straight to the ground, splashing dust all over the floor. Not understanding what the other party had done to him, he quickly swung his claws and rushed towards the three people. Yuen still found that her special abilities were ineffective against the devil-like person in front of her. Without the blessing of flying ability, Xiao Shuai's speed was greatly reduced, and Su Xiao raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. None. Xiao Shuai's body disappeared, leaving only a pair of wings falling to the ground. Cui Zixuan, who witnessed everything from a distance, burst into tears. Although she had broken free from the control of loyalty, those who died one by one were all her most familiar companions in the past. They are very good to me. There are no endless tasks and no intrigues in this stronghold. They are precious friends in the end times, allowing me, who have no family, to feel the warmth of home. Tears kept falling, but Cui Zixuan didn't dare to cry out loud. Her energy was exhausted. If they were discovered, the only 4 people left would also die. She covered Xiaoxian's mouth with one hand and held Luo Jiai's body with the other hand. Seeing his brother die, Luo Jiai wanted to rush over to avenge his brother. But Cui Zixuan knew that they were all too weak. Compared with those strong ones, their lives were like ants. Xiaoyita felt like a joke. She told everyone that she was a holder of a single-color crystal core, but she was of no help at all. Her eyes were empty. Since she was a child, she felt that she could do anything and there was no goal that she could not achieve. But now she found that she was a complete waste. No, if no one can stop them, Achuan will die. She will not allow this to happen. The 3 people are already moving towards the city. Under Cui Zixuan's horrified gaze, Xiaoyita rushed out without hesitation. She had no hands to stop Zaida, and she was no longer able to help. Excessive use of her supernatural powers made it difficult for her to run. She could only watch in despair as this beautiful female star rushed towards her destined death, and Cui Zixuan's tears burst out again. She wanted to scream. Why was she so weak? Why was she just a coward, doing things to survive just to get by? The Zaida in front of her did something she would never dare to do. She calmly ran towards death, like a beautiful butterfly, rushing into the sea of fire. Achuan, if you could survive, I might not be by your side. All the efforts I made were so that you could see me. You have always been the light in my life. I have wished countless times to meet you again, the one who illuminated my entire youth. Even if I could illuminate you just once. There was no fear on Xiaoyita's face. Under the puzzled gaze of Su Xiao and others, Xiaoyita chased after them and stood in front of them. Yuen did not hesitate. The failure of her supernatural powers today made her feel irritable. She had an indescribable disgust towards the female star who stopped them. When the instant death skill was activated, Xiaoyita's frail body fell down. She had a faint smile on her face, and she did not show the fear that others showed before death. A huge amount of energy overflowed from Zaida's body, like the wind in a sea of flowers in summer, gushing out with warmth and fragrance. They seemed to see a faint pink color, and this pink energy was quickly enveloping the city. It gently soothes the city, and the black energy seems to become moderate. It is driven towards the center of the city by the pink energy and no longer spreads everywhere. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the black energy began to enter Jichuan's body. The city no longer blew out winds carrying sand and stones, and the deserted city returned to peace again. The 3 of them looked at each other. This phenomenon was a bit strange, but at the moment, the most important thing was to deal with number 1, so they continued to walk towards the city center. A dark shadow came quickly behind them, and they couldn't even tell what it was. Jichuan gently picked up Xiaoyita's body. I'm sorry, Ida, I lied to you. He looked around the battlefield, feeling the loss of his comrades' lives, tears of blood dripping from Jichuan's eyes, and he suddenly realized that he could still cry. His lips trembled slightly, and a huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. A black beam of light enveloped Jichuan's body and reached the sky. The sky instantly became as dark as night. Su Xiao stared at the legendary number 1 in horror. The terrifying pressure emanating from this monster almost made her kneel down. She made a triangle with her hands and attacked Jichuan with her greatest energy. But Jichuan did not react at all. He picked up Xiaoyita's body and flew to a clean lawn in the distance. Xiaoyita fell asleep as usual and seemed to be having a beautiful dream. Jichuan gently wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of Xiaoyita's eyes. Then almost instantly, Jichuan appeared in front of Su Xiao and others. The blindfolded man took off the bandage on his eyes, revealing a pair of dazzling blue eyes, and the surrounding environment turned into an endless gray. The invincible field unfolds. Everyone in the area seemed to have pressed the pause button. After discovering that his special ability was ineffective against Jichuan, Su Xiao's expression became extremely terrified, and Yuen was already sitting on the ground. The blue-eyed man's expression remained calm. He walked towards the motionless Ji Chuan, ready to gently tap Ji Chuan's forehead, killing the enemy on contact in his invincible realm. But when he got closer, he saw a smile on Ji Chuan's face, and he grabbed his neck. The man's eyes were full of disbelief, as if he didn't understand what was happening. The gray area gradually faded away, and what appeared before my eyes was an endless dark red sky, magma, and rough rocks, like hell. The man who was strangling himself was like the Lord of Hell. He stood in front of a throne made of skulls of unknown creatures, looking at himself with interest. You can still release your domain in my forbidden area. You are worthy of being the holder of a unique crystal core. Under his horrified gaze, Ji Chuan lifted his head and put it into his mouth, chewing it vigorously. Delicious. Only half of the man's head was left, and Ji Chuan threw it on the ground like a piece of rag. It's your turn. Su Xiao and Yu Yin screamed loudly. They watched helplessly as the strong man who had just fought side by side with them gradually turned into a corpse. The monster in front of them had dark red eyes and was looking at the two of them with greedy eyes. His strong arms stretched out, and Su Xiao and Yu Yin waited for the end of their lives in despair. Perhaps they shouldn't have taken on this task. Chapter 165, Otherworldly Descendants. After dealing with the three people, Ji Chuan did not care about the living Cui Zixuan, Luo Jiai, and Xiaoxian. He vented his anger and wanted to find Zhou Mi to rewrite history. When he returned to the base, he was left with only deeper despair. Why is this happening? Ji Chuan's eyes were trembling. He felt that all the familiar life forms in the stronghold had disappeared, and a pair of twins were walking out of the hotel. Xiaolon, I didn't expect that I would lose to you. Xiao Jin, the game isn't over yet. A new target has appeared before us. If you kill him, we'll be tied. The twin boys looked at the zombie floating in the air with excitement. But before they could continue the game, the boy named Xiaolan fell to the ground in an extremely twisted posture. He was constantly squeezed, starting from his limbs and gradually extending to his body, like a toothpaste tube that had been squeezed out. He spat out a pool of blood. He died completely. This is your reward for winning the game. Ji Chuan's face was dark, and his anger did not dissipate because of the death of one of the teenagers. Xiao Jin's eyes widened as he launched flames at Ji Chuan like a madman. If you kill my brother, I'll make you pay with your life. Ji Chuan, who was burned, was not hurt at all. He lifted the boy's collar with one hand. Four metal fragments appeared around the boy, and one of them had begun to cut his left leg, but the fragment was not sharp and was doing so with great force. Who sent you? The boy was screaming in pain, and the place where he was cut was already bloody. The second fragment began to cut the boy's right leg. Shannon City Psychic Base. We've been ordered to come to Lair Number 1 to search for the God of Faith. Shannon City. A shadow covered Ji Chuan's eyes. The boy was thrown to the ground, and blood continued to seep out from the wound on his broken leg. But the metal fragments did not let the boy go. They continued to cut his limbs until he became an immobile human pig and eventually died from blood loss. Before he had time to feel the changes in himself, Ji Chuan had been suffering from a strong mental shock since the moment he woke up. A teleportation array lit up under Ji Chuan's feet. He was going to massacre Shannon City with blood and let them experience the despair that the members of the stronghold felt in their lifetime. Ji Chuan was above Shannon City, coldly gazing at the people below him. Without the threat of zombies, they moved freely in the streets, and one could even occasionally hear long-lost laughter. Memories kept hitting Ji Chuan's mind like fragments. His emotions were fluctuating violently, and even his supernatural talents could not suppress this sadness and anger. I thought of Song Huai, who grew up with me and always tried to cheer me up when I was sad. I thought of Gu Yunxi, the silly but kind and gentle one. I thought of Xia Yida, who sacrificed herself just to wake him up. I thought of Song Xiai, who used his body to block the fatal injury for Lin Lulu. Zhou Mi, who overdrew his life. Su Shun, who was patient and meticulous. Ji Chuan's eyeballs turned completely black, and the voice before he fainted appeared in his mind again. Kill them. They don't deserve your mercy. Destroy this city. Kill them. Destroy the city. Kill them. Destroy the city. The sky and the earth changed color, and darkness descended. People looked up at the sky, still unaware of the impending danger. The darkness transformed into a sharp blade that mercilessly cut through all living people. The city was filled with blood and corpses. Before Chu Tianhua had time to make any decision, he died along with everyone else in the base. The originally circular door in the sky was expanding rapidly and soon became a complete door. There was no crashing sound from inside, but the door slowly opened. The door, like the surface of water, continued to ripple and then shook violently, as if some huge horror had come into this world. Jichuan didn't notice all this. He was still venting his anger and controlling the power of darkness to chase the remaining survivor. What a beautiful piece of work. A strange voice sounded behind Jichuan. Before he could turn around to check, a claw that did not look like a human had pierced Jichuan's chest from behind. He found that the energy in his body was being continuously absorbed by the other party. His eyes gradually turned dark red. When he regained his senses, Jichuan found that the current result was the same as he expected. The horror behind the door is not something I can overcome. Despite so many attempts and efforts, there is still a huge gap between me and the other party. Jichuan raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. The deceased members of the stronghold were waiting for him. Unexpectedly, he faced death for the second time. Jichuan, Jichuan. Jichuan, wake up. A familiar voice gently woke Jichuan up. The surroundings were covered with white, which made it difficult for Jichuan to open his eyes. Jichuan, you're awake. Jichuan's consciousness gradually became clear, and a goddess with a solemn expression was standing in front of him. Who are you and where am I? I am the god of faith. This is your remaining consciousness. I can help you teleport to a safe place. Jichuan's smile was unpleasant. Was this the power of the god of faith? No wonder he felt nothing after completing the progress. If everyone important is dead, what good is my safety? The power of faith you have gathered is too weak. If you awaken me completely, I will grant you the power to change the outcome. Can you turn back time? I will send you to another world. You still have a chance to change your fate. Gather the power of true faith and awaken me. The Overlord God can only choose one. Otherwise, he will be devoured by the powerful Godhead. There is no time. How do we gather the power of true faith? What about the sovereign God or other godheads? Hearing that there was a turning point, Jichuan rekindled his hope, but he was not sure what the god of faith meant and where the other world would be. But no one answered Jichuan's question. The god of faith emitted a dazzling light from her body, which slowly dissipated. The strong light made Jichuan close his eyes. When Jichuan opened his eyes again, the light around him became a little dim. Was he in a cave? Wow. Chief, we really have invited the gods. Jichuan listened to the source of the sound and looked down, only to find that he was sitting on a round platform, and below the platform was a group of werewolves. Jichuan narrowed his eyes. Although they were all werewolves, they looked quite different. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Is this really a god? It smells human and also undead. Is this a god? The leading werewolf stepped forward, and he had an illusion that the summoned god in front of him was looking at him with contempt. As the leader of the werewolf tribe, he was somewhat unhappy. Even the gods served their race, and he was the one with the highest status in his race. Hey, are you really a god? What's that look in your eyes? Without saying a word, Jichuan swung a big slap at the werewolf leader, sending him flying to the ground. After making the move, Jichuan was surprised to find that his hands seemed to have become much smaller. Was this a child's hand? And the strength was not as great as before. He looked at the werewolf who fell flat on his face and said coldly, "Little Gray, now you are brave enough. Master, you don't have to bark anymore." Chapter 166, The Mistaken Mountain God. The Wolf King was blown to the ground with a look of shock. He didn't expect that this kid had such great strength and made him embarrassed in front of his tribe. Did he just say Little Gray? What kind of dog name is that? The Wolf King stood up angrily, his sharp fangs bared, and his whole body exuded oppression. How dare you disrespect me? I am the great Wolf King Fenris Vladimir. Jichuan was a little puzzled. Although the werewolf's voice and appearance were very similar to Xiao Hui's, would Xiao Hui dare to speak to him so arrogantly? He couldn't remember what that strange name was. Jichuan wanted to try to take Xiao Hui back to teach him a lesson, but he found that the heroic spirit summoned in his body was gone, and the slime was gone too. What was going on? Little Lockie, where is this place? The angry Wolf King rushed forward. This child did not even apologize to him, and changed his name without his permission. A moment later, the Wolf King was beaten into a dog, and the werewolves all knelt on the ground. The power of this god was too strong, and he could crush the strongest Wolf King in their tribe. When Jichuan discovered that the werewolf in front of him was not a summoned spirit, he finally confirmed that he had come to another world. Normally, since Xiao Hui would not die, he was a little cruel. At this time, the Wolf King was trembling on the ground and looking at Jichuan with grievance. Jichuan raised his hand and released the holy healing spiritual light, and the Wolf King immediately felt refreshed. Oh wow, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. The werewolves were surprised to find that the gods they summoned not only had extraordinary martial arts capabilities, but could even heal injuries. The werewolves don't know magic, and serious injuries are basically equivalent to death. This god will become the hope of their people, and his current performance is stronger than the gods of other races. The Wolf King's face was full of respect. I don't know how to address the god. Call me the god of faith. You can just call me master to get used to it. This is definitely not Xiao Hui. Where did Xiao Hui and Xiao Tuan go? Ji Chuan felt a little lost. What did the words that the god of faith said mean in the confusion? Could he really change the past? How can I gather the power of true faith? Yes, master. The werewolf tribe will serve you well. Ignoring the werewolves kneeling, Ji Chuan decided to go out and see the world. He flew up and flew out of the cave in the werewolf's surprised eyes. Ji Chuan had a feeling that as he used his supernatural powers, he could actually feel his energy being consumed. Normally, he had never had this experience before. Is it related to my transformation into a child? How should I recover my physical condition? In order to save energy, Ji Chuan pointed at the Wolf King and said, Little Lockie, I'll call you Little Law from now on. Come here. Yes, master. What are your instructions? Get down. Although the Wolf King was confused, the god had a bad temper, so he had no choice but to do as he was told. Ji Chuan rode on Xiao La's back. It felt pretty good. No wonder Xiao Xian and Nen liked riding Xiao Hui so much. Ji Chuan actually found it quite interesting at this time. Take me around and inspect your territory. As you command, master. Ji Chuan was riding on Xiao La's back and looking at the surrounding scenery in a daze. He had to say that the other world was so beautiful, comparable to the carefully designed maps in the game. Had he become the god of the werewolf tribe? Ji Chuan remembered that Xiao Hui had once told him that the gods of his world had disappeared long ago. Was this a parallel world? Just as Ji Chuan was about to go back and have a good chat with Xiao La about this world, he saw an army of tiger people in the distance. Xiao La bared his fangs and looked in that direction warily. Master, it seems the tiger people are here with ill intentions. I will call the tribesmen here right away. Ouch! Following Xiao La's wolf howl, the werewolf warriors moved quickly towards here. They had already seen the tiger army. Then the werewolves. The tiger people have an advantage in strength, but the werewolves are more numerous and are better at team combat. The leading tiger man was very arrogant. Vladimir, I didn't expect the werewolves to have fallen to the point of becoming human mounts. This is the god of our werewolf tribe. Don't be disrespectful to the god of our faith. Ha ha ha. The tiger people burst into laughter as if they had heard some funny joke. God, did you see other races summon gods, so you just found a random child to fill the gap? Even if he is a god, he won't be as powerful as our mountain god. Only then did Ji Chuan notice that there seemed to be a man with a unique temperament standing in the center of the tiger tribe. He had a solemn expression, a strong body, and looked very powerful. But Ji Chuan always felt that this mountain god looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. So much nonsense. Are you here to invade? Ji Chuan asked coldly, feeling a little uncomfortable without his deep voice. Ha ha ha, little kid, it's better to give this werewolf territory to me. If a fight really breaks out soon, don't be so scared that you pee your pants. The tiger people began to laugh in agreement again. They were stronger than the werewolves, and now a powerful god was born. The tiger people would rule this area and usher in the prosperity of the race. Ji Chuan felt a little annoyed by the rumbling laughter of these big cats. Then do it. I don't have time to listen to your barking. Ji Chuan's words made the tigers look fierce, and just as they were about to pounce, they discovered that countless huge meteorites appeared above their heads and were falling rapidly. Xiao La and the tribesmen behind him were also stunned. What is this? The tiger people fled in all directions, and if they couldn't dodge in time, they would be smashed into meat patties. The mountain god shouted angrily, the mountain god's domain. The plain beneath their feet immediately turned into a dense forest, and Ji Chuan and Xiao La were dragged into the area together. Master, be careful. The opponent's god didn't expect to use a move like the divine realm. Divine domain? It was just a domain, right? Ji Chuan didn't take it seriously. The figure of the mountain god disappeared in the divine realm, but Ji Chuan could directly sense his location. Just when he was about to kill the mountain god with one move, Ji Chuan heard that gentle voice, don't. Ji Chuan decided to change his strategy. Just as the mountain god was about to launch a killing move, he found that there were thick rock walls on all sides around him, and the rock walls were constantly squeezing inward. He wanted to rush out of the encirclement of the rock walls quickly, but found that the rock walls were constantly rising as he jumped. Soon he was wrapped up and unable to move. The rock walls kept merging with each other, burying the body of the mountain god, leaving only his head exposed. He raised his head and found Ji Chuan riding Xiao La and looking at him. Ji Chuan was slapping himself non-stop. I remember why you look so familiar. You are Su Huaiji, and you have Su Wanwan by your side as your assistant. Stop. Stop. Who is Su Huaiji? Who is Su Wanwan? You've got the wrong person. The mountain god's domain dissipated, and the tiger people were horrified to find that their god was subdued on the ground, and the child was constantly slapping the mountain god's mouth. Ji Chuan frowned as he looked at the Swiss roll on the ground. Did he recognize the wrong person? Why did they look so similar? This is indeed another world, and Su Huaiji was indeed killed by Xin Mingting, his supernatural mountain god. Could it be that the crystal core is really the soul of a god from another world? Chapter 167: The Goddess on the Execution Platform. The werewolves looked at Ji Chuan with reverence, as if they had never expected that their god could crush the mountain god of the tiger men. Races that possess gods will not easily engage in war. Due to the power of the gods, in addition to causing a large number of sacrifices, the fall of gods will also cause terrible divine punishment. The werewolf tribe, which had been waiting for the birth of a god for a long time, finally built an altar urgently, and the whole tribe prayed sincerely. Unexpectedly, they succeeded. And when the tiger people came to attack, he successfully demonstrated the power of the gods. I believe that the other party will never dare to attack again. Ji Chuan was surprised to find that the god of faith had made new progress and was growing rapidly. Was it because he had saved the werewolf tribe? Was this the power of true faith? Ji Chuan suddenly remembered the process of collecting the power of faith in Shannon City. He originally thought that he would need to go to 2 more cities to collect it all. I didn't expect that Shannon City, which had no threat of force or forced loyalty, would provide the greatest amount of faith power. Only by letting the other party truly believe in themselves can they gather the power of true faith. My Lord God, I was blind and my words offended you. I am willing to die as an apology. Please release the Tiger Mountain God. The leader of the tiger people just now knelt in front of Ji Chuan and kowtowed one after another. If the mountain god died, the tiger people would face terrible divine punishment, which the tribe members could not bear. I cannot kill him, but I have one condition. Whatever the conditions, the tiger people will do their best to meet them. Form an alliance with the werewolves and believe in me together. I will also protect the tiger people. The Tiger King seemed to have not expected the conditions to be so simple and quickly agreed. Thank you, sir, for protecting the tiger people. The tiger people will definitely live in harmony with the werewolves. The tiger people will believe in you, sir. The rock wall that bound the mountain god disappeared. He knelt on one knee, and a shining white oozed out from his forehead and flew into Ji Chuan's body like a firefly. Thank you for forgiving my rudeness, sir. The mountain god is willing to become a subordinate god of the god of faith and protect the tiger people together with you. Ji Chuan tried to set the telepathic targets as Xiao La, Tiger King, and Mountain God, but unexpectedly succeeded. You can contact me this way if you need anything in the future. Yes, sir. Fine beads of cold sweat oozed from the mountain god's forehead. He never expected that the werewolf tribe could summon such a god, who was not on the same level as himself. It is a great honor for me to be his subordinate god. He may be a main god, or even a dominant god. He will have countless followers in the future. Following him can also enhance my own divine power. People injured by the meteorite were reborn. They opened their eyes wide, not expecting that this god had such rare healing magic. They knelt on the ground continuously, believing that it would be a blessing for their race to receive the protection of such a god. God of Faith 5.03%. Ji Chuan didn't expect that such a small number of believers present could provide so much power of faith. But at that moment, he actually felt a little tired. Was it caused by overusing his superpowers? He didn't expect that using superpowers too much would feel like this. Xiao La, take me back. As you command, master. Ji Chuan felt a little sleepy while lying on Xiao La's back. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. It was different from the feeling before the transformation. It was the kind of sleepiness that a human being feels when he is tired. Is it because he doesn't have the energy to activate his perfect body? Ji Chuan was still thinking, but he fell asleep like a child. Xiao La carefully carried Ji Chuan to the altar. He wagged his tail. Although this god had a bad temper, he was indeed very powerful and could protect his people. He also felt that this god seemed to know him and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He carefully covered Ji Chuan with sheepskin and quietly retreated. Let the Lord God of Faith have a good rest and don't disturb him. As you command, chief. Ji Chuan, Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Are you the god of faith? You did well to gain the power of true faith so quickly. It is indeed so. Without the need for forced loyalty coverage and providing protection for believers, the power of faith will be more pure. How can I return to my original world and change the past? This is the question that Ji Chuan wants to figure out the most. His dead partner is still waiting for him. The power of faith will give you the answer. The goddess figure disappeared again, and Ji Chuan woke up from the cave. Master, you're awake. Xiao La was lying in front of the altar, wagging his tail. The god in front of him seemed to have grown a little taller. Since the god was a child, he was probably still growing. Ji Chuan currently only wants to collect the power of faith. He wants to know the answer to changing the past. But it is obviously impossible to do this relying solely on the werewolves and tiger people. I want to travel and find new believers. Which race is in the worst situation right now? The strong do not need to rely on anyone. On the contrary, the weak need faith in God. Ji Chuan wants to start with the weak and protect them so that they can gain the power of faith. The weakest are the humans. Their physical fitness is far inferior to that of orcs and dwarves. Their magical talent is inferior to that of elves and demons. Their healing ability is inferior to that of mermaids, and their weapon use is inferior to that of goblins. They are considered the weakest race overall. Humans can only survive here with great caution. This is why Xiao La did not take Ji Chuan seriously when he saw him. He smelled the human scent on Ji Chuan. After Xiao La introduced the location of the human city, Ji Chuan tried to go there directly. A teleportation array lit up under his feet. Xiao La widened her eyes. She didn't expect that their gods could even teleport over long distances. A white light flashed, and Ji Chuan appeared on the execution platform. The audience was crowded with people, and their expressions were very complicated. Some were angry, some were surprised, and some were confused. However, Ji Chuan was surprised to find that the person tied on the execution platform was Xia Yida. Ida. Ji Chuan couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect to meet her again in this world. However, she looked pale, as if she had suffered great torture. The metal fragments accurately cut the hemp ropes that bound her hands and feet on the rack, and Ji Chuan stepped forward and caught her with his hands. How dare you? How dare you stop the sacrifice? Someone, arrest this child and execute him. The middle-aged man in the church robe shouted loudly, and several soldiers in armor came up with swords drawn. As soon as Ji Chuan raised his hand, the gallows was burned to ashes, and the soldiers and churchmen all knelt on the ground, unable to move. It's the true God. It's the true God. The churchman seemed to realize something and quickly begged for mercy. My lord, this woman has no divine power to impersonate a god. Humanity is in imminent danger. She must be sacrificed and the true God summoned again. Now that the true God has arrived, this woman is at your disposal. Ji Chuan ignored the man and released the holy healing spiritual light for Xia Yida, and Xia Yida slowly opened her eyes. It was very similar to the situation when he first met Xia Yida, and the goddess of luck saved Xia Yida's life again. Chapter 168 The Pope. When the people in the audience saw Ji Chuan's methods, they opened their mouths wide. It turned out that his sudden appearance and amazing methods were because the child in front of them was a real god, and mankind was finally saved. When humans summoned gods, a woman appeared. Humans regarded her as hope. Aliens invaded frequently, and humans made continuous sacrifices, but the gods they summoned could do nothing. It seems that she is an ordinary person, but the church believes that she is just a witch pretending to be a god, and she must be executed and sacrificed before a new god will appear. But she didn't expect that before she was executed, the real god had already arrived. Some people in the audience put their hands together, while others began to kneel down, all hoping that the god before them could save them. I am the god of faith. She is not an impostor. She is the goddess of luck. It is because of her call that I am here. I can protect you and allow humans to live safely, but I need you to sincerely spread my message, revere me, and believe in me. If your heart is not sincere, the gods will abandon you. After saying that, Ji Chuan flew above the crowd and released a range healing effect on the people below the stage. The green light spread to everyone. Those who were injured or suffering from illness found that their bodies no longer felt pain, and even healthy people felt mentally refreshed. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Thank the God of faith. The crowd in the audience knelt down, some even cried. There was hope for humanity to survive. The man from the church had a gloomy look in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Feeling that his body was no longer restrained, he quietly left. Ji Chuan returned to Xia Yida and looked at her with some concern, but found that he was only up to Xia Yida's chest, which was a bit awkward. Thank you for saving me. Yida, don't you know me? Ida, I'm the goddess of luck, but I find I'm of no use. Unlike the confident and cheerful Xia Yida, the person in front of her was indescribably cowardly, as if she would not put up any struggle even if people wanted to execute her. She is not Shada. Is this a coincidence? The mountain god looks a lot like Su Huaiji, and the goddess of luck looks a lot like Xia Yida. Is this a different world, or a parallel universe of my own? There are no crystal cores in this world, But Ji Chuan can still feel the energy of everyone, which means that he cannot grow by devouring here. Now he can only pin his hopes on gathering the power of faith. He must find a clue to change the past. Ji Chuan looked at the dejected goddess of luck and took her hand. You are a very powerful god. One day, everyone will see your brilliance. She looked at Ji Chuan in a daze, and a pink starlight flew out of her body and merged into Ji Chuan's body. This seemed to be the recognition of herself by other gods. Outside the Pope's bedroom, the man knocked anxiously. He knew that disturbing the Pope at this time would easily make him angry, but the situation was urgent. The door opened, and a fat middle-aged man with sweat all over his forehead and naked upper body was staring at the man outside the door with displeasure in his eyes. I'm sorry, Your Holiness. There was an accident during the execution. A deity who claimed to be the god of faith appeared and saved the woman. Save him? Won't you kill him too? He appeared out of thin air, made people kneel from a distance, burned down the rack with a wave of his hand, and could fly and heal. I didn't see any flaws. This must be a true god descending to earth. The fat Pope's face was full of disdain. In this country, I am the real god. He closed the door and continued to gaze greedily at the naked children in the room. Although human survival is very difficult, as the Pope, his status is even higher than that of the king. He has countless believers. The harder people's lives are, the more they place their hopes on the church. He is the real god of this country. He does not allow anyone to take away the offerings to him. Compared with the demons he believes in, those so-called gods are not worth mentioning. But right now, he has more urgent things to do. Let's speed up the process, kids. Who is Daddy's most obedient puppy? A sickening smile appeared on his greasy face. The bruised children trembled but still lay on the ground, walking towards the Pope step by step, imitating the behavior of dogs. He stepped hard on one of the boy's hands. You're too slow. Daddy can't see your enthusiasm. The boy screamed in pain, but was met with an even more violent kick. A dog won't bark like that. I told you to. I told you to. Disobedient dogs will be beaten. The Pope's eyes were full of madness. The boy cried and shouted hard. Woof. Woof. Please, don't hit me anymore. You still dare to shout? I'll let you shout. The Pope's eyes were full of excitement. He stepped hard on the boy's thin body again, and the sound of broken bones could be heard in the room. The boy's eyes were unfocused. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and he lay motionless on the ground. The corners of the Pope's mouth curled up, as if he was very satisfied, and he was breathing heavily. The other children seemed to be used to it. They continued to crawl to the Pope's legs and lick his fat and smelly feet again and again, imitating the behavior of dogs. Good children, good children. I am the god who should be revered. You must serve me well. Those who disobey shall die. All of them shall die. Cui Zixuan waited for Ji Chuan on the battlefield for a long time, but she didn't see him. She looked haggard and searched the battlefield for the bodies and remains of the stronghold members to bury them here. She couldn't understand. Since Zhou Mi's special ability was sleep regression, shouldn't she suddenly go back to the past and forget all the terrible things? But time still moves forward, and they seem to be forgotten here. Jiang Zhilan sent a team to check it out, and Cui Zixuan, Xiao Xian, and Luo Jiao boarded the plane back to Jianghua City. She prayed over and over in her heart, hoping that her anxiety would not come true. When she got off the plane and returned to the base with the energy she had just accumulated, Cui Zixuan walked into the hotel in a daze. She had already discovered something unusual about the base. There were bodies of strangers in the courtyard, and when she arrived at the floor where the members were staying, she could hardly breathe. All the members of the stronghold died tragically. Their bodies were not intact, and she could already imagine how much pain they had suffered in their lives. But when she arrived at the warehouse, the thing she feared most happened. The room that was frozen in time suddenly regained its color, and blood from some thawed fresh food was flowing on the ground. This means that Ji Chuan is dead, and the only backbone she relies on is gone. Everyone left her, and there was no hope. She would never see Sun Tao, Wu Qian, and Song Hui again. Cui Zixuan felt dizzy and overwhelmed by intense fatigue and sadness, and she fainted on the ground. Chapter 169 Strange God. The Pope straightened his clothes, put on his crown, and walked into the dim room with a solemn expression. In the center of the room stood an oval mirror, its frame made of pure gold and inlaid with eye-shaped gems. The Pope stood before the mirror and saluted respectfully. Sir, I have encountered some trouble. A dark shadow appeared in the mirror, and a strange voice rang out in the room, hoarse and gloomy. What trouble? A deity who claims to be the god of faith has descended here. This deity seems extremely powerful, and many people have already become his followers. If this continues, the church will lose power, and I will not be able to help you properly. I understand. Leave the gods to me. Gods are good nourishment. Thank you, sir. I will withdraw now. A smile appeared on the Pope's fat face. He made a deal with the devil, contributing his soul to help the devil collect fear from mankind. Endowed with a position of power, he felt that this was a sure-win deal. He had a powerful demon to protect him, and he could enjoy his present life. The cost of his soul was not worth mentioning. As a weak human being, if you want to survive in such a dangerous world, you must find the secret to survival. His secret was to just let others die, which wasn't even a difficult task. He enjoyed the process. Seeing other people suffer and enjoying the fear caused by others made him feel superior. He was the Pope and the core of this country. He would not allow anyone to replace him. He wanted to continue enjoying such a pleasant day and was intoxicated by the wonderful experience of torturing others. He can deal with humans, and since the other party is a god, let's leave it to the devil. You are the Lord God of faith. I am Arthur, the king of this country. Humanity is almost unable to survive. Please save humanity. Arthur's cheeks were sunken and he looked very haggard. As a king, his power was very limited. The human army was defeated by orcs and goblins, and their land was constantly annexed by foreign races. The power of the church is higher than that of the king. In this chaotic world, the people believe in the church more and place their hopes in God. He knew that the church was just a termite of the country, but its roots were so deep that they could not be shaken. The summoned goddess did not seem to be powerful either. Although Arthur wanted to save the goddess of luck, he could not change the decision made by the Pope, and the believers believed more in the answer given by the church. But now that a truly powerful God has arrived, he has hope. I can shelter you, and I need you to provide me with sincere faith. What difficulties do you face that need to be resolved? Arthur was a little embarrassed, but he made up his mind. He waved his hand and dismissed the others. Lord God of faith, people nowadays blindly believe in the church, handing over their wealth in exchange for so-called salvation. No one is willing to join the army, and the country's army has suffered heavy losses in repeated battles with foreign tribes. As king, before Arthur could finish his speech, the door was pushed open. How dare you question the church? Only the church can cleanse people's souls and bring complete salvation to mankind. The Pope's anger made his fat cheeks look particularly ugly. Ji Chuan frowned as he looked at him, feeling very annoyed. Pope, this is the God of faith. You cannot disrespect the God. Haha, the woman before pretended to be a god, and now there's a child of unknown origin. Arthur, I think your eyes are really blurry. You can regard anyone as a god. Only those recognized by the church can be considered gods. When the Pope saw Ji Chuan turning his head, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he licked his thick lips. Since you claim to be a god, why don't you let me test you? If you pass my test, the church will recognize your status as a god. Okay. The Pope's face was filled with joy, as if he had not expected Ji Chuan to agree so readily. Lord God, Arthur wanted to stop him, but Ji Chuan waved his hand and walked in front of the Pope. Come with me. The Pope was in a very good mood. He hadn't seen such a beautiful child for a long time. Even if he was a god, he would still give it a try. The devil will help him. What does God taste like? It's better to taste it after the torture. The Pope swallowed and quickened his pace. He was already a little impatient. Arriving at the Pope's room, he instructed the guards, no matter what happens during this time, do not disturb me. As you command, Your Holiness. The Pope nodded with satisfaction, and Ji Chuan followed him into the room. His eyes were full of excitement and greed, and his voice trembled as he looked at Ji Chuan. Take off your clothes quickly. My eyes can see the holy light emitted by the gods. I want to see if your body can emit the holy light. Ji Chuan didn't say anything, but raised his arms. You want me to undress you, little thing? You want me to touch you so much? That's quite to my liking. The Pope raised his hands and walked forward, ready to carefully check Ji Chuan's body. Just as he got close to his hands, they were cut off. Ah! The Pope screamed in pain. The guards at the door looked puzzled. One of them was about to rush in. Are you trying to kill yourself? Are you disturbing him at this time? He's screaming. Is the Pope in any danger? It's just a new trick. Don't drag me down with you if you want to die. The guard was persuaded by his companions and stood still. The Pope didn't even notice how Ji Chuan cut off his hands. He slumped on the ground and kept backing away. Finally, he realized the danger he was in. It seemed that the other party was really a god with such means. Sir, save me. Come and save me. As the Pope wailed miserably, the room darkened. A black gas swirled in the room, and a dark shadow appeared in the center of the room. Broken and terrifying wings, sharp and slender claws, and a bloodshot and cloudy eyeball on the face. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon. It quickly approached Ji Chuan, its cloudy eyeballs pressed against Ji Chuan's face, and a strange, hoarse voice rang out in the room. Become my nourishment. You look delicious. The sharp claws were raised as if to chop Ji Chuan's neck. But Ji Chuan's expression remained the same, a little unhappy and a little disgusted. The demon was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of you? Ji Chuan grabbed the demon's neck, and the demon no longer hesitated and chopped down quickly with its sharp claws. I thought it could fully enjoy the opponent's fear and then devour the target, but I didn't expect that the opponent didn't show any fear at all. Even if it was a god, this shouldn't be the case, right? The sharp claws fell but did not hurt Ji Chuan at all, because it found that a door made of skulls appeared out of thin air in front of Ji Chuan. His claws had been sucked into the gate, and his body was sucked in uncontrollably. Although the Pope wanted to escape, he found that his fat body was also moving towards the gate. Without his hands, he couldn't even struggle, and was sucked into the black gate of hell along with his demon lord. The Pope was extremely shocked when he saw the scene around him. What kind of god are you? I am both the god of faith and the god of death. Chapter 170 Change. The one-eyed demon flew around the forbidden area like crazy, but he found that there was no exit and all his abilities were blocked. The god of death has been born? This is hell? How could it be that I encountered a dominant god today? Did he also claim to be the god of faith? Did he claim to possess two identities as the supreme god? Is that even possible? This damn fat pig. Why didn't he state the name of the god clearly? He just thought Ji Chuan was just an ordinary god. The Pope saw that the devil he relied on was also helpless, so he ignored the pain in his arms and quickly knelt in front of Ji Chuan, kowtowing continuously. Respected God, please forgive me. I didn't know you were indeed a god. Tell me about your plan. The Pope looked at the devil guiltily. He only knew that he had to help the devil to continue to instill fear in mankind, squeeze the army's expenses so that they would die with scrap metal, and brainwash ordinary people so that they would contribute their money and property and live in hunger every day. But he didn't know what the purpose of doing this was, and he never wanted to ask. Other people's suffering had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to make a plan to enjoy himself every day. The devil stared at Ji Chuan warily, as if he was still trying to determine whether the other party was bluffing and whether he had any chance of defeating him in the current situation. Its sharp claws extended and stabbed towards Ji Chuan's face, but after a clang sound, Ji Chuan broke one of its fingers with just 2 fingers. Then came the second and third. My lord, I say. Ji Chuan stopped what he was doing, looked at the demon, and gestured for it to continue. I am a high-ranking demon. The demon race was born with darkness and is not favored by any god. The gods have descended to the world, and the races that are protected by the gods are constantly rising. If this continues, the demon race will decline forever. Since I don't have the god's favor, I will become the devil's own god. I can constantly devour fear and transform it into my own strength. As long as I continue to absorb the fear generated by different races, I will definitely become a god among demons. I just didn't expect that the god who rules over death has already been born. I am blind and my efforts for so long have been nothing but wishful thinking. I will follow you, sir, and only ask that you can protect the demon clan and allow them to survive. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes and observed the demon in front of him. It was very similar to Xiao He in both personality and ambition. When he discovered that all the crystal cores in his body had disappeared, in addition to Xiao Wei and Xiao Wan, Xiao He was also nowhere to be seen. When this demon appeared in front of him, his methods made Ji Chuan feel as familiar as Xiao He. One thing it said just now caught Ji Chuan's attention. You said I was the god who ruled over death. Does that make me a god? This is what the god of faith mentioned. She once said that one can only choose one dominant god, otherwise he will be swallowed up by the powerful godhead. Yes, sir. The gods are also divided into different levels. The god of faith and the god of death should both be the dominant gods. I have never seen 2 dominant gods appear in the same god. Your Excellency must be a miracle in the divine world. Ji Chuan frowned. If he wanted to change the past, he needed the power of the god of faith. If he frequently used the power of the god of death, would the god of death become an even more powerful deity? What would happen if the god of death devoured the god of faith? Would he fall into the chaos of consciousness again? Should I stop using the power of the Grim Reaper? What level are the god of elements and the god of stars? These are all considered lord gods. Their sphere of influence is not as large as that of the sovereign god. The matters that the sovereign god controls have an impact on almost all living beings in the world. Ji Chuan had a general understanding of the levels of gods, which were divided according to the things they were in charge of. Minor gods like mountain gods could only be considered ordinary gods. Help me, and I'll spare your lives. Hearing Ji Chuan say this, the Pope and the devil breathed a sigh of relief and quickly knelt on the ground. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, my lord. The hell scene disappeared. Ji Chuan picked up the severed hand on the ground and put it back on the Pope. The Pope widened his eyes in surprise, thinking that the gods could actually reattach severed limbs. Ji Chuan needs the Pope to do something. The people at that time respect the Pope very much, and Ji Chuan needs him to read out Ji Chuan's decision. The Pope came to the high platform in the city square, and the people knelt down to worship him. The human kingdom has welcomed the great God of faith. The true God will protect us and lead us to the light. I am fortunate to be chosen by the true God. After today, I will receive the cleansing of my soul. The position of Pope of the Church will be taken over by the Goddess of Luck. She has been recognized by the true God. Humanity will have two gods and become a powerful race. Humanity will rise today, praise the God of faith, and welcome the Goddess of Luck. With the Pope's endorsement, the people in the audience were moved to tears. With the protection of the two gods, the future of mankind will be full of hope. Praise the God of faith. Welcome the Goddess of Luck. The cheers from the audience were endless. The Goddess of Luck could hardly believe what was happening before her eyes. Not long ago, she was about to be executed by humans because of her uselessness. At that moment, she felt the endless power from humans, and the Goddess of Luck emanated a pink light all over her body. Ji Chuan also felt that his strength was growing, and the progress of the God of Faith was also constantly increasing. He decided to reduce the use of the power of the God of Death in the future. This should ensure that the God of Faith would become the dominant deity of his choice. Ji Chuan uses the Goddess of Luck and Arthur as the targets of telepathy so that humans can ask him for help when they are in danger. Come with me. The Pope walked respectfully behind Ji Chuan, not understanding where he was taking him. The Pope was a little surprised. Ji Chuan was walking towards his secret garden. Would the true God know what he was doing? A bad premonition came over me. I wonder where you are taking me, sir. Go see your old friends. The palace door was pushed open, and the luxurious room was filled with a fishy smell. The half-naked children trembled all over when they saw the Pope, but they subconsciously lay on the ground, not daring to say a word. Only by playing the role of dogs could they avoid physical pain. My Lord God, I have admitted my mistake and will let these children go now. Stand still in the room. As you command, God. What's going on? The adults didn't blame themselves. Could it be that adults also have this hobby? The Pope swallowed his saliva, a faint excitement rising in his heart. Ji Chuan released a range healing spell on the children, and they found that all the bruises on their bodies disappeared. Their mental state also improved, and their eyes were full of resentment when they faced the Pope. Children, he must obey my orders. From this moment on, he can only stand here motionless. Suddenly, many metal fragments appeared out of thin air in the room. You can treat him however you want, he won't resist. The Pope, who finally realized what Ji Chuan was going to do, looked panicked and said, Sir, you promised to spare my life if I died for you. God cannot break his promise, sir. I did spare your life, but I'm not sure if they will. Ji Chuan walked out of the room. Soon the Pope's miserable wails were heard from the room. Chapter 171 Belated Sincerity. Lin Lulu felt that she was in a very bad state these days. She always dreamed of sad things. She dreamed that the members of the stronghold wanted to abandon her. Last night, I dreamed that everyone in the stronghold was dead. They had horrible expressions and were covered in blood. They pushed her into a corner step by step and questioned her. Lin Lulu, why did you survive when everyone else died? You deliberately ran away early, didn't you? You're just a coward. You said we were good sisters. Why didn't you die with me? Lin Lulu woke up covered in cold sweat. When she was fishing by the river during the day, she had noticed that her dark circles were very serious. If this continued, she would probably collapse before the carnivores attacked her. When we returned to the village, we found that these sheep-headed people seemed to be in a good mood and were dancing around an ancient stone pillar in the center of the village. Was there this stone pillar in the village before? She needed the villagers to help her make a fire, so she walked over, and the sculptures and totems on the stone pillars caught her attention. A string of fish strung on a branch fell to the ground. Lin Lulu pushed the sheep man aside and walked to the front of the stone pillar. Asked the patriarch beside her in surprise, "Who is the person engraved on this stone pillar?" The sheepman tribe had a smile on his face. Lin Lulu's mental state was getting worse and worse, so it was not surprising that she behaved in such a strange way. This is the God of faith. Legend has it that he is the most powerful god among the orcs. He not only brings peace to the orcs, but also protects the human race. Your race, brave lord, looks very similar to this god. You are also very powerful. Lin Lulu couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Although the person carved on the pillar that seemed to appear out of thin air was a teenager, he definitely looked like Ji Chuan. Legendary, not current, and saying he's the god of faith, isn't that what Ji Chuan calls him? Could such a coincidence be possible? Where is the god of faith? I want to see him. The sheep-headed people stopped dancing and looked at Lin Lulu with some confusion, as if they were curious about her crazy behavior. There are no gods in this era. It is said that a great disaster caused all the gods to sacrifice themselves, and the world was able to survive. However, we, the people of this tribe, will still worship such a powerful god of faith, hoping that the god of faith can bless us. Lin Lulu retreated in a daze. It turned out to be just a coincidence. How could Ji Chuan be in the same world as her? Will I see him again? Are you saying that you sense the presence of demons among the human race? Yes, my king. I'm afraid the human race has been targeted by the demons. Hasn't the human race produced a god yet? A goddess of luck was born, but she seems to have no divine power. The human church has begun to suspect that she is a witch in disguise. The Goblin King thought thoughtfully that the area where humans lived was adjacent to the Goblin Kingdom. They occupied the best plains area nearby and were rich in resources. If powerful gods were not born, they would sooner or later be ruled by other races. Why don't they annex them? Not only can they expand the territory of their kingdom, but they can also enslave humans to become the kingdom's labor force. If they don't take action now, I'm afraid that humans will become prey to the demons. This is very dangerous. Although demons are not favored by gods, they are very powerful. They have speed, strength, wisdom, and magic. They have no weaknesses. If the demons were to develop further with the resources of the human kingdom, they would become the masters of this world. Although the undead are equally powerful, that race naturally has few intelligent individuals and is not to be feared. By obtaining the resources of the human kingdom and producing more sophisticated mechanisms and weapons, the Goblin Kingdom will not be afraid of any race. We have to get our hands on this piece of cake for the human race. Your Majesty is wise. A smile appeared on the wrinkled face of the Goblin King. The human race had too many weaknesses. As long as they launched a sneak attack at night, the Goblin army would easily win. The demons are too rare and their movements are still a little too slow. Ji Chuan discovered that although he had dealt with the Pope and let the goddess of luck take his place, the collection of power of faith was not fast. Clearly, this country has a large human population. Compared to the scattered tribes of orcs, the remaining human nation should be more likely to attract believers. Why is the power of faith provided less than that of the werewolves and tiger people? Is it because I'm not sincere enough? This made Ji Chuan feel troubled, but he didn't know what the reason was. He had to quickly collect the power of faith and find out the reason for the slow collection. Why not just ask the people? With this idea in mind, Ji Chuan changed his appearance, making himself look more ordinary and his clothes more messy. He casually took out a gold coin from the Pope's room and divided it into gold grains of different sizes. Then he walked into the city and knocked on a random door. The woman who opened the door looked at Ji Chuan warily. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Madam, can I have a drink of water? I am a refugee captured by orcs, and I escaped all the way here. Seeing that Ji Chuan was just a little kid in dirty clothes, the woman was moved. She asked Ji Chuan to come in and sit at the table while she went to pour water. She didn't know where the orcs lived. Ordinary people didn't dare to go anywhere except their own capital, as if they went out they might become food for other races. Madam, I heard that a powerful god was born here. Is this place safe? The woman looked at the innocent child and sighed. There is no such thing as a god. These are just tricks of the church. Ma'am, what do you mean? The woman lowered her voice. Child, you don't know that those in charge of the church only make money. Even if someone is replaced, it's just a change of power. It makes no difference to the people. She pointed to the portrait in the room and said, I once believed that the church and the gods could protect my family, but my husband died on the front lines. Where were the church and the gods when the aliens attacked? Ji Chuan finally understood the reason. The people, who had been deceived for a long time, did not trust the church and the gods, and believed that the gods that appeared were just a trick to make money. He took out a few gold grains and said, Thank you, madam, for pouring me some water. This is too valuable. Keep this money here for your safety, kid, and stay away from that Pope. It's said he's robbed many children, and none of them ever returned. It's okay, ma'am. The children are safe now. The Pope is dead. I believe that God will protect this country again. The woman opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Dead? That would be good. He's swindled countless people out of their wealth. But most people don't have much savings anymore. The gods won't protect poor people like us. Her expression was very lonely, as if she was recalling something. If one wanted to obtain the protection of the gods, one had to offer money and property to the gods first. This was a tradition shaped by the church. The shrill ringing of the city bells ended the conversation. Hide here, kid. It looks like another alien attack is coming. The gods will not abandon you regardless of your wealth or poverty. As long as you believe in them, they will protect you. If foreign enemies invade, the gods will repel them. The woman was a little confused by Ji Chuan's words, but she found that Ji Chuan's body was glowing. He had transformed from a ragged refugee into a holy young man. The boy walked out of the room and flew towards the battlefield. The woman could not calm down for a long time. She knelt down in the direction where Ji Chuan left, praying to the gods to repel the foreign enemies and keep them safe. Chapter 172: The Savior of Mankind. Fires continued to burn in the human capital, but were completely extinguished by the sudden appearance of water. Only when Ji Chuan flew over the city could he see the enemy clearly. They were a group of ugly goblins. They were very short, had big noses, and their faces were covered with wrinkles, so it was impossible to tell their age. Each goblin looked different like humans, but they all held sophisticated weapons and launched an attack on the city. They made strange charging shouts, which sounded a little funny to Ji Chuan. Foreigners who invade the human capital, if you continue your actions, I will destroy you in the name of the God of Faith. There seemed to be holy light on Ji Chuan's body, which was very dazzling in the night. His voice resounded throughout the entire city, and the fleeing people looked towards Ji Chuan's position in surprise. It's the Lord God of Faith. We are saved. This is the first time that a god has stood up against an alien invasion. It seems that this time the god will really protect humans. The Goblin King in the rear looked at the military advisor in confusion. Didn't they say that humans don't have powerful gods? Reporting to the king, no god had appeared as of yesterday. They were about to execute the goddess of luck. This god might appear today. The Goblin King seemed to be thinking about something. If he had just appeared today, he probably wouldn't have formed any deep bond with his believers. Even if the god was very powerful, he probably couldn't exert his full divine power at the moment. Continue the attack. The goblin army has arrived, and they have used a lot of ammunition. If they don't take this city, the cost will be huge. A huge cannonball flew towards Ji Chuan and caused a powerful explosion in the night sky. Ha ha ha, what god? I'll kill him right away. The goblin gunner was very excited, believing that his heroic performance would be rewarded by the king after the war. The hopes that had just been ignited by the people in the city dropped to freezing point after the explosion. The bodies of most gods were only slightly stronger than those of ordinary people. The previous attack might have annihilated the gods. When the flames died down, people found that the god of faith had not moved at all. He was still as holy and flawless as ever, and the shells had not left any marks on his body. The Goblin King's eyes. Could this be a main god? On the same level as the gods of his own race? The goblin army felt the tremendous pressure of gravity. They were invading the city just a second ago, but now they all lay on the ground, and their weapons fell to the side. Some brave humans have already picked up their weapons and attacked the goblins. The goblins' screams began to echo through the city. A man in a mecha flew quickly from the rear line. Let go of my followers. Now that humans have awakened their gods, I will make them retreat. Don't talk to me through a mask. Ji Chuan only had a thought, and the mecha on the other person's face disappeared. Ji Chuan himself was also surprised. This ability was a unique ability of Su Xiao. Ji Chuan suddenly remembered that he had swallowed all the crystal cores of Su Xiao, Yu Yin, and the blindfolded man. It turned out that their abilities had been absorbed by him. The mecha god was a little surprised, revealing a man's face, as if he couldn't figure out how the other party did it. How dare you disrespect me? Are you trying to start a war between the gods? War is only called war when the strength is equal. At this moment, it should be called a crushing defeat. Before the mecha man could react, Ji Chuan grabbed his neck and slammed him straight to the ground. A huge crater appeared in the city square, raising a strong cloud of dust. The Goblin King held up a telescope-like tool and nervously observed the situation. Their god was being crushed to the ground. Their god was the main god. How could this be possible? The mecha god felt a sharp pain in his head, and cracks appeared on his armor. Was this childlike god Hercules? How could a simple swing of his armor have such power? If he hadn't been protected by the mecha, he would have been smashed into pieces by the opponent. Anger filled his eyes. Golden light emanated from his body. The mecha was complete again, and it flew quickly towards Ji Chuan. He raised his hand, ready to unleash a powerful laser. Mecha disabled. Ji Chuan just wanted to do an experiment. This was the blue crystal core of the blindfolded man, the ability of battle law. Ji Chuan wanted to see the effect of this unique crystal core. The opponent's mecha suddenly disappeared. At this time, he was naked with his hands raised, looking at Ji Chuan angrily in the air. His body was falling rapidly, as if he didn't understand what was happening. How could this be? He looked at his naked body with shock in his eyes. He had just stood up when he fell back into the deep pit. This caused him to feel severe pain all over his body. Without the mecha, He was just an ordinary person with better physical fitness. Ji Chuan was no longer surprised that the other person looked like Shi Kai from Shinza City. It seemed that these similar superpowers were inexplicably connected to the users in his own world. The Goblin King began to panic. If the gods died, the goblin race would be doomed. He shouted through a megaphone, "Please have mercy. The goblins must retreat." Unexpectedly, Ji Chuan also responded in a voice that the entire city could hear clearly. "If you want to leave safely, the Goblin Kingdom will serve humanity as a vassal state. Your gods will also become my vassal gods and be loyal to me. I have given you a warning tonight. If you do not agree, you will not be able to return." The Goblin King was still silent, but when a flash of light came, he found that Ji Chuan was actually in front of him. His eyes were very scary. The Goblin King had no doubt that he would die on the spot in the next second. "I promise. The goblins will be loyal to you, to humanity. Use the tools you just used to announce this so that everyone in the city can hear it." The Goblin King raised the megaphone again and announced at a high volume, "The goblins must withdraw immediately. From now on, our country will become a vassal state of the human race. We will forever be loyal to the God of faith." The citizens of the city burst into loud cheers. This was the first time in history that God stood up for them during a foreign invasion. And their gods are so powerful that they can crush the enemies. The human race has always been the target of arbitrary slaughter, but tonight they stood up. "Thank you, Lord God of Faith. May Lord God of Faith be safe and sound." Ji Chuan's figure disappeared, and the Goblin King slumped in his chair. He spoke with a gloomy face and a voice that could be heard by everyone around him. "Military advisor, your position will be revoked after today, and you will be executed tomorrow. Drag him away and watch carefully." "Your Majesty, please don't. I don't know the situation." "Your Majesty." Ji Chuan came to the front of the mecha god. Many citizens were already watching the naked man in the deep pit, and a mother was covering her child's eyes. Ji Chuan released the holy healing spiritual light for him, and he regained consciousness. A starlight floated out of his body and fell into Ji Chuan's body. "Thank you, Lord God of Faith, for not killing me. I will become your subordinate god and serve you loyally." After saying that, he quickly summoned the mecha again, wrapped his body in it, and quickly left the place. The surrounding residents knelt down to worship the God of Faith, and Ji Chuan could already feel the surging power of faith. The woman who poured water for Ji Chuan was in tears at this moment. This god came covered in mud in order to listen to the voices of the people. He will be the greatest god of mankind. She knelt down, clasping her hands together, and said, "I will follow the Lord God of Faith for my entire life. I hope that the Lord God of Faith will shine forever." Chapter 173 Vortex Gate. Ji Chuan was teleported back to the werewolf tribe's altar, and he felt very disconnected at the moment. The power of faith was constantly strengthening him and making him feel comfortable, but the excessive consumption of his supernatural powers made him feel tired, and he could hardly open his eyes. Is it because there are no crystal cores in this world, so the energy reserves are fixed, and we can only produce more energy through continuous use of our abilities? Xiao La came over wagging his tail, wanting to ask Lord God of Faith if he needed anything, but he didn't expect that Lord God of Faith fell asleep just like that. His long eyelashes cast shadows, and Ji Chuan exuded the holy light of the power of faith. Xiao La looked at this powerful god with a dazed look. Even though he was a werewolf, he felt that their gods were quite good-looking, more beautiful than any humans or undead he had ever seen. He made sure that Ji Chuan was fast asleep, so he tiptoed out and told his tribesmen not to make any noise to disturb the gods. Ji Chuan, who was sleeping soundly, came to the white space again, but this time he did not see the shadow of the goddess. He walked around in this space aimlessly, as if there was a spinning vortex in the distance. Curiosity drove him to move closer. He wanted to know what that vortex was. The vortex stood upright in the air like a door, and its center was like the water surface. He couldn't see what was under the water. He put one hand in and didn't feel any discomfort. As if possessed by some mysterious force, he stepped in. There was a flash of white light, and he found himself in a new place. Here it is. This place looked very similar to my original world, like a school, and it seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere before. He lowered his head. He was just an ordinary human boy. He couldn't sense any special abilities or divine powers, which made him feel a little uneasy. He was looking at himself through the window of the teaching building on the playground. Ji Chuan opened his eyes wide. This was actually what he looked like when he was a child, about 10 years old. At that time, I was not a stay-at-home yet, but because I was picky about food and didn't like to eat, I was very thin. He looked around. Why did this place look familiar? One after another. Their next class was physical education, But there was a girl who walked very slowly. Because this was the course she hated the most, no one would talk or play with her during free time, and she would have to stay alone in the corner of the playground until the end of get out of class. Because of her obesity, she became the target of ridicule by her classmates. This fatal flaw was enough to make the children in elementary school isolate her. When she walked to the playground, Ji-chuan finally realized why this place looked so familiar. I have seen this in Xia Yida's fantasy world. Why am I here again? Is this a fantasy or reality? Or is it just a dream? The bell rang. Ji-chuan returned to his class as if he had the original owner's memories, but he kept keeping an eye on Xia Yida out of the corner of his eye. Her chubby little face was always full of unhappiness, which looked a little funny. Ji-chuan unconsciously raised a smile. The free time of physical education class was over. Xia Yida walked dejectedly to the edge of the playground, strolling at a very slow pace, killing time while waiting for the get out of class to end. The boys in the same class who were playing football exchanged glances and deliberately kicked the ball with great force towards the fat boy. They were already imagining her embarrassment at being hit by a football. Careful! Hearing the reminder, Xia Yida looked up suddenly and saw a football flying towards her. She closed her eyes in fear, but the imagined pain did not come. A thin young man stood in front of him. Are you okay? He was the one who was hit, but the other party was concerned about whether he was okay. Xia Yida's eyes turned red in an instant. Ji-chuan was a little flustered and fumbled around for a tissue, but found that he didn't have any with him. So he raised his sleeves and carefully wiped the tears from Xia Yida's face. My name is Xia Yida. Nice to meet you. Can we be friends? I know, I knew it a long time ago. My name is Ji-chuan. Ji-chuan's eyes widened in an instant. His memory began to spin. The figure of the boy in the illusion began to overlap with his own, and he tried hard to recall the name of the boy in the illusion. But he found that the boy's name never appeared in the illusion. Is this true, or was it rewritten by the story happening before his eyes? So the boy in Xia Yida's childhood memory was really himself? He hadn't lied to Xia Yida? Xia Yida looked at Ji-chuan with a strange expression. Maybe he didn't really want to be friends with her. She was so ugly that she wouldn't have any friends. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up that idea. I was too rash. Ji-chuan took her hand and said, No, I want to be friends with you too. Your facial features are the most beautiful I've ever seen, and your hair is so smooth. You can even star in a shampoo commercial. Xia Yida, who had never been praised like this before, burst out laughing. She met the light in her life. Ji-chuan was surprised to find that he could always accurately arrive at every moment when Xia Yida was bullied. He was not afraid of those children at all, and he could always stand up to help Xia Yida out of the predicament. After constantly helping Xia Yida out of trouble, he felt that the world began to flicker, as if he was about to leave at any time. In his memory, Xia Yida cared a lot about his leaving without saying goodbye, and Ji-chuan didn't want Xia Yida to have such regrets. He carefully selected a music box as a souvenir for the two of them, and waited for her in Xia Yida's class after school. Xia Yida saw that Ji-chuan's expression was full of surprise and couldn't be concealed. Yida, can you accompany me home today? She nodded happily, not caring at all about the harsh looks from her classmates. Ji-chuan led Xia Yida to a park full of flowers, and they sat on a bench. Yida, I know you hate leaving without saying goodbye, so I want to tell you that I'm leaving. Xia Yida's eyes were full of disbelief, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Ji-chuan was a little flustered, but still smiled and wiped the tears from the girl's face with his sleeve. Did I do something wrong? No, you are the bravest and most beautiful girl I have ever met. It's just that I have to go to a very far place, and I have no choice. Ji-chuan's eyes were full of loss, and Xia Yida's heart ached a little. Will we meet again then? Ji-chuan nodded vigorously. Of course I will. When you grow up and become a popular celebrity, with admirers lining up all the way to France, we'll be able to meet again. I'll call you. Xia Yida burst into laughter while crying. How could such a fat person like her become a female star? Ji-chuan always made her happy like this. Ida, don't you believe me? Seeing Ji-chuan's sincere eyes, Xia Yida smiled and said, Okay, I believe that when I see you then I will definitely remember you. Well, when you miss me, just listen to this music box. The world began to shake and flicker. When Ji-chuan opened his eyes, he was facing Xiao La's wolf head, who was constantly sniffing Ji-chuan with his wet nose. Ji-chuan snapped his fingers, and Xiao La retreated in pain, covering his nose. I'm sorry, master. I was just curious and sniffed a little longer. Undead usually have a foul smell, but you smell so good, master. It's like the scent of flowers. Ji-chuan patted himself, only to find water stains on his cuffs. Was this from the tears he had just wiped away for Xia Yida? What just happened wasn't a dream, wasn't an illusion, it was reality. Chapter 174. Building the most prosperous kingdom in another world. Jichuan's thoughts were working fast. If what just happened was reality, would he have a chance to go back to the past and change history? Owner. Seeing Jichuan's serious face, Xiaola wanted to show some concern, but Jichuan grabbed his mouth. He just wanted to think quickly now. The goblin army in front of all the humans in the city, and gained the power of sincere faith from many humans. When he fell into a deep sleep, he entered the vortex door and met Xia Yida in his childhood. If these things are related in this way, then by constantly collecting the power of sincere faith, I should be able to open more vortex doors, and there will always be a door that can make up for my regrets. Jichuan felt that he saw the dawn of hope. He stared at Xiaola in front of him and let go of the hand that was holding the wolf's mouth. Let your people give birth to more cubs recently. After saying this, Jichuan moved away, leaving Xiaola with a confused look on her face. More pups? What would the master do? Because the master is a child, so he prefers children? Should I carefully select some werewolf babies to accompany the master? Xiaole's not-so-smart wolf brain was working quickly, and he planned to prepare a surprise for his master before he came back. Jichuan just hopes that the race that provides him with the power of faith will become more prosperous, and he cannot waste the believers of any race at the moment. He arrived above the human city and saw that the goblins began to repair the city with heavy faces. Although they had been defeated last night, they still caused damage to the city. They carried stones to the destroyed houses, and the goblin craftsmen made precise repairs to the damaged areas. Goblins were also restoring the road's surface in the deep craters created by artillery shells in the city. Humans went from being afraid to being used to it, and they finally believed that the goblins who had been attacking humans in the past were now just the labor force of the human capital. Some people have even begun to muster up the courage to pick up whips to supervise, whipping the goblins from time to time to vent their long-standing dissatisfaction. The goblins dare not speak out, as this is the punishment after defeat. Jichuan had a preliminary plan. Since the Goblin Kingdom was adjacent to here, he wanted to build an integrated city to make the kingdom more prosperous. The goblins, who are just laborers, will not be grateful to him in their hearts, but every race is very valuable at the moment, and he needs a lot of power of faith to open more vortex gates. Looking at the enslaved goblins, Jichuan spoke in a voice that could be heard by the whole city. Once the goblins have repaired the damage they've done, I hope the two races can coexist harmoniously, preventing any harm from happening to each other. The two races can exchange their knowledge and experience and build this city into a prosperous capital. Jichuan made this decision because both humans and goblins have accumulated a lot of experience in technology and can do a good job in urban construction. The orcs are physically strong, they still live in caves. This gap in urban construction is difficult for Xiaola and others to quickly understand. The best way is to bring some orc newborns, let them grow up in this city, and learn the wisdom and culture of other races. The human royal city has a superior geographical location. It is located on a plain and can expand continuously. It is also rich in resources and is an ideal base. If these three races can be integrated, their overall strength can be comprehensively enhanced. Prosperity and security are powerful conditions for generating the power of true faith. Jichuan teleported the Goblin King and Arthur here and told them about his idea. The Goblin King was very excited. He originally thought that his race would become slaves of humans, but he didn't expect that the God of Faith only wanted them to coexist peacefully with humans after they atoned for their sins. Compared to doing hard labor as slaves, this result is enough to make them grateful. Thank you, Lord God of Faith. The goblins will work together with humans to build the most prosperous kingdom. Well, Arthur, you should discuss the name of the new city with the Goblin King, unify the country's currency, and plan the city's zoning. In the future, the orcs will also join this city. Arthur's eyes were full of surprise. The God of Faith was not only powerful, but also had a very long-term vision. He would not only lead mankind to prosperity, but might even unify the current world. He is not only a god, but also a great monarch. My Lord God of Faith, I will not fail you. Jichuan nodded. He just wanted to control the direction and leave the small details to them to work out themselves. At that moment, he could already feel the new power of faith of the goblins. This idea was successful. Goblins can provide humans with more sophisticated weapons, humans can teach goblins how to raise and plant crops, and the orcs are powerful frontline fighters. By constantly integrating new races, the new country will become more prosperous. He remembered Xiao Hui saying that the gods disappeared after a disaster. Without the gods' protection, wars broke out frequently among the races, and after a large number of deaths, the god of death was born. The horror behind that door is most likely the god of death. If different races are allowed to integrate and coexist peacefully, can this outcome be avoided? But now I am the god of death. Will I disappear after that unknown disaster? Will a new god of death appear then? Or before that? He might have found the vortex door to return to the past. If he had to make a choice, Ji Chuan would still choose his original world. Ji Chuan shook his head. All his thoughts were hypothetical. At the moment, he could only do what he thought was right, find new clues, and then make other plans. When Ji Chuan moved back to the werewolf territory to explain the racial integration to Xiao La was giving birth to a cub. Ah, Master, you're back. Not bad, quite efficient. I'll communicate with the tiger people first. You go ahead and get busy. Master, give me 3 more minutes. After Xiao La finished his homework, he asked his tribesmen to bring out a row of soft and cute wolf cubs. Master, these are the strong children from my clan that I have carefully selected. They will be trained by your side from a young age and will surely become your most outstanding guards. Since I am still young and don't have my own children, please give me some time, Master. I will definitely give you my most outstanding child. The werewolf baby reminded Ji Chuan of the puppies he had raised as a child. He unconsciously went up to touch them. Xiao La wagged his tail happily. It seemed that the owner approved of the child he chose. Ji Chuan told Xiao La about his idea of a racially integrated city. Send some of your people to live with me in a human city. These include the more intelligent werewolves, their children and their parents, and warriors who are skilled in combat. I hope you can learn from other races. Different races can play to their strengths in the city, and children of several races can grow up together to build the most prosperous and powerful country in the world. Xiao Lei's tail wagged very quickly. This was a plan he had never thought of. Ji Chuan's plan sounded very grand, much greater than their daily thoughts of just hunting. Yes, Master. The werewolf tribe will fully cooperate. First, send a few smart members of your tribe to communicate with the humans and goblins about your race's living habits. There's still time to build your own houses before you go back. Ji Chuan also told the tiger people the same thing. A country where multiple races coexist peacefully and are protected by the same gods, and through cultural integration, they cultivate common beliefs from an early age, will provide itself with a continuous source of power of faith. Chapter 175, Tang Yu escapes. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After several attempts, she finally succeeded this time. When she died for the first time in this life, her mind was very confused for a long time, and she didn't know what happened. She was lying in a strange hotel room. The room was very luxurious. An old woman who looked neither human nor ghost was sitting beside the bed. When she saw her open her eyes, she actually burst into tears. She cried so ugly, but she was actually her mother? Had the original owner been in a coma for a long time? What time was it now? Was it still the end of the world? She gradually struggled to get up from the bed, feeling that her whole body was almost rusty. She wanted to see what she looked like now. The person in the mirror looked strange, yet strangely familiar to her, as if she actually knew the owner of this body. It turns out that she can be reborn. After being tortured to death by Ji Chuan, she died with extremely strong hatred, but she did not expect to wake up in the body of this girl. When she was a child, she discovered that she could sometimes hear other people talking in her ears, as if she had a kind second personality, but she could completely suppress it. She even enjoys doing something excessive to make that personality sad, which seems quite amusing. After this rebirth, some fragments would always flash through her mind. Those were not from her own memories, but seemed to belong to the original owner of this body. Is the owner of this body my second personality? How useless. My personality has been completely suppressed by me, and now my body has been taken over by me too. Through fragmented memories, she learned that the owner of this body was possessed by a man who broke into the stronghold and had his soul reshaped, but she did not expect that the original owner's ability was rebirth. After being reborn with a brand new soul, she became Su Wanwan. It seems that the original owner had a strong persistence and hoped to live for herself in this life after rebirth. Her personality was reshaped according to this idea. Why did the original owner have such an obsession? Was he too willing to help others and devote himself to others in his lifetime, leaving behind regrets? Oh, this fragmented memory. It turns out that she had a father who didn't love her. She dedicated all her understanding and kindness to her original family, but was backstabbed by her own father's family? This is too stupid. Will she repent until she dies? I should let her see how people should live. Kindness, dedication, and selflessness are qualities that are only suitable for appearing in fairy tales to amuse children. However, Su Wanwan discovered that every time she resorted to unscrupulous means, it seemed that the soul deep in her heart would try to arouse her guilt. Sister, isn't this what you want to pursue? I'm demonstrating it to you. Guilt? She didn't have it. If a person doesn't take care of himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. When the reborn Su Wanwan saw Ji Chuan walk in for the first time, her heart almost stopped beating. She was actually reborn in Ji Chuan's old nest. Fortunately, I can pretend to have amnesia. I almost let the cat out of the bag out of fear. The original owner seems to have been in a coma for a long time. It's normal to have amnesia, right? Su Wanwan looked at her own capital carefully. The flesh and blood of this Virgin Mary's second personality was really disgusting. She didn't even have a prosthesis on her body. Was she still a young woman of this era? But this appearance is also good, harmless. No one will suspect me, right? I can make a lot of efforts in secret. Moreover, this old woman is simply her servant. She does whatever she wants. But she is much weaker than her dead mother. Her mother has disliked her for a long time. Even if Ji Chuan didn't let me kill her, I would find a way to take the few supplies in the villa. She also regarded herself as a commodity that could be exchanged for money. My personality was quite similar to hers. Now that he has figured out his abilities, as long as he can keep being reborn, he will find a way to kill Ji Chuan sooner or later. This time, it's time for him to avenge himself. If I had known earlier, I should have let Lu Hao kill him directly. Unfortunately, I couldn't control the time of my rebirth. If I could go back to the past, I would definitely not give Ji Chuan the opportunity to grow. How could a 175 centimeters tall otaku be worthy of me unless he had some money? He is not grateful to me, who is like a fairy, for being with him, and is always looking for opportunities to take revenge on me. Damn it. How can there be so many disgusting men in this era? The monster and superpower team in Jinglian City failed to deal with him, and no one in Shannon City discovered that he was a zombie. Are they all useless? He kept committing suicide and being reborn, always looking for new opportunities. However, due to his identity, he couldn't do many things obviously. If Ji Chuan found out, he would definitely find a way to make him live a life worse than death. Finally, after this attempt, she found it. She revealed to the Shannon City psychic base, Oligar, that was number one's base. The people in the base were all anti-human. This would be the best opportunity to get rid of them while number one was away. If I can't kill you, it's not bad to kill the people around you. As long as you can feel the pain, this attempt will be very rewarding. But unexpectedly, it was successful this time, and Su Wanwan was overjoyed. She suddenly felt like a huge stone in her heart had fallen to the ground. No matter what the world became, as long as Ji Chuan was dead, everything would be bright. Now no one knows her secret, and she feels that she is invincible. She discovered that not only could she be reborn, but she would become stronger every time she was killed, as long as she didn't commit suicide. The first time the original owner was killed by her father's family, she was given a chance to be reborn in a much longer time ago, but it is not clear whether the original owner did not die after being reborn. The second time she was killed by Su Hui after his soul was reshaped, she used the new superpowers she gained as a disguise, and at that time, she was the childhood Su Wanwan. The third time was when she was killed by Ji Chuan as Su Wanwan. She gained target perception and could choose a target to always sense the other party's position. She chose Ji Chuan as her perception target. Wanwan escaped from the stronghold before the Shannon City troops arrived and found that Ji Chuan had completely disappeared. To be on the safe side, she waited for a few days, and she could not sense Ji Chuan during those days. This time Ji Chuan was really dead. Su Wanwan laughed happily on the spot. She was not afraid of danger now. She would only become stronger as she died. However, she had to make sure she lived long enough to avoid being reborn before Ji Chuan's death, otherwise all her efforts would be in vain. But where should I go? There are not many supplies left from the stronghold. It's better to find a man. Even though this body is not as beautiful as my original one, it is still somewhat pure. With my own methods, men are just toys in my hands. As a weak person, she is also confident that she can rely on the strong. What's more, she is already a strong person now. This world must make room for her, Su Wanwan. Chapter 176, Kingdom Management Plan. Lord God of Faith, I have thought of several names for the new kingdom. You can choose which one to use. The first one is named after you, the Kingdom of Faith, to represent that the kingdom is composed of your most loyal subjects. Ji Chuan felt that being too straightforward was not profound enough. Although he wanted the power of faith, it did not mean that he liked to be praised in public. It was enough for people to truly believe in him in their hearts. He did not need superficial efforts. Seeing Ji Chuan didn't respond, Arthur went on to introduce the second name he had in mind, Gathering Spirit City-State, symbolizing that the kingdom will accept creatures of all races and gather wise men to prosper. Ji Chuan found it a bit hard to listen to and motioned Arthur to continue. The third one is Olovia, which represents hope and prosperity in ancient language and has a more beautiful meaning. That's it. As you command, this kingdom will be called Olovia from now on. It will surely have a bright future under your protection. Ji Chuan thought the name sounded good and had more cultural connotations, and he didn't want Arthur to continue thinking about unimportant things. Goblins have a very strong talent in construction and manufacturing. In just one day, Ji Chuan felt that the city had been completely renewed. He expressed his congratulations to the Goblin King beside him. The Goblin King looked flattering, and the wrinkles on his face became more dense. The new currency will be made of 3 materials: silver, gold, and crystal obsidian. Crafting has already begun, and it will be ready for use soon. Exchange points will be set up throughout the city for citizens to exchange their currency. The kingdom will expand outwards, and new residences will be built for foreigners. Public facilities within the city will also be renovated to facilitate the use of all races. Ji Chuan and the 2 kings took a walk in the kingdom, listening to Arthur's introduction and plan. When the citizens saw Ji Chuan, they all smiled and saluted. Some of the more enthusiastic citizens even cried and raised their hands and jumped on the spot. A new school will be built here where children of different races can study together. We have found scholars of various knowledge of our own race so that children can learn different skills and cultures. A shrine will be built in the city center, and citizens will pray to you devoutly, hoping that you can hear their voices. With your protection, the planting and breeding areas are also being expanded, providing jobs for many citizens. Ji Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Without the threat of war, Arthur could finally display his abilities. Ji Chuan thought of something and explained to the 2 kings. If you want prosperity, you must attach importance to the economy and build new chambers of commerce and markets. Each race will elect representatives to the Chamber of Commerce to sell their own products. Set up caravans to establish trade relations with other races. If there is any danger, I will take action. Yes, sir. Ji Chuan felt like he was playing a business simulation game. His current kingdom was the foundation for him to collect the power of faith in this world, and gaining recognition from different races required an opportunity. Information can be collected by establishing connections with other races through trade. This behavior also sends a signal to other races that this kingdom has abundant resources, which arouses their greed. Instead of appearing inexplicably in the enemy's territory and suppressing them with force, it is better to copy the model of conquering the goblins and wait for attacks from other races. After suppressing the attacking race, capture them and then give them favors. In this way, the power of sincere faith can harvest 2 groups. When the suppression is successful, the residents of the kingdom will be generated once. When the captured race is given benefits, the captured race will be generated again. The limited believers must be utilized to the maximum extent possible. Ji Chuan decided to be more low-key in the future. If he was too strong and high-profile, other races would not be fooled. What race is the closest to us? The southeastern forest is the territory of the elves. Elves are always cautious and have never actively invaded the territories of other races. However, they are also very unfriendly to those who invade their territory. They are considered a neutral race. Ji Chuan was a little disappointed. He hoped that there were some aggressive races around. Are there no other races? Other races are very far away, and it takes a long time to get here. Lord God of Faith, I would like to interject. The Goblin King interrupted the conversation, and Ji Chuan looked at him and motioned for him to continue. Actually, my people had already discovered the presence of demons among humans. I attacked because I was afraid the demons would take over the city first. It seems the demons are hiding nearby. The Goblin King now felt that the death of his military advisor was a bit unfair. Although the attack failed, after repairing the royal city, they had an equal relationship with the human race at the request of the God of Faith. The 2 races developed together. Although their own people would migrate in large numbers after the royal city was built, the location of the human royal city itself was much better than their mountain caves, which was considered a very good thing. Moreover, they have obtained the protection of a god more powerful than the main god, so it seems that they should reward the military advisor for the information he provided. The history of promoting the prosperity of the Goblin clan. Ji Chuan thought that the devil was Xiao He and had been dealt with, so he didn't take it to heart. He nodded casually to the Goblin King and didn't seem to care. Arthur was a little scared when he heard the news, but he felt relieved after seeing Ji Chuan's reaction. You 2 did a good job. Push Ulu forward as soon as possible. Olovia, Godsama. Arthur reminded in time. Yes, we need to advance the construction of Olovia as quickly as possible. You guys keep busy. Ji Chuan felt a little regretful. Although it sounded nice, he was a little afraid that he would not be able to remember it. It would be embarrassing for a god who always forgets the name of his kingdom. After leaving, Ji Chuan kept repeating, Olovia, Olovia, Olovia. He found the feeling of memorizing texts during his school days. Aurora. Next time, should I suggest that Arthur change his name to Xiao? Why did the Pope disappear? Can you contact him? I can't get in touch with him. Could he have taken our money and run away? Why did he run? He lived a more comfortable life than the king. Did he say he was chosen to receive the baptism of the gods? Could it be that this new god has given him protection? How much have our families paid to feed that fat pig? Are you willing to do that? What can I do if I'm unwilling? This new god seems very powerful. He's even planning to merge this kingdom with the foreign race. He's also planning to unify the currency. What are you going to do? Who among you dares to take out your family's wealth and exchange it for the kingdom's new currency? A group of people sat in the dim room. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly because they were wearing robes, and they all fell silent after hearing this question. My family cannot accept living in the same royal city with those ugly goblins. It's just a god, not something rare. Everyone looked at the person who spoke, his eyes gleaming coldly beneath his robe. Are you willing to sacrifice your soul for the family? Chapter 177, The Third Prophecy. Cui Zixuan buried the bodies of the stronghold members. Some of the bodies could no longer be identified. She looked haggard. After fainting and waking up, she had many more white hairs on her head. Mother! Xiaoxian cried inconsolably in front of Zhang Yun's grave. Cui Zixuan squatted down silently and hugged Xiaoxian. Luo Jiai just stared into the distance with lifeless eyes. Since arriving at the base, he basically traveled to various cities with his brother every day and did not develop any deep feelings with the members of the base. His younger brother was his whole world, but he was dead and he had lost his only relative in the world. Xiaoxian, Jiai, come with me to the Jianghua City Psychic Base. It's safer there. Xiaoxian looked at Luo Jiai, and a light appeared in her hand. It was a doll of Luo Jiao, and he handed the doll to Luo Jiai. When he saw his brother's doll, Luo Jiai burst into tears. Without Ji Chuan, the zombies in Jianghua City became active again. There were no special grade attack-type psychics left in the Jianghua City Psychic Base, so they could only live more cautiously. Although Zhang Zhilan is the leader of the base, due to the uniqueness of her abilities, she works hard every day to take care of the planting and breeding areas. Otherwise, the base will face the problem of insufficient supplies. Although many people died in the base before, it is still a considerable pressure to keep so many people alive. Without Zhongqing, Zhang Zhilan still misses the days when Ji Chuan was still around. At that time, there was no zombie threat, and Jianghua City had resumed production, which resulted in new supplies scattered across various enterprises and factories in Jianghua City. She very much welcomes Cui Zixuan's joining, as it will help them collect supplies efficiently, and she is a rare talent in the base. She prepared a large room for Cui Zixuan and the other two, which was also a way of taking care of the only people left in Jichuan stronghold. Zhang Zhilan looked at Cui Zixuan's white hair with heartache. She was obviously only in her early 20s, but now she looked about the same age as herself. She patted Cui Zixuan's back gently and said, "Look forward. As long as you're alive, there's hope." Cui Zixuan nodded woodenly and entered the room with the two children. Light continued to shine from Xiaoxian's hands. This is brother Ji Chuan. This is Anan. This is sister Yunxi. This is sister Lu Lu. Xiaoxian stopped talking. Xiaoxian is still young, and I'm afraid she'll forget what everyone looks like. Then I won't be able to make dolls for everyone anymore. How long will it take to get out of this sadness? Cui Zixuan doesn't know. She hasn't slept well for a long time. Her hands are covered with scratches. She buried all these people. As long as he is buried, everyone will feel at peace in the other world. This is the only thing a weak girl can do to help. She felt very sleepy, so she let Xiaoxian continue making dolls of the base members. She went to the bed and fell down. She was too tired. She had a dream in which the members of the stronghold were chatting with each other as usual. When they saw me coming, they exchanged glances. "Zixuan, come here. Sun Tao has something to tell you." She saw Sun Tao standing in the center of the crowd. It was unusual for him to be dressed so formally today. He looked at himself shyly and spoke after a while. "Zixuan, I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Old Wu has always told me not to pursue you so closely, but I can't do it. I like you so much that I can't help it. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life taking care of you and cherishing you. Will you marry me?" The members of the stronghold actually started throwing flowers and cheering. Cui Zixuan burst into tears. Although she knew it was a dream, she was extremely happy at this moment. She walked forward and was ready to agree, but when Sun Tao completely left her, she realized belatedly that she actually liked him. But the members of the stronghold gradually dispersed, and the surroundings turned into a vast expanse of white. A solemnly dressed figure appeared in front of her. Her face was unclear, and she was emitting a silver light. "Who are you?" Cui Zixuan looked at the other person warily. Why did he want to ruin even her beautiful dream? "I am a prophet. The world is dying. The third prophecy is entrusted to you. The hermit enters the world, the artifact is recovered, heroes gather, and the world prospers. What? Cui Zixuan shouted loudly. Although it was a dream, she felt that everything in front of her was very real. This sentence should be very important. The hermit enters the world, the artifact is recovered, heroes gather, and the world prospers. The mysterious prophet's figure slowly disappeared, and Cui Zixuan kept repeating this sentence. Sister Zixuan? Sister Zixuan. Xiaoxian looked at Cui Zixuan with concern. She looked very painful since she fell asleep, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. He even shouted in his dream just now, which really scared Xiaoxian. Cui Zixuan opened her eyes. Was it a dream? Did she have mental problems after this great blow? Just when Cui Zixuan began to doubt herself, she found a strange key in her hand. This was not a dream. Without paying any attention to Xiaoxian, she kept muttering to herself, quickly rushed to the table, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote down what she had just said. The hermit enters the world, the artifact is recovered, heroes gather, and the world prospers. Who is this prophet? He has predicted for the third time what happened in the first 2 times. What door? Does this key open the door, or is it for obtaining the artifact? Could the hermit be me? My special ability is to turn invisible. Does the ability to become invisible count as a hermit? What is the artifact? Who is the hero? If they can achieve the first one, can the world really be saved? Cui Zixuan felt that every moment of this moment was precious. Why would this prophet tell such an insignificant person such important words? Could she really do it? Gate. The gate of Shannon City's unusual movement. Cui Zixuan suddenly thought that in the current world, it seemed that only that door was very special, and before Ji Chuan fell into a coma, he went to Shannon City to solve this door, which must be related to the current situation. This was her only clue. She vaguely felt that if she could fulfill the contents of this prophecy, perhaps everything would change. Maybe she could see her friends again? Cui Zixuan used her special powers to come to Jiang Zhilan. She showed her the note and the key and told her everything in her dream. Sister Jiang, I feel like I'm running out of time. I need to go to Shannon City. Can you send someone to take me there? Jiang Zhilan looked embarrassed. Zixuan, we've lost contact with the leader of Shannon City. There seems to be something very unusual going on over there. Are you sure you want to go? Cui Zixuan hesitated. Was her speculation correct? Did she really have to shoulder the responsibility of saving the world? It was too heavy a burden, and she didn't want to bear it. But if this result is achieved, what if those lost companions have the chance to stand in front of you again? Cui Zixuan nodded to Jiang Zhilan. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she should try it. She held the key tightly in her hand. She returned to her room, picked up a backpack, and simply packed some supplies. Xiaoxian, can you and Jai wait for me to come back? If you have any questions, go find Aunt Jiang. She will help you. Sister Zixuan, can you take me with you? Xiaoxian has grown up too. Cui Zixuan shook her head and touched Xiaoxian's head to comfort her. I'm not sure if my judgment is correct. Xiaoxian and Jai, you are the hope of the stronghold. You must live well with the memory of the stronghold. Xiaoxian lowered her head. Just as Cui Zixuan was about to go out, Xiaoxian grabbed her and tied a doll to her backpack. Let Xiaoxian doll go with her sister. Cui Zixuan smiled at Xiaoxian and nodded. Chapter 178, A Strange City. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above Olovia. Arthur, who was inspecting the city construction, raised his head with a frown. Thanks to the god of faith, he no longer had to worry about the war. All he had to do was build the royal city. He had only dreamed of such a good job. Making his royal city beautiful and prosperous was the wish of every monarch. Before the appearance of the Lord God of Faith, the royal city had only become increasingly dilapidated and impoverished. He was grateful to the gods for all they had done for the kingdom, and inspecting the city's construction became something Arthur was very willing to do. However, it seems that there is going to be a heavy rain, so the construction progress has to be temporarily put on hold. Have the craftsmen protect the unfinished project. I'm afraid the rain will be heavy. The statue built for the Lord God of Faith, in particular, must not be wetted by the rain. Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly went deep into the royal city and reminded the craftsmen who were working, but they fell down when passing through some remote alleys. Darkness enveloped Olovia, and screams were heard in the corners of the royal city, but they were not noticeable in the huge capital. Ji Chuan frowned. He found that the living beings in the royal city were disappearing rapidly. These were the people who provided him with the power of faith. What happened? He came to the sky above the royal city. The life forms disappeared without any warning, but he did not feel anything unusual. He quickly came to the place where the life form disappeared most recently, but his eyes widened. A black shadow was moving its claws away from the corpse. This attack method felt familiar to Ji Chuan. The inability to sense and absorb the target's life reminded Ji Chuan of the two-faced Black Shadow man. What is this thing at the moment? Ji Chuan tried to attack the Black Shadow, but the elemental moves had no effect on it. It ignored Ji Chuan and moved towards the next person. Lord God of Faith, please save me. The citizen who was targeted quickly retreated, but fell to the ground because of excessive fear, looking at Ji Chuan for help. He used it on the Black Shadow, but after being hit, the Black Shadow was like a ball of gas that quickly dissipated, and just a little residue could still restore it to its original state. Life absorption prohibited. Seeing the Black Shadow extending its claws towards the citizens, Ji Chuan could only try to activate the combat rules to stop the killing. Success. The Black Shadow's claws pierced through the man's body, but the man just looked at the Black Shadow in horror and did not feel any discomfort. The disappearance of life in the city stopped. Ji Chuan found that he had finally found a way to at least stop the Black Shadow's attack. It seemed that the power of the single-color crystal core was still very powerful. But how to get rid of these shadows? Were there summoners or real bodies? Ji Chuan still believes that they are spirits. The laws of battle will not always be effective. If we don't find a way to resolve them, I'm afraid this city, which has just started to improve, will be destroyed. The newly absorbed abilities. The two unique crystal cores have been tried, but Yu Yin's soul catcher has not been used yet. In addition to instant death, Ji Chuan remembers that Yu Yin can hook away the other person's soul and absorb it as her own power. Should I try to use this ability on spirits? Without time to hesitate, Ji Chuan quickly rushed to the Black Shadow and used soul absorption. The Black Shadow was quickly absorbed into Ji Chuan's body like a ball of mist, and he did not feel any discomfort. This method actually works. He quickly moved to other parts of the city and absorbed all the shadows in front of the citizens. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the imagined heavy rain did not fall. Ji Chuan once again protected the city. The survivors were emitting a steady stream of power of faith, which merged into Ji Chuan's body. This feeling made Ji Chuan excited, as if he was about to fall into sleep again. With the blessing of such a large amount of faith power, he should be able to see the vortex gate, right? Ji Chuan quickly moved to the werewolf altar and prepared to fall asleep. Since the werewolves and the tiger people united, this area is currently relatively safe. When Ji Chuan closed his eyes, he came to the white space again. Without any hesitation, he moved at full speed in this space, looking for the vortex door. A door in the distance seemed to be emitting black air, which was very obvious in this white space. Ji Chuan ran towards the door, hoping that behind the door was a key node that could change history. He stepped into the vortex door emitting black air. When Ji Chuan opened his eyes, he found himself in a city. Where is this? Ji Chuan looked around blankly. He probably didn't recognize this place. The dark clouds in the sky are very depressing, and it seems that a heavy rain will fall soon. This time he still seemed to be an ordinary person. He did not feel any divine power in himself, nor could he feel those familiar supernatural powers. Hey, it's dangerous for you to just walk down the street like that. A voice came from behind him. Ji Chuan turned around and saw a woman reminding him from the unit door of a building not far away. Come here, I'll open the door for you. Ji Chuan was a little confused and didn't know what was going on, but a zombie had already walked out from the corner. After seeing Ji Chuan, it obviously quickened its pace. Ji Chuan tried to control it to leave, but found that he couldn't do it at all. How could this happen? Even this ability is ineffective. So I'm just an ordinary person. What can I change by entering this door? Hurry up. The woman looked panicked. What was wrong with this young man in front of her? Wasn't he afraid of death? Why didn't he run away when the zombies were so close? After hearing the woman's reminder, Ji Chuan realized that the zombies were very close to him, and he could even smell the stench coming from the zombies. If I don't run away now, I'm afraid I'll die without finding anything this time. Ji Chuan quickly ran towards the woman. The woman opened the unit door for Ji Chuan and then quickly closed it. The zombie slammed against the iron gate and kept hitting it with its claws, letting out a terrifying growl. Ji Chuan gasped for breath, as if he had regained the thrill of being thrown out of the villa. What are you doing? You almost died. The woman was a little angry. In her eyes, Ji Chuan's behavior just now was no different from suicide. Thank you. Ji Chuan woke up as if from a dream. At the moment, he didn't even have a decent superpower. This was also the situation of most people in the end times. The woman walked in front and opened the door of a room on the first floor. A child in the living room was looking at Ji Chuan warily. My mother and I have been living here since the apocalypse. Luckily, there are some unfinished buildings around here with low occupancy rates, so there aren't that many zombies. We can survive by keeping the doors and windows closed. Ji Chuan had an illusion that he had seen this mother and daughter somewhere, but after trying hard to recall, He had no relevant memory. What's your name? Why are you just standing there in a daze? Ji Chuan, I was just thinking about something and didn't pay attention. If you hesitate for even a second, you might die. Be alert while you search for supplies outside. Are you thirsty? I'll pour you a glass of water. Ji Chuan shook his head. He didn't expect the other party to be so kind. This area is too remote, so people usually buy a lot of things at once. They have enough supplies and won't be killed by zombies if they don't go out, so there are fewer zombies around here. If I don't save you, there will be one more zombie in this area. I'm doing this for myself. After all, I live on the first floor, so you don't have to worry about it. Ji Chuan was actually a little touched by the kindness from strangers, as he was just a human being at that moment. Chapter 179 Repentance. This is my daughter Hui Hui, saying hello to her brother. The woman smiled at her daughter, and the girl shyly greeted her and then hid behind the woman awkwardly. Ji Chuan smiled and nodded. The situation before him made him feel confused. He still didn't know what time it was and what he could do as an ordinary person. Even encountering the lowest level of zombies when going out is enough to threaten one's life. The woman's eyes were a little evasive. I saved you because I wanted you to do me a favor. Ji Chuan looked at the woman curiously, waiting for her to continue. Just pick me up for a moment. My daughter has asthma and is running out of medicine. If she gets an attack, it will be very dangerous. I plan to go to the pharmacy 2 kilometers away to look for medicine. If you find the medicine and come back, just open the door in advance like I did. I'm afraid zombies will get in if I don't lock the door after I leave. If I lock the door, if there are zombies chasing me when I come back, it will be too late to open the door with the key. Ji Chuan was a little moved and nodded. He wanted to help the woman find the medicine directly, but he didn't know where the pharmacy was or what the medicine looked like, so he couldn't help. And he also wants to explore what he can change in his current state, but this task is a bit too dangerous. Seeing Ji Chuan agreed, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. It would be more convenient to have someone to support her inside. She put on thicker clothes to avoid being scratched by zombies. Hui Hui, please take care of her for me first. The girl was a little scared when she heard the woman say that. She ran over and grabbed the woman's legs and said, Mom, don't go. Be good, Hui Hui. Mommy will be back soon. Just as the woman changed into sneakers and prepared to go out, Hui Hui's face turned red and her breathing became a little rapid. The woman's eyes widened. Why is the interval so fast this time? She quickly ran into the house, picked up an empty spray bottle, and pressed it hard in front of her daughter's nose. But not much spray came out, and my daughter's face still looked painful. It will be too late when you come back. I'll carry her and go. After hearing Ji Chuan's words, the woman hesitated and nodded. Ji Chuan picked up Hui Hui and the woman led the way. She clamped a book between the unit door locks and prayed that no zombies would open the door. The two of them ran quickly towards the pharmacy. Every second was precious in Hui's situation. Ji Chuan's head began to sweat. He hadn't felt exhausted for a long time. This was the fatigue that an ordinary person's body would feel when doing high-intensity exercise. His chest began to heave violently. The woman looked at Ji Chuan worriedly and said, Let me hold Hui Hui. No, hurry to the pharmacy. There's no time to waste. The two of them ran all the way, and when they were 2 kilometers away, Ji Chuan felt dizzy. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any zombies along the way. After crossing the intersection in front of me, I can see the pharmacy in the distance. This street is obviously a main road in the area and seems more prosperous. There are not only pharmacies, but also restaurants and convenience stores. Zombies can be seen wandering back and forth on the streets. They must be people who came here to look for supplies and met with accidents. I'm going to lure the zombies away. After I do, take Hui Hui to find medicine. This is too dangerous. Ji Chuan put Hui Hui in the woman's arms, and before the woman could react, he had already run away. He had no clues at the moment. He was not afraid of death. He was just returning to another world. He didn't like owing favors to anyone, so he considered it as a thank you gift from the woman for saving him. When the zombies saw Ji Chuan shouting, they all rushed towards him. The woman seized the opportunity and quickly ran to the pharmacy with Hui Hui in her arms. Her daughter's condition was already very bad. Hui Hui, hold on, it will be over soon. The woman burst out with amazing speed. She opened the door of the pharmacy and was glad that there were no zombies inside. In the apocalypse, if you are caught by zombies, you will die. Medicines that have no effect are not the first choice for people to collect supplies. The medicines in the pharmacy in front of him are displayed neatly. The woman searched for the medicine according to the instructions on the shelf. After getting the medicine, she quickly opened it and gave it to her daughter. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Hui's complexion gradually improving. But her daughter was still weak at the moment, so she put as much medicine as possible into her clothes. These medicines were enough for her daughter to use for a long time. After just a short breath, she continued to pick up her daughter and prepared to set off. She was chased by several zombies. She was afraid that Ji Chuan could not hold on for long. She could not let Ji Chuan die for saving her daughter, otherwise she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Just as she was running in the direction Ji Chuan left, an explosion sounded not far away and the ground was shaking. There were powerful psychics slaughtering zombies. The woman looked happy. As long as there was a strong person who could eliminate the zombies nearby, they could all survive. But the opponent's supernatural power had a wide attack range, and the woman carefully paid attention to her surroundings, fearing that she would be affected by the flying supernatural power. Where did that young man run to? The woman had already seen a small group of zombies in the distance, but she didn't see Ji Chuan. Continuous explosions nearby made many people afraid to stay at home. They flocked to the empty streets. Buildings were constantly collapsing. These powerful psychics did not care about the consequences they caused. Ji Chuan hid in a shop on the street and closed the door tightly. He could no longer run. Fortunately, the zombies seemed to be attracted by other people who appeared one after another and gradually left. After Ji Chuan adjusted his state and made sure it was safe outside, he walked out. The current world was too dangerous for him. Zombies were chasing humans, and people with special abilities were destroying the city. Houses were constantly falling down, and fires were everywhere in the city. At the moment, he was the most vulnerable life in the city. Without the blessing of superpowers, just escaping made him feel exhausted. After jogging for 2 blocks, he finally saw the woman holding Hui Hui, but she was obviously exhausted and her steps were very clumsy. A loud bang sounded in the distance. "Look out!" Ji Chuan reminded loudly, but it was too late. The house next to the woman had collapsed and the walls had fallen down, even though the woman had tried her best to sprint away. But she had no strength left, and her legs were still crushed by the collapsed wall. The woman groaned in pain, but still used her body to protect her daughter in her arms. "Fortunately, my daughter is fine." Ji Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart, and the scene in front of him seemed to gradually become clearer and more familiar. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the mother and daughter not far away. His face was stern, and he exuded a sense of oppression. Ji Chuan discovered that the person who appeared out of nowhere was actually himself. "Is this Changrong City? Save me." The woman tried to ask for help from the strong man in front of her, but the other party did not respond. He simply raised one hand, and countless black dots appeared in the sky above the city. "Run!" Ji Chuan shouted loudly, hoping to alert the people on the street to escape from danger, but in the face of absolute strength, all struggles were in vain. The power of darkness continued to sweep through the city, and those who were trying to survive, those innocent people, and those who still had obsessions, all fell down. Ji Chuan also slowly lost consciousness after the severe pain. In his dying moments, he felt a cloud of black air rising in the city. It turned out that he had brought such despair to those people. The way the woman was nervous about him, the way people on the street were running away, the way the survivors were struggling before death, all of them were deeply engraved in Ji Chuan's heart. His chest heaved violently, tears rolled down his eyes, and before him was the werewolf altar. Everything seemed like a nightmare. But Ji Chuan's heart was extremely cold. Did I create that black energy myself? Chapter 180: The Unexplainable Chinibyo. Ji Chuan experienced the despair of being an ordinary person. The strong can easily deprive others of their lives in the end times. He has been growing as a strong man all the way, but the situation of the weak is so difficult. Those who are trying hard to survive are not emotionless puppets. They have also tried their best to protect their families, for a little bit of supplies, and just to stay alive. Yet he easily deprived so many people of their lives. The vigilant citizens did not accept his loyalty and were easily slaughtered with just one command. Those who possessed advanced crystal cores had also become the ghosts of their own subordinates in order to satisfy their own desire to devour. The 3 cities, including Changrong City, became the nourishment for her transformation. The people in those cities had no idea what was happening. The woman crossed several streets and tried her best to find medicine for her daughter, but eventually died in her own hands. Ji Chuan used to be the almighty zombie lord. He used the excuse that humans had wronged him to carry out cold-blooded massacres with a clear conscience. When he actually became one of the victims of the slaughter, he realized that those weak lives just wanted to survive. Was the black mist rising from the entire city before his death the obsession of those unwilling to die? Was it his own senseless massacre that created the two-faced black shadow man and the death behind the door? Ji Chuan calmly recalled all the details of his transformation. He fell into a deep sleep after slaughtering 3 cities, and Xia Yida awakened him early by sacrificing herself. I had been asleep for less than a day when I was awakened. Normally, the door to abnormal movement in Shannon City should open after 7 days, but this time, it opened 5 days earlier. Could the premature opening of the abnormal door be related to his massacre? He would do anything to deprive others of their lives for the sake of his companions. And those people are also cherished by their families, friends, and lovers. What is the difference between me who despises life and Su Wanwan and Lu Hao? If I could go back to the past, those lives that had no ill will towards me should not have died at my hands. Lord God of Faith, my child is missing. Please help me find my child. I am willing to follow Lord God of Faith for the rest of my life. What's this? Ji Chuan suddenly heard a woman's voice in his ear, which seemed to be praying to him. He looked around at the werewolf altar and did not find any trace of the woman. Is it from Olovia? Ji Chuan moved to the sky above the royal city to find out. A woman was kneeling in front of the shrine, praying to the statue of Ji Chuan with her hands folded. The goblins and human craftsmen were carefully polishing Ji Chuan's statue. The statue was basically completed, and Ji Chuan slowly landed in front of his statue. Oh wow, it's the Lord God of Faith. The nearby residents knelt down to worship Ji Chuan. The woman in front of the shrine was excited. Lord God of Faith, you are here. Please save my child. After coming to this world, Ji Chuan discovered that the star god's ability to make wishes had disappeared. But after hearing the woman's wish, he saw the response to the wish, and it seemed that he could realize it. Ji Chuan tried to fulfill the woman's wish. Faint starlight lit up around him. The starlight gradually became brighter, and a face made of starlight appeared in the sky, which looked very similar to Ji Chuan with his eyes closed. When the starlight faded, a weak young man appeared in front of the shrine. He was covered with bruises and seemed to have suffered inhuman abuse. The young man closed his eyes and was barely breathing. Child, my child, what's the matter with you? The green holy light bathed the boy. The wounds on his body gradually disappeared, and the boy slowly opened his eyes. Mom, am I dreaming? The woman burst into tears of joy and knelt down to thank Ji Chuan. Thank you, Lord God of Faith, for saving my child. I am willing to follow you, Lord God of Faith, for the rest of my life. The crowd burst into exclamations. They never thought that the God of Faith could perform such a miracle. Starlight appeared from the bodies of the people around them and continued to gather in front of the shrine. Ji Chuan never expected his wish to come true. Was it because he was the star god in this world that he couldn't make a wish? Was it because the star god couldn't make a wish with him? Was it because he could only fulfill the wishes of his people? The starlight overflowing from the people was converging into a vortex door. This was the first time the door appeared while he was awake, and it seemed that other people could not see the door. The door was surrounded by stars and seemed different from the previous door. Ji Chuan tried hard to recall. The first door was very ordinary and had no special features. The second vortex door seemed to emit black air. The door in front of him was surrounded by starlight. Are these doors related? Seeing the door in front of him gradually dimming, Ji Chuan didn't dare to waste this opportunity and walked in. A white light flashed, and when Ji Chuan opened his eyes, he found himself in a place he remembered. What is this? The Ganghwa City Casino. Chuan, look, Daddy will show you his skills today. Dad. Ji Chuan hugged Ji Mingzhou tightly. Ji Chuan couldn't believe what he saw. He actually went back to the day when he first came to the casino at the age of 21. After his 21st birthday, he wanted to come and take a look out of curiosity. When Ji Mingzhou knew about it, he insisted on accompanying his son. Could this return prevent my parents' death? It had been more than a year since my parents' car accident. Seeing Ji Chuan's reaction, Ji Mingzhou felt secretly delighted. It had been a long time since his Chuan hugged him like this. His son seemed a little restrained in the casino. It turned out that his lovely son always needed his protection. Chuan, follow Dad closely, don't get lost. Ji Mingzhou touched Ji Chuan's head lovingly. Ji Chuan quickly adjusted his state, as he had more important things to explain. No, Dad. I'm already that old. Listen to me, this is very important. You must remember it. Ji Mingzhou looked at Ji Chuan with some confusion. What was he supposed to explain in the casino? There's a tap technology project coming up in a year. You and Mom must not go. Rather than asking him not to drink, it would be better to ask him not to go to this project directly and fundamentally block his travel plans for that day. Ji Mingzhou looked at Ji Chuan with surprise and confusion. He was stunned for a long time before speaking. Chuan, what are you talking about? The project for a year from now. His parents trusted his investment judgment very much. Would they listen to his advice? And even if they did, would they still remember it a year from now? Ji Chuan wasn't sure if he would have had another chance to enter this time period before the car accident. How can he make his father take this matter seriously? He tried hard to recall his first time in the casino. Several scenes left a deep impression on him. As long as he bet on the results in his memory, would it prove that he could predict the future? His father should be able to put this matter to rest. Dad, you must take this to heart. To prove what I said, you will have to place a bet on the outcome I said. I can see specific things in the future. Ji Mingzhou suddenly covered his eyes with one hand with a look of pain. Dad, what's wrong with you, Dad? Was it the hurt he had caused his father by revealing his future? Ji Chuan thought a lot in an instant. Ji Mingzhou's expression suddenly calmed down, his eyes peeking out from between his fingers. A matraz. Ha 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 ha. Son, I understand everything. You just watch too much anime. That's called chinibyu, right? Daddy is not out of touch. My eldest son is so cute. Ji Mingzhou, this unruly old man, actually thought that he was suffering from a chinibyu syndrome just because he said he could see the future. Such a homebody before. Chapter 181, The Magician's Son. Dad, I'm not kidding. You must remember this. I'll prove it right now. Ji Chuan pulled Ji Mingzhou towards the card table. Ji Chuan remembered that for the two casino rookies, he and his father went to the familiar Texas Hold'em table to play a few hands. Time went by. He couldn't remember what cards were dealt in every game, but he could remember the position. A middle-aged man left after losing all his money, and the new customer who replaced the middle-aged man kept winning. Ji Chuan was deeply impressed and thought that it would be great if he and his father were in that position. He went to the nearest card table according to his memory. He saw the middle-aged man with a sad face. His forehead was covered with sweat. His thick fingers were unbuttoning his shirt, making people feel that he was sweating just because of the heat. Ji Chuan pulled his father to walk behind the middle-aged man and whispered to Ji Mingzhou, "He will leave after losing everything. We will take his place. That position will win all night." Ji Mingzhou just wanted to make his son happy. He didn't plan to gamble much, so he just followed Ji Chuan's wishes. Just as Ji Chuan said, this middle-aged man kept losing. His back was already wet, and he left in a daze after losing his last chip. Ji Chuan quickly pulled Ji Mingzhou forward from behind and took the man's place. When Ji Chuan looked around at the table, he couldn't help but widen his eyes because he found that the dealer at the table was Song Si. He had never noticed it before and was not impressed by the dealer. Why did I meet Song Si in the sect? Can I change anything now? Ji Chuan looked at Song Si's now younger face. Was he just small? Back at the base, Ji Chuan had thought Song Si was only 17 or 18 years old. But he was able to work as a dealer 3 years ago, so he should be at least 21 years old now. The boy in front of him didn't look that old. Song Si seemed very skilled in dealing the cards, and Ji Chuan didn't even look at the cards. Raise. Ji Mingzhou looked at Ji Chuan in surprise and whispered, Chuan, this is not how you play. You haven't even looked at the cards yet. Ji Chuan bet on his cards and said, raise, in a voice that everyone present could hear clearly. Ji Mingzhou did not intervene anymore, just let his son have fun and watched from behind. The other guests raised their eyebrows, as if they thought they had encountered a newbie. Song Si glanced at Ji Chuan without saying anything. He didn't want to interfere with the guest's decision, especially since he would definitely win. And the other guests who saw his cards were already eager to beat the rookie. After Ji Chuan opened the cards, he didn't look at the cards, but looked into Song Si's eyes. The guests' eyes widened when they realized that Ji Chuan had indeed won. This little rookie is really lucky. Come again, come again. Raise. In the second round, Ji Chuan still didn't look at the cards. Hey, follow. After the cards were opened, Ji Chuan still won. Son, you really have a third eye? You can win without even looking at the cards. Ji Mingzhou couldn't believe it. Could it be that what his son said about seeing the future wasn't a case of chinibyu? Raise. Song Si had already begun to frown slightly. I just don't believe it. Follow. After the cards were opened, everyone around them began to sigh. Is this guy a gambling god? He won 3 times in a row without even looking at his cards. It's the newbie benefit period. I'm so lucky. In the fourth round, Ji Chuan still didn't look at the cards. Raise. And a man who had never spoken stood up. Ji Chuan felt a little strange, as it seemed that this person had never appeared before. After the cards were opened, Ji Chuan found that he had lost. My son is fine. He's already won 3 times in a row. He's quite lucky. Ji Mingzhou thought it was normal, but Ji Chuan felt confused. He looked at the cards in his hand, met Song Si's gaze, and mouthed, you cheated. Song Si's eyes, and he glanced at the man who had just called the bet. A beautiful dealer came over and took Song Si's place. Dad, you play by yourself first. I'll go over there and take a look. Ji Mingzhou just thought the boy was embarrassed because he lost and wanted to escape. After all, he was still so young. If you don't have enough chips, tell Dad. Ji Chuan quickly caught up with Song Si, who kept a distance from him cautiously. When they reached the corridor, Song Si gave him a look, motioning him to go into the lounge to talk. What do you want? Song Si's eyes were full of vigilance. He could tell that the cheater must be an expert among experts. Maybe the other party had evidence in his hands, which would be fatal to the casino's reputation. How did you become a dealer? You're 21. What's with his tone? It's like he's very familiar with me. Could he be a cop, here to check for violations? Who are you? Song Si was already a little scared and was wondering whether he should ask for help from the casino security. He didn't know if there were any other people from the other party inside, so Song Si didn't dare to act rashly. My name is Ji Chuan. I have no ill intentions. I just want to get to know you. It's a bit suspicious. Could it be that the other party just has a good impression of me? The opponent doesn't look like he's crooked. Is it possible that my radar for the same kind has failed? Ji Chuan realized that it would be difficult to gain the other party's trust on impulse. He knew too little about the members of the stronghold and felt a little guilty unconsciously. All he knew was about the future, and he had no idea about Song Si's past. How should he make him let down his guard now? All I know is that he and Xia Yiqing have a close relationship, but does Song Si know Xia Yiqing now? A formally dressed man walked into the room and slapped Song Si without saying a word. Song Si's face swelled up instantly. He gave Ji Chuan a flattering smile. In just a moment, they had found out through surveillance that Ji Chuan and Ji Mingzhou were together. As Ji Mingzhou was a well-known domestic investor, the casino did not want to offend him and make a big deal out of it. I'm sorry, dear guest. I didn't expect there would be such dishonest employees in the casino. Today I'm giving you 50,000 chips and hope you have fun in the casino. Take this dirty guy away. I'm sorry, Manager Wang. I'll be more careful next time. I can't lose this job. What are you careful about? Don't say anything that might mislead the guests. Manager Wang's eyes turned dangerous. Two security guards walked into the room, and Song Si's eyes were filled with fear. Wait a minute, I don't mean to blame him. On the contrary, I admire him. I hope to talk to him alone. Manager Wang's eyes turned and he looked at the fair and tender Song Si, and he understood instantly. Xiao Song, you can only continue working if you make the customers happy. Song Si looked ashen. He was occasionally harassed by customers, but no one in the casino would force him to do anything. But the current situation is different. He has no choice. He is only 17 years old, and without his current job, he will have no source of income. Thanks to his skilled card skills, the casino made an exception and hired him and helped him falsify his age. If his cheating and age were to be discovered, it would be a very troublesome matter for the casino. Of course, if something went wrong, he would be directly abandoned by the casino. Right now, he just hoped that this customer would let him go. Even if he had to do something that he was very reluctant to do, he had to do it. His mother was still waiting for him to earn medical expenses for surgery. His father is a well-known magician. He has been learning magic from his father since he was a child and is very skilled in card tricks. However, his father did not escape during an escape magic show. Everyone thought it was a performance effect, and his father died in front of everyone. His mother is seriously ill, and he has to support the family. Being a dealer is the best way out he can think of, but he didn't expect to meet a master who can expose him today. He would do anything to make money. Chapter 182, A Kindness I Will Never Forget. Dear guest, I can guarantee that no one will disturb you during this time. There are no cameras in this room. If you need to take a shower, you can follow me. Bathing? Why bathing? Casino chat also includes bathing service? Is it really that exciting? No need to bathe. Then we won't bother you two anymore. Manager Wang and the security guard quickly left the room, and Song Si looked as pale as death. He began to take off his coat. Ji Chuan just thought he was hot and didn't say anything. When Song Si started to lift up the only remaining vest, Ji Chuan quickly stopped him. Song Si, what are you doing? Song Si stared blankly into Ji Chuan's eyes. That's not what he meant. How could he know my name? Did Manager Wang mention it just now? Don't you want to be with me? Ji Chuan gave him a slap on the head. What on earth do you think about, little kid? How old are you? 17 years old. 17 years old? If you don't study hard at 17, what kind of casino dealer would you be? Why was he so concerned about me? Why was he so familiar with me? He didn't look that old, so why was he calling me a little kid? What do you want? Why are you picking on me? What do you think I want to do? Seeing Song Si's red eyes, Ji Chuan saw the grievance in his heart. Why would a 17-year-old boy do this? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what difficulties you have? I really don't mean any harm. My mother is seriously ill and needs money for surgery. I'm only 17 years old, and this is the most ideal job I could find. My father is dead, and all he taught me was how to play cards. Looking at Song Si crying, Ji Chuan felt very uncomfortable. He gently wiped away Song Si's tears and put his coat back on him. I should be able to help you. My family has invested in a hospital and can secure a spot for surgery for you. Real? Song Si's face was full of disbelief. Ji Chuan nodded and said, My father is a well-known investor. You can search for him online. He's the weird uncle standing behind me just now. Why are you so kind to me? My family is broke, and I have nothing to thank you for. Ji Chuan really wanted to say that you have already repaid me. You once protected me with your life, but he couldn't say that at the moment. I don't need your thanks. My family has always been involved in charity work, and helping children like you is the purpose of doing charity work. Ji Chuan was tidying up Song Si's clothes, and the 17-year-old boy suddenly threw himself into Ji Chuan's arms. Thank you, Brother Chuan. You are my mother and my benefactor. Time is limited. Can I take you to meet my dad? Song Si nodded. He found that Ji Chuan's facial features were so handsome. He didn't expect to meet the noble person in his life. Dad. Ji Mingzhou's face was ashen as he sat at the card table. He had lost all 3 of the hands his son had won. Chuan, are you done playing? Isn't this the dealer from before? Ji Mingzhou felt a little strange. The dealer's face was clearly tear-stained, and his eyes were a little swollen. What was going on? Did his son bully him? Dad, come here. Ji Chuan told Ji Mingzhou his thoughts, and Ji Mingzhou frowned. Chuan, our family does invest in hospitals and do charity work, but this is not in accordance with the procedures. Dad, I know you and my mom are upright and don't want to help others open this door. If we really open it, who can not give our handsome, kind, and cheerful President Ji some face? Besides, this child is very sincere. Ji Mingzhou was already feeling a little proud of being praised by his good son. Ji Chuan clapped his hands. Manager Wang quickly gave Ji Chuan 50,000 chips, and Ji Chuan asked him to leave. This is what this kid fought for us. It's several months' salary. Please help him. Dean Li is confident in his skills. This kid only has his mother left at home, and she is very filial. Don't you want your son to be so filial? I'm really impressed by you, my dear. Just give daddy a kiss, and I'll agree. Ji Chuan sighed. Normally he would definitely not kiss her, but he really missed his father. He pretended to be reluctant and kissed Ji Mingzhou on the cheek. Ji Mingzhou seemed to have not expected that Ji Chuan would really agree. The sun really rose from the west. His son not only hugged him, but also kissed him today. Ji Mingzhou was so excited that he almost cried. After he grew up, Ji Chuan had not been very close to him. Every time he wanted to hug him like when they were children, Ji Chuan would push him away with a look of disgust. This help was worth it. Okay, I promise. Thank you, Uncle Ji. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Song Si was so excited that he cried. He didn't expect to meet a noble person who could solve his current problem today. By the way, Xiao Si, if you still want to go to school, we can arrange for you to go back to school. There are still 3 years until the end of the world. Is it necessary for him to go to school? But Ji Chuan couldn't say. He felt that if he could help, he should help him to the end and let Song Si make his own choice. It was too early for him to enter society. Song Si shook his head. I'll never be able to repay you in my lifetime if I continue to help you. Brother Chuan, thank you for your kindness. My mother will need my care after the surgery. If her health improves, I'll find a way to send her to school. In the face of Song Si's strong rejection, Ji Chuan did not mention it again. Okay, Xiao Si, if you don't like the job here, just go back. My dad will help you apply for subsidies. It's okay for him to go for the subsidy if he can't apply, but I just don't want Song Si to have a greater psychological burden. Song Si ignored the gazes of the people around him, knelt down straight, and 2 lines of tears kept flowing down. Ji Chuan quickly pulled him up. Brother Chuan, Uncle Ji, I will never forget your kindness to me in my life. Don't remember the favor. I just hope you can remember me when we meet again in the future. Go back quickly. I have something to tell my dad in private. Song Si nodded. He tried hard to remember Ji Chuan's face, afraid of missing every detail. Fate played a joke on him, causing him to suffer a series of blows, but also prepared a treasure for him. Ji Chuan was the kindest person he had ever met. Before leaving, he hugged Ji Chuan again, as if he was reluctant to leave the warmth in Ji Chuan's arms. Thank you, Brother Chuan. I'm going back. Well, don't force yourself to do something you don't like. Song Si nodded and left. Dad, do you remember what I asked you to remember? Help the kid just now arrange a surgery spot and subsidy spot. Dad has it all in mind. Don't worry, I'll mention it. Dad, can you please be more reliable? There's something more important. I told you when we first came in. Ji Mingzhou touched his head, as if he was not allowed to make any investment. Don't you still trust your dad's judgment? Your dad won't invest in a bad project. Don't invest in Tapu technology. Don't even go. You have to recite it every day. I'll ask questions at any time. If you can't answer, I'll ignore you. Ji Chuan already felt that the world was disappearing. If he didn't go to Tap Technology, he wouldn't attend social gatherings or drink, and he wouldn't pass by that intersection. But could his father take his words to heart? Xia Yiqing walked into the casino with a lunchbox he made himself, looking very happy. It was almost time for Song Si to get off work. As a neighbor, he felt very sympathetic to Song Si's situation. In order to help him save some money, He would help him prepare dinner when he was free. I was very thoughtful today and wanted to give him a surprise. Excuse me, which table is Song Si in charge of today? Song Si? He resigned and left. What? Chapter 183 The Werewolf Rescue. Lin Lulu felt her heart beating very fast, and the fatigue made her consciousness a little confused. Although she was so sleepy that it was difficult to do strenuous exercise, she did not dare to fall asleep at all. Not only did the plot in the dream make her feel endless sadness, but recently a dark shadow appeared, getting closer and closer to her every time she dreamed. Although she didn't understand what would happen when she faced the shadow completely, she felt it would be something terrifying. Master Brave? You look so pale. You should rest. The sheep-headed tribe leader guided Lin Lulu with concern, but Lin Lulu was terrified and waved her hands in refusal. I can't sleep. The shadow in my dream is about to catch me. It's getting closer and closer. Seeing Lin Lulu's bloodshot eyes and nervous behavior, the sheep-headed tribe leader was not surprised. He called 2 tribesmen and dragged Lin Lulu to the altar where she was summoned. Although Lin Lulu didn't know what they were going to do, she was powerless to resist at the moment. She hadn't had a good rest for a long time and felt exhausted just standing. The sheep people tied up Lin Lulu's hands and feet with hemp ropes. What are you doing? Lin Lulu shouted, and she felt scared at the moment. Master Brave, thank you for your continued help to the sheep people. However, Master Brave's health is very poor and he can no longer fulfill his duties as a hero. We will help Master Brave return home. Go home. Could he really go back? Were the members of the stronghold waiting for him? Or were they all dead like in his dream, accusing him of leaving with grimace on their faces? Lin Lulu didn't have the strength to resist. She just wanted to go home quickly. Even if the members of the stronghold hated her and ignored her, she missed them so much. She hadn't seen them for a long time. As long as you work hard, you can still improve everyone's impression of you, right? The sheepmen performed a strange dance, and the chief was muttering something, but Lin Lulu couldn't hear clearly. The flickering firelight made the patriarch's expression look terrifying and strange, and his horizontal pupils could not reveal his inner emotions. My dear hero, you only need one last step to return. Please follow me one sentence at a time, and the door that will lead you back will open. Is it just a few words you repeat? Why tie yourself up? I don't have the energy to do anything else. Lin Lulu nodded. She wanted to go back so badly. She wanted to have a good sleep in her bed in the base. With Sister Zhang Yin in the base, she should not have nightmares after being comforted. I am a brave warrior from another world. I am a brave warrior from another world. I would give my soul. I would give my soul. Dedicated to Lord Eris. Lin Lulu pondered with her remaining sanity. Why would she say such a thing? Sacrificing her soul? Had Ji Chuan signed a soul contract with Shin Mingting? Who was Eris? Hurry up and tell me. Do you still want to go back? The sheepman chief became anxious when he saw that Lin Lulu was slow to say the last sentence. The sheep people, Lin Lulu felt her consciousness becoming blurred, and it was difficult for her to continue thinking. Dedicated to. Ouch. What? The distant howling of wolves startled the sheepmen. Why did they dare to attack? They were just one step away from sacrificing the brave warrior. This was the last step. After generations of hard work, they were on the verge of success. Resist with all your might. After receiving the order from the chief, the sheep-headed people changed their usual cowardice. They picked up steel forks and attacked the invading werewolves. My dear hero, please finish your last words. Danger is right in front of us. Once you finish speaking, you can go back. Can't. An old and powerful voice called Lin Lulu back to her senses. Among the werewolves, there was a werewolf who looked very old and had a hunched back, but his eyes were bright and his voice was loud. My fellow tribesmen, do your best to rescue the legendary hero. Lin Lulu's consciousness could no longer hold on. Although her thoughts were a little confused and she wanted to continue thinking, she had reached her limit and closed her eyes and passed out. This time she finally didn't have those terrible dreams anymore. She even dreamed of a goddess radiating golden light, gently caressing her cheek. Master Brave, please wake up, Master Brave. When Lin Lulu opened her eyes, she was really shocked. Being surrounded by werewolves is more terrifying than being surrounded by sheepmen, and there is a strong smell of blood around. The sheepmen were lying dead all over the ground, and the werewolves were carrying their bodies in an orderly manner. My lord, I am an elder of the werewolf tribe. You told my people before that you knew one of our tribesmen, right? Lin Lulu looked at the corpses around her in horror. What were these werewolves going to do? Were they here for revenge? Last time, she had injured many werewolf warriors. But I am exhausted at the moment, and it is difficult to use my supernatural powers. My lord, you were nearly sacrificed by these sheep people. We saved you. We have no ill intentions. The werewolf elder spoke to Lin Lulu as gently as possible. It was said that this brave man possessed attack methods like the goddess of light. Lin Lulu looked at the werewolf elder. His eyes were very kind. The sheepmen wanted to sacrifice me? What did this mean? Should she believe him? Asking the tribesmen she knew. Had they finally remembered Xiao Hui? Although Lin Lulu didn't completely trust them, she did trust Xiao Hui. She nodded. I do know a werewolf. His name is Little Gray. He was summoned to my world by the leader of my stronghold. The werewolf elder looked a little excited. Master Brave, can you describe the appearance of the Little Gray you mentioned? And also the appearance of your leader? Lin Lulu looked around and pointed at a tall werewolf not far away and said, Xiao Hui is taller and stronger than him. The mane on his back is longer and his tail is thicker. He is gray all over, so Ji Chuan named him Xiao Hui. Is this the idea behind Ji Chuan's name? Lin Lulu concluded that his name sounded like that of an elementary school student. The werewolf elder overheard the injured tribe member, Little Gray, gossiping today. He excitedly asked, That brave man said he knew one of our tribe members. What name did you just say? Elder. She said she knew a member of our tribe named Little Gray. How could we werewolves have such a stupid name? The elder was trembling all over. He had only heard of the name Xiao Hui given to the leader of the Ovi tribe by the god of faith when he was a child. It seemed that this brave man was the one they had been waiting for. He didn't dare to delay and immediately organized his people to besiege the sheep people. They had to rescue the brave lady. If they delayed any further, her situation would be very dangerous. The werewolf elder nodded rapidly upon hearing Lin Lulu's description of Xiao Hui. That's right, it's our great wolf king Ovi. He has perfectly inherited the appearance of our first wolf king, Vladimir. Ovi, is that Xiao Hui's real name? The first wolf king, Vladimir? What does the leader you mentioned look like? Lin Lulu was looking for the stone pillar and pointed to its location with the help of the firelight. That stone pillar carving looks like my chief, but this stone pillar looks like a teenager, while my chief is a young man. The wolf elder walked silently towards the stone pillar, and when he saw the god of faith on the stone pillar clearly, tears filled his eyes. The god of faith who protects the orcs is not dead. He has gone to the world of heroes. Ouch! The clan leader, an elder, howled like a wolf. When the other werewolves heard the howl, they stopped what they were doing and also howled towards the sky. Ouch! Lin Lulu was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Chapter 184, Prosperous Olovia. After being rescued that night, Lin Lulu rode on the back of a wolf back to the werewolf territory. The werewolf elder's excited approval of Xiao Hui's appearance was not fake. Moreover, even if the werewolves wanted to eat her, she would be powerless to resist. When she was on the wolf's back, she couldn't help but lie on it. The warm touch made her feel at ease. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. Brave man, come and have a bowl of mutton soup to warm yourself up. The elder had been waiting here for Lin Lulu to wake up. He was holding a bowl of steaming broth. The aroma of the meat made Lin Lulu's stomach growl unconsciously. These days she lives on fish, meat, and fruit, and she hasn't eaten any other meat for a long time. But why is it mutton? Thinking of the corpses of sheep people all over the ground last night, Lin Lulu felt a little nauseous and waved her hand. What is the current situation? Lin Lulu, whose mental state had just recovered a little, felt confused. What exactly did the sheepman mean by tying her up and forcing her to repeat those words last night? Why did the werewolf save me? Should I still trust these orcs? My dear hero, the werewolf tribe left behind an ancient motto, asking us to rescue a special hero. Because it has been so long, no one has remembered the original words of the motto. When the tribesmen talked about you knowing a tribe member named Xiao Hui, I was the only one who knew the origin of this name. The Lord God of Faith once gave this name to one of our tribe leaders, so I felt that you were that special hero. The description you gave of Little Gray matches that of our Ovi people, and the leader looks like the God of Faith. You must be the one we want to rescue. Lin Lulu was still digesting the words of the werewolf elder. What about the brave warriors from before? Did they all go back? Or were they also rescued by you? The werewolf elder looked embarrassed. The heroes from the other world are very powerful. They are not something the werewolves can defeat. The heroes before killed the werewolves. We can't sacrifice too many of our people to try. The people in this territory stayed here just to wait for you. Lin Lulu looked at the wounded in the cave who had not yet recovered. It was all her fault, and she felt a little guilty. How do I return to my original world? The werewolf elder shook his head. I haven't heard of any way to reach another world, but you should be able to find the clues you're looking for in Olovia. That's the kingdom once ruled by the Lord God of Faith. Olovia? The God of Faith ruled over it. Where is he now? If the God of Faith is really Ji Chuan, doesn't it mean that he has also been to this world? Olovia is an ideal country created by the Lord God of Faith. It accepts all friendly races and is also the largest and most prosperous kingdom in the world. It's just that the legend says that a disaster struck this world long ago, and the gods sacrificed themselves to quell the disaster, and there are no more gods in this world. But according to what the brave man said, it seems that the gods did not die, but went to a new world. Lin Lulu's mind was in a mess after hearing the elder's words. A long time ago, Ji Chuan was a legendary god, and he was not from the same era as her. Should we go to Alovia to look for clues now? How do I get to Alovia? The Lord God left behind a one-time teleportation array so that he could find you and take the people away with him. We can finally leave this territory. It is said that Alovia is the safest place. The eyes of the wolf elders were full of hope. In order to fulfill the ancient teachings left by the gods, the werewolves had lived here for several generations. Compared with Alovia, this place was simply a primitive tribe. Every rescue would result in heavy losses. They could finally leave here. My tribesmen, we can finally set off for Alovia with a brave hero. Ouch! The howling of wolves echoed in the cave, and Lin Lulu felt a little embarrassed. All the werewolves stepped onto the teleportation array. When Lin Lulu also stepped onto it, the teleportation array lit up. It's true. We finally completed the ancient teachings. Amid the elders' excited voice, white light burst out, and when they opened their eyes, they had arrived in Alovia. This is the most prosperous city-state in the other world. Lin Lulu opened her mouth in surprise. This kingdom looked like a historic town in the west, with various types of buildings blending together and citizens of different races walking on the streets. Orcs, dwarves, goblins, humans, elves. Various shops displayed goods that she didn't recognize, and the streets looked very lively and prosperous. Coming from the end of the world, she hadn't felt such a worldly atmosphere for a long time. Lin Lulu kept turning around and observing her surroundings. Behind her is a magnificent shrine with a huge statue of Ji Chuan. Is this really the kingdom founded by Ji Chuan? Master Brave, you are finally here. The sudden sound startled Lin Lulu, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed elf came in front of Lin Lulu. Do you know me? Lin Lulu stared blankly at the elf in front of her and nodded gently. You are the human who appeared in front of the shrine through the teleportation array along with the descendants of the werewolves. You are the one we are waiting for. Lin Lulu was even more confused. If the teleportation array was left by Ji Chuan, then was this also something he instructed? A werewolf wearing glasses led his people away, and the elf walked in front. Brave man, please follow me. Lin Lulu followed the elf, and always felt that the city with the statue of Ji Chuan made her feel much more at ease. Who are you? And who told you what you just said? Only Ji Chuan could know that she and the werewolf tribe were teleported here together. Lin Lulu still held a glimmer of hope to meet Ji Chuan. My name is Aliston, brave lord. The elves have been waiting for your appearance. The gods once instructed our tribe to lead the brave warriors who were teleported to the shrine along with the descendants of the werewolves. I have finally waited for you. Where are we going now? In the royal city, there are items left for you by the gods. Alice's voice was gentle and ethereal. Although Lin Lulu was full of questions, she could only follow to see what the object was. If Ji Chuan could return to his original world, the items he left behind might be important clues. Although Alovia is extremely peaceful and prosperous, it is all due to the blessing of the Lord God of Faith. Even though the Lord God of Faith has disappeared, his divine power still remains in his stone statue. Everyone here is willing to coexist peacefully, but outside of Alovia, there is war and killing everywhere. The world today is very dangerous. This is why the orc tribes are so small. If the werewolves are waiting for me, then why don't those sheepmen with little fighting power come here? Entering the royal city, the hall was luxurious and spacious, with orc and human guards in armor guarding each entrance. Lin Lulu was a little dazed as she watched the scenes that could only be seen in foreign movies and TV shows. They walked a long way and finally stopped in front of an ancient gate. Please come in, brave man. The items inside are for you. Lin Lulu pushed open the door and saw something on the table in the center of the room. She walked forward and looked at a semicircular object curiously. What is this? Chapter 185, Finding the Hidden Room. Ji Chuan returned to the shrine and looked at the citizens who were still kneeling around him in a daze, as if he had returned to the time when he stepped into the starry door. He suddenly thought of something and came to the rescued boy. How did you get those injuries? Where were you before? I had clearly released all the children imprisoned in the church, so what happened to this child? I was taken away by the Pope before, and I had been looking for a chance to escape from the church. Late at night, I sneaked out during the guard change. I didn't know the way, so I groped around everywhere. While avoiding the patrol, I entered a room. It was a strange room, and after entering, I couldn't find the exit until you rescued me. Thank you, Lord God of Faith, for saving my life. A room with no exit? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. Is there still a secret in the church? Is it just important? It doesn't seem strange that the Pope built some secret rooms. Is there anyone else in that room? Without the adults, I'm all alone. The room is very dark, and I can't see what's inside. The boy's expression suddenly turned painful. Child, what's wrong? The mother beside him said anxiously, Lord God of Faith, what happened to my child? Please save him. Ji Chuan frowned. He had clearly used the holy healing spiritual light on him, so his illnesses and wounds should have healed. Why was he still in pain? He felt that the life of the young man in front of him was rapidly slipping away, as if he was attacked by a dark shadow, but he didn't see any dark shadow at the moment. How could this be? Ji Chuan quickly released the holy healing spiritual light, but it had no effect, and the boy died in front of everyone. My child, don't scare your mother. Wake up. The residents still kneeling around looked at each other in bewilderment. How could this child die? Why didn't the God of Faith in front of them save him? The woman ignored the etiquette and crawled to Ji Chuan's legs, pulling his calf. Lord God of Faith, why didn't you save my child? He's still so young. Ji Chuan realized that the power of faith provided by the people around him had disappeared. I'm sorry I didn't save your child. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Ji Chuan's figure disappeared, leaving the residents present looking at each other in bewilderment. How could the God of Faith who worked miracles not be able to save a child? The woman's crying was so loud that it attracted many residents to stop and comment on the incident. Providing assistance in an emergency will be remembered, but long-term help will make some people take everything for granted. The death of this child has caused some people to question their faith in God. What kind of God is he if he can't even save a child? I think he did it on purpose. You didn't give the God any money, did you? The God of Faith is not like that. Don't insult him. This must be an accident. The child's injuries have just been healed for all to see. How do you know it's really cured? Will the child die? Even if he's cured, I think it might all be a trick. Isn't it always like this in the future? No money, no treatment. Without the God of Faith, this city was destroyed the day the goblins attacked it. How can you say such a thing? The goblins now believe in him too. How can you be sure he's not in league with them? The debate in the square continued, and a hooded man in the crowd covered his entire head in his robe, a smile on his face. God of Faith. Only those who have believers are gods. I will destroy the source of your faith and see who has the final say in this city. His figure disappeared in the crowd, and several people in the city wearing the same robes began their actions. Ji Chuan came to the church. He carefully felt the distribution of life forms and found no abnormalities. He felt that there must be clues in that mysterious room. The child's death was too strange, and he was very angry that the child dared to do it in front of him, causing the citizens to doubt him. He started from the room where the children were trapped and explored outwards, imagining the route of the escaped child, and kept pushing the door of each room along the way. But there was nothing unusual. If the child wanted to escape, he would definitely not go upstairs. The strange room should be on this floor. He walked into a room at random. Xiaohei. A one-eyed demon appeared in the room. Although Ji Chuan was not sure that this demon was Xiaohei, he was too lazy to think of any other name. In order to avoid misunderstandings among the citizens when they saw him with the devil, this was Xiaohei's first summon to show his loyalty. Xiaohei was not needed in most things, but he was a little confused at the moment. Are there any hidden rooms in the church? What do you think about the boy's sudden death? Reporting to the master, I feel the aura of my people. These should be the work of my people. Then you don't know how the other party did it? The demons are not a united race. We pursue supreme strength and want to rule the race and the world as powerful individuals. This is undoubtedly Xiaohei's way of thinking. If it was the work of the devil, it would be better. As long as he showed up, Ji Chuan didn't think the other party could defeat him. As long as those shadowy figures don't take action, everything will be fine. The last time we dealt with them, we did it through soul absorption. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but after the absorption, the vortex door that opened also carried black air. And he experienced despair and death in that door. Although he didn't feel any discomfort when absorbing those dark shadows, he always felt something was ominous. Can you tell how that child died? Forgive my incompetence, but each demon has its own unique tactics. To maintain our advantage, we must conceal our tactics and prevent them from being seen through. What are your methods? Parasite. I can choose a target to parasitize, which is equivalent to possessing their body and abilities. However, if the target dies, I will also die. That's why I've been trying to find a strong one. I wanted to parasitize you, but I hesitated a step too late. Entering your forbidden area, all my abilities were ineffective. Ji Chuan was a little confused. If it was Xiaohei, he would have thought it would be some ability to devour and grow, similar to the ability of the Zombie King. But it's also true that the zombie king should be an undead, and the one in front of him is a demon with a strong parasitic ability, so we should find a good target for him. Don't you have any clues? Some masters, I can sense the breath of my own kind. My perception is very good among my kind. I can sense the location of all races in a small area. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this ability given to him by the zombie king? But he couldn't really detect the devil's aura. He could only sense the location of living beings and zombies. He had no experience with the hiding methods of some demons. After all, these races did not exist in the original world. Master, I seem to have sensed it. I will merge into your body and guide you to find him. Chapter 186 Demons Fight for Favor. Xiaohei merged into Ji Chuan's body. Ji Chuan had an illusion that the spirit of the crystal core had returned, and he communicated with himself through his thoughts. Master, go forward, stop, turn right, stop. This should be the area in front of you. Ji Chuan looked at the wall in front of him in confusion. There was only a huge oil painting on the wall, and there was no entrance to any room. The painting seemed to be a pope of a certain generation. Is it behind the painting? Ji Chuan lifted the oil painting and touched the wall behind it, but found nothing unusual. He looked around and then at the oil painting again, but he felt that the eyes of the person in the painting seemed different from before. From the beginning, they were staring at the front, but now they seemed to be staring at him. Ji Chuan's lips curled up into a smile. The devil's hiding methods are really creative. As he thought, the fire engulfed the painting. The expression of the person in the painting became angry. Black air filled the air, the fire disappeared, and it was pitch dark all around, as if one was in a pitch-black room. The darkness had no effect on Ji Chuan. He stared at a motionless demon not far away, who was also observing him patiently. The demon had an illusion that Ji Chuan was staring into his eyes. Was that possible? This place was completely shrouded in darkness, and everyone's vision should be deprived. Even among gods, few have vision that ignores the environment. I was discovered too early, and I don't know how much the opponent's believers have been weakened. It is very fatal for a god to have no believers. Gods and believers complement each other, and even approach a symbiotic state. Since you won't do it, I'll do it first. Ji Chuan's words chilled the demon. Bluffing? He must have only a keen sense of where he was. After being deprived of vision, one has no concept of distance control, and all moves should not hit oneself. Ji Chuan walked slowly. The dark room was not spacious. Sure enough, he was bluffing. He was moving around to determine his position. He was quite brave. He didn't know where he was, but he dared to move so recklessly. Suddenly, Ji Chuan disappeared. How is this possible? The demon looked around in confusion. Why had he just disappeared from his own room? Was this his divine power? Like the child he had transported? Since you like darkness, I'll let you enjoy this feeling too, depriving your 5 senses. Ji Chuan's voice suddenly sounded behind the devil. He shuddered and was about to take action, but found himself in chaos. I can't see. I can't hear. I'm not sure if I made any sound, and I can't feel my body. He was trying like crazy to get out of this state, but in reality he was like a cerebral palsy patient who kept falling to the ground with uncoordinated movements and making incomprehensible roars over and over again, and even standing up depended on luck. Master, you are more like a devil than we are. Ji Chuan ignored Xiaohei's words and used metal to fix the demon who was like a headless fly, making a metal cabin with only the demon's head exposed. A finger touched the demon's forehead. Restore your sight and hearing. The demon looked at Ji Chuan in horror, but found that his body had no feeling. What was he being fixed in? What did you do to me? His body had no feeling, and he couldn't even move his abilities. At that moment, he was just a piece of livestock waiting to be slaughtered by Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan snapped his fingers, and the dark space turned into a shiny area full of metal. You have no right to question me. Was that the boy who dyed your work? Do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to offend the most powerful demon clan? Ji Chuan ignored the demon's warning and walked behind the demon. The demon heard the sound of metal colliding, but didn't know what happened. Ji Chuan took out a black wing and came in front of him. The wing was dripping with sticky blood. The demon's eyes were filled with fear because he was extremely familiar with these wings coming from his own body. Why didn't he feel any pain? Was it because his entire body had lost consciousness? If you don't understand me, next time it won't be a wing. Is this a god? Aren't gods just simple fools who claim to be the embodiment of justice and light? What's wrong with this god? Is he evil? What were his abilities? Hadn't the Sher family already weakened his faith? Why was he so powerful? His methods were beyond comprehension. Sir, please let me go. I will answer whatever you want to know. My ability is the dark mark. The longer someone is locked in my gaze, the greater the power of the mark. I can mobilize this energy to take their life, at any time. Then why didn't you activate it on me? You didn't attack me before because you were marking me. If the boy was your work, then it should be possible to activate it without any contact. My lord, I have already urged it, but for some reason it has no effect. Master, it's me. I can resist the methods of the middle-level demon. Xiao Hei's voice rang out, and Ji Chuan's doubts were resolved. If it weren't for Xiao Hei, he might have really suffered some harm. Sir, I have no intention of questioning you. Are you a high-ranking demon? We are of the same race. Please let me go. I am willing to serve you. Before Ji Chuan could agree, a black aura emanated from his body, and a one-eyed demon stood in front of Ji Chuan. You are not worthy. The master can only have me as a contracted demon. High-ranking demon. The trapped demon's eyes were filled with despair, and Xiao Hei's claws were already reaching out to him. Tisk. Ji Chuan smacked his lips and pulled Xiao Hei behind him. You acted on your own before I gave you any orders. You're such a rebel. There was a hint of panic in Xiao Hei's big eyes. I'm sorry, master. The devil's contract will exclude other devils, so master can only sign one devil. Don't let this low-level devil waste master's precious opportunity. Oh, what would happen if a demon signed the contract instead? Master, I will die if I am replaced. Xiao Hei's eyes were full of anticipation. Master, I will prove to you that I am very valuable. I am stronger than other demons. Master, you must choose me. My Lord God, I am more obedient than this senior. I will never act on my own. A higher-level demon that acts on its own is very dangerous. The one-winged demon seemed to have found a point of entry and was struggling to gain it for himself. You're looking for death. Xiao Hei was about to stretch out his claws again, but was stopped by Ji Chuan. Look, God, he's not obedient at all. I'm a better choice for you. I also have the ability to transform. Once I become powerful, I can become not only a painting, but also a woman, a child, and a handsome man. I can meet all your needs. The one-winged demon observed a lot from the Pope. It seemed that humans were very keen on that thing. This was also a human-shaped god, so perhaps he also had that need. I'm sorry, senior. Although the upper demon is powerful, he has observed more and understood more about human nature. He must fight for more opportunities to survive. Xiao Hei looked at Ji Chuan in confusion. He had been focusing on his career and becoming stronger all this time. He had no idea what the ability this intermediate demon mentioned was for. What role could turning into those fragile humans play? Will the master choose me? Chapter 187 The Devil of Greed is misled by greed. Xiao Hei's mouth opened and closed, as if he didn't understand the advantages of this intermediate demon's ability. His master actually looked like he was thinking. As a high-ranking demon, was he really going to compete for favor with a mid-ranking demon? Although there was a difference in rank, the difference in strength was enormous. There was no comparison at all. To become a high-ranking demon, one must not only awaken the noble demon bloodline, but also undergo a long period of development. He has long been carefully lurking among various races, devouring their fear. By using fear, you can control others and make them your prisoners, or control their souls and enslave them, or directly absorb their life and become your own power. Why was the master thinking? Were women, children, and handsome men truly so important? Shouldn't he just grab whatever fragile life forms he wanted? Was there any need for him to transform? Master, I can easily capture any human you want and present them to you. There's no comparison now, right? The one-winged demon still refused to give up. Forced actions are not as good as voluntary ones. Lord God, I have observed various techniques and will definitely satisfy you. I will fully cooperate. What technique? What coordination? Why didn't this rubbish demon understand what he was saying? Xiao Hei was confused. That's enough. I just thought that killing him now wouldn't yield any other information. Why do I feel my power of faith diminishing? What else did you do? It's not me, sir. It's another demon. His power is greed. He controls the 6 major families of this kingdom and basically controls the kingdom's economic lifeline. In order to protect their own status, those families hope to make their believers abandon you. I am just his subordinate. Please spare me. How can I make believers abandon me? They forced the people you saved to die before everyone's eyes, spreading rumors that you were in league with the foreigners attacking humanity and that all your protection was just a facade. Now, they're spreading demonic power to the city's faithful believers, making people believe that anyone who believes in you will be devoured by the devil. They've already begun to act. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the devil had set his sights on him. It turned out that no matter which world he was in, if he touched someone else's cake, he would be retaliated by the other party. Can you contact him? What are his abilities? Trick him over here, and I'll spare your life. A glimmer of joy flashed in the one-winged demon's eyes. Yes, my lord, I'll have him come right over. Wait, master. Released a black seed towards the one-winged demon, and the seed merged into the demon's body. Master, demons are very cunning before a contract is signed. After the contract is signed, they will protect the master with all their strength. If the master dies, the demon will also die. I have released a parasitic seed in his body. If anything happens to the master, I will seize his body before I die and let him die with me. Xiaohei cut off the one-winged demon's retreat. He thought that he could turn the situation around by waiting for another superior demon to arrive, but now it seems that he can only stand on Ji Chuan's side. If a demon must die, it must not be me. As long as I survive, I will definitely have the opportunity to be promoted to a higher demon. Senior, you are too cautious. I will not lie to the Lord God. I will complete the mission. The one-winged demon looked at Ji Chuan embarrassedly. Lord God, could you please forgive me for showing weakness with blood oozing from the corner of your mouth? I can lie to him that you've been tricked, and he'll surely rush over to absorb you. Gods are very delicious food for demons. What are his means of attack? Forgive my incompetence. Demons always hide their hidden cards. I only know that he can grant his followers the ability to spread demonic power. He should also use demonic power to cause damage to the target. Master, pretending to be weak is a viable strategy. Demons like their targets to show more negative emotions, as that makes them more delicious prey. You can catch them off guard and eliminate them unexpectedly. Ji Chuan nodded after hearing Xiaohei's reminder and casually cut a wound at the corner of his mouth. The wound healed quickly after leaving blood. The 5 senses are restored. Ji Chuan released the domain and restored his demonic state. The one-winged demon grimaced in pain. He finally gained control of his body, but at the same time, he also experienced the pain of a broken wing. Ji Chuan lay weakly on the ground, and Xiaohei merged into Ji Chuan's body. Let him come. My lord, my sneak attack was successful. I didn't expect that this damn god could cut off my wings after being hit by my dark blast. He is very strong and is the most suitable to be your nourishment. Ji Chuan had to admit that the one-winged demon's acting skills were good. As the demon finished speaking, a sense of oppression gathered in the dark room. Looking at Ji Chuan lying on the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and a wing in his hand, he imagined that a fierce struggle had just taken place and that the gods were nothing to be feared in front of the cunning demons. You did a good job. The greedy demon's voice was deep and prominent in the dark room. He believed that it would be difficult for the gods to locate him in such a dark environment. He walked towards Ji Chuan excitedly, ready to absorb this rare nutrient. But when he raised his paw, Ji Chuan disappeared out of thin air. Deprivation of the 5 senses. The one-winged demon still couldn't figure out how Ji Chuan did it. It was as if he could blend into the darkness. He had never heard of any god possessing such an ability. The mud pile is like a kidney. The devil of greed shouted, but he could not hear his own voice, and he didn't even know whether he had shouted or not. His eyes could not see and his body had lost consciousness. His body was once again wrapped by Ji Chuan into a metal dumpling, with only his head exposed. Restore vision and hearing. Eris, how dare you betray me? I'm sorry, sir. I'm just trying to survive, so I have to trouble you to die. The one-winged demon was still in pain. He actually felt very happy at the moment. The superior who had once bossed him around had become a prisoner, and he was the one who sent him away with his own hands. He was just born later than these upper demons, but he could only become their laborer. He didn't want to continue. My Lord God, once he dies, the demonic power he spread will be dispelled, and your followers will be safe. Anyone who surrenders their soul to him will die, and the 6 major families will be under your control. Eris, I'm going to kill you. We'll talk about it after you survive, sir. The one-winged demon's face was filled with disdain. He looked at Ji Chuan expectantly. My Lord God, my mission has been completed. Can you please let me go? I will definitely stay away from this kingdom you rule. Ji Chuan was not a man who would go back on his word, and the other party was suppressed by Xiaohei and seemed to pose no threat to him, so he nodded. The one-winged demon bowed respectfully and then disappeared. Don't kill me. I can be your contracted devil. I'm a high-ranking devil. The 6 major families of this kingdom are in my hands. I can provide you with inexhaustible wealth. A ball of black gas came out, and Xiaohei's expression was very terrifying. What? You already have a contracted demon. I'm stronger than him. God, please choose me. I only need to inspire greed in my targets, and they will all be your servants. The devil of greed unexpectedly discovered that the one-eyed demon before him was growing stronger. How did he do it? What was his ability? Chapter 188, Greedy Little Black. Xiaohei became stronger and stronger after absorbing the fear of the greedy demon. At the same time, he was very eager to absorb the other party, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Although the upper demons are powerful, their methods are very covert, so their own kind will not easily attack the same upper demon, as the risk is too great. But the current situation is different. The upper demon was unilaterally crushed by Ji Chuan. He was like a top-quality ingredient tempting Xiaohei's taste buds. Xiaohei looked at Ji Chuan with a look of longing and grievance. Would his master choose him? Would he reward him with this delicious ingredient? Master, I will serve you with all my strength. Please give him to me as a reward. I will become even more powerful by devouring him. Eat your angel's chicken feet. I'll be stronger if I eat you. Lord God, you can tell he's a defective product with just one eyeball. Choosing me is the best choice. Ji Chuan didn't understand what the first sentence of the greedy demon meant. It should be a swear word of the devil. Ji Chuan is still a nostalgic person. He feels that the Xiaohei in front of him is the spirit of his crystal core. Although he has great ambitions, he is still very loyal after being subdued. You can't eat it yet. He still has some use for his life. Xiaohei was a little disappointed, but still nodded. Yes, master. Deprivation of the five senses. The greedy devil fell into despair again. What was he going to do to him? Fangwa. Qiuqiu. A white light flashed, and Ji Chuan appeared above the royal city, holding a high-level demon in one hand. However, the demon's face, which should have been terrifying, was now making some uncoordinated and funny movements. It's the Lord God of Faith. What's that in his hand? People of Alovia, just today I rescued a young man. After healing his injuries, he suddenly lost his life. I am deeply saddened. After my investigation, I didn't expect that demons have integrated into our kingdom. Not only are they slaughtering lives wantonly, but they've also taken control of the nobles and powerful people in the royal city. They sold their souls to the demons and fell into corruption. Now, I have found the source of all evil. Today, I will execute the demon in front of everyone, to restore justice to the deceased and peace to the kingdom. The citizens were very emotional when they heard Ji Chuan's words. It turned out that it was the devil who was corroding the kingdom. Those corrupt families were actually the devil's minions. They usually exploited the people and behaved improperly, which aroused public anger. The members of the Sher family who were wearing robes began to panic at this time. If the devil of greed died, they would also die. God, please don't. People in robes kept kneeling down before Ji Chuan in the city, begging for mercy loudly. Look, it's the people from the aristocratic family. They're begging for mercy for the devil. It's really like that. Yes, they were the ones who had just been slandering the Lord God of Faith in front of the crowd. It turns out they sold their souls to the devil. Execute the demon. Give justice to the deceased, and bring peace to the kingdom. The citizens began to shout in unison, saying that the corruption of the kingdom by the aristocratic families was obvious to all, not to mention that they were traitors who sold their souls to the devil. Countless smooth metal fragments pierced into the demon's body, and black air continued to overflow from his body. The greedy demon, who had lost his five senses, did not die painfully. Those members of the aristocratic families wearing robes had ferocious expressions and kept struggling on the ground. When the citizens saw those people die along with the devil, they were more certain that they were parasites who sold their souls to the devil. Part of the family's wealth will be used to build the kingdom, and part will be used to provide subsidies to the families of those who died in battle. If any family member died in the war for the country, they can come to the royal city to receive it. Olovia will be a pure land. I will not let the people I protect suffer from hunger and disease here. Please dedicate your passion and strength to Olovia and build our most ideal home. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's decision, the citizens whose family members died on the battlefield burst into tears. Most families had lost their men, and it was difficult for them to have food and clothing. The God of Faith not only protected them, but also gave them a new way to live. May the Lord God of Faith be at peace. May the Lord God of Faith be at peace. The majestic power of faith poured into Ji Chuan's body. Ji Chuan saw that the citizens of the entire royal city were emitting light, and those lights were flying towards him like fireflies. The new vortex gate should be not far away, but he still had things to do at the moment. A light appeared under his feet, and the body of the greedy demon disappeared with him. The citizens have been restless for a long time. Being protected by the God of Faith is the luckiest thing in their lives. Ji Chuan casually moved to an empty room and said, "Eat it while it's hot. It will get cold soon." All the metal fragments in the body of the greedy demon disappeared, and Xiaohei quickly jumped out of Ji Chuan's body, with tears in his big eyes. "Master, I knew you would choose me. I will definitely live up to your expectations." The master has so many abilities, but doesn't use them. He just cuts them into small pieces for the devil of greed. He must have cut them into small pieces so that he can eat them more conveniently. His master is so thoughtful. Xiaohei ate with relish. The upper demons were precious nutrients. Every demon had a different mind, and no one knew where they were hiding in the world. The upper demons had also gone through the test of time. They have worked hard for a long time to get to where they are today, and in order not to expose themselves, they often use very covert means. Unexpectedly, his master got him one to eat today. He was really lucky. After eating it, he saved himself decades or even hundreds of years of detours. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you for it. Ji Chuan instructed Xiao He like an old father, but it felt awkward to hear such words coming from a teenager. Xiao He ate with such relish that Ji Chuan was reminded of how he looked when he saw the special grade crystal core. He thought his greed was probably influenced by Xiao He. It tastes so good. I want to try what devil meat tastes like. Ji Chuan swallowed his saliva. He had never enjoyed any food since coming to this world. Without the crystal core, he had almost lost all ways to relax. Xiao He. What does devil meat taste like? Master, you can't eat it. Demon meat contains a large amount of negative energy from living beings. Other than demons, other species will probably go crazy and lose consciousness if they eat it. Oh, pretty protective of food. However, the reaction after eating the devil's meat. Ji Chuan felt that it was somewhat similar to the state he was in when his consciousness was in chaos. At that time, I felt that there was only killing in front of me, and I lost all my reason and judgment. Including Shannon City, a total of 4 cities were massacred. In his original world, he would not eat anything except crystal cores, and there were no demons in that world. It must not be because he ate demon flesh. If the black energy is the obsession of those unwilling to die, does it also mean that the black energy contains a large amount of negative energy from humans? Chapter 189: The Gradually Collapsed World. What are you doing here, little sister? The combat team from Jinglian City rushed to Changrong City. Lacking combat power, they just wanted to go through the motions. It is said that number 1 has disappeared. They set out late to find out the current situation of Changrong City, but the current battlefield is already in ruins. There were human limbs and remains everywhere. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place at the scene. Even some intact corpses had begun to turn into zombies. They destroyed the corpses as soon as possible before they completely became mutants. It can be said that they had made some efforts in this regard. But why is there a little Loli standing here? Is she a member of a combat team in which city? Or is she a survivor of Changrong City? Does she know any valuable information? Little sister, you are not the one I am waiting for. The little girl turned around and tilted her head to look at the team. She looked like an angel, but her voice and movements made people feel a little weird. Little sister, you are waiting. Before the captain could finish his question, the members of the Jinglian City combat team had already noticed that their captain was in a strange state. He hung his head and seemed a little listless, not moving at all. Captain? Captain, don't come near. The captain's vital signs are gone. The detectives in the team had already noticed something unusual. What was going on with this little girl? Her entire body's energy was like a thick, black fog, making it impossible to discern what was hidden beneath. The captain died almost instantly, and no one knew how the other party did it. What was certain was that the other party was extremely dangerous. Retreat quickly. The captain, who was the most powerful psychic among them, is dead. What can the rest of them do? Why retreat? I want to avenge the captain. Isn't she just a little girl? Another person in the team had already raised his hand and released dense light bullets, but Loli disappeared in an instant, and the light bullets hit the ground, raising smoke and dust. Ahem, did you hit it? No, I don't like you calling me that, and you don't deserve to give me a name. The attacking man's blood splashed all over Loli's face, but she didn't care. I don't like him, but the others should stay and keep me company. The other members of the Jinglian City combat team, like their captain, all stood there with a listless look on their faces. Loli walked back to her original place lightly. Who was she waiting for? She should have recognized him when they met. It would be better to keep some friends with her so that she would not be lonely. Yuyang City requests support. Yuyang City requests support. Wei Hong couldn't believe his eyes. The giant zombie that beat them up a long time ago had returned here again. They thought that just like last time, he would run away if they didn't provoke him, but they miscalculated. This giant zombie came here specially this time, and many people in the team who went out have met with accidents. He was extremely violent and would beat anyone he saw. At that time, the 3 captains of the special-level superpower team were helpless against him, and the attacks from other teams were like scratching an itch. They had no idea what he meant by his angry roar. Where did you hide the master? Why did the master's aura disappear? What master? What breath? Where is it hiding? Oh my god, does this giant zombie have an owner? Who has such a strong taste for such a pet? Won't he accidentally sit on himself and die one day? Ever since her last fight with him, the confident Bai Jinyao no longer had her former demeanor. She would tremble in fear at the slightest disturbance. Her full-strength attack from the enhanced explosive Phoenix spear only left a black spot on the opponent's armor. She has been hiding in the base and dared not go out. She knows that they have no chance of winning against this giant zombie. Fighting him is just seeking death. She wants to survive. There are still many things she wants to do. What should we do, Chief? The nearby psychic bases don't have any extra combat support. Wei Hong could also understand that the current world seemed to be heading towards destruction. With Shannon City as the center, some unknown things seemed to have happened in nearby cities. More and more bases began to lose contact, and 3 cities including Changrong City were also massacred by Number 1. Was this all the work of Number 1? Is this revenge for the humans being hunted? Yuyang City isn't far from Changrong City, so could this giant zombie have come from there? It is said that Changrong City's plan to eliminate sleeping Number 1 has also failed. The teams that went there have lost contact. Subsequent teams have gone there to collect information, and it is unknown what the results will be. In such a situation, who would be so kind as to send people to support and do favors for other cities? Gao Yuanshan, the leader of the Yuyang City superpower base, had a heavy expression on his face and spoke with difficulty. Close the base, hide the base, abandon the outgoing teams, and shoot anyone who approaches the base from a distance. Don't let anyone reveal the base's location. Wei Hong couldn't calm down for a long time, but it seemed that this was the only way to deal with it at the moment. Sending a support team was like sending people to die. If we leave behind those who are out, the giant zombie might leave when it finds there is no one to kill. Last time, he killed the few members of the team he could kill and then ran away. Keeping the base is the top priority. If the base is destroyed, they will lose their only shelter in the apocalypse, and when danger comes again, they will have no way to escape. Ma Ming also supported this decision. All his substitute dolls were in the base. If the base was breached, even if he wanted to use the dolls to move, he would have nowhere else to go. The last time the puppet was held in the giant zombie's hand, it didn't cause him any harm. To him, those puppets that were powerful enough to explode were just like firecrackers and had no deterrent effect. The supplies at the base are enough to support the remaining people for a long time. As long as they survive, there is hope. The heads of the combat, reconnaissance, and material collection departments issued a cold order to all team members. Teams going out must hide away from the base. Anyone who exposes their position near the base will be shot from a distance. This is a decision made to protect the majority of people. They cannot interfere in anything, and there is no better way at the moment. Ding Yong looked at the message sent from the base in despair. As a member of the reconnaissance team, he had made many contributions to the base. He fully utilized his special abilities just to eliminate all potential dangers. He has always bravely faced the dangers of the end of the world and never shirked his work. However, he was abandoned by the stronghold as he was holding his post. Where could he escape to? The giant zombie easily caught up with him with just a few leaps, and his comrades behind him were gradually turned into minced meat. Even if he was not caught by the giant zombie at the moment, he was not sure that he could escape from the hands of other mutants. If he continued to run aimlessly like this, he would be in danger of being chased by other zombies at any time. He was merely delaying his inevitable death. Ding Yong shed tears. He could understand the base's decision. No one could defeat this powerful zombie. If it was lured to the base, everyone in the base would die. The base's decision was not wrong, but was my dedication wrong? Those who slacked off at the base were given a chance to survive. But hasn't my bravery all along been to protect everyone's peace? A determined smile appeared on his tearful cheeks. As an ordinary member of the reconnaissance team, he would shine today. I want to be a martyr. Damn stupid zombie. Come after your grandpa Ding. De Zhuang was instantly enraged by Ding Yong's words and chased after him. Ding Yong burst into tears. His courage was exhausted in just a moment. If he were given another chance, would he still be a hero? Chapter 190, The Miracle of Ordinary People. Ding Yong was very envious of the members of the combat teams, who could use such cool superpowers in this doomsday to defeat zombies and protect the safety of mankind. With every victory in battle, they would be greeted with cheers and praise from the base members, and they became the center of the post-apocalyptic world. Before the end of the world, he worked as a traffic policeman and imagined himself as a criminal policeman, analyzing cases every day, traveling around the city as a messenger of justice to arrest criminals and protect the safety of citizens. But in reality, all he has to deal with are wind, sun, and car exhaust, which makes him look older than he actually is in his early 30s. When the end of the world came, everyone awakened their special abilities, and the excitement in his heart exceeded the fear of facing the end of the world. It seems that my ordinary life is about to take a turn for the better. Will I rise up like the protagonist of the novel, become a brave man who saves the world and gain people's worship? But reality still gave him a heavy blow. It seemed that this world did not give ordinary people any chance to create miracles. Even when the end of the world came, there was no chance for him to turn around. He tried to activate his superpowers, imagining himself as a Superman, flying around the city and saving citizens in danger. It was just that reality played a joke on him. He just found himself easily jumping a distance farther than usual. Was this a short-distance flight? What was the use of it? Sometimes it even can't be activated. My ability is like an old and dilapidated machine, and I don't understand why it has stopped working. Ability base. The tester failed to measure his ability level. Based on his description, the base believed that his ability was too weak and close to nothing, so the level could not be measured. But if you can fly for a short distance, you can use it to escape easily after becoming proficient, which is very suitable for joining the reconnaissance team. Although it is very different from your first volunteer combat team, joining the reconnaissance team with such a special ability is also a good result. Ding Yong cherishes every day at the superpower base. Because of his weakness, he hopes to create his own value through more efforts and dedication. He conscientiously performs every duty. He observes the unusual movements in the city every day. As a traffic policeman, he is very familiar with the road conditions in the city. Even if he encounters zombies, he can escape quickly with his familiarity with the road conditions. Once when he was about to be caught by zombies, his useless supernatural power took effect instantly. In disbelief, he flew farther than usual and escaped the crisis. But at that moment, he found that his supernatural power had lost its effect again. He was extremely frightened. He could hear the sound of giant zombies falling to the ground without looking back, and the sound was getting closer and closer to him. Ding Yong quickly ran into the narrow path, trying to use the densely packed houses as cover. As long as he turned a few more corners, he should be able to disappear from the zombies' sight. The sound of shattering wall panels continued to echo beside him. He could already feel the shadow of the behemoth falling. By attracting its attention, he should have given the other members a chance to escape, right? Because the space between the buildings was too narrow, Dazhuang couldn't catch the opponent very well. He judged the direction of the opponent's escape and threw away the wall blocks he had broken off. The wall block shot towards Ding Yong and the area in front of him like cannonballs. Being hit would immediately mean death. It seemed like God's last mercy to this ordinary man. He brushed past the rubble several times. Ding Yong had already started to breathe heavily, but the monster behind him seemed to be getting faster and faster. He even felt that the other party was just enjoying the pleasure of chasing prey. Team members, run. I'm Ding Yong, and I've attracted the zombies' attention. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Would anyone remember him? He wanted to leave behind a story before he died. His sacrifice must have been worthwhile, right? Will anyone see my resolute figure? Today I am the most handsome I have been in the past 30 years. I am also a protagonist at the moment. My death will be my spotlight, lighting up my ordinary life. A huge wall panel flew over and blocked Ding Yong's way forward. Ding Yong also found that he could not run anymore. When he stopped, his heart almost jumped out. The sound of the giant zombie landing behind him made the ground tremble. The other party slowed down like a cat that caught a mouse. He actually saw a contemptuous smile on the other party's face. Why am I such a weak person? Why aren't those heroic stories written by me? Why do I live such an ordinary life? Ding Yong raised his hand to wipe away the sweat and tears from his face, and a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since death is coming soon, why not die in a more handsome way? Dying and begging for mercy and despair is too lame. I have been inferior for more than 30 years. Do I want to leave regrets before I die? Damn zombies. Humanity will wipe you out sooner or later. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Take this punch from Grandpa Ding. It's as big as a sandbag. The giant zombie's palm was already grabbing towards Ding Yong, but Ding Yong punched back. A beam of light illuminated Ding Yong. Ding Yong widened his eyes and saw a huge fist appear in front of him, which was half the size of a giant zombie. Like a phantom giant fist smashing into the zombies, the stone slabs on the ground cracked where the fist wind passed, and the walls of the buildings on both sides collapsed instantly. The giant fist smashed into the giant zombie's arm. The powerful explosive force actually knocked the behemoth away. The arm that was hit by the giant fist broke and deformed, and the giant zombie let out an angry roar. I did this. I wasn't dreaming. Ding Yong raised his fist and looked at it in surprise. Wasn't his ability short-distance flight? What was going on with this giant fist? Could it be that he could fly and swing such a powerful fist? Even the captain of the special-level psychic team couldn't destroy the armor, but he was able to break it? He was actually more powerful than the special-level psychic? Can I really be the protagonist? Ding Yong's heart was filled with excitement and excitement. He no longer had any fear of death and seemed to be able to create a miracle of his own. Damn zombie, take another punch from Grandpa Ding. Ding Yong exerted force with his feet and unexpectedly rose into the air. He really flew. At this moment, he really became a Superman. While the giant zombie was stuck between two buildings, he punched again. Oh, a fist, even bigger than the previous one, smashed into the zombie. The moment of contact, the giant zombie was embedded in the ground, and a circular deep pit formed in the nearby area. His black armor was shattered, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and his expression was filled with deep sadness and unwillingness. I'm sorry, Master. Dezhuang didn't find you. Dezhuang can't protect you anymore. Another huge fist fell, and the giant zombie's body shattered, with no life left. Ding Yong shed tears of excitement. Was he the one who saved Yuyang City at that moment? The ordinary self finally created his own miracle. Chapter 191, Adventurers Guild. Lin Lulu picked up the half-disc on the table. The disc seemed to emit a faint light. She looked at it carefully and found that there seemed to be some strange patterns engraved on the half-disc. After studying it for a while, he found no clues. What on earth is this? Is this really the clue Ji Chuan left for me? Lin Lulu looked around and found nothing special about the room, so she took the item and walked out. Alicine, do you know what this thing is? My lord, this item has been guarded by the elves for generations. It was given to you by the gods. We do not know what it is. This damn Ji Chuan still likes to play guessing games. Why doesn't he just tell me directly? Lin Lulu pursed her lips in anger, and she suddenly recalled Ji Chuan's expression. When he was training himself in the stronghold, he once made himself fight against Xiaomei, a task that he thought was impossible, but he succeeded. Although the victory was largely due to Song Si's reminder, the timely understanding of light arrow tracking was a miracle he created at that time. The smile on Ji Chuan's face at that time seemed to be a sign of confidence and affirmation in himself. Was this a test Ji Chuan had left for him? Was he hoping for him to grow again? That seemed like his style. Still so strict. Lin Lulu sighed and looked at Alice again. Was this thing originally placed here? My dear brave lord, this item was said to have been found in the territory of the elves. However, the elves have basically migrated to Alovia, which is the safest place right now. Outside of Alovia, without the protection of the gods, there are dangers lurking everywhere, and all of them are dangerous races. Lin Lulu found that she had found a clue. This disc was only half. Would finding the other half solve the problem? The other half is placed in the elves' territory, right? No, what if the origin was only this half? But are there any other clues at the moment? Aliston, where is the elves' territory? Are there any other clues about this item? My lord, the elves' former territory is in the elf forest in the southeast. There is no other information. Even if the other half is not in the elf forest, the next clue should be found in the elf forest. Lin Lulu thought that Ji Chuan would not give completely unrelated hints, and entering the elf forest was probably a test for himself. But there are dangers everywhere outside. How should I get through? Aliston, how far southeast is the elf forest? How long will it take to get there? How can I be sure I've found the right place? My dear hero, I suggest you go to the Adventurers Guild and post a mission to escort you to the elf forest. You know your abilities best, so you can choose some adventurers who complement your abilities to explore with you. This will be safer. The royal city will provide you with financial assistance. Ji Chuan's help to me is just money, right? Is this asking me to decide what kind of teammates to look for? This can also be considered as part of the test. But what is the Adventurers Guild? The current situation doesn't seem that urgent. I still have time to get to know the city better. I have just had a good night's rest, and am still a little tired. Master Brave, please follow me. I will take you to your restroom and get your funds. Lin Lulu followed behind Alicine and once again marveled at the magnificence of the palace. She felt as if she was in a fairy tale world. She tried hard to remember the direction she came from to avoid getting lost in the palace. This is it, my lord. Lin Lulu walked into the room. This room was very special. It was decorated just like her own room in the base. There was an ancient parchment on the bookshelf with the words, "Keep running," written on it. Lin Lulu couldn't help laughing. This bastard Ji Chuan must have sneaked into her room and imitated her to put such a label. She had seen the words Ji Chuan wrote to Sister Yunxi when he couldn't speak, and the handwriting was indeed Ji Chuan's. My heart, which was originally a little scared and uneasy, felt a little relieved after seeing this parchment. This journey shouldn't be difficult, right? It can't be any harder than the time I faced Xiaomei. She picked up a backpack, put in half a disc and the money, said hello to Alice, and headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Since it is a bounty mission, it should take time to recruit the Adventurers Guild. Although his attire seemed a little strange in this world, no passers-by cast curious glances at him. Lin Lulu herself couldn't help but glance at the non-human passers-by. Isn't this very rude? Lin Lulu walked carefully towards her destination. The Adventurers Guild was near the central square of the royal city. It was said that when a battle was needed, The square would become the gathering place for the adventurer team. When passing by the market, Lin Lulu slowed down her pace unconsciously, just like every young girl who is easily attracted by the colorful goods. Beautiful lady, come and take a look at our newly caught fruit leaf maggots. They're thick and plump, perfect for beautifying your skin, and guaranteed to burst with juice. A lizard man was shouting at Lin Lulu, recommending what he thought was the most competitive product. Lin Lulu resisted the urge to vomit and walked away quickly. Jewelry. We have sizes for orcs, elves, and humans. All styles available. Lin Lulu was attracted by the stall not far away. Which girl would not be attracted by beautiful jewelry? She walked to the bear man's stall and looked at the various jewelry on the stall with curiosity, her eyes wide open. Many beautiful gems were very eye-catching. Although she didn't know much about gems, she knew that such workmanship would be very expensive in her own world. But some of the jewelry was quite scary and made her not want to look at it any longer, such as necklaces made of strange animal specimens. Lin Lulu was surprised to find that those were not specimens, but alive and moving. She ran away quickly. Ma'am, that's a noctilucent spider moth. It's very beautiful at night. Just feed it some horse dung flies every day. It's very easy to raise. That terrifying, living insect on his chest? What kind of race is so fierce? Lin Lulu decided to go to the Adventurers Guild quickly. The goods in this world are a bit scary. Pushing open the door of the union, the sound of ringing bells was heard, and Lin Lulu looked around curiously. Adventurers of various races were chatting in groups of 3 or 4, while others were standing in front of the task panel, carefully looking at the commissions on the wall. They were wearing all kinds of weapons. Some of them looked very powerful and exuded the aura of a hegemon. The muscles of several strong tiger men seemed to be about to break through the armor, and they almost knocked Lin Lulu down when they passed by her. She carefully paid attention to the situation around her to avoid any conflict with these adventurers. The receptionist was a friendly-looking bunny man. Seeing Lin Lulu approach, he looked unfamiliar. Are you accepting a mission or issuing a commission? I'm looking for someone to accompany me to the elf forest. After Lin Lulu finished speaking, the Adventurers Guild, which had been noisy just a moment ago, became very quiet, and everyone looked over here. What's going on? Lin Lulu noticed the change in atmosphere and was a little overwhelmed, waiting for the front desk's response. Chapter 192, The Affected Meal. The rabbit man at the front desk looked at Lin Lulu curiously. How many people would you like to recruit? What are your requirements? I'm not sure either. Is the elf forest dangerous? The rabbit man was a little surprised, looking at Lin Lulu's attire thoughtfully. Guest, have you just arrived in Olovia? You look unfamiliar. Are you an adventurer from somewhere else? Normal residents of Olovia should be very clear about the surrounding situation. The other party's clothing is strange, and the commissions are rare. It is basically only high-level adventurers who go to such places to explore and train. Yes, I just arrived not long ago and don't know much about this place. I'm not sure if I'm considered an adventurer, but I can fight. Guest, you can take the adventurer level test. We will register you as an adventurer in the guild. If you are new here and don't know much about it, we can also evaluate your test results and recommend suitable candidates for you. After hearing the rabbit man's introduction, Lin Lulu nodded. In fact, she was not sure what level of adventurers in this world was and what kind of teammates she should look for. Her initial thought was that she was a long-range attack type mutant. If she was looking for teammates, she would need a frontline protection type, a healing type, and an output type to avoid running out of energy and having no means of attack. But she didn't know whether the divisions here were based on occupation, race, or ability. The rabbit man turned around and took out a crystal ball. The fine crystal structure inside could be seen, which was very beautiful. The guest asked you to place your hand on the white crystal obsidian ball for testing. Others in the guild also looked over here curiously, wanting to know what the test results of this strange human would be. Lin Lulu placed it on it with one hand, and the crystal ball burst into golden light. Wow, gold. It's a high-level adventurer. People around had already sighed, and the rabbit man at the front desk was also very surprised, and his tone towards Lin Lulu became more respectful. Guest, your strength is comparable to that of a high-level adventurer. I wonder what abilities you excel at. Special abilities? Perhaps supernatural powers. I'm good at long-range attacks. I'm looking for teammates with protective, healing, and offensive abilities. The elf forest is very dangerous. I'm afraid you'll need a high-level adventurer to complete your commission. The adventurer you want to recruit will cost at least 9 gold coins. I wonder what your budget is. 9 gold coins. Alice had given herself a heavy bag of gold coins, which was very heavy to carry on her back. 9 gold coins was not a very expensive price for her. No problem, this budget is acceptable. Okay, your recruitment quest will be posted by the guild later. We will be looking for a guardian, healer, black mage, or a powerful combat class. If your budget allows, I suggest you add a disassembler who can disassemble defeated monsters and collect materials. Good. The budget is sufficient. Although I don't know what the monster is, the materials should be able to be exchanged for money. This way, maybe I can save some budget. Will Ji Chuan be more satisfied with the results of his test? This is the high-level adventurer's pass. Please take it. Once the recruitment is complete, the crystal obsidian pass will glow, indicating that the Adventurers Guild is calling you. Then you should recruit the right candidates. Lin Lulu nodded and walked out, but she always felt that someone was watching her from behind. Perhaps it was her unfamiliarity with this world that made others feel strange, but Lin Lulu didn't care. She planned to enjoy the present peace and quiet before the recruitment was completed. Since coming to this world, every day had been extremely painful. Eating only fish and fruits made her feel very bored. She also couldn't sleep well every day and was very tired. Now she wanted to taste the delicacies from another world in this bustling city, and also take a good rest and give herself a vacation. She didn't drink the mutton soup that the werewolves gave her in the morning because her stomach had already started to protest. With her previous experience of visiting the market, she felt that she should choose a restaurant owned by a human owner, otherwise she might see some strange food. She looked inside at every door that looked like a restaurant, observing whether most of the customers inside were humans. Finally, after visiting several restaurants, she chose a restaurant that looked good and walked in. She felt like she was entering a Western restaurant for the first time as a child. She didn't know how to order or what the prices would be. "Hello, is this a restaurant? I'd like to order." The boss was a gentle-looking woman. She guided Lin Lulu to sit at the table and gave her a menu. But Lin Lulu was a little embarrassed. She couldn't understand the words on the menu, which seemed to be a combination of several languages. She looked around and, fortunately, the food eaten by the guests at the next table looked good. "Boss, I want the dishes from this table. Give me one portion." The boss nodded and looked at a rat man who had just entered the store. Although the various races in this city are integrated with each other, the eating habits of each race are very different, and there are very few foreign guests here. Lin Lulu put the backpack beside her, waiting for the delicious food from another world. "What would you like to eat, sir?" The proprietress walked over to Rat Man and handed him the menu. He didn't look at it carefully, but just pointed at 2 items at random without saying anything. "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment." Lulu, who lives in a different world without pre-prepared dishes, felt that the waiting time was a bit long, but the aroma wafting from the kitchen really whetted her taste buds. Looking at the satisfied expressions of the guests at the next table, she thought that the food in this restaurant must be good. A bowl of rice topped with a glittering sauce and sprinkled with small pieces of various fruits and vegetables. The steak was grilled and steaming, and the brown texture was very tempting. Lin Lulu swallowed unconsciously. Just as she was about to enjoy the world's first delicious meal, the rat man beside her quickly stood up, picked up Lin Lulu's backpack, and rushed out of the store. Lin Lulu panicked immediately, as if she had never expected to encounter a thief in this world. "My bag." The proprietress moved quickly, changing her gentle demeanor and jumping out from the counter immediately. Since the rat man entered the store, the habits of some races were difficult to change, and when she ordered, she felt that the other party was not interested in the food. She quickly grabbed the Nozumi's collar and said, "How dare you steal from my shop?" But what she didn't expect was that the rat man threw the bag in his arms directly out of the store, where his companions were already waiting. Lin Lulu was targeted by them when she was in the Adventurers Guild. To be able to hire 4 high-level adventurers at once, she must have a lot of wealth. She didn't expect the bag to be so heavy. It seemed to be a big fish. The proprietress tried hard to control the rat man in front of her, but she didn't have the energy to catch the rat man's accomplices outside the store. She looked a little anxious, worried that the customer's bag would be lost. 2 light arrows flew out quickly and pierced the rat man's thigh in just a moment. The proprietress turned around in surprise, only to see Lin Lulu's angry expression. She walked up to the rat man outside the store and patted the dust off the bag on the ground. 2 arrows of light stopped in front of her. Lin Lulu looked at the owner inside the house and said, "Thank you for your help. How do we deal with the thieves here?" There was not only a large bag of gold coins in the bag, but also clues left for him by Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu was really angry. The riot attracted a lot of onlookers, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes in the crowd observing everything carefully. Chapter 193, The Abandoned Child. After Xiao He finished eating the greedy demon in front of him, he was still licking the residue on his claws with satisfaction. Ji Chuan felt that the energy emitted by Xiao He was even more powerful. "What changes have you made?" Reporting to the master, "I feel that my abilities have become even stronger. Besides being able to completely ignore the methods of low-level demons, I have also gained many high-level resistances, including high-level magic resistances to time, contract, and spirit. These resistances will also affect the master. Is this why he ignored time reversal and mind control? Ji Chuan's pupils dilated slightly. He remembered that Chu Tianhua had used the confidentiality contract on him and was also resisted by Xiao He. Was it because of this swallowing? His thoughts raced, and Ji Chuan felt a bit confused. Would what happened in this world affect his own? If Xiao He hadn't devoured the greedy demon, would he still have those advanced resistances? If it really can have an impact, should Xiao He be allowed to devour more demons? The only way to improve my strength so far is to collect the power of faith. If I want to become stronger, the only thing I can do is to attack Xiao He. Feel it more. If you encounter a higher-level demon, I'll catch it and feed it to you. Thank you, Master. Xiao He was extremely excited. He didn't expect his master to be so good to him. It seemed that contracting Ji Chuan was a very wise choice. He was not sure that his own methods could defeat other higher-level demons, but his master was different. His master's power was like a bottomless pit. He had never seen so much power in any other god. He was afraid that his master was a dominant god, and different from ordinary gods. Ordinary gods are all fools who claim to be righteous. When his master gets angry, he is more like a devil than a devil. Xiao He does not think that his surrender is a shameful thing. On the contrary, he thinks it is an honor to be Ji Chuan's only contracted devil. He will try his best to search for the breath of his own kind for Ji Chuan to capture. A demon trader? Not a thing. His own kind become his nourishment. He is the strongest among the demons. Strength is the only truth in the tribe. Strength can solve all unpleasant voices. Emma still felt uneasy recalling what happened a few years ago. Give up on him, Emma. The husband looked at his wife with a worried look on his face and whispered to her. But his wife's face was full of tears, and she seemed to be making a great decision. The couple had always wanted to have a child, but had tried for many years without success. Infertility was basically unsolvable in the kingdom, and no doctor could cure it. The husband was selected by the royal city during the conscription. Although he was extremely reluctant, he had no choice at the moment. The human royal city was in danger, and the frequent invasions of alien races were about to capture the kingdom. The men were terrified in the battle with the bear people. Those terrifying bear people stood up like a small mountain, and just one slap would tear a man's skin apart. Even though humans were wielding weapons, hitting their thick fur didn't seem to hurt them at all, not to mention that the weapons the army gave them were like garbage. The powerful people in the kingdom lived a very comfortable life with fine clothes and delicious food, but they were forced to die on the front line with scrap metal. The man was unwilling to accept this. Was it worth dying for such a country? He smeared the blood of the dead warriors on his body and stabbed the broken sword into his loose armor. He took advantage of the chaotic battlefield and quickly laid down in the pile of corpses. Luckily, his act of pretending to be dead did not attract the attention of the bear man. They continued to advance towards the royal city, and the humans were beaten back step by step. He listened carefully to the sounds of the battlefield, and it seemed that the battle was getting farther and farther away from him. He tried to turn over and observe the situation in the distance. After carefully looking around and making sure there was no danger, he knew he should take this opportunity to run away, run to a place far away from the battlefield, and take a detour back. His wife was still waiting for him at home. He didn't know the way. Most humans lived in the royal city. The world outside was extremely dangerous. They would not leave the city unless they had to. Why is there a child here? While escaping, the man saw a naked baby. It looked like an extremely strong baby boy, much larger than an ordinary child. The man was a little excited. Maybe this was his chance to become a father. He took off his ill-fitting armor, carefully held the baby boy in his arms, and wrapped one of his own clothes around him. He became more determined to survive. If he could go back this time, he might be able to live a peaceful life. According to military records, he should have died, and no one would come to his house to recruit soldiers. As long as he hid his identity well, he could live a normal life with his family of 3. The man carried the baby boy and ran quickly towards another city gate. He tried his best to hide his figure in the woods. Finally, near dusk, he arrived at the city gate. I was working at a nearby crystal quartz mine. My wife and child brought me dinner, but on the way back, they were chased by a wounded bear man. I ran away with my child in my arms, and I don't know if she would have survived. The man gave a reason he had prepared in advance. The guard looked at the child in the man's arms and had no doubts. He let the man in directly. There was still a shortage of men in the city. Many men had died in the wars. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He got what he wanted and was forgotten by the army, living his ideal life. At first, the couple felt very lucky and did not notice anything abnormal, but as the child grew older, they began to panic. The child grew too fast. At the age of 3, his height was almost as high as the man's chest. Moreover, his appetite was amazing. Almost all the income of the man's family was spent on buying food. "I'm so hungry, Mom. I'm so hungry." Their child seemed to be repeating this sentence all the time. If they continued to eat like this, not only would they not be able to feed the child, but the couple would also not be able to hold on. They had been basically living in hunger for a long time. Meeting her husband's gaze, Emma nodded. She covered the child with a cloak that covered his head, so that he looked like a strong man. "Mom will take you out to find something to eat, but you have to follow me and don't say a word, otherwise there will be nothing to eat." Okay, go find something to eat. I won't say anything." Emma went all the way to the south of the city, which was the city gate closest to the crystal stone mine. During the day, relatives would go out of the city to deliver meals to the miners. She walked out with the child behind her. After walking a long way, she was a little afraid of the danger she was about to encounter, so she pointed to the distance and spoke to the child. "Baby and Mommy play a game. If you win, you get endless bread, okay?" Okay, how do you play, Mommy?" "As long as you keep running forward and don't let Mom catch you, you win." Okay, Mommy, chase me." The child ran away quickly, but the way he moved was more like a gorilla. Emma looked at the direction he left with tears on her face, and she felt deeply guilty. "I'm sorry, Mom has no choice, don't blame Mom." Emma ran towards the royal city without looking back, not daring to imagine the danger their children would face. Chapter 194 Enemies Meet. What the hell is this? The sentries on the city wall discovered that there was a huge monster moving quickly towards here in the distance. It looked like a strong man, but the way it moved was very similar to that of an ape. The giant roared as he ran, looking very angry and terrifying, so the sentry quickly sounded the alarm. The kingdom's army assembled quickly. After the Lord God of Faith took over the noble families not long ago, the army's funds were finally sufficient. With the help of the goblin craftsmen, more sophisticated weapons were forged, and the army of the royal city gradually recovered its strength. Although the strength of the giant was unclear at the moment, the opponent was only one person, and it did not seem to be a very difficult situation. Edith quickly came to the gate of the royal city and led her soldiers to fight. Her father died early on the battlefield, and under the secret manipulation of the powerful, she went to the battlefield instead of those children from aristocratic families. Although she is a woman, she does not think she is inferior to men. Her father was once her world, and she wants to kill more invading aliens for her father. Although she had no choice but to join the army, she accepted the result. While others were lamenting the injustice and thinking about how to escape, she continued to hone her martial arts. After trying various weapons, she chose the lighter steel whip. "This is a weapon that suits me very well. When the steel whip is swung, the speed at the end can exceed the speed of sound, which can cause huge damage to the opponent." With hatred towards alien races and aristocratic families, she mastered the technique of wielding the steel whip to perfection and survived battle after battle. The Lord God of Faith has given this royal city a new life. It seems that they no longer have to live on the edge of a knife every day. Edith is very grateful to the Lord God of Faith. He not only solved the invading foreign enemies, but also solved her hatred for the powerful families. She hadn't had the chance to show her abilities in several battles, so this time, she wanted to stretch her muscles before the Lord God of Faith noticed. She has to share the worries of the Lord God of Faith. She cannot pin her hopes on the Lord God of Faith every time there is an invasion by foreign enemies. Humans should also have the power to protect themselves. The giant rushed towards the city gate quickly, raising a cloud of dust every time he leaped, and his momentum was extremely terrifying. "I finally found it. You lied to me. You all lied to me." No one could understand his angry roar, but his attitude clearly showed that the other party was not a friendly race. The giant ignored the army in front of the city gate and leaped towards the city gate. Edith didn't dare to delay. She swung the steel whip quickly towards the giant's head. The steel whip swung through the air with a sound like an air explosion. The steel whip hit the giant's face. He covered his face in pain and lost control of the direction. His body, which was supposed to jump onto the city wall, crashed into the wall instead. Several cracks appeared on the wall. Edith didn't give the other party a chance to breathe. Strength increase. Speed increase. Her body emitted a different light, and another steel whip swung across, wrapping directly around the giant's ankle. With Edith's roar, the giant was thrown to the ground and a deep pit was created. Oh wow! The soldiers next to them sighed. Their female general was one of the rare humans with enhanced abilities. Combined with the skills she had practiced hard, they didn't expect that she could bring down such a giant. Ordinary soldiers had no power to fight back against such opponents. "Gossip, why are you stopping me from going in?" The giant's ability to withstand blows seemed very strong. Even the strongest orc would have been dying from the whipping just now. However, the giant's expression was very angry, and after he stood up, he didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Gossip, you giant bug, don't even think about setting foot in the sacred royal city. Edith became even angrier. She couldn't believe that the giant would insult her. What kind of race was he? Such a huge body looks very powerful, but it is also a huge target. As long as she can flexibly dodge the opponent's attacks and continue to attack as before, she is confident that she can defeat him. The giant swung his fist at Edith, but Edith did not dodge. Instead, she swung the steel whip at the giant's arm. She exerted force on her feet and jumped easily onto the giant's shoulder. The steel whip was pulled out of the giant's arm and then wrapped around the giant's neck. Edith pulled the two ends of the steel whip hard, and the giant tried to loosen the steel whip from his neck with both hands in pain. But his hands were too big, and the contrast between the steel whip and his thick fingers was like a fishing line tightly wrapped around his neck. As Edith continued to tighten, the giant began to lose his breath. The sound of the alarm bell and the giant hitting the wall made Ji Chuan a little excited. He had been waiting for other races to attack for a long time, and it seemed that he had finally waited for it today. When he appeared at the city gate, Ji Chuan's eyes widened. Xiaomei? Dazhuang? What were they doing here? It was like they were in the base. Dazhuang was the only one getting beaten up. His head was turning purple. Xiaomei, stop it. Hearing the voice of the god of faith, Edith was stunned, looking at the saintly young man looking at her from above. Xiaomei, are you calling yourself that? Are you praising my beauty? Edith's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she didn't understand why the god of faith made such a decision, she believed that he must have his reasons. She released the steel whip from the giant's neck and easily jumped off his shoulders. The giant, who got a respite, wanted to retaliate by throwing a huge punch, but was easily blocked by Ji Chuan. The giant looked at Ji Chuan in surprise, as if he didn't understand how the other party could do it with his weak body. Lord God of Faith, this giant rushing into the city will probably cause serious damage. Please execute him on the spot. The soldiers around petitioned, but Ji Chuan was a little curious and didn't understand how Zhuang appeared in front of him. What are you doing here? The giant felt the pressure emanating from Ji Chuan and easily fixed one of his arms. He tried to organize his words. I'm coming to find my mom. She lied to me. She abandoned me. Emma, who heard the news, looked haggard. The alarm bells rang when she heard that a giant was attacking, and the first thing she thought of was the child she had abandoned. She has been unable to sleep or eat in the past few years. Although her child is a monster, he has a pure mind and has not done anything evil. She had ruthlessly abandoned him simply because she couldn't afford to raise him. She thought the child had died in the wild, but she never expected that she would have the chance to see him again. Lord God of Faith, it's all my fault. Emma told Ji Chuan the whole story, and Ji Chuan sighed. Make a wish with me. Emma looked at Ji Chuan in surprise, as if she didn't understand why he said that. Since he has a big appetite, it would be nice if he had enough food. Emma quickly knelt down and clasped her hands together in sincere prayer. May the Lord God of Faith grant the kingdom sufficient food. Starlight flashed by, and a large amount of food fell. The giant's eyes lit up. Ji Chuan touched the giant's head and said, Dezhuang, eat. Once you're full, you should be obedient and stop causing trouble. Edith's eyes were full of Ji Chuan. The god of faith was the most gentle and kind god she had ever seen. He was so tolerant of all races. He was the embodiment of light. Xiaomei, this is the name given to me by God. Edith raised a smile, wishing she could always follow the god of faith. Chapter 195, The Elves' Request for Help. This was the fullest meal Dazhuang had ever eaten. He encountered many strange animals in the wild, but none of them tasted as good as normal food. Everyone seemed to respect this young man so much. How could he be so much stronger than them despite being so weak? He could also conjure up so much food and be so gentle to them. Is this the Lord God? What is my name? No one has called it in the wild for many years, and I have forgotten it. But the Lord God called me Dezhuang. What a good name. I should be Dezhuang. The Lord God did not listen to the advice of these bad guys to execute me, and even let me eat as much as I want. He is really a good person. Dezhuang should treat the god as his master. That way he can have enough to eat every day, and the gossipy woman who wields the whip will not bully him anymore. Why did my mother abandon me? Did she think Dezhuang was too stupid? Now I don't care so much, as long as the gods don't think Dezhuang is stupid. Dezhuang, after you've eaten, you should help build the royal city. Look, you've even caused cracks in the city wall. I'm sorry, master. Dezhuang will help. Lord God, this is too dangerous. The enemy's race is unknown and cannot be allowed into the city. Edith was a little worried that if she didn't strengthen her body, she wouldn't be able to stop the giant. If the giant suddenly went crazy, he might flatten some houses directly, and many civilians would die under his feet. It's okay, Xiaomei. Dazhuang was quite obedient. He didn't cause any casualties at the time. Olovia is a tolerant kingdom. Dazhuang, will you cause trouble again? Jichuan stopped in front of Dazhuang and looked into his eyes. Dazhuang in front of him seemed younger, but still looked so innocent. Dazhuang looked at Jichuan and shook his head quickly. From now on, Dazhuang will only listen to the master. The master treats Dazhuang very well and makes sure Dazhuang has enough to eat. Dazhuang will listen to the master and won't make trouble. Jichuan touched Dazhuang's head, and Dazhuang seemed very happy. Listen to the master. Will the master let Dazhuang eat enough every day? Well, Dazhuang can eat as much as he wants in the future. The citizens of the city are the people you have to protect, okay? Understood, master. I will protect these people. Why could the Lord God of Faith be so gentle? Edith's eyes were red. Her hatred for the alien race tortured her every day. Was it hatred that blinded her eyes? Shouldn't we be more tolerant towards alien races that have not yet harmed humans? Xiaomei. Hearing the voice of the Lord God of Faith, Edith came to her senses and quickly knelt on one knee. I am here. You were very brave just now. You are very strong. A blush appeared on Edith's cheeks. The god not only gave her a name, but also praised her strength. She was so lucky today. Lord God of Faith, your praise is too great. I am still very weak, and I will work hard to improve my martial arts in the future. That's right. But next time you encounter an opponent of unknown strength, don't attack rashly. You can contact me. A ball of light flew out of Jichuan's body and fell into Edith's body. Jichuan used Xiaomei as the object of telepathy. Then you can talk to me. Thank you, Lord God of Faith, for your appreciation. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Edith's pupils dilated slightly. It was an honor for all citizens of Olovia to have such a god. Dazhuang has eaten his fill and is going into the city to help the construction team. He can carry many of the giant stones by himself. Dazhuang, please move slowly when you enter the city and watch your step. Don't hurt anyone or damage other buildings, okay? Master, Dazhuang knows. Dazhuang will be careful. Emma looked at Dazhuang with some complicated feelings. She never thought that her child would have such a result. This was all thanks to the God of Faith. It's just that his child still seems to hate him, but as long as he can survive, the depression in his heart for so many years was relieved a lot when he saw that the child was still alive. Thank you, Lord God of Faith, for giving my child a new life. Emma prayed with all her heart. Jichuan harvested the starlight of the power of faith emitted by the people present. He felt that his strength seemed to have increased again. It seemed that as long as he continued to solve the difficulties encountered by the believers would provide the power of faith. This was good news. This time, the vortex gate still shows no signs of opening. I have already collected a lot of power of faith, so why hasn't the gate appeared yet? Is it possible that the result of this impact is so important that it requires more power of faith to unlock it? Just as Jichuan was thinking, an elf flew over from a distance. He was covered in wounds and looked very weak, but was still flying at a very fast speed. Jichuan narrowed his eyes. This elf looked very much like Zheng Chun. Aren't elves a neutral race? What's the purpose of this visit? The elves request the human race's help. If the human race can assist the elves in repelling the enemy, the elves are willing to offer a treasure as a token of their gratitude. Is there such a good thing? Just when I was wondering how to harvest the power of faith from other races, I got a gift from someone who visited me. Release the holy healing spiritual light for the elf. The elf was healed instantly and looked at Jichuan in surprise. Are you the god of the human race? I protect humans, goblins, werewolves, tigermen, and all of them. The elf's eyes widened, seemingly not understanding what Jichuan said. How could this be possible? It was unheard of for a god to protect so many races. Let's go. After hearing Jichuan's reminder, the elves did not dare to delay. They were one of the fastest flying elves. Different elves had already flown to the territories of several surrounding races for help. They did not expect to meet the gods of the human race. Not only did this god agree so readily, but he also didn't even ask for information about the enemy. Could it be that many powerful people were born in the human race? My Lord God, when will the human warriors set out? I am ready to lead the way at any time. But before he could finish his words, he noticed a magic circle light up beneath his feet. What was this? A flash of white light passed by, and Jichuan and the elf had arrived above the elf forest. In the middle of the forest stood a massive tree that looked like a skyscraper. However, many of its branches and leaves were on fire, and the entire forest had become a battlefield. I am enough on my own. After Jichuan finished speaking, he disappeared. He had already sensed the location of the enemy that invaded the elf forest. The elf who asked for help was confused. If he had not returned to the elf forest, He would have thought that everything that had just happened was an illusion caused by being too tired. Is it enough for me? The other party is a dragon. The elf archer no longer hesitated. He flew towards the direction of the patriarch and reported immediately that the human gods had come to support him. Now that he has recovered from his injuries, he should join the battle to defend his people. Chapter 196. What's the use of a young god? It's no use, patriarch. All our attacks are failing to break through the enemy's defenses. If this continues, the tree of life will be lost. Where is Lord Wood God? Did Lord Wood God take action? I did, but this black dragon was too powerful. Its black flames seemed to be the nemesis of the Lord of Wood. All my moves were reduced to ashes by its flames. The elves are about to perish. Let the Lord of Wood leave quickly. We cannot let the Lord of Wood be sacrificed. The elf leader had a gloomy expression. She had never expected that the elves would be destroyed in her hands. Her smooth skin was covered with a lot of black ashes. Dragons are the most powerful race in this world, and they seem to only appear in legends. Why would this black dragon come to the elf forest? Its flames can sense the surging power of death and seem to be able to burn the souls of living beings. The black flames are constantly devouring the tree of life. If this continues, the elves will not be able to reproduce. The elves, who have always remained neutral, have never engaged in any diplomacy. Their race is mysterious and simple. The elves do not trust any foreign races because treasures in the tribe were once stolen by foreigners. Instead of trying hard to judge the other party's intentions, it is better to directly prevent the other party from approaching. Other races are too complicated, and the elves have suffered a lot at the hands of foreign races. But now Layla felt a little regretful. Although she sent a few fast tribesmen to ask for help from the nearby tribes, who would care about the elves who have always been conservative and self-contained. And even if he wanted to lend a helping hand, he probably wouldn't come after knowing that the opponent was the legendary Black Dragon. As the chief of the elves, she must give her all to protect the Tree of Life, and she must live and die with her people. Made up her mind and flew up again, flying quickly towards the Black Dragon. Chief, I've called for reinforcements. When she heard the voice, it should be the nearest dwarfs. It is said that there are several powerful wizards in the dwarf tribe. Maybe there really is some method. But when she saw that the sound came from the fast archer, a hint of disappointment flashed in Layla's eyes. He was probably an archer going to ask for support from the human race. He shouldn't be able to return it this time. Furthermore, the human race was supposed to be even weaker than the elves. Even if they came, what use would they have? Could it be that he had encountered some kind-hearted race along the way? Layla looked at the archer with some anticipation. What kind of reinforcements did you call for? Reporting to the clan leader, the human race's god has arrived. Layla felt like she was on a roller coaster. Even the gods of the elves were ineffective, so what could a mere human god do? And what about the god's shadow? He probably ran away after realizing the opponent was the Black Dragon. Let's go to the battlefield. I'm afraid it will be a battle that will cost us our lives. Layla's expression was very determined. The archer looked solemn and did not dare to ask any more questions. He quickly followed the chief. Jichuan was a little surprised when he saw the Black Dragon in front of him. This Black Dragon should not be the one that escaped from the abnormal door. The Black Dragon in front of him was much stronger and gave people a more oppressive feeling. Is this the ancestral Black Dragon scar that Xiaohui mentioned? Why is it going crazy here? Or are Black Dragons just crazy? Jichuan frowned and looked at the fire-breathing Black Dragon with some disgust. Master Patriarch, he is the god of the human race. Layla saw Jichuan standing in midair from a distance. How could he be a teenager? Layla felt very disappointed. No wonder he was willing to help. This god was still a child with little experience in the world. And he frowned, probably having discovered the difficulty of the target. This was not a problem that an ordinary god could solve. The elves are grateful for the rescue from the human gods, but the Black Dragon is too powerful. The elves will have no complaints if you leave. Rather than bringing down divine punishment on two races, let the elves bear the full weight of this disaster. Weak human god, leave now. This is not an enemy you can handle. A man with green light all over his body slowly rose from the ground. Jichuan was not surprised that he was facing Xiaosu's face. The god of wood was covered in wounds and looked a little embarrassed. He raised his hand, and several thick vines rose from the forest and flew quickly towards the Black Dragon's body. But such a move had no deterrent effect on the flying Black Dragon. It turned into ashes in the black flames before it even touched the Black Dragon's body. The scattered black flames set the forest below on fire, and the crackling sound of burning wood could be heard underfoot. Ordinary elves fled in all directions, and screams of panic were heard everywhere. Run, kid. You weak god. Do you want to die in vain and let the human race bear the divine punishment? The god of wood was angry and continued to make meaningless attacks. Flying enemies were his nemesis. It was difficult for plants to hit the black dragon. Even if the leaf-throwing knives hit the black dragon several times, they did not leave any marks on the dragon scales. Ji Chuan frowned even more tightly. He found that the god of wood seemed to speak even more foully than Xiao Su, and he really didn't want to help him. But he needed the power of faith, so he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The flames of the forest and the tree of life all went out, and clouds of smoke slowly drifted away. This was done by a human god. Layla covered her mouth in shock, because no one else present had such a method. Who was the god of the human race? The god of fire? Black Dragon was a little confused for a moment. He looked at the people on the field and locked his eyes on the newly appeared young man with an angry expression. Has the Black Dragon run out of energy? Ha ha ha, my persistence really paid off. When the god of wood saw that all the flames at the scene were extinguished, his first reaction was that the Black Dragon that released the black flames was overconsumed and could no longer sustain the burning of the black flames. The Black Dragon, which originally wanted to attack Ji Chuan, aimed at the laughing god. His words made the Black Dragon very unhappy. Although he didn't know what means the young man used, he still had enough energy to release black flames. A 3-story-high black flame bomb flew quickly towards the god of wood. He opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't understand why the power of the move was even greater than before. He should have been unable to avoid an attack of this range. Lord Wood God, be careful. Layla exclaimed that if the Lord God of Wood died at this moment, the elves would basically be declared extinct. Tisk. Ji Chuan smacked his tongue, and the god of wood felt as if he had been hit by a huge impact, flying to the ground like a bullet. Layla couldn't believe her eyes. The human god suddenly came to the side of the god of wood and kicked him to the ground. But the black flame bomb was so close that the human gods could not avoid it. The black flames directly swallowed Ji Chuan, and Layla's tears burst out. She originally thought that the human race was a cunning race, but why would their gods sacrifice themselves to protect the Lord God of Wood? Elves repay the favor they owe to humans? After today, I'm afraid both races will be punished by God. Human God. For this young god from the bottom of her heart. Through the god's performance, she changed her impression of the human race, but she had no chance to repay him. The elves will fight with all their might and sacrifice their lives. Layla shouted loudly with tears in her eyes, preparing to charge at the black dragon. Stand back. Ji Chuan's voice rang out, the black flames dissipated, and he was safe and sound. Layla couldn't believe her eyes and stood there in a daze. Chapter 197, The Miserable Dragon Mother. Back off, don't get hurt. Ji Chuan reminded her again, and Layla, who was still in a daze, finally realized that she had heard correctly. She did not dare to disobey the judgment of the gods, so she asked the nearby tribesmen to evacuate quickly. Although Black Dragon was puzzled, the second black flame bomb had already been fired, but this time the black flame disappeared in midair before it even touched Ji Chuan. The black dragon became even more angry and changed its attack method. The sky around it quickly darkened, as if darkness was about to cover the place. Ji Chuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this black dragon would enter the dark realm. It did possess more dark power than the previous black dragon. It's the dark barrier, Lord God, run. On the periphery loudly reminded that the young god seemed to have not changed his position since kicking the Lord God of Wood away. If he was swallowed by the barrier, he would probably be in great danger. The dark veil was retreating and was about to swallow up the entire area, but then the situation seemed to reverse, and the sky became bright again, with no more darkness in the air. The black dragon's eyes began to become confused, and its huge body remained motionless in the air, flapping its wings and looking at Ji Chuan. The sky darkened again, and a black cover extended downward in the air, then retreated again. Ji Chuan just looked at the black dragon, with his arms folded across his chest without any movement. The black dragon's eyes flashed, and dense dark power exploded around Ji Chuan in an instant, making Ji Chuan look like he had been stabbed into a sea urchin. It couldn't wait to observe Ji Chuan's expression, hoping to capture at least a hint of pain. Lord God. Layla's heart was beating fast. The attack just now was not charged at all. Others would probably be killed instantly, but this young god seemed to have created several miracles. The god in front of her looked like he was pierced by a black dragon. Although Layla was very worried, seeing that the god did not move at all, she felt that a miracle would still happen. The black thorn disappeared, and there was no blood on the god's body. Layla breathed a sigh of relief, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. Although she didn't know much about this god, she was sure that this human god was very powerful. The black dragon was already starting to panic, and couldn't believe that all his moves were ineffective against the opponent. Flapped its wings rapidly, making a deafening dragon roar that seemed to be mobilizing enormous energy. A dark door gradually appeared in front of Ji Chuan, like a black hole constantly absorbing the surrounding things into the door. A low-end version of Hell's Gate? Although Ji Chuan also wanted to show Black Dragon what the Gate of Hell looked like, he gave up this plan in order to use the power of the God of Death as little as possible. At present, he is not clear about how to choose his main godhead. Before he knows how to choose, the safest thing to do is to use the abilities of the godhead he does not want to choose as little as possible. Layla and her group struggled to fly towards the periphery. Even though they were far away, they could already feel the huge gravitational force of the dark portal. Being sucked into it would definitely mean death. But they felt that the gravity was getting weaker and weaker, and when they looked back, they found that the door was closed. The human gods remained motionless. The black dragon was already feeling scared and seemed to be considering whether to try other moves. That's it. No other moves. Ji Chuan's cold voice rang out. Although he looked like a child, everyone present felt a huge pressure. The black dragon flew over quickly, as if trying to make a final effort. It still had the sharpest claws and fangs. If the opponent was immune to magic, would physical attack be a better choice? It opened its mouth full of sharp dragon teeth and swallowed Ji Chuan in one bite. Lord God, Layla became anxious again, but it only took a moment for her to realize something was wrong. The black dragon was like a fish caught by a hook, hanging there after eating the god. It flapped its wings hard, but there was no movement. Its whole body just floated in the same place. Looking closely, its dragon mouth was not closed, as if there was a stone stuck in its mouth. Fire kept lighting up in its throat, but it also kept going out, like a lighter bought for $1 in the cold winter wind. Is it my turn? Ji Chuan has the ability to get rid of the black dragon in one go, but he doesn't want to. If he gets rid of it too quickly, he won't gain much power of faith. He needs to let the elves know how powerful the black dragon is. Locksmiths can open almost all locks within 3 minutes, but they usually drag it out for more than 10 minutes so that customers feel that their money is well spent. The black dragon has begun to struggle. It has a bad feeling that this god seems to be a monster. It found that its teeth had disappeared, but there was no time to react. It quickly spat out Ji Chuan and prepared to escape. Escape is forbidden. The black dragon was surprised to find that it could not move forward with its back to the god. It looked back at Ji Chuan, its eyes full of fear and grievance. None. Ouch. It felt a huge pain in its head, and blood dripped along the dragon horns. It felt that all the dragon scales on its head had disappeared, and the dragon horns seemed to be gone too. The black dragon no longer looked like a dragon. It no longer had horns or scales on its head. It now looked like a flying black snake. Ji Chuan was about to give it a fatal blow. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A female voice sounded, and the black dragon's body shrank rapidly, shrinking into the size of a human. She has a very plump figure and wears black armor that looks like dragon scales. But his head looked a little funny, with a bald spot in the middle like a kappa, but waist-length hair behind his ears, and his yellow pupils were full of fear and grievance. Don't kill me, dare. She had no teeth in her mouth and felt like she had a leak when she spoke. She had never suffered such an injustice in her life. Ji Chuan looked at this woman who looked like Qiu Qianqi with disgust, but he was somewhat interested in the black dragon who had transformed into a human. Why did you massacre the elves? Hearing Ji Chuan's question, Layla also bravely flew over to listen. She also wanted to know how the elves offended the legendary black dragon. They stole my baby. I was in the nearby abyssal valley, and after a brief nap, I woke up sweating and found my dragon eggs were gone. Only elves have the ability to poop these days, and there's residual magical energy at the scene. They can poop and use magic, so they must have stolen my child. Layla shouted excitedly. God, please understand. Elves would never go to a dangerous place like the Nether Valley. We only operate near the elf forest and would never steal like that. Annihilating their entire race for such a trumped-up crime? Layla felt deeply wronged. If the human gods hadn't intervened, the elves would have been wiped out by now. I will find out the truth. Before I find out the truth, you stay and atone for your sins to the elves. If you try to run, I'll kill you at any time. Ji Chuan suddenly appeared in the shadow of the black dragon, which really scared her. Ji Chuan just wanted to scare her and did not have the ability to accurately lock onto her. My child is gone, and I still have to work as a laborer for such a weak race? The sky is falling, and my face must be ridiculous. The teeth will grow back soon, but the dragon horns will still grow very small even if we wait for a few hundred more years. The black dragon sat there and started crying. Ji Chuan sighed, and the green light wrapped around the black dragon. Her hair began to grow, 2 horns appeared on both sides of her head, and the teeth in her mouth also grew out. She looked like a royal sister with long black hair, and she looked much more pleasing to the eye. Thank you, God, for your help. Layla and the elves knelt down to express their gratitude, but Ji Chuan ignored them and flew into the sky. Lord God. Chapter 198, The Long-Awaited Door. Ji Chuan flew into the air. The elves looked at Ji Chuan's figure and didn't know what he was going to do. This human god had already shown too many miracles. He raised his arms, and huge clouds gathered in the sky, quickly covering the entire area. In just a moment, crystal rain began to fall over the elf forest. Layla couldn't believe her eyes. The devastated forest was visibly revitalized in the rain. The tree of life and the remaining branches of the burnt trees in the forest were all reborn in this rain. This was the first time that Ji Chuan used the power of spring on such a large scale. The god of wood hit his face on the ground, and he stood up staggeringly, still feeling a little dizzy. The black dragon has disappeared? The forest is bursting with new life? What happened? He stared at the human god in the sky with some surprise. Could that child really have done this? Could a young god possess such divine power? And just now, it was indeed he who had saved him. Such a god was worthy of his following. He cooperated with Ji Chuan and used his abilities, and the elf forest was quickly repaired, as if the disaster had not happened. Ji Chuan gained a lot of power of faith from the elves, and also felt the submission from the god of wood. At this moment, he finally began to feel tired. When the reign of life came to an end, Ji Chuan slowly fell like a snowflake, and Layla quickly hugged the god who saved the elves in her arms. The young god fell asleep with a serene expression. Layla knew that the god must be tired. This life-giving rain covered the entire forest and must have consumed a lot of his magic power. The mother of dragons was a little conflicted. Looking at Ji Chuan who was sleeping, she wanted to take advantage of the situation, but she didn't dare to act rashly. He was just asleep. What if he woke up during the attack? All my magic had no effect on him. Even if I swallowed him, I couldn't bite him. He seemed harder than crystal stone. What if the sneak attack fails and he knocks off my scales, horns, and teeth? Will he even recover? He clearly had the killing intent just now, so he's capable of killing me. The mother of dragons decided to obey. As the most powerful dragon in her life, she had never thought so carefully. He also said that he wanted to find out the truth about the missing dragon egg, and with his abilities, he might be able to help him find it. The dragon queen, who was blinded by anger, now thought that the elves did not seem to have the courage to do so. So who on earth stole her children? Ji Chuan, who was in a coma, came to the white space again. He had already seen the huge vortex door. Ji Chuan was very excited because he had collected a lot of faith power to see this door this time. He didn't know which time point he would be teleported to. He didn't find any pattern in these times of time travel. He couldn't be sure of the time, place, or even the role he would become. When he traveled through Changrong City, Ji Chuan didn't know who he was. He might have been just one of the many citizens who died. When he stepped into the door, a white light flashed, and Ji Chuan opened his eyes and realized that he was. There's no plan to discuss. The plan is to follow ours. A familiar voice came. Ji Chuan saw Shun Mingting stretching arrogantly in the conference room, while he was actually in the shadows of the conference room. Ji Chuan quickly searched for this scene and found that it was when several captains of Jinglian City had just arrived in Jianghua City, and they were discussing the plan to attack Oligar. This was the first time he had traveled to a post-apocalyptic world. The last time he was in Changrong City, he only felt like an ordinary person with no useful abilities, but now he felt an endless supply of energy. Ji Chuan hadn't felt so energetic for a long time. After entering the other world, his energy became very limited, and he would feel tired after using too many superpowers. But now, Ji Chuan even felt that he was stronger than before entering the other world. Without having time to observe the situation around him, he experienced various superpowers in his body, and even brought out the nothing law of combat. Is this the purpose of the God of Faith? After continuously gathering the power of faith, the progress of God of Faith has reached 50.57%. Does this unlock the ability to retain one's strength and enter the vortex gate? When he began to observe the situation in the room, he felt something was wrong. Who were these people? Why had he never seen so many of them before? According to previous memories, this attack was led by Yin Lai, Ning Chuha, Xiao Su, and Hua Ranqiu from Jianghua City, while Xin Mingting, Zhuang Tu, Wang Lin, and Su Hui from Jinglian City. But at that moment, apart from Li Jingru and Xin Mingting, he had never seen anyone else in the conference room. Moreover, the abilities of these people. Ji Chuan observed carefully and found that they were all special abilities that had never appeared in Jianghua City. What was going on? But there are still many things he needs to figure out right now. He doesn't care about their battle plans. Based on his current strength, He doesn't care about these people at all. He quickly moved back to the base, as he missed the members there so much. He gathered everyone in the stronghold in the courtyard, and he wanted to hug everyone. But he discovered something that surprised him. Why was Xiaoyida already at the base? And there was one person missing. Where's Lulu? Why isn't Lin Lulu here? The members of the stronghold looked at each other blankly. Why was their leader acting strangely today? Leader, what is Lulu? Is she a person or an object? Su Shun asked respectfully, and Ji Chuan frowned. Lin Lulu? A female college student, don't you remember her? Everyone shook their heads in confusion. How could this happen? Lin Lulu disappeared on the day she went to Shannon City. She should have been at the base at this time. So why did she disappear now, and no one recognized her? What happened after I changed the past? Yida, why are you here now? Xia Yida walked up to Ji Chuan with concern and touched his forehead. When she found it was cold, she realized that Ji Chuan did not have a fever. Chuan, what's wrong with you? I took a private plane to Jianghua City to find you when the apocalypse just started. Yunxi and I accompanied you all the way to rescue everyone and establish a base. Have you forgotten everything? Brother Chuan, what's wrong with you? Song Xiai also noticed that something was wrong with Ji Chuan's condition. He looked a little surprised, an expression that rarely appeared on Ji Chuan's face. Ji Chuan found that Song Xiai cared about him much more than before and did not stand with Xia Yiqing. Xia Yiqing stood in the corner like a marginal figure in the stronghold. Xia Yida and Song Xi's current situation caused by my entering the gate and changing the past? I actually did affect the past. But what should he do now? Ji Chuan felt at a loss. He didn't even understand his current situation, and he had no memory of the changed past. Oh, why? Ji Chuan suddenly discovered that Song Huai was not around either. He should still be imprisoned on the 10th floor below the Jianghua City superpower base. He should rescue him quickly. Without paying attention to the concern of the members of the stronghold, Ji Chuan quickly moved to the room where Song Huai was imprisoned and quickly released Song Huai's mental control. Chuan, I'm glad you're okay. After regaining consciousness, Song Huai hugged Ji Chuan. He felt like he had a nightmare. He had been in chaos since he went to Lanshan Villa and failed to find Ji Chuan and returned to the base. Now he saw the person he wanted to see the most, but how come this guy was so handsome, so strong, and as tall as himself? Ji Chuan quickly transferred the two back to the base and released the holy healing spiritual light on Song Huai. Song Huai felt much better in an instant, and his body no longer felt weak. It turned out that Ji Chuan was so powerful. Ji Chuan knew that time was limited, and he was not sure how long this door would last. Without engaging in meaningless reminiscing with the members, he began to think quickly. What important thing can I change right now? Chapter 199 Desire That Shouldn't Arise. Apart from some differences in members, the biggest difference at the moment is the psychic base. Where have all those familiar faces gone? Ji Chuan continued to come to the psychic base and felt the special psychics in the base. He Lei also disappeared. Wang Lin and his two relatives, Zhuang Tu, Su Hui, Yin Lai, Ning Chuha, Hua Ranqiu, Xiao Su, and even Su Huaiji, He Jian, and Ren Xingjia. Those who were supposed to die in the future were not in the base at the moment. Why is this? Ji Chuan's pupils trembled slightly as he suddenly thought of something. Those people who were not in the base seemed to have one thing in common. In the past, their crystal cores were eaten by him. Could this be the reason? If he really had such a great influence on the future, then the future would be completely unknown to him, and Ji Chuan would have no way of knowing for sure what would happen in the future. But right now he wanted to solve one thing quickly. They were going to attack Awakens tomorrow, and if he didn't stop them, the members of the stronghold might be in danger. He didn't want to put it off until tomorrow. He wanted to solve it quickly right now, and use the saved time to quickly explore the current world. Third, you just need to follow our orders on the battlefield and don't cause any trouble for us. Shin Mingting was making the final emphasis in the conference room, but the people present found that the conference room became bright and clean in an instant. The space became vast, with no end in sight. Ji Chuan stood on a towering metal crystal in the metal field, looking down at everyone. It's number one. Li Jingru was so scared that he fell to the ground. He never expected that number one could come to the base quietly and directly use the domain to face so many special-level psychics. Shin Mingting attacked Ji Chuan without hesitation. It was exactly what she wanted to have the opponent right in front of her. This way, she could quickly deal with the problem and return directly to Jinglian City. However, the imagined scene did not come true. The zombie seemed to dodge automatically, and its figure kept flashing in the area, and his supernatural power could not hit it. My time is very limited. If Shun Suerong wastes my time again, you will all die. Shin Mingting's pupils were trembling constantly. She couldn't imagine how number one could appear behind her in an instant, and why did he know her real name? One of the opponent's fingers was pressing against the back of her head. If she launched an attack, she would probably die instantly. She didn't even have the courage to look back, and her legs were shaking. This was the first time her life was threatened since the apocalypse. Release Captain Shun. Seeing that number 1 had held Jinglian City's top combat force hostage, the other special-level psychics did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Zhilan was hiding at the back and trembling all over. She was just the head of the logistics department assisting with reception, but she didn't expect to be involved in such a terrible situation. I hope you will listen carefully to what I say. Everyone present felt an unprecedented pressure and fell to their knees uncontrollably. The weaker ones had their faces pressed against the metal floor. As the one with the strongest energy, Shin Mingting tried her best to support her body with her hands. Her special ability required her to lock onto things with her vision. Sticking to the ground was tantamount to waiting for death. Ji Chuan looked at Shin Mingting's arched back, which was like a stool, and sat down on it. Well, Shin Mingting seemed to have never accepted such an insult before. Her body was shaking constantly under the dual influence of gravity and Ji Chuan's weight. If I can't sit still, you'll die. Ji Chuan's cold voice made Shin Mingting's scalp tingle. She could not muster the courage to defy this unfathomable opponent. I want to make it clear to you today. You should have already seen the difference in strength. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you a long time ago. A cold light flashed, and Li Jingru was cut in half horizontally at the root of his thigh. Ah! He screamed in pain, but after a flash of green light, he found that he seemed to be no longer in pain. Number 1 also has the ability to heal. Is he proving his strength? I believe it, I believe it. The 10 special-level psychics present couldn't even get rid of the gravity imposed by each other. Afraid that he would be used as a target by number 1 again, Li Jingru quickly begged for mercy. Very good. I have no interest in humans. I haven't actively attacked humans since the end of the world, but I will not let go of anyone who provokes me. Although you think I'm a zombie, I'm also the god of faith. So I can either save you as a god or devour you as a zombie. It all depends on your attitude. Is it a zombie or a god? How can we save them? Li Jingru, the leader of the base, bravely asked. Number 1. Sir, what does this mean? I can stop zombies from attacking humans and end this apocalypse, but I need humans to provide me with the power of faith. I know it's hard for you to believe, but I can prove it. A teleportation array lit up under everyone's feet, and they arrived at an area in Jianghua City where zombies were very dense. Oh! Jiang Zhilan screamed when she saw the zombies around her, but she was lying on the ground and couldn't escape. Don't be afraid, they won't attack you. I'll untie you and communicate with you later, but if you try to escape or attack me, I won't give you the chance. Do you understand? No one dared to speak, as if they were considering whether to believe this zombie. Ji Chuan sighed. I told you not to waste my time. Ah! Screams rang out as they found their hands were crushed under the huge gravity. Then a green light flashed, and their hands returned to normal. Cold sweat was already seeping out of everyone's backs. Do you understand everything? I understand. Now everyone answered quickly. Shin Mingting almost fell to the ground when her hand was crushed, but she remembered that Ji Chuan said he would kill her if she didn't let him sit firmly. She relied on her strong will and tremendous energy to support herself in the moment of severe pain. But after just a moment, her whole body was soaked. Ji Chuan stood up with some disgust. With a snap of the fingers, everyone felt the pressure on their bodies disappear and hurriedly got up. They looked at each other and exchanged somewhat frightened glances. The zombies nearby stood in a square, motionless, like well-trained security guards. I can keep all the zombies in the city in this state, and the apocalypse of this city will be over. Ji Chuan sighed as he observed the malice emanating from the people around him. It seemed that communicating with humans was still very difficult, and he didn't actually want to kill them that much. It's just that sometimes, death is the best way to make others wake up. While Ji Chuan was speaking, the 2 people from Jinglian City exchanged glances. They believed that the current state of being out of control and out of the field was probably the best opportunity to attack. Their abilities were so powerful that they could end this tense conversation when the zombie let down his guard. Hua Shuangro was a little eager to make a move. This zombie was too handsome and had a strong physique, making him a perfect object for her to seduce. During the information exchange number 1 in Jinglian City, she noticed the uniqueness of this zombie through the video. It was more like a strong young man than a zombie. He is much better than those rotten and disgusting zombies. His strength and beauty have fascinated Hua Shuangro. She has always wanted to experience what it feels like to be with zombies, and now she has found the most suitable target. A teammate's disease famine can significantly weaken the target's abilities and resistances. Combined with one's own demon of desire, almost all targets will become puppets of one's desires. Now, As long as the two of them cooperate with each other tacitly, he would have a new and interesting toy. Chapter 200. The Power of Faith collection failed. I hope that humanity can cooperate. The true crisis that will bring about the end of the world has not yet arrived. While Ji Chuan was still talking, Jinglian City Combat Captain Baiyu had already started to act. He activated his supernatural powers and tried to make Ji Chuan fall into a sick state. This time, the 4 players from Jinglian City are matched very reasonably, with Shun Mingting, Reorganization, as the main attacker, Baiyu's Sickness, as the auxiliary, Hu Shuangro, Demon of Desire, as the strong control, and Lu Zhao, Secret Book of the Elves, as the comprehensive type plus recovery. Seeing that Baiyu had taken action, Hu Shuangro immediately followed suit. A pink heart emerged from her bloated body and quickly shot towards Ji Chuan. Seeing the love merge into Ji Chuan's body, Hu Shuangro laughed excitedly, and the wrinkles on her fat face became more obvious, as if she was staring at the tempting food. Come to mother, my darling. The people in Jianghua City didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to act rashly and were watching Number One's reaction nervously. Number One walked straight towards Hu Shuangro. Was he obeying her orders? This was the strength of Jinglian City's special class psychics. Could they even control such a powerful zombie? Hu Shuangro looked at Ji Chuan, who was right in front of her, and greedily stretched out her hand to touch him. But her strong palm fell to the ground before it touched Ji Chuan. The face that was full of a lewd smile just now was now filled with fear and pain. It seemed that he couldn't understand why Number One, who was under his control, would attack him. Shouldn't he have become his obedient slave? Before she could finish screaming, Ji Chuan took out the crystal core from her head and swallowed it, and he felt comfortable all over. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the pleasure of tasting crystal cores, and the crystal cores of special grade mutants were still so delicious. I said, anyone who provokes me will die? I'm not one to joke around. The others watched this scene in horror but did not dare to move, because he also said that those who escaped would die, and they did not want to gamble with their lives. But Baiyu no longer cared about so much, because the next target should be himself. He quickly turned his back to Ji Chuan and ran away. Ji Chuan was still savoring the deliciousness of the crystal core and did not chase him. When Baiyu ran very far, Ji Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Baiyu. Due to inertia, Baiyu bumped into Ji Chuan. Baiyu died instantly in extreme fear. Ji Chuan repeated what he had just done, took out a crystal core, and appeared in front of everyone again. He swallowed the crystal core with a satisfied expression. Jiang Zhilan found that her pants were wet. As the head of the logistics department of the base, she had never seen such a scene. She tried hard not to vomit. The atmosphere was so tense that you could hear a pin drop, and she didn't want to do anything to attract Number One's attention. Ji Chuan savored the crystal core, then continued speaking with a smile. I'm glad you all understood what I said. We can continue. I won't break my promise, so as long as you can cooperate with me, I will never harm you, and I will liberate the city that cooperates with me. As the god of faith, I will inform the survivors of the entire city and hope that they will provide me with the power of faith. But at the same time, I will protect everyone in the city so that people can resume their normal lives. How should we cooperate with you? Li Jingru asked bravely. Become my subordinate and sign a soul contract with me. You can continue to do what you want to do. I just don't want others to know the identity of the god of faith. Li Jingru really wanted to ask what would happen if the agreement was not signed, but he simply did not have the courage to ask. He hoped that others would ask, but no one did. Okay, come one by one, don't waste time. Seeing that no one moved, Ji Chuan's face seemed to be about to show an angry expression. Jiang Zhilan stepped forward first and said, let me go first. It's just a matter of changing a leader. His ideas conflict with Li Jingru's, so it's okay to change to a more capable leader. And if he wastes time and really angers the other party, he will probably become his food. I would give you my soul. With Jiang Zhilan taking the lead, the others walked over one after another, even though they were reluctant, but they didn't want to die even more. After everyone signed the contract, Ji Chuan flew over the city. With his previous experience in Shannon City, he knew that even without loyalty coverage, he could still achieve the effect of collecting the power of faith. However, Jianghua City does not have audio and video projection, so it is impossible to have Li Jingru endorse the book. I don't know if it can still achieve such a good effect. Moreover, there is no door for unusual movements in Jianghua City, and the level of crisis is not as high as that in Shannon City. Only when people face a real crisis can they have greater respect for those who save them. Ji Chuan had no choice but to give it a try. This time he wanted to avoid large-scale killing. He was not sure whether the black air was the cause of the world's destruction. Survivors of Jianghua City, I am the god of faith. I hope you will trust me and provide me with the power of faith. I have the ability to drive the zombies out of the city and allow everyone to return to normal life. To prove the truth of what I said, I will use the limited power of faith to suspend all zombies for 3 minutes. During this period, no zombies will attack humans. The zombies will resume their activities in 3 minutes. But as long as everyone provides me with the power of faith, I can make the zombies leave the city. The sound echoed throughout the city, and then the zombies were paused. People were surprised to find that the zombies really stopped moving. Some people have begun to believe Ji Chuan's words and have begun to express their sincere gratitude to him. A large amount of power of faith has poured into Ji Chuan's body. Just as Ji Chuan was collecting the pure power of faith, another voice was heard in the city. He's lying. He's a zombie. He's controlling the leader of the superpower base. The power of faith is decreasing significantly. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. He had already captured the energy of this supernatural power. The area where zombies were densely populated was in a square. The surrounding area was very open. He didn't think there would be any survivors coming to a place like the square where there were no supplies. It seems that all the actions just now were witnessed by this survivor. He quickly moved in front of the man according to the direction of the energy. Ah! A scream rang out in the city. The man seemed to have not expected that he would be targeted so quickly. As a senior executive, he had been observing the square with a telescope when he found that the zombies were lined up in a square. When he saw Ji Chuan kill 2 people and then eat their brains, he realized that Ji Chuan was a zombie. He pretended to be some kind of god in order to gain the faith of mankind. Although he didn't know what the point was, he couldn't let this zombie get what he wanted. He had to use his special abilities to remind everyone. This was also the first time that his special abilities were used to the greatest extent in the apocalypse. Normally, it is used just to attract zombies to find you. Looking at the zombie in front of him, he collapsed to the ground in fear. He knew how this zombie had just dissected the human brain. But I also used my supernatural powers to warn the humans in the entire city, so my death was worthwhile, right? He burst into tears. Ji Chuan frowned and hesitated to take action. He sighed. With the other party's interference, the power of faith in Jianghua City was gone. He didn't kill him because he thought of himself as a helpless ordinary person. The other person was only considering the issue from a human perspective. Should he really take his life?